At the entrance of the ninja school, the teacher responsible for enrollment gazed at the excited white-haired boy, his expression one of bewilderment. Xiangxi, Tsunade, standing beside him, playfully struck the boy on the forehead. Stop speaking in such incomprehensible terms. Xiangxi, clutching his head, bore the playful hit with a smile, cheerfully replying, "Ah, right. I'm Senju Xiangxi." At this moment, he had no inclination to hold a grudge against Tsunade. His entire focus was absorbed by the recently activated Demon Blade system. He had arrived in this world appearing to be around 3 years of age, having been picked up by Tsunade, who had bullied him for 2 years, after all, in his previous life as a reclusive, physically inactive individual. He could hardly compete with Tsunade, who wielded the scientifically unfathomable power of chakra, the Demon Blade activation in progress. Name, Senju Xiangxi. Demonic power, 0/10 Demon Blade. Tetsouga, awakening pending. Tensaiga, awakening pending. Kanji Yunya, awakening pending. Swordsmanship, level 1, 0/500. Talent, demon capture, absorbs enemy demonic power, chakra, and converts it into personal demonic power. Note, elevating swordsmanship to level 3 will awaken Tetsouga, the sword of dominance from Inuyasha. 3 swords governing the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. How invincible that would be. Xiangxi was exceedingly exhilarated. Tetsouga, representing the human realm, could seize the abilities of other weapons, making it a blade that could grow infinitely stronger. With each battle, Tenseiga, symbolizing the heavenly realm, could revive the dead by slaying emissaries of the underworld. Furthermore, it could protect its master, inherently granting an additional life. Kanji Yunya, representing the earthly realm, could summon spirits and possess the ability of reincarnation. The talent of demon capture must be akin to the Demon Blade's ability in Inuyasha, capable of absorbing chakra as well. Is this a ninja world version of star absorption? Perhaps due to Xiangxi not being of this world, the concept of chakra, which was ubiquitous among the inhabitants of the Naruto universe, did not apply to him. Let alone refining chakra or practicing ninjutsu. It seems my white hair and golden eyes were a portent all along, resembling Inuyasha and Sesomaru in hue. Upon regaining his composure, he realized he had unknowingly followed Tsunade into the classroom. I'm Hitano Natsuki. I enjoy flower arranging, dislike my inability to refuse others, and my dream is to become a ninja like my mother. During the customary self-introduction segment for new students, Xiangxi turned to Tsunade, seated beside him. I'm Tsunade. I love making bets with others. Tsunade stood up to introduce herself, raising her middle finger playfully. I always win. I can't stand Xiangxi speaking in ways I don't understand. My dream is to become a great ninja like my grandfather. Let me hear your applause. Unfortunately, aside from Xiangxi clapping in support, the other students reacted rather apathetically. After all, it was the first day of school, and few were aware of her identity. Being mere children, their understanding of backgrounds was still superficial, except for the Uchiha clan members. But it was even less likely for the Uchiha to applaud her. Seeing the lackluster response from her classmates, Tsunade felt a twinge of annoyance and gave Xiangxi a playful slap on the shoulder. Your turn. Don't tarnish the name of the Senju clan. Xiangxi made an okay gesture under the desk and whispered, Don't worry, I possess special transformation techniques. Upon finishing his words, he interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, remaining seated, his gaze distant, as if ensnared in profound reminiscence, exuding an air of detached melancholy. My name is Senju Xiangxi. I harbor a plethora of dislikes and little in the way of affections. Moreover, I possess an ambition that transcends mere dreams, to eliminate that man. And I must survive beyond the conclusion. The classmates were momentarily taken aback, yet Tsunade remained unfazed. Veins throbbed upon her forehead, and she pounded her fist upon the table, exclaiming, Speak plainly. Didn't you request that I abandon the Senju name? It's a pity my performance was so convincing. Xiangxi muttered quietly, casting a glance at the hushed peers around him. He stood up with an air of sincerity, declaring, Senju Xiangxi, I harbor no particular likes or dislikes. If one were to insist, I suppose I have a dream. He raised his right middle finger, stating, To ensure Tsunade never wins, not even once. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched violently. A swift glance revealed Tsunade, her anger morphing into a sardonic smile, her fists clenched tightly. Senju Xiangxi, you seek your own demise. Tsunade shouted in fury, lunging towards him and delivering a flurry of blows. Fortunately, The teacher promptly intervened, allowing the class to proceed. This was an elite class, and aside from the Senju, numerous other promising students merited attention, such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans, alongside several gifted commoners. With a sullen expression, Senju Xiangxi mused to himself, I am a man with a system. To awaken the demon blade through swordsmanship, and to enhance my demonic power with the demon seizure technique, my future training has become quite clear, he murmured. Before activating the demon blade, he had been oblivious to the path of training without chakra, let alone physical techniques. They too required chakra. Even Guy and Lee possessed chakra, they merely lacked ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Though to be precise, Guy had once utilized summoning techniques. Finally, class is over. Tsunade stretched lazily, clearly disinterested in attending school. To be honest, for those of Senju lineage or hailing from prestigious families, the quality of education at school paled in comparison to their familial teachings. Hey, your self-introduction was rather pretentious, wasn't it? Two Uchiha students approached Xiangxi's desk, arms crossed, looking down upon him with disdain. Senju, do you dare to compete with me, Uchiha Ken? Xiangxi raised an eyebrow. He had initially intended to gauge the comparison of demonic power and chakra against Tsunade, but now it seemed unnecessary. Tsunade stood, her glare fierce, about to unleash her wrath, only to be interrupted by Xiangxi's broad grin. Let's face off together. Uchiha Ken was instantly incensed, for the Uchiha clan was known for their pride. To be asked to team up against a fellow student was an affront. Arrogant, Uchiha Ken shouted, throwing a punch towards Xiangxi's face. Xiangxi, undeterred, seized Ken's fist, simultaneously activating his innate talent, demon seizure. In an instant, chakra surged uncontrollably from within Uchiha Ken, and upon the contact of their hands, the released chakra coursed through Xiangxi's meridians, ultimately coiling into a blue thread nestled in his lower dantian. In a moment, the eyes of Xiangxi turned crimson with demonic power. Demonic power, 1 out of 10. Feeling the surge of demonic energy within, Xiangxi was filled with elation. He finally possessed a force akin to chakra, no longer confined to the existence of an ordinary human. Uchiha Jin was not oblivious to the draining of his chakra, yet he stood frozen, as if confronted with something utterly horrifying. Upon sensing that he had absorbed a significant portion of Uchiha Jin's chakra, Xiangxi voluntarily ceased his extraction and delivered a powerful kick, sending Uchiha Jin flying. Demonic power, 2/10. Xiangxi was mindful. While the ability to convert chakra into his own demonic energy was exhilarating, greedily depleting Uchiha Jin's chakra could lead to dire consequences, as such an act might render Jin unconscious, given his age. It was aptly described as a form of star-absorbing technique. If the wielder lacked restraint, one could easily become ensnared by the euphoria of siphoning chakra to enhance their demonic power, ultimately leading to a fate of being hunted. Jin. The exclamation from another Uchiha student snapped Jin back to reality. With a clap of his hands, he made a gesture to perform a ninjutsu. Would release, cutting technique. Xiangxi was momentarily dumbfounded. How could the Uchiha clan utilize wood release? Could it be that he had arrived in a false version of the hidden leaf? Why should the Senju clan possess the Sharingan while my Uchiha clan cannot wield wood release? Uchiha Jin, realizing his wood release had failed to manifest, spoke bitterly, pointing an accusing finger at Xiangxi's crimson eyes. Before him were a pair of glaring, single-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 2. Dual Bloodlines. The clandestine altercation that resulted in bloodshed, involving members of the Senju and Uchiha clans, inevitably warranted a report to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Thus, it raised the question, are you truly of the Uchiha lineage? To awaken two bloodlines within a single day? Tobirama regarded the young man before him, Xiangxi, with astonishment. Despite his lack of chakra, Xiangxi had managed to activate the Sharingan. As evening descended, a few lights flickered within the Senju compound. Since the implementation of the policy to amalgamate the clan with the common folk, the Senju clan had gradually integrated into Konoha, leading to a dwindling population. Xiangxi had been taken in by Tsunade when she was merely 3 years old. Although she bestowed upon him the Senju surname, Tobirama had never formally consented to this arrangement. Indeed, there exists another force within me. It was this power that catalyzed the awakening of the Sharingan. I do not believe the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses such strength. It must be a manifestation of my other bloodline. To avert being absorbed into the Uchiha clan, Xiangxi concocted a narrative to obscure the truth. The Sharingan could not be easily explained. Thus, he approached it from a different angle. While one of his parents hailed from the Uchiha, the other belonged to a clan with a bloodline of its own. This would afford him the opportunity to choose between the two families. However, he could not possibly select the Uchiha, setting aside their precarious situation in Konoha. The Uchiha's propensity for extremism and the resulting instability deterred Xiangxi from wanting to join their ranks. Tobirama furrowed his brow and rose, making his way towards the courtyard. With Xiangxi following closely behind, the two stood facing each other in the yard, and Tsunade, who had been eavesdropping, emerged to observe. Xiangxi was nothing like the Uchiha. He must not be allowed to affiliate with them. Otherwise, he would inevitably become as disagreeable as those Uchiha, who he already found rather distasteful. Tsunade silently lamented, regretting that she could not summon her grandmother for assistance. Presently, only Uzumaki Mido could sway Tobirama's decisions regarding the Senju clan. "Let me witness your other bloodline," Tobirama stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Xiangxi inhaled deeply and, without reservation, struck a punch aimed at Tobirama's kidney. Tobirama effortlessly blocked the blow, refraining from retaliating, and quietly observed Xiangxi's display. Deep down, he harbored skepticism towards Xiangxi's claims. While it was rare for one to possess two bloodlines, it was not unheard of. Yet, to simultaneously awaken both within a single day was utterly inconceivable. Xiangxi drew in a deep breath, activating his innate ability, the demon-seizing technique. In an instant, Tobirama felt his colossal chakra being inexorably drawn into Xiangxi's being, circulating through the latter's chakra pathways and transforming into demonic energy. In that fleeting moment, Xiangxi felt as though he were on the verge of bursting. If Uchiha Obito's chakra was akin to a drop of water, then Tobirama's chakra was undoubtedly an expansive ocean. Tobirama immediately sensed the anomaly in his chakra. Although the amount siphoned from him was negligible, the capability exhibited was truly remarkable. Demonic energy, 1010 demonic energy, surged to its zenith in the blink of an eye. Demonic energy, 2020, demonic energy, 50-50. When the demonic energy reached its maximum threshold of 50 points, it finally attained the limit of what his body could accommodate. Yukai power, 6250. The Yukai power absorbed from the demon could no longer be converted and contained within him, beginning to surge chaotically within his body. Thump, thump. Xiangxi's heart raced violently, as if a fire burned within, his hair growing visibly longer, his nails sharpening and elongating. Two crimson-purple demonic patterns appeared on the sides of his cheeks, exuding an aura of malevolence and chill. His blood-red eyes, besides the Sharingan in his pupils, were entirely crimson. He was on the brink of becoming a demon. Xiangxi forcefully suppressed the surging violent emotions in his mind, halting the absorption process. Should he continue down this path of demonization, he would entirely lose his sanity, transforming into a creature solely driven by slaughter. It seemed he possessed a Yukai power akin to Inuyasha's half-demon strength, rather than the complete demonic power of Sesomaru. Otherwise, he would not face the risk of losing control and demonizing. Much like the Sharingan, it was indeed a sinister bloodline. Senju Tobirama witnessed all of this, and he was half convinced by Xiangxi's claims. Only a malevolent bloodline such as this could attract and intertwine with the nefarious Uchiha clan. Xiangxi sat upon the ground, gasping for breath. Yet within his heart, he mused, it appears that the absorption of chakra by the demon is indeed limited. It cannot exceed the body's capacity in one go, lest it leads to uncontrollable demonization. Currently, his Yukai power cap was at 50 points, and he had reached his limit. As the chaotic Yukai power within him gradually dissipated, so too did the characteristics of demonization. He sensed the Yukai power within him, which had originally been a thread of blue Yukai energy, now coalescing into a vortex the size of a grain of rice. Upon seeing Xiangxi's recovery, Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes. Was the change merely physical after absorbing chakra? After some contemplation, Xiangxi truthfully relayed that he had transformed the chakra into his own Yukai power. Given Senju Tobirama's disposition, he could not hide such a fact. Unless he refrained from using Yukai power altogether, it would inevitably be discovered, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. Transforming into another form of energy? Something akin to natural energy? Senju Tobirama's interest was piqued. He was well-versed in sage arts and natural energy. Knowing that Senju Hashirama relied on sage mode to overpower the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, having conducted relevant research. Attempt to use that energy to attack me. The spirit of inquiry awakened within Senju Tobarama, eager to investigate the energy within Xiangxi that distinguished it from chakra. Xiangxi cooperated, endeavoring to guide the Yukai power within him. As he concentrated, strands of blue Yukai energy surged from his dantian, enveloping his right fist. He struck out, and while Senju Tobarama effortlessly blocked the punch, the force was considerably greater than before. There was indeed an enhancement in strength. Was this enhancement limited to a certain degree, or was it contingent upon the amount of energy utilized? Try increasing the energy and attack me again. Yukai power, 4950. Xiangxi glanced at his Yukai power. Having expended 1 point, he once more guided the Yukai power to envelop his fist, striving to amplify it as much as possible. Yukai power, 4450. The enhancement was indeed correlated with the amount of energy used. Let us test the speed as well. The speed also experienced an increase, along with resilience to impact, serving as a form of protective defense. It appears that this energy provides a comprehensive enhancement to physical fitness. Subsequently, I attempted to ascertain whether it could substitute for chakra in the casting of ninjutsu. Alas, while it could indeed replace chakra for climbing trees, the mere act of utilization bore similarity. However, it could not achieve the transformations inherent in ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who was silently observing the proceedings, found herself exceedingly bored. She was pleased with Xiangxi's 2 powerful bloodlines, yet the research process of Senju Tobarama was exceedingly tedious. Unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened. Your bloodline is only suitable for taijutsu, Senju Tobarama lamented, shaking his head. He had gleaned a rough understanding of Xiangxi's demonic energy. Despite its stronger energy response compared to chakra, it could not facilitate the casting of ninjutsu, ultimately rendering it non-mainstream in the world of ninjas. I wish to study swordsmanship in the land of iron, Xiangxi stated solemnly. What does it matter if I cannot use ninjutsu? As long as I wield the 3 blades of heaven, earth, and man, it is enough for me to roam freely in the ninja realm. The inability to wield ninjutsu rendered his time at the ninja academy meaningless. His path of cultivation was entwined with swordsmanship, and the land of iron was undoubtedly the most fitting place for him, devoid of ninjas, but filled with samurai and swords. Absolutely not. Tsunade, who had been dozing nearby, jumped up and exclaimed, "You cannot go to the land of iron. You are a member of the Senju clan and must remain in Konoha. Konoha is not devoid of masters of swordsmanship. My great-grandfather's swordsmanship is formidable, and there is also the sword of the Thunder God. I will secretly allow you to use it, but you must wait until you are older." In her haste, Tsunade blurted out her thoughts without a second thought. Senju Tobarama stroked his chin, pondering. This girl, believing that the possessions of the Senju clan are hers to claim while I am still alive? The sword of the Thunder God is a precious chakra weapon. Can it simply be given away? Xiangxi cannot even utilize it without chakra. Well, it's hard to say. While Xiangxi's internal energy cannot replace chakra for the casting of ninjutsu, it may suffice for its simple application. And perhaps activating the sword of the Thunder God is indeed feasible. Initially, I thought that lacking chakra would render your Senju surname a burden, but since you possess talent, I, Senju Tobarama, acknowledge you. From now on, you shall walk in Konoha under the name of Senju. As for the Uchiha clan, I shall handle that matter. The union of different clans does not necessitate a return to one's original clan. Senju Tobarama's eyes narrowed, formulating a plan in his mind. Is it true, great-grandfather? Before Xiangxi could respond, Tsunade erupted in jubilant cheers, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Senju Tobarama. My intuition is remarkable, I assenti it. Just picking up a child off the street yields a double bloodline. Xiangxi, Senju Xiangxi, what a splendid name I have bestowed. Tsunade giggled, oblivious to the details of her initial encounter with Xiangxi, only recalling that after leaving the clan's territory, she journeyed westward and returned with him. Thank you, clan leader. A sigh of relief escaped Xiangxi. He had not anticipated that activating the demonic sword would bring such significant complications. Speaking of which, why did he possess the Sharingan? Moreover, it seemed his Sharingan lacked the concept of ocular power, relying solely on demonic energy for maintenance. If he were to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, would he still risk blindness from the depletion of ocular power? As Senju Tobarama turned to walk back, he casually remarked to Xiangxi, be mindful not to expose the secret between your bloodline and the Sharingan. Upon hearing the words, Xiangxi was taken aback. It turned out that Senju Tobarama had already discerned the connection between demonic power and the Sharingan. Indeed, with Tobarama's keen observational skills, it was impossible for him to overlook such a detail. Apart from Madara, no one understood the Sharingan, let alone the Manjiki Sharingan, better than Senju Tobarama. What secret? Tsunade inquired. Why did I not perceive it? The secret lies in the union of Senju and Uchiha, granting the power of the universe. To put it simply, I am invincible. Little Tsunade, how laughable. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins, and she clenched her fists, ready to unleash a barrage of blows on Xiangxi. However, Xiangxi had transformed. Utilizing his demonic power, he retaliated with a punch that sent Tsunade staggering back. Bolstered by the enhancement of his physical prowess through demonic energy, he found himself in a competitive struggle with her, neither yielding an inch. After their playful tussle, it was ultimately Uzumaki Mido who emerged to admonish them to take a rest. Chapter 3. Combat training. The sky was pale with dawn. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, creating a soft sound around the courtyard. Just as the rooster's crow echoed, a small boy, around 5 or 6 years of age, was seen in the courtyard, wielding a wooden sword with meticulous precision. Although his swordplay appeared chaotic, he was utterly earnest, each swing accompanied by a whisper of wind. Before long, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Each stroke was executed with utmost effort, rapidly depleting his stamina. My suspicions were indeed correct, Xiangxi mused. Pausing to wipe his brow, through his morning exertions, his swordsmanship had increased by 1 point. Demonic power, 4550, swordsmanship, level 1, 1500, as he had surmised. Regardless of his prior knowledge of sword techniques, diligent practice would inevitably enhance his skill. Consequently, he had forsaken his usual habit of sleeping in and risen early to train. Simultaneously, the restoration of his demonic power brought him relief. After utilizing it in conjunction with Senju Tobarama's research and engaging in playful antics with Tsunade, his demonic energy had plummeted to 14 points. However, after a night's rest, it had replenished to 45 points. If his demonic power could not recover autonomously and relied solely on siphoning from demons, his endurance would be severely compromised. Such opportunities as having Senju Tobarama, who possessed a surplus of chakra and allowed him to absorb it, were rare. The thought of being devoid of chakra filled him with despair. Without it, he would be reduced to an ordinary person, facing the constant threat of death in the ninja-dominated world of Naruto. The emergence of the demonic sword was akin to the last glimmer of hope before drowning. How could he not grasp this opportunity with all his might? Yet, the progress seemed painfully slow. Xiangxi scratched his head. After practicing for about an hour that morning, his swordsmanship had only increased by 1 point. Assuming his body could withstand it, if he trained for 8 hours daily, he could reach the maximum value in 2 months. This pace appeared remarkably swift. However, Xiangxi knew it would not be so straightforward. As he advanced, increasing his swordsmanship would surely become increasingly challenging, perhaps requiring several days to gain a single point. Would having a mentor hasten his progress? He decided not to dwell on that for now. After completing his sword practice, he would familiarize himself with the application of demonic power. With this thought in mind, Xiangxi closed his eyes, channeling demonic energy into his feet, and leapt into the air, landing atop a large tree in the courtyard, which was as thick as a barrel, having jumped roughly 3 meters high at a glance. After yesterday's research conducted by Senju Tobarama, he has generally grasped the usage of demonic energy. Firstly, it can be attached to the body, significantly enhancing physical attributes, making it feasible to engage in close combat with Tsunade, far surpassing the augmentation provided by chakra. It can also mimic chakra's abilities, allowing one to climb trees and walk on water by adhering to the soles of the feet. However, given his current level of control over demonic energy, he can only ascend to the midpoint of a tree, necessitating continued practice. It can be said that it possesses the fundamental functions of chakra, but excels beyond it, albeit lacking the transformative capabilities of chakra. The mere act of attaching demonic energy to the body incurs minimal consumption, roughly 1 point of demonic energy, sustaining it for around a minute. Engaging in attacks or receiving damage depletes it rapidly. Of course, the quantity of demonic energy one can control for attachment can be adjusted. The greater the enhancement, the higher the consumption. Yet, this enhancement has its limits based on the body's tolerance, with a maximum consumption of 5 points of demonic energy for peak augmentation. The consumption for a single Tomo Sharingan is approximately 2 points of demonic energy for 1 minute, and considering the enhancement to perceptual abilities, particularly for someone like him who favors close combat, this expenditure is entirely acceptable. Uchiha Nansure, when I activate my Sharingan, I shall challenge you again. In the morning, as the practical class commenced, Uchiha Ken made a bold proclamation. Nansure, gripping the wooden sword at his waist, corrected him with a scowl. I am not of the Uchiha clan. I am Senju Nansure, personally certified by the second Hokage. Since he was training in swordsmanship, it was only fitting to carry a sword. The Ninja Academy does not actually prohibit students from bringing real swords, but Nansure, considering his current inability to wield one properly, feared that mishandling a real blade would lead to injury, thus opting for a wooden sword as a transitional tool. After practicing in the courtyard that morning, he was acutely aware of his own abilities. Humph, traitor. Uchiha Ken scoffed, striding away. Nansure, I will fight you. Tsunade stepped forward at that moment. The unresolved, playful skirmish from yesterday left her feeling unsatisfied. In the past, she had always dominated Nansure, but now, with his bloodline awakened, he stood on equal footing with her, and he was of the Uchiha clan. She aimed to showcase her strength as the eldest of the Senju clan, intending to subdue Nansure and make him her subordinate. Tsunade, don't be ridiculous. Nansure sighed, regretting not conceding a bit yesterday and feigning defeat. You're scared. If you're scared, just admit it. Tsunade raised her fist, glaring at him. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight at home. It's better to engage and learn with classmates here. Nansure casually deflected her challenge, though internally he was contemplating validating another hypothesis. He approached a classmate with white hair and face paint, raising an eyebrow. My good fellow, I perceive your exceptional talent. You are destined for greatness. Would you care to spar and exchange insights? Really? Ha. The white-haired student laughed heartily. Having a Sharingan certainly gives you an eye for talent. Let us see just how vast the gap is between us. The two made their way to a makeshift arena on the playground, reported to the supervising combat instructor, and stood apart by 3 or 4 meters, forming opposing hand seals as instructed. Jiraiya wore an expression of excitement, interpreting Nansure's initiative to spar as a mark of respect and determination to give his all. He stepped forward a few paces and, brandishing his fists, launched the first strike, aiming for the shoulder of the opponent. The opponent, Xiangxi, crouched slightly and deftly sidestepped, counterattacking with a swift draw of his blade, delivering a cut to Jiraiya's abdomen. Jiraiya, wincing in pain, retreated a couple of steps but, undeterred, pressed on with his assault. Although the blade was wooden, the impact was still quite painful, especially on the tender abdomen. Jiraiya's physical prowess could not be compared to that of the pampered offspring of affluent families. Previously, Senju Tobirama had never acknowledged Xiangxi as a member of the Senju clan. But thanks to Tsunade, Xiangxi received treatment befitting a Senju, his physique even superior to that of other clan members. The two exchanged blows, the sounds of strikes and cries of pain echoing in succession. Jiraiya was not one to be stubborn. Upon realizing he could not overpower Xiangxi head-on, he began to vary his attack methods, employing all the street fighting techniques he could muster. Xiangxi refrained from using his innate ability, the Devil's Grasp, as his demon energy sufficed, and Jiraiya's meager chakra could hardly translate into any significant demon power. He merely guided the demon energy within him to amplify his strength. And his Sharingan manifested as he adeptly countered Jiraiya's chaotic onslaught, managing to hold his ground even without proficiency in swordsmanship. Minutes later, Jiraiya was drenched in sweat. Ultimately, with a decisive kick, Xiangxi sent Jiraiya sprawling to the ground, prompting Jiraiya to concede defeat. Lying on the ground, he struggled to rise. Xiangxi, maintaining his composure, helped Jiraiya up, and the two formed a reconciliation seal, concluding their match. The gap is indeed vast. I didn't land a single hit on you, Jiraiya remarked with a wry smile. Xiangxi smiled back, but said nothing. With the augmented strength from his demon energy and the Sharingan, there was little chance of anyone defeating him with mere physical techniques before they had all mastered ninjutsu, with Tsunade being the notable exception. After the match, Xiangxi's other hypothesis proved correct as well. His swordsmanship had increased by 2 points. Demon energy, 3,850. Swordsmanship, level 1, 3,500. Chapter 4. The Gambler of Konoha engaging in matches with others certainly enhances swordsmanship. Moreover, after practicing for an hour in the morning, his swordsmanship had only increased by 1 point, while a single bout with Jiraiya had elevated it by 2 points. It seemed he needed to practice with others more frequently. After resting for a while, Xiangxi, disregarding Tsunade's sulking demeanor, invited other classmates to spar. However, upon witnessing Xiangxi activate his Sharingan, most classmates declined his invitation. Though they were young, the fearsome reputation of the Sharingan was well known. Fortunately, Orochimaru, whom Xiangxi had been eyeing, agreed to the match, but regrettably, his swordsmanship only increased by 1 point after sparring with Orochimaru. It appeared that the increase in swordsmanship through practice was contingent on the opponent's strength. Xiangxi mused silently. Based solely on physical prowess, before mastering chakra for ninjutsu, Orochimaru's strength was evidently inferior to Jiraiya's. Don't be upset. I'll practice with you, Xiangxi noted, realizing that Tsunade was currently the only one in the class capable of matching him. Although the legendary 3 ninjas would one day make their mark in the ninja world, at present, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were no match for Tsunade. After everyone else has had their turn, then it will be my time. Do you think I'm that easy to deal with? Humph. I don't want to talk to you right now, Tsunade retorted, crossing her arms and turning her head away. Clearly displeased. With a swift glance, Xiangxi leaned closer to Tsunade's ear and whispered, "How about I accompany you to the casino after school?" Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly replied, only to lower her voice once more. "When we get home, you must help me keep it a secret from Grandma. She mustn't find out about our trip to the casino." Xiangxi readily agreed, reveling in the prospect of earning money while delighting Tsunade. His luck in gambling alongside her had never led to loss. "Let us engage in a real showdown. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the formidable Tsunade." Tsunade grabbed Xiangxi and reported to their practical combat instructor. After forming a seal of opposition, she charged at him with a fierce determination. Her fist aimed squarely at his face. In an instant, the distance of 3 to 4 meters between them vanished. Xiangxi nimbly evaded her initial strike, yet Tsunade, retaining her momentum, unleashed another punch immediately after. The same technique, however, yielded a drastically different outcome when executed by Tsunade compared to Jiraiya. With a resounding thud, Xiangxi braced himself to absorb the blow, feeling as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer, causing him to stagger back a half step. The force was comparable to that of an average adult. Xiangxi grumbled internally and unsheathed his wooden sword, channeling his demonic energy to augment his strength, while his Sharingan subtly manifested. Engaging Tsunade without exerting his full power would result in a one-sided assault. Despite their shared upbringing, Tsunade's physical capabilities were extraordinary. It was evident that the Senju clan had inherited the sage's physique, and Tsunade's bloodline was stronger than that of her fellow Senju. As the wooden sword collided with Tsunade's fist, this time, Xiangxi stood his ground. Empowered by his augmented strength, he made Tsunade feel the impact as well. By expending 5 points of demonic energy to maximize his physical enhancement, he matched Tsunade's power, while his speed, reflexes, and resilience surpassed hers significantly. Suddenly, Xiangxi transformed into a force to be reckoned with, shifting from a defensive to an aggressive stance against Tsunade's attacks. In a surprising turn of events, he began to dominate the exchange. Throughout the bout, he occasionally engaged in direct combat, utilizing his skills to siphon Tsunade's chakra during their physical encounters. Unlike Jiraiya, Tsunade possessed a substantial chakra reserve, as the Senju clan was renowned for their abundant chakra. Though each siphoning was brief, the cumulative effect gradually weakened Tsunade while bolstering his own strength. Noticing this, Tsunade's frustration mounted, and her strikes grew increasingly powerful with her rising anger. Her strength gradually overtaking Xiangxi's. Just as she believed victory was imminent, Xiangxi leaped back, raising his hand in surrender. "You're conceding without a scratch? Are you even a man?" Tsunade fumed, feeling on the verge of triumph, yet Xiangxi had chosen to yield. "You'll understand what it means to be a man later." He chuckled, winking at Tsunade as he walked away. Little did he know, his words incited Jiraiya to lead a chorus of laughter, with their classmates joining in merriment. One cannot deny the precociousness of the children in the world of Naruto. At a tender age of 5 or 6, she had already begun to grasp the nebulous notions of affection. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson in response to the laughter surrounding her, and she glared at her classmates in frustration. Unfortunately, her rosy complexion offered her no intimidation. She could only clench her small fists in indignation and storm off. During her sparring session with Tsunade, her demonic energy diminished by 21 points, a feat accomplished only after absorbing Tsunade's chakra. Her swordsmanship improved by 3 points, its growth corresponding to the caliber of her opponent. Demonic energy, 1450. Swordsmanship, level 1, 6500. It seemed prudent to practice with Tsunade more frequently. Jiraiya and Orochimaru would likely not match her prowess in the near term. However, caution was necessary, for any injury might hinder her training with the blade. Soon, the school day concluded. Tsunade eagerly grabbed Xiangxi and dashed towards the casino, having amassed a considerable sum of money during this time. After saving diligently, today she was determined to dominate the gaming floor. While children of their age were typically barred from entering the casino, Tsunade was an exception. Being a direct protege of the first Hokage, they dared not refuse her entry. Even though the first Hokage had long since passed, out of respect for his legacy and Tsunade's esteemed status, the doors of the Konoha casino remained perpetually open to her. Place your bets. As the gambling sage of Konoha, I shall ensure you do not win a single coin, Xiangxi proclaimed arrogantly, seated beside Tsunade. Disgraceful. Upon exiting the casino, Xiangxi triumphantly pocketed 3,000 ryo. Observing Tsunade's dejected demeanor prompted a reflection on the casino's perilous nature. "Tsunade, could you possibly return my money?" she asked, her expression shy and her gaze lowered. "What do you mean your money? It's clearly my winnings," Xiangxi retorted, her face darkening in disbelief at Tsunade's audacity. Yet, Tsunade felt no shame. Instead, she lifted her chin defiantly, stating, "You always place your bets after I do, relying on my wagers to secure your victories. The winnings are derived from my stakes, so how could they not be mine? Not only is your gambling technique poor, but your integrity is lacking as well," Xiangxi exclaimed as she took off running, declaring, "The money is with me. If you have the guts, come and get it. If you manage to take it, it's yours. Who has poor gambling skills and integrity? Don't run away," Tsunade shouted as she chased after her. The two engaged in a playful pursuit, their laughter and shouts carried by the wind, echoing back to the Senju clan's territory. Just as they neared the clan's grounds, Tsunade nearly caught Xiangxi, but to her dismay, they arrived at the clan's entrance just in time. Unbeknownst to her, Xiangxi had purposefully held back just enough to tease her. While Tsunade possessed considerable strength, her speed was no match for Xiangxi's. Had Xiangxi truly intended to escape, she would have vanished long ago. Pouting, Tsunade seemed incensed at her inability to reclaim her money, turning away from Xiangxi in a huff as she headed home. Upon arriving, the piercing gaze of Uzumaki Mido immediately revealed that their trip to the casino had been discovered. Before Mido could scold her, Tsunade approached, feigning a pitiful demeanor and shedding a few artificial tears, which softened Mido's heart, preventing her from reprimanding Tsunade further. While Tsunade managed to evade punishment, Xiangxi could not expect the same fate. Let him feign tears like Tsunade. A swift stab would be far more merciful. After soothing Tsunade, Uzumaki Mizuho allowed her to retire for rest, remaining with Xiangxi in the chamber. Although Tobirama had not officially acknowledged your lineage to the Senju clan, I have always regarded you as akin to Tsunade. Tobirama tacitly accepted this. The two fell into a momentary silence before Uzumaki Mizuho broke it. "Your intellect is remarkably mature, quite unlike that of a 5-year-old. While you occasionally utter nonsensical remarks, your presence beside Tsunade has always reassured me, until the awakening of your Sharingan." Chapter 5. Mastering the blade. Xiangxi was taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze to meet the calm and wise eyes of Uzumaki Mizuho, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Upon awakening the Sharingan, Tobirama conferred upon you the name Senju. With the bloodline coursing through your veins and the policies of the Senju clan, I trust you comprehend the implications." Xiangxi lowered his head, fists clenched tightly before he quickly relaxed them. Indeed, regardless of the emphasis on his dual bloodlines, the reality of his Sharingan remained undeniable. Tobirama would never permit Tsunade to associate with one possessing the Sharingan, coupled with the Senju clan's integration policy with the common folk. Although I don't entirely align with Tobirama's philosophy, he is, after all, the Hokage and the head of the Senju clan. Starting next week, someone will instruct you in the art of swordsmanship. Uzumaki Mizuho sighed. "You are astute. You should understand what is best for both you and Tsunade." Xiangxi kept his head bowed, obscuring his expression, softly uttering a single word. "Yes." Uzumaki Mizuho spoke further, likely sharing affectionate sentiments, yet Xiangxi barely recalled them and had little desire to. The following morning, he awoke with a smile adorning his face, seemingly having forgotten the events of the previous day. He dined with Tsunade, as usual, and attended school together. However, within the confines of the Senju clan, he always lagged a half-step behind Tsunade, no longer sharing the image of them walking side by side, laughing and playing. At school, Xiangxi took the initiative to approach Jiraiya and Orochimaru, engaging in training and play with them. As days passed, their rapport blossomed rapidly. Although Orochimaru often displayed reluctance towards frivolous amusements, and Jiraiya incessantly clamored for games meant for adults, Xiangxi yearned for new friends. After a day of learning, Tsunade and Xiangxi returned directly to the Senju clan, having not yet saved any money. Upon arriving home, Tsunade sensed an oddness in the air over the past few days, yet could not articulate it, feeling a vague discomfort stirring within her. However, Uzumaki Mizuho was quite pleased. The instructor for Xiangxi's swordsmanship had just arrived, a middle-aged man with a severed arm. Thus, for the first time, Tsunade and Xiangxi, who usually trained together in the clan, were separated in their practice. Grandfather once said, "You are better suited for taijutsu and kenjutsu. No one understands ninjas better than my grandfather. Training ninjutsu and chakra control with me is of little use. Focus on your training and do not let the gap in our abilities widen," Tsunade exclaimed, patting Xiangxi on the shoulder with a joyful expression. Though impulsive in her actions, she possesses a keen mind, aware that without chakra, one cannot ascend to the rank of a ninja. Embarking upon the path of swordsmanship is indeed a fortuitous endeavor for her, and she rejoices for Xiangxi, provided it is the swordsmanship of Konoha. I must secure a reservation for the Thunder God sword from my second grandfather in advance. Tsunade mused with great intent. For is it not rightfully hers? Although it has yet to be in her possession, it does not hinder her from mentally offering it forth. You must strive even harder. Beware that once I master the art of swordplay, you may no longer reign as my elder sister, Xiangxi replied with a smile, disregarding Tsunade's boastful banter as she followed the one-armed middle-aged man to another training ground of the Senju clan. I am Takeda Soda, an adept in the Konoha style of swordsmanship. The one-armed man introduced himself, his tone somewhat somber. He bore a square face, marked by an expression that seldom revealed levity. Senju Xiangxi, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Xiangxi said formally, bowing deeply, not allowing his disability to diminish her respect. Anyone recognized by Uzumaki Mido to be his mentor must surely be of no ordinary caliber. I am aware of your circumstances, lacking chakra. Before I followed Lord Tobarama into battle, I was not a ninja, but a warrior. I believe Lord Mido valued this quality in me. Hence my role in teaching you the ways of the warrior rather than the Konoha style of swordsmanship, Takeda Soda explained, producing a short blade and tossing it to Xiangxi. Having been a ninja for so long, I have forgotten many training methods of a warrior. We shall teach as we go along. First, let us learn to grip the blade. If you cannot firmly grasp the sword, you are unworthy of being called a warrior. Xiangxi unsheathed the short blade, its cold gleam striking her with the realization that it was a genuinely sharp weapon. If he wielded this blade, with his strength, he could cleave a person in two with a single stroke. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, a creature suddenly appeared in the training ground. A dog? A wolf? A husky? If she could withstand the assault of the white wolf without losing her grip on the blade, it would mark her first step in mastering the grip. Xiangxi was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the white wolf, towering at her chest level. What kind of sorcery is this? The white wolf is about your size. I mean in terms of human age, it is merely 3 months old, Takeda Soda clarified. Noticing Xiangxi's stunned expression, he issued a command to the wolf. In an instant, a flash of white darted forward, and the wolf leapt onto Xiangxi's leg, its newly formed teeth eagerly drooling as it bit down. This was no ordinary 3-month-old creature. As a summoning beast, it was imbued with chakra and a natural bloodline advantage, its strength rivaling that of an ordinary adult wolf. The first bite drew blood. Upon tasting the crimson liquid, the white wolf's eyes sparkled. This human blood was more delectable than anything it had ever consumed. Damn it, Xiangxi cursed, instinctively swinging the sheathed blade, but the wolf deftly evaded. With remarkable speed, the wolf leaped back and, as soon as it landed, pounced once more. Xiangxi's blood beckoned it, urging it to continue its feast. Quickly, Xiangxi summoned her demonic energy and swung the sheathed blade to intercept, her speed matching that of the wolf. Unexpectedly, despite his speed being on par and his strength surpassing that of the white wolf, his short blade was repeatedly evaded. At times, he was caught off guard. unable to envelop the attacked area with his demonic energy, leading to a sharp bite. As he wildly wielded the short blade, the white wolf nimbly twisted away, seizing the opportunity to bite down on his right hand holding the knife. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his wrist, and instinctively, he almost relinquished his grip on the blade. Yet, his reason forcibly suppressed this instinct, compelling him to maintain his hold on the weapon. Although the white wolf appeared diminutive, for someone like him, who had never properly studied martial arts, once engaged in close combat, he was destined to be overwhelmed. Takeda Soda, observing from the sidelines, mused idly while his mind wandered. This boy possesses an astonishing physique. I had anticipated that within at least a year, he would be utterly defenseless against the white wolf. Yet on the very first day, he is capable of counterattack, though still relegated to a passive role. With further training in martial techniques and swordsmanship, the white wolf would no longer stand a chance against him, as this boy's physical prowess overwhelms it. Speaking of which, could his second bloodline inherit from the Senju clan? With his head of white hair, he bears a resemblance to Lord Hokage. But wait, Lord Hokage despises the Uchiha clan. On another note, what if this is indeed an experiment by Lord Hokage to study the Uchiha? He remained unaware of the influence of Xiangshi's demonic energy on his physique. And Senju Tobarama would never divulge such secrets, as each bloodline is a ninja's confidential legacy. Chapter 6. Swordsmanship Training. Enduring the pain, Xiangshi flung his hand, casting off the biting white wolf. Were it not for his current inability to envelop his entire body with demonic energy, he would have expended a significant amount of energy to shield himself and confront the white wolf head-on. Upon landing, the white wolf grinned, resembling Takeda Soda's own smile. It joyfully yelped twice before darting away again. Unlike ninjas, samurai lack the instantaneous techniques or shadow clones, relying solely on the blade in their hands to survive on the battlefield. Noticing Xiangshi's battered state, Takeda Soda spoke again. What is swordsmanship? It is, in essence, the art of killing. The goal is to employ skill to eliminate the enemy while preserving one's own life. All training centers around this principle. You possess the Sharingan. Can you not see the white wolf's attacks clearly? Why do you remain ensnared in its rhythm? Why does every full-force swing of your blade fail to connect? Are you truly grasping the sword? The white wolf, moving at merely 80% of its speed, is exhausting you. Is it that your power pales in comparison? Or your speed? Takeda Soda's words struck Xiangshi, causing him to momentarily falter, even if it resulted in another bite from the white wolf. Yet, he sensed a glimmer of understanding. In previous sparring matches with classmates, he often relied on amplifying his demonic energy and charging in to overpower them, never considering how to actually fight. Gradually, the frequency of Xiangshi's strikes diminished, yet each swing posed a greater threat to the white wolf. His Sharingan's perceptive abilities were in full effect, while he exerted control over every part of his body, slowly enhancing his speed and strength. The white wolf sensed this change, its previously wide-open mouth now closing as it began to regard this delectable human with newfound seriousness. It is absolutely unacceptable for this individual to be denied the exquisite taste of fresh blood. In truth, Xiangshi's strength and speed have not increased. They remain as they were. However, he has discovered a surge in the potency of his capabilities. To put it simply, where he previously exerted tenfold strength to achieve a mere 50% efficiency, he now maintains that same tenfold strength, yet has elevated his output to 55 or even 60%. His blade still bears no visible signs of technique, yet it has grown increasingly sharp and formidable. At last, Xiangshi managed to extricate himself from the rhythm of the white wolf's assault. The intensity of their exchange diminished, yet the danger escalated beyond prior levels. This shall be the conclusion for today. Just then, Teiichi Soda approached, interrupting the clash between Xiangshi and the white wolf. Xiangshi sheathed his blade, and despite his injuries, a sense of joy welled within him as he distinctly felt his progress. The white wolf, reluctant, licked its fangs, still tasting the remnants of blood, leaving it yearning for more. Your performance has surprised me. It is no wonder you possess the bloodline of the Sharingan, as your instinctive grasp of combat is remarkable. I had expected it would take you at least a month to show any semblance of skill. Yet here you are after merely a day, Teiichi Soda exclaimed, circling around Xiangshi, scrutinizing his physique. Your body is impressive. Beneath that unremarkable exterior lies immense potential. You might excel in martial arts even further. My path lies in swordsmanship, Xiangshi replied, shaking his head. Very well. Tomorrow I shall teach you the art of wielding a blade. While it is indeed splendid to vanquish foes with one's fists, a warrior must ultimately communicate through the sword. No matter how robust your physique, it cannot withstand a single strike. Xiangxi nodded, gesturing towards the ground where the white wolf lay. Can this be consumed? I wish to feast on dog meat. The white wolf, as if understanding human speech, bared its teeth in a snarl. How audacious this human was. Contemplating devouring it, when it had not yet savored enough of his blood. Taguchi Soda's expression darkened. Do you think a spirit beast is akin to a stray dog? It is quite precious. When you acquire wealth, I might take you to the Inuzuka household for a taste. The Inuzuka dogs have never bitten me. I refuse to eat them. This one has bitten me, and I cannot retaliate with a bite. I can only consume it. Taguchi Soda could not help but deliver a sharp reprimand to Xiangxi. Do not even think about it. From now on, your training opponent will be the white wolf. Do not assume that your exchanges today have placed you above it. Remember, it is but 3 months old. Once it matures at a year, it will possess at least the strength of a chunin. You will still be in your 2nd year. Witness how it will bite you. Once my swordsmanship awakens to the 3rd tier, Iron Shatter Fong, I shall slay you before you reach adulthood. Xiangxi responded with a sly grin towards the white wolf. The creature shivered under Xiangxi's gaze, instinctively baring its fangs in warning, sensing the ill intentions of this human. As he concluded his training and made his way home, Xiangxi became acutely aware of the toll his numerous injuries had taken. Each step sent a dull ache coursing through the places where he had been bitten. Xiangxi, what happened to you? Tsunade exclaimed upon seeing him. He was covered in dirt, his clothes tattered and torn, particularly at the cuffs, where numerous bloodstains adorned his body. He resembled a beggar, and even the short knife in his hand seemed to be wielded for scavenging scraps from wild dogs. With a broad grin revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, Xiangxi's expression quickly shifted to a more subdued smile. His smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a white wolf, prompting a desire for a different demeanor. Upon learning about Xiangxi's lessons for the day, Tsunade was immediately incensed and sought out Uzumaki Naruto to address her grievances, insisting on a change of instructor for Xiangxi. There's no need for that. Let's eat first. I'm nearly starving, Xiangxi interjected, grasping Tsunade's arm. The efficacy of his training was evident, as reflected in the 5-point increase in his swordsmanship, surpassing the gains he made from sparring with Tsunade. This was merely the first day, and he anticipated even greater progress once Takeda Soda officially commenced his tutelage. Swordsmanship, Level 1, 21, 500. Reluctantly, Tsunade returned to her seat, muttering incessantly, "What good can this training possibly yield? If a month passes and your abilities remain stagnant, I shall certainly report this to Granny and second grandfather." After their meal, exhausted, Xiangxi collapsed into bed and fell asleep instantly. The following day, upon arriving at school, Jiraiya immediately sensed that something was amiss with Xiangxi. He appeared to be out of sorts. The injuries sustained during training had completely healed overnight. The demonic energy had restorative properties, reminiscent of the time Sesshomaru healed his grievous wrist wound during battle with Kirin. With such remarkable recuperative abilities, Xiangxi felt that spending time in the classroom would be a waste. "What is going on with you today?" Jiraiya inquired, sitting behind Xiangxi and glancing at the teacher before speaking quietly. "From now on, I will solely focus on swordsmanship. What is taught in school bears little relevance to me, and I have no desire to attend." "I see," Jiraiya replied, his tone hesitant yet tinged with envy. Not only swordsmanship, but even basic martial arts were inaccessible to someone of his background. His skills were limited to a few clumsy punches, as evidenced in his sparring with Xiangxi. "Are you still training together today?" "Yes, the swordsmanship training will commence after school. Then you must give it your all. Once I master ninjutsu, you won't stand a chance against me." Jiraiya quickly reverted to his boisterous self, playfully slapping Xiangxi on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. "Jiraiya." The teacher at the podium turned sharply, his ears perked, and with a swift flick of his hand, a piece of chalk accurately struck Jiraiya on the forehead. "You and Senju Xiangxi, both of you, step outside for punishment." Chapter 7. Orochimaru's Talent. Jiraiya. The teacher at the podium turned sharply, his ears perked, and with a swift flick of his hand, a piece of chalk accurately struck Jiraiya on the forehead. "You and Senju Xiangxi, both of you, step outside for punishment." Xiangxi and Jiraiya were indifferent. They had little desire to remain in the classroom. One was solely focused on mastering swordsmanship, while the other was intent on learning ninjutsu, rendering theoretical lessons utterly unappealing. "You've changed your sword?" Once outside the classroom, the oblivious Jiraiya finally noticed the new blade at Xiangshi's waist. Care to give it a try? This is a real sword. You might end up injuring yourself. Xiangshi raised an eyebrow. The advantage of a weapon was immense when their combat skills were still rudimentary. A sharpened real sword? Jiraiya felt a bit intimidated, as he had yet to even handle an iron kunai. A real sword. However, I shall refrain from drawing my sword until I have mastered the basics of swordsmanship. Isn't that akin to wielding a mere stick? I fear nothing. Shall we give it a try? Now, the two exchanged furtive glances as they peered into the classroom, noticing that the teacher was engrossed in his lecture. Oblivious to their presence, with a silent agreement, they stealthily made their escape. These two rascals, although the teacher remained unaware, Tsunade, the object of scrutiny, was acutely aware of their antics. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the Hokage, surely you possess profound insights into his philosophies. Might you share your understanding and reflections on the Hokage's core principles with the class? Let us all extend a warm round of applause. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. It was undeniable that the admiration for Senju Tobirama resonated deeply, even among the Uchiha clan. I understand. Please sit down, Tsunade stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. The teacher, with a frown, instructed her to take her seat, and the atmosphere in the classroom transformed into one of joviality. It's all because of those two rascals, Xiangshi and Jiraiya. Tsunade grumbled to herself, darting toward the playground as soon as the class ended, fully aware they would be waiting there. Shadow clone technique. Jiraiya performed the jutsu in front of Xiangshi, and as the smoke dissipated, one disheveled Jiraiya lay on the ground in an awkward position. Xiangshi did not intervene, knowing the outcome was likely to be a failure. Surrender already, he chuckled, stepping forward to strike with his blade. A chorus of pained cries echoed across the playground until Orochimaru arrived, prompting Jiraiya to concede immediately. He certainly did not wish to be seen by Orochimaru in a state of defeat. Foolish Jiraiya, I previously instructed you to concentrate your chakra in your hand's meridians. Yet you seem to have learned nothing. Tsunade remarked disdainfully. I learned it. Jiraiya quickly retorted. I just momentarily forgot. Orochimaru disregarded Jiraiya's protest, tilting his head toward Xiangshi. Shall we engage in a spar? After battling Jiraiya, consider it a warm-up. Xiangshi nodded, eager to refine his swordsmanship. The two established their stances and engaged in a bout of taijutsu. Clang. The clash of the blade against a fist reverberated, yet Orochimaru appeared entirely unfazed by the pain, boldly deflecting the blade with his bare hand. Do you see? This is the application of chakra that I taught. Tsunade commented from the sidelines, noting that this combat style was imparted to both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. While this method differed vastly from brute strength techniques, it effectively enhanced their physical prowess, compensating for Orochimaru and Jiraiya's physical limitations. As Xiangshi executed a swift kick, momentarily pushing Orochimaru back, his short blade descended once more. In the instant the blade struck Orochimaru, a plume of smoke erupted, revealing a wooden stump in his place. The body replacement technique. Upon reflection, it was evident that he had anticipated the moment when his blade was deflected and had formed the necessary seals unnoticed. With few obstructions on the playground, it was easy to spot the two Orochimaru rushing back into the fray. It is evident that this is the art of shadow clones. Orochimaru's technique surpasses Jiraiya's by leaps and bounds, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the illusion at first glance. Xiangshi furrowed his brow, unable to differentiate without activating his Sharingan. Both Orochimarus launched simultaneous attacks, one from the left and the other from the right. Xiangshi swung his blade towards the left while deftly evading the assault from the right. The dagger passed through Orochimaru's form, revealing it to be merely a phantasm. Xiangshi's speed surged, allowing him to narrowly escape the right side attack, and he swiftly countered with a return slash. Orochimaru raised his hand to block, yet once again, his blade passed through the apparition. Both were mere clones. Channeling his inner demonic energy, Xiangshi's eyes instantaneously transformed to crimson as he activated his Sharingan. A mere glance revealed the teacher, who had mysteriously appeared on the playground, standing beside Tsunade. Noticing Xiangshi's gaze, the teacher smiled and formed hand seals, suddenly transforming into Orochimaru's likeness. I concede. The fact that I could draw out your Sharingan indicates my strength has indeed progressed during this period. Jiraiya gasped in surprise. What? So you are Orochimaru? You startled me. He feared that the teacher had come to retrieve him, but upon realizing the truth, A twinge of jealousy emerged towards Orochimaru. Tsunade shared a similar sentiment, though her feelings leaned more towards admiration. It was astonishing how rapidly Orochimaru had advanced in such a short span. If he continued on this trajectory, he might one day possess the strength to challenge her. You have adapted to the role of a ninja remarkably swiftly. Orochimaru, you are truly a prodigy. Xiangshi's assessment was more profound than Tsunade's. Should they find themselves adversaries? The mere thought of Orochimaru masquerading as a teacher to ambush Tsunade spoke volumes about his superior adaptability in the realm of ninja combat. To become a true ninja, a shift in mindset is indispensable. This realization served as a reminder for Xiangshi, whose combat style was inclined towards that of a samurai. Though he was unafraid of frontal assaults, he was susceptible to the covert tactics employed by ninjas. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have made such strides, Orochimaru remarked, not sparing a glance at Jiraiya. The technique of shadow clones had been imparted to him and Jiraiya by Tsunade in advance. His innate talent for ninjutsu was undoubtedly superior to Jiraiya's, allowing him to swiftly apply it in battle. It's no big deal. You'll all learn the shadow clone technique eventually. I merely taught you ahead of time. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, turning to Xiangshi. Now it's our turn to practice. You two caused me embarrassment in class earlier, and this debt must be settled. Xiangshi readily agreed. His stamina was abundant, and he felt energized to face Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru in a relentless battle, the future Sannin. Chapter 8. A year the white wolf bit Xiangshi, and upon hearing his cry of pain, it squinted its eyes and bared its teeth, tasting pure blood, and continued its pursuit. Its intelligence was not to be underestimated. After Xiangshi prepared himself by enveloping the bitten area with demonic energy, the initial bite merely grazed his skin, denying it the taste of blood. However, it soon learned to launch sneak attacks, taking advantage of Xiangshi's momentary lapses or targeting unexpected areas, thus breaching his defenses repeatedly. The art of swordsmanship must be applied flexibly, eschewing rigid adherence to conventional techniques. The fundamental knife techniques I imparted to you are intended for practice, to cultivate the art into an instinctive part of your being, rather than to be employed rigidly for aggression. Takeda Soda stood atop the crown of a tree in the training ground, observing the sparring between Hakuru and Xiangshi. He had already taught Xiangshi the rudiments of the swordsmanship, which, under the perceptive gaze of the Sharingan, Xiangshi had grasped after just a few observations. However, there remained a considerable gap before he could apply these skills effectively in combat. Xiangshi cursed inwardly, fully aware of this shortcoming. Yet, to be thrust into real combat so soon after learning the basics, with no transitional period, was hardly a method of instruction. He harbored serious doubts that Takeda Soda merely wished for Hakuru to sink his teeth into him a few more times. Unlike before, having acquired the basic knife techniques rendered him at a disadvantage, unable to match Hakuru, with whom he had previously fought on equal footing. This was not due to a decline in his abilities, but rather the challenge of integrating the newly learned techniques into battle, until he comprehended their application. Relying on his physical prowess and instinct for combat proved more advantageous. He meticulously explored how to employ the basics, such as slashing, lifting, hooking, and scraping, within the context of combat. Yet, Hakuru did not afford him the luxury of gradual adaptation. Upon detecting an opening, it lunged forward with a bite, exuding far more joy than the previous day. Undoubtedly, Xiangshi's vulnerabilities were more pronounced than before. As he observed Hakuru's movements, he would first run through the foundational knife techniques in his mind before deciding how to strike, resulting in a significant decrease in his reaction speed. After enduring several bites, it suddenly dawned on Xiangshi that most of the basic knife techniques were designed for human combat and were largely ineffective against a wolf. He had overthought the matter. Damn it! He cast a scornful glance at Takeda Soda, then disregarding all notions of technique, he launched a flurry of chaotic strikes at Hakuru, seeking to suppress it first. He reserved some strength for unforeseen circumstances. As the battle shifted into his rhythm, Hakuru found itself momentarily unable to retaliate, growling in frustration as it heightened its speed to the utmost. Both man and wolf exerted their full power, and as the clash escalated, faced with Hakuru's rapid charge, an epiphany struck Xiangshi, prompting him to instinctively adopt a forward stance and sweep his blade. With a sharp sound, blood spurted forth. Hakuru yelped in pain, retreating swiftly, its eyes wide with shock, glaring at Xiangshi, who had inflicted injury for the first time since their training began. The sight of blood seemed to awaken the primal ferocity within Hikaru. Instead of retreating, it charged forward with even greater ferocity. The attacks became increasingly perilous, transforming from mere training and play into a fierce hunt for prey. Takeda Soda observed this scene without intervention. After all, Hikaru was a wolf, and lacking ferocity would render it unworthy of being a spirit beast. He had not anticipated this young man's rapid comprehension. It seemed that soon he would need to teach him the Takeda family's sword techniques. As Hikaru unleashed a tempest of assaults, Xiangxi struggled to withstand the onslaught. Even his demonic energy could not keep pace, and soon he bore several new wounds. Not only bite marks, but also claw scratches. The unleashed ferocity in Hikaru disregarded any notion of savoring Xiangxi's blood, seizing every opportunity to inflict damage. The demonic energy within Xiangxi, coupled with his blood drawing ever closer to that of a demon, only intensified the terror of Hikaru's ferocity. This was also the reason why Hikaru delighted in licking his blood. Yet he possesses human intellect. Unless he succumbs to the transformation akin to absorbing the chakra of the thousand-handed clan, it is improbable for him to unleash the latent ferocity akin to that of the white wolf. Soon, Xiangxi collapsed to the ground. Facing the frenzied assault of the white wolf, his demon energy was depleting at an alarming rate, and for the first time, he experienced the sensation of complete exhaustion of his powers. The white wolf was not faring any better, lying on the ground, panting heavily. In terms of physique, it was inferior to Xiangxi, relying solely on its innate ferocity to endure. As it reached its limit, its condition became worse than Xiangxi's. At that moment, a young man clad in a green vest approached the training ground, glancing at the battered Xiangxi with a smile before advancing to tend to both him and the wolf. It seems my estimation of your endurance was quite accurate. Young one, consider yourself fortunate to be among the Senju clan when I practiced my swordplay. I lacked the luxury of healing. Initially, I had no intention of calling a doctor for your treatment, but Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction, and I must respond. One day, I shall slay this dog, Xiangxi declared fiercely, though his countenance betrayed his weakness. The white wolf seemed to comprehend human speech, baring its teeth at the remark. Its pair of dark, glistening eyes fixated on Xiangxi's throat, as if poised to strike. It is a carnivorous wolf. You likely won't have another chance. Once it reaches maturity, escaping will be a fortunate outcome. Xiangxi remained undeterred, convinced that his progress would not lag behind that of a mere dog. In the days that followed, Xiangxi practiced his swordsmanship diligently each morning and evening, while engaging in sparring sessions with his classmates at the Ninja Academy during the day, primarily with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Occasionally, he would also compete with Tsunade, who often insisted on testing his strength to ensure he was not slacking. Undoubtedly, he consistently emerged as the loser. Upon returning home from school, Takeda occasionally offered personal guidance in swordsmanship, though most of the time, it was he and the white wolf training together. Day after day, a year passed through the seasons of spring and summer. White wolf, keep it up, Jiraiya shouted from the training grounds, laughing heartily as he urged the wolf to bite Xiangxi a few more times. Tsunade, standing nearby, angrily struck Jiraiya with a punch that sent him flying a few meters away. Clang! The clash of claws against the short blades sparked a shower of sparks. A year later, the white wolf had matured, its size comparable to that of a calf, and its strength rivaled that of a chunin. Xiangxi was pushed back by a claw strike, yet he too had made progress over the year. Though his upper limit of demon energy remained unbroken, his swordsmanship had risen significantly under the relentless pressure from the white wolf. He no longer required the scabbard when sparring against others. He had gained mastery over his blade. Name: Senju Xiangxi, Demon Energy, 4370, Demon Blades, Iron Shattered Fong, Awakening Pending, Natural Fong, Awakening Pending, Cloud Fong, Awakening Pending, Swordsmanship, Level 2, 766, 1000. Talent: Absorb enemy demon energy, chakra, to convert into personal demon energy. Note: elevating swordsmanship to level 3 will awaken Iron Shattered Fong. Foolish dog, Xiangxi muttered under his breath. Although he had been repelled, his short blade remained firmly grasped in his hand. The white wolf understood Xiangxi's insult. Letting out a fierce howl before pouncing forward, its feet charged with chakra, exuding an intimidating momentum. Xiangxi experienced no panic as he leapt into the air, deftly evading the attack, taking advantage of the white wolf's momentum, which could not be reversed in time. With a swift motion, he swung his blade down upon it. After his mastery of swordsmanship reached the second tier, he had spent the past month relentlessly besting the white wolf in battle. The beast could no longer taste his blood. Instead, it found itself ensnared by Xiangshi's prowess, draining its chakra with his techniques. This infuriated the white wolf to the point of nearly shattering its teeth in frustration. His demon power limit had risen to 70 points, and his physical constitution had also strengthened, complementing the enhancement of his demonic energy. However, after nearly 2 months, following the white wolf's maturation, the two resumed their back-and-forth clashes. With the advancement in his swordsmanship stalling, he found himself outpaced by the white wolf's growth, enduring public humiliation as his progress paled in comparison to that of a mere dog. Once the white wolf reached 8 months of age, it consistently overpowered Xiangshi, rendering his protective demon energy ineffective. The creature no longer needed to avoid the areas enveloped in demonic energy. It simply lunged and bit, akin to a mid-level ninja's attacks that repeatedly breached defenses. Ultimately, Xiangshi found himself with no choice but to concede after exhausting his powers, likely unable to defeat the white wolf until he achieved another breakthrough in his second-tier swordsmanship. Chapter 9. Early Graduation. Xiangshi, your strength is becoming increasingly formidable, Jiraiya remarked with envy. Despite their proficiency in ninjutsu, which Xiangshi lacked, his swordsmanship continued to improve. If he were to engage in close combat, not even he nor Orochimaru, combined, would stand a chance against him. Perhaps with Tsunade, they could put up a fight, but what difference would that make against defeat? Don't be misled by my current skills. Once you graduate and learn more ninjutsu, I will undoubtedly lag behind, Xiangshi said half-jokingly. According to the growth trajectory of the legendary Sannin, if he hadn't reached the level necessary to awaken the iron-shattered Fang by graduation, his only option would be to flee. Jiraiya blinked and chuckled. We will soon graduate. Before today, as class ended, we submitted our early graduation applications, and you are included. What? You put my name down too? Of course. We grew up together, so we must graduate together, Tsunade interjected matter-of-factly. Xiangshi frowned. He had previously discussed the notion of early graduation with Tsunade, but was not entirely in favor of it. He recalled that shortly after the death of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the First Shinobi World War had erupted, making early graduation perilously risky. Upon hearing about the possibility of early graduation, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru consented, recognizing that they had exhausted their learning at the academy, their talents being exceptionally remarkable even among their clan peers. It's settled then. After graduation, you and I will form a team, Tsunade declared with a hint of danger in her tone. I specifically sought out my grandfather's support. As long as you can hold your own against a genin, you can graduate without taking the basic transformation test. However, if you deliberately fail, is my graduation assessment a battle against a genin? Then I can manage that. I would prefer to forego the basic transformation test. Jiraiya leaned in with enthusiasm, and Orochimaru appeared intrigued as well. The transformation test was a mere formality for them, lacking difficulty. Battling a genin was far more appealing. Get lost. Tsunade has never indulged Jiraiya. Despite the formation of small factions among the legendary Sannin during their time at the Ninja Academy, the significance of Nara's presence in Tsunade's heart is incomparable to that of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Under Tsunade's coercion, Nara could only manage a wry smile and nod in agreement. His original plan was to bide his time, honing his swordsmanship and demonic power, hoping to graduate from the academy with enough skill to wield the iron broken tooth. He believed that once he possessed the cursed blade, graduation would be significantly safer. However, relying solely on training at the academy, his progress in swordsmanship was slow, albeit secure. On the other hand, graduating early and becoming a genin would allow for quicker improvement in combat, albeit with increased peril. Contemplating this, Nara inquired of Tsunade, what about Jiraiya and Orochimaru? In the original narrative, Tsunade formed a team with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, ultimately becoming the legendary Sannin who would shake the very foundations of the ninja world. If Tsunade were to team up with him, would their esteemed titles still hold? Jiraiya leaned closer, naturally curious about which team he would be assigned to and who his comrades would be. As long as he wasn't paired with that vile snake, he had no objections. He cast a glance at the impassive Orochimaru, inwardly reflecting. Orochimaru, in turn, exchanged a look with Jiraiya, both seeming to comprehend the unspoken sentiments in each other's eyes. As long as it wasn't with this fool, they would be content. Orochimaru couldn't help but subtly perk up his ears. Unexpectedly, Tsunade hesitated momentarily, failing to articulate her thoughts. It dawned on him that Tsunade had scarcely considered either him or Orochimaru in her deliberations regarding team assignments, dismissing their placements entirely. No matter. He and Orochimaru had grown accustomed to this. Jiraiya's expression darkened, as past experiences made the implications of Tsunade's reticence painfully clear. Narakuin, after all, is different from us, Orochimaru remarked languidly from the side. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, Nara holds a unique place in Tsunade's heart. All right, enough of your back-and-forth banter. When I return, I'll inquire about your placements. Is that agreeable? Tsunade, feeling exasperated by Jiraiya and Orochimaru's banter, was filled with irritation. What do you mean Nara is special to me? He is not. It's simply because Nara is unable to learn ninjutsu, and after graduation, he will face greater challenges and dangers. Thus, he needs a dependable teammate. You both are insufferable. Jiraiya and Orochimaru fell silent, not out of anger, but rather, as Jiraiya had said, they had long since become accustomed to the dynamic between Nara and Tsunade. However, when Tsunade returned home that evening to ask Hashirama Senju, he remained tight-lipped regarding Jiraiya and Orochimaru's team assignments. The following day, when the teacher announced that their application for early graduation had been approved, the class erupted in excitement. Does early graduation mean we won't have to attend classes? Teacher, I want to graduate early too. I don't want to attend class. Me too. Your lessons are dreadfully boring. I want to graduate early. The students clamored, and the cheerful demeanor of the teacher instantly darkened. Who just criticized my lecture as dull? Step forward. The teacher exclaimed with fury. Uchiha Jien stood up abruptly, defiantly declaring, it's true. Among the four of them, excluding Orochimaru, who has ever passed a theoretical exam? This indicates that the lessons taught by the teacher are utterly insignificant. Crack. The teacher, struck by the words, clutched his chest and stammered. No, they are different. They have mastered both the body flicker technique and practical combat, skillfully applying the theory, which is unrelated to their failures in theoretical classes. And what of Senju Xiangxi? Uchiha Jien hesitated, seemingly unaccustomed to referring to a wielder of the Sharingan as Senju. He relentlessly pursued. He has no chakra. He can't even perform the body flicker technique. Why does he get to graduate early? The teacher appeared anxious. As if caught off guard, he retrieved a bottle of emergency heart pills from his pouch, swallowed one, and exhaled deeply. His academic focus differs from yours. He is not pursuing the path of a ninja, thus cannot be compared to you. Exactly. Uchiha Jin fumed, glaring at Xiangxi, his eyes reddening as if the Sharingan had awakened. He could not bear the thought of a traitor from the Uchiha clan graduating before him. The teacher hastily consumed the entire bottle of pills, flung the empty vial at Uchiha Jien, and bellowed, "Get out and stand in the corner." Reluctantly, Uchiha Jien rose, and as he passed Xiangxi's desk, he turned his head and scoffed. Xiangxi raised an eyebrow, provocatively stating, "Do you wish to graduate early like me? Can you defeat me? You are merely a traitor relying on the power of the Uchiha. Once I awaken my Sharingan, you will see how I teach you a lesson." Uchiha Jien acknowledged that Xiangxi's strength surpassed that of anyone in the class, or even the entire grade. Yet, he maintained that Xiangxi's abilities stemmed solely from the Sharingan. What audacity for a traitor. By the time you awaken your Sharingan, I might very well have become a Jonin, Xiangxi chuckled. As long as he remained alive, awakening the demon blade was inevitable. Becoming a Jonin was merely a matter of time. Chapter 10. Graduation Assessment 2 days later, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru breezed through their graduation assessments. The body flicker technique posed no challenge for them. However, Xiangxi's individual assessment was postponed until the following week. That night, within the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade held up a headband in front of Xiangxi, showcasing it. Does this headband look good on me? Like Jiraiya and Orochimaru. She wore it on her forehead. Will it obscure my face? Where do you think I should wear it? At this time, Tsunade still had a single ponytail, and before reaching her developmental age, she was more concerned about her appearance, worried that wearing the headband on her forehead might affect her beauty. Xiangxi pondered for a moment and replied, "Wearing it on your forehead or around your neck would both look quite appealing. The important thing is that it provides protection for vital areas. Then I'll wear it on my forehead." Tsunade secured the headband tightly across her brow, akin to a child who had just received a new toy, reluctant to part with it even at bedtime. There's no need for envy. If you pass the assessment tomorrow, you'll have one too. Tsunade gently patted Xiangxi on the shoulder, and said with a tone of exaggerated maturity, "You should go to bed early. You little brat who hasn't even graduated yet. Make sure to wake up early for the assessment tomorrow. If you fail, you know my methods." Xiangxi nodded. Tomorrow marked his first battle against a true ninja. Despite his confidence in his abilities, a hint of nervousness was inescapable. That night, sleep eluded him. At 4 a.m, he rubbed his eyes. Weariness etched on his face as he gazed at the grinning Tsunade before him. "It's time to get up. Wake up. Today is your graduation assessment." Tsunade grasped Xiangxi's arm and shook him awake with determination. It seemed as though today was her graduation assessment rather than his, and her excitement surpassed his own. One must understand, on the day of her own graduation assessment, she had never been this anxious to rise so early. At 4 a.m, Xiangxi even questioned whether she had managed to sleep at all. Yawning, Xiangxi sighed. "Tsunade, do you realize my graduation assessment is in the afternoon?" Tsunade blinked in confusion, her large eyes fluttering as she racked her brain to recall the previously established assessment time. Scratching her head, she mused, "Is that so? It seems like it. Do you know what time it is now? The sky is nearly bright. It should be around 6 or 7, right?" Tsunade abruptly shifted to the other side of Xiangxi, blocking his view with her head, attempting to evade the reality of the situation. Xiangxi raised a hand to gently move her head aside and pointed to the clock on the wall behind them, stating matter-of-factly, "Take a look. It's 4 o'clock. 4 in the morning. Is it really that early?" Tsunade exclaimed, her face reflecting sudden realization as if she had just grasped the concept of time. Before Xiangxi could react, she flopped back onto the bed, turning her back to him and declared, So early. I didn't sleep well either. I'll catch up on some sleep. And you should too. I'm already asleep." With another sigh, Xiangxi shared the blanket, tucking Tsunade in before he lay back down. His mind was still somewhat foggy, and the lack of sleep left him groggy. In that moment, he forgot the words of Naruto Uzumaki. Otherwise, he would have certainly dragged Tsunade outside. In the afternoon, on the ninja school playground, Xiangxi's graduation assessment commenced. 2 teachers stood at the edge of the playground, not only supervising the assessment, but also ensuring safety. In combat assessments, injuries were commonplace, but fatalities were unacceptable. "Go on." Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru took turns patting Xiangxi on the shoulder, as though imparting their strength to him. Xiangxi smiled and nodded, stepping into the center of the playground. His opponent, a young genin around 12 or 13 years old, had a dog perched on his head. He was likely from the Inuzuka clan. "Do not hold back. If a life-threatening situation arises, we will terminate the assessment immediately." The assessment teacher's expression was grave as he called the Inuzuka genin and Xiangxi forward, outlining the crucial points of the assessment. "Kid, I advise you to concede early. Losing to Inuzuka-ing is nothing to be ashamed of. Otherwise, if you end up crying from being bitten by Yingmaru, I won't be responsible." Inuzuka-ing scoffed, fully aware of the awakening of Xiangxi's Sharingan, a matter that had garnered attention from all clans. Yet, what did it matter that a mere 6-year-old had awakened the Sharingan? If he were among his peers of the Uchiha clan, perhaps he could have evaded him with some ease. However, Xiangxi remained unperturbed. Dealing with a lower ninja skilled in long-range ninjutsu posed some challenges for him. Yet, after a year of being pursued by the White Wolf, he had developed a particular expertise in handling canines, even if the White Wolf was technically a wolf, not a dog. Once the examiner announced the start, Xiangxi moved with a swiftness akin to the shifting of shadows, dashing to the front of Inuzuka Kage in the blink of an eye, drawing his blade for a decisive strike. The speed was astonishing. Inuzuka Kage, equally adept in speed, found himself unable to evade in time, and in a moment of panic, could only raise his kunai to block. With a clang, Inuzuka Kage was forced back repeatedly, his right hand trembling slightly as it grasped the kunai. The rumors were indeed true. Inuzuka Kage's expression turned grave. To possess such strength at merely 6 years of age could only signify a hybrid of Senju and Uchiha. The Senju clan member with the Sharingan naturally attracted significant attention, with the infusion of demonic power enhancing his already extraordinary physique. In the eyes of the discerning, was he not akin to Tsunade's lineage? The immediate reaction mirrored that of Takeda Soda, Senju blood paired with Uchiha eyes. How infuriating! Inuzuka Kage cursed under his breath and swiftly leapt back as his companion. The shadow dog charged forward, intent on drawing the battle into a rhythm of its own. However, its speed was vastly inferior to that of the White Wolf. Xiangxi, resolute in his intentions, met the oncoming shadow dog with a strike. The angle of his slash was meticulously calculated, exploiting his understanding of canine attack patterns to intercept the airborne shadow dog. It was unable to evade due to its speed, nor did it attempt to. Instead, it lunged to bite the blade's edge, its claws ensnaring Xiangshi's right hand, granting Inuzuka Kage an opportunity. With such meager strength, perhaps he ought to return and study for another 2 years. Four-limbed technique. Striking true, Inuzuka Kage's expression brightened as he taunted. Simultaneously, he gathered chakra in his limbs, lowering himself to the ground like a dog ready to pounce. Under the enhancement of his ninjutsu, his speed surpassed even that of the shadow dog, a true canine. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, a hand suddenly emerged, colliding head-on with his claw. His prideful dog claw had failed to breach the defense. Xiangshi expended a notable 5 points of demonic power to shield his hand, seizing Inuzuka Kage's claw before immediately activating the phantom grasp. Inuzuka Kage quickly realized the predicament and attempted to break free from Xiangshi's hold, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. No matter how he struggled, Xiangshi's grip remained unyielding. Within mere moments, the 5 points of demonic power he had consumed were entirely reclaimed by the phantom grasp, and an additional 3 points were absorbed. Sensing the shift in momentum, the shadow dog promptly released its grip on the short blade, leaping upwards to bite at Xiangshi's throat, forcing him to release his hold and dodge. Inuzuka Kage exhaled in relief, quickly retreating several paces, drenched in sweat. The shadow dog returned to its master's side, crouching low and baring its teeth in a fierce growl. How will you counter this move? Tooth for tooth. Chapter 11 Celebration Tooth for Tooth. The shadow dogs suddenly morphed into the likeness of Inuzuka Kage, their bodies synchronizing in a rapid spin, intertwining like 2 tornadoes, ready to obliterate any adversary in their path. For Xiangshi, who lacked proficiency in ninjutsu, this technique was impossible to confront directly. His swordsmanship had yet to reach a level capable of countering such an attack, nor did he possess any other ninjutsu. He could only evade. Their speed was significantly inferior to that of Bai, yet upon activating his Sharingan, Xiangshi discerned the trajectory of Inuzuka's attack and deftly evaded it. With one failed strike, Inuzuka continued to launch the same assault. Since Xiangshi had successfully dodged, it implied that he could not withstand the onslaught. He maintained his composure while evading, contemplating how many more times Inuzuka could execute this technique after part of his chakra had been siphoned away by the ghost absorption. No matter how formidable the attack, it must connect to be effective. The outcome was already apparent. Tsunade, standing at the edge of the training ground, raised her fist in excitement, convinced that Inuzuka was merely exhausting his chakra, especially considering that he had already suffered a depletion of chakra due to the ghost absorption. He would soon reach his limit with repeated attempts of the technique, leading to his inevitable defeat. Indeed, as she anticipated, after missing twice with his attack, Inuzuka finally recognized his dwindling chakra reserves. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Was he truly on the verge of losing to a mere 6-year-old, becoming a stepping stone for his premature graduation? Observing Inuzuka halt his offensive, Xiangshi knew the moment had arrived to seal the victory. How could I possibly be outmatched by an ungraduated student? Inuzuka, unwilling to concede, mustered his breath and launched another attack, attempting the technique once more while coordinating with his companion, Ingwan, for a close-range assault. Ingwan, in a slightly better state than Inuzuka, initiated the attack first. However, Xiangshi swiftly entwined his dagger, parrying Ingwan's strike, while simultaneously delivering a powerful blow. The chilling blade halted just above Inuzuka's head, rendering him motionless. Still unwilling to surrender? A smile graced Xiangshi's face. This evaluation was proving to be easier than he had imagined. Inuzuka let out a cold snort, seemingly still defiant. Xiangshi narrowed his eyes, retracting his dagger to cross it over his chest. A lethal strike to the head would be excessive, incapacitating Inuzuka's arm, however, would not be too much. The examiner, witnessing the scene, swiftly intervened, declaring Xiangshi's successful assessment. His swordsmanship had increased by 7 points. Thus, this was what it meant to be a genin. Xiangshi, you are now a genin. Tsunade and Jiraiya rushed over, while Orochimaru approached leisurely, yet the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings, his joy matching that of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade, brimming with excitement, leapt onto Xiangshi, embracing him and exclaiming, I knew with your strength, you could do it. Jiraiya clapped Xiangshi on the shoulder, remarking, well done. Xiangshi nodded with a smile, patting Tsunade's back to signal her to come down. There were others present, and he needed to maintain some distance from Tsunade. Fortune favored him, as his opponent in the evaluation was a taijutsu specialist. Had he faced someone proficient in ninjutsu, the outcome may have been uncertain. Xiangxi candidly expressed his thoughts. Inuzuka's taijutsu attacks were largely ineffective against him, but the ninjutsu technique, Fong of the Dog, forced him to evade. That may not be the case, Orochimaru interjected with a grin. Given your speed, Xiangxikan, a ninjutsu adept would likely fare even worse. His thoughts diverged from Xiangxi's. At the rank of a genin, even with proficiency in ninjutsu, how many techniques could one truly master? Merely relying on a few J-nin-level techniques could lead to swift defeat at the hands of Xiangxi. Let us dispense with modesty. A victory is a victory. What is the need for conjecture? Come, let us celebrate together this evening. Indeed, where shall we celebrate? How about a hot spring? Before Xiangxi could respond, Jiraiya eagerly proposed the idea. However, his suggestions were seldom heeded, especially in the presence of Tsunade. What hot spring? Let's go for barbecue. Barbecue, you say? I have no money. Jiraiya's enthusiasm waned. His pockets were lamentably empty. I shall treat. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, brimming with confidence. Xiangxi looked at Tsunade with intrigue. Do you still have money left? Tsunade's expression faltered. I've lost it all, but it's fine. Let us go to the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi clan, and let my great-grandfather cover the bill. Orochimaru's interest peaked. Like Jiraiya, he had lived quite frugally and had yet to experience the delight of barbecue. At the barbecue restaurant, the four of them sat at a table, watching the sizzling meat, their mouths watering in anticipation. After becoming genin, who knew when they would have the chance to sit together like this again? Orochimaru, possessing the strongest self-control, found himself pondering while waiting for the meat to cook. He understood all too well that life as a genin would not be as carefree as it had been in the Ninja Academy. After the death of the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the ninja world was rife with turmoil, and the casualty rates among ninja squads had been rising year by year. Tsunade and Xiangxi were somewhat fortunate. Coming from prominent clans, their safety was likely better assured than that of commoners like himself and Jiraiya. In the midst of their missions, he truly had no confidence that they would return safely each time. If Xiangxi were aware of his concerns, he would undoubtedly laugh at the future Orochimaru, the Cold Lord, fretting over his own fate. Rest assured, there will certainly be opportunities. Xiangxi replied confidently, with their titles as the Three Ninjas. Even if they were not on the same team, their talents would surely lead them to the pinnacle of the ninja world one day. Such confidence? Orochimaru was taken aback. Of course, I have faith in you. But what about yourself? As for me, the barbecue is ready, Tsunade exclaimed, picking up a piece of meat and beckoning them to join her, her words slightly muffled. Xiangxi, do not worry. When we encounter foes skilled in ninjutsu, I shall handle them. We will undoubtedly be on the same team. You will not be left behind. She assumed Xiangxi was concerned about his inability to use ninjutsu, a common embarrassment for pure taijutsu ninjas. Of course, if one could master the 8 gates, that would be a different matter altogether. Xiangxi, now that we are all genin, should we? Tsunade's face suddenly flushed crimson, her demeanor shy and hesitant. What? It's that. Let us give it a try. Experimenting means we are no longer children. As evening descended, the warm sunlight illuminated the path home. A boy carried a girl on his back, stepping lightly upon the dappled shadows. At this moment, the streets of Konoha thrived with life, a throng of people flowing like a dragon. The shop lights gleaming brightly as if it were day, the cacophony of voices serving as a backdrop, gradually fading with each step toward home. Half a bottle of wine had been poured. Truly, it was best to wait until adulthood to indulge. Carrying the limp form of Tsunade, Xiangxi couldn't help but voice his thoughts. With such a poor tolerance for alcohol, she was far from mastering the art of indulgence. Perhaps her physique played a part? Who claims such a thing? I can hold my liquor. The dazed Tsunade, caught in a haze, seemed either to be speaking nonsense or responding to Xiangxi. Very well. If you can drink 1,000 cups without inebriation, then that is acceptable. As long as you behave, I shall protect you, my dear princess. It must be the effects of the alcohol speaking. It's not as simple as you imagine to be under the protection of a team. At worst, I shall shield you in the future. Xiangxi remained lucid. Don't think I'm unaware of your attempts to evade me, now that we are on the same team. Let us see how you manage to slip away. Tsunade continued to ramble in her drunken state, while Xiangxi, treating it as idle chatter. engaged with her word by word until they unknowingly returned home. Chapter 12. Grouping the following day. Upon waking, Tsunade still felt a lingering fog enveloping her mind. After a brief wash, she and Xiangxi made their way to school. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this would be their final visit to the institution as students. They reminisced about the location of their graduation classroom, strolling through the school as other classrooms remained hushed, save for a teacher imparting knowledge. Only one classroom was filled with raucous noise, devoid of a supervising teacher. "We've arrived, this is it." Xiangxi halted, ushering Tsunade inside. Only the graduation classroom could be so boisterous without a teacher to enforce discipline. "We each consumed half a bottle of wine. How come you seem entirely unaffected?" Tsunade sat at her desk, massaging her temples, recalling that Xiangxi had never indulged in alcohol during their childhood together. Aside from herself and Xiangxi, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also present. Among the graduates, they were the youngest and the last to remain in the classroom, as the other students had departed with their supervising teachers. Tsunade. At the podium, a middle-aged ninja stepped forward, nodding. Tsunade rose at the mention of her name. She recognized this ninja, Sarutobi Hisashi, as a disciple of her great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama. She had known from her discussions with her great-grandfather about the team that the leading teacher would be Sarutobi Hisashi. She turned her head and winked at Xiangxi, seemingly conveying that this instructor was formidable, one she had chosen. "Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hisashi called out again. Orochimaru stood up, and though he usually kept his emotions in check, he couldn't suppress his inner joy. Being in the same team as Tsunade, with such an exceptional instructor, assured an unparalleled standard of education and safety compared to other squads. Upon hearing that Orochimaru and Tsunade were in the same team, Jiraiya's face was filled with envy. Although he wasn't particularly keen on partnering with Tsunade at that moment, he understood that any team with her would undoubtedly enjoy the finest privileges. "Jiraiya." Sarutobi Hisashi called out for the last time. "Huh, me?" Jiraiya's heart raced. He had not anticipated being the final member of Tsunade's team. Did she not say she was with Xiangxi? "What is your name?" Sarutobi Hisashi inquired kindly. "I am Jiraiya," he replied, momentarily stunned. "Then it's settled. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Team 7, follow me." Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the three individuals standing in the classroom. Realizing that his team was now complete, he intended to escort them to another location. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she forcefully slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Teacher, have you made a mistake? Where is Nara Shikamaru? He is supposed to be in my team." Hiruzen furrowed his brow and replied, "I am unaware of who informed you, but Nara Shikamaru's name does not appear on my roster." "Impossible. I will seek out my grandfather for clarification. This was all arranged." Tsunade, filled with frustration, leapt from the window without even bothering to use the door, racing ahead. She had clearly established that she and Nara Shikamaru would be on the same team, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the identity of the third member had been of little concern to her. However, the sudden alteration to her team configuration, now including Jiraiya and Orochimaru, was utterly unacceptable. "Perhaps we should pay a visit to Lord Hokage," she suggested. Hiruzen felt a sense of embarrassment from Tsunade's outburst. As a disciple of the second Hokage and possessing capabilities that far surpassed that of an elite Genin, he was accustomed to receiving respect from all in Konoha. Yet, Tsunade seemed immune to this regard. "That's unnecessary, Hiruzen," she insisted. "Once a decision is made, it is not subject to change." At that moment, a young ninja entered the room. "Senju Shikamaru, come with me," he commanded. Shikamaru, momentarily bewildered, hesitated before responding, "I would prefer to wait for Tsunade to return." The young ninja's eyes sparkled with clarity and sharpness, as if he discerned something unspoken. He nodded and replied, "Then I shall accompany you for a while. There is no rush. Hiruzen and I are like brothers, even if you and Tsunade are not on the same team. There will be ample opportunities to undertake missions together in the future." Hiruzen smiled and said cheerfully, "Senju Shikamaru, I have heard my teacher speak of you. You possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami, a formidable wielder of the three Tomo, is indeed a fitting mentor for you." It was likely that this consideration played a part in the decision, for otherwise, a freshly graduated Genin would not have been added to my team instead of being placed in a newly formed one. Uchiha Kagami acknowledged Hiruzen's sentiment. Aware of the expectations placed upon him by Senju Tobarama, having Senju Shikamaru as his student was a testament to the importance placed upon him. Meanwhile, Tsunade raced towards the Hokage building, and the guarding ninja did not impede her. Who could forget that she was the granddaughter of the second Hokage? With a resounding crash, Tsunade punched open the door to the Hokage's office. Despite her youth, her remarkable strength was already becoming apparent. "Grandfather," she shouted, striding up to the Hokage's desk, which stood at her height, and slammed her hands down, leaving cracks on its surface. "We agreed that Shikamaru and I would be on the same team. Why is the grouping different today?" Senju Tobarama glanced up at Tsunade, then returned his focus to the reports on his desk, calmly stating, "Who said that to you? Are you trying to be unreasonable, grandfather? It was you who made that promise to me." Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the esteemed grandfather she had always revered could act so unreasonably. "Is that so? What exactly did I say?" he questioned, his tone nonchalant. "I remember it clearly. At that moment, I expressed my desire to be in the same team as Xiangxi, to which you acknowledged. Was that not the case?" "Indeed. I affirmed my understanding, yet did not consent to your pairing with Xiangxi." Tsunade, in her frustration, found herself at a loss for words, smiting her forehead in regret, reflecting on how she had been so easily brushed aside by Senju Tobarama. "Then why not allow me to team up with Xiangxi? How does the prowess of Orochimaru and Jiraiya compare to that of Xiangxi? I have no objections to Orochimaru joining. Just remove that fool Jiraiya." Tsunade ceased her verbal sparring and directly laid out her demands, urging Senju Tobarama to alter the team composition. "Impossible," Tobarama replied without a moment's hesitation. "Why?" Tsunade's indignation grew, her confusion deepening. Though Xiangxi may currently be competent among genin, he is incapable of utilizing ninjutsu and can only engage in close combat. Your combat style also leans towards taijutsu, making the pairing with Xiangxi illogical. Orochimaru maintains a calm demeanor and can strategize for the team while possessing commendable strength. Jiraiya, despite his seemingly lackadaisical nature, harbors considerable talent in ninjutsu. A captain who can formulate tactics combined with adept ninjutsu and taijutsu members is undoubtedly more suitable than having two taijutsu practitioners such as you and Xiangxi on the same team. Tobarama had long contemplated the configuration of Tsunade's team, having meticulously selected its members and mentors, especially since she is his granddaughter. "That is not fitting. My synergy with Xiangxi is far superior. Once the team is formed, compatibility can be nurtured. Moreover, you share a bond with both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, having been classmates, which implies a certain level of understanding. I refuse. Tsunade, I am the Hokage. Grandfather, you shall come to regret this." Chapter 13. Team 8 at the Ninja Academy. Xiangxi and his companions waited in the classroom for quite some time until Tsunade finally returned, her demeanor dejected. Observing her countenance, the others could surmise the outcome. "Here, this is for you." Tsunade removed a crystal necklace from around her neck, lowering her head as she spoke softly. "This holds great significance for me. I want you to wear it always. It appears quite precious. I can't believe you didn't sell it for some gambling." "You seem to undervalue it," Xiangxi replied, accepting the necklace silently before suddenly breaking into a cheeky grin. "Scoundrel, this is a relic of my great-uncle." Tsunade's irritation flared, her fists coiling with intent. "Then just hand it over to me. I wouldn't mind the cost," Jiraiya chimed in. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tsunade erupted into a brawl within the classroom, only to be restrained by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who escorted her, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, from the premises. Uchiha Kagami, observing the entire scene with a smile, beckoned Xiangxi to depart and join his teammates. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Mito sat across from Senju Tobarama, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Is our decision truly in Tsunade's best interest? Tsunade is still young. She will come to understand in time. Xiangxi, after all, carries the Uchiha bloodline. As Tsunade aspires to inherit the Hokage title, she must not form excessive ties with the Uchiha clan. However, it is also essential not to sever ties completely with the Uchiha clan, as the bond formed through growing up together is significant enough. Nara can serve as a bridge between Tsunade and the Uchiha clan, much like what Kagami is currently doing." Senju Tobarama maintained a calm demeanor, well aware that stabilizing the power of the Uchiha clan, as the foremost family in Konoha, is crucial for the Hokage. Nonetheless, the Uchiha clan must never be allowed the possibility of ascending to the position of Hokage. Otherwise, Konoha would be plunged into endless warfare, leading to its demise. After the Senju clan integrated into Konoha, The Uchiha clan undoubtedly became the largest family within the village, and their strength is the mightiest force in Konoha. Unless one possesses the capacity to suppress the entire ninja world like Senju Hashirama, the Hokage must not overlook the Uchiha clan, not even him. As for you, aside from Nara, I find Jiraiya to be quite commendable. His cheerful disposition and indomitable spirit make him well suited for Tsunade. I rather favor Orochimaru, whose calm wisdom perfectly compensates for Tsunade's character flaws. At the 8th training ground, Uchiha Kageme's team gathered, including the newly joined Nara. My name is Yamada Makoto. I excel in ninjutsu. I am passionate about learning various ninjutsu, and my dream is to become a master proficient in thousands of techniques. Hasegawa Haruko. I possess some medical ninjutsu skills, enjoy reading, and my dream is to see a world free of war. Nara glanced at Hasegawa Haruko, noting that her medical ninjutsu seemed somewhat lacking, not even comparable to her peer Tsunade, yet Haruko indeed was tall. I am Senju Nara, skilled in swordsmanship, with no particular likes, and my dream is to survive the final outcome. I am Uchiha Kagami. Both Makoto and Haruko are already aware of my abilities. I am adept in Jinjutsu, and my ninjutsu and swordsmanship are satisfactory. I have a fondness for cats, and my dream is for everyone to understand each other and live in peace. On the rooftop, after introducing himself, Uchiha Kagami paused and declared solemnly, "The 8th squad is officially assembled. Nara is just 6 years old this year. Makoto and Haruko, please take good care of him. Just give him some time, and I believe he will become your most reliable partner." Both Makoto and Haruko, being 9 years old and having graduated a year prior, responded, "Don't worry, teacher. We will take good care of him." Yamada Makoto exclaimed with a bright smile. His golden hair and blue eyes radiated warmth, making Nara wonder who the true protagonist was. "Nara, I heard you possess the Sharingan. Is that true?" Hasegawa Haruko inquired, her face filled with curiosity, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her long, dark hair cascading down, embodying the essence of elegance. "I suppose so." Nara glanced at Uchiha Kagami, uncertain if Senju Tobirama had disclosed the secret of his Sharingan to him. "I look forward to you being as strong as your teacher. The Jinjutsu and swordsmanship of your teacher's Sharingan are exceptionally powerful. You should pester him to teach you." Haruko blinked playfully. "Rest assured, I will teach all that is necessary, not only to Nara but to both of you as well." Uchiha Kagami chuckled helplessly. Both Yamada Makoto and Hasegawa Haruko hailed from common backgrounds, and he had taught them many techniques of the Uchiha clan, not to mention Nara, who possessed the Sharingan. "All right, the 8th squad is fully assembled. Let us proceed to the feast." "Absolutely. What shall we eat?" Yamada Makoto was the first to respond. "Of course, it shall be grilled meat. When we had just graduated, did not our teacher treat us to barbecue as well?" Hashimoto Aki naturally remarked. Xiangxi smiled, but remained silent, pondering whether Tsunade and her team, the 7th squad, were also dining at a barbecue restaurant. Probably not, as the tradition of the main characters vying for the bell had likely not concluded yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the 7th training ground. Prior to becoming the team leader, Senju Tobirama had already informed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was well aware of Tsunade and the others, rendering any self-introduction unnecessary. He glanced at the three standing in a row, his expression grave. "Although you have graduated, to truly become a genin, you must pass the assessment conducted by your team leader. Should you fail, you shall return to the Ninja Academy for a retake." "We will definitely pass," Jiraiya declared confidently. "What kind of assessment?" Orochimaru inquired quietly. Tsunade, however, wore a sullen expression, seemingly still troubled by not being paired with Xiangxi. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out 2 bells from his pocket, suddenly sporting a somewhat lecherous smile. "The assessment is quite simple. Within 1 hour, if you 3 can seize the bells from my hands, you may graduate. Remember, I am an elite genin. Without the resolve to defeat me, you will never secure the bells." Orochimaru raised his hand first. "Teacher, you only have 2 bells. What about the 3rd person?" "Oh, the unfortunate one will simply have to return to the Ninja Academy for a retake," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a grin. "Impossible. I absolutely refuse to return to the Ninja Academy for a retake," Jiraiya exclaimed, startled, despite his earlier confidence. The inevitability of one person being eliminated in this assessment weighed heavily upon him. The adversary was not only the teacher, but also his own comrades, which left him feeling apprehensive. In the presence of Orochimaru and Tsunade, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. This was merely a test of their teamwork. As long as the three could unite and not abandon one another, even if they failed to seize the bells, they could still succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had noble intentions, yet Tsunade was decidedly uncooperative that day. Undoubtedly, all three failed the assessment. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not genuinely send them back to the Ninja Academy for a retake. He merely fabricated an excuse, having observed their talent and strength, and made an exception to allow them to pass. Chapter 14. The first mission upon returning home. Takeda Soda unexpectedly visited. In the room, the two sat on opposite sides of a table, with the White Wolf also present, crouching beneath. Congratulations on becoming a genin, Takeda Soda said, though his face bore no trace of joy. What's wrong? Are you worried I might get killed? Xiangxi jested. Samurais getting killed is commonplace. What is there to worry about? Takeda Soda gestured for Xiangxi to open the scroll on the table. This is the summoning scroll of the White Wolf clan. Although you lack chakra and cannot utilize summoning techniques, signing your name with blood will allow you to communicate more easily with the White Wolf. From now on, the White Wolf shall accompany you. With a sudden emergence from beneath the table, the White Wolf howled, its intentions ambiguous. Xiangxi playfully patted the wolf's head, smiling knowingly. Silly dog, let us coexist harmoniously from now on. Drawing blood from his fingertip, he inscribed his name upon the summoning scroll. Although devoid of chakra, he inexplicably sensed a newfound connection with the White Wolf. Should danger arise, allow the wolf to carry you away. Its forelegs are undoubtedly more adept than your two. Furthermore, in the event of an unavoidable confrontation, let the wolf remain behind. As a summoning beast, it can return to the spirit realm if gravely injured, if necessary. I shall summon it again. With a nonchalant departure, Takeda Soda's words bore a hint of cruelty towards the wolf. The White Wolf, understanding the implication, lamented with a couple of howls directed at Xiangxi, seemingly asserting its right to flee when danger loomed. At this juncture, it had set aside any grievances from their training. All right. When my demon blade is unsheathed, who knows who will be rescuing whom? Xiangxi affectionately ruffled the wolf's fur, signaling that initially, he would rely on the wolf for escape, while in peril, the wolf would guard their rear. After Takeda Soda's departure, Tsunade entered without knocking, pushing the door open with determination. Where's your necklace? She scrutinized Xiangxi's neck immediately upon entering. I was just about to put it on, he replied, donning the crystal necklace she had gifted him, uncertain if his life was resilient enough to withstand the curse it bore. You must wear it at all times, Tsunade warned, her expression stern. If I discover you have removed it, you will face consequences. No, you shall not remove it even if I am not watching. It must remain as if I were always by your side. All right, I shall comply, Xiangxi acquiesced. What is the strength of your team members? Tsunade's demeanor softened slightly as she began inquiring about Team 8's status. Their abilities surpass mine. They are both lower ninjas who graduated a year prior. One excels in ninjutsu, while the other specializes in medical ninjutsu, and both possess amiable personalities. Medical ninjutsu, you say? Well, it is somewhat adequate, she replied. Before Tsunade became renowned as the legendary healer, pioneering numerous medical techniques and reforming medical ninjas, the role of a medical ninja was rather limited, primarily providing emergency assistance, with hospitals being the mainstay for treatment. Your instructor belongs to the Uchiha clan. You can learn about the Sharingan, but do not fall prey to their indoctrination, Tsunade preemptively cautioned Xiangxi. He shook his head in resignation. Teacher Jing is also a disciple of the clan leader. He would not harbor ill intentions towards me. At the very least, you must trust the clan leader. Humph. That old man has lost all credibility in my eyes. I shall not place my faith in him. Tsunade continued vehemently. I have inquired about the old man's recent schedule. He will soon leave the village, and when he does, I shall retrieve the sword of the Thunder God. He does not honor our agreement, nor shall I adhere to any code of conduct. As Tsunade continued her passionate discourse, Xiangxi suddenly coughed twice, his gaze shifting abruptly to the space behind her. The clan leader. Tsunade's face turned pale. Class mission, eliminate the bandits. Client, Konoha's Little Wild Corner. Mission type, combat. Mission reward, 50,000 Ryo. Shouldn't we start with a lower class mission? Perhaps collect some trash or search for stray cats and dogs to ease into it. No, Takamiyama and Haruko have already surpassed the stage of low-class missions. You should acclimate during this class mission. With the Sharingan, my expectations for you will be significantly higher than for them. Xiangxi felt helpless. It seemed that Uchiha Kagami still adhered to the traditional methods of teaching through danger and strength enhancement to stimulate the Sharingan. The White Wolf remained in the village, as it was not permitted to accompany him on this mission. Uchiha Kagami added that he could easily discern the White Wolf's strength was at the Chunin level, and allowing it to participate would offer no training benefit for Xiangxi. His leadership in this mission was primarily focused on teaching. If Xiangxi were to clear the path with the White Wolf, there would be little to instruct. The White Wolf lay on the ground, joyfully howling twice, seemingly pleased that it would not have to toil for Xiangxi. Xiangxi's expression darkened. He instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, struggling to resist the urge to unsheath it and strike the White Wolf twice. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you. We've completed many missions like this before. Takamiyama clapped Xiangxi on the shoulder, speaking in a carefree manner. Haruko placed her hands across her chest, encouraging, I am a medical ninja, so there's no need to overly concern yourself with danger. It was unexpected for him to execute a class mission to eradicate bandits just the day after becoming a genin. Yet, he could not argue, as both Takamiyama and Haruko had graduated a year ago. Having them accompany him on a class mission would merely waste their time. These missions were not far from Konoha, so Uchiha Kagami did not allow them time to prepare and hurriedly made their way to the village gates. Upon exiting Konoha, Uchiha Kagami, Takamiyama, and Haruko leaped from tree to tree. Although Xiangxi lacked chakra, his speed was not inferior to theirs. He utilized his demonic energy to propel himself, enabling him to leap through the trees as well. When they arrived near the bandits' location, night had already fallen. They found themselves on a hillside, dense with underbrush and devoid of human presence. After a brief rest, they would execute their mission under the cover of darkness. Uchiha Kagami observed the twilight and instructed Takamiyama and Haruko to take Xiangxi to find a concealed spot and gather food. This would provide Xiangxi with an opportunity to learn about wilderness concealment and survival. Xiangxi followed behind the two, silently absorbing knowledge that had been discussed at the Ninja Academy but which he had never fully grasped. Before long, Takamiyama led Xiangxi to a hidden tree hollow, then searched nearby for edible fruits. After their tasks were complete, the darkness enveloped them entirely. Prepare yourselves, I will not intervene with the bandits. Takamiyama and Haruko will only provide support. The resolution lies with you, Uchiha Kagami stated seriously as he regarded Xiangxi. Xiangxi nodded silently. He had long anticipated this day of taking a life. Chapter 15. First Blood. Uchiha Kagami observed Xiangxi's demeanor, exchanged a glance with Takamiyama and Haruko, and then vanished in an instant. From this moment forth, unless Team 8 encounters a life-threatening situation, he will remain concealed and refrain from intervening. Xiangxi, this mission primarily rests upon your shoulders. Yamada Makoto patted Xiangxi's shoulder, his expression somber. To adapt to the ways of the ninja in battle, one must eliminate them all. Regardless of age or gender, exterminate them all. After satisfying their hunger, the three members of Team 8 settled into a tranquil state. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko maintained their composure, quietly closing their eyes in meditation, while Xiangxi wore a heavy expression, apprehensive about the impending bloodshed. As night deepened, the surroundings fell silent, save for the occasional faint calls of creatures lurking in the darkness. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko rose, signaling Xiangxi to commence their mission. Xiangxi nodded gently, silently trailing behind them as they stealthily approached the bandit hideout on the mountainside. Even in the dead of night, the bandit camp was far from restful, with the raucous shouts of drunken men and the soft murmurs of women echoing through the air. The guards at the camp's entrance were either inebriated or had vanished without a trace. When Xiangxi reached the threshold, the slumbering guards remained oblivious to his presence. He quietly drew his blade, inhaling deeply several times, his gaze sharpening, and with a decisive strike, he brought his sword down. The head of a bandit rolled onto the ground, blood staining the earth. With his strength, a single blow was sufficient to cleave a body in two, regardless of the target. Taking a deep breath, Xiangxi felt his demonic energy stirring within him, his eyes suddenly glowing a striking crimson, particularly noticeable in the night, and the blood splattered across his face rendered him a chilling figure. After dispatching one foe, Xiangxi moved deliberately towards the remaining bandits, delivering swift blows. And soon there lay four headless corpses. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko observed in silence, following closely behind Xiangxi as they delved deeper into the hideout. They understood that this mission was primarily a trial for Xiangxi, a rite of passage into the realm of bloodshed, a journey they had undertaken a year prior. The scent of blood wafted through the air, eventually alerting the seasoned bandits to the disturbance. Shattering a bottle against the ground, one of them called out loudly for the others to gather. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes stood out prominently, illuminated by the flickering torchlight. The bandits gradually discerned Xiangxi's form. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko remained concealed in the shadows. Had Xiangxi not been inexperienced in ninjutsu, he would not have revealed himself so brazenly. How could such a small child have slain so many of us? Where are your comrades? Speak. One of the bandits, noting Xiangxi's diminutive stature and the forehead protector of Konohagakure, immediately suspected the presence of others and demanded answers. The older bandits, having lived long enough to know the ways of the world, recognized that ninjas from Konoha typically operated in teams of 3. This child, evidently a freshly graduated genin, indicated that 2 others were lurking in ambush. Meanwhile, several younger bandits, upon seeing Xiangxi's forehead protector, were struck with fear. Even if he was merely a 6-year-old child, he was still a ninja. How could they dare confront him? Fear not. He is just a fledgling ninja. Our leader is no pushover. Obey my commands. A few of the older bandits shouted, rallying their forces, but Xiangxi was not one to wait idly for them to prepare. He charged forward, blade raised, ready to strike. The first 2 bandits met a gruesome fate, being torn apart in an instant. The force exerted by Xiangxi was overwhelming, despite wielding his blade with merely his usual strength. The aftermath for those he struck was nothing short of bloody carnage. In a panic, even more bandits fled, and what had been a throng of people dwindled to about half in the blink of an eye. What are we afraid of? Let us charge together. A bandit bellowed, raising his battered sword as he led the charge against Xiangxi. Xiangxi's expression remained impassive as he advanced steadily, his pace unwavering despite the relentless assault from the bandits. Where he tread, severed limbs and dismembered bodies were strewn about. Hidden in the shadows, Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko beheld this scene with growing unease. The brutality was staggering, and witnessing Xiangxi's calm demeanor while slaughtering for the first time sent chills down their spines, especially as his comrades. These bandits were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, lacking even a single skilled swordsman, relying solely on sheer ferocity. Against Xiangxi, this was tantamount to a death sentence for them. Though his swordsmanship was only at the 2nd tier, no bandit stood a chance against him. Coupled with his formidable physique, even when besieged, he continued his relentless advance. As Xiangxi strode into the heart of the bandit lair, scarcely a handful of adversaries remained standing. Upon turning around, the few left could no longer bear the terror and cried out in fear, frantically fleeing down the mountain. Yet escape was futile. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko emerged from the shadows, sealing the fate of several. This was the prowess of a ninja, a child capable of annihilating a bandit stronghold. You performed admirably, better than we ever did, Yamada Makoto remarked after swallowing hard. Hashimoto Haruko remained silent, contemplating the disquieting feeling of unease that arose from teaming up with such a person. They stepped into the lair, their paths stained with blood, the result of Xiangxi's handiwork. Xiangxi, expressionless, declared, "There are still more to be slain." Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko were taken aback, hearing the fearful cries of women and the wails of infants echoing from within the bandit camp. Their faces turned pale. Indeed, prior to their arrival, they had explicitly told Xiangxi, "Spare none, regardless of age or gender." Yet when confronted with the reality of such a course of action, they found themselves recoiling from it. Just as they had initially, Xiangxi raised his blade, not advancing into the camp, but rather pointing it at Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko. They trembled, momentarily questioning whether Xiangxi had lost his sanity, unable to distinguish friend from foe. In an instant, both prepared themselves, wary of a potential outburst from him. Such phenomena were not unheard of among freshly graduated ninjas, who, overwhelmed by stimuli, could lapse into mental turmoil. Suddenly, a bandit, concealed amidst a pile of corpses, completed his final hand sign, his expression wild as he sprang to his feet, palms coalescing with multiple blades of wind. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko's faces paled in alarm, instinctively leaping aside, but their speed was no match for the swiftness of the wind release technique. At that moment, a dagger soared through the air, interrupting the ninjutsu. The immense force pierced the chest of the mountain bandit, pinning him to the ground. With blood-red Sharingan eyes, Xiangxi's tone was icy, A pathetic performance. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, feigning death amidst the crowd was the gravest miscalculation. Chapter 16. The assessment. The evening breeze wafted through, leaving only Xiangxi, Yamada Makoto, and Hashimoto Haruko standing in silence. The atmosphere felt desolate, as cold as the night. Yamada and Hashimoto gazed into the depths of the camp, where women and children still lived, awaiting Xiangxi's decision. Seemingly oblivious to the commotion within the camp, Xiangxi suddenly bent over and retched violently. He had maintained a taut grip on his nerves throughout the massacre of the bandits, numbly enduring the gruesome scene. Now, with the bandits eradicated, the release of tension unleashed a torrent of physiological discomfort. Did I truly cause all this? The haunting question echoed in Xiangxi's mind. Yamada and Hashimoto hurriedly approached to support him, gently patting his back, relieved that he seemed more like a normal person now, given Xiangxi's previous demeanor. Aside from the already numbed Umbu members, anyone witnessing his earlier composure amidst the bloodshed would harbor deep suspicions about what he might become after his first kill. After a bout of retching, Xiangxi began to feel somewhat better, gasping for breath. Let us depart. The mission has concluded. However, Yamada and Hashimoto exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. Xiangxi shook his head, leaning on Yamada for support as he stood, retrieving the dagger lodged in the last bandit, his steps trembling as he descended the mountain. It is accomplished. Aside from us, I cannot hear any signs of life. Yamada scratched his head. Perhaps I misheard. Clearly, Xiangxi possessed not only the Sharingan, but also remarkable perceptive abilities. Hashimoto nodded in agreement, relieved as she followed in Xiangxi's footsteps. The descent was more arduous than the ascent. Yet the trio felt lighter than before. The mountain wind persisted, carrying a hint of chill. As they walked side by side, the closeness fostered a flicker of warmth among them. However, Xiangxi, being shorter in stature, found himself sandwiched between Yamada and Hashimoto, resembling two siblings guiding a child on an outing rather than a cohesive team. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Uchiha Kagami, who had remained unseen, finally appeared. Congratulations. Xiangxi, you have passed the assessment. Huh, wasn't there no assessment? I merely refrained from engaging in the same bell-grabbing antics as the other guiding Jonin. That does not imply the absence of an evaluation. Uchiha Kagami blinked, revealing an expression befitting his age. In contrast to his usual mature demeanor akin to a man in his 30s or 40s. Xiangxi was taken aback, turning to Yamada and Hashimoto. Did you also undergo such an assessment before? Yamada and Hashimoto wore equally bewildered expressions. No. Was completing the first mission considered passing the assessment? All three individuals felt a sense of unease, fully aware that their mission to eradicate the bandits had ultimately been unsuccessful. Uchiha Kagami's eyes seemed to penetrate the thoughts of the trio, as he firmly grasped the heads of Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko, directing them towards the west. Rest assured, while you indulge in self-deception, do you think I am oblivious? It is precisely for this reason that you have passed my assessment. Uchiha Kagami lifted his gaze, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon half of his face. The foremost duty of a ninja is indeed to complete their tasks, yet a ninja is also human, possessing the need for humanity. I do not wish for you to become mere instruments of slaughter in the future. Rather, I hope you evolve into ninjas with independent thoughts, capable of protecting the weak, rather than solely knowing of bloodshed. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko nodded in a manner that indicated partial comprehension. Sensei, did we also pass our first mission in such a way? Of course, he replied. I simply did not articulate it at the time. The unspoken words from the past resurfaced, leaving Xiangxi contemplative. Discerning Uchiha Kagami's intent, he likely feared that Xiangxi might become as combative and bloodthirsty as other members of the Uchiha clan, thus initiating an early ideological education. Indeed, Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of Senju Tobarama, exhibited a mindset markedly distinct from that of the typical Uchiha. Observing Xiangxi's thoughtful expression, Kagami nodded in satisfaction. For his words were indeed meant for Xiangxi. As anticipated by his mentor, Xiangxi displayed an unusually mature disposition, not to be underestimated as a mere child. Although Yamada and Haruko were his seniors by 6 or 7 years, their mental acuity paled in comparison to Xiangxi's. Perhaps in a few years, Xiangxi would also break free from the shackles of his clan, akin to Kagami. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Kagami, Xiangxi had never been bound by the so-called shackles of his clan. Nor did he harbor the will of fire. His worldview had already been shaped in his previous life. At this moment, Xiangxi was examining the swordsmanship interface. The slaughter of these disorganized foes posed no challenge for him, perhaps due to it being his first experience with combat and bloodshed. His swordsmanship had increased by a remarkable 18 points. Swordsmanship, Level 2, 791-1000. When dawn broke, the quartet finally arrived at the gates of Konoha. Although only a night had passed, returning to Konoha felt surreal to Xiangxi, having never taken a life in either his past or present. His first encounter with murder was a massacre, and even with his mature mindset, he felt a twinge of disorientation. From this moment forth, he would embark on an entirely different life. Well then, the mission concludes here. I shall provide your rewards after the mission forms are signed. For now, you all should return and rest well for a day. Tomorrow, we will gather at the training grounds, where I shall impart some new knowledge. Uchiha Kagami then turned his gaze to Xiangxi. Will you return to the Uchiha with me, or do you wish to visit the Senju clan first? Return to the Uchiha? Xiangxi was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't Senju Tobarama acknowledged his Senju surname? As a disciple of Tobarama and a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami should have known. Observing Xiangxi's perplexed expression, Kagami surmised, it seems the teacher has yet to inform you of this matter. You should return to the Senju clan for now, and we shall await the teacher's arrangements. Xiangxi nodded thoughtfully, sensing that something was amiss. When he attempted to inquire further, however, Uchiha Kagami was unwilling to elaborate. With no other recourse, he set off towards the Senju clan's territory, burdened by his troubled thoughts, still clad in large patches of dried blood. His first order of business upon returning home was to take a shower. As he entered his room to retrieve a change of clothes, he was taken aback to find Tsunade sprawled across his bed, soundly asleep. What was this situation? Xiangxi furrowed his brow. Tsunade was actually sleeping in his room. Where was Uzumaki Naruto? Instinctively, he considered waking Tsunade to send her back to her own quarters. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that given his blood-stained appearance, if she were to awaken and see him like this, it would undoubtedly provoke a loud and chaotic scene. It was wiser to clean himself up first before rousing her. Unexpectedly, the sounds of water splashing in the bathroom stirred Tsunade from her slumber. Drowsily, she thought it must be Xiangxi returning. Rubbing her eyes, she recalled that he had not come back the previous night, so she had been waiting in his room. Initially, she had intended to lecture him for thinking he could stay out late without a word just because he was a ninja now, but fatigue had overtaken her, and she had fallen asleep instead. Xiangxi, where did you go last night? Tsunade yawned, stepping outside. Upon seeing the bloodied clothes at the bathroom door, she was suddenly jolted into alertness. The extent of the blood was alarming. It was more than what one would sustain from a tussle with a white wolf. How badly had he been injured to lose so much blood? In a moment of panic, she rushed into the bathroom without knocking, bursting through the door. Inside, the two stood facing each other, one filled with anxiety, the other brimming with questions. When Tsunade noticed that Xiangxi was entirely unscathed, relief washed over her, and she let out a shriek as she dashed out. You shameless fool, leaving Xiangxi bewildered and alone. Chapter 17. Training. Xiangxi had been dispatched on a mission outside the village yesterday, and now, Tsunade was determined to venture out for her own assignment. As Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the 7th training ground, Tsunade eagerly called out. The memory of her abrupt entrance into the bathroom that morning caused an uncontrollable blush to spread across her cheeks. Yet, as she recalled that Xiangxi was already undertaking ninja missions while she had spent the last couple of days weeding and catching stray cats and dogs, her dissatisfaction grew. Tsunade was right. They were ninjas, not mere errand runners. Jiraiya chimed in enthusiastically, expressing his discontent with the mundane tasks that contrasted sharply with his vision of a ninja's life. Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Kagami's team, aside from Senju Xiangxi, consisted of 2 experienced genin, which made it perfectly reasonable for them to take a newly graduated Xiangxi on missions. However, none of them had any experience, and they would have to start from scratch. How could one accumulate experience without venturing outside the village? Hiruzen playfully delivered a light tap to Jiraiya's head. Jiraiya, do you still wish to learn ninjutsu? Rubbing his head, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Absolutely. I want to learn long-range attack techniques so I can compete with Xiangxi later. The usually reticent Orochimaru displayed a flicker of interest. Coming from humble beginnings, his desire for ninjutsu was something Tsunade found difficult to comprehend. Once Jiraiya and the others master ninjutsu, will they be able to leave the village to undertake missions? Tsunade inquired, for she did not require Hiruzen Sarutobi to teach ninjutsu. Whatever techniques she wished to learn, the Senju clan possessed. Hiruzen Tsurutobi pondered for a moment. It would take Jiraiya and Orochimaru at least 10 days to master a technique. And by then, the bond among them would have developed sufficiently. Nodding in agreement, he promised to take them out of the village for missions once they had learned their ninjutsu. Tsunade's expression brightened slightly. She did not wish to fall behind, as she had already vowed to protect the West from now on. Master, what ninjutsu will you teach us? Jiraiya pressed, addressing Hiruzen Tsurutobi with newfound respect at the prospect of learning ninjutsu. Did you not express a desire to learn long-range attack techniques? Given your chakra has a wind affinity, I shall teach you the wind release, beast wave palm. Hiruzen Tsurutobi mused to himself, considering Jiraiya's impulsive nature. If he were to teach him defensive techniques, he might falter in defense, risking severe injury. Among the trio, Orochimaru was the most composed, making him the ideal candidate to devise strategies and defenses. Orochimaru, I shall instruct you in Earth Release, Earth Return, which is also a high-level technique. However, this ninjutsu is intended for defense, and the abilities of team members must complement one another. As for Tsunade, he felt no need to teach her ninjutsu. She was currently focusing on taijutsu and had begun studying the art of superhuman strength after becoming a genin. Once she made progress in her studies, the power derived from the West's demonic abilities would far surpass her own. Meanwhile, after a day's rest, the following day marked the arrival of Uchiha Kagami to instruct the West. Uchiha Kagami first offered guidance to Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko, devising a training plan tailored to their weaknesses before turning his attention to the West. I am not particularly proficient in samurai sword techniques. However, with your bloodline, you should be able to learn Uchiha swordsmanship. Let me see how adept you are with your blade. Uchiha Kagami unsheathed his ninja blade, signaling the West to attack, eager to assess his foundational swordsmanship. Without hesitation, the West drew his short blade and charged forward, unleashing his demonic energy, awakening his Sharingan, and experiencing a significant surge in speed and strength. Uchiha Kagami observed the activation of the West's Sharingan with a slight smile, effortlessly countering the West's assault with a mere flick of his ninja blade. He did not activate his own Sharingan nor utilize chakra. Instead, he engaged in a contest of swordsmanship relying solely on his skill. The West narrowed his gaze. Although Uchiha Kagami's attack speed was not particularly swift, his Sharingan allowed him to see everything clearly. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he remained at a disadvantage. Uchiha Kagami's blade movements were remarkably fluid, the glimmer of his sword appearing and disappearing like mercury. From the West's perspective, it felt as though Uchiha Kagami's technique flowed effortlessly, leaving him struggling to keep up. Clearly, Uchiha Kagami possessed a unique understanding of swordsmanship. His claim of not being adept at samurai techniques was likely a humble assertion, or perhaps a reflection of his own skill level. For the West, who was only at the second tier of swordsmanship, this was undoubtedly a case of being outclassed. Before long, Xiangxi found himself drenched in sweat, his physical stamina severely depleted. Uchiha Q then sheathed his blade, remarking, "Your foundation in swordsmanship is quite solid. Your previous instructor must have been a remarkable individual." Gasping for breath, Xiangxi recalled Takeda Soda's whimsical demeanor and shook his head. The time Takeda spent guiding his swordsmanship was hardly more than a tenth of the time he had sparred with the White Wolf. Let us take a moment to recuperate, Uchiha Q suggested, and in the meantime, let us explore the potential of your other bloodline ability. He had heard mention of Xiangxi's second bloodline from Senju Tobarama, albeit without much elaboration, leaving him only partially informed. Xiangxi nodded and shared his understanding of demonic energy, though he refrained from mentioning its capacity to substitute for ocular powers. Demonic energy, you say? It can enhance one's physical attributes in all aspects. No wonder there are rumors of your connection to the Senju clan. Uchiha Q suddenly halted, scratching his head awkwardly. But let us set that aside. You can release demonic energy from various parts of your body for enhancement, akin to chakra. Have you ever attempted to infuse your demonic energy into your blade? As he spoke, he demonstrated by channeling his fire element chakra into his ninja sword, causing a faint yet palpable heat to emanate from the blade. Xiangxi was taken aback to discover that Uchiha Q's sword was indeed a chakra-infused weapon, capable of delivering fire element attacks upon the infusion of his own fire chakra. If your demonic energy can be infused into a weapon like chakra, you would possess a means to counter certain ninjutsu. Uchiha Q continued, summoning Yamada Makoto to execute a water-style ninjutsu attack. Yamada complied, performing simple hand seals before unleashing several water projectiles. Uchiha Q, wielding his chakra-infused sword, swept it through the air, sending forth several fiery blades that obliterated the water projectiles. Blade aura. Xiangshi's eyes widened. What sort of martial arts fantasy was this? First, he witnessed a technique akin to the star-absorbing method, and now this blade aura? This was an attack of fire element chakra, the foundation of Uchiha's sword technique, Flame Leap. Uchiha Q smirked slightly and continued, chakra is merely a form of energy. It cannot attack on its own without a specific application. For instance, ninjutsu employs hand seals to guide chakra according to the principles of the technique, ultimately enabling its execution. Alternatively, as I just demonstrated, one can utilize tools to harness it. This method is not ninjutsu. It does not require seals or an understanding of the technique's principles, thus lacking the myriad transformations of ninjutsu, with its strength determined solely by the amount of chakra and the inherent power of the tool. Xiangshi nodded, contemplating. This is somewhat reminiscent of utilizing the wind of wounding with iron-shattered fawn. Now, you give it a try, using my... Uchiha Q's words trailed off as he observed Xiangshi infusing demonic energy into his short blade, causing about 1/5 of the blade to emanate a faint blue glow. Uchiha Q's Sharingan widened in astonishment, his mouth still murmuring the words he had left unfinished. Only with my chakra-infused blade can such feats be accomplished. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary iron short blade in Xiangshi's hand was capable of achieving what only chakra-infused weapons could. Chapter 18. Training, Part 2. This is quite challenging. My mastery of demonic energy is still insufficient. Xiangshi furrowed his brow. Unlike the amplification achieved through the internal circulation of demon energy, infusing it into external objects posed a significantly greater challenge. As it was not chakra, did this mean there were no restrictions typically associated with chakra-infused weapons? Uchiha Q pondered this, observing that Xiangshi managed to inject demon energy into his weapon without guidance, indicating his proficiency in controlling such energy. For the ensuing moments, Xiangshi diligently endeavored to channel demon energy into his short blade, striving to enhance his control over it. This method consumed a considerable amount of demon energy. Despite only managing to infuse 1/5 of the blade's edge, it drained 5 points of demon energy per attempt, a substantial burden given his total of 70 points. Before long, his reserves were nearly depleted. Noticing this, Uchiha Q extended his hand. I have heard from my teacher that you can absorb others' chakra and convert it into your own energy. As I have no missions these days, feel free to draw from my chakra. Consider it guidance for your training. Xiangshi hesitated, gazing at the smiling Uchiha Q. A warm current unfurling within him. Chakra, a blend of physical and spiritual energy extracted from the cells, is derived from the vitality of life itself. Excessive consumption is undoubtedly detrimental to one's health, contributing to the shorter lifespans often observed among ninjas. Typically, Xiangshi only utilized his ability to absorb chakra during combat, never requesting it from Tsunade or Jiraiya, except for the White Wolf. Uchiha Q's willingness to offer his chakra was undeniably moving. There is no need to hesitate. While our Uchiha clan's chakra is not as abundant as that of the Senju clan, it remains among the more formidable in the ninja world. Just how much can a small fry like you absorb? Uchiha Q perceived Xiangshi's hesitation and sought to alleviate his concerns. Taking a deep breath, Xiangshi grasped Uchiha Q's outstretched hand and activated his ability to absorb chakra. Uchiha Q immediately sensed the depletion of his chakra, allowing Xiangshi to draw freely. Curious about the extent of the absorption, Xiangshi, however, was not greedy. Upon restoring his demon energy to 40 points, he ceased the absorption. Your demon energy has also been sufficiently replenished. Now continue your training in swordsmanship. When your stamina wanes, we shall resume the infusion of demon energy into your weapon. Uchiha Q aimed to maximize the time available for guidance, as his opportunity to mentor Team 8 was fleeting. Activate your Sharingan. I will now instruct you in swordsmanship using the methods of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan is not solely for combat. Its enhancement in training is equally potent. Upon hearing this, Xiangshi activated his One-Tomo Sharingan. At this stage, its primary ability was insight. While he was not yet capable of replicating ninjutsu, it proved invaluable for learning physical techniques and swordsmanship. Skill, Swordsmanship Level 2, 805-1000. Thanks to Uchiha Q's earlier assessment of his swordsmanship in battle, Xiangshi's skill had surged by 14 points. Engaging with stronger opponents accelerated the enhancement of his swordsmanship. Infusing demonic energy into the short blade not only enhances one's swordsmanship, but does so significantly, truly opening a new gateway. Unlike Takeda Soda, who focused on foundational techniques, Uchiha Kagami imparted to Nishi a diverse array of sword styles, transcending mere basics. Though not deeply versed in the samurai's techniques, his Sharingan allowed him to master a plethora of varied sword styles. Nishi, too, harnessed his Sharingan to swiftly absorb these diverse techniques. Kagami's intent was not for him to specialize in a single style, but to explore various schools, enriching his swordsmanship and assimilating their quintessence into his own practice. During the year under Takeda Soda's tutelage, a solid foundation was laid, enabling Nishi to adeptly assimilate these techniques. The advantage of the Sharingan became evident here. For an ordinary person, even rudimentary learning of a sword style could take months, whereas, with the Sharingan, one day could equate to months of effort. This is exemplified in the original Naruto, where Sasuke mastered the taijutsu that took Lee years to perfect in just a month. Furthermore, both Uchiha-style and Konoha-style swordsmanship belong to the realm of ninjutsu. Even if your demonic energy cannot replace chakra for ninjutsu, it is still beneficial to remember this, as it will guide you in encounters with such opponents in the future. After quickly reviewing the samurai styles, the sky began to darken, and Uchiha Kagami commenced a demonstration of ninja swordsmanship. These two styles were swiftly taught, with minimal variation, primarily emphasizing the integration with chakra, which Nishi could observe flowing within Kagami due to his Sharingan. By this time, evening had arrived, and Nishi's swordsmanship surged by 32 points. Swordsmanship, second level, 843-1000. Let us conclude for today, Nishi. Look into my eyes, Kagami suddenly instructed. Without hesitation, Nishi met his gaze. As the one-tomo Sharingan clashed with the three-tomo Sharingan, Nishi distinctly felt the oppressive aura emanating from the latter. He pondered silently whether Kagami had activated his Manjiki Sharingan, a detail not mentioned in the original Naruto. Is it ineffective? Kagami initiated a Jinjutsu while locking eyes with Nishi, attempting to seal the techniques taught today into Nishi's mind so that he could later access this segment of instruction through his Sharingan. Unexpectedly, the attempt faltered. Despite being a master of the three-tomo Sharingan, his proficiency in Jinjutsu had seemingly failed. Nishi blinked, chuckling awkwardly. Could it be because I lack chakra? The essence of Jinjutsu lies in disrupting the target's internal chakra to disorient their mind and induce a hallucinatory state. Without chakra, the foundation of Jinjutsu is compromised. Kagami smacked his forehead. I overlooked that. Well, the absence of chakra is not entirely disadvantageous. Nishi reflected. It is reasonable that as a member of the Senju clan, I would have an advantage over the Uchiha. Alright, today's training concludes. Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. Uchiha Kagami, ever generous, recognized the exhaustion that accompanied a day's training and beckoned Yamada Megumi and Hashimoto Haruko to stroll down the streets of Konoha. Our teacher shows favoritism. He never guides us as meticulously. Megumi jested, contemplating that their dinner budget would surely surpass that of Nishi. Along the way, he made lighthearted remarks, only to be gently tugged at the sleeve by Haruko, signaling him to refrain from such banter. As commoners, it was only natural that they felt overshadowed by Nishi, who also possessed the Sharingan. This unspoken truth, if voiced, would likely stir discontent among them. However, Uchiha Kagami held a different perspective and candidly stated, in the eyes of our teacher, you are both equally valued. There is no question of favoritism. The reason I have been guiding Nishi today is twofold. Firstly, he wields the Sharingan and his training differs from yours. Secondly, he has only just joined the 8th squad and lags behind. Thus it is essential for him to rapidly elevate his strength. My time to teach you is limited. You must seize the opportunity. The last sentence was spoken in such a hushed tone that only the three could discern it. What does this imply? Is our teacher soon to embark on a significant mission? Not merely a mission. The shinobi world is on the brink of unrest. I hope the situation does not deteriorate to the point where you are drawn into it. You must also strive to enhance your abilities, for unforeseen circumstances may arise. A chill ran through the three of them as they grasped the underlying message in Uchiha Kagami's words. It seemed prudent for the teacher to focus his insights on Nishi, the youngest and most vulnerable among them. Haruko winked at Nishi, contemplating the looming turmoil, her thoughts lingering on Nishi, the weakest link in the 8th squad. Megumi quickly caught on, nodding vigorously, indeed. Did our teacher not say that Haruko and I already possess the strength of Chunin? It is best to devote more time to Nishi. Nishi felt a surge of warmth. Although he was not part of Tsunade's team, the 8th squad had its merits. Uchiha Kagami chuckled heartily, suddenly stopping to produce a stash of money hidden beneath his shoe sole. Take it all. Today the teacher is feeling extravagant. Haruko wrinkled her nose, exclaiming, "EW. Does the teacher not mind the smell of money hidden in his shoes?" Megumi, unfazed, replied, "Filthy money can still buy delicious food." Nishi snatched the money, declaring, "Though it may smell foul, it spins sweetly." Uchiha Kagami merely smiled, his thoughts drifting to the figure of Senju Tobarama. He was confident that he was on the right path. Chapter 19. Transactions. As night fell, Nishi returned home, not seeking rest, but rather fixating on the sizable white wolf. Akin to a calf, lost in thought. The wolf, feeling Nishi's gaze, grew increasingly wary. "What are you staring at? You don't intend to take me out to fight, do you?" "Absolutely not. I'll flee first. You can fight." Nishi interpreted the wolf's expression and shook his head, extending a hand to stroke the wolf's plush head. "Don't worry, you won't have to undertake any missions while training with Teacher Kagami these days." His thoughts were not about sending the wolf to battle, but rather on how to expedite his own strength enhancement. At the current pace of structured training under Uchiha Kagami's guidance, his swordsmanship improved by 20 to 30 points daily, and within a week, he anticipated a breakthrough in his skills. Kagami Uchiha's words made it clear to him that the First Shinobi World War was imminent. No matter how much he advanced his swordsmanship, he would merely be an average nin skilled only in taijutsu, destined to become cannon fodder in the war. While he was uncertain whether this conflict would involve newly graduated genin like himself, it undeniably instilled a sense of urgency within him. Theoretically, during the time of the First Shinobi World War, Konoha was still on the rise. It merely lacked the unparalleled strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Nevertheless, its overall power remained formidable against the other 4 great nations, far from the desperation seen in the Third Shinobi World War, where mere children were thrust onto the battlefield. After an indeterminate period, his gaze sharpened as he resolved, "White Wolf, I implore you to aid me in my training." Upon hearing this, the white wolf let out a sigh of relief, its previously perked ears drooping. It had anticipated something grave, only to find it was a request for training. Well, it had already engaged in combat for a year. Continuing was no cause for fear, as it now held the upper hand. "Not only training, but I also require your chakra." Xiangxi wished to enhance his strength swiftly through the absorption of chakra. While he could have drawn from others' chakra, even if Uchiha Kagami offered, he was reluctant to do so. The white wolf, however, was different. As a summoning beast, its physical prowess naturally surpassed that of humans, boasting chakra and lifespan far exceeding theirs. The extraction of a small amount of chakra was trivial for it, and Xiangxi felt no burden, having previously absorbed it forcefully, only refraining after realizing he could not overpower it. However, the white wolf was immediately incensed at Xiangxi's proposition. It bared its teeth and growled lowly, warning Xiangxi against harboring any ulterior motives. The painful memories of being defeated by Xiangxi in childhood and having its chakra forcibly taken were still fresh. Such humiliation made it impossible for the white wolf to agree to willingly allow Xiangxi to absorb its chakra. "I shall not take your chakra for free." Xiangxi drew his short blade, placing the edge against his left wrist. "My blood holds a certain mysterious significance for you, does it not? We could strike a deal, mutual absorption." He had long sensed the allure of his blood to the white wolf, attributable to his body gradually leaning towards the essence of yokai under the influence of demonic energy, elevating his species status in the eyes of the white wolf. Should it continuously absorb his yokai blood, the white wolf might very well undergo a transformation, evolving towards a more monstrous form. The white wolf's eyes sparkled. This proposition appeared quite promising. Trading chakra for delectable sustenance seemed a fair exchange, especially since chakra could be replenished continuously. Furthermore, Xiangxi had not sought its training since graduation, and with other training methods and partners, opportunities for a nibble during training had grown scarce. "Oh well." The white wolf pondered for a moment, then howled joyously at the sky, readily consenting to this transaction. Xiangxi patted the white wolf's head, and thus their shadowy agreement was sealed, one selling blood, the other selling chakra. The white wolf licked its tongue and wagged its tail excitedly, signaling its desire to taste the offering first. Xiangxi did not refuse. The blade that had rested ominously against his wrist was swiftly repositioned to his finger, where he made a delicate incision, drawing forth a minuscule droplet of blood. The white wolf, feeling discontented and aggrieved, howled incessantly, convinced it had been deceived. With such a small opening, how much can I possibly drink? Xiangxi, unyielding, tapped the wolf's forehead and huffed. Do you think my blood is as abundant as your chakra? It takes me half a month to replenish 200 milliliters of blood. Your chakra regenerates overnight. And does your blood even contain as much chakra? The two are not even remotely comparable. Naturally, I must minimize blood loss. You must expend more chakra for an equitable exchange. The white wolf blinked, pondering this rationale. Indeed, while its chakra recovered swiftly, it required several days to recuperate from injuries and blood loss. With a series of unintelligible yelps, it lowered its head and began to lap up the blood. Savor it as you wish. After all, there are only 200 milliliters for the next half-month. Once you finish today, you shall have nothing left to drink within that span. However, I shall be draining your chakra daily during this time. Upon hearing this, the wolf's licking slowed, as if it intended to savor the delectable taste. Before long, it halted, smacking its lips in delight, reserving the remaining blood for later while focusing on absorbing today's offering. It's my turn now, Xiangxi declared, raising an eyebrow as he paused his hand atop the wolf's head, initiating the technique known as duo gue. He showed no courtesy to the white wolf, unleashing the full force of his power, his demonic energy surging rapidly until it was completely replenished. Yet, he was not satisfied. He continued to draw upon the energy, pushing his demonic power limit to an impressive 80 points. The white wolf cast a resentful glance at Xiangxi, feeling quite taken advantage of. Nevertheless, the lingering deliciousness in its mouth allowed it to endure. After surpassing the 80-point threshold, Xiangxi, not overly greedy, ceased the technique. His body could have sustained further elevation of his power limit, but he refrained from being overly ambitious, as he intended to continue trading with the white wolf and did not wish to exhaust the exchange in a single transaction. Tomorrow would bring further dealings. Pleased, Xiangxi stroked the wolf's sleek fur before returning to his chamber to practice infusing his demonic energy into a short blade, training diligently until the late hours of the night. By the break of dawn, he had made significant strides in both his swordsmanship and the infusion of demonic energy into the blade. Demonic energy, 5,380. Swordsmanship, second tier, 872-1000. The infusion had reached nearly 2/5 of the blade's edge, a commendable pace. The remaining 53 points of demonic energy were replenished during his slumber, having exhausted 80 points the previous night. After consuming some sustenance within the clan and parting ways with Tsunade, they each proceeded to the training grounds. For 5 consecutive days, under the guidance and sparring of Uchiha Kagami, Xiangxi experienced remarkable advancement. Uchiha Kagami, reflecting on the seemingly eccentric Takeda Soda, acknowledged that Xiangxi's solid foundation in swordsmanship was the key to such rapid progress. The clashing sounds of steel resonated through the air as Xiangxi and Uchiha Kagami danced around each other, each strike accompanied by a surge of chakra and demonic energy. Breathing slightly heavily, Xiangxi, with his Sharingan sharp as an eagle's gaze, scrutinized every movement of Uchiha Kagami, striving to uncover any vulnerabilities. Uchiha Kagami, without even activating his Sharingan, possessed a pair of profound, tranquil black eyes that exuded an unspoken, commanding aura. He wielded his sword with a swiftness akin to the art of instant movement, advancing before one could even blink. The spinning tomo within the Sharingan of Xiangxi intercepted with precision, and Uchiha Q's reactions were remarkably quick, instantly adapting his techniques. Each strike was executed with calmness and poise, rendering any attempt to breach his offensive utterly futile. The two engaged in a continuous exchange of swordsmanship, their movements both rapid and perilous, embodying the aesthetic of dancing upon the tips of blades, an epitome of the Uchiha clan's martial style. Suddenly, Xiangxi thrust his sword forth, piercing through the omnipresent glimmers of Uchiha Q's blade, akin to the first rays of dawn breaking through endless darkness, forcing his opponent to retreat a step. In that fleeting moment, Xiangxi felt an inexplicable surge in his control and response speed with the short blade. Uchiha Q sheathed his sword, smiling as he remarked, "At 6 years old, with the 2 Tomo Sharingan, I was already 12. Xiangxi, your talent in the Sharingan surpasses even that of the true Uchiha lineage. Perhaps in the future, You may stand alongside that individual. Xiangxi held the blade to his eyes like a mirror, revealing the two swirling tomo within his crimson Sharingan. Swordsmanship, level 3, 115,000. Note: the cursed blade, Tetsui, has awakened. Chapter 20. Beast Wave Palm. Name: Senju Xiangxi. Demonic power: 6890. Demonic blade. Tetsui, natural Fong, unawakened. Songyun Fong, unawakened. Swordsmanship, level 3, 115,000. Talent: absorb the enemy's demonic power, chakra, and convert it into one's own demonic power. Note: upgrading swordsmanship to level 5 will awaken natural Fong. Note: Tetsui has awakened, enabling the crafting of blades with the right canine tooth. Not only had his swordsmanship reached level 3, completing the infusion of demonic power into his short blade, but his Sharingan had also evolved into two tomo, and most importantly, the cursed blade Tetsui had awakened. Fortunately, he had managed to enhance his strength over the past few days, as he feared that such ample time for training would be scarce in the future. Uchiha Q looked fondly at Xiangxi's dual tomo Sharingan, and then called over Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko, who were practicing not far away. This training session concludes here. Rest well tomorrow, for the day after we shall embark on a mission outside the village. Teacher, what is the mission? Yamada Makoto was the first to inquire. You will find out the day after tomorrow, Uchiha Q replied, choosing not to divulge further. Xiangxi's current strength is nearly on par with yours, although he may lack experience. You can fully trust him in combat. Both Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko were taken aback. Had it only been a few days? How had he caught up to them so quickly? In time, you will understand through practice with Xiangxi. That's all for now. Disperse. Huh. Teacher, aren't you treating us to a meal today? I've exhausted my pocket money. You'll have to wait a few more months for that. As Xiangxi's training came to a pause, Tsunade's training also reached its conclusion. Beast Wave Palm. In the 7th training ground, Jiraiya unleashed the newly learned ninjutsu against the loathed Orochimaru. His palms pressed together as he thrust forward, sending a blade of wind slicing towards Orochimaru. The land has returned. Orochimaru has mastered the newly learned ninjutsu with greater proficiency than Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could complete his hand seals, Orochimaru had already executed the technique. With a thunderous crash, the wind blade collided with the earthen wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Frustrated, Jiraiya huffed upon witnessing the wind blade thwarted by the wall, contemplating how much more potent his technique needed to be to breach the wall and defeat Orochimaru. Orochimaru, fully aware of Jiraiya's thoughts, disregarded him entirely and made his way towards Tsunade, who was diligently practicing her superhuman strength at a distance. The closer he approached Tsunade, the more the ground bore the marks of her might. These were not the aftermath of ninjutsu, but rather the result of her sheer power, manifested in crater after crater. Stopping 10 meters away from Tsunade, Orochimaru reflected. Jiraiya's Beast Wave Palm had succeeded about 6 or 7 times out of 10, indicating he had grasped the technique. Should I go report to the teacher? I suspect you are eager to embark on a mission. Oh, Tsunade, gathering her chakra, gazed in surprise at Jiraiya, who was sprinting toward them. To her astonishment, the fool she had always regarded as lacking had mastered a high-level ninjutsu in just a week. Come on, Jiraiya exclaimed, grinning broadly. It's already 7 p.m. Who knows where the teacher is hiding, peeping in some bathhouse. We should go find Konoha's finest. He must witness the might of my ninjutsu. In just a week, the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen had been laid bare before his 3 disciples. Tsunade rolled her eyes, disinterested in searching for Hiruzen at that moment, preferring to avoid any inappropriate encounters. Unable to resist Jiraiya's enthusiasm, the trio made their way toward the Senju clan grounds amidst Jiraiya's laughter. By now, night had fallen, and Konoha was engaged in a transaction with the White Wolf in the courtyard. Having recently broken through to the 3rd tier of his swordsmanship, he was far from the 4th tier. He decided to temporarily set aside his training of infusing demonic energy into his dagger, focusing instead on enhancing his upper limit of demonic energy. The White Wolf appeared unusually pleased today, sensing that Konoha's blood was even more alluring than the previous day. Though its chakra remained unchanged, this transaction was evidently to its advantage. Unbeknownst to Konoha, as his swordsmanship improved and his demon blade awakened, his blood was gradually transforming into demonic blood. Konoha, come forth and engage in battle with me. The voice arrived before Jiraiya did. Tsunade clenched her fists, contemplating her own advancements in superhuman strength, pondering whether she could take the opportunity to assert her dominance over Konoha. As the three entered, the courtyard was shrouded in darkness, with no lights illuminating the room, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Where's Konoha? Has he gone off on another mission? Jiraiya lamented, seemingly regretful for not showcasing his prowess before Konoha. Fool. Tsunade pointed to a corner of the courtyard. Look at the white wolf's eyes. In that corner, the white wolf lay on the ground, watching them with its luminescent blue eyes, which appeared quite unsettling in the dark, while Konoha sat cross-legged before the white wolf, eyes closed in meditation. Jiraiya was startled. Konoha, you're home. Why aren't the lights on? Xiangxi paid no heed to Jiraiya, his demonic power reaching a perfect score of 90, poised to transcend the limits of his abilities. Orochimaru grasped Jiraiya's arm, urging him. Xiangxi is in the midst of training. We mustn't disturb him. Tsunade, filled with curiosity, questioned, is Xiangxi absorbing the chakra of the white wolf? How is it that the white wolf allows him to do so? After a considerable time, Xiangxi finally opened his eyes. Why have you arrived so late? Let us engage in a contest. My strength will undoubtedly astonish you. Jiraiya, however, seemed indifferent to Xiangxi's absorption of the white wolf's chakra. Xiangxi raised an eyebrow, speculating that Jiraiya had learned something new and was eager to show it off. Is that so? Let me see. He did not refuse, as his own strength had significantly increased, and he had just broken through to a power level of 100, his demonic energy abundant. Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement as he swiftly leaped back, creating distance before beginning to form hand seals. Evidently, he had mastered a new ninjutsu. Xiangxi refrained from interrupting Jiraiya's preparation, instead standing still and drawing his blade, his demonic energy surging forth, causing the entire blade to emanate a faint blue glow. Beast Wave Palm, Jiraiya shouted, thrusting his palm forward. Both Xiangxi and the onlooking Tsunade and Orochimaru were taken aback. Jiraiya's confident ninjutsu had failed. Flustered, Jiraiya's face turned red with embarrassment, yet he stubbornly formed the seals again. That one doesn't count. Wind Release, Beast Wave Palm. Another failure ensued. Could it be that my chakra is overly depleted today? Perhaps we should try again tomorrow? Xiangxi inquired tentatively. Impossible. I have plenty of chakra. That last one doesn't count. Behold, Wind Release, Beast Wave Palm. Chapter 21. Forging the blade after 3 consecutive failures. Jiraiya was genuinely distressed. Orochimaru moved to Xiangxi's side. If you stand opposite me, I am certain to succeed, he implored urgently. Orochimaru's expression darkened. What do you mean? So, you only learn ninjutsu to use against me? It seems I must be your target for it to work. Tsunade could not help but chuckle. Orochimaru, go behind Xiangxi. Otherwise, Jiraiya might not sleep a wink tonight. Orochimaru took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and stiffly walked behind Xiangxi to stand alongside the white wolf. The white wolf clutched Orochimaru's pant leg and howled, signaling him not to panic. It would intervene if any danger arose. Wind Release, Beast Wave Palm. A blade of wind suddenly surged forth, startling Xiangxi. What kind of divine teammate is this? With Orochimaru positioned behind him, Jiraiya's ninjutsu had indeed succeeded, this time, flawlessly. Though surprised internally, Xiangxi did not falter. He swung his blade to parry, nearly executing it by muscle memory. The blue glowing short blade cleaved through the wind blade, astonishingly severing it in two. Simultaneously, the blue glow on the blade dissipated. Jiraiya could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? How can an ordinary weapon cut through ninjutsu? He was acutely aware that Xiangxi's short blade was merely a common iron weapon. If an iron blade could counter ninjutsu, then the world would hardly allow ninjas a voice. Warriors would have long since eradicated the ninja profession. Unwilling to accept this, he formed the seals once more, continuing to unleash the Beast Wave Palm. With a swift flick of his short blade, Xiangxi infused it with demonic energy, effortlessly severing the gusts of wind that Jiraiya had conjured. Did you not notice the faint glimmer on Xiangxi's blade? It is not merely an ordinary swing. Tsunade observed keenly from the sidelines, while Jiraiya remained oblivious, fixated on his own ninjutsu, failing to unleash its true potential. While you all are honing your techniques, I have not been idle. Sheathing his sword, Xiangxi turned to Tsunade and inquired, does the Senju clan have a swordsmith? I wish to forge a new blade. He had intended to seek her out the following day, but was fortunate that she arrived that evening, allowing him to broach the subject of forging. The demonic sword, Tessaiga, had awakened. As long as it could be crafted from his right canine, Possessing it would make even a Jonin wary, while a Chunin would be easily dispatched. What concern was there for ninjutsu? One strike from the wind of harm shall teach them a lesson. Indeed, there are. But why not simply purchase a sword? Grandfather Hato possesses many fine blades. Tsunade lamented, feeling a twinge of distress. The sword of Raijin was not readily available, and Senju Tobarama was keeping a close watch. In the courtyard, with only the four of them present, Xiangxi had little to conceal. It pertains to another aspect of my bloodline. Only a blade forged from my own teeth can truly unleash its power. Tsunade and her companions were taken aback by his claim. Forging a sword from teeth seemed an extraordinary method. However, considering the myriad bloodlines within the ninja world, such a technique was not entirely unprecedented. It was rumored that the Take clan from the Land of Water could extract bones from their bodies to craft weapons. Very well, I shall accompany you to Grandfather Hato's tomorrow. But let it be known, his forging fees are quite exorbitant. With my influence, I can only negotiate a discount of half. Tsunade forewarned, as her finances were dwindling, and she lacked the means to assist Xiangxi in procuring a sword. That should suffice. With the remuneration from previous missions, coupled with the winnings from you, I should have a few tens of thousands. Tsunade's forehead twitched with irritation. That money belongs to me. It's gambling money, Tsunade. Be mindful of your stakes. You scoundrel, Xiangxi. Taste the might of the strength technique I have mastered. Bang. Early the next morning, Tsunade led Xiangxi to the Senju clan's weapon shop, conveniently located near the bustling district of Konoha. Adjacent to the weapon shop was a pharmacy, also owned by the Senju clan, with two small flags hanging at the entrance emblazoned with the Senju emblem. Under the policies of Senju Tobarama, it was rare to encounter the Senju emblem outside their clan's territory in Konoha. Upon entering the weapon shop, they found an array of shuriken and kunai, with explosive tags also available, while only a few swords were displayed in a corner. It was evident that swords were not the primary weapons of contemporary ninjas. Why? It's little Tsunade. A woman in her 50s approached the counter, beaming as she scooped Tsunade into her arms. Time flies. You've already become a genin. Grandma Keiko, I'm here to support your business. Tsunade's demeanor, as she nestled in the woman's embrace, was a stark contrast to the fierce persona she had displayed when confronting Xiangxi the day before. Xiangxi rubbed his eyes. Had it not been for the healing properties of his demonic energy, he would likely still be sporting a pair of panda eyes. Tsunade's strength is already remarkable, but after utilizing her monstrous power, it becomes even more intimidating. Even with all his demonic energy, Xiangxi could not withstand her might, being sent staggering several meters back with a single punch. Is there no ninja tool in the clan's territory? Huizi's expression darkened. What a fine leader Tobarama is. Even you have no ninja tools left, and he still has the audacity to be Hokage. Her voice was loud, showing no concern about being overheard. Tsunade waved her hands repeatedly. No, Grandma Huizi. I brought Xiangxi here to forge a sword. He wishes to create a new blade. I see. Huizi's expression softened. Go inside and find your grandfather Hato. Xiangxi silently observed this exchange, pondering that not all members of the Senju clan were in favor of Tobarama's policy of integrating their clan into Konoha, and there were likely many who secretly opposed him. Behind the ninja tool shop lay a small foundry, where crude blanks were haphazardly scattered on the floor, and a massive furnace stood at the center, the scorching heat making it feel like summer upon entering. Nearby, several apprentices hammered away, their sweat occasionally dripping onto the iron blanks, producing a sizzling sound. Grandfather Hato. In a corner of the workshop, a wrinkled old man spotted Tsunade, and a smile broke across his usually stern face in front of the apprentices. Little Tsunade, what brings you here? Tsunade explained her purpose, and upon hearing that a sword was to be forged from teeth, Hato looked incredulous. Having lived for so many years and forged countless ninja tools, this was the first time he had heard of crafting a sword from teeth. Whose ferocious beast's teeth are we talking about? Show me. Hato was eager to see. The teeth are in my mouth. Xiangxi opened his mouth. Could you please use the tongs to help me extract this canine tooth on the right? Hato furrowed his brow. Human teeth are not made of metal. They will turn to mush if hammered. If you insist on this, it could only be melted into another blade. That's acceptable, Xiangxi nodded, as the main power resided in the demonic energy of the iron-shattered tooth. The primary material of the blade was of lesser importance. Go over there and select a short blade blank. It can be melted in quickly, and you can come back tomorrow for the sword. Xiangxi shook his head. A short blade was not suitable for him now, and would not be in a few years. he needed a long sword. He chose a straight blade blank, resembling Sasuke's Kusanagi. I'll extract the tooth, Tsunade exclaimed excitedly, holding the iron tongs. Don't come near. Chapter 22. Joint mission the following morning. Xiangxi arrived at the ninja tool shop to retrieve the long-awaited iron-shattered tooth. The scabbard and hilt were entirely black, while the blade gleamed brightly. Entirely unlike the rusted sword from Inuyasha. He was eager to test the power of the demon's sword iron-shattered tooth, but alas. Time was short as Team 8 was set to assemble for a mission that morning. As he arrived at the gates of Konoha with the short blade at his waist and the iron-shattered tooth slung across his back, he found that everyone else had already gathered. He was the last to arrive. However, why were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru also present? Sarutobi Hiruzen was with them, discussing matters with the employer of this mission. Xiangxi, over here. Yamada Makoto waved from a distance. Upon hearing Xiangxi's name, Tsunade's eyes brightened. She broke away from Team 7 and ran over, patting Xiangxi on the shoulder. Didn't he expect to see you here? What are you doing here? Xiangxi experienced a slight toothache, and little did he expect that the extraction of a tooth would prove more arduous than sustaining an injury. It's a joint mission. Our 7th squad will collaborate with your 8th squad. Tsunade responded with evident delight. At that moment, Yamada Makoto stepped forward to elucidate. This is a high-level mission to escort a merchant convoy to the Land of Wind, with the potential for it to escalate to a higher-tier task at any time. The convoy is accompanied by numerous personnel and goods, and in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, a single team would be insufficient. Therefore, both squads are escorting together. Glancing at the iron-shattered tooth strapped to Xiangxi's back, he inquired, "What on earth are you carrying on your back?" In comparison to Xiangxi's stature, the length of the iron-shattered tooth exceeded his height, and he had not even contemplated its weight. "It's my new sword. Once I have the opportunity, I shall let you witness its prowess." Xiangxi lamented his predicament. His height rendered it impossible to carry it upright, and slinging it at his waist would be even more ludicrous. "Huh, a sword of such length, can you wield it now? What has happened to your teeth?" Hashimoto Haruko astutely noted Xiangxi's predicament. Xiangxi patted the iron-shattered tooth on his back, stating, "It's on my sword." Hashimoto Haruko appeared puzzled. Would you like me to assist you with treatment?" "Sure." "What do you mean, sure?" Tsunade grasped the side of Xiangxi's face where he was missing a tooth, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "It's merely a tooth extraction. With your constitution, you'll recover in a couple of days. The mission hasn't even commenced yet, so do not squander any medicinal supplies." Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko exchanged thoughtful glances at the scene. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hizashi conferred with the convoy leader regarding the route, and preparations for departure were swiftly made. The 7th squad led the way, with the 8th squad, to which Xiangxi belonged, trailing behind. Tsunade reluctantly returned to the 7th squad. Despite the joint mission, she and Xiangxi were ultimately not part of the same team. As soon as they left Konoha, Jiraiya transformed into a curious child, gazing around in wonder. Having never ventured beyond the village, he was filled with awe at the outside world. Orochimaru shared a similar curiosity, yet his demeanor was more composed, primarily focusing on observing the surroundings and maintaining vigilance, correlating the knowledge acquired in the academy with the realities before him. Tsunade, however, was different. Despite her youth, she had ventured beyond Konoha on numerous occasions, and her novelty lay chiefly in embarking on a mission for the first time. Can such a multitude of children truly protect the convoy? It seems Konoha is simply mocking us. My child, of such ample size, is still playing in the mud. God forbid bandits should appear. I hope they don't soil their trousers. Aren't there 2 older ninjas as well? Did you notice the clan emblem on the back of that young ninja? That is the Uchiha clan. Among the convoy, some young individuals who had only recently joined the escort expressed unease at the sight of 6 children designated to protect them, doubting the abilities of those still shorter than their waists. You simply do not understand, do you? Experienced individuals adopt an air of superiority, saying, "You are still too young." Those 6 children may appear juvenile, but they all bear the symbol of a ninja headband. Konoha is unlike other ninja villages. It rarely includes ninjas who are merely there to fill numbers. Konoha implements a system where each squad is led by a J-nin, comprising 3 genin. Therefore, those 6 children represent 2 squads, indicating that the 2 older ninjas are J-nin. In our current mission, we are accompanied by 2 elite guards. Take a moment to relish this, my friends. It is rare for a high-ranking ninja to be dispatched for a mission of this caliber. Their discussions inevitably reached the ears of Xiangxi and the others, yet no one was naive enough to engage them in debate. Jiraiya would have anticipated this, but fortunately, he was busy meandering about, oblivious to the movements of the merchant caravan. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been left in quite the embarrassing predicament. If only Teacher Jing would permit me to bring along the white wolf, I could ride atop its back, for the slow pace of travel is truly tedious. Xiangxi felt a twinge of regret, realizing that this time could have been better spent honing his skills. Given the robust stature of the white wolf, it would certainly be capable of carrying a 6-year-old like Xiangxi, though the wolf would likely be quite reluctant. The group's pace was sluggish. As the caravan consisted primarily of ordinary folk, it was impossible to travel at the speed of a ninja. As dusk descended, the caravan finally halted to set up camp. Having covered a mere 50 or 60 miles, still far from leaving the land of fire. Seizing this rare respite, Tsunade and her companions approached Xiangxi once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in disapproval, but felt powerless to intervene. Exchanging a glance with Uchiha Jing, he resumed his vigilant watch. "Show me the Tetsusai," Tsunade exclaimed curiously. Drawing the Tetsusai from Xiangxi's back, it was taller than her, and as she wielded it, she appeared rather comical. "Is this truly the blade forged from your teeth? It seems rather unremarkable." Jiraiya observed Tsunade's antics with the Tetsusai, failing to discern any extraordinary qualities. "Is this truly a sword crafted from your teeth?" Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko were taken aback. Having assumed Xiangxi's claim was a jest, Jiraiya's words suggested otherwise. "Of course, only I can wield the sword forged from my teeth. No one else can unlock its true potential," Xiangxi declared, his spirits soaring as he finally had the opportunity to test the might of the cursed blade, Tetsusai. He reclaimed the sword from Tsunade, grasping the hilt with both hands. A broad smile lighting his face. "Step back. I fear I might harm you. How could we be in danger standing behind you? Ah, you simply do not understand. Tetsusai is immensely powerful. Keep your distance. Retreat. Further back." The commotion drew Uchiha Jing's attention, who observed Xiangxi's demonstration with a fraction of his focus. "Enough. If you retreat any further, you'll be back in Konoha." Tsunade, growing impatient, remarked, "I granted you a chance to show off. Do not overdo it." Xiangxi pressed his lips together, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that caused the blade of Tetsusai to radiate a brilliant blue light. The enchanted sword was indeed different. When he wielded the shorter blade at his waist, it emitted only a faint glow. The demonic energy thrived only when paired with the cursed sword. Ecstatic, Xiangxi raised Tetsusai above his head, his heart bellowing, "Tetsusai, let me witness your power." Wind slash. Chapter 23. Anticipated disappointment with a resounding shout. He captured the attention of the onlookers. However, as he swung Tetsusai downward, nothing transpired. A chill breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines. "Ha ha ha." Jiraiya laughed heartily, relishing the fact that Xiangxi was in an equally embarrassing predicament as he had been the previous night. "Wait, I shall try again." Wind slash. With a swift motion, Xiangxi struck downwards once more, yet nothing transpired. Surely, it must be his technique that was amiss. He resolved to try again. Wind's wound. Changing his angle, Xiangxi swung once more, only to meet the same disheartening outcome. "This won't do, Xiangxi. Perhaps you should let Orochimaru stand before you for a trial?" Jiraiya taunted mischievously. "Idiot." Orochimaru shot a glare at Jiraiya, still harboring resentment from the events of the previous night. After having laughed at Jiraiya just yesterday, it was now Xiangxi who was drenched in sweat. Someone is bound to have trouble sleeping tonight, Tsunade teased as she approached, suddenly snatching the Tetsusai from Xiangxi's grasp and imitating his earlier stance, swinging the blade downwards. Wind's wound. Her clumsy mimicry elicited laughter from Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko, who had been desperately suppressing their amusement. Xiangxi paid them no heed, furrowing his brow as he reclaimed the Tetsusai, pondering where he had faltered. Step by step, he recalled that in the original tale of Inuyasha, when Inuyasha first obtained the Tetsusai, it was merely a rusted blade. It was only during the battle with Sesomaru, driven by his determination to protect Kagome, that the sword transformed into a formidable Fong blade. Without a heart devoted to protection, one could never wield the Tetsusai. Subsequently, through the clash of demonic energies with his foes, fissures would appear, and by maneuvering the Tetsusai along these gaps, Inuyasha could unleash Wind's wound. Later, It was only after using his own fangs to mend the Tetsaiga that he could invoke Wind's wound at will, unbound by the constraints of demonic rifts. As Xiangxi reflected upon Inuyasha's journey with Wind's wound, he realized he had yet to even achieve the first transformation into a Feng blade, rendering the execution of Wind's wound utterly impossible. However, my essence has already merged with the Tetsaiga. It was never a rusted blade to begin with. My demonic power can indeed be infused. Theoretically, these steps should not be necessary. Setting aside such thoughts, he resolved to follow Inuyasha's procedure. With this in mind, Xiangxi turned to Tsunade and the others, declaring solemnly, "I will protect everyone." The five surrounding him exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his sudden proclamation. Is something amiss? As Xiangxi gazed upon the Tetsaiga, his brow furrowed deeply, his heart plummeting into despair, shattering the anticipation of wielding the three swords of heaven, earth, and humanity. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect my comrades. This is my ninja way. Xiangxi, are you all right? Why are you suddenly speaking so strangely? Tsunade's teasing expression shifted to one of concern as she stepped forward to touch his forehead. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. After all, it's a new sword. You're bound to be inexperienced. My jutsu took several days of practice before I could successfully execute them. Perhaps with more training, you will succeed. Orochimaru tilted his head in contemplation before silently stepping in front of Xiangxi. If it is you, Xiangxi, I would be willing to help you test the sword. With Haruko and me here, you need not feel undue pressure. Yamada Makoto patted Xiangxi's shoulder, while Hashimoto Haruko busied herself searching for medicinal supplies, hoping to find something among the plethora of healing potions that could soothe the mind. I am fine, you all should rest. I will reflect on where I went wrong. Xiangxi shook his head, closing his eyes as he sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously recalling every detail concerning the Tetsaiga. A few individuals sat beside him, their expressions laden with concern, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Perhaps the life of a ninja was not as effortless as they had envisioned? Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko were aware of this reality, yet, being only a few years older than Nishi, they found themselves at a loss as to how to offer comfort. After a brief interlude, Uchiha Kagami summoned Team 7 back to Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss the arrangements for the night watch. Having observed the recent commotion, Uchiha Kagami understood that Nishi was likely unable to find solace in sleep. Thus he assigned him to the first watch, with Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko taking over during the latter half of the night. The unwavering resolve to protect one's comrades, a path of unparalleled strength, was one worth pursuing relentlessly. Uchiha Kagami gently patted Nishi's shoulder, a look of reassurance gracing his features. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, they continued their journey, with Nishi sporting a pair of panda eyes, a testament to his sleepless night. Observing this, Uchiha Kagami deemed it necessary for Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko to engage Nishi in conversation, hoping to gradually coax him into a better state of mind. However, for several consecutive days, Nishi remained in this disconcerted state, prompting Tsunade to refrain from her usual light-hearted demeanor in his presence. She sought assistance from Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet even he was perplexed by the situation. When they attempted to discern the source of Nishi's distress, the phrases that tumbled from his lips, such as the three swords of heaven and earth, the sword of protection, and half-demon, left them utterly bewildered. Only Tsunade recognized that Nishi had reverted to his previous habit of uttering incomprehensible words. In the past, she could silence him with a well-placed punch, but now she feared it might have the opposite effect. Fortunately, the journey thus far had been tranquil, devoid of enemies. Otherwise, Nishi's state would have been a cause for great concern. This tranquility persisted until they exited the land of fire and entered the territory of the land of rivers, where the winds began to stir. Halt! Someone approaches. Orochimaru was the first to detect the anomaly, promptly issuing a warning. The members of the merchant caravan quickly regrouped, forming a defensive perimeter with a dozen robust men wielding weapons, while others readied their bows. Seasoned in their trade, they possessed their own methods for dealing with bandits, provided the opponents were not ninjas. With over 30 ordinary individuals and 8 rogue ninjas, this level of confrontation was something they could manage independently. Both Kagami and I would refrain from intervening. Sarutobi Hiruzen informed Team 7 of the enemy's numbers, expressing his reluctance to rely on them, and then vanished in a flash, concealing himself. Clearly, among those 8 rogue ninjas, none possessed the rank of Seichnin or higher. Watch my performance, Jiraiya exclaimed with exuberance, his heart racing with anticipation for his first real battle. Tsunade and Orochimaru remained silent, their bodies taut as they awaited the approaching adversaries. At that moment, Team 8 arrived from behind the merchant caravan. Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko stepped forward without hesitation, while Nishi finally sheathed the iron shard he had clutched for days and drew the short blade from his waist. Before he could unleash the full potential of the iron shard, the short blade felt more fitting in his hands. Leaf ninjas? Huh. Can these mere children claim the title of ninja? If so, then I can too. Oh, and there's a long-legged female ninja. I do fancy that type. A throng of people surged forward, their demeanor shifting to one of mockery upon spotting 6 young ninjas. They dismissed the merchant caravan's defenses entirely, for among them were ninjas. Hey, whether you are genuine ninjas or mere imposters sent by the caravan to frighten us, I suggest you leave now, and I shall spare your lives. A one-eyed brute emerged from the crowd, addressing Tsunade and her companions, clearly the leader of this band. Unlike his peers, he exhibited a cautious demeanor, preferring to let the ninjas depart rather than risk confrontation with potential adversaries. You lot are nothing. I could slay you all. Yamada Makoto spat venomously. Why waste breath on these kids? Let us take them down, brother. Spare that long-legged female ninja. I want her. The blonde girl is too small to be of any fun. Selling her could fetch a decent price. Tsukishi's eyes turned icy. His pent-up frustration surged forth as he charged at them, incensed by their vile words. Chapter 24. Arrival in the Land of Wind, unaware of their own folly. Seeing Tsukishi lead the charge, the one-eyed brute barked orders for everyone to attack. He had no intention of engaging in a duel. Tsukishi, Yamada Makoto called out, hurling shurikens to disrupt the bandits' advance before joining the fray, forming hand seals in the process. Tsunade, not to be outdone, raised her fists and charged forward, while Haruko Hashimoto, despite being a medical ninja, possessed ample combat prowess to dominate the bandits. The clash erupted instantly, with Jiraiya feeling both exhilaration and anxiety, his hands trembling as he summoned his strength to form seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yamada Makoto executed the seals with remarkable speed, unleashing a fireball that soared into the densest cluster of bandits. In an instant, several unfortunate souls were hurled away, engulfed in flames, their cries echoing in agony. Damn it! They are indeed real ninjas. The one-eyed leader lamented his misfortune. Such young ninjas were a rarity across the 5 great nations, and yet he found himself facing them. At that moment, Tsukishi closed the distance, and the one-eyed leader brandished a kunai to intercept him. However, Tsukishi ignored him entirely, deftly sidestepping with ease. Water release, water chaos wave. The one-eyed leader unleashed his soul ninjutsu, attempting to force Tsukishi back. Seemingly resolute, Tsukishi infused his legs with demonic energy, his speed surging as he darted into the fray like a bolt of lightning, his dagger aimed directly at the foul-mouthed bandit. The bandit, panic-stricken, hastily raised his kunai in defense, while his comrades swung their blades at Tsukishi. With a swift motion, Tsukishi deflected the incoming swords effortlessly, delivering a precise thrust into the heart of the foul-mouthed bandit. Blood gushed forth, and the onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that a mere child could so brazenly slay a man before their very eyes, as if they were inconsequential. Tsukishi coldly regarded the falling bandit, unwilling to let the matter rest. He stepped upon the bandit's body, seizing the opportunity to unleash the ghostly extraction technique before the bandit succumbed to his wounds. This paltry chakra hardly qualified as that of a wandering ninja. With blood-red eyes, Xiangxi swiftly drained the chakra of the bandit, extinguishing his breath in an instant. Damn it! Another ninja from the Uchiha clan. The one-eyed leader cursed upon glimpsing Xiangxi's gaze, then raised his arm, rallying his men to eliminate the few youngsters, while he sought to escape amidst the chaos. Tsunade and Yamada Makoto charged in, one possessing immense strength that none could withstand, the other a veteran in battle, claiming lives with relentless efficiency. Wind release, beast wave palm. Jiraiya finally completed his hand seals, unleashing a slicing wind blade that fortuitously struck the fleeing one-eyed leader from behind. Tsunade and Yamada Makoto, akin to tigers among sheep, swiftly dismantled the bandit group, and with Xiangxi's continued onslaught, the bandits were thrown into disarray, retreating in panic. Orochimaru and Hashimoto Haruko lingered behind, finding little opportunity to engage, merely tossing shurikens to easily claim the lives of fleeing bandits. In less than 3 minutes, the bandit group was annihilated, with Xiangxi, Tsunade, and the others emerging unscathed. As the last wail faded, Tsunade seemed to awaken from the battle. Staring at the blood-soaked ground and severed limbs, her stomach churning violently. Jiraiya, too, rather decisively expelled his breakfast. Xiangxi, having witnessed far bloodier massacres, maintained a calm demeanor this time. Even the pent-up frustrations of recent days evaporated. What if I cannot unleash the full might of the Tensouga? Does the absence of wind release mean I cannot grow stronger? Xiangxi wiped the blood from his short blade on the corpse of a bandit before sheathing it. My demonic power, my eyes, my swordsmanship, are sufficient for me to become formidable. How does it feel? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared, smiling at Tsunade and her companions. The first time taking a life is quite unsettling, isn't it? Were these all our doing? Jiraiya felt nauseous. This was not the ninja world he had envisioned. This is the reality of a ninja. You must learn to adapt. Sarutobi observed Orochimaru's reaction. Aside from a slight change in complexion, he showed little response. As if his first kill meant little to him. Well done. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami arrived, praising Xiangxi and the others before immediately adopting a grim expression. Is this your approach as a team? Especially you, Xiangxi, who taught you to charge in alone. Huh. Quite the bravery you display. Xiangxi's face stiffened. I apologize. Sensei, I failed to control my emotions. Uchiha Kagami's expression softened slightly. Let it not happen again. Fortunately, these bandits were merely weaklings. Had there been 2 competent ninjas among them, not only would you have perished, but you would have dragged Makoto and Haruko down with you. Xiangxi nodded, bowing to Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko to express his regret. Haruko quickly grasped Xiangxi's arm, assuring him they were a team and that such gestures were unnecessary. Yamada Makoto then threw an arm around Xiangxi's shoulder, seemingly unconcerned about his recklessness. He was instead pleased to see Xiangxi's spirit restored. All right. The post-battle debrief is over. Let us commence the looting. Yamada Mami rubbed her hands together and said to Xiangxi, it seems that Class 7 has lost their motivation for this. Xiangxi, why not join us? You might just stumble upon a fortune. The merchants began to tidy up their goods, as many items had been hastily abandoned on the ground during the bandit attack. The leader of the merchant caravan took this opportunity to express gratitude to Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami. Those who had previously doubted Xiangxi and his companion's ability to protect them were now singing their praises. Half an hour later, they resumed their journey. After finishing their grim task of searching through the bodies, Xiangxi and Yamada Mami were fortunate enough to discover several pouches of money, totaling approximately 8,000 ryo. Dividing it among 6 people, each would receive over 1,000 ryo, more than what one would earn from completing a C-rank mission. After traversing the land of rivers, the caravan finally arrived in the land of wind. At this moment, Tsunade was filled with curiosity akin to that of Jiraiya when he first left Konoha. Although she had ventured outside the village numerous times, her journeys within the land of fire were extensive. While this was her first trip abroad, the scenery was remarkably unique, resembling a forbidden zone of life. In stark contrast to the lush greenery of the land of fire, the land of wind was a vast expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any signs of vitality. It evoked a sensation of being the only existence in the world, which was quite exhilarating to contemplate. Jiraiya stroked his chin, lost in thought. Exhilarating? Just don't end up crying later. Sarutobi Hizashi shot him a sidelong glance. Having visited the land of wind before, he was well aware of the dangers of the desert. One misstep could lead even AJ Nin to their demise. Of the 5 great nations, the land of wind boasted the largest territory, predominantly covered by desert. Indeed, less than 2 hours into the land of wind, Jiraiya was already regretting his decision. Fanning himself in a sweat-drenched shirt. Is this place even a country? I feel like I'll turn into a desiccated corpse if I stay here any longer. Chapter 25. The first great ninja wore the 8th class, trailing behind the merchant caravan, was also enduring great hardship. Hashimoto Haruko provided Xiangxi and Yamada Mami with a revitalizing elixir, reminding them that even in the vast desert, one must remain vigilant, as dangers could suddenly emerge from the sands. The journey through this section of the land of wind was sheer torment, with scorching summers by day and frigid winters by night. Despite encountering no enemies, they were all utterly exhausted, as if they had just survived a life-and-death battle. Thank you, esteemed sirs, for escorting us safely. they expressed as they finally arrived at the gates of Tsunade after what felt like countless days and nights. "We are saved," Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with relief. "I need water, I need a bath, I want to sleep in a bed." Sarutobi Hizashi, however, remained spirited, unaffected by the environment, and beckoned Uchiha Kagami and the others to join him. With the mission accomplished, they would rest in Tsunade for 3 days before returning to Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded to Uchiha Kagami, and together they went to register at the village gates. They exchanged a few words with the sand ninja at the entrance without entering, instead waiting outside the village. Soon, a team of ninjas emerged from the gates, led by a female ninja in her 30s. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami, she quickened her pace. "Welcome to Tsunade. How is Lord Hokage faring?" The female ninja exchanged pleasantries with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami as they guided their group into Tsunade. "Our esteemed teacher is in the prime of his life. I hope you do not trouble yourself with worries, Chio-san." The teacher often spoke of Lord Kazekage, and it had been 2.5 years since their last parting. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, while Uchiha Kagami silently trailed beside them. In such situations, Kagami typically refrained from speaking, allowing Hiruzen to take the lead. "Is this group composed of your students?" Chio remarked, observing the exceptional vigor and spirit of the children, who indeed stood out from the crowd. Uchiha Kagami's expression turned peculiar at her words, prompting Hiruzen to cough discreetly, uncertain whether Chio's comment was a compliment or a subtle jab. The current demeanor of the group was rather lackluster, making Chio's words feel somewhat awkward. "Please take a moment to rest at the embassy while I report to Lord Kazekage," Chio instructed as she escorted the group to the embassy before hastily departing. Once she was gone, Hiruzen and Kagami exchanged a few quiet words, after which Hiruzen addressed the others. "Rest well, and try to remain inside the embassy. And above all, mind your words, especially you, Jiraiya." Jiraiya, lacking the energy to retort, stumbled into a room and fell asleep immediately. The others were similarly fatigued, except for Tsunade and Haruko Hashimoto, who preferred cleanliness and first took a delightful bath before settling down for the night. After a deep slumber, as night descended, Xiangxi found himself in a half-dream state, faintly hearing whispers discussing war, resources, and alliances, which jolted him into clearer awareness. It seemed that this joint mission was merely a FAAD to escort the merchant convoy, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and teacher Kagami had another, undisclosed objective. Xiangxi speculated that even a high-ranking mission, potentially elevating to an S rank, could easily be resolved by either Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Kagami. Why then did they require a joint execution? Moreover, their formal visit following the mission suggested that without the directive from Senju Tobarama, their conduct was rather unconventional. As anticipated, although they were supposed to rest in Tsunade for 3 days, the very next morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami, with grave expressions, declared their immediate departure back to Konohagakure, as if some grave matter had arisen. On the return journey, they did not need to escort the merchant convoy, and the group hastened their pace, reaching Konohagakure in less than half a month. Upon entering the village gates, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami vanished before Xiangxi and the others with a swift body flicker technique. Even the most oblivious, Jiraiya, sensed something amiss. Is the teacher attempting to claim the mission's reward for himself? Haruko stumbled at his words, a wry smile gracing her lips. "You're overthinking it. Focus on your training. Something significant is about to transpire." The members of Team 8 had previously received hints from Uchiha Kagami, subtly aware that the turmoil he spoke of was imminent. As they dispersed, Tsunade inquired about Xiangxi's knowledge of the situation. He did not withhold his thoughts, revealing his suspicions along with Uchiha Kagami's hints that the First Shinobi World War was about to commence. Tsunade remained silent during their return journey, her face clouded with concern, as if reflecting on something troubling. Xiangxi comprehended the unspoken thoughts swirling within Tsunade's mind, yet certain words must remain unvoiced. Senju Tobarama could perish. However, given his current strength, he was powerless to effect any change. What could he possibly say to Senju Tobarama regarding his impending demise? To exercise caution when negotiating a truce with the Hidden Cloud Village? Were such words to escape his lips, he would be deemed either a madman or, in a fortunate scenario, someone merely lucky. In less fortunate circumstances, an interrogation that invaded his very thoughts would be inevitable. Considering Senju Tobarama's temperament and the nature of their relationship, which was rather tenuous, it was entirely within the realm of possibility that he would resort to such drastic measures. In the ensuing days, Tsunade and Xiangxi engaged in training within the clan's territory, occasionally practicing alongside their team. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami had not made another appearance. The number of hurried ninjas on the streets continued to swell, while the sounds of laughter and joy grew increasingly muted, casting a shadow over the atmosphere of the entire village. At last, on a rainy morning, Konoha declared war on the Hidden Cloud Village. Thus commenced the first Great Ninja War. As night fell, Uzumaki Mito knocked on Xiangxi's door for the first time. "Pack your belongings. You will be residing in the Uchiha clan's territory from now on." Mito's words left Xiangxi momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to grasp the implications. Hadn't he already been acknowledged by the name of Senju? Wasn't it Senju Tobarama himself who had confirmed this? "I realize this is quite sudden," Mito sighed, turning her gaze toward the moon outside, deliberately avoiding Xiangxi's eyes. "On the day your Sharingan awakened, Tobarama conferred with the Uchiha clan leader regarding your situation. You possess a second Kekkei Genkai, and while the Uchiha clan can tolerate the merging of the Sharingan with other clans, the Senju clan is not among them. The Uchiha clan leader holds a very firm stance on this matter." Tonight, the moonlight appeared somewhat dim. "The final outcome is that you will remain with the Senju clan until your graduation from the Ninja Academy, after which you will need to live with the Uchiha clan as a genin. Upon your promotion to Chunin, the decision of whether to stay with the Uchiha or return to the Senju will rest solely in your hands. So that is how it is." No wonder Uchiha Kagami inquired after their mission whether he would return directly to Uchiha or first bid farewell to the Senju clan. "I understand now," Xiangxi murmured, lowering his gaze. "The matter of your transition to the Uchiha clan has been long overdue, as you are aware. I suspect many from the Uchiha will be participating in this conflict, and Tobarama cannot afford to delay any longer. I have faith in your abilities. You will soon ascend to the rank of Chunin. Go now. Tread lightly so as not to awaken Tsunade. We certainly do not wish to disturb her peace." Understood. Chapter 26. Entering the Uchiha. Every generation of the Uchiha clan yields prodigies. A 5-year-old awakening their eyes is an unprecedented occurrence within the Uchiha, warranting utmost attention. Even when other clans awaken to Sharingan, it remains a testament to Uchiha power. However, the amalgamation of Uchiha strength with the Senju is an utterly unacceptable notion, especially when it involves a 5-year-old Uchiha genius. Does the absence of chakra matter? It is inconsequential. Possessing the Sharingan is sufficient. The fervor the Uchiha clan holds for the Sharingan is beyond the comprehension of any other clan. Come back to the clan with me. The Uchiha is the most fitting place for you. Before the grand gates of the Senju clan, Uchiha Yusuke gazed upon the approaching Xiangxi, a faint smile gracing his face. Xiangxi carried little with him. Only a short blade at his waist, the iron thong on his back, a crystal necklace adorning his chest, and a few changes of clothing. This sparse load suggested that his ties to the Senju clan were not particularly burdensome. There was no need for melancholy. It would soon become evident that returning to the Uchiha clan was indeed the wisest choice. Our bloodlines intertwine, and only we can truly understand one another. Yusuke reflected on how outsiders struggle to comprehend the inner thoughts of their clan, for they are inherently proud, having always been an elite clan above others, often disdainful of the need to explain themselves to outsiders. Xiangxi remained silent, following quietly in the opposite direction toward the Senju territory. "I am Uchiha Yusuke. Should you encounter any issues in the future, whether within or beyond our clan, do not hesitate to seek me out. Furthermore, I shall guide you in your training." The synergy between swordsmanship and the Sharingan is remarkable. Together, they can unleash their full potential. The training plan I will devise for you will center around this principle, undoubtedly elevating you to the status of a top-tier Uchiha warrior. There are numerous valuable items within the clan. I have procured a renowned blade, Muramesa, a chakra weapon imbued with fire attributes. Although you mentioned that you could not utilize chakra, you possess another form of energy that can seamlessly complement the long-range capabilities of the chakra weapon. Throughout their journey, Yusuke conversed with Xiangxi at length, entirely dispelling the aloof and proud demeanor that outsiders often attributed to the Uchiha clan. This warmth stemmed from Yusuke's perception of Xiangxi as one of his kin, a sentiment unseen by outsiders. Yet, Xiangxi remained reticent, his head bowed, lost in thought. Their shadows, elongated by the moonlight, trailed behind them, distancing themselves further from the Senju domain. Xiangxi, after an indeterminate span, perhaps a minute, Perhaps 10, someone called out to Xiangxi from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Takeda Soda. Are you leaving White Wolf behind? Takeda's expression was placid, revealing no emotion regarding Xiangxi's departure to the Uchiha clan. The White Wolf emitted a playful bark and scampered to Xiangxi, panting with excitement, its tail wagging incessantly, resembling a spirited husky. Perhaps influenced by Xiangxi's bloodline, it had indeed become increasingly astute. Observing the departure of Uzumaki Mido and Xiangxi, it sensed that this time, Xiangxi might not return. This simply would not do. After all, they had made a pact. Not wishing to be left behind, the White Wolf dashed into Takeda Soda's home, frantically tearing at the bed sheets to rouse him. When Takeda finally awoke, grumbling, the wolf, still catching the lingering scent of Xiangxi, led him in pursuit. Xiangxi regarded the White Wolf, whose demeanor had shifted entirely, and after a long pause, he reached out to pat its head. He then bowed deeply to Takeda Soda, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you for your continued care, Master. Takeda Soda relaxed, yawning as he turned to head back. Whether in the Senju or Uchiha clans, whether as ninja or samurai, simply follow your heart and forge ahead. The night was lengthy, and Xiangxi found himself lying on his new bed, experiencing insomnia for the first time. It appeared he still retained a habit of being particular about his sleeping environment. Meanwhile, Tsunade also struggled to find rest, awakening several times throughout the night. As dawn broke, she could no longer lie in bed and, for once, rose unusually early. Is Xiangxi awake now? He should be, as since he began his training in swordsmanship, he had not been known to oversleep. After completing her morning routine, Tsunade hurried towards Xiangxi's quarters. To her surprise, he was not in the courtyard practicing. Could it be that he was idling away in slumber? Observing the empty courtyard, Tsunade pondered curiously before making her way to Xiangxi's room. Without knocking, she forcefully flung the door open and exclaimed, "The sun is shining on your backside." To her dismay, the room was empty. White Wolf was also absent from the courtyard. Had he gone to the training grounds to spar? Tsunade furrowed her brow and instinctively headed in that direction. However, the training area was devoid of any presence. It was then that realization struck her. She hastily returned to Xiangxi's room and rummaged through his wardrobe, discovering a few missing garments. Just as she suspected, he must have set out on a mission again. How vexing. Why did that old Sarutobi always leave them behind for these tasks? Busy to the point of not even showing his face. Yet he still had the audacity to act as their instructor. Xiangxi's mentor was equally preoccupied, and yet he could still take their class on missions. Fuming, Tsunade plopped down on Xiangxi's bed, leaving the disarrayed clothes in a chaotic heap. After a bout of silent frustration, she vacated the room, leaving it in disarray. Xiangxi could easily surmise Tsunade's reaction to his departure. She would likely conclude he had gone on a mission and, after some time, would probably confront Uzumaki Naruto in a fit of rage. He wondered if she might shed tears, though she appeared tough on the surface. Her heart bore a fragility akin to that of a young girl. Xiangxi sat on the path, lost in thought. Despite not having overslept today, he had also refrained from training. Arriving at the Uchiha clan for the first time left him feeling somewhat at a loss, as if he were uncertain how to navigate his new life. Moreover, the compound assigned to him by the Uchiha clan was significantly larger than his previous abode. The courtyard resembled a small training ground, and the numerous rooms gave the impression of a place meant for a large family, leaving him feeling rather isolated. Fortunately, Uchiha Yusuke arrived early, bringing with him a blade slightly shorter than the Tetsuzan. "You're up quite early. I expected children your age to sleep in later," he remarked. "Here, this is your Muramesa." Uchiha Yusuke extended the sword to Xiangxi, stating, "The Muramesa may be a bit long for you now, but your body will grow quickly at this age, and in a year or two, it will suit you perfectly. For now, train with the short sword. You only need to become proficient in its use." Xiangxi nodded, unsheathing the Muramesa. The blade reflected his visage like a mirror, and the hilt, adorned with dark red patterns, emanated a gentle warmth in his grasp. He infused the blade with his demonic energy, and it immediately glowed with a crimson light. As he deftly swung the sword, an ethereal flame erupted forth. Uchiha Kagami observed with mild astonishment. To unleash its power upon your first encounter with the Muramesa indicates a remarkable affinity between you and the sword. As Xiangxi gazed towards the village, he contemplated the possibility of wielding the chakra blade akin to Uchiha Kagami, which would remedy his deficiency in ranged combat, allowing him to do more than merely throw shurikens. Chapter 27. The key. When Tsunade sensed something amiss, 5 days had already elapsed since Xiangxi had ventured to the Uchiha clan. Such prolonged absences were not uncommon during missions. For instance, the previous joint mission had consumed nearly 2 months. However, upon encountering Yamada Makoto and Hashimoto Haruko at the training ground in Konoha, she discovered they had not been dispatched on any missions. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Uchiha Kagami had not made an appearance, and Team 8 had not undertaken any tasks in recent days either. Promptly, she proceeded to the archives to peruse the village's exit records for the past few days. Given her esteemed status, no one dared to obstruct her, allowing her to sift through the records, which were not classified. She scrutinized the exit logs repeatedly, only to find Xiangxi's name conspicuously absent, causing her heart to lurch. In an instant, she turned and sprinted towards the Senju clan's territory. Xiangxi had vanished from the Senju grounds. If danger had befallen him, it was inconceivable. If someone could stealthily infiltrate the Senju territory to commit an act of violence without detection, then the Senju clan might as well disband. Though the current state of the Senju clan was akin to dissolution, since he was not in peril, it indicated that Xiangxi had either departed of his own volition or had been compelled to leave. If he had left voluntarily, he would have informed her. However, if he had been coerced, only a select few within the Senju could have pressured him into leaving undetected, merely 2 individuals. Tsunade's heart surged with fury, yet her mind remained remarkably clear, and in that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded her consciousness. Upon returning to the clan grounds, she made a beeline for Uzumaki Mito's courtyard. At that moment, Mito was arranging flowers, her expression focused, as the various blooms in her hands appeared to come alive, exuding a distinct beauty. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, her anger simmering. "Grandmother, why must you force Xiangxi to leave? We had an agreement. Xiangxi bears the Senju name." Uzumaki Mito paused momentarily, maintaining her composure as she replied, "No one is forbidding him from carrying the Senju name. Then why must he be driven away? He has not been banished. It was previously arranged between Tobirama and the Uchiha clan leader that once Xiangxi became a ninja, he would spend some time with the Uchiha. During his transition from Genin to Chunin, he would be instructed by the Uchiha clan. Once he attains the rank of Chunin, he may return at his discretion." "By what right? Xiangxi is not of the Uchiha clan. Does he truly require their tutelage? Is there no one within the Senju clan capable of teaching him? Moreover, his instructor is already a member of the Uchiha. Given his Sharingan, do you genuinely believe that the Uchiha would willingly yield their treasures to a mere 5-year-old? Do not be absurd, Tsunade. The world of shinobi is embroiled in war, and the Senju are no longer what they once were. Even Tobirama, no matter how formidable, stands alone. The battlefield requires the strength of the Uchiha clan." But Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Yet her pride compelled her to suppress her sobs. She was the granddaughter of the Hokage, a princess of Konoha, and would not naively believe that a single Senju could secure victory in a war. Rest assured, Xiangxi will return. The reason why Tobii allowed Nishi to remain in the clan territory before becoming a ninja was due to concerns regarding his tender age and the potential influence of the Uchiha clan. With the experiences gained during his years with the Senju clan, it was hoped he would not descend into madness like those from the Uchiha. However, the early graduation of Nishi was an unforeseen circumstance. "What if he does not return?" Tsunade murmured, her voice trembling. "Does it matter? If Nishi does not come back, will you sever all ties with him? Will you not continue to act as you always have, merely without cohabitation? Moreover, it is imperative that you maintain a certain distance from him. This is crucial for me," Tsunade shouted, wiping her tears. Uzumaki Mito sighed and slowly approached Tsunade, gently caressing her tear-streaked cheek. "Silly child, one day you will become Hokage, and at that time, you must confront the Uchiha issue. Nishi will be the key to resolving it." "I have no desire to become Hokage," Tsunade retorted, shaking off Mito's hand and running away, her voice laced with sobs. As she departed, Mito pondered, "Is it too early to discuss this with her?" In the Uchiha clan's courtyard, Uchiha Yusuke was engaged in an exploration of supernatural energy with Nishi. To comprehend this energy, which differed from chakra, one must delve into its essence. Yusuke believed that Nishi's prior application of this supernatural energy was rather rudimentary. If alternative methods of harnessing it could be uncovered, Nishi's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Despite the absence of chakra's attribute variations, its energy intensity was significantly greater, and its use did not yield adverse reactions. I suspect that the supernatural energy you speak of is not derived from the amalgamation of physical and mental energies, is it? Yusuke conjectured. Chakra is a transformation of the physical energy generated by the 130 trillion cells within the human body, a fusion of both physical and mental energies. When a ninja's chakra is depleted, they essentially lose their ability to act, entering a state of exhaustion. In severe cases, they may even lose consciousness. Should one forcefully extract physical energy to convert into chakra while in battle, such consumption equates to risking their life. Ultimately, when both physical strength and chakra are exhausted, the only outcome is death. An example of this is Kakashi's battle against Pain, where he drained his final reserves of strength and chakra, resulting in his demise. Conversely, a high chakra volume generally signifies remarkable physical strength, exemplified by the Senju and Uzumaki clans, an incredibly potent gift. Before the advent of Hashirama Senju's would release, the Senju clan relied on this very trait to combat the Uchiha. Otherwise, how could they have contended with the Uchiha from the Warring States period to the era of the ninja villages? Upon realizing this, it became evident that Nishi's situation was different. The depletion of his supernatural energy merely restricted his methods of application without impacting his core self. Based on my observations of supernatural energy recovery, it typically recharges gradually after meals and rest, without the need for physical energy extraction. Possessing the talent for seizing the supernatural, Nishi has yet to thoroughly investigate the speed of his recovery. If he cannot restore it, he resorts to subtle means during training battles to regain a modicum of energy. Uchiha Nishi. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from outside the courtyard, prompting a sense of recognition within Xiangxi. The name that called out to him was associated with someone he had in mind. Upon stepping outside, he confirmed his thoughts. It was indeed Uchiha Jien. Do not refer to me by the Uchiha name. From now on, call me Xiangxi, he retorted. Humph. Still a traitor, are we? I came here to share news I thought would concern you. What? He continued. Tsunade has intruded upon our clan territory and is confronting several of our clan brothers by Lake Ikeda. Chapter 28. I power this is not a place for you. Leave at once. A Uchiha youth, around 12 or 13 years of age, spoke with indignation, his expression one of anger. The 5 Uchiha peers beside him shared his sentiments. Tsunade's intrusion had reached the ears of the Uchiha high-ranking officials immediately, yet they chose to remain passive, allowing the younger generation to take action, deeming any ensuing conflict as mere childish folly. On what grounds? Tsunade glared fiercely, taken aback by the treatment she received on entering another clan's domain. Never had she encountered such exclusion from the Uchiha. This is Uchiha territory. It is my home. You dare to invade without permission and question why I should not enter? Depart. Do not compel us to take action. I shall not. Tsunade's fists crackled as she clenched them, standing unafraid before 6 Uchiha youths twice her age. The Uchiha exchanged glances, silently dispersing to prepare for an assault on Tsunade. The air was thick with tension, a confrontation between the Senju and Uchiha clans imminent. She seeks me. What concern is it of yours? Suddenly, a figure rushed from behind, swiftly leaping to stand before Tsunade. Xiangxi had arrived, riding atop a reluctant white wolf, which, upon reaching their destination, shook its body to dislodge him. Tsunade gazed at Xiangxi with surprise, her heart swelling with relief as she realized he still stood by her side. Are you prepared to oppose your own clan? It appears you have forgotten the lineage that courses through your veins. Seeing Xiangxi align himself with Tsunade only fueled the fury of the Uchiha youths, their anger surpassing that which Tsunade's entrance had incited. Traitors often evoked greater ire than external foes, despite Xiangxi never considering himself a part of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Uchiha Jin arrived, naturally positioning himself alongside the other Uchiha youths, whispering about Xiangxi's background. Xiangxi had been within the Uchiha clan for merely a few days, maintaining a low profile, leaving many unaware of his presence among them. A prodigy who awakened his eyes at 5? You ought to be even less of a traitor. Your reputation as a genius was bestowed by the Uchiha. They scoffed. Having lived among foreign clans, do you truly possess the ability to wield the Sharingan? Allow us to demonstrate the strength of the Uchiha. Upon learning of Xiangxi's origins, the expressions of the Uchiha youths grew stern, and one by one, they activated their Sharingan. Jin watched with envy as the tomo within their eyes began to spin. Only those who had awakened their Sharingan could genuinely represent the Uchiha clan. Do you believe you can embody the clan? He thought, Such a narrow-minded view. Whispers drift westward as the demonic energy within me circulates, activating my Sharingan to meet their gaze. It seems that Itachi's assessment of their clan holds merit. Perhaps the eradication of their lineage was unjust. Yet the Uchiha clan undeniably harbors significant issues. Uchiha Kenichi stood agape, unable to fathom the sight of my double Tomo Sharingan. How could this be? This detestable individual awakened his one Tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 5, and now, merely over a year later, he possesses 2? How could this be fair to him, who has yet to awaken his own eyes, or to the Uchiha clansmen who only recently attained their one Tomo at the age of 12 or 13? This is simply intolerable. The other Uchiha members stood awkwardly for a moment, hesitant to act, yet unwilling to concede verbally, departing with a reluctant remark. After their departure, Tsunade tugged at my sleeve with a huff. Let us speak outside. I find this place intolerable, as well as the Uchiha clan. Naturally, I acquiesced. It would indeed be a rarity for Tsunade to harbor any fondness for the Uchiha, or for any outsider to feel welcome within their domain. We exited the Uchiha territory but did not return to the Senju clan, instead wandering the bustling streets of Konoha. As we passed a street vendor, our hands filled with an array of snacks, yet their flavor seemed lacking compared to previous delights. Although Tsunade had sought me out, once together, she appeared at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Let us try our luck at the casino, I suggested, noting her current despondency. Tsunade nodded in agreement. And after we squandered our money at the casino, the atmosphere lightened, and we emerged in laughter and conversation, reminiscent of our usual banter. I shall await your return, Tsunade remarked as the evening approached. I will, I assured her, though inwardly I pondered whether, if she urged me to return, I would indeed go back to the Senju clan. Perhaps I might. Upon my return to the Uchiha residence, I discovered the lights still aglow. Uchiha Yusuke awaited my arrival. You're back, have you eaten? He inquired, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. I have. I thought as much. When one spends time with a lady, it is only proper to treat her to a meal, otherwise, how rude that would be. Uchiha Yusuke chuckled, seemingly devoid of the hostility other Uchiha bore toward the Senju. Did you spend quite a bit? He continued. Before the war concluded, I doubt there was time for you to partake in missions, and the clan's allowances are meager. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask. I shall lend you some. We shall see, I replied, scratching my head, for indeed, I had depleted my funds. My venture to the casino had not benefited from Tsunade's winnings. Rather, we lost together, the outcome being all too predictable. Put in some effort and win the Senju princess for the Uchiha. The Uchiha's power must not remain with the Senju. That is utterly unacceptable. Conversely, if the Senju's strength were to stay with the Uchiha, that might be open for negotiation. Uncle, would you care to open your Sharingan and see just how young I truly am? I retorted, realizing that the precociousness of children in the world of Hokage is largely attributable to the failings of adults. At your age, I had many young ladies clamoring to marry me. Uchiha Yusuke laughed heartily, reminiscing about his childhood, a time forever cherished. After a brief exchange, he deftly shifted the conversation to the Sharingan of the West. You possess no chakra, yet you can still awaken the Sharingan. Have you contemplated the mysteries behind it? The Sharingan exists independently of chakra. Although it is essentially a form of special chakra or energy, it is through ocular power that the Sharingan manifests its extraordinary abilities. Chakra serves as the energy that sustains the Sharingan's activation. Yet once ocular power is depleted, even if chakra remains, the Sharingan cannot be maintained. Similarly, without chakra, one cannot awaken the Sharingan. The fact that the West can still activate the Sharingan despite lacking chakra indicates that this energy is not irreplaceable. To illustrate his point, Uchiha Yusuke likened it to tea. The strength of a cup of tea is not determined by the quantity of water, but rather by the amount of tea leaves used. In this analogy, the Sharingan represents the tea, chakra corresponds to water, while ocular power is the crucial tea leaves. Thus, although lacking chakra may prevent one from utilizing ninjutsu, akin to how one can wield Muramasa, the ocular techniques unique to the Sharingan remain unrestricted. Chapter 29. Mental Illusions. The ocular techniques of the Sharingan. The West understood that the Mangekyou Sharingan possesses unique and formidable ocular techniques. Do ordinary Sharingan also possess such abilities? Each member of the Uchiha clan who awakens their eyes is inherently adept in illusions. primarily due to the significant enhancement of visual-based Jinjutsu provided by the ocular power of the Sharingan. In terms of non-visual Jinjutsu, we are not much different from ordinary ninjas. Many choose not to meet our gaze during battle, a prudent strategy indeed. As the Sharingan evolves, its ocular power intensifies. The effects of visual Jinjutsu cast by a 1-tomo Sharingan and a 3-tomo Sharingan are markedly different. This explains why today, by the shores of Ikeda Lake, you were able to intimidate them. The ocular power of a 1-tomo is inferior to that of a 2-tomo, and they understand their own inadequacy. Today, as the West confronted several Uchiha clan members, Uchiha Yusuke had been silently observing, capturing every word of their discourse. To assume one is weaker solely based on the tomo level of the Sharingan is to place excessive faith in its power. There are numerous instances of those without the Sharingan defeating Uchiha. The West believed that judging solely by the Sharingan's rank was overly absolute, especially when considering the battle between Sasuke and Itachi in the original narrative, irrespective of whether Itachi held back. Sasuke's 3-tomo still stood a chance against Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Yusuke shook his head, opting not to delve further into this topic. He continued, the Sharingan can inherently utilize ocular power to initiate visual-based Jinjutsu, a form of illusion that does not rely on chakra for activation. Theoretically, one can employ it even without chakra. The applications of Jinjutsu are vast, serving not only in combat, but also in intelligence gathering, assassination, infiltration, and other strategic endeavors. The West remained silent, yet contemplated that his Sharingan lacked ocular power. This realization dawned upon him during Senju Tobarama's research into what he termed the second bloodline. Consequently, the ocular techniques exclusive to the Sharingan might not be within his reach. Soon, however, his doubts were dispelled. Uchiha Yusuke imparted to him a simple Jinjutsu utilizing the Sharingan, which manifested as an illusion that allowed the target to perceive a phantom akin to the shadow clone technique. However, a distinguishing feature was that only the individual ensnared by the illusion could see it, rendering it invisible to others. That evening, while experimenting with the Jinjutsu, Xiangxi discovered that his demon energy could substitute for ocular power to activate the Sharingan illusion. This revelation filled him with joy, as it provided him with a clandestine method of attack in addition to his straightforward assaults. The White Wolf. Xiangxi found himself unable to sleep, rising to the courtyard to conduct experiments with the White Wolf. As he gazed into the wolf's eyes through the Sharingan, he momentarily beheld a milky white orb enveloped by 2-tomo. Unbeknownst to the White Wolf, which was utterly unprepared, it locked eyes with Xiangxi and immediately fell victim to the Jinjutsu. Two of me. The White Wolf initially assumed it was merely a hallucination born from fatigue, but upon shaking its head and glancing again, it was still confronted by a duplicate of itself. The small creature's mind struggled to comprehend. Had it truly succumbed to an illusion? It attempted to unleash its chakra to break through the Jinjutsu's interference, yet within its being, the chakra remained tranquil, showing no signs of disturbance. Frustrated, the White Wolf charged at the other version of itself, only to find its fangs pass through the illusion, revealing its falsehood. It then turned to bite Xiangxi, convinced he was the mastermind behind this trickery. Xiangxi did not evade, allowing the White Wolf to latch onto his hand. While pondering why the wolf had failed to dispel the Jinjutsu, the essence of Jinjutsu lies in disrupting the chakra within the target to disturb their mental state, thereby inducing a hallucinatory trance. There are numerous methods to break free, such as the chakra explosion the White Wolf had attempted, or assistance from another individual injecting chakra to counteract the interference. Some lesser illusions can even be dispelled through pain. Yet, why had the White Wolf been unable to unravel his illusion? Its chakra reserves far exceeded Xiangxi's demon energy. Could it be that since he invoked the Jinjutsu without utilizing chakra or ocular power, it rendered the wolf powerless? Xiangxi found himself perplexed. The following day, when Uchiha Yusuke arrived to guide him, he expressed his confusion. Try casting your Jinjutsu on me. Uchiha Yusuke, equally baffled by the phenomenon, wished to experience Xiangxi's illusion firsthand. Heeding the suggestion, Xiangxi activated the Sharingan and locked eyes with Uchiha Yusuke. The moment the Jinjutsu was initiated, a searing pain pierced through his head, akin to being pricked by needles. Unable to suppress a cry of anguish, he half knelt on the ground. What was happening? Had the casting of the Jinjutsu backfired? Uchiha Yusuke furrowed his brow, for he had not resisted nor perceived any illusion, as if none had been cast at all. Why was there a backlash? After enduring a considerable headache, Xiangxi felt slightly better, though his mind remained hazy. He had successfully cast the illusion the previous night, so why was it ineffective today? Perplexed, he approached the white wolf once more and attempted again, this time succeeding effortlessly. The white wolf, now enlightened, realized that Xiangxi had been toying with it, and promptly sank its teeth into Xiangxi's arm, causing its phantom to dissipate. But why had the white wolf succeeded? As Xiangxi, undeterred by the unknown, focused intently, he unleashed an illusion upon Uchiha Yusuke, leaving no detail overlooked. The outcome was a sharp pain in his head, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The white wolf, startled, initially believed Xiangxi was in pain from its bite. It quickly released its grip, sheepishly licking its lips before darting away. A realization dawned upon him. It was the power of the mind. Xiangxi pressed his palm to his forehead to alleviate the throbbing pain, and through his Sharingan, he perceived a milky white orb within Uchiha Yusuke's eyes, significantly larger than that of the white wolf. When his two Tomo attempted to envelop it, they were rebuffed by the orb, resulting in a backlash that injured his own psyche. This milky white orb represented the mental strength of the one being targeted. Although the white wolf possessed the prowess of a Nin and could overpower Xiangxi, it was merely a year old and thus lacked substantial mental fortitude, making it susceptible to his illusions. Uchiha Yusuke, in contrast, was over 40, older than Xiangxi's combined lifetimes. Moreover, having spent years engaged in life and death struggles as a ninja, and inheriting the release of the Sage of Six Paths, the Uchiha clan members naturally possessed formidable mental power, far surpassing that of Xiangxi. Xiangxi's epiphany revealed that his Sharingan illusions were not activated through chakra or ocular power. Rather, they operated on the mental plane. Consequently, his mental strength could not be inferior to that of the target. Otherwise, not only would the illusion fail, but he would also suffer a psychic backlash. Uchiha Yusuke listened in wonder as Xiangxi explained, exclaiming in astonishment, "According to your theory, once ensnared by your illusion, one cannot escape through chakra? Xiangxi, does your bloodline have a vendetta against the Uchiha? How could you be born as a natural nemesis to our clan?" Realizing the truth in Uchiha Yusuke's words, Xiangxi understood that he lacked chakra and was inherently immune to illusions, while his own illusions directly affected the realm of the mind, rendering the Uchiha Sharingan and chakra ineffective against him. It was well known that the Uchiha clan relied on their Sharingan, glaring with crimson eyes at others. Should they encounter Xiangxi, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. I control you. You cannot control me. Chapter 30. The seventh squads feast upon grasping this concept. Uchiha Yusuke revised his training regimen for Xiangxi, elevating the focus on illusions to a primary discipline and incorporating mental strength training. Initially, Xiangxi's illusions were intended as a supplementary tactic, merely to be skillfully integrated with his combat style. However, the perspective had shifted, deeming them a crucial offensive strategy. Consequently, Xiangxi trained in swordsmanship during the day, while in the evenings, he engaged in self-study sessions, absorbing Uchiha Yusuke's explanations of illusion principles and variations, occasionally subjecting him to illusions. Even if he faced a backlash, it served as a means to strengthen his mental resilience. Periodically, Uchiha Yusuke would involve other clan members in practical combat with Xiangxi, resulting in a schedule that was densely packed. It was only when Tsunade came to seek him out that Uchiha Yusuke would teasingly allow him to take a break, granting him a reprieve from his rigorous training to spend time with Tsunade. As the days pass in an unhurried manner, the external war rages on, yet it fails to intrude upon the serene training of Xiangxi. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 springs and summers have elapsed. Everyone is gradually maturing. Tsunade's visits to the Uchiha clan's territory to seek out Xiangxi have become less frequent, as the family has welcomed a new addition, her younger brother Sh. and she delights in playfully engaging with him at home. In recent years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has spent increasing amounts of time back in Konoha. Although he occasionally ventures to the front lines, a significant portion of his time is devoted to leading them on missions. Well, the strength of a Nin isn't that impressive, is it? I reckon I could easily become one myself. On the return from a mission, Jiraiya ambled along, casually glancing at Tsunade as he spoke. Over the years, he has grown considerably, now towering half a head above both Tsunade and Orochimaru. Humph. Without my medical ninjutsu, you'd still be nursing injuries, Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes at Jiraiya. As the years have passed, all three have made remarkable progress. Jiraiya has mastered over 10 types of ninjutsu, his physical prowess growing increasingly formidable, reminiscent of Sarutobi Hiruzen in his youth. Tsunade, however, has not focused her efforts solely on ninjutsu. Aside from her terrifyingly potent strength, she has devoted more energy to medical ninjutsu, revealing her burgeoning talent in healing arts. Orochimaru has emerged as the strongest among them, excelling in all three disciplines of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Your abilities have long surpassed those of a nin. It is merely a matter of opportunity before your promotion comes to fruition, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, taking a drag from his cigarette as he gazed thoughtfully at the nearby gates of Konoha, lost in contemplation. Really? Before Jiraiya could express his delight, Tsunade leapt to her feet, exclaiming, "Does this mean Xiangxi could soon become a nin and finally leave that dreadful Uchiha place?" Jiraiya shot her a sidelong glance. Xiangxi is confined within the Uchiha, kept from undertaking missions. It remains uncertain whether he possesses the strength of a nin. How can you say that? Many prestigious clans cultivate their talents in a similar manner. Take the Hyuga clan, for instance. Their main house is hardly lacking in strength. Tsunade clenched her fist, her eyes narrowing at Jiraiya, ready to deliver a punch if he continued with his unflattering remarks. Now, her punches carried considerable weight. Even a restrained strike could leave Jiraiya incapacitated for days. Jiraiya, well aware of her formidable strength, chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. Did the teacher not mention that after this mission, we would have 5 days of rest? What do you plan to do tomorrow? None of your business. Tsunade huffed in annoyance. Our Team 7 hasn't had a gathering in ages. How about we go out for a meal tomorrow and then relax in a hot spring? My treat. You're treating? That is quite rare. The hot spring even has sake. We can sip while we soak, Jiraiya added with a knowing grin. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly. Minors are not permitted to drink. Don't worry, old man. I'll bring you something to enjoy. Hiruzen's cough deepened in response. The following day at noon, before the appointed gathering time, Jiraiya hurried ahead to Orochimaru's residence, his bag in hand. Aren't you joining us for the meal? Although I am indifferent to your invitation for a meal, Jiraiya, what is it that you truly desire? Upon hearing Jiraiya's intentions, Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply. Jiraiya, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "After all, you enjoy staying at home researching ninjutsu, don't you? Just skip this time, and I shall treat you to dinner on another occasion. Do I need to remind you, Jiraiya?" Orochimaru's golden slit pupils fixed on him. "You are aware of Tsunade's relationship with Lord Konoha." "Of course I know. Why do you bring this up?" "In recent years, Tsunade has met with him less frequently. Is it because her bond with him has faded, or perhaps yours? I cannot comprehend what you are insinuating. Lord Konoha has always been a good friend of ours." The smile on Jiraiya's face faded as he exchanged a quiet gaze with Orochimaru. "Is that so? I understand." Moments later, Orochimaru turned and retreated to his room, picking up an unfinished ninjutsu scroll, yet his thoughts wandered. Is this the rebellious age, or merely the trials of youth? It is indeed a troublesome period that must be navigated with reason. Jiraiya observed Orochimaru's departing figure with a hint of resignation in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he proceeded toward the agreed-upon dining venue. The street bustled with passers-by as Jiraiya moved through the crowd, memories cascading through his mind like a flowing river. Reflecting on his journey from the Ninja Academy to the present, the image of Konoha gradually faded, while the figures of Tsunade and Orochimaru became increasingly vivid and animated. Naturally, he selectively dismissed the bothersome presence of Orochimaru, leaving only Tsunade's visage in his thoughts. As he reminisced, a smile once again graced Jiraiya's face. Upon arriving at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, the place where their group had celebrated their graduation, he recalled that it was Tsunade who had treated them that day, marking his first experience with barbecue. Spotting Tsunade already at the entrance, his smile widened. "Weren't we supposed to meet promptly at noon? Why are you late? And where is Orochimaru? I haven't seen him yet." As soon as he arrived, Tsunade shouted with indignation, clearly the only one who had arrived on time. "I just want to find Orochimaru. He said he had matters to attend to and wouldn't be coming." "Let us eat first," Jiraiya replied, glancing around before stepping closer to Tsunade, revealing 2 cups of fruit juice from his bag with a conspiratorial grin. "These contain alcohol. We can drink while we eat without anyone noticing." Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she playfully patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. "You are quite clever. Let us head inside. By the way, what urgent matter does Orochimaru have that he cannot spare time for a meal?" Your opportunities to treat him are few and far between. It must be that his research on ninjutsu has reached a critical juncture. If you enjoy dining, I shall treat you more often. And that fellow Orochimaru shall not be included. After all these years, you and Orochimaru still do not see eye to eye. I cannot fathom your dynamic. Now come on. Let me have a sip of that fruit juice. Chapter 31. The CH9 exam. Having thoroughly enjoyed their meal, the two emerged from the barbecue restaurant, slightly tipsy. Fortunately, the capacity of the juice cups was modest. Otherwise, they would have already toppled over at the table. It is still early. Let us stroll through the streets to sober up a bit before heading to the hot springs for another round of drinks. Tsunade, still yearning for more, found that the hour was indeed too early and decided to meander through the streets to pass the time. Strolling aimlessly alongside her companion, Jiraiya, they occasionally encountered stalls wafting delightful aromas, prompting Jiraiya to generously purchase treats for Tsunade. Before long, both of their hands were laden with delectable snacks, all courtesy of Jiraiya. Tsunade pondered curiously whether Jiraiya had undergone a transformation of character. Yet, as she glanced at him, her thoughts drifted back to her past companionship with Kakashi, who had once walked beside her. Surely, Kakashi would return. Over the years, her encounters with him had dwindled, while her training and missions with Jiraiya and Orochimaru had become more frequent. After enduring this prolonged collaboration, she felt that her rapport with Jiraiya and Orochimaru had surpassed that with Kakashi. Time, the most formidable of adversaries, silently eroded memories. Observing Tsunade lost in thought, Jiraiya chose to remain silent, quietly admiring her profile. Continuing their leisurely walk seemed agreeable to him. It was then that they chanced upon a flower shop owned by the Yamashiro family, sparking an idea in Jiraiya's mind. Tsunade, how about we indulge in a bit of gambling? I'm out of funds. I lost everything yesterday, Tsunade replied, waving her hand dismissively. After returning from a mission, she had spent her entire reward at the casino the previous night. Jiraiya, undeterred, pulled out a wad of cash and pressed it into Tsunade's hands, urging her to visit the casino while he ventured into the flower shop. Hello, I would like to purchase a bouquet. Welcome. May I ask who the flowers are for? There are nuances to gifting blooms, the shopkeeper inquired. Jiraiya faltered, momentarily speechless, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I see, the shopkeeper said, her expression conveying that she understood without further explanation as she handed him a bouquet of sunflowers. Bewildered, Jiraiya exited the shop, unaware of how much he had spent. Clutching the flowers awkwardly as he stood outside the casino, an odd sight indeed. However, the passers-by paid little mind to the peculiar Jiraiya, rushing towards the gates of Konoha, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. The war has ended. We are victorious. Long live Konoha. Father, we are here. Heroes, heroes. It turned out that the troops of Konoha had returned to the village, triumphantly bearing the news of the armistice. Everyone rushed to the gates to greet the returning army, their exuberance a cathartic release from the tensions of wartime. Even the casino emptied out, with patrons flocking to the gates to celebrate. Jiraiya spotted Tsunade, who was playfully clambering onto the back of Senju Hashirama, shouting animatedly. Hashirama's typically stoic demeanor was now graced with an expression of resigned amusement, unwilling to chastise her amidst the jubilant celebration. It was indeed a moment of great joy. Jiraiya stood at a distance, observing the ecstatic crowd, while the sunflowers in his hands gradually faded into the shadows. After 5 days of respite, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Team 7 once more, not with new assignments, but to announce a momentous event. The CH9 exams were officially set to commence. Let me first clarify. Although you have attained the rank of CH9, this CH9 exam is unlike any other. All 5 great nations will dispatch their ninjas to participate, and there will be many CH9, even elite jonin, masquerading as genin during the exam. It is not entirely inconceivable for jonin to take part, though generally, no village would stoop to such a shameless act. If all villages were to send their jonin, it might inevitably escalate into warfare. The elite jonin represents the uppermost limit, a tacit understanding among the ninja villages. Observing the trio's exuberant expressions, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly cautioned them. The reason for holding the CH9 exam at this juncture is to establish a new battleground during the ceasefire, allowing nations to negotiate agreements that failed to yield results on the battlefield. After enduring the toll of casualties and losses from this ninja world war, this CH9 exam will be the most intense in history. Do not be complacent merely because you possess CH9 abilities. In this exam, genuine genin will be scarce, as the lowest rank will be on par with your own strength. Fear not, old man. We have slain Nin before. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, eager to advance to Nin himself. However, the village had not conducted a Nin exam in ages, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had consistently suppressed their requests for a separate assessment. Isn't it more intriguing this way? Orochimaru licked his lips. I shall inform Nara Shikamaru. He will surely participate. Tsunade signed the application form and then dashed toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Orochimaru's gaze held deep significance, while Jiraiya appeared somewhat evasive. After signing their names on the application, they followed Tsunade in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Ah, the bittersweet nature of youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected as he watched the trio's departing figures. As an observer of their entanglements, he understood their dynamics clearly, yet he could only watch. For there were many matters in which he, as a teacher, could not intervene. Nara Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru. Tsunade called out loudly, placing her hands near her mouth as she stood at the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds. She refrained from entering, having had an unpleasant experience on her first attempt. Instead, she had agreed to wait for him at the entrance, confident that he would emerge to greet her upon catching her scent. Oh well, before she could see him, a howl echoed, and a white figure sprang from the Uchiha clan's entrance, leaping into Tsunade's embrace. From some year-long past, the white wolf had developed a fondness for the warmth of Tsunade's bosom. Over the years, the wolf had engaged in a blood exchange chakra transaction with Nara Shikamaru. Perhaps due to the daily absorption of Shikamaru's demonic blood, the white wolf had begun to exhibit new abilities. After reaching maturity, its size had grown comparable to that of a calf, yet now it was no larger than a month-old puppy. This newfound ability allowed the white wolf to manipulate its size at will. While teasing the wolf in her arms, Tsunade inquired, "Where is Shikamaru? Why hasn't he come out with you?" The white wolf howled several times, seemingly attempting to convey something, yet Tsunade and her companions could not comprehend its utterances. In a fit of urgency, the white wolf leapt from Tsunade's embrace. In an instant, a flash of crimson light illuminated the surroundings, and when the white wolf landed, it had transformed into a colossal wolf standing at a height of nearly 6 feet. It charged ferociously into the Uchiha territory. Undoubtedly, the white wolf's prowess surpassed that of a mere chunin. Orochimaru remarked on this transformation, though it was unclear to whom his words were directed. Indeed, when the white wolf had just reached maturity, it had already been comparable to a chunin. Now, it possessed strength that could only be described as that of a special jonin. Tsunade wore a look of pride. Before long, the white wolf reappeared at the entrance of the Uchiha territory, this time with a person clutched in its jaws. Uchiha Ken trembled, his hands shaking in fear, as the white wolf gripped the back of his collar, emitting waves of intense heat that compelled him to submit. Uchiha Cookie had been incarcerated in the Konoha prison during this time. You might find him there. You look somewhat familiar. Do we know each other? Jiraiya pondered, scrutinizing Uchiha Ken's face as he wrestled with his fading memories. What business do you have in Konoha prison? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. I'm training using the prisoners as live combat opponents. It is said that as long as one kills him, anyone but the most heinous of criminals can earn their release, and even injuring him can reduce their sentence. What lunatic devised such a training regimen? Tsunade exclaimed in indignation. I remember now. You're Uchiha Ken, aren't you? We were classmates. You've also become a genin? Jiraiya exclaimed, slapping his forehead as the memories of the ninja academy returned. I became a genin 2 years ago, Uchiha Ken replied, feeling a surge of joy as he adjusted his forehead protector. I see. Then you must have awakened your Sharingan by now, right? Damn. Chapter 32, Prison Training Konoha Prison. Tsunade, along with her companions and the White Wolf, followed Uchiha Yusuke through a dark and dreary passageway. As they emerged into the light, their eyes squinted, momentarily unaccustomed to the sudden brightness. Once their vision adjusted, they beheld a vast circular arena, separated by railings into an inner and outer circle. The outer circle comprised walkways, where Tsunade, her companions, and the White Wolf stood, while the inner circle's ground was deeply sunken, creating a height disparity of several dozen meters. From the outer circle, they gazed down to witness over 30 prisoners engaged in brutal combat within the inner arena. Their sole adversary was a figure moving with alarming speed, weaving effortlessly among them, causing several prisoners to be hurled backwards, bloodied, or rendered unconscious in puffs of smoke. Suddenly, The inner arena erupted in a violent explosion. A blaze of fire and smoke scattering in all directions, momentarily halting their fierce struggle as their eyes fixated on the flickering silhouette within the haze. Is this your clan's method of training? Tsunade fumed at the sight. It was one thing to use prisoners for training, but to equip them with explosive tags was utterly reckless. Did they not fear these desperate men would fight to the death? Rest assured, the strength and number of these prisoners have been meticulously calculated. They are merely fodder Chunin. Providing them with explosive tags poses no significant risk. I have everything under control. Moreover, should it come to a life or death situation, I will intervene, though thus far, my hand has not been forced. Uchiha Yusuke maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of the training intensity required for Cookie. This elite training is exceedingly rigorous, and the corresponding progress is remarkably swift. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, Xiangxi stood there unscathed, his flowing white hair cascading down, adorned in a white kimono top and black trousers, his chest exposed to reveal a broad expanse of muscle. The back of his kimono bore the emblem of the Uchiha clan, while a deep purple belt hung a pitch-black iron thong at his side, with a Muramasa blade sheathed at his lower back. His expression was tranquil, and his pair of three-tomo Sharingan glimmered like an unfathomable abyss, captivating all who dared to gaze upon him. Not a single prisoner had the courage to meet his eyes. A 12-year-old with three-tomo. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, few have been found. Earth release, earth spike. The ground suddenly erupted with a multitude of sharp, stone-like protrusions. Xiangxi effortlessly leaped, his Sharingan discerning the chakra distribution beneath him to predict the trajectory of the impending assault. In an instant, he vanished, weaving through the forest of spikes, rushing towards the remaining dozen or so standing prisoners. But that was not the end. Earth release, earthquake core. Earth release, rock thief staff. The adept earth users among the prisoners executed their plan with precision, utilizing the earth spike to restrict Xiangxi's advance, destabilizing his center of gravity and speed with the earthquake core, while launching distant attacks with the rock thief staff. Boom! As the stones flew towards him, the blade of Muramasa shimmered with a crimson glow, effortlessly cleaving through the projectiles as if nothing could withstand its edge. Earth release, earth flow wall. Witnessing Xiangxi continuously breach their assaults, several prisoners joined forces to conjure earthen walls in an attempt to decelerate his momentum. Bang! With another resounding crash, Xiangxi smashed through the earthen barrier with a single punch. His strength was akin to that of a monstrous force. Tsunade observed in astonishment. She knew well that this was no monstrous strength technique, but rather Xiangxi's innate physical power. Without relying on the explosive force of the monstrous strength technique, Xiangxi had already surpassed her, a member of the Senju clan, in sheer physical prowess. Such a level of speed and strength, combined with Xiangxi's extraordinary swordsmanship, rendered ninjutsu seemingly irrelevant. Orochimaru quietly assessed the situation. Under the guidance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had mastered an array of ninjutsu that rivaled that of special jonin. Yet, faced with the prowess of Xiangxi, he could not conceive of any ninjutsu capable of countering such might. Lightning release, false darkness. A bolt of lightning surged forth in an attempt to repel Xiangxi and rescue the earth users among the prisoners. By this juncture, the remaining dozen were the elite among the prisoners, fully aware that to inflict harm upon Xiangxi, or even to defeat him, collaboration was imperative. Otherwise, to confront him alone was utterly futile. A crimson flash of the blade severed the lightning. In the next moment, a cascade of blood erupted as the earth users fell one by one, their chakra drained and transformed into demonic energy. Xiangxi pivoted his blade before charging towards the next target. Damn it! Water release, great waterfall technique. The most effective counter against Xiangxi was indeed water release. While he was unfamiliar with ninjutsu, the Muramasa in his grasp was of fire affinity, still possessing a means of counteraction. Xiangxi chose not to confront it directly, retreating to evade the assault. Once the great waterfall technique was unleashed, the arena transformed into a vast expanse of water, where he stood upon the surface, awaiting the prisoner's next move. The prisoner adept in lightning release unleashed an assault, utilizing the principle of water conductivity to execute a wide-ranging attack, disregarding even the harm inflicted upon allies. The figure of Xiangxi flickered continuously, his three-tomo Sharingan accurately capturing the flow of chakra across the water's surface, evading while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. While water release indeed countered Muramasa, his strength was not solely reliant on the fire attribute of Muramasa. His mastery of swordsmanship and speed alone sufficed to tear through the enemy's defenses. The prisoners fought with fervor, unleashing various ninjutsu without reservation, transforming the area into a miniature battlefield, where explosions and bloodshed were incessant. After 5 minutes, fewer than 10 prisoners remained, their faces etched with exhaustion and their chakra reserves dwindling. Xiangxi stood at the center, his white attire somewhat tattered yet unmarred by injury. It was time to conclude this. Xiangxi murmured to himself. Turning Muramasa in hand, he thrust the blade into the ground, piercing the thin surface of the water. Following the recent battle, the remnants of the great waterfall technique had diminished significantly. Suddenly, the blade of Muramasa erupted in a blaze of fire, a torrent of flames surging forth, engulfing the entire arena in an inferno reminiscent of a catastrophic wildfire. Xiangxi stood amidst the flames, silently listening to the wails of the prisoners being scorched, and once the water and blood on the ground were entirely evaporated by the flames, he withdrew Muramasa, twirling it in a flourish before sheathing it at his waist. At this moment, he was the only one still standing in the arena. A sea of fire consumed 100 points of demonic energy, which could not be employed as a conventional tactic. The chakra siphoned from these prisoners failed to replenish the demonic energy expended, resulting in only a 33-point increase in swordsmanship. It appeared that this training had ceased to enhance my prowess. Over the past 6 years, under the tutelage of Uchiha Madara, he had grown reasonably satisfied with his overall progress. Name: Senju Xiangxi. Demonic energy: 452,680. Demon blade: Tetsusai, Tenshin. Awakening pending. Swordsmanship: level 515608500000. Talent: absorb enemy demonic energy, chakra, and convert it to personal demonic energy. Note: elevating swordsmanship to level 7 will awaken Note. Upon awakening Tenshin, the left canine can be forged into a blade. Last month, his swordsmanship had advanced to level 5, awakening the demon blade Tenshin. However, he was not in a rush to forge a blade. Having witnessed the shortcomings of Tetsusai, he anticipated that Tenshin would similarly fail to unleash its potential. Thus he remained patient. It was time to draw a conclusion. Xiangxi unfastened his kimono, parting it at the chest, with the lower hem secured by a purple cord, allowing the fabric and sleeves to cascade down his sides, revealing his upper body. He gazed at the few individuals standing in the outer corridor, channeling his demonic energy. And suddenly, a substantial mass of corporeal blue demonic energy erupted from his back, instantly manifesting into a pair of wings. With a flap of his wings, he astonishingly ascended into the air. Chapter 33. Drinking. Watching Xiangxi soar towards them, Tsunade and the others were left agape in astonishment. Is this without chakra? You can fly and still do not require ninjutsu? Uchiha Madara, however, maintained his composure, clearly unperturbed. As this was not the first time he had witnessed Xiangxi ascend from the inner circle to the outer circle, soaring dozens of meters above. The flight westward was swift, arriving before a few individuals in just a few breaths. The white wolf howled twice before leaping from Tsunade's arms to settle on Xiangxi's shoulder, wary of jumping into his embrace, knowing well that Xiangxi would cast it aside without hesitation. Despite its rapid advancement in strength and acquiring several new abilities, it could do little against Xiangxi, who now held a dominant position. Even just the Sharingan was more than enough to subdue it. How delightful to see you all. Xiangxi greeted Tsunade and her companions with a smile. Since the birth of SHRU, Tsunade had visited less frequently, and her arrival with Jiraiya and Orochimaru was an even rarer occurrence. Xiangxi-kun, what is the nature of your wings? Is it a manifestation of demonic power? Before Tsunade could speak, Orochimaru interjected, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Indeed, it is quite challenging to employ such a technique with ordinary chakra unless one possesses a unique secret method. Xiangxi nodded with a smile, revealing nothing of his prowess. His demonic energy surpassed chakra in intensity, making such feats unsurprising, provided his control over it was sufficiently refined. Chakra could also be transformed into wings, as demonstrated by the peacock technique of the Star Ninja Village and the butterfly transformation of the Akimichi clan, yet both came at a considerable cost. Xiangxi, I am here to inform you that the CH Nin exams are to be held soon. You will soon ascend to the rank of CH Nin. And, could you please put on some clothes? Tsunade exclaimed, excitedly sharing the good news. Her gaze fell upon Xiangxi's well-defined upper body, her cheeks slightly flushed, uncertain whether it was from shyness or exhilaration. "It has been a while. You have grown more handsome," Jiraiya remarked, scratching his nose. A blend of envy and admiration evident in his expression. Xiangxi donned a kimono, a playful smirk adorning his face. "You seem to have bulked up as well." The Uchiha clan, renowned for producing prodigies and striking figures, had left its mark on him, living among them for several years. Not only had his Sharingan evolved to the three-tomo stage, but his appearance seemed to have subtly aligned with the Uchiha's high standards of beauty. Aside from his white hair, he bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke during his prime. This upcoming Nin exam is no ordinary affair. Ninjas from various countries will converge, and certain agreements are set to be established, ensuring that Nin and Special Jonin will dominate the proceedings, Uchiha Waisuke remarked, reflecting on the heavy toll the recent Ninja World War had taken on the Uchiha clan. "However, given your current strength, coupled with your three-tomo Sharingan, I harbor no concerns. I merely await the answer you will provide after you ascend to Nin." With that, Uchiha Waisuke turned to leave, granting the group some privacy. Xiangxi watched his retreating figure, his heart swirling with complex emotions. The agreement between the Uchiha clan and Senju Tobarama had stipulated that upon becoming a Nin, he would choose whether to remain with the Uchiha or return to the Senju clan. "The main force has returned to the village. Your teacher should be back as well. You should seek him out for his signature on the application," Tsunade urged. Xiangxi shook his head. "There's no rush. After concluding my training with the Uchiha, there will be plenty of time. It has been too long since the four of us gathered. Let us first enjoy a meal and relax. We can discuss the Nin exam application tomorrow." Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, should I take my leave during this gathering?" Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly stepped forward to cover Orochimaru's mouth. "What nonsensical talk are you uttering? Of course, it's the four of us together." Tsunade looked utterly perplexed, while Nishi observed the scene thoughtfully, though he refrained from asking any questions as he ushered everyone to leave the Konoha prison. Upon reaching the bustling streets of Konoha, the atmosphere was particularly vibrant that day. A multitude of returning ninjas began to celebrate unabashedly with their families and friends, rejoicing in their fortunate survival from the recent war in the ninja world. Even those who were missing limbs counted themselves lucky simply to be alive. Nishi had initially intended to visit the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, but Tsunade, having indulged in barbecue just a few days prior, expressed her disinterest in having it again. Consequently, the group chose another establishment. The four of them settled into their seats, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru on one side, and Nishi and Tsunade on the other. Tsunade glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention to them, then leaned closer to Jiraiya and whispered, "Did you bring the juice?" Jiraiya appeared embarrassed. "No, I didn't tea. Why not? You can go get it now. The dishes haven't tea arrived yet, and we'll wait for you here." "What juice?" Nishi asked, bewildered, unable to decipher their cryptic exchange. Tsunade quietly explained to Nishi, who then understood and chuckled, shaking his head. "We're all ninjas now. As long as it's not excessive, drinking a bit of alcohol isn't a problem." Saying this, Nishi raised his hand to summon the waiter, his Sharingan momentarily glinting as he straightforwardly ordered a jug of sake. The waiter, unfazed by the prospect of serving alcohol to minors, promptly returned with 2 jugs for them. Illusion techniques? Tsunade and the others were momentarily stunned by Nishi's actions. With their abilities, it would have been a breeze to use Genjutsu or transformation techniques to procure alcohol. Yet they would never dare to do so in plain view of everyone. It was unexpected that Nishi would so boldly take such a step. Could it be that Nishi lacks chakra to perform Genjutsu? Is it a capability of the Sharingan that doesn't require chakra to cast illusions? Orochimaru was the first to react, not contemplating whether Nishi's actions were appropriate, but rather pondering the new abilities Nishi had exhibited. It's not ninjutsu, but rather the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. No wonder those prisoners in battle dared not meet Nishi's gaze, Orochimaru mused, his previous doubts resolving. Tsunade took a sip of her drink and refilled Nishi's cup. "Is that so? I thought it was Nishi's prowess that intimidated them, making them reluctant to confront him directly." Nishi raised his cup. "Let us all drink together, celebrating the conclusion of the Ninja World War, and also the fact that we have all returned safely. Isn't it a bit odd to celebrate this when we didn't even step onto the battlefield?" Jiraiya remarked, downing his cup in one go. "Jiraiya, Tsunade's expression turned stern as she slammed her cup onto the table with a loud thud, drawing the attention of patrons at nearby tables. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, as if reminded of something, and quickly downed another cup of sake in apology. Let us not dwell on that. Let us drink heartily today and see if you all have improved your alcohol tolerance. Especially you, Tsunade. Don't let it be like before, where just a few cups would send you toppling over. Nishi laughed heartily, engaging in a drinking contest with everyone without having eaten anything. Once the dishes were served, the atmosphere among the group grew increasingly lively, with laughter and banter flowing as freely as the drinks. They engaged in discussions not only about Tsunade's missions over the years, but also shared anecdotes about Xiangshi's training within the Uchiha clan, including gossip about mutual acquaintances and classmates. Before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya were quite inebriated, shouting and laughing boisterously. Orochimaru, however, remained sober and composed, while Xiangshi, having consumed as much as Tsunade, appeared unaffected, observing Orochimaru with a look of curiosity that seemed to pique his interest for research. Although the table was filled with minors, their drunken demeanor drew the attention of others around them. A dark-skinned, middle-aged ninja approached, initially intending to scold them, but upon seeing the empty bottles, he was momentarily at a loss for words before bursting into laughter. Juice can intoxicate. You truly are remarkable. Chapter 34. Reforging the Demon Blade Juice? Orochimaru was abruptly roused by the middle-aged ninja's words, the hazy feeling induced by alcohol dissipating. Upon closer inspection of the table, he realized that the bottles were not filled with liquor, but rather 2 large containers of fruit juice. Observing Xiangshi's enigmatic smile, he quickly grasped the situation. It was not an illusion cast upon the staff to make them believe they were adults. Rather, it was an illusion that led them to believe they were consuming alcohol. The taste of the juice was so similar to that of wine that the sensation of drunkenness felt utterly genuine. Xiangshi, it seems I shall have to be cautious in our future training sessions. Orochimaru finished the remaining half-glass of juice, and at that moment, the flavor that touched his lips was unmistakably that of fruit juice. A mere illusion, once recognized, would naturally dissipate without the need for counteracting it. Xiangshi explained that his technique differed from conventional illusions, as it did not rely on disrupting chakra to confuse the target, but instead directly affected the mental realm. This form of illusion was akin to psychological deception. Unless the opponent's mental fortitude significantly surpassed his own, they could escape the illusion simply by realizing something was amiss. Those who detected inconsistencies would not be deceived, and there was no need to exert chakra to break free. For example, someone with a higher mental capacity, like Uchiha Yusuke, would have a low probability of falling victim to his illusions. Even if successfully ensnared, the illusions he could deploy would be of minimal deception, far from the caliber of illusions he had cast on Tsunade and her companions. It appeared that within the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru possessed the strongest mental prowess. Who could have anticipated that in the future, Orochimaru would become the one with the weakest mental strength, ultimately falling victim to Itachi's illusion in an instant? Xiangshi contemplated a wicked whim, considering whether to allow Orochimaru a taste of the illusionary shackles technique that would later incapacitate him, so that he might be prepared when facing Itachi. The illusionary shackles technique was a genjutsu associated with the Sharingan, one he was also capable of performing. However, when he cast this technique using demonic energy, it had its limitations, only effective against the weak, as the symptoms were too evident. Anyone with a significantly greater mental fortitude could easily escape. Orochimaru, after his reincarnation, would indeed fall prey to this technique in an instant. But such a scenario was impossible in the present. Orochimaru nodded knowingly. It seems this technique is not only effective against those with weaker mental strength, but also proves remarkably effective against those with a lack of awareness. He spoke while glancing at Jiraiya, who was oblivious to the fact that he had fallen victim to such an illusion technique, not due to a lack of mental prowess, but simply because of his sluggish reflexes. Have you finished eating? He inquired, patting Tsunade on the back. I have, but I didn't drink enough. I didn't even get drunk. Tsunade leaned against the back of her chair, her cheeks flushed, grinning foolishly. As long as you're full, let us be on our way. With a flicker of his Sharingan, Xiangshi dispelled the illusion that had ensnared Tsunade and Jiraiya. As their minds cleared, they initially sat in bewilderment before realizing they had been caught in an illusion. Xiangshi, Tsunade exclaimed in exasperation, delivering a punch that sent him crashing against the wall, causing the entire establishment to tremble. Next time, I want tea, hold back, she warned. Xiangxi rubbed his shoulder, first apologizing to the patrons in the shop before discussing compensation with the owner. Even after leaving the establishment, he still felt a lingering ache. Thank goodness I'm in good shape. Otherwise, you would have sent me to the hospital with that punch. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Having spent considerable time in hospitals himself, who told you to use an illusion on me? If it happens again, I want to just send you to the hospital. You'll be bettered in for 10 days or more. Tsunade huffed. Xiangxi fell silent and shifted the conversation. Tsunade, will you accompany me to Grandpa Hato later? I want to forge another blade using my teeth. Tsunade recalled that during Xiangxi's encounter with the prisoner, he hadn't utilized Tetsasuya, and she asked, can Tetsasuya unleash the power you desire? Not yet. I've been relying on the renowned blade Muramasa for combat. Although I've carried Tetsasuya with me, it has rarely left its sheath. Will you even be able to use another forged blade? Who carries 3 swords with them? Even samurai don't do that, Tsunade remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiangxi. That's none of your concern. Since I have it, I'll forge it first and figure out its usability later. Xiangxi licked his left canine, which contained the innate power of the toothed demon, still harboring a glimmer of hope that he could wield Tenjinya. If Tetsasuya could not unleash its full might, then having Tenjinya would still be formidable enough. The four then parted ways. Jiraiya stood rooted to the spot, watching Xiangxi and Tsunade leave together, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Has he not yet given up? Xiangxi has effectively emerged from his seclusion. Once the Chunin exams are over, he will return to the Senju clan. Orochimaru sighed softly. Despite their mutual disdain, he couldn't help but remind Jiraiya at crucial moments. It's none of your business. You're forging a blade with your teeth again? Hato asked, surprised, pointing at Tetsasuya at Xiangxi's waist. Is there something wrong with the blade forged previously? The blade I'm forging this time has different abilities than Tetsasuya. Tetsasuya? An unusual name. Hato cast a glance at the clan emblem on the back of Xiangxi's jacket, his eyes flickering as he neither accepted nor declined. Tsunade stepped forward, tugging at Hato's arm playfully, saying, Grandpa Hato, please forge another one. Just like last time, it won't take much effort. Seeing Tsunade advocate for Xiangxi, a hint of melancholy crossed Hato's face. All right, kid, go pick a blade blank. I'll fuse your teeth into it. This time, Xiangxi chose not to wield a straight blade, but rather selected a sword blank reminiscent of Tensaiga from Inuyasha. Time to extract some teeth, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement, while Xiangxi grimaced in agony. Drawing upon previous experiences, Hato swiftly fused his teeth into the sword blank, crafting a new blade. However, when he tested the sword, he encountered an unprecedented dilemma. The new blade could not be sharpened. Contemplating the weapon in his hand, Hato pondered whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. He had indeed sharpened it, so why could it not even cut through the tatami mat used for testing? It was as blunt as an unsharpened knife. Could one truly fail to sharpen a blade? Perplexed, he instructed his apprentice to procure a piece of pork, and with a vigorous strike of the new sword, he found it could not even sever the fatty tissue devoid of bone. Was it that I have lost my strength? Is my ability to strike diminished? Hato then had his apprentice try the sword, being young and robust. The apprentice swung with all his might, but still could not cut through the pork, instead leaving a deep imprint in the meat. The apprentice, equally bewildered, ran his fingers along the blade, which appeared razor-sharp, yet lacked the expected sharpness. Everyone, come and try to sharpen this blade. Hato's eyes widened in desperation. Presenting a dull sword the next day would surely invite ridicule, and he could no longer face the prospect of running the ninja tool shop. The following morning, when Xiangxi arrived, he was taken aback by the somber atmosphere that enveloped the workshop. You may leave. I will repay you tenfold for the cost of the blade. I am old and wish to retire. This ninja tool shop shall close its doors today. Hato, exhausted and with bloodshot eyes, drew on a cigarette, while his apprentices shared his weariness, having gone the entire night without sleep. You tell me this after I've had my teeth extracted? Chapter 35, A Visit. What was happening? A chill ran down Xiangxi's spine. With his teeth removed, the newly grown canines would no longer possess the demonic power of the sword. Hato inhaled deeply. The sword forged for you cannot be sharpened, and producing a dull blade leaves me no face to continue teaching apprentices. It might be best to retire early to avoid further embarrassment. The apprentices in the workshop bore expressions of despair if the ninja tool shop were to collapse. Their prospects in this trade would be bleak. Hearing this, Xiangxi felt a wave of relief as he began to grasp the underlying reason. This concerns none of you. I intend to forge a blade that cannot kill. Hato's heart jolted, his eyes reigniting with curiosity. What do you mean? You know this blade is dull? You cannot be merely comforting me, can you? I indeed understand. This blade is not meant for killing. It is the result of my teeth being integrated into it. Unrelated to your forging skills. The Tensouga in Inuyasha symbolizes the celestial sword among the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, a healing blade incapable of slaying entities of the present world, belonging instead to another realm, capable solely of vanquishing beings of that other world. Its healing prowess lies in its ability to revive the deceased by slaying messengers of the afterlife, though each individual may only be saved once. Furthermore, Tensaiga possesses an innate protective instinct for its master. In Inuyasha, when Sesomaru, the wielder, was struck by a wound from the wind, Tensaiga instinctively erected a barrier to shield him and transported him away. Upon understanding the characteristics of the Tenseigan, Hato and several apprentices seemed to be revitalized, their spirits lifted. They hurriedly prepared the scabbard for the Tenseigan, presenting it to Xiangxi as if sending away a harbinger of plague. Hato gazed at the Tenseigan with a complex expression. Can a blade that cannot take a life truly be called a sword? Xiangxi gently caressed the blade, noting its elongated black scabbard and the reddish, oval-shaped guard, with a blue and white cord wrapped around the hilt, reminiscent of Tenseigan from Inuyasha. Who says a sword is merely a tool for killing? Alas, do not seek my services for sword forging again. I am truly aging and cannot withstand such shocks. There should be one more. Would it not suffice to forge a sword at the Uchiha clan's weapon shop? Out of respect for Tsunade, please refrain from bringing disaster upon me and instead, visit the Uchiha. Hato, still haunted by the experience, was reluctant to accept another commission from Xiangxi, despite Tsunade's coaxing. Xiangxi did not relent, doubling the payment upon completion, hinting at a future request. Hato stubbornly refused the extra money, yet Xiangxi insisted, and after a prolonged tug-of-war, the elderly Hato, unable to match the youthful vigor of Xiangxi, reluctantly accepted the payment with tears in his eyes. There was no alternative. There was still the kanji yunya to consider. Hato, experienced in forging blades from teeth, felt reassured that no one else could achieve the same level of trustworthiness. Let us go see the real Gongyu, he murmured, with his left hand resting on the hilt of Tenseigan. The Konoha Cemetery. The morning weather was far from pleasant. The sky was overcast, and the sunlight dim. The woods behind were eerily silent, devoid of wind or bird song, solemnly guarding this hallowed resting place. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the corners of Xiangxi's garments and the chrysanthemums before the grave. He stood there, seeming to meld with the surroundings. His gaze fell upon a black and white photograph at the grave, that of Yamada Shingu, with his name and dates of birth and death inscribed below. What is so commendable about becoming a Chunin? Shortly after the outbreak of the Ninja World War, Yamada Shingu had applied for the Chunin examination on his own. With several years of guidance from Uchiha Kagami, he passed the examination with certainty. He had advised Yamada Shingu against applying for Chunin during wartime, cautioning that it would only place him in perilous circumstances. Chunins are meant to engage in battle, while Jounins serve as the elite fighting forces of each village. How many Jounins can a village truly possess? The majority are Chunins. Thus, Chunins form the backbone of the military during war, suffering the highest casualties, while Jounins are often spared from combat. During the First Ninja World War, Konoha was at its peak, not yet in a position where Jounins were required to fight. He recalled their first meeting. Yamada Shingu, with his golden hair and blue eyes, radiated warmth with his smile, prompting Xiangxi to question who the true protagonist was. In this perilous time, Yamada Shingu embodied the spirit of a hero, fervently determined to advance to Chunin and contribute his strength, even his life, to protect Konoha. Unfortunately, he did not survive. He was not the true protagonist. Why be so foolish? Not everyone can be the hero. If only Makoto Yamada could survive. Even if it meant living a mundane life devoid of being a ninja. With his gaze lowered, Nishi placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, Tenzin. Yet, he felt no presence of the so-called emissary of the underworld. Reluctantly, he drew Tenzin, activating his Sharingan, yearning to glimpse the underworld messenger, hoping to slay it and revive Makoto Yamada. The wind blew quietly, rendering his efforts futile. Nishi's hand trembled slightly as he grasped Tenzin. He still could not unleash its true power. This time, the disappointment was tinged with a deeper sorrow than the failure to wield Tetsu no Kiba. After a moment of reflection, He thought to himself, if only I could live well in that world, perhaps if I survive the fourth great ninja war, we might meet again. Nishi sheathed Tenzin and departed with heavy steps. He had yet to consult Uchiha Kagami regarding the Chunin exams, but he felt no urgency. The events surrounding Makoto Yamada had diminished his eagerness for the exams. He first made his way to the Konoha hospital. Despite the end of the Ninja World War, the number of wounded had surged, overwhelming the hospital with a flood of casualties returning from the battlefield. As he walked through the hospital corridors, the sharp scent of disinfectant was somewhat disconcerting. The hurried doctors and nurses, along with the throngs of patients, bore witness to the brutality of war. Nishi gently tapped the nurse's station. A young nurse in uniform was busy sorting through medical records. Upon hearing the sound, she looked up, a hint of a weary smile gracing her lips. Has training concluded? She inquired, returning to her tasks of reviewing patient conditions and medications. Nishi leaned on the counter. I came to see you. The nurse replied rapidly, what is there to see? Don't you realize everyone here is on the brink of madness? With this time, you might as well visit Tsunade. I told you before, childhood sweethearts cannot compete with fate. You should invest more thought into this. By the way, I am about to participate in the Chunin exams, she added. Emotions that develop over time can be terrifying. No one can control their feelings. Suddenly, she looked up, fixing her gaze on Nishi for a prolonged moment. Makoto was foolishly killed by his own naivety, dreaming of becoming a Chunin to protect everyone. It's quite amusing. He was merely a commoner, unable to safeguard himself. I will visit you again, he remarked. Without chakra, your chances of becoming a Chunin are as bleak as Makoto's. There may not be a future for you either. There will be a future. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out, whether in the Uchiha clan or the Senju clan. Haruko, being a nurse, is commendable. Do not dwell on Makoto's fate. Live well. Nishi turned to leave, and only when he reached the end of the corridor did he faintly hear Haruko's voice amidst the cacophony of doctors and patients. In the aftermath of Makoto Yamada's death, Haruko Hashimoto seemed to have found clarity, choosing to withdraw from the realm of combat and utilizing her medical ninjutsu to become a nurse at Konoha Hospital. Aside from the busyness, there was little to complain about. At least it was a safe occupation. After leaving the hospital, Nishi visited the Senju clan, spending a joyful time playing with the 2-year-old Naritaki alongside Tsunade. At last, he returned to the Uchiha clan, seeking Uchiha Kagami to inscribe his name on the Nin exam application. Only his name remained on the list for teammate. Chapter 36. Written examination. After approximately a week, the Nin exam finally commenced. The evaluation consisted of a written test and practical combat, adhering closely to the original narrative without introducing any novel strategies. Early in the morning, all participating ninjas gathered at the examination venue. The number of ninjas attending this Nin exam was extraordinarily vast, creating a bustling scene that filled the entire waiting area. Despite the crowd, distinctions were clear. Ninjas from various nations instinctively grouped together, with the 5 great countries occupying their respective areas, while the smaller hidden villages huddled in the corners. To the west. Did you see those brutes with muscular heads? Most excel in physical ninjutsu, and you should best avoid facing such ninjas in the upcoming practical assessments. Tsunade whispered beside Xiangxi. The group adorned with 4 dots on their forehead protectors are ninjas from the Mist Village, proficient in water techniques and the Mist Concealment technique, which effectively counters your clan's Sharingan. It would be wise to steer clear of them. Hey, aren't we supposed to be a team, Tsunade? Jiraiya grumbled from the side. Tsunade shot him a fierce glance, her expression conveying danger. Xiangxi participating alone in the Nin exam is far more perilous for him than for us. Is there a problem with briefing him ahead of time? No. Jiraiya capitulated swiftly. Xiangxi reassured him, I've already received this information from Teacher Kagami prior to participating. Don't worry, I will pass without issue. He smiled, knowing he was far more prepared than Tsunade believed. Setting aside the practical combat, he pondered how to succeed in the written examination. Orochimaru astutely identified the trio's vulnerability. During their time at the Ninja Academy, all 3 had struggled with theoretical classes, and since becoming ninjas, they had scarcely revisited such theories. Tsunade's face stiffened, and she forced a laugh. But you are here too, right? We are counting on you for the written test, Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at Xiangxi, but remained silent, aware that they were not on the same team and would prioritize their own members during the exam. Xiangxi was unconcerned about the written test. Despite never having passed a theoretical class, He turned to survey the surroundings and spotted several Uchiha clan ninjas gathered together, one of whom was a familiar face, causing his eyes to light up. After signaling to Tsunade and the others, he approached the group of Uchiha ninjas. Uchiha Ken, what brings you to the Nin exam? I recall your theoretical knowledge is commendable, though your practical skills are somewhat lacking, Xiangxi inquired, feigning ignorance. Despite being of the same age as Uchiha Ken, he towered over him, appearing more like a delinquent youth with his cold demeanor. Why wouldn't I participate? It has been 2 years since I graduated. I have served as a genin long enough, and I possess ample capability in both theory and practice to advance. Uchiha Ken retorted with a haughty tone, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. You must be feeling some discontent, seeing that you graduated early, yet have been a genin for so long. Now joining me in the Nin exam. Xiangxi's expression hardened as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Fixing his gaze on Uchiha Ken, I am merely concerned for you. Do you truly believe your strength qualifies you for Nin? You must be aware that this Nin exam is of a lower caliber, yet it is filled with special Nin. How dare you participate? Uchiha Jian observed the 3-tomo Sharingan of Xiangxi and felt a surge of jealousy as his expression faltered. After all, we are the Uchiha clan. An Uchiha Nin ought not to fear special Nin. The other Uchiha ninjas, witnessing Xiangxi activate his Sharingan, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, causing them to involuntarily activate their own Sharingan, though the highest among them bore but 2 tomo. Despite their age and combined strength being comparable to Xiangxi's, they remained hesitant to speak on behalf of Uchiha Jian. Such was the oppressive aura of the 3-tomo Sharingan. I hope you do not perish. With a cold smirk, Xiangxi turned away, his mind racing with thoughts of the written exam now appearing promising. Time passed, and impatience grew among the crowd, the clamor escalating. Silence. Suddenly, the door to the examination hall swung open, revealing a middle-aged ninja with a frigid demeanor, exuding an overwhelming presence. Welcome to the Nin exam. Please enter the examination hall in accordance with your assigned numbers. I am Shimura Danzo, the chief examiner for this written test. Do not sit in the wrong position or attempt to swap seats for another. Otherwise, your examination qualifications will be immediately revoked. It must be said, Shimura Danzo's intimidating presence was palpable. As a disciple of Senju Tobarama, his prowess was unquestionable. His temperament mirrored that of Tobarama, yet his methods were far more ruthless. Standing there, his mere aura instilled fear. The participants took their seats in order, while a dozen proctors surrounded the hall, their piercing gazes making everyone feel uneasy, as if they were criminals under interrogation. Now, I shall announce the examination rules. Shimura Danzo closed the examination hall door and, before the gathered crowd, presented the sealed exam papers, subsequently opening the files to distribute the tests. This examination consists of 10 questions, each worth 10 points. A passing score of 60 will allow progression to the next round, while those who fail will be eliminated. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Any detected instances will result in immediate expulsion from the examination hall. Furthermore, the entire team will be disqualified. Is that understood? A ninja from the Cloud Village raised his hand. What are the criteria for determining cheating? The special Nin from the Cloud Village, unfazed by Shimura Danzo's imposing presence, had fought against Konoha for many years during the Great Ninja War. They were not easily intimidated by Konoha's Nin. There are no specific rules. If the proctor deems you to have cheated, you will be expelled. Shimura Danzo's expression darkened as he regarded the Cloud Village ninja. I refuse to accept this. If it relies solely on the subjective judgment of the proctors, I have reason to suspect that all non-Konoha ninjas will be expelled. Refusal leads to expulsion. You have been disqualified. Leave immediately. Shimura Danzo's authority was absolute. As soon as he finished speaking, four proctors swiftly approached the defiant Cloud Village ninja, prepared to forcibly remove him if he did not comply. The others watched this unfold, their hearts filled with trepidation. Though they dared not oppose Shimura Danzo, due to his overwhelming pressure, they could not help but wonder if the Cloud Village ninja's fears would indeed come to pass. After the reluctant departure of the ninja from Yuin Village, Shimura Danzo's expression improved slightly. You need not worry. The invigilators are mid-level ninjas dispatched from various nations, and there will be no deliberate expulsion of non-Konoha ninjas. Following this explanation, the candidates gradually eased their anxieties. This Chunin exam was of utmost significance, as each of their respective ninja villages had repeatedly emphasized its importance prior to their arrival. Danzo exuded an air of authority, being a student of the esteemed second Hokage, while Sarutobi, the elder, was merely a lecherous old man. Tsunade sighed inwardly, glancing hastily at the test paper, and her spirits plummeted. Excellent. Not a single question was within her grasp. She placed the test paper down on the desk and closed her eyes to rest. Completing the questions was impossible, and resorting to ninjutsu for cheating was not an option. She could only rely on Orochimaru for assistance. Meanwhile, to the west, a similar predicament unfolded. He lacked teammates to aid him in dishonesty, and although the written exam was not excessively lengthy, Orochimaru, after assisting Tsunade and Jiraiya, likely had little time left for him. Fortunately, he had alternative methods. He observed Uchiha Ken sitting just ahead on his right, a faint smile gracing his lips, signaling that he was only looking out for his well-being. Chapter 37. The second round. The difficulty of the written exam far exceeded the knowledge expected of Chunin, rendering most candidates incapable of answering, save for a select few academic overachievers, with the intent of encouraging cheating. This examination did not assess theoretical knowledge, but rather the ninja's ability to gather intelligence. Within the examination hall, at least 10 invigilators masqueraded as candidates, poised to jot down correct answers in a short span, waiting for the other examinees to copy from their papers. Of course, the methods employed to copy could not be too blatant, lest they be expelled from the venue. If the tactics were sufficiently refined, even if the invigilators noticed, they would feign ignorance, deeming the information-gathering capability satisfactory. As time trickled by, some candidates visibly grew restless, their eyes darting, legs shaking, and their movements increasingly fidgety. If one were to single out these candidates, they would find that many hailed from small ninja villages, several of whom failed to grasp the purpose of this written exam. Candidates 92, 95, and 98 are disqualified for cheating, expulsion from the venue. Just as various candidates showcased their tricks, an invigilator in the left corner suddenly announced, stripping 3 individuals of their examination qualifications. Observing with a cold gaze, he watched as one after another, those with inadequate cheating strategies were expelled, while he himself had not even lifted a pen, leaving his paper completely blank, not even his name inscribed. As the examination time neared its conclusion, Orochimaru finally exhaled in relief, having completed transcribing the answers for Tsunade and Jiraiya. It was at this moment that he turned to glance at the west, discovering him seated there with an air of composure, as if he were entirely assured. Time elapsed, and all candidates laid down their pens, ceasing their attempts as they awaited the invigilators to collect the papers. Shimura Danzo gestured to the invigilators around the classroom, while also descending to gather the papers himself. His expression darkened. Only a little over 30 individuals had been expelled during the written exam, while the number of candidates participating had been a staggering 300. The remaining candidates were far too numerous. It was not that the invigilators wished to eliminate more candidates, but rather that the methods employed by these examinees were indeed quite sophisticated. Gazing into the distance, the ordinary students remaining in the classroom were mostly elite ninjas at the CH Nin level, with a small fraction being Special J Nin, rendering the CH Nin assessments trivial for them. Apart from the few academic overachievers, there were some less capable ninjas who had not been expelled, merely out of fear of resorting to deceit. They lingered in the examination hall, awaiting the inevitable announcement of their scores, which would undoubtedly preclude them from advancing to the next stage. Uchiha Ken. Shimura Danzo, upon collecting Uchiha Ken's examination paper, noticed that the name inscribed on it did not match the one on his registration card. An illusion, perhaps? Danzo's eyes flickered as he found no signs of chakra manipulation within Uchiha Ken that would indicate the use of Jinjutsu. Quite the clever maneuver, he mused internally, as he continued to collect the papers. When he reached the desk of the student known as Xiangxi, he was struck by the sight of a completely blank paper, devoid of even a name. As a student of Senju Tobarama, he was well aware of Xiangxi's reputation. Upon encountering this empty examination paper, he deduced that the name on Uchiha Ken's paper was a trick orchestrated by Xiangxi. It could hardly be considered betrayal of his clan. The young Uchiha might have fared decently in previous CH Nin exams, but this particular one was fraught with peril. Danzo chose to disregard the incident, as such tactics were within the realm of the rules. Moreover, he harbored a pronounced bias against the Uchiha clan, even stronger than his disdain for the Senju. Reaching a level of aversion, after collecting all the papers, the candidates returned to the waiting area, anticipating the results of the written examination. Approximately half an hour later, Danzo returned to announce the results. Out of 312 candidates, 231 had passed, nearly all from the 5 great nations, a staggering pass rate. The disparity in strength between the large and small ninja villages was starkly highlighted at this moment. However, this might prove advantageous for the ninjas from the smaller villages. Otherwise, the second round of practical exams could result in their demise. Of the 231 who passed, Konoha had 48, Kumogakure 45, Kirigakure 40, Iwagakure 42, Tsunade 41. With the remaining ninja villages collectively contributing 15. With so many candidates qualifying, the second round of practical exams promised to be perilously intense. Many seasoned ninjas, upon hearing the number of successful candidates, quickly surmised the forthcoming brutality of the second round. Why is my name not on the list? Uchiha Ken stared in disbelief at the absence of his name from the list of successful candidates. He had been a true academic prodigy at the Ninja Academy, consistently ranking first in his grade, and even after becoming a ninja, he had not ceased his studies. He had been capable of answering all the questions in the written exam, and even if he had made a few mistakes, there was no way he could have failed. Danzo had noted that his paper received a perfect score. Regrettably, his lack of strength meant that his knowledge, while impressive, was ultimately in service of others, and he remained oblivious to having fallen victim to someone else's genjutsu. For those disputing their scores, a formal appeal may be submitted in writing at the examination venue tomorrow. Without further elaboration, Danzo announced the location for the second round of practical assessments to take place at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and then dismissed the candidates. Tsunade and her companions arranged to have lunch with Xiangxi, refraining from inquiring how he had succeeded in passing the written exam, presumably aware that he had employed the Sharingan. The upcoming practical assessment remains shrouded in uncertainty regarding its format. Should it be a team competition, it would undeniably be unjust for an individual participant. Conversely, if individual confrontations are permitted, the formation of teams would render itself pointless. For individuals dined together, engaged in a fervent discussion about the imminent practical examination set for the afternoon. The establishment of ninja academies across various nations is relatively recent, making this large-scale nin exam a novel occurrence, leaving them devoid of valuable intelligence. Based solely on conjecture, it is presumed that the examination rules will strive for a balance between team dynamics and individual prowess, as becoming a nin inherently necessitates both personal strength and the ability to lead. Orochimaru continued to speculate. With over 200 participants in the practical examination, the sheer number would likely lead to a chaotic melee. Xiangxi nodded in agreement, recalling the multi-nation nin exam featuring Naruto and Sasuke, where the practical assessment was indeed a tumultuous clash for the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Only 21 would emerge from the second round, which already seemed excessive. A preliminary selection would be needed to further narrow the field before the third round, ultimately leaving just 8 to advance. This indicated that the current format would be even more brutal, with the number of participants in the second round far surpassing that of Naruto and Sasuke's nin examination. If we consider 21 as a benchmark, they would need to eliminate 210 participants, equating to a staggering elimination rate of 10 to 1. The location for the second round of the practical examination was in the Forest of Death. With half an hour remaining until the 2 o'clock start, all candidates had gathered. The White Wolf had also arrived, marking Xiangxi's first time bringing the creature to combat, highlighting the psychological burden he felt regarding this clash between nin and Special J nin. The candidates rested in their respective spots, some meditating with closed eyes, while others inspected their ninja tool pouches. The atmosphere was markedly different from the earlier written examination, characterized by a hushed, almost reverent silence, as everyone was acutely aware that genuine combat was imminent. The 5 great nations' ninjas had converged, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a miniature war. Chapter 38. Lesson at precisely 2 o'clock, the chief examiner for the second round, Akimichi Torafu, arrived punctually, his demeanor warm and inviting, in stark contrast to the oppressive presence of Shimura Danzo during the written examination. As a fellow disciple of Senju Tobarama, he embodied the gentle nature of the Akimichi clan, eschewing a perpetually stern expression. Prior to commencing the second round, he made a crucial announcement. This assessment permits fatalities, with no upper limit on the number of deaths. Even if only one participant remains alive to advance, it is acceptable. He granted them 10 minutes for contemplation, allowing those wishing to withdraw to raise their hands. His smile was disarming, yet his words sent chills down the spine. Nevertheless, The ninjas who had progressed to this round understood the significance of this CHNIN examination and had come prepared. 10 minutes elapsed without a single hand raised in withdrawal. Clearing his throat, Akimichi Torafu began to elucidate the rules of the examination. Similar to the second round of Naruto and Sasuke's CHNIN exam, it would again involve survival exercises within the Forest of Death, competing for scrolls, with the objective of reaching the central tower within 5 days. However, unlike before, the scrolls would not be categorized into heaven and earth. Rather, the number of scrolls each participant held upon reaching the central tower would determine their score, with the 30 individuals possessing the highest number advancing, while the remainder would be eliminated. The calculation of scores does not operate on a team basis. Participants may act collectively. Yet for all 3 members of a team to advance, their collective speed in acquiring scrolls must surpass that of individuals acting alone. Alternatively, the scrolls seized by the trio can be entrusted to a single member, thereby ensuring that one person advances through the strength of the team, which is permissible within the rules. Lastly, each candidate must collect a flare from me, should they encounter life-threatening situations. I implore you not to endure in silence, but to seize the opportunity to deploy the flare for assistance. The proctors present in the examination arena will respond promptly to your distress signal. Naturally, once a flare is deployed, that candidate will be disqualified, and all acquired scrolls must be surrendered to their opponents. Chiu Dao Chiefing concluded with a final admonition, gesturing to the proctor nearby to commence the rearrangement of candidates' entry positions into the Death Forest. This ensures that upon entry, both solo candidates and team participants start from the same baseline. Otherwise, the solo candidates would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage against a team. The beasts of burden do not fall within the scope of this rearrangement. Upon entering the forest, Xiangxi instructed the White Wolf to maintain a diminished form and swiftly conceal themselves. The chaos of the battle suited his intentions perfectly, concealed among the treetops. Xiangxi listened to the occasional screams resonating from afar, a faint smile gracing his lips. He refrained from making his move immediately, like most. He chose to lurk in the shadows, waiting for others to engage in combat before he intervened, a strategy that would prove far easier. You keep watch. I shall take a brief rest. Leaning against the tree trunk, he unceremoniously directed the White Wolf to perform tasks while he indulged in a moment of repose. The White Wolf gazed at him with a look of reproach, as if to say it did not come merely to work without reward. Xiangxi playfully swatted the White Wolf, feigning anger. All right, after the exam, I shall feed you some blood, all right? The White Wolf's demeanor shifted from resentment to joy, its nose twitching as it detected the scent of humans nearby. Its olfactory range was extensive, capable of perceiving scents within a kilometer radius. As Xiangxi's power gradually eclipsed its own, the exchanges between the duo waned. Accompanying Xiangxi into battle this time, the White Wolf vocally protested, yet inwardly, it was quite willing. After all, it deserved compensation for assisting in the hunt. What if Xiangxi were to sustain injuries and bleed profusely? Initially, the White Wolf's gaze was vigilant, having caught the scent of nearby humans, some approaching while others retreated. As time passed, its caution gradually diminished. The human scents within a kilometer radius dwindled, leaving only residual odors behind, with no one remaining near the exit. In the deep of night, Xiangxi awoke from his brief slumber, inhaling the fragrant air of the forest, revitalizing his spirit. It is time. White Wolf, commence the hunt. Howl. What are you howling about? Keep it down. Together, they stealthily advanced towards the central tower, with the White Wolf quickly detecting the faint scent of blood. Let us pursue. Xiangxi felt a surge of excitement. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the night sky before they could reach their target. Xiangxi's expression darkened. He had overlooked the trap of an explosive talisman. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been injured before the hunt even commenced. In recent years, the Uchiha clan has undergone training to detect traps. Yet he, in a moment of carelessness, failed to notice them. The White Wolf caught the scent of blood and lowered itself, letting out a low growl towards a corner of the thicket on the right. It seemed that with the enhancement of power, I had become complacent. I, Xiangxi, noted this lesson and turned my gaze towards the jungle. Come out. Are you disappointed that I wasn't injured by the explosion? I have no desire to provoke the Uchiha clan, so depart swiftly. Voices echoed from the thicket, yet no one revealed themselves. Was it reluctance to engage? Or were they too weak to confront me after being wounded? Humph, if you obediently emerge and surrender the scroll, I may spare you as a token of gratitude for this lesson. Silence enveloped the surroundings. A flash of crimson flickered in Xiangshi's eyes as the three-tomo Sharingan emitted a blood-red glow in the darkness. Do you wish for me to walk into the second trap? Do you think my Sharingan is merely ornamental? Through the lens of the Sharingan, he discerned dozens of thin steel wires concealed near the jungle. Invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary ninja, especially in the shadowy night, a mere touch would trigger a series of traps. The figure in the thicket remained silent, evidently intent on forcing Xiangshi to advance alone. Even without triggering the traps, they could manually activate them and seize the opportunity to strike. Xiangshi drew the renowned blade Muramasa from his waist, preparing to engage, when suddenly, fire and thunder erupted in the distance. The sound of explosive tags being triggered resonated like the clarion call for war, prompting many to stir and initiate a new wave of combat. Swift and decisive, Xiangshi whispered as Muramasa glowed with flames. With a swift slash, he unleashed a barrage of fiery blades. In an instant, the thicket ignited, and the traps were set into motion, creating a cacophony of explosions. Perceiving the movements of the hidden figure, Xiangshi surged forward with a speed akin to the body flicker technique. Clang! Muramasa met a shuriken with a sharp sound. At last, the figure was revealed, a young sand ninja, around 15 or 16 years of age, with his right chest heavily bandaged, seeping with blood. Xiangshi applied pressure downwards. The sand ninja's right hand, which held the shuriken, nearly contorted under the force, and with his chest wound limiting his strength, he was swiftly forced to the ground, where Xiangshi planted his foot upon his chest. The confrontation concluded in an instant, silencing the white wolf's howl. Had the enemy fallen before it could even strike? The sand ninja, unwilling to yield, attempted to resist, quietly forming hand seals with his left hand. However, his subtle movements did not escape Xiangshi's keen observation. In the next moment, Muramasa plunged into his wrist, rendering his left hand useless. Not bad. You can form hand seals with one hand. Xiangshi expressed his surprise, as even Chunin in Konoha's prison seldom possessed such a skill. Surrender the scroll, he demanded, activating the technique to absorb chakra from the sand ninja. Realizing the chakra within him was depleting, the sand ninja's face filled with panic. Should his chakra be drained, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. If he failed to release a flare for help, survival until the next morning was uncertain. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly handed over his scroll. As long as his chakra remained intact, he still held a chance to continue in the examination. However, Xiangshi was spared a fatal blow. Yet his chakra was completely absorbed and transformed into demonic energy, rendering him effectively eliminated. Chapter 39, Sand Ninja Team, Wind Release, Wind Cutter. A swift gust of air sliced through the landscape, severing numerous trees while maintaining its relentless momentum, aiming directly at Xiangshi. The blade of Murazai glowed with a crimson light, severing the wind attack. Against such singular assaults, Xiangshi, armed with his swordsmanship, could easily counter. Only wide-ranging ninjutsu posed a challenge for him. After depleting the chakra of the sand ninja who had set the trap, he had yet to make his escape when a sand ninja team arrived, 2 men and 1 woman, likely having spotted the markings left by their fellow villagers. Upon witnessing the grim fate of their comrade, the sand ninja team wordlessly engaged, surrounding Xiangshi in an all-out assault. White Wolf, Xiangshi commanded, urging his companion not to linger idly, but to join the fray. Unlike in the Konoha prison, the specific prowess of these 3 sand ninjas remained uncertain, thus caution was paramount. The White Wolf let out a long howl, its small form rapidly transforming into a towering wolf, standing at a height of 6 feet, with glowing green eyes surveying the 3 sand ninjas, seemingly assessing which among them was the weakest to pursue and bite. One of the sand ninjas, his face adorned with war paint, retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Xiangshi, unwilling to wait for his leisurely preparations, lunged forward with a swift strike. The White Wolf followed suit, its speed matching Xiangshi's as it targeted the only female ninja of the sand team. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Another black-haired male sand ninja quickly formed hand seals, casting a jutsu to thwart Xiangshi's advance. The White Wolf unleashed a massive fireball, akin to the Great Fireball technique, augmented by the wind's force. Wind Release, Net. Several fiery blades shot forth from the edge of Murazai, tearing through the net, as he swung downwards towards the war-painted sand ninja. At a critical moment, the painted sand ninja successfully unsealed the scroll, summoning a 3-meter-tall spider puppet to shield himself. The white wolf lunged, its gaping maw devouring the female sand ninja's entire head. With a thud, she transformed into a pile of sand, merely a clone. The white wolf sniffed the air, detecting the scent of the female ninja, and promptly charged towards the sand ninja who had been drained of chakra. The female ninja, a medical shinobi, had hidden behind a tree, tending to her comrade. The black-haired sand ninja unleashed a series of wind blades before leaping back in tandem with the painted ninja, allowing the spider puppet to take the lead while he provided support with his jutsu. Xiangshi's expression darkened. These two sand ninjas, upon glimpsing his Sharingan, dared to continue their puppet play? Such arrogance was intolerable. He lowered his body and, in the blink of an eye, darted past the spider puppet, effortlessly slashing through the chakra threads connecting it to its master, disregarding the incapacitated puppet as he charged towards the puppet master himself. Through the lens of the Sharingan, the chakra threads linking the puppet stood out like candlelight in the darkness. The two sand ninjas formed hand seals, conjuring multiple sand clones to engage Xiangshi. Seizing the opportunity, the painted sand ninja once more produced a sealing scroll. Unlike the shadow clones taught in ninja academies, these sand clones possessed physical form and, like their original, were imbued with chakra. In the face of such corporeal clones, the Sharingan proved ineffective in discerning their nature. However, this ineffectiveness stemmed from the absence of witnessing the incantation process, as the hand seals were executed beneath the eyelids of the West. The true forms of the two adversaries were instantaneously locked in. Bang bang. The three sand clones standing in the forefront were effortlessly dismantled, and a single blade cleaved through the visage of the oil paint sand ninja. Despite the oil paint sand ninja's timely unsealing of the scroll, it was futile. The crimson glowing Muramasa cleaved through the newly materialized puppet, and with a deft twist of the blade, severed the oil paint sand ninja's arm. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the oil paint sand ninja, only to be promptly silenced as West grasped his throat, choking off his cries. The soul snatch technique activated, voraciously draining his chakra. The black-haired sand ninja, undeterred, commanded the remaining clones to intercept while he retreated swiftly to widen the distance. Within mere moments, the oil paint sand ninja found his chakra fully depleted, and West nonchalantly discarded him to the ground before renewing his assault on the black-haired sand ninja. The clones that obstructed his path dissipated upon contact, and the black-haired sand ninja's wind release technique was effortlessly countered by the Muramasa, which plunged into his chest. Fortunately, they were merely a squad of CH Nin. Had they been Special J Nin, the encounter would not have been so straightforward. Although the battle may seem lengthy, it concluded in less than 3 minutes. Upon gauging the prowess of this sand ninja team, West did not hasten to assist the White Wolf, confident that the White Wolf could handle a CH Nin with ease. After draining the chakra from the black-haired sand ninja, West made his way towards the White Wolf. Upon arrival, he was met with an unexpected sight. The White Wolf had indeed subdued the female sand ninja, its massive form pinning her down, rendering her immobile and bloodied, evidently having sustained significant bites. Yet, the White Wolf was not unscathed. Frothy white saliva continuously dripped from its mouth, its demeanor appearing lethargic. West narrowed his eyes, noticing a sunbon lodged in the White Wolf's back, exuding a sinister purple-black hue, clearly laced with potent poison. Medical ninjas were not only adept at healing, but also skilled in administering lethal toxins. The White Wolf coughed up more froth, pitifully seeking West's aid. Foolish creature. How could you fall victim to such a triviality? A hint of exasperation flashed in West's eyes, given the White Wolf's agility. It should not have been struck by the sunbon. Most likely, it had underestimated the small weapon, thinking it merely a tickle, and thus failed to evade. Move aside. West pushed the White Wolf away, freeing the female sand ninja from beneath its bulk, then turned her face towards him, compelling her gaze to meet his. Antidote her, and then hand over the scrolls. The other two sand ninjas are yours to deal with. West cast a genjutsu on the female sand ninja, prompting her to administer the antidote to the White Wolf, while simultaneously siphoning her chakra. Demonic Power, 623680, Swordsmanship, Level 515758500000. Engaging in battles of CH Nin caliber was effortless for him, and correspondingly, the enhancement to his strength was minimal. As for J Nin, and especially Special J Nin, he felt more than capable, confident that as long as he did not encounter a squad of Special J Nin, he would face no peril. Through the course of the 2 encounters that night, He had effortlessly acquired 4 scrolls, bringing his total to 5, including his own. In the second round, there were a total of 231 participants, which equates to 231 scrolls. Theoretically, obtaining just 8 scrolls would suffice for advancement. And he is merely 3 scrolls short. However, mere advancement is not his sole aim. He requires the chakra of the Chunin and the solitary special Jonin within the Forest of Death, accompanied by his white wolf. He sets off westward in search of a suitable resting place for his companion. As dawn breaks, the duo resumes their hunt, not for scrolls, but to refine his swordsmanship and demonic energy. His limit of demonic energy has remained stagnant for some time, yet his body can withstand more than the current threshold of 680 points. In Konoha, opportunities to absorb chakra freely are scarce, even in prison. One cannot rely on the presence of inmates to willingly contribute their chakra for practice. Initially, it was his body that could not bear the limit of demonic energy. But as his strength has grown, it is now the limit itself that lags behind. He requires numerous adversaries of Chunin rank or higher. Chapter 40. Special Jonin in the afternoon, Tsunade and Orochimaru scout ahead, while Jiraiya stands guard. 3 days have elapsed since the commencement of the examination. Fatigue etches their faces, and their attire bears numerous rips and stains. Even Tsunade, who typically maintains a pristine appearance, now appears disheveled. The difficulty of this examination has surpassed their expectations, proving more challenging than any high-ranking missions they have undertaken. Fortunately, with Tsunade, the medical ninja, in their ranks, Orochimaru and Jiraiya would have otherwise been compelled to signal their withdrawal from the exam. Trap ahead. Orochimaru suddenly halts, swiftly issuing a hushed warning. Tsunade and Jiraiya stiffen. The relaxed demeanor they had at the outset has long since dissipated, and they must now confront each enemy with utmost vigilance. Well done, little brat. You managed to spot my trap. From the dense treetops, a muscular, dark-skinned male ninja from the Cloud Village appears, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Retreat. Without hesitation, Orochimaru throws down a scroll and swiftly withdraws, with Tsunade and Jiraiya following suit without delay. After considerable time spent honing their teamwork, Orochimaru has subtly confirmed his role as the leader. Despite the tension between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, in critical moments, he would never question Orochimaru's judgment. The individual moving alone, impeccably clean and devoid of any blemish or injury, exudes vitality, completely unlike someone who has survived 3 days in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru instantly deduces that this person is undoubtedly a special Jonin, and quite possibly a formidable one among them. Is this what Konoha ninjas are like? Cowards who flee upon first sight. The Cloud Ninja's contempt deepens as he leaps forward in pursuit, disregarding the scroll Orochimaru had cast aside, intending to deal with the trio before returning to collect it later. Seeing that the Cloud Ninja is intent on pursuit without retrieving the scroll, a dark expression crosses Orochimaru's face. Their trio can indeed contend with a special Jonin, but after multiple battles, their condition is less than optimal, and following a previous setback, they prefer to avoid confrontation with such powerful foes. Yet, their pursuer shows no signs of relenting. Tsunade. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse as he abruptly turned to hurl 3 shuriken towards the Cloud Ninja, simultaneously halting his retreat. Tsunade, understanding the cue, charged forward behind the shuriken, her monstrous strength technique primed for action. Bang! The Cloud Ninja evaded the shuriken, and the explosive tags attached to them detonated instantaneously. Dust and debris billowed like fog, and Tsunade lunged forward from the haze, akin to a lioness pouncing on its prey, delivering a powerful punch infused with her monstrous strength that sent the Cloud Ninja staggering back several meters. Surprise flickered in the Cloud Ninja's eyes. He had not anticipated such formidable power emanating from one so young. Having honed his strength through lightning release since childhood, he had always prided himself on his physical prowess. Yet here he was, being pushed back by a mere child. Earth release, earth flow river. Orochimaru timely unleashed his ninjutsu, conjuring a torrent of mud and stones beneath the Cloud Ninja's feet, the overwhelming force compelling him to retreat further. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. The earth river surged forth, morphing into the head of a dragon, which unleashed a barrage of projectiles, akin to a rain of arrows. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Jiraiya seamlessly executed his fire technique, spewing forth scorching flames that intertwined with the earthen projectiles, forming solid fireballs encasing the stones. For a brief moment, It was as though the sky itself rained fire. This was a combination technique imparted to them by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which they had previously employed to vanquish elite Jonin. Quite impressive, one might say. The cloud ninja struck by the fiery rain dissipated into a flash of lightning, revealing a lightning clone, while his true self descended from above, brandishing a large blade, intent on cleaving Orochimaru in two. Orochimaru had no time to evade and was struck. Yet, instead of a gory scene, he transformed into a wooden stump, an art of substitution. A mere trick. The cloud ninja swiftly pinpointed Orochimaru's location, summoning lightning beneath his feet, racing forward without attacking Jiraiya, having discerned that Orochimaru was the leader of this squad. Eliminating him would minimize complications. Wind release, beast wave palm. Jiraiya unleashed two blades of wind to intercept, just as Tsunade charged in, shattering the ground beneath her feet to destabilize the cloud ninja's balance, engaging him in close combat. Although the cloud ninja lacked the raw power of Tsunade's monstrous strength, his combat experience far surpassed hers, skillfully avoiding a direct contest of strength. He wielded his large blade with ferocity, striking at vital points, quickly overpowering Tsunade. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya shouted, alerting her as he completed his hand seals and slammed his hands down, causing numerous earth spikes to erupt from the ground. Tsunade, delivering a powerful punch to push the cloud ninja away, leapt back just as the earth spikes lashed out. The cloud ninja formed seals with one hand to release lightning, obliterating the nearby earth spikes. Before he could catch his breath, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya surged forth together. Their chakra reserves were dwindling, and they had no choice but to fight desperately. In the face of their combined assault, the cloud ninja maintained the upper hand, his blade swinging with a flourish, leaving trails of crimson in its wake. Aside from Tsunade, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru were adept in physical techniques, and against a particularly elite Jonin enhanced by lightning release, they were bound to suffer in close combat. Descent into oblivion. Orochimaru, sacrificing his shoulder to the blade, expended the scant chakra he had left to cast an illusion technique. Yun Ninja Chakra erupted with sudden intensity, shattering the illusion and sending Orochimaru flying with a single kick, blood gushing from his mouth. Unaware of how many ribs he had fractured, Jiraiya's eyes turned red as he wielded kunai, launching a frenzied assault alongside Tsunade. Yet, under the overwhelming might and combat experience of Yun Ninja, both were swiftly thrown aside. Despair loomed over the trio, save for Tsunade, who still stood. Jiraiya and Orochimaru lay half prostrate on the ground. Orochimaru retrieved a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch, resigned to abandon the examination in hopes that an examiner nearby would notice the distress signal and arrive in time. Otherwise, their lives were truly at stake. The prolonged conflict between Konoha and Yun Ninja had bred deep-seated enmity on both sides. Whenever an opportunity arose, Yun Ninja would strike to kill Konoha's shinobi without hesitation. And the same ruthlessness was reciprocated. Just as Orochimaru was about to ignite the flare, a sudden rustle from the forest startled Yun Ninja. "It seems I have arrived just in time." As the sound drew closer, a figure emerged from the depths of the woods, accompanied by a small dog. "Xiangxi!" Tsunade exclaimed in joyous surprise, recognizing the timely arrival of her comrade. Yet, Yun Ninja squinted, wary of this new presence. He did not believe someone would dare appear in such perilous circumstances without a sound strategy. Upon seeing Tsunade's bleeding wounds, Xiangxi's expression hardened as he approached her, gently wiping the blood from her face. "Did he do this to you?" Xiangxi inquired, turning to draw his famed sword, Muramesa, as his Sharingan manifested with a chilling ferocity. "Be cautious. This one is formidable," Tsunade warned, taking a deep breath and stepping beside Xiangxi, still possessing enough strength to fight. Compared to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, her recovery abilities were astonishing. She still had sufficient stamina and chakra to engage in battle. Xiangxi shook his head, pulling Tsunade back with his left hand. "You need to tend to your wounds first. I will deal with him." This time, he would not show mercy as he had with previous foes, having made up his mind to kill. Chapter 41. Decimation. Upon seeing the three-tomo Sharingan, Yun Ninja's expression turned grave. He had participated in the war between Yun and Konoha, having faced Uchiha clan shinobi on the battlefield, and was acutely aware of the troublesome nature of the Sharingan. One-on-one, he knew he must escape. This was hard-won wisdom gained from the sacrifice of many Yun Ninja. He formed hand seals, conjuring two lightning clones to encircle Xiangxi in a triangular formation. unwilling to confront the Sharingan directly, opting instead to attack from behind with his lightning clones. Now you choose to be cautious? What emboldened you to strike at Tsunade earlier? Xiangshi's voice was icy. Muramasa suddenly glowed with a crimson light, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Yun Ninja's true form. The white wolf remained uninvolved, transforming into a massive wolf form, guarding Tsunade and the others. The clash of metal rang out as the great blade met Muramasa, the tremendous force causing pain to radiate through Yun Ninja's grip. Xiangshi's strength may not have matched Tsunade's monstrous prowess, but it was formidable nonetheless. A lightning clone charged from behind, its colossal blade entwined with arcs of thunder, exuding a more formidable presence than the previous encounter with the three of them. Xiangshi wielded his blade to fend off the Cloud Ninja, deftly twisting his wrist to parry the clone's assault, simultaneously engaging in combat with both the original and the clone. Lightning release, Serpent Thunder. Another clone unleashed a jutsu, conjuring a serpentine bolt of lightning that swept across the battlefield, targeting not only Xiangshi but also Tsunade and her companions nearby. The Cloud Ninja, seasoned in combat, seized the opportunity to exploit Xiangshi's vulnerabilities. The White Wolf, in a fit of anger, expelled a pillar of flame to counter the lightning, exclaiming its indignation at being overlooked. It stood guard, demonstrating its formidable prowess. Glancing at Tsunade, Xiangshi noted the wolf's unwavering resolve. He then turned and cleaved through the lightning, continuing his fierce entanglement with the Cloud Ninja, unleashing the full might of his fifth-tier swordsmanship. The blade glimmered like a tempest, overwhelming the Cloud Ninja and his clone, who struggled to breathe under the onslaught. Before long, the other lightning clone was vanquished by a single strike, intensifying the pressure on the Cloud Ninja, who was compelled to summon the remaining clone to engage in close combat. Xiangshi's strength is remarkable, Jiraiya observed, receiving treatment from Tsunade while watching the unfolding battle, a sense of inexplicable melancholy settling in his heart. Indeed, Tsunade, while performing her medical ninjutsu, remained distracted by the fight, pride evident in her voice. Only now do you see, during the incident at the Konoha prison, even with our trio's cooperation, we could never achieve the flawless performance Xiangshi displays. He alone surpasses our entire squad in strength. Not entirely. As that Cloud Ninja was fortuitously countered by Xiangshi, Orochimaru offered a calm analysis. The Cloud Ninja's specialty in taijutsu aligns perfectly with Xiangshi's greatest strength, compounded by the suppression of the Sharingan. In the heat of battle, he dared not meet his opponent's gaze, making it entirely natural to be overwhelmed. Furthermore, have you noticed the Cloud Ninja has not unleashed any large-scale ninjutsu? He cannot mount a targeted counterattack against Xiangshi. As for single-target ninjutsu, unless it reaches the caliber of Chidori or Rasengan, Xiangshi can withstand it with his blade. With a resounding crash, the last lightning clone was obliterated, cold sweat cascading down the Cloud Ninja's brow. He was all too aware of his disadvantage, yet felt powerless. Otherwise, how could the Uchiha clan's reputation have flourished on the battlefield? His combat experience far exceeded that of Xiangshi, and while he might not rival Xiangshi's swordsmanship, he was adept enough to defend himself. However, under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, he dared not raise his gaze. Relying solely on the movements of Xiangshi's shoulders to anticipate his strikes, always a beat too slow. His ability to endure thus far was commendable. A lesser Nin would likely have succumbed within mere rounds under such duress. I am willing to relinquish all my scrolls. Just allow me to leave. I will reveal the locations of all 12 scrolls. The Cloud Ninja's resolve faltered, unwilling to continue the fight, for he recognized the looming threat of death. Scrolls? I have an abundance. You are doomed. Xiangshi's blade sliced across the Cloud Ninja's chest, nearly disemboweling him. Finally, the Cloud Ninja could no longer contain himself. He lifted his head to confront Xiangshi directly, ready to make a desperate stand. With a sudden shift in momentum, he unleashed his full power, astonishingly pushing Xiangshi back. His strength was formidable. Once he unleashed his full potential, his blade became even more ferocious, reminiscent of an invincible warrior. With each swing, he struck true, blood gushing forth. With a sharp whoosh, the blade cleaved through the air, severing the head of his foe, a swift execution. I have triumphed, Yunin exclaimed as he beheaded his opponent, unable to contain his exuberant laughter. What of the Uchiha clan? In the end, he's merely a child. One-on-one, even a ninja from the Uchiha can be slain. Yet, his triumphant voice faltered, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed upon the blade that had pierced his own heart. Slowly, he lifted his eyes along the blade's edge, and only when he beheld the spinning three-tomo Sharingan in his opponent's gaze did he realize his fate. Alas, it was too late. A mere glance had sealed his doom. The terrifying Jinjutsu of the Sharingan had ensnared him. Orochimaru could not help but reflect on the stark contrast between his earlier encounter with Yunin, where his own technique had been dispelled in an instant, and the Uchiha's Jinjutsu, which Yunin only recognized moments before his demise. The disparity left him with a profound envy for the Sharingan. As he withdrew his blade, he began to search Yunin's body for scrolls, only to find nothing, just as he had suspected. Yunin had not carried the scrolls on him, but had hidden them in various locations. Had he chosen to spare Yunin, the latter, in his fear of the Sharingan, might have surrendered all the scrolls willingly. Yet, he felt no regret. Seeing the numerous wounds on Tsunade's body, he was resolute in his decision to slay Yunin, regardless of the scrolls. In his memory, he had never witnessed Tsunade in such a dire state. Perhaps it was because they had not been in the same squad, and he had not seen her during her injuries, but now that he had, he would not let it slide. "I've never seen you in such a sorry state, Sister Tsunade," he remarked, approaching the three with a teasing wink. "It seems that in my absence, your training has waned, hasn't it? Feeling a bit restless?" Veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead as she struggled to maintain her medical ninjutsu, causing Jiraiya to shout in alarm. Orochimaru, propped up on his hands, suggested, "We should leave this place. It would be troublesome if any other ninjas come to scavenge." After the battle, he remained vigilant, eager to retreat and conceal themselves. "No need to worry. There are no ninjas approaching," Yukisha replied, settling on the ground. "Do you possess sensory abilities, Yukisha?" Orochimaru asked in confusion. The White Wolf can sense the presence of nearby individuals. "Actually, I was the one who came to scavenge," Yukisha admitted sheepishly. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. As he approached within 500 meters, the White Wolf had picked up Tsunade's scent, prompting his hasty arrival. Had he taken his time, it was likely that Tsunade and the others would have perished. "You did well, White Wolf. When we return, I shall reward you," Tsunade praised, smiling at the creature. The White Wolf grinned widely, shrinking in size before leaping into Tsunade's embrace. Chapter 42. Advancement. Once Tsunade and her companions had sufficiently recovered, it was already deep into the night. They chose not to continue their nocturnal endeavors, but instead sought refuge in a dense thicket, opting to rest for the night. "So, you followed the markings and encountered that Yunin?" Yukisha inquired, leaning against the tree trunk as he sought to understand their experiences upon entering the Forest of Death. After dispersing into the Forest of Death, Tsunade and her companions immediately sought a way to reunite. They determined their location by observing the sun and agreed to head towards the 3 o'clock direction, leaving markers along their path. By the following day, they successfully gathered together. During their reunion, they also discovered a coded message from the Leaf Ninjas, which conveyed a simple instruction for all Leaf Ninjas to proceed along the markers, ultimately converging in one location. The significance of this Chunin exam was paramount. Ninjas from various nations would undoubtedly target those from foreign villages, and only by consolidating their numbers could they maximize their safety. Not only Leaf, but other ninja villages also employed similar codes. Initially, they did not prioritize regrouping, as their efforts to seize scrolls on the second day went quite smoothly. However, on the third day, they encountered a ninja from the Mist Village. Tsunade's voice lowered, and her expression darkened. Jiraiya recalled their harrowing encounter with that Mist Ninja, his demeanor also turning grave. Orochimaru, however, remained composed and continued Tsunade's thought. That Mist Ninja had bested the three of them, exhibiting close to Jonin-level prowess, and they had been thoroughly suppressed throughout the ordeal. Nevertheless, they had managed to hold their own. In a desperate struggle, they inflicted some cost on the Mist Ninja. Presumably, he wished to avoid injury, as he released them after they surrendered all their scrolls. Once they recovered, the remaining candidates in the Forest of Death would be formidable opponents, compelling them to gravitate towards the larger group to anticipate any large-scale conflicts with other ninja villages, which might yield enough scrolls for advancement. Heading west, a commendable plan. "How many scrolls do you currently possess?" "1. I have 10 scrolls. I shall allocate 5 to you. With 1 day remaining, acquiring a few more would ensure our safety." Theoretically, there were a total of 231 scrolls available, with 30 individuals qualifying for advancement, and acquiring 8 scrolls would suffice for promotion. In reality, however, Such numbers were unlikely. Much like today with the Cloud Ninja, where deaths resulted in scrolls disappearing without a trace, the total number of scrolls had suddenly diminished by 12. Such occurrences were far from rare. Merely heading west to scavenge had resulted in several encounters of this nature, leading him to suspect that it would be fortunate if half of the scrolls submitted ultimately remained. Moreover, there were instances where powerful ninjas monopolized a dozen or more scrolls each, resulting in an uneven distribution, thereby lowering the threshold for the number of scrolls required for advancement. He retained 5 scrolls, ensuring his promotion was likely secure, while Tsunade and her companions still needed to compete for more. How could we possibly accept that? Tsunade remarked, though her hands were swift as she cheerfully accepted 5 scrolls from the westward traveler, bringing their total to 6. If divided equally, each would possess 2 scrolls. Rest well. Tomorrow is the final day and will undoubtedly be the most intense, with a greater number of scrolls appearing. Let us strive together for our promotion to Chunin. This Chunin exam was hardly fair to those genuinely deserving of advancement. Under normal circumstances, Tsunade and her companions would not find themselves in such a precarious position. Their abilities were more than sufficient to qualify as elite Chunin. Central Tower. Standing by the railing, Akimichi Torikes gazed into the depths of the Forest of Death, munching on snacks as he inquired of his companion, Shimura Danzo. Danzo, does your Shimura clan have any nin participating in this examination? Have you assessed their situation? Shimura Danzo maintained his characteristic aloof demeanor, responding, there is nothing of interest. Those who perish within reveal only their lack of strength. Your clan is indeed unfortunate. Akimichi Torikes remarked with a hint of jest, if that Nara lad performs well, our Konoha should suffer fewer casualties. We have a young one from the Akimichi clan in there as well. His father entrusted me a few days ago to look after him. Have you done so? Danzo inquired. Of course. Our Ino Shikicho trio possesses a secret technique of mutual sensing, and I offered him guidance. I advised him to seek out the Nara boy as soon as he enters the Forest of Death. That lad is exceptionally capable, and as long as they unite, survival is assured. Indeed, Konoha had 12 special nin participating in the nin exam, yet not all possessed the ability to coordinate their subordinates effectively. Speaking of which, it is quite peculiar that the teacher permitted Tsunade to partake in this examination. Does she not fear unforeseen circumstances? Akimichi Torikes complained. The recent report from the Umbu had startled him, revealing the encounter with 2 special nin from other villages. If the Umbu, tasked with covert protection, failed to rescue her in time, Tsunade's demise within the Forest of Death would be a grave misdeed. Isn't it a trivial matter? Tsunade has yet to join the main force of Konoha, but has already acquired a sufficient number of scrolls, Danzo replied with calm assurance. Ah, the Uchiha clan. Always producing prodigies. Even in the absence of talent within their ranks, they can easily recruit from outside, which is truly enviable. The reports he had received in recent days, mentioning the direction to the west, had left him astounded. A 12-year-old with 3 tomo, imperceptible genjutsu, and terrifying swordsmanship, even capable of absorbing chakra. In his perspective, as long as they were not besieged by multiple special nin, this individual could traverse the Forest of Death with ease. They're here, Danzo narrowed his eyes, observing that the first to reach the central tower was not a Konoha ninja, but one from the Mist Village. The initial Mist ninja, seemingly aware of the scrutinizing gaze, looked up and met Danzo's eyes, licking his lips and displaying a provocative smile. The second group to arrive was a contingent from the Stone Village, comprising 20 members, which represented a substantial loss compared to the number that had entered the Forest of Death. Konoha's main force arrived third, totaling 22, and with 4 from the west arriving shortly thereafter, they numbered 26, suffering significant losses as well. The Cloud Village and Sand Village followed closely, but the Mist Village, arriving last, bore the heaviest toll, with only 10 remaining. The first Mist Ninja had not rejoined their main force. Ultimately, as all gathered at the central tower, it was discovered that only 89 remained. Among the eliminated ninjas, few had managed to signal for rescue. The majority had perished in the Forest of Death. All were from the 5 great nations, while the ninjas from the minor villages were completely annihilated. Time is up. We shall now begin the assessment of results. Please submit your scrolls to the proctors in individual form. The main forces from each ninja village only sent a few representatives to submit their scrolls, while the rest remained motionless. The number of promotion slots and scrolls is limited. Naturally, They will concentrate the scrolls to distribute among the most formidable individuals. Xiangxi submitted 5 scrolls, while Tsunade and others each submitted 4. Upon the ranking of the scrolls, it was astonishing that one could secure the 30th position with merely 3 scrolls. Chapter 43. Flaw. The number of promotions across various ninja villages was roughly equivalent, while Konoha, including Xiangxi and his 4 companions, had a total of 9 individuals promoted. Aside from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the remaining 7 hailed from Konoha's prominent clans. Following the announcement of the promotion list, the time and location for the final examination were subsequently revealed. The candidates were granted 7 days for recuperation, after which they would engage in individual combat in the Konoha arena, divided into 15 groups. With the final list of promoted nin determined by the composite performance across 3 examinations. As they departed, Tsunade noticed the mist ninja who had stolen their scrolls, and a hint of seriousness crossed her gaze. This mist ninja seemed acutely aware of being watched. He quickly caught Tsunade's eye, tilting his head to meet her gaze. As if recognizing her and her companions, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Tsunade tugged at Xiangxi's sleeve, whispering, "That's the one who took our scrolls. He is remarkably powerful. If we end up in the same group for the 3rd round, we must be exceedingly cautious." Xiangxi followed Tsunade's line of sight to see the mist ninja, whose long black hair cascaded down to his waist, arms adorned with bizarre tattoos. His face pallid and devoid of color, exuding a menacing aura from his serpent-like eyes. Xiangxi contemplated and glanced at Orochimaru, noting that those eyes bore a resemblance to snake eyes, emanating a dangerous presence. Orochimaru, mistaking Xiangxi's concern for their potential pairing, shook his head and remarked, "If I were to face him, I would concede immediately. There is no need to risk my life for the sake of demonstrating my nin abilities against an opponent I know I cannot defeat. The 3rd round allows for fatalities. I refuse to gamble my life on whether the examiner can intervene in time." Coward. Jiraiya held a contrasting perspective, arms crossed and an unusual seriousness etched on his face. "In these 7 days, I must ensure the old man teaches me some lethal techniques. I am determined to defeat him." Tsunade concurred. "Upon returning, I too shall undertake rigorous training." Her pride had been wounded after suffering defeats in the Forest of Death, particularly with Xiangxi witnessing her struggles, and she harbored a burning desire to prove herself. That night, in the Uchiha clan grounds, Xiangxi sat in the expansive courtyard, carefully polishing his iron-broken fong and the natural blade with a soft cloth. Although he could not fully harness the power of these 2 blades, their significance in his heart surpassed that of the famed blade Muramasa. Emerging from the Forest of Death, his demonic energy had surged to a peak of 700. Yet his swordsmanship had seen minimal improvement, yielding little reward. Demonic energy, 700. Swordsmanship, level 51587850000. Xiangxi pondered the trajectory of his strength enhancement. For ordinary battles, 700 points were entirely sufficient, yet it could not sustain high-consumption techniques, rendering it inadequate against stronger foes. For instance, utilizing Muramasa to unleash a torrent of flames could achieve the effect of a wide-ranging fire-based ninjutsu, albeit at a significant cost. During the occasion when Tsunade and her companions visited the Konoha prison, he unleashed this technique, consuming a staggering 100 points of demon energy in a single use. The actual impact of the attack fell short of expectations, roughly equivalent to the might of a basic fire technique. At present, I still rely on my swordsmanship, swiftly vanquishing foes only once I am in close quarters. The techniques involving fiery blades and the release of immense flames primarily serve to compensate for the shortcomings of ninjutsu attacks, lacking the capacity to deliver a decisive blow. Upon reaching the 5th tier of swordsmanship, progressing to the 6th tier necessitates an arduous accumulation of 10,000 points. Given my current pace, this could take at least a year. Sighing inwardly, I realized that my growth had significantly slowed at this juncture. To attain the rank of Nin, I must elevate my swordsmanship to the 6th tier and surpass the threshold of 1,000 points of demon energy. What is there to sigh about? Did you not advance to the 3rd round? In the courtyard, Uchiha Kageme's figure appeared unnoticed, taking a seat beside me. "I have heard from Kaze that you distinguished yourself in the Forest of Death. The foreign ninjas you encountered now tremble at the sight of the Sharingan. Uncle Yusuke must be immensely proud, claiming that my teaching skills pale in comparison to a mere hair of his. It is disheartening to hear, yet it rings true." As I have scarcely taught you over the years, it is solely the merit of Uncle Yusuke. Faced with his boasting, I find myself begrudgingly grateful, alas. Master, I feel my progress has become increasingly sluggish. After being promoted to CH Nin, it may take me several years to acquire the strength necessary to become AJ Nin. I candidly expressed my thoughts. Although Uchiha Kagami had devoted himself to the war in recent years and returned infrequently, he remained attentive to my circumstances, and our relationship had grown akin to that of mentor and disciple. Upon hearing my concerns, Uchiha Kagami pondered for a moment, then remarked, "Is there something pressing you to advance? The war is nearing its conclusion, and should any issues arise, we will shield you from them. There is no need to rush. At your age, being able to rival a special J Nin is already remarkable. When I was your age, I was far behind you. I do not know. Perhaps it is the desire to grow stronger swiftly, so that I may make certain decisions for myself," I replied. Uchiha Kagami fell silent for a while before stating, "You currently lack the development of your demon energy. The capabilities of Muramasa also warrant further exploration, relying solely on swordsmanship. You have already surpassed the average J Nin in close combat, yet you still lack a potent technique, a means of explosive attack that can determine the outcome of a battle. Without chakra, you must depend on demon energy and the demon blade. If you could cultivate a technique rivaling that of high-level ninjutsu, attaining the rank of J Nin would naturally follow. Explosive attacks relying on demon energy and the demon blade." I glanced down at the immaculate Tetsusai in my hands. Over the years, I had been attempting to transform Tetsusai into its blade form. If I could harness its true power, I would not be deprived of an explosive means of attack. Uchiha Kagami's eyes glimmered with insight, his voice slightly ethereal, "And do not forget your Sharingan. Achieving the rank of elite J Nin could come swiftly. At 12 years old, with a 3-tomo Sharingan, you possess immense potential." The latter part of his statement was somewhat unclear, yet I understood. Uchiha Kagami was alluding to the evolution of the 3-tomo Sharingan into the Manjiki Sharingan. As the Manjiki Sharingan awakened, the powers residing within his eyes, along with the might of Susanoo, could resolve all his weaknesses. It is not an exaggeration to claim that surpassing even elite J Nin and attaining the rank of Hokage would be well within reach. Contemplating this, he turned to the side, gazing at Uchiha Kagami's profile, pondering whether Kagami, who was well versed in the secrets of the Manjiki Sharingan, had likely activated it by now. Setting aside such thoughts, he declared, "For the next 7 days, I shall accompany you in training. I cannot allow Uncle Yusuke to continue mocking me as your instructor. To speak candidly, while my teaching abilities may not rival those of Uncle Yusuke, my skills in swordsmanship and jinjutsu surpass his. And my understanding and application of chakra should provide you with ample insights." With that, he sheathed his Tetsuzan and Tennin, drawing forth the renowned blade Muramasa from his back. Regardless of his impatience, the journey must be taken step by step, and the practice of the sword must unfold day by day. Chapter 44. The tournament of the CH Nin exam. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was utterly clear, making it an ideal day for outings. Yet, the streets were oddly desolate, with most shops closed, save for a few vendors selling sweet treats and snacks. In stark contrast, the large plaza outside the Konoha residential area buzzed with activity, teeming with an overwhelming crowd, as if the entire population of Konoha had converged there. Today marked the 3rd round of the CH Nin exam's combat matches, attracting not only the locals, but also ninjas and high-ranking officials from various nations, as well as merchants from far and wide, all gathered to witness the outcomes of this examination, each match holding the potential for substantial agreements and profit. The plaza resembled a colossal Roman amphitheater, filled to the brim with spectators seated on rows of benches, the majority being villagers from Konoha. Some had brought their children, while others were accompanied by friends or classmates, their discussions creating a lively and fervent atmosphere. Such an open display of ninja combat had never been seen before. This was a first. Every villager eagerly anticipated the dazzling spectacle of ninjutsu clashes, especially those children who aspired to become ninjas. In the central area of the audience, a section cordoned off from the rest was designated for high-ranking officials and dignitaries, akin to a VIP section. Senju Tobarama, accompanied by several envoys from the 4 great shinobi villages, took their seats, followed closely by Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hisashi. Indeed, this is the land of fire. Such a scene is utterly inconceivable in our wind country, remarked the envoy from Tsunade, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices. All this is thanks to the support from various nations, Tobirama replied nonchalantly, a faint, imperceptible smile gracing his face. Konoha has the most slots in the tournament. Whether on the battlefield or the negotiation table, Konoha's achievements are unparalleled, commented the envoy from Kumogakure with a sardonic tone. Each must rely on their own capabilities, he scoffed. To think they would flaunt the 3-Tomo Sharingan. It truly underestimates Konoha's shamelessness. The activation of the 3-Tomo Sharingan typically signified a J-nin. Yet the emergence of such an eye led the other nations to believe that Konoha had breached their tacit agreement that only special J-nin would participate in this CH-nin exam. Konoha's Kakashi let out a cold snort. That is the genius of the Uchiha clan, who awakened the Sharingan at such a young age, yet has not reached the level of a Jonin. Is that so? Our Kirigakure village boasts the most bloodline clans. Why is it that none of them, unlike the Uchiha, seem to have geniuses appearing at just the right moment? Your bloodline clans have been ineffective since the Warring States period. What is there to discuss? The verbal sparring among the higher-ups aside, at this moment, Nara, Shikamaru, and Tsunade were in the lounge on the second floor drawing lots. 30 participants were divided into 15 groups for combat. This was not a knockout tournament, but rather a series of rounds to determine the first place, with each group only fighting once. The outcomes of these matches would dictate certain agreements between nations, making the results of this drawing predetermined. All candidates present understood this. Yet they still played their roles, going through the motions of the process. When the results were finally revealed, it was indeed as everyone had anticipated. No group contained ninjas from the same village facing each other. Everything was meticulously arranged. Nara Shikamaru drew Group 9, paired with Shinichi Yamashita from Kirigakure. Tsunade's concern grew. Yamashita was the ninja who had stolen her scroll in the Forest of Death and was exceptionally powerful. His water-style techniques were particularly effective against Shikamaru. Do not worry. This is a perfect opportunity for you to exact your revenge, Shikamaru reassured Tsunade, while the white wolf nestled in her arms let out a few yelps. Water techniques indeed countered both Muramasa and the white wolf. But Shikamaru primarily relied on his swordsmanship rather than Muramasa's fire-style attacks or the wolf's fire techniques. Tsunade's opponent was a ninja from Iwagakure, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru were matched against ninjas from Tsunade. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the assessment to commence. The first group, consisting of Aoi Yui and Inoue Ryusei, stepped onto the stage. In the lounge, Aoi Yui of Kumogakure let out a heavy breath, exchanging glances with the Tsunade ninja Inoue Ryusei before stepping boldly to the railing and jumping down. There was indeed a staircase available for descent. As the combatants of the first match took the stage, the presence of a female ninja elicited enthusiastic cheers from the audience, the applause resonating like thunder throughout the venue. Both participants felt ill at ease in this atmosphere, as if they were not there to fight for their village's honor, but rather to perform a spectacle for the amusement of the crowd. The examiner approached them, reminding them of the rules of engagement. Although there were no restrictions on their methods, in front of so many spectators, they were expected to show some restraint, avoiding excessive cruelty and sparing lives whenever possible. Under life-threatening circumstances, I will intervene. The one rescued will be deemed the loser. Do you understand? Understood. The examiner nodded and, in an instant, departed the scene, officially announcing the commencement of the combat assessment. The two initially retreated to create distance, testing each other briefly before Aoi Yui launched the first offensive, seeking to engage Inoue Ryusei in close combat. As a ninja from Kumogakure, Aoi Yui possessed commendable skills in taijutsu. Before long, the two were embroiled in a life-or-death struggle, blood staining the ground, ultimately concluding with Inoue Ryusei having his arm brutally broken in the fight. Yui, known as Little One, was not faring well either. Her body was marred with gashes inflicted by the sharp blades of the wind, and her garments were torn with several large rips, exposing her to the spring light. Yet, no one seemed to notice. Most of the spectators had never witnessed the brutal and bloody reality of life-and-death struggles, momentarily rendered speechless. Moreover, the female ninjas of Yunin village were akin to dark-skinned pearls. What was there to admire? Was this truly what a ninja embodied? In the audience, children were struck by the tragic scenes of battle, their hearts racing with fear as they pondered whether they still wished to become ninjas in the future. Would their sons live in such an environment after becoming ninjas? Some parents reflected on their own children, who were also ninjas, returning home with carefree expressions. never allowing them to see the darker side of the ninja life. As the subsequent rounds of combat assessments grew increasingly intense, bloodshed became commonplace. The most horrifying incident involved a contestant being disemboweled, their intestines spilling forth, whisked away on a stretcher for emergency treatment, their fate uncertain, leaving the audience unable to bear to look. In the fifth round, a life was claimed for the first time. A ninja from the Mist Village, employing poison weapons, struck a fatal blow with a water gun to the throat of their opponent, who perished instantly. The murmurs from the audience faded into silence as they watched the ninjas clash like beasts, each employing every means necessary to extract a piece of flesh from the other, a grim reality of either survival or demise. It was not until the eighth match, when Tsunade faced off against Takuya from Iwagakure, that the cheers from the audience erupted once more. This was the prestige of the Princess of Konoha. Chapter 45. Restraint. Let us go. Watch how I take him down. Tsunade turned back and winked at Nishi before leaping down from the railing. Unlike the other ninjas who landed gracefully, she descended like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a large crater even before the fight commenced. It seems Tsunade was particularly exhilarated today. Nishi observed this scene and thought to himself that Tsunade would have little trouble in this confrontation. The ninja from Iwagakure was relatively easy for her to handle. He glanced up at the VIP section, surmising that it was the influence of Hashirama Senju. Tsunade had the upper hand against her opponent, yet he felt himself at a disadvantage against her. Such coincidences caused him to instinctively think of Hashirama. Surely, she was the granddaughter of the Hokage, radiating an impressive aura. In the VIP section, envoys from other villages exchanged pleasantries with Hashirama, their faces adorned with insincere smiles easily seen through. "Ah, pardon the spectacle," one said. "That is hardly the case. I have heard that she is revered as a princess in Konoha, her reputation considerable, and she could very well become the Hokage's successor." "Konoha does not engage in such trivialities," the envoy remarked. The examiners followed protocol to announce the rules, and after both sides acknowledged each other, the confrontation began. "Tsunadeheim! Tsunadeheim!" The villagers of Konoha shouted in unison, and even before the fight commenced, the sheer fervor of their cheers left Takuya visibly tense. Tsunade beamed with a radiant smile, and with a sharp exclamation, the ground suddenly caved into a large pit as her figure vanished in the blink of an eye. The immense power she wielded brought forth unparalleled speed, startling Takuya, who hastily formed hand signs so swiftly that they appeared as afterimages. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Completing his hand seals, Takuya slammed his hands onto the ground, and a robust earthen wall swiftly rose to shield him. Bang! As the earthen wall rose, it was shattered instantaneously. At the moment the sound reverberated, the wall splintered into fragments, and a delicate, alabaster fist emerged, containing an unimaginable force. Alarmed, the formidable Kwangujwa felt a jolt of dread as that powerful fist descended upon him. He had scarcely a moment to react, crossing his arms defensively before him. The outcome was inevitable. Kwangujwa was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, which cracked under the impact. Was that how easily victory was claimed? Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy for Tsunade, yet couldn't he help but envy the effortless triumph that others had fought and bled for. However, it was no simple feat. Those who had reached this stage were formidable adversaries. Xiangxi, activating his Sharingan, observed a thick layer of earth-released chakra enveloping Kwangujwa, realizing the battle was far from over. As anticipated, Kwangujwa, having spat a couple of mouthfuls of blood, rose once more. His body shrouded in hardened chakra akin to a stone armor, showcasing remarkable defensive capabilities. Unfazed, Tsunade pressed on, her terrifying speed and strength dominating the arena. Kwangujwa, hesitant to engage her in close combat, continuously unleashed earth-release techniques, either to obstruct or attack, maintaining a safe distance from Tsunade. In many ways, Tsunade's combat style mirrored that of Xiangxi, both relying on close-quarters combat for victory. Besides her monstrous strength, Tsunade rarely employed other offensive ninjutsu. Yet, one must not forget that Tsunade often fulfilled the role of a medical ninja, which added to her formidable presence. She seemed tireless, bulldozing through Kwangujwa's relentless earth techniques with sheer ferocity, reminiscent of a rampaging female Tyrannosaurus, leaving even the likes of Senju Tobarama sweating profusely. The audience erupted in cheers. This was the ninja battle they had longed for. Superhuman strength and extraordinary ninjutsu clashed in a straightforward contest. embodying their ideal vision of ninja warfare. Unlike the preceding matches, which, though filled with a variety of techniques, paled in comparison to the spectacle of Tsunade's brutal elegance, too often veering into cruelty. The two engaged in a fierce battle, thrilling the spectators. Eventually, Kwangujua, having exhausted his chakra, reluctantly raised his hand in defeat. Upon returning to the resting area, Kwangujua's gaze towards Tsunade bore no semblance of respect. Had he not known her identity, he might have suspected that she harbored a tailed beast within her. His sentiments were mirrored by the other competitors from the various ninja villages, who regarded Tsunade with awe. "Do you perceive my might?" Tsunade declared triumphantly, relishing the astonished glances directed her way. "Impressive." Xiangxi commended her with a thumbs up, preparing to take the stage with the White Wolf. As the ninth group, his turn would follow Tsunade's. "Be cautious. If the situation turns dire, concede. You can always reapply for the individual CHNIN exam later." Tsunade's expression shifted from joy to concern. The recent confrontation with Kwangujua had deepened her understanding of the significance of restraint. Kwangujua undeniably possessed the strength of a special J-nin. Had his opponent been Jiraiya or Orochimaru, victory would have surely eluded him. Moreover, even under restraint, he was still able to engage with Tsunade until his chakra was completely depleted, demonstrating the formidable strength he possessed. Gently patting Tsunade on the shoulder, he signaled her not to worry, then turned his gaze towards the opponent from the Mist Village, Yamashita Shinichi, who was also looking back at him. His eyes narrowed as he discreetly closed his Sharingan. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary. The moment their eyes met, he activated a mental illusion, only to discover that the opponent's mental prowess surpassed his own, resulting in the failure of the Genjutsu. A prodigy of the three-tomo Sharingan, it would be a great pity to perish at the hands of Shinichi. In the VIP section, the envoy from the Mist Village wore a cold smirk, fully aware of Yamashita Shinichi's capabilities. The distinction between Shinichi and a Jonin was merely a matter of paperwork. Senju Tobarama remained silent. This confrontation had been orchestrated at his behest. Reports from the Umbu in the Forest of Death indicated that Shinichi's performance was akin to that of a Jonin. Among the Konoha ninjas participating in the exam, he was acutely aware that in terms of individual combat prowess, Nishi was the strongest. If it were a special Jonin from the Nara or Hyuga clans, the probability of defeat would be high. Perhaps it was best to take a gamble. Winning would be ideal, but even in defeat, it could serve to curb the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha had displayed remarkable arrogance in the Great Ninja War. Is that person from the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha, known as an elite clan, must possess exceptional skill. He is quite handsome too. The audience's spirits lifted as they noticed the Uchiha clan emblem on Nishi's back. Who does not know that in Konoha, apart from the Senju, it is the Uchiha who far exceed other clans in strength? Although members of the Uchiha clan are often difficult to interact with, and can even be rather off-putting, no one can deny their power. Indeed, there is also their undeniable charm. In this multinational confrontation exam, the presence of strong individuals always stirs anticipation. The audience did not hesitate to cheer for the member of the Uchiha clan at this moment. As the examiner announced the start, Nishi slowly drew the renowned blade, Muramasa, from his waist, yet his thoughts lingered on the name of the Uchiha, which he had never acknowledged. Chapter 46. The new form of the White Wolf. I most enjoy battling with you bloodline ninjas, relishing the sight of your blood gushing forth, Yamashita Shinichi said, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he discreetly formed hand seals with his left hand hanging by his side. Water release, hidden mist technique. Nishi activated his Sharingan and surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, but Shinichi was already prepared, utilizing the body flicker technique to maintain distance. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the open arena, rendering visibility nearly non-existent within mere breaths. I wonder how you intend to fight when your Sharingan cannot see. Shinichi's voice echoed disconcertingly through the dense fog, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. Damn those Mist Village ninjas. Shouts erupted from the audience. How could they witness the clash of ninjas when the battlefield was shrouded in such dense fog? This was perilous. The Mist Ninja had an arsenal of techniques specifically designed to counter Nishi. Jiraiya's expression darkened. The assistance of the Sharingan for Nishi was far more significant than the fire-based attacks of the Muramasa. Tsunade's expression reflected her concern. The Mist Ninja's counter against Nishi was even more severe than her own against the Rock Ninjas. In the thick fog, Xiangxi remained unperturbed, channeling his demonic energy into Muramasa, unleashing a torrent of flames. The white wolf transformed into a colossal beast, relying on its keen sense of smell to locate Yamashita Shinichi at the foot of the mountain. The mist concealment technique was merely a rudimentary ninjutsu. It could be dispelled by simply evaporating the chakra-formed mist. Surely, one would not assume that such a lowly ninjutsu could counter my Sharingan. As the flames released by Muramasa swept through the air, a significant portion of the fog was instantly cleared. Although the mist concealment technique was easily unraveled, Xiangxi had expended 50 points of demonic energy in conjuring the extensive flames. How much chakra could such a basic ninjutsu require? The disparity was glaring. If Yamashita Shinichi were to employ the mist concealment technique a few more times, his demonic energy would not withstand such depletion. With this thought in mind, Xiangxi seized the moment he detected Yamashita's presence, bursting forth at maximum speed to pursue. Just as Yamashita revealed himself, he completed a hand sign. Water release. Water burst wave. A deluge of water materialized, the immense force driving Xiangxi back. As the water rapidly inundated the entire area, the water level continued to rise, transforming the square into a vast lake. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. With the change in environment, the potency of the water release increased significantly. Xiangxi's demonic energy surged within him as he positioned Muramasa across his chest, unleashing an enormous flame to counter the assault. He pressed forward through the rising steam, intent on a swift resolution. However, another water dragon surged toward him, forcing Xiangxi to momentarily evade, leaping onto the edge of the square's wall. The flames that had previously defended against the water dragon were equivalent to a high-level ninjutsu, costing him 100 points of demonic energy. He could not endure such relentless depletion. This was troublesome. Xiangxi furrowed his brow, unafraid of being countered by the water release, but rather concerned about the large-scale ninjutsu. Yamashita Shinichi happened to excel in such techniques. Water release, piranha. Yamashita continued to unleash ninjutsu with reckless abandon, slapping his hands upon the water's surface, summoning a swarm of piranhas that darted beneath the lake, leaping forth to attack. Such minor offensive ninjutsu did not intimidate Xiangxi. He wielded Muramasa with precision, dispatching the airborne piranhas one by one. The white wolf struggled, lacking Xiangxi's swordsmanship, relying solely on its claws and fangs. It could only scatter a few piranhas, while others breached its defenses, sinking their teeth into its hind leg, thrashing violently in an attempt to tear away a chunk of flesh. In a fit of desperation, the white wolf exhaled a flame toward its hind leg, incinerating the piranhas, though the pain made it shudder. Before long, yet another horde of piranhas erupted from the water's surface, seemingly endless. Xiangxi realized he could not continue in this manner. He pivoted, ignoring the relentless piranhas, and charged directly at Yamashita Shinichi. The white wolf, enduring the pain, followed suit, belching forth a fireball to disrupt Yamashita's actions. Yamashita's lips curled into a smirk as he observed the advancing duo, calmly forming hand signs. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from the water, crashing down with terrifying force. Xiangxi and the white wolf navigated through the oncoming wave, yet their speed inevitably diminished, allowing Yamashita to seize the opportunity to reposition himself. The young Uchiha. It seems you have a distinct weakness. Yamashita Shinichi possesses an exceptionally keen combat instinct. Through their previous exchanges, he has already discerned the vulnerabilities of Xiangxi. With a sullen expression, Xiangxi refrains from responding and charges forward again. He has not previously encountered an opponent like Yamashita, who excels in grand ninjutsu, rendering his weaknesses less apparent. However, when faced with such a ninja, his helplessness is evident to all. Do you wish to prolong this battle? In this environment, merely stirring the lake waters will not deplete much chakra. Yamashita places his hands upon the water's surface, continuing to stir the tempest, shifting positions incessantly, preventing Xiangxi from closing in at speed. White Wolf, after consuming so much blood, it is your turn to fight. Xiangxi commands. The White Wolf, conflicted, would prefer to remain idle rather than engage in a fierce battle. However, Xiangxi is serious this time. If the wolf were to shirk its duty, it could forget about receiving demon blood in the future. Gritting its teeth, it opts for the latter choice over the prolonged weakness. With a mighty howl, the white wolf unleashes a torrent of flames, its form enlarging once more. Its limbs and tail entwined in fire, its eyes blaze like flickering flames. exhaling bursts of fire akin to a creature dwelling within a volcanic realm. The white wolf leads the charge, its paws striking the water's surface, evaporating the flow. With Xiangxi trailing behind. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Seeing this, Yamashita realizes that mere waves will not suffice to halt the advance and promptly employs the water dragon bullet technique once more. A water dragon, spanning over 10 meters, roars forth. In this form, the white wolf is exceptionally fierce, leaping toward the head of the water dragon, enveloped in flames and with tremendous force. It rends the water dragon asunder. Water release, water barrier. Yamashita brings his hands together, causing the water to surge back toward the lake's surface. The white wolf, witnessing this, unleashes a column of fire from its mouth. The flames in this form are even more formidable, instantly shattering the water barrier and striking Yamashita directly. A fire technique comparable to advanced ninjutsu. However, within the flames, Yamashita's figure dissipates into steam, not revealing his true form. The white wolf halts its assault. The flames that encircled it extinguishing, its massive form shrinking to the size of a full moon, gazing at Xiangxi with pitiful eyes. This is not mere laziness. Having executed an attack rivaling advanced fire techniques, it has reached its limit. Are you done for? Yamashita's body slowly rises above the water's surface, grinning at Xiangxi. Why not employ Jinjutsu? I wish to experience the difference between the Sharingan's illusions and ordinary Jinjutsu. Should he lose, even the white wolf's ferocity is insufficient. Now, even more so, he is severely constrained. Has the Uchiha clan not taught him how to deal with water-style ninjas? Tsunade and her companions in the resting area are filled with anxiety. The Uchiha clan certainly possesses countermeasures. However, Xiangxi, lacking chakra, cannot learn the techniques, relying solely on Muramasa. The consumption of demon power far exceeds the chakra required for techniques of the same caliber. White Wolf, retreat. Xiangxi takes a deep breath, parting the front of his kimono at the chest, channeling his demon power, from which a substantial manifestation of blue demon energy erupts, swiftly transforming into a pair of wings. Try it out, a form of incompleteness. Under the guidance of Uchiha Kagami over the past 7 days, he has further developed his utilization of demonic energy, expanding his offensive strategies with a novel approach. However, it remains unfinished, with significant flaws, had he not been left with no other choice. He would not have dared to take such a risk. Chapter 47. The examination concludes. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience as wings sprouted from Xiangxi's back. Is he about to take flight? I want to be a ninja. I too wish to learn this flying ninjutsu. I want to soar. Although many children found techniques like breathing fire and water to be impressive, their yearning for the ability to fly was far greater. The candidate's resting area buzzed with discussion. Would he confront the mist ninja from the air? The mist ninja could not reach him, yet he could strike at them. Jiraiya speculated that this was indeed a brilliant strategy. Only he would attack, while the opponents could not retaliate, placing him in an unassailable position. Orochimaru remarked that he seldom saw Xiangxi employ this technique. Such a method of flight must consume a considerable amount of energy. At this moment, the white wolf dashed back to the resting area, leaping into Tsunade's arms, appearing somewhat fatigued. Contrary to their expectations, Xiangxi did not ascend into the sky. Instead, with a powerful flap of his wings, he charged across the water's surface, moving at a speed so swift that the naked eye could hardly discern him. The colossal waves he created surged forward, completely obscuring Xiangxi's figure. Shanxiaji's pupils dilated in alarm, with no time to form hand seals. He exerted all his strength to pivot and evade, narrowly avoiding the torrents stirred by Xiangxi's rapid advance. Boom! The relentless waves crashed against the wall with a thunderous sound, allowing the spectators to finally glimpse Xiangxi's silhouette. Half squatting against the wall to catch his breath, Xiangxi unfurled his wings once more, vanishing from sight. Harnessing the substantial kinetic energy generated by his demonic wings, he propelled his speed to its absolute limit. Yet, the drawbacks were glaring. He could only launch straight attacks. And should he miss, he could not halt immediately. Moreover, he could not ascend into the air. Relying solely on his wings was hardly faster than his usual speed. Lacking the explosive power that combined with flight would yield superior velocity. With another resounding crash, Xiangxi collided with the wall on the west side of the square. Shanxiajini, drenched in sweat, hastily employed his ninjutsu, causing the water's surface to surge continuously, morphing into water dragons for offense and transforming into great fish to dodge the onslaught. However, at such extreme speeds, Xiangxi surged through the waves, rendering any attempt at obstruction futile. It could only be said that Shanxiajini was rather unfortunate to be adept at water ninjutsu. Had he been skilled in earth techniques, he might have stood a chance. 45 seconds. Xiangxi counted down. This combat style consumed a tremendous amount of demonic energy, requiring a depletion of 10 points per second merely to maintain this form. He could sustain it for at most 45 seconds. If he could not defeat Shanxiajini within that minute, he would be the one to lose. Two figures pursued and fled in a breathtaking spectacle. In an instant, waves erupted around them, as if the river god had unleashed his wrath. It is no exaggeration to say that Xiangxi's speed at this moment was already approaching that of Li with the 8 gates opened. Once again, Shinichi Yamashita brushed past the formidable Kusei while riding upon a great fish, the fierce wind biting at his cheeks. He exhaled in relief. Knowing that such velocity could not be sustained indefinitely, he merely needed to endure a little longer, and victory would soon be his. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Yamashita sensed a slight decline in Kusei's speed, the moment of triumph drawing near, and the tension that had gripped him began to ease. You have lost. A triumphant smile crept across Yamashita's lips. This time, evasion had been effortless. Defeating a strong adversary always filled him with profound satisfaction. Suddenly, he was jolted awake. Blood spilling from his mouth. How could this be? He had clearly dodged the attack, yet Kusei's blade now pierced his chest, the immense force propelling him backward until he collided with the wall. Kusei withdrew the knife embedded in Yamashita's heart, his wings gradually dissipating, and his Sharingan eyes exhibiting an otherworldly allure. Is this the Sharingan? I clearly wasn't caught in any illusion, Yamashita murmured, as the blade's removal left him devoid of support. Sliding down the wall, breathless. In those final 10 seconds, he had perceived Kusei's speed diminish slightly. In truth, he had already fallen victim to an illusion. His mental fortitude was considerable, and under normal circumstances, Kusei's Jinjutsu would struggle to ensnare him. However, amidst the high-stakes confrontation, his focus on evasion had drained his mental energy, granting Kusei an advantageous opportunity. Many ninjas, after battling for their lives, often find themselves utterly exhausted within a minute. This fatigue stems from the immense mental strain of intense concentration, rendering even the most physically capable unable to summon their strength. In this state, Kusei had subtly manipulated Yamashita's perception of speed through his Jinjutsu. The simplest illusions are the hardest to detect, and Yamashita's failure to recognize it in time sealed his fate. Demonic power, 62,700. Swordsmanship, level 51611450000. His demonic energy had dwindled to a single-digit figure for the first time in years. His swordsmanship had increased by 236 points. A significant enhancement. The audience, initially hushed, erupted into fervent cheers, nearly rivaling the excitement of Tsunade's appearance. Though lives had been lost, the bloodshed was minimal. Yet the spectacle was thrilling, far exceeding the audience's expectations of a ninja battle, and proving more exhilarating than Tsunade's match. Kusei donned his shirt and sheathed his blade, choosing to ascend the stairs to the second-floor rest area instead of leaping directly up. Kusei, you have truly won, Tsunade exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. To overcome such a serious disadvantage is simply astonishing. I believe you could become a ninja, Jiraiya marveled. Indeed, Kusei-kun is remarkable, Orochimaru added with evident admiration. The trio was elated, save for the White Wolf, whose gaze toward Kusei was filled with resentment. A narrow victory, a narrow victory. Kusei smiled. Using the propulsion of his demonic wings to maximize his speed, the strategy was viable. Next, he would address the issue of agility during high-speed movement, and his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Despite the considerable consumption of demonic energy, the enhancements gained are undeniably worthwhile. The candidates from the Hidden Mist Village cast complex glances toward the west, for Yamashita Shinichi was an outlier among their mist ninjas, equally despised by them. Yet, it is irrefutable that Yamashita Shinichi stood as the strongest among them. However, to their astonishment, he was defeated, his heart pierced, unable to preserve his very life. Perhaps influenced by this turn of events, the subsequent two confrontations ended in complete failure for the Mist Ninjas. In the face-off between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the outcome was one victory and one draw. Surprisingly, Jiraiya emerged victorious. Orochimaru ended in a stalemate with his opponent. Upon closer inspection of their respective adversary strengths, it was reasonable that Orochimaru's opponent was indeed superior to Jiraiya's. The third round of the examination lasted from morning until afternoon, culminating in 15 rounds. The 9 ninjas from Konoha participated in the confrontations, achieving 5 victories, 1 draw, and 3 defeats, an undisputed first place. Following this round of examinations, the Nin exam came to a definitive close, returning tranquility to Konoha. On the streets, the villagers continued their lives as usual, seemingly unaffected by the conclusion of the Nin exams, save for a few additional topics of conversation during their meals. Unbeknownst to them, an agreement crucial to the interests of every individual in Konoha was being quietly signed. Their esteemed Hokage had, at some point, departed from Konoha, accompanied by his subordinates. En route to the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 48. The death of Senju Tobirama in the Senju clan's domain. A few scattered lights flickered in the evening. The Senju clan, having integrated into Konoha, saw its numbers gradually dwindle. The birth of Rope Tree brought a semblance of liveliness to the clan. Xiangxi, cradling the boisterous Rope Tree, followed Tsunade toward the old courtyard. "Look, I have been tidying your courtyard all these years, eagerly awaiting your return." Tsunade pushed open the courtyard gate, exuding a demeanor that beckoned for praise, her single ponytail bouncing as she entered. "You cleaned it? I believe it was Aunt Manai who did that," Xiangxi teased, nudging Rope Tree's small face, who, not comprehending their words, giggled incessantly. "Nonsense," Tsunade pouted, gesturing for Xiangxi to return to his room. Xiangxi raised an eyebrow and opened the bedroom door, finding everything neatly arranged, with clothes for a 5- or 6-year-old still placed in the wardrobe. "Aunt Manai may have cleaned outside, but your room has always been maintained by me." Tsunade's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Xiangxi was taken aback. Tsunade's own room had always been a mess, and he never expected her to consistently keep his room tidy. "Sometimes, when I returned from missions, I would linger in your room. I wish that if you were here, I could share amusing stories from my missions and some delectable treats, recounting every step of my progress, both joyous and sorrowful." Tsunade sat at the edge of the bed, reminiscent of the years she had spent quietly in Xiangxi's room. Xiangxi's gaze softened as he settled beside Tsunade, gently poking her cheek with Rope Tree's tiny fingers, and softly laughed. "In the days to come, let us spend time together. Keeping Tsunade company, always by her side. Shall we, Rope Tree?" Rope Tree responded with an even louder, innocent laugh. Kushina's smile faltered, and a wave of warmth coursed through her, awakening her to a realization. She swiftly grabbed the feet of Shiki, lifting him upward. "Ah, Shiki. You've urinated on me. You're driving me crazy." Xiangxi's hands were also dampened, and shaking Shiki playfully, she laughed. "At 2 years old, still wetting your pants. How embarrassing. Let us go to Grandma Mizuho's, so we can change Shiki's trousers. They're all soaked." Kushina playfully flicked Shiki's cheek, and, alongside Xiangxi, made their way to the courtyard of Uzumaki Mizuho. "Grandma, Shiki has wet his pants again." Uzumaki Mizuho emerged from the house, gazing at the innocent expression on Shiki's face with a fond smile, accepting him from Xiangxi's arms. While changing Shiki's trousers, as if struck by a sudden thought, she remarked, "Xiangxi, once Tobirama returns to the village, you should come back from Uchiha." Kushina was displeased. "Why must we wait for great-grandfather to return before Xiangxi can come back? I had planned to accompany Xiangxi to the Uchiha clan to gather some belongings and return tonight." The list of those promoted to Nin had yet to be revealed. It was only upon Tobirama's return and signature that Xiangxi would officially become a Nin. Why complicate matters? I've peeked at the Nin list, and both Xiangxi and I are on it. It's certain we are Nin. Kushina wrinkled her nose, having surreptitiously observed it in the Hokage's office while Tobirama was out of the village. Not only were her and Xiangxi's names listed, but also Orochimaru and Jiraiya's. Without a signature and announcement, it does not count. Kushina, there are certain rules that must be observed. Even though everyone knows the outcome, we must follow the established procedures. The rules we all uphold cannot be broken. Uzumaki Mizuho spoke with a hint of implication. Kushina had long grown accustomed to Mizuho's and Tobirama's didactic manner, understanding yet reluctant to conform. Xiangxi comprehended Mizuho's underlying message, his gaze lowered. "I wish to return tonight. I will clarify matters at Uchiha." Mizuho furrowed her brow. "To her. Xiangxi had always been more mature than Kushina. How could he not grasp her meaning? Or did he understand, but choose not to comply? A few days' delay will not matter. Mizuho's smile faded slightly. Kushina interjected, "Never mind, there is no rush. Great-grandfather will return soon. When he does, I will accompany you to the Uchiha clan." Humph. The first time I went to the Uchiha clan, they wouldn't let me in. This time, I shall see how they try to stop me. Xiangxi cast a glance at Kushina, whose face was flushed with indignation, yet inwardly he thought, Tobarama will not return. According to the original storyline, Tobarama journeyed to the Cloud Village to sign an alliance agreement, where dissenting factions within the village conspired to instigate a coup, severely wounding the second Raikage and Tobarama himself. Subsequently, while leading Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in retreat, they were pursued by the attacking factions. Tobarama ultimately sacrificed himself as bait to ensure the escape of Sarutobi and the others, and he perished in that battle. However, Xiangxi could not voice this, as it was beyond explanation. In the end, Xiangxi returned alone to the Uchiha clan. In the following days, he refrained from further secluded training at the Uchiha clan and often ventured out to spend time with Kushina. He feared that upon learning of Tobarama's demise, Kushina might act impulsively in her sorrow. Tsunade was undeniably delighted to have Xiangxi accompany her as they wandered through the vibrant streets of Konoha, eventually arriving at the final destination, the casino. In an unprecedented turn of events, the usually unfortunate Tsunade emerged victorious. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. Perhaps it had been far too long since her last win, and this unexpected stroke of luck felt surreal. Sensing that something was amiss, she decided to cease gambling. Together with Xiangxi, she exited the casino. As rain began to fall, Xiangxi extended his hand to feel the delicate droplets, his expression darkening. "Tonight, I shall stay at the Senju clan's residence. I do not wish to be caught in the rain on my way back to the Uchiha." Tsunade and Xiangxi walked through the rain, fabricating an excuse. Yet, the excuse was feeble, prompting a soft laugh from Tsunade. The Uchiha are renowned for their mastery of fire. Do we truly fear such light rain? What a joke it would be to share that. Let us wait a couple more days, otherwise Granny Mito will have something to say, she added. Xiangxi remained silent, ultimately choosing to return to the Uchiha clan. The rain persisted, drizzling for days. Was it a week? Perhaps half a month? Xiangxi did not keep track, only knowing that on the day the rain ceased, Konoha unexpectedly announced that Hiruzen Sarutobi had succeeded as the third Hokage. Upon hearing this news, Xiangxi hurried to the Senju clan's territory. He understood that Tsunade needed someone by her side during this tumultuous time. Have you heard? Hiruzen Sarutobi has become Hokage. Indeed. How peculiar. Why has the Hokage suddenly changed? What of the second Hokage? Could it be that Tobarama Senju has passed? He should not have died. This is outrageous. The position of third Hokage should rightfully belong to Kakashi. Why does the Sarutobi clan presume to hold the title? Konoha was established by the Uchiha and Senju clans. What right do other families have to covet the Hokage position? The Senju are no more, but we, the Uchiha, still stand. We must seek the clan leader and unite with other families to re-elect a Hokage. Let us go. I shall join you. Konoha belongs to the Senju and Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was ablaze with fervent discussions, their anger palpable regarding the rightful ownership of the Hokage title. Yet, amidst the clamor of voices, Xiangxi felt only a sense of dissonance. Chapter 49. The succession ceremony impossible. My great-uncle possesses the flying thunder god technique. How could he possibly be dead? Tsunade refused to accept this grim reality, firmly believing that Tobarama Senju had merely relocated for recovery, for he could never succumb to death. Known as the fastest man in the ninja world, if he wished to escape, none could hinder him. Thus, when news of Tobarama's demise spread, the initial reaction of all was disbelief. Even Mito Uzumaki shared this sentiment. However, as days turned into weeks, the announcement of the second Raikage's death became public, and the third Raikage had already taken his position, while no word came regarding Tobarama Senju. This left many, including Mito, with no choice but to accept the harsh truth of his passing. Following Mito's declaration, the higher-ups of Konoha had no alternative but to respect Tobarama's last wishes. Acknowledging Hiruzen Sarutobi as the successor to the title of third Hokage, Tsunade, everyone meets their end eventually. You need not grieve excessively. Mito, holding the tear-streaked Tsunade in her embrace, spoke softly. Tobarama cherished Konoha and Hashirama above all. You must strive diligently to one day become Hokage. to protect Konoha and carry on the will of fire. I do not wish to be Hokage. Tsunade buried her head in Uzumaki Mito's embrace. I refuse to protect Konoha. Let grandfather handle it himself. He is the strongest Hokage, and he will not perish. Uzumaki Mito stroked Tsunade's hair gently. If Tobirama were to see you in such a state, he would surely scold you with a stern countenance. What he wishes to witness is not your tears of sorrow for him, but your resilience in safeguarding everyone, just as he did. Grandma, I miss grandfather. It has been so long since he last scolded me. Mito's eyes glistened with tears, despite having wept several times after receiving the news of Senju Tobirama's passing. The sight of Tsunade appearing so fragile rendered her unable to hold back her tears once more. Foolish child, death is an inevitable part of life. Even if one does not perish in battle, they will succumb to age. You must learn to accept death, carry forth the will of those who are gone, and live well. Tsunade stifled her sobs, and after a moment, she suddenly broke free from Mito's embrace, her eyes aflame with determination as she dashed outside. I must go to the location outside the village where grandfather used the flying thunder god. He is gravely injured and cannot return. It is dangerous. I need to find him and use my medical ninjutsu to heal him. Mito watched Tsunade's retreating figure, tears streaming down her cheeks. I too am aging, my dear child. Soon you will be left all alone. What will you do then? Mito's heart ached as she sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. It was not until she heard the cries of SHJ from inside the house that she regained her senses and rose to care for him. Perhaps it was time to find someone to look after Tsunade. As she tended to SHJ, Mito pondered this. Tsunade was far too young to take care of him. Who would look after Tsunade? Jiraiya is a good boy, spirited and similar in nature to Hashirama. Though he can be careless at times, he never falters in critical moments and is a reliable support. Orochimaru is too aloof. Tobirama had faith in him, but now that he is gone, it is I who must decide. Tsunade would likely find the customs of other clans too confining. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the courtyard. Grandma Mito, where is Tsunade? Inazuka Kiba arrived, breathless and filled with concern. She is going to search for Tobirama. She should be at the gates of Konoha by now. Holding SHJ, Mito observed Kiba, disheveled and weary, and mused, if only you did not bear the Uchiha bloodline, you would be quite suitable. Kiba nodded and immediately turned to pursue the direction of the Konoha gates. As she watched him go, for reasons unknown, Mito's mind conjured the image of Tsunade's smiling face. And she called out almost instinctively, Kiba, promise me you will protect Tsunade well. Kiba paused momentarily, then continued on his way without looking back. I will. At that moment, the gates of Konoha were filled with tension. Do not be foolish, Tsunade. Today marks the ceremony for the new Hokage's succession. The event is about to commence. We are currently on high alert, and no one is permitted to enter or exit. Moreover, you do not even have a permit to leave the village. A figure clad in a cat-faced mask, belonging to the Umbu, issued a low growl, halting Tsunade's advance from the village. In addition to him, 3 other teams of Umbu were scattered around, coldly observing her. When Tobirama Senju was alive, Tsunade might have engaged in such reckless behavior. However, with Tobirama no longer among them, despite her status as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, even he would not permit her to act with such impunity on this particularly solemn day. I am not being reckless. Granduncle is not dead yet. I must go save him. Tsunade clenched her fists, resolutely standing her ground against the dozen or so elite Umbu, a team of ninja guarding the gates of Konohagakure. Witnessing her determination, felt a pang of sympathy. One spoke up gently, please return, Tsunade. At least refrain from acting at this moment. He implied that she could be allowed to leave discreetly after the Hokage's inauguration ceremony. Unlike the other Umbu, this team of gatekeepers was quite familiar with Tsunade. In the past, she had eluded the village on more than one occasion, and after reporting to Tobirama, they often turned a blind eye. I am going out now. Dare to make a move, and you will see how I will make you pay once I rescue Granduncle. Tsunade was unwavering, consumed with concern for Tobirama, whose condition was deteriorating rapidly and whose life hung in the balance. She felt an urgent need to treat his wounds immediately. The Umbu with the cat mask felt helpless. He held goodwill towards Tsunade, but the other Umbu were far less sympathetic. Upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to the village, the Umbu had been reorganized, and the influence of the 2nd Hokage's faction was diminishing, while the voice of the 3rd Hokage grew stronger within the ranks. They were unafraid to take action against Tsunade, a prominent figure of Konohagakure. Why hesitate? Suddenly, Danzo Shimura appeared with a team of Umbu. Confronting the granddaughter of his late mentor, his expression bore no warmth. Tsunade, do you understand the significance of this day? You should be standing behind Hiruzen, not here. I can empathize with your grief over your teacher's death, for I share in that sorrow. However, that does not justify your reckless departure from the village. If it were anyone else, they would have been treated as a rogue ninja and executed on the spot. Your antics have reached their limit. Should you step further? Even as the granddaughter of my mentor and a disciple of Hiruzen, I will show no mercy. Tsunade shook her head and replied earnestly. Though my teacher may have had his flaws, he treated me well, and I have great respect for him. My intention in leaving the village is not to express discontent towards him. I simply wish to find my granduncle. Naive, Danzo's eyes narrowed. Despite Tsunade's clear declaration of respect for Hiruzen's succession as Hokage, he understood that often, others do not heed your words, but rather observe your actions. What would other clans think of Tsunade's movements? The Sarutobi clan was not a prestigious family like the Senju or Uchiha clans of Konoha. No matter what you think, I must leave the village today. Alternatively, you may treat me as a rogue ninja and kill me. Tsunade stepped forward, showing no intent to retreat. Directly approaching the guarding ninja and Umbu that stood in her way, Danzo lowered his gaze and waved his right hand downward, commanding, "Seize her." The defensive ninja hesitated. Yet the 4 teams of Umbu acted without delay. When they obeyed Shimura Danzo's command to capture Tsunade, who dared to move against her. Chapter 50. Wounds of the Wind. Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar, growing closer. As the words fell, the figure of Xiangxi had already positioned himself before Tsunade. With wings sprouting from his back, his shirt remained unremoved, torn apart by the demonic wings. The 3 tomo in his Sharingan spun slowly, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. Tsunade, taken aback by Xiangxi's sudden appearance, reached out to touch the tattered fabric of his back. Instead of a coldness, she felt waves of warmth emanating from him. Uchiha Xiangxi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Shimura Danzo's face revealed a glimmer of murderous intent. Unlike Tsunade, the Uchiha clan dared to challenge the authority of the Hokage. He would not hesitate to take lethal action. Regaining her composure, Tsunade urgently urged Xiangxi to retreat. Her identity would cause these individuals to hesitate, unlike Xiangxi, who would face their full wrath without reservation. Following Xiangxi, Orochimaru and Jiraiya arrived. Observing Xiangxi racing through the streets of Konoha, they speculated that something significant had transpired and followed closely behind. It was only when Xiangxi's wings transformed that they realized the gravity of the situation. Xiangxi-kun, Tsunade, return at once. We can discuss everything after the ceremony. Orochimaru exclaimed, his usual calm demeanor faltering. Indeed, whatever the matter, you can share it with the teacher. Do not act recklessly, Jiraiya shouted. Xiangxi, undeterred, slowly drew the renowned sword Muramasa from his waist, standing resolutely to express his stance. If you wish to capture Tsunade, you must first pass through me. Any resistance shall be met with ruthless force. Shimura Danzo commanded a lethal response, signaling for a squad of Umbu to disperse and establish barriers, isolating the battle from the outside world to prevent this farce from leaking out. A chill enveloped Tsunade's heart as she grasped Xiangxi's hand, using her monstrous strength to urge him away. However, with a powerful flap of his wings, he broke free from her grasp. Even managing to smile, I promise to protect you. The tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, his internal demonic energy surging with unrestrained fervor as he prepared for a desperate fight. Once the barrier was established, escape was no longer an option. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Having initially intended to avoid conflict, she now had to prepare for battle. The other 3 teams of Umbu completed their hand seals, and suddenly, 8 earthen dragons surged forth. They had reviewed Xiangxi's intel, aware that he was not adept at countering large-scale ninjutsu. His only means of defense was the fire affinity sword Muramasa. Confronted with such widespread earth techniques, relying solely on Muramasa would prove futile. Within the confines of the barrier, evasion was out of the question. The Umbu struck with precision, like a scalpel aimed straight at the heart. One strike could mean death or severe injury. Jiraiya watched Xiangxi, who, fully aware he could not withstand the attack, still stood before Tsunade with his sword drawn. In that moment, he suddenly grasped the disparity between them. Just as the 8 earth dragons descended, with no means of escape, Xiangxi chose to raise his blade. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he looked down at the sword Tessaiga at his waist, hearing its pulse in that decisive moment. As if revived, the pulse beats with life. Thus, with a wry smile, Xiangxi faces the overwhelming onslaught of 8 earthen dragons, calmly planting the village's blade into the ground. He swiftly places his hand upon the iron fangs at his waist, drawing them forth in a sweeping motion. In an instant, 3 golden arcs of blade energy erupt from the earth, unleashing a tempest that sweeps all before it. Boom! The 8 earthen dragons are obliterated into dust. The barrier collapses instantaneously, and the blade energy sweeps beyond the borders of the Leaf Village, causing the great gates to crash down. A tremendous roar reverberates through the heavens, startling countless souls. As the dust settles, the gates of the Leaf Village lay in ruins, the ground fissured as if ravaged by a tempest, a scene of utter devastation. Such is the power of my demon blade, Iron Fangs. Xiangxi gazes at Iron Fangs in a daze, as the blade morphs into a fanged weapon, resonating with the demonic energy within him. The commotion draws in numerous figures, appearing in an instant, bewildered as they observe Tsunade and Xiangxi confronting several Umbu. What is the meaning of this? Danzo inquires, his expression grave as Mito minion approaches him. Danzo articulates the unfolding events before the crowd, unrepentant and with nothing to conceal. The arrival of new figures consists primarily of elite Leaf Jonin, alongside numerous clan leaders and high-ranking officials, all part of the elite echelon of the Leaf. However, upon hearing Danzo's account, they do not endorse his actions. Tsunade is still but a child, grappling with the loss of the Hokage, a sentiment that is entirely understandable. An elite Jonin steps forward behind Tsunade, his face composed. Tsunade left the village in a bid to save the Hokage, regardless of the outcome. Her intentions stem from a pure heart. As the Hokage's advisor, do you lack such empathy? Another elite Jonin stands in solidarity with Tsunade. The Hokage sacrificed himself to protect you, and yet you turn on his granddaughter. How utterly disheartening. More and more Jonin gather behind Tsunade, familiar faces among them. The fall of the Senju clan was merely due to their integration within the Leaf. These Jonin bear neither the Senju clan's insignia nor the surname Senju. Yet all know they are of the Senju. They are also the Leaf. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the second Hokage and the disciple of the third Hokage, would she truly betray her village? The Hokage's advisor is overreacting. Whether the second Hokage truly sacrificed himself willingly remains uncertain. Many unfamiliar Jonin silently align with Tsunade, remnants of Tobirama Senju's old guard, instinctively maintaining a wartime formation. In that moment, it appears as though an army has assembled behind Tsunade. Danzo observes this scene, his countenance growing increasingly frigid, while an inferno of rage ignites within him. Today's succession ceremony has nearly gathered all of the Leaf's Jonin, and at this juncture, the overwhelming majority stand resolutely behind Tsunade. This is the legacy of the Senju. Ninjas from other clans watch with detached eyes, biding their time as events unfold. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. Danzo even suspects that with the power standing behind Tsunade, should she raise her arm to summon them, a coup d'etat would ensue. As long as the Uchiha clan refrains from intervening, even Hiruzen Sarutobi would be ousted. As he pondered the situation, convinced that it had not yet reached its most dire state, the Uchiha clan leader approached with a hearty laugh, placing his left hand upon Xiangxi's shoulder. Cheerfully, he remarked, "They are merely 2 immature children. Does the Hokage's assistant truly wish to engage in a serious dispute with them?" Despite the leader's jovial demeanor, the Uchiha clansmen who had rushed to the scene exhibited no such mirth. With their blood-red Sharingan eyes wide open, they sent a chill down the spine, their numbers rivaling those behind Tsunade. This scene was profoundly unsettling, as it evoked memories of the joint battles fought by the Senju and Uchiha clans during the era of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Shimura Danzo sensed impending doom. The alliance of the Senju and Uchiha would herald a significant transformation for Konoha. At this tense juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in the Hokage robes, arrived belatedly. He did not side with Danzo nor with Tsunade and Xiangxi. Instead, he positioned himself centrally. Chapter 51. A month, he declared. Such a trivial matter should not escalate to this extent. He chastised Danzo. You are now the Hokage's assistant, no longer merely a Nin. If you cannot manage even a minor incident, have you not yet adjusted to your new role? Step aside. Danzo closed his eyes, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within him, and retreated with the Umbu. A flicker of relief crossed Hiruzen's face as he turned to Tsunade, offering a warm smile. Go ahead. You are my disciple, and I have every faith in you, Tsunade. Tsunade, gazing at Hiruzen's gentle expression, opened her mouth but found no words to utter. She deeply bowed in apology, fully aware of the significance of this day for Hiruzen and the adverse repercussions that such an incident could impose upon him. The Uchiha clan leader's smile faded, and his assessment of Hiruzen rose yet another notch. Go now, protect your little Tsunade, he urged, nudging Xiangxi towards her. Tsunade retrieved the blade from the ground, grasping Xiangxi's hand with her other, guiding him away from the village. This time, none dared obstruct their path. The Senju ninjas watched this unfold, their expressions resembling those who had just consumed a fly, though the Uchiha clan leader felt regret for the lack of conflict. Witnessing the grim countenances of the Senju brought forth renewed laughter from him. He waved his hand, leading the Uchiha back with a resounding presence, engaging in lively conversation along the way. Everyone should disperse, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, adjusting his Hokage hat as he turned towards the Hokage building. Along the path, Danzo and Mito Gate In followed closely behind. Hiruzen, we must establish our own strength, or we shall remain as passive as we were today. Danzo, suppressing his anger, bore no ill will for Hiruzen's public reprimand. It was Hiruzen extending him a lifeline. Have we not been working towards this since the moment we returned to the village? Hiruzen's smile had vanished, replaced by an inscrutable expression, concealing his true thoughts. Mito Gaiden spoke in a hushed tone. The time is still too short. Danzo, let us avoid further disturbances until we have firmly established our footing in Konoha. Endurance is paramount, at present. The most crucial task is to seize the opportunity to bolster our strength. The foundation of the Sarutobi clan is rather tenuous. Although he possesses considerable power, it does not rival that of Hashirama Senju or Tobarama Senju, who can independently maintain dominance over Konoha. Ascending to the position of Hokage so abruptly would render him unable to establish a firm foothold in Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi is well aware of this, which is why he has enlisted the support of other disciples of Tobarama Senju to assist him in the Hokage role, striving to unify all available forces. Even if it means sharing the Hokage's authority, it is worth noting that neither the first nor the second Hokage ever appointed a Hokage advisor. Among the disciples of Tobarama, Uchiha Kagami possesses the greatest familial influence, followed by Akimichi Torafu. Although both are willing to lend their assistance, they have refrained from agreeing to serve as Hokage advisors, thus not truly aligning themselves with him. Ultimately, had it not been for Uzumaki Mito's intervention, acknowledging the testament left by Tobarama Senju, Hizashi's ascension to the Hokage position would have remained uncertain. After the representative of the Senju clan expressed support for Konoha, other clans gradually commenced their acknowledgement of the so-called testament. However, when Tsunade, another representative of the Senju clan, clashed with them, the stance of these clans became particularly intriguing. Earlier, all the clans of Konoha had gathered, yet Mito remained absent, and Shimura Danzo's voice lingered in the air. Hizashi, we cannot allow Uchiha to ally with Tsunade, otherwise. The union of the Senju and Uchiha clans would ultimately lead to Konoha falling under their dominion once they reach maturity. Sarutobi Hizashi exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating. I have recently devoted myself to studying the will of fire. You should also delve into it, for progress comes through learning. Upon leaving Konoha, Tsunade accompanied Uchiha to locations marked by Tobarama Senju using the Flying Thunder God technique. They arrived at one desolate site after another, devoid of any presence, even the slightest trace of activity. Over the course of a month, the footprints of Tsunade and Uchiha traversed the entirety of the Land of Fire. Are we to venture to the Land of Lightning? Perhaps the clan head's chakra is insufficient, preventing the use of the Flying Thunder God technique to transport to the Land of Fire, thus necessitating a temporary refuge in the Land of Lightning. Standing atop a mountain, Uchiha gazed at the increasingly silent Tsunade, offering words of comfort. Deep down, he recognized the undeniable truth. Tobarama Senju was indeed deceased. Tsunade shook her head, her gaze fixed on the boundless horizon, her voice barely a whisper. No, I only know this much about the locations marked by my great-uncle. A month has passed. Continuing the search holds no meaning. Uchiha, let us return to the village. Very well. Uchiha, I wish to leap down. All right. Upon our return, I must sincerely apologize to my teacher. I have been too willful this time. I should have been there to support him. You two will apologize? Huh. Tsunade. seated upon Uchiha's back as they soared through the mountains, suddenly, in a fit of anger, delivered a punch that sent Uchiha plummeting downward. Go ahead, strike me. If you shatter my wings, we shall fall together and meet a disastrous end. Why must you be so sarcastic? What are you saying? The third Hokage is a person of great wisdom and strategy. Nothing untoward will occur, so rest assured. That should be the case. I can only imagine my teacher is currently overwhelmed. Tsunade, do you wish to become Hokage? I am uncertain. What about you? Do you wish to be Hokage? I do not desire that, but if you do, I shall assist you. We shall discuss it later. Tsunade suddenly recalled the words of Uzumaki Mido regarding the key, and an inexplicable unease gripped her heart. After descending the mountain, the two proceeded toward Konoha at a leisurely pace, eschewing the hurried methods typical of ninjas. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall gradually enveloped the landscape. They paused in a field, igniting a fire and leaning against one another to endure the chill of the night. By the way, what is the matter with your Tetsusai? Tsunade leaned against Nara Shikamaru's shoulder, lost in thought as she gazed into the flickering flames. She was suddenly reminded of the peculiar words he had uttered during their joint mission with Team 7 and Team 8. When he failed to unleash the full potential of Tetsusai, she recalled how he had stood before her at the gates of Konoha, finally harnessing the power of the weapon. And a vague understanding of its usage began to form in her mind. Impressive, right? That was the wind/I previously failed to execute. Nara Shikamaru unsheathed Tetsusai, clearly pleased with the power of his wind/. Why didn't he transform into the Fang Blade? He waved Tetsusai, noticing it did not morph as it had at the gates of Konoha. I know how to wield it, Tsunade declared with pride. Would you like me to teach you? Oh, how is it used? I ask you, repeat the words you spoke when you stood before me. What words? I don't quite remember. The promise you made to protect me. Did I? You idiot, Nara Shikamaru. Go to hell. The field and the fire pit bore the brunt of her wrath as she slammed her fist into the ground, creating a large crater, sending dirt and sparks flying, startling the birds into the moonlit sky. Chapter 52. Promotion to Jonin. Nara Shikamaru wiped the blood from his nose, not due to witnessing any forbidden sight, but rather from Tsunade's punch to his face. I was just joking with you. No need for such a reaction, he mentally grumbled. Fully aware of how to transform Tetsusai into the Fang Blade, he had merely been teasing Tsunade. Naturally, he remembered his words and the promises he had made. Little did he expect her reaction to be so intense. He sheathed Tetsusai, lying back on the ground with his hands behind his head, contemplating the moon above. With mastery over Tetsusai, he had compensated for the lack of explosive attack capabilities and the difficulty in countering large-scale ninjutsu. With the wind/now at his disposal, his strength had likely reached that of a Jonin. Yet, his demonic energy remained insufficient. Each use of the wind/consumed 100 points of demonic power, and he could only utilize it a few times before depleting his reserves. The White Wolf could not keep pace with the speed of his power enhancement. Relying solely on its chakra to break through the limits of his demonic energy was inadequate. He needed to engage more frequently with Jonin-level opponents. Once he returned and was promoted to Chunin, he would be able to undertake missions independently. At that time, he intended to accept more tasks that would take him into other countries, allowing him to reap the benefits. Alas, the Nine Tails remained sealed within Mito. Had it been transferred to Kushina, he might have been able to tap into the chakra of the Nine Tails, significantly accelerating his progress in overcoming the limits of his demonic energy. What year did Kushina arrive in Konoha? Was it during her time at the Rope Tree Ninja Academy or after her graduation? He wondered if Kushina had even been born yet. She would only become the host of the Nine Tails after reaching adulthood, which was still many years away. The Iron Broken Tooth is the Guardian Blade, awakened by the unwavering resolve to protect Tsunade. But what of the Natural Tooth? Previously, he professed to safeguard Tsunade, Yamada Makoto, and Hashimoto Haruko. Yet Iron Broken Tooth remained unresponsive, for he had not truly acted upon those intentions. Later, in the Forest of Death, he did save Tsunade, but the adversary was feeble, providing no opportunity for him to cultivate a determination that disregarded all costs. And the Natural Tooth? Before the grave of Yamada Makoto, he genuinely wished to exert all his strength to save a life, yet the Natural Tooth showed no response. Xiangxi, Tsunade suddenly spoke from afar, lying on the ground. Your shirt has 2 large tears in the back. Aren't you cold lying there? The warmth of the campfire was scattered by a punch, plunging the surroundings into darkness, with the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill, heralding the arrival of autumn. I'm perfectly fine. Even if my shirt had 2 holes or I slept without any clothes, I wouldn't feel cold, he retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Come a bit closer. Although puzzled, Xiangxi obediently moved closer, lying beside Tsunade. As he positioned himself facing her, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, fading into the night. Turn around, Tsunade urged, pushing Xiangxi gently. For reasons unknown, her heart raced uncontrollably as their gazes met. Xiangxi turned away, relieved to have his back to her, feeling inexplicably flustered in her presence. Tsunade's gaze lingered on the 2 gaping holes in his shirt. Her eyes grew hazy as her hands hesitated, resting over the tears, her fingers lightly tracing his skin. A surge of electricity coursing through her. Xiangxi shivered, as if jolted by a shock, sensing the transformation within him, tears welling in his eyes. I've grown up. This is no longer cold. Tsunade gently placed her hands atop the holes, burying her head softly against his back. Time always flies swiftly. When Tsunade and Xiangxi returned to the village, 2 months had already passed. Along with the month spent searching for Senju Tobarama, they had been away from Konoha for 3 months. When Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived in vests to find them, they realized that they had indeed become CH Nin. You 2 should hurry to find the teacher and complete the paperwork. Once you've finished and received your vests, you'll officially be CH Nin, Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly, nudging Xiangxi and Tsunade, urging them on. Let us all go out for a feast afterward. It's been 3 months since we last met, which has never happened before. This time, we'll celebrate properly, and Xiangxi, no using Jinjutsu. Tsunade and Xiangxi complied, and even if they did not complete the CH Nin paperwork, they needed to report to the Hokage's office, considering they had been absent from the village for a full 3 months without any mission. In the case of others, such an absence would typically lead to being treated as a rogue ninja. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mention the CH Nin paperwork. Instead, he inquired about the results of their journey and whether they had any leads on Senju Tobarama. Upon learning of their lack of findings, Sarutobi's face fell with disappointment and resignation. Perhaps I am growing old to still harbor such illusions like you children. Teacher, I'm sorry, Tsunade deeply bowed, offering a solemn apology. During this period, it is certain that many events have transpired in Konoha. Feel free to assign me any tasks, and I shall complete them alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Let everyone witness the prowess of our Hokage team and our esteemed mentors. Although Orochimaru is technically the captain of Team 7, Tsunade has asserted that she will lead the team. Sarutobi Hiruzen, understanding the gravity of the situation, chuckled heartily. For the burdens that had accumulated over the past 3 months dissipated upon Tsunade's declaration. Excellent. You have not disappointed my expectations. Upon becoming a CH Nin, the complexity of tasks will undoubtedly increase. Furthermore, as my students, the assignments you undertake will be more challenging than those of ordinary CH Nin, potentially even reaching the level of J Nin tasks. You must be mentally prepared. No problem. Tsunade responded decisively. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pleased, took a couple of puffs from his pipe before turning his attention to Naru. I am also aware of the agreement between you, my student, and the Uchiha clan. Though you may choose to return to the Senju clan or remain with the Uchiha clan leader has strongly urged for your retention, much like with Kakashi. Hoping you will represent the Uchiha to assist me. Noticing Tsunade's impending ire, Hiruzen quickly added, this is also Mito's wish. Tsunade's expression was one of disbelief, and Naru too found it hard to comprehend. Why would Mito, who wished for him to stay within the Uchiha, later request that he protect Tsunade? However, there was no need for Sarutobi Hiruzen to deceive them. A simple inquiry upon returning to the Senju would clarify this matter. I have heard that your sword was forged long ago, but has not yet demonstrated its true power. Have you now mastered it? Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the topic, suddenly mentioning Naru's Tetsutsuya. The blade's might is far beyond that of ordinary ninjutsu, rivaling the highest levels. With such a weapon in your possession, your current status as a CH Nin seems inadequate. After conferring with the Uchiha clan leader, I have decided to promote you directly to J Nin. You will enter the Special Operations Unit for Assassination, which is directly under the Hokage's command. Chapter 53, The Retirement of Muramasa. What? Is this what it means to be a J Nin? Jiraiya, sipping on a juice imbued with the taste of alcohol, felt a pang of envy. A 12-year-old J Nin. This certainly shatters the record for the youngest J Nin in Konoha. Naru's strength justifies this elevation. Orochimaru took a small sip of juice. He was present when Tetsouga demonstrated its might, and he knew that with mastery over the blade, Neru's abilities were virtually flawless. The level of damage caused by that wind technique, if matched against the mist shinobi during the Nin exams, especially Nin, could likely conclude the battle in mere moments. However, such a rapid ascent to Nin may not necessarily be a boon. Neru shook his head. What significance does the title of Nin hold? Kakashi also became a Nin at 12, and his experiences were far from favorable. After a delightful feast, Tsunade finally arrived, her expression grave. Upon taking her seat, she guzzled down a cup of the alcohol-flavored juice. The reason for her tardiness was her visit to the Senju clan to confront Mito regarding the insistence on Neru remaining with the Uchiha, and judging by her countenance, the outcome was apparent. Neru contemplated the possibility that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito had reached some form of agreement, which could explain Mito's contradictory statements. Moreover, it was evident that the Uchiha clan leader was also involved in this matter. At this moment, Jiraiya had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Upon the arrival of Tsunade, he boisterously challenged her to a drinking contest. Tsunade, burdened with her own thoughts, lacked the enthusiasm for drinking. Both Kakashi and Orochimaru had always exhibited admirable control over their alcohol tolerance. Ultimately, it was only Jiraiya who succumbed to inebriation. As he collapsed, the gathering drew to a close. Orochimaru took Jiraiya away, while Tsunade accompanied Kakashi to the Uchiha clan grounds. After bringing Jiraiya back to his home, Orochimaru gazed at the utterly intoxicated Jiraiya and sighed, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Jiraiya, you are not the same as Kakashi. Do not entertain thoughts that are best left unconsidered." Jiraiya, persistently declaring his sobriety, seemed to genuinely believe he was not drunk, murmuring as if responding to Orochimaru's words. Or perhaps reassuring himself. I knew from the moment Kakashi stood before Tsunade, resolutely drawing his blade, that I would never stand before her in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Tsunade followed Kakashi into the Uchiha clan grounds. Kakashi was taken aback, aside from 6 years ago when Tsunade first intruded upon the Uchiha clan seeking him. She had not set foot in their territory since. Along the path from the clan's entrance to Kakashi's home, many members of the Uchiha clan noticed Tsunade. This time, no one emerged to prevent her entry into the Uchiha clan. Upon opening the courtyard door, Tsunade was surprised to find the place, which had not been visited for 3 months, remarkably free of dust, as though it were regularly maintained. Was it Master Q or Uncle Yusuke? Kakashi pondered. Knowing he had few acquaintances within the Uchiha clan, with only Q and Yusuke frequently visiting, it couldn't possibly be the White Wolf. He was likely off frolicking elsewhere. This place was truly destined to become my home. Previously, he had merely viewed it as a temporary refuge, intending to leave after becoming a chunin. Yet, for the foreseeable future, he would reside here. The temporary lodging had transformed into his home. Upon arriving home, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Kakashi stretched languidly, noticing Tsunade's continued frown. Tilting his head, he unsheathed his prized sword, Muramasa, from his lower back. Stop frowning. Here, take Muramasa. He tossed it to Tsunade. She caught it effortlessly, perplexed. What do you want me to do with this? I cannot wield a sword. Help me test an alternative ability of Tetsouga. You don't even comprehend how Tetsouga transforms into a blade. How can you utilize any other ability? Tsunade recalled the evening she had instructed Kakashi on how to wield Tetsouga. Her frustration mounting, Kakashi drew Tetsouga, and its gleaming blade instantly morphed into a serrated form, resonating with the demonic energy within him. You deceived me. Tsunade realized in an instant that Kakashi indeed knew how to use Tetsouga. This meant that Kakashi had remembered everything he had said while standing before her. Overcome with a mix of embarrassment and anger, she instinctively raised Muramasa and swung it towards Kakashi. He effortlessly blocked it, stating, to wield Muramasa with brute strength. Tetsouga must sever Muramasa to access its other abilities. This call for brute strength was precisely what Tsunade desired. You dare deceive me? I shall slay you. The clash of two immense forces reverberated as Tetsouga met Muramasa with an increasingly intense sound. In the hands of Tsunade, who was unskilled in the art of swordsmanship, Muramasa trembled under the relentless strikes of Tetsouga, cracks gradually appearing along its blade. With a sharp clang, the blade of Muramasa finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into 2 fragments. The pulse of Tetsouga surged once more, igniting a spark upon its edge. Gradually, The spark grew larger until it transformed into a raging inferno. Tsunade gazed at the flaming blade of Tetsutsuya, her face a mask of astonishment. Is this another ability of Tetsutsuya? The power to seize other weapons? It resembles your ability to steal spirits, yet that only extracts chakra, not the abilities of others. Xiangxi observed the flames dancing upon the blade of Tetsutsuya, his expression one of utmost satisfaction. He infused Tetsutsuya with his demonic energy, causing the flames to surge violently, spreading along the blade until they extended outward, forming a 5-meter-long flaming sword. This mastery over fire was far superior to Muramasa. Indeed, demonic energy must harmonize with a demonic blade. Tetsutsuya is the sword most suited for me. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiangxi carefully stored the broken Muramasa on the sword rack in the living room. After 6 years of companionship, Muramasa was finally retired. Subsequently, he poured a glass of water for Tsunade, urging her to sit for a moment while he retreated to the bathroom to wash up and change clothes, seeking to unwind for a while. With the matter of the demon blade now resolved, he desired nothing more than a day of restful repose, free from thoughts of training. For 3 continuous months, despite his occasional ablutions, he had not changed his attire. Though he bore no unpleasant odor, the discomfort of wearing the same clothes for 3 months lingered in his mind. Boys tend to wash quickly, and within a mere 10 minutes, Xiangxi emerged, towel drying his hair, only to be startled by the sight of Tsunade standing at the bathroom door. What are you doing standing there? That's quite frightful. I want to shower too. Then go wash up. I want to wash here. Have you lost your senses? The Senju clan is not far. Why must you bathe here? Besides, I have no spare clothes for you. Don't you have any clothes? Just find a clean set for me to wear. Xiangxi's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he lowered his towel. Are you certain? The clothes here all belong to the Uchiha. Perhaps in a bid to foster Xiangxi's sense of belonging to the Uchiha, Waika had purchased garments for him exclusively from within the clan, each adorned with the Uchiha emblem. What is the harm in wearing them temporarily? Hand them over. Chapter 54. The token Xiangxi reclined on the tatama mat, emptying his mind of all thoughts. Tomorrow, he would report to the Umbu, cherishing this rare moment of relaxation. Creaking, the bathroom door swung open, and Tsunade emerged, leisurely drying her orange hair. Fresh from her bath, her skin appeared even more fair and delicate, seemingly flawless. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, still not fully dried, with a few strands gently adhering to her cheeks, enhancing her beauty, which contrasted starkly with her usual fierce demeanor. Clad in Xiangxi's white shirt, she exuded a languid charm, imbued with an air of natural grace. The oversized shirt accentuated her petite figure, while her skin appeared even more luminous against the white fabric, radiating with the essence of youth. Xiangxi sat up in a daze, captivated by the sight before him, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Tsunade has grown up. Is something wrong? Do I look odd? She inquired, brushing her damp hair and tidying her discarded garments. No, not at all. It's just that I've never noticed how beautiful you are, he replied. A slight smile crept upon Tsunade's lips, her large eyes glimmering with pride as she stifled a laugh, adopting an air of playful arrogance, her expression seemingly conveying, have I not always been this beautiful? Did you only just realize? Within moments, she could no longer contain her laughter, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Tossing the towel to the floor, she playfully leaped onto Xiangxi, exclaiming, do you remember what we talked about that day? With her arms draped around his neck, their faces drew perilously close, allowing them to feel each other's breath, warmth, and heartbeat. Yes, Xiangxi, I want to become Hokage. All right, do you know why I want to become Hokage? I don't know, but I'll help you if you want. Once I become Hokage, no one will be able to separate us. Xiangxi, I want you to take the Senju surname. Tsunade's voice was barely above a whisper, their flushed faces edging closer. As she closed her eyes and gently pressed her lips against his, a fleeting, tender moment that held the flavor of youthful innocence, one that could be savored for a lifetime. Tsunade squeezed her eyes shut, too bashful to look at Xiangxi, burying her head in the crook of his neck as she softly murmured, I took your discarded clothes. They carry the essence of your protection. The ones I changed out of are with you, and you must hand wash them. Also, please refrain from using my clothes for anything peculiar. With that, she clutched the garments and darted away, leaving behind a faint, lingering scent of youthful fragrance. Xiangxi, still in a stupor, absent-mindedly traced the spot on his lips where she had touched, lying dazed on the tatami mat. Tsunade, adorned in clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest, stood out strikingly on the street, leaving every Uchiha clan member she encountered momentarily stunned. Their expressions a curious blend of humor and disbelief, as if caught between laughter and indignation. Unfazed by their gazes, Tsunade strode confidently out of the Uchiha clan's territory. That day, countless male villagers of Konoha lamented, mourning the loss of their princess to the detested Uchiha. That evening, Uzumaki Mito, unusually incensed, scolded Tsunade harshly, ignoring even the incessant cries of her beloved Ta. Meanwhile, Xiangxi sat quietly in the courtyard, propping his chin on his hands, patiently awaiting the drying of Tsunade's garments. Washing clothes was a task he excelled at, feeling that it was far too simple, hardly enough to occupy him. As night fell with no sun to aid in drying, he pondered whether the clothes would be ready by morning. What if Tsunade came to retrieve them and found them still damp? Scratching his head, he retreated indoors to fetch his Tetsusai, channeling his demonic energy to transform it into a fiery form. He held the jagged blade of iron, using the flames of his knife to dry his clothes, retreating a few steps in fear of scorching them. Yet, at such a distance, the drying process was painfully slow. Throughout the night in the Uchiha clan's territory, a flicker of fire remained alight. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yusuke, upon noticing the glow, ventured curiously towards the western courtyard. Upon witnessing the dazed figure of Uchiha Cookie holding the knife aloft, they instinctively stepped back. This was indeed the demeanor befitting his age. He often appeared far too mature for a boy of 12 or 13. Uchiha Kagami sighed softly, feeling a swell of joy for Cookie. This lad, it seemed, retained a childlike innocence. It was the only aspect he had yet to learn, the embrace of my boundless compassion. Uchiha Yusuke chuckled reproachfully, increasingly convinced that Cookie was destined to be a true Uchiha, for the clan's reverence for emotions surpassed all others. When the garments were finally dry, it was uncertain whether it was late at night or early morning. Regardless, Cookie had astonishingly overslept. Cookie, Cookie. In a haze, he heard someone calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Tsunade sprawled atop him, tugging at a lock of his hair and scratching his face. Why are you here so early? Cookie yawned. It's nearly noon, hardly early at all. What were you doing last night? You didn't really use my clothes for something strange, did you? Tsunade's expression turned suspicious, her eyes glinting with danger. What are you thinking? You were just a child. How would you know about such nonsense? Cookie replied, exasperated. There are no mobile phones in the Hokage office, you know? We're not children anymore. We share a different kind of bond now. We are adults. Tsunade exclaimed angrily. What kind of bond? Cookie inquired teasingly. Tsunade, flustered, clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth as she said, after everything that happened yesterday. What do you mean by what kind of bond? I was just joking, Cookie said, pulling Tsunade close and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. I'll go wash up, and then we can have breakfast together. Tsunade responded with an affirmative hum, her anger dissipating. Oh, wait, she suddenly remembered, producing a sword hilt and rushing to Cookie, who was brushing his teeth. This is the Raijin sword belonging to my great-grandfather. I intended to give it to you since childhood. It's a perfect gift for your promotion to Jonin. If you absorb its lightning release ability with your iron fragmented tooth, you'll become even stronger. Cookie paused, toothbrush in hand. This is a relic of my great-grandfather. How could I sever it? You should keep it. There are other swords with lightning release abilities. I can simply break one of those instead. He had already considered the Raijin sword to be within his grasp, as the lightning blade among the 7 ninja swordsmen could control lightning. Tsunade shook her head. No matter how significant a dead object may be, it pales in comparison to the living. Absorbing the Raijin sword will enhance your strength, granting you a greater chance of survival in perilous situations. The missions of the Umbu are fraught with danger, and I cannot bear to lose another important person. Cookie caressed the crystal necklace resting against his chest. You have already gifted me my great uncle's relic. I cannot accept my great-grandfather's as well. The absence of the Raijin sword will not hinder me from completing my missions. I promise you, I will live well. With dampened hands, he gently tousled Tsunade's hair and mused, speaking of which, I have yet to present you with a gift. He led Tsunade back to the bedroom and retrieved a short blade from the lowest drawer of the cabinet. This is my first sword, and though I possess no valuable possessions, this blade holds special significance for me over the years. It bears the remnants of my demonic power, and I wish to bestow it upon you. Is this a token of affection? She inquired. Indeed, I accepted your token long ago, he replied. Chapter 55. Byakushaba, the Umbu base, is situated not far from the Hokage's office, as it is a unit that operates under direct command of the Hokage, always on standby. From the outside, it resembles any other departmental office, yet the main operations are conducted underground. Xiangxi filled out a registration form at the front desk, and before long, a staff member escorted him to the hidden entrance, handing him a fox mask to wear. Upon knocking on the door, a white-haired man clad in Umbu attire and wearing a wolf mask received the staff member, gesturing for Xiangxi to follow him. Perhaps due to it being his first visit, Xiangxi underwent several security checks before finally entering the underground Umbu base. Contrary to the anticipated dimness of an underground facility, the interior was well lit and far from ominous. The white-haired man led Xiangxi into a modest conference room, furnished simply with an office desk that lacked even a chair. On the desk lay a set of Umbu uniforms and a manual. The white-haired man wrapped the surface of the desk and stated, "From now on, you must wear the uniform and mask at all times except during breaks. Furthermore, refrain from bringing any items bearing the Uchiha clan emblem. If you require ninja tools, you can procure them from the logistics department. Our identities in the Umbu are classified. Anyone seeing you in Uchiha attire could easily deduce who you are. I am the squad leader of the 3rd sub-team of the 2nd Division, codename Byakushaba. You may choose your own codename, and we shall address one another accordingly." Xiangxi's lips quirked beneath the mask. What an absurd codename. If only the White Wolf were here today, perhaps he could engage in delightful conversation with this squad leader. Codename, Yiksha. Very well, I shall submit your codename. You are now a member of the 3rd sub-team. There are no additional tasks today. You may peruse the Umbu manual, and feel free to ask me if anything is unclear. Is our squad just the 2 of us? For now, yes. We will gradually add 2 more members. Xiangxi nodded and removed his outer garment to don the uniform, leaning against the wall as he flipped through the Umbu manual. The contents were not advanced assassination techniques. Rather, they outlined the codes and regulations of the Umbu, akin to an employee handbook. After reporting Xiangxi's codename, it swiftly made its way to the Hokage's desk. The Hokage was not the only one aware of Xiangxi's entry into the Umbu. His advisor, Shimura Danzo, had been keeping a close watch as well. Hiashi, you are aware of Tsunade's departure from the Uchiha clan grounds yesterday, are you not? We can no longer delay. Should anything unfortunate occur, it will be too late. Danzo's voice carried a chilling tone as he scrutinized the report on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Sarutobi Hizashi tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before placing the report from Team 3 into the pile of documents. Drawing on his cigarette, he remarked, "After all, Tsunade is my disciple. How could I bear to pressure her? She and Konoha are inseparable, and I hope they will continue to walk together in the future." Shimura Danzo snickered, extracting the report from the pile, and as he turned to leave, he stated, "Rest assured, I shall not compel them. No one understands solitude better than I." In the evening, Konoha found herself in the courtyard, indulging in affectionate moments with Tsunade, while the White Wolf, lurking in the corner, inexplicably felt satiated. Suddenly, an eagle circled overhead, causing Konoha to frown. He instructed Tsunade to remain in the courtyard for a while as he retreated indoors to don his Umbu uniform and mask. Leaping out of the Uchiha clan's grounds, Tsunade felt an ominous premonition. As the granddaughter of the 2nd Hokage, she was well aware that this was an Umbu signal. Before long, Konoha returned with a gloomy expression, informing Tsunade that he would be departing on a mission the following day. The details of the task were undisclosed, only that this assignment would be lengthy, potentially taking a year and a half to complete. Tsunade's face fell, pouting as she exclaimed, "I knew joining Umbu would lead to no good. A task of such duration assigned to a newcomer? Isn't the transition period still ongoing?" She was aware of the upheaval and reorganization of Umbu personnel following Sarutobi Hizashi's ascension to Hokage. Konoha forced a smile. The nature of Umbu missions was not something he could refuse. Even a mission fraught with peril must be undertaken, for to decline would likely result in immediate demise. Fortunately, this particular task bore a lower risk, merely involving intelligence gathering in the land of water. Such reconnaissance missions were relatively safe, albeit time-consuming. Tsunade vented her frustrations to Konoha, who could only endure, knowing he would soon be away for an extended period, which left a sour taste in his heart. Aware that they would soon part ways, Tsunade lingered with Konoha until late into the night, reluctantly returning home. "White Wolf, you shall accompany me tomorrow." The following day, Konoha brought White Wolf to the Umbu's Team 3 meeting room for assembly. Hakuba had little to add, as all pertinent information had already been conveyed the previous day. Once prepared, they collected their passes from the Umbu Mission Department and exited through the well-repaired gates of Konoha. Given that the task was to gather intelligence rather than engage in combat, they carried minimal ninja tools, favoring stealth and reconnaissance equipment, along with scrolls for recording information. Konoha bore 2 demon blades at his waist, also bringing White Wolf along. Hakuba, shouldering a white short blade, brightened upon seeing White Wolf. With his white hair and short blade, Konoha subtly inferred Hakuba's identity. The mission was not urgent, and thus, the pace of their travel was leisurely. As sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground and mingling with the gentle morning breeze, they inhaled the earthy aroma of damp soil and the faint scent of verdant foliage. Konoha felt no trace of anxiety on his first Umbu mission. Instead, he embraced a relaxed demeanor akin to that of a leisurely excursion. Of course, this sense of ease was confined within the borders of the Land of Fire. Unlike Bai Chai, his gaze frequently swept across the surrounding environment, sharp and vigilant like that of an eagle, remaining ever watchful even within the borders of the Land of Fire. As they journeyed to the Land of Water, he pondered whether they could gather intelligence on the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The Thunderblade was precisely the ability I sought. As Xiangxi traveled westward, he mused that if Tessaiga could acquire the Thunderblade's power, he would be able to execute techniques akin to Chidori, making him more agile against ninjutsu. Ideally, the 6 Paths ninja tools, particularly the banana fan, would be an even better choice, capable of unleashing the 5 elemental transformations of fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth simultaneously. However, the original Naruto series did not mention the whereabouts of the 6 Paths ninja tools after the deaths of the Kin and Jin brothers, leaving uncertainty about whether they might be found in the village hidden in the clouds, and even if they were, the opportunity to obtain them would be scarce. Observing Xiangxi's silence, Bai Chai took the initiative to inquire, "This dog is quite adorable. What is its name?" Given the lengthy nature of their mission, it was essential for the two to foster a closer relationship. "Arf!" The White Wolf barked at Bai Chai, expressing its displeasure. Xiangxi's expression turned peculiar. Its name is Bai Lang." Bai Chai shuddered, suddenly finding Bai Lang less endearing, and chose to lapse into silence. Chapter 56. Sparring Report to Danzo-sama. Xiangxi and Kakashi Shigeru have departed from Konoha. An Umbu member knelt on one knee at the dark base, his head bowed in report. Shimura Danzo sat in a shadowy corner, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Excellent. Have you relayed the mission to the spies in the Land of Waves?" "It has been conveyed, Danzo-sama," the Umbu member replied. Danzo nodded impassively, his fingers gently tapping the armrest as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke again. "Seek out a handsome young man of the same age as Tsunade, one who possesses a radiant smile and a warm demeanor that captivates young women. Once found, bide your time and arrange for him to approach Tsunade." The Umbu member hesitated briefly but quickly responded, "Yes, Danzo-sama." Among the students of Tsunade's generation, there were several fitting candidates, including members of the Kato clan and a few commoners. He wondered if Danzo had any specific requirements regarding their backgrounds. "The Kato clan will suffice. Their name alone hints at significance," Danzo remarked, acknowledging that although they were a diminished family, they still held a degree of status that made them eligible to approach Tsunade. He paused momentarily before adding, "Do not disclose this to Hiruzen." The Umbu member felt a chill run through him, aware that while both Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were students of the second Hokage, their relationship appeared far from amicable. He dared not speak further, merely bowing his head in compliance. "Understood, Danzo-sama." With a wave of his hand, Danzo dismissed the Umbu member, who departed silently. Danzo fell once more into deep thought, a strange smile creeping across his face as if everything lay within his control. "Not only must I sever the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans, but I also aim to quietly seize the power of the Senju." "Hiruzen, you fail to comprehend the potency of the beauty trap." Memories from his youth surged within Danzo's mind, each fragment tinged with a subtle melancholy. Amidst the dense woods, Xiangxi and Bai Chai paused in their journey. They sought a relatively secluded and tranquil spot to partake in a modest meal and enjoy a brief respite. After hastily consuming his rations, Xiangxi's gaze inadvertently fell upon the short blade concealed behind Bai Zai. Prior to their departure, he had speculated that Bai Zai might be Kakashi's father. "Tsukumo Hitaki." The aura emanating from Baizai resonated with the legendary Konoha White Fang. Baizai, I notice you carry a short blade. Might you be interested in a friendly sparring session to test our swordsmanship? Xiangxi ventured, seizing the opportunity during their break, his eyes keenly observing Baizai's reaction. Baizai was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Xiangxi's sudden proposition. However, upon reflection, he recognized the necessity of gauging the strength of his subordinate, and thus nodded. Let us keep it light. After a brief moment of preparation, the two positioned themselves approximately 3 meters apart, locking eyes intently. Gripping his Tetsusai with fervor, Xiangxi felt a surge of excitement facing what might be the renowned Konoha White Fang. If he truly found himself on the same team as the legendary warrior, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly flourish at an accelerated pace. Drawing a deep breath, he initiated the assault, his figure advancing like a tempest. His blade struck toward Baizai's lower body with a swiftness that could scarcely be perceived, aiming to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Baizai appeared to anticipate the strike, elegantly leaping aside to evade the attack. Upon landing, he refrained from retaliating immediately, choosing instead to observe Xiangxi's subsequent maneuvers. Noticing this, Xiangxi swiftly redirected his blade, sweeping horizontally toward Baizai's waist, conjuring a gust of wind in its wake. Baizai angled his body slightly, parrying the blow with his own weapon. Neither combatant employed any supernatural powers or chakra. Their engagement was purely a test of swordsmanship. Another strike descended, seemingly capable of cleaving the very air asunder. Baizai's reaction was instantaneous. He tilted his head, allowing his short blade to rise and deftly strike the back of Tetsusai, initiating his counterattack. Baizai's movements were ghostly and elusive, each stroke of his blade akin to a serpent striking from its lair, consistently targeting Xiangxi's vital points. It appeared that his swordplay was not suited for mere sparring. It was designed for lethal encounters. Xiangxi unleashed the full force of his fifth-tier swordsmanship, executing strikes that were swift and precise. Each arc of his blade tracing silvery trails through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing wind. Admiration glimmered in Baizai's eyes. He recognized that Xiangxi's technique had ascended to a considerable level of mastery. No longer holding back, Baizai began to unleash his full potential. The brilliance of his blade gradually overwhelming Xiangxi beneath a tempestuous onslaught. Their blades clashed, producing a resonant symphony of metal against metal. The two figures danced through the air, their swords flashing in a relentless exchange, each strike accompanied by the whisper of the wind. Clang! In another instance of blade lock, Xiangxi suddenly felt a chilling presence encroach upon him. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but Baizai's blade grazed perilously close to his cheek. A shudder ran through Xiangxi as he mustered all his strength to counter, retreating several steps before regaining his footing, a scar etched upon his mask. Had this been a genuine battle, the outcome would have been far more severe than a mere scratch. Again, Xiangxi's expression hardened as he activated his three-tomo Sharingan, channeling his supernatural energy to elevate the intensity of their duel. Even within the realm of pure swordsmanship, his skill had surged by an impressive 130 points. He is not content with mere swordsmanship sparring. He seeks to unleash even greater prowess, believing that his swordsmanship can ascend to new heights. Under the formidable insight of the Sharingan, every nuance of Baizai's movements is meticulously observed, even leading to the replication of his techniques. Concurrently, his demonic power amplifies his speed and strength, transforming his sword, Tessaiga, into a cascade of silver arcs, each strike seemingly capable of rending the very air. Yet, Baizai remains steadfast, wielding a short blade that strikes with the swiftness of lightning and the stability of a mountain, continuously neutralizing Xiangxi's relentless assaults. In the absence of ninjutsu, facing Xiangxi's keen perception and enhanced demonic energy, Baizai finds himself at a disadvantage, akin to a trembling leaf striving to maintain its grip. It feels as though he is on the brink of breaking through his defenses, yet he is perpetually thwarted by the slightest margin. After yet another unsuccessful strike, Xiangxi leaps backward, pausing his offensive. Caution prevails. It is time for the final move. Disrobing, he unfurls a magnificent pair of azure demonic wings. At that moment, the air seems to freeze, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. Suddenly, Xiangxi's form becomes indistinct, merging with the wind. Utilizing the tremendous kinetic energy bestowed by his wings, he catapults his speed to its zenith. In response, Baizai releases a formidable torrent of lightning chakra, his entire being entwined in strands of white electricity, particularly dazzling around his legs and blade. He remains vigilant against this impending strike, his expression turning grave. At this moment, Xiangshi's velocity reaches an astonishing level, making it exceedingly difficult for even him to fully perceive his own movements. Stimulated by the lightning chakra, Baizhai's silhouette too becomes blurred, his speed elevating to an unprecedented tier. As though he treads upon bolts of lightning, the two immense forces collide mid-air, producing an ear-piercing crack. Their figures intertwine like shooting stars. Xiangshi crashes deep into the forest, shattering several large trees, while Baizhai lands firmly on the ground. Your execution of this technique is still lacking in finesse. It resembles my own method of utilizing lightning chakra to enhance speed. I too encountered similar issues in the past. When speed is excessive, the body and neural responses cannot keep pace, resulting in a straightforward approach. It was only through relentless training that I managed to adapt. And you still have a considerable journey ahead of you. Baizhai imparts his guidance in a calm tone, though his heart swells with joy. For Xiangshi is a kindred spirit, a ninja of comparable caliber, possessing exquisite swordsmanship and remarkable speed, their combat styles mirroring one another. They are likely to engage in stimulating discourse in the future. Given his character and strength, such an individual with whom to exchange ideas is indeed rare. Chapter 57. Takamine Hanako Kakashi Sakumo. As the two conclude their sparring and prepare to continue their journey, Xiangshi suddenly inquires tentatively. Baizhai, taken aback, halts abruptly. In the Umbu, it is forbidden to inquire into one another's identities. What do you mean, Uchiha Xiangshi? It is evident that he is aware of Xiangshi's true identity. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I have merely heard of the formidable swordsmanship and lightning techniques of the Hitaki clan, and you, Baizhai, happen to embody these qualities. I simply inquired out of curiosity. I hold great respect for the Hitaki lineage. Shaking his head to the west, he continued on his journey, while Baizhai's gaze flickered. Yet he chose to remain silent. 10 days later, as the coastline of the Kingdom of Waves emerged within their sight, both men reined in their emotions, their actions becoming increasingly cautious. Upon leaving the Land of Fire, their safety could be described as plummeting, especially in certain smaller nations. The Kingdom of Waves, a coastal realm renowned for its stunning beaches and unique culture, lay ahead. What shall we do next? Xiangshi inquired, embarking on his inaugural mission of intelligence gathering and in need of Baizhai's expertise. First, let us familiarize ourselves with the situation in the Kingdom of Waves. Baizhai suggested. If possible, we should disguise ourselves as inhabitants of this land to seamlessly infiltrate the water country, thus minimizing the risk of exposure. Utilizing the keen sense of smell possessed by the white wolf, they soon discovered a small village not far from the city. Upon their departure from the village, their dark attire and masks had vanished, replaced by the tattered garb of wandering samurai, as they boldly strode along the main road toward the nearby Sand City. For the first time, Xiangshi beheld Baizhai's true appearance, a youth of approximately 17, bearing a striking resemblance to Kakashi, likely the son of Hitaki Sakumo. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the shadows observed their every move. At last, I have awaited your arrival, murmured a young woman in her 20s. Watching Xiangshi and Baizhai retreat, clad in the attire of a noblewoman's maid from the Kingdom of Waves, her beauty was laced with cunning, exuding a charm that blended innocence with a subtle allure. Approach that young man, make him forget Tsunade and fall for me. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for granting me such a simple final task. The enchanting allure of a beautiful woman was a temptation too great for the young man to resist. Once accomplished, she would return to Konoha. Go Takamine Hanako. She rallied herself, her right fist clenched in determination. Having served as a spy in the Kingdom of Waves for 3 years, she longed for her home in Konoha, despite being the sole occupant of her family abode. Patience is key. Haste may raise suspicion, Takamine Hanako reminded herself, intending to leverage her status and identity within the Kingdom of Waves to orchestrate a fortuitous encounter, drawing him closer to her before slowly weaving her plans. A triumphant smile graced her lips as she departed along a side path, eager to outpace Xiangshi and Baizhai into Sand City. Sand City, the heart of the Kingdom of Waves, attracted the attention of travelers with its vibrant yet timeless charm. At this juncture, the Kingdom of Waves was no longer impoverished as it had been during Naruto's era. The streets and alleys of Sand City bustled with life as Xiangshi and Baizhai navigated through the throngs, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the tranquility. Seizing their attention, not far away, a maid-like figure was being pursued by a group of burly ruffians. The woman, fraught with panic, repeatedly glanced around, calling for help in hopes that a hero might emerge to rescue her from her dire predicament. When her gaze inadvertently met Xiangxi's, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Her eyes pleadingly conveying a desperate request, "Samurai, please save me." Yet, Xiangxi's gaze lingered upon her for but a fleeting moment before shifting elsewhere, as if he had not seen her at all. The woman resembling a maid was none other than Takamine Hanako, who intended to draw closer to Xiangxi through this meticulously orchestrated act of heroism. In her eyes, a mere teenager would be easily swayed by the allure of fulfilling a sense of justice while basking in the gratitude and admiration of a beautiful girl. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. Xiangxi was unlike the naive youth she had envisioned, completely disregarding her cries for help. "Stop, you ruffians! How dare you bully a weak woman in broad daylight?" At that moment, a valiant samurai stepped forth, brandishing his katana to confront the thugs pursuing Takamine Hanako. He was youthful, precisely the type of boy Hanako had imagined. Taken aback, she realized she had not arranged for anyone else. The thugs halted, momentarily bewildered. As this was beyond their planned scenario, the young samurai, believing he had intimidated the thugs, wore a triumphant expression. "Step aside. You shall not harm this lovely lady any further. Otherwise, my blade will not spare you. Mind your own business." Takamine Hanako retorted, leaving the young samurai utterly perplexed. "Mind my own business? Is this a new form of coercive play among nobles?" As she watched Xiangxi and Baizai recede into the distance, her heart brimmed with indignation. "I must make you succumb to my charm. I shall fulfill my final mission." On the bustling streets, Xiangxi and Baizai navigated through the crowd, seeking a suitable inn for their stay. They planned to linger in Shanzi City for 2 days, discreetly gathering intelligence on the Water Kingdom while awaiting an opportunity to blend into the fleet of the Wave Kingdom bound for the Water Kingdom. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a gray kimono performed a forward flip, hands slick with grease cradling a crystal ball, positioning himself before Xiangxi and Baizai. "Ah, my dear young samurai," he exclaimed dramatically, casting a mysterious gaze upon Xiangxi. "I have glimpsed your future within this crystal ball." He squinted at the orb with exaggerated fervor. "Today, you shall encounter your destined beloved." No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Takamine Hanako, her expression frantic as she evaded the thugs in pursuit, seemingly failed to notice Xiangxi and Baizai ahead, colliding directly into Xiangxi's embrace. Xiangxi, foreseeing the encounter, swiftly sidestepped. Exchanging a glance with Baizai, they shared a moment of apprehension. The old man awkwardly observed Hanako tumble to the ground, offering a dry chuckle. "Behold, is this not your fated beloved?" Hanako grimaced in pain on the ground, looking up at Xiangxi with a blend of pity and surprise. Her demeanor one of fragile helplessness. "My lord samurai, have you been sent by the heavens to save me?" Xiangxi and Baizai ignored her, silently departing. Hanako's deliberate approach cast a shadow of doubt over their minds. Had their disguise been uncovered? "Do not leave, my lord samurai. I am your destined beloved," Hanako cried out in exasperation. "Though I may be your elder by a few years, an elder sister knows how to cherish better than a younger sister. Oh, do not run away." Chapter 58. The Lady of the House. Did you witness the peculiar events unfolding in the town today? Peculiar events? In the tavern, Xiangxi and Baichai, who had been quietly dining in a corner, suddenly perked up their ears. Although they were underage, the regulations in the Land of Waves were quite lenient. As long as one had money, the tavern owner would turn a blind eye, allowing anyone to enter for a drink. They understood that such places often yielded valuable information. The maid of the Haru Spring family has been pursued by a gang throughout the town for an entire day. They are still on her trail. An entire day? Aren't their mouths parched? Your focus is rather peculiar. Shouldn't the emphasis be on the Haru Spring family? They are nobles, and even a maid from their household holds a status far superior to ours. How can it be that no one intervened in broad daylight while she was being chased? Indeed, could it be that the Takayama family is behind this? I've heard that the two families have been at odds over the Sea Wing, which is bound for the Water Kingdom. You are quite right. I am all too familiar with the enmities among those nobles. Xiangxi and Baichai did not linger in the tavern for long. After hastily finishing their meal, they settled the bill and departed. Bai Lang, do you remember the scent of that maid? Xiangxi gently patted the white wolf resting on his shoulder. Bai Lang shook his head. There were too many people in the city, and various scents intertwined, making it impossible for him to discern the fragrance of Takayama Hanako, as he had not intentionally sought it out. Bai Chai wrapped his arms around Bai Lang, trying to coax him to perch on his shoulder, simultaneously stating, "There's no need to search deliberately. She will come looking for us." The two attempts to create opportunities for proximity were clearly intentional. Bai Lang, harboring a sense of resentment, leaped back onto Xiangxi's shoulder. The two continued their journey through the bustling streets. Sure enough, as they approached a street corner, a familiar silhouette caught their eye. Takayama Hanako was hiding in an alley, counting the seconds in her mind. As Xiangxi and Baichai neared, she dashed out, her expression on the verge of tears. "Please, save me. Warrior, you are my destined savior." Xiangxi and Baichai exchanged glances, and Xiangxi stepped forward, addressing the ruffians feigning pursuit behind Hanako. "Halt. You scoundrels dare to bully a weak woman in broad daylight." The young warrior had once uttered similar words, only to be reprimanded by Hanako. Now, she cast subtle glances, prompting the ruffians to abandon their script without uttering a word and flee, fearful of any unforeseen circumstances. Hanako seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, gently caressing her chest as she gradually calmed her rapid breaths, inadvertently revealing her exquisite curves. "Warrior, I am grateful for your assistance. May I be so fortunate as to learn your name?" Hanako flashed a sweet smile. "Yasha Maru," Xiangxi replied, offering a false name. It was imperative to use a pseudonym for such covert operations, and their alias was not suitable for revealing their true identities. Both Xiangxi and Baichai had adopted false names. Baichai was called Zan. Hanako blinked, fully aware of Xiangxi's true name, yet she had no intention of exposing him. She smoothly inquired, "Lord Yashamaru, you do not appear to be locals. How may I find you to repay your kindness? You have saved my life, and I am willing to do anything for you. Truly, anything at all. We hail from distant lands, wandering in search of masters of the sword to engage in contests that hone our skills. It has come to our attention that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Land of Water are renowned for their swordsmanship, and our journey leads us to the Land of Water, fortuitously passing through this locale." Upon hearing this, Takamine Hanako exclaimed with delight, "I am a maidservant of the Haru family, and soon, my lady will embark on the sea wing towards the capital of the Land of Water. However, the seas are rife with pirates, and it would be perilous for you both to proceed without caution. I can recommend you as temporary warriors of the Haru family, and together we can journey to the Land of Water. What say you?" Xiangxi and Baishiba feigned contemplation for a moment before acquiescing to her proposal. The residence of the Haru family is situated in the bustling area of Shanza City, sprawling with grandeur, featuring pavilions and towers interspersed harmoniously, with gardens and ponds that reflect the opulence and splendor of nobility. Xiangxi and Baishiba were assigned to share a guest room, alongside other warriors. The room was simple yet tidy, with 2 beds neatly arranged, prepared by Takamine Hanako herself. Thus, they settled in, and soon a week had elapsed. News regarding the lady of the Haru family's journey to the Land of Water remained elusive, leaving the two to practice their swordsmanship daily in the courtyard. This served not only as a means to occupy their time, but also to lend credibility to their warrior identities. Takamine Hanako was not idle either. She sought opportunities to approach Xiangxi almost every day, whether by bringing him a pot of tea or washing his garments, which stirred discontent among the other warriors. They could not fathom why such a beautiful maiden attended to them with such tenderness. Yet, witnessing the sparring between Xiangxi and Baishiba, they swallowed their grievances, recognizing that it was unwise to provoke those they could not best. "Zan, do you think we are being played by Takamine Hanako?" Xiangxi furrowed his brow as he polished his iron fragment tooth. The true intention behind Hanako's deliberate closeness remained ambiguous, and the news of the lady's journey to the Land of Water might merely be a ruse to ensnare them within the Haru family's web of deceit. Baishiba set down his teacup and pondered for a moment before responding. "Although our mission has a lengthy time frame, we cannot linger in the Land of Waves for too long. Let us attempt an action tonight. We shall infiltrate the lady's quarters to ascertain the veracity of her journey to the Land of Water. Should it prove true, we can utilize your illusions to influence her and expedite our plans." As night descended, the Haru family estate fell into a profound silence. Cloaked by the shadows, Xiangxi stealthily entered the inner sanctum of the Haru household. The perimeter was intermittently patrolled by guards, their footsteps echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. Inside, cherry blossom trees flourished, their blossoms at the peak of bloom. The night breeze stirred a gentle rain of pale pink petals, a sight as enchanting as a dream. With a soft leap, Xiangxi drifted amidst the floral cascade towards an uncharted destination. Upon the rooftop of the lady's chamber, a figure lay in wait, discreetly lifting a tile to peer down through the opening. The room was adorned with exquisite elegance, embodying the sophistication and taste of a mature woman, radiating an air of nobility intertwined with warmth. Beneath the dim glow of flickering lights wafts a subtle fragrance, an enchanting blend of the lady of the Haruharu family's body scent intermingled with incense. This aroma is both alluring and imbued with a hint of seduction. The lady sits alone at the center of the room, her visage rendered somewhat indistinct by the wavering candlelight. With her hands clasped together, she appears to be beseeching at the shrine. Straining to listen to the whispers that drift westward, one can discern a few hushed murmurs. O benevolent deity, I implore you to send a robust man into my dreams. Arigato. Chapter 59, Journey to the Water Nation. The lady's thoughts are perilously audacious, and Xiangxi cannot suppress a laugh, taken aback by the fervor of her prayer. He had not anticipated that this noblewoman harbored such profound yearning and solitude within her heart. His mind begins to wander, and in a moment of distraction, the very rooftop upon which he rests begins to crumble, wooden beams and tiles cascading downwards. Realizing the impending disaster, he finds himself with no leverage to escape and plummets directly through the ceiling. Success. In a secluded corner of the inner residence, Takamine Hanako silently revels in the unfolding scene. Undoubtedly, Xiangxi's fall has been orchestrated by her design. During Xiangxi's covert nighttime infiltration, she had already discerned his presence and concocted a spontaneous scheme. When the lady summons others to apprehend him, I shall intervene to plead for leniency, hoping that in her wrath, she may impose a severe penalty upon me. With a gesture signaling the successful execution of her plan, Hanako feels a thrill of anticipation. Although she understands that Xiangxi and Baizai belong to the clandestine division and are unlikely to be captured by the guards, their disguise suggests they would prefer not to reveal themselves unnecessarily. Her plea for mercy would undoubtedly evoke gratitude from the two. As Xiangxi crashes into the room, an abrupt silence envelopes the space. Maintaining a facade of calmness, he feels a surge of panic within, instinctively wishing to activate his Sharingan to employ an illusion. Not only is he robust, but he is also remarkably handsome, albeit somewhat youthful. He even caters to my fondness for youthful charm. Thank you, O deity. The lady's voice quivers with emotion. Upon hearing her words, Xiangxi cannot help but feel a mix of mirth and exasperation, recalling her earlier prayer. At that moment, a guard bursts into the room, intent on protecting the lady, but upon witnessing her radiant expression and the strikingly handsome youth before her, he hesitates. Seemingly grasping the situation, he silently retreats, discreetly closing the door behind him. Hanako, observing the guard's entrance and subsequent exit from the shadows, is left bewildered. This is not how the plan was supposed to unfold. Did he not adhere to the script? The lady, oblivious to the guard's arrival and departure, remains entirely focused on Xiangxi, her gaze appraising him with a glint of satisfaction. Are you truly the man bestowed upon me by the divine? The lady's voice conveys a sense of hope. Standing awkwardly in place, Xiangxi musters the courage to reply, I am a warrior of the estate. Newly arrived and yet unacquainted, I accidentally fell from the rooftop while training. The lady of the household, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, stepped forward and grasped Xiangxi's hand gently, uttering, I happen to require a man to protect me. Henceforth, you shall be my personal and armed guardian. The warmth of the lady's enthusiasm left Xiangxi somewhat taken aback. He was acutely aware that lingering here might expose his true identity. With that, the three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes, locking gazes with the lady. Is the Haruai family planning to journey to the land of water? He inquired, regaining his composure. Indeed. We intend to depart next month to visit a friend in the capital of the land of water, the lady replied. Her expression momentarily blank as she succumbed to the effects of his genjutsu. You must set out quickly, within 3 days. Yes, I shall depart within 3 days. Xiangxi confirmed with a nod of satisfaction before quietly taking his leave. As the lady's eyes regained their vivacity, she found herself devoid of any recollection of Xiangxi, solely aware that her plans to travel to the land of water were urgent. It must be a genjutsu. Takamine Hanako, witnessing Xiangxi emerge unscathed, comprehended immediately and rushed into the lady's chamber. Release. Takamine was taken aback, for the lady displayed no signs of being under a jinjutsu. Rather, her sudden intrusion drew a sharp reprimand from the lady. Under the silvery moonlight, the Haruai residence returned to tranquility. Did you truly enter the lady's chamber? Shirakawa's voice was tinged with amusement. Xiangxi nodded, maintaining a stoic expression as he recounted the situation he had gleaned, including how he had altered the lady's intentions to ensure their journey to the land of water within 3 days. Shirakawa stifled a laugh, patting Xiangxi on the shoulder. Well done. It would be even better if you could remain close to the lady, facilitating our actions once we arrive in the land of water. Have you considered making a personal sacrifice? Fear not. I shall not document it in the mission report. Get lost. At the Konoha Umbu base, Kato Dan lingered in a shadowy corner, his voice low yet resonant in the stillness of the room. A figure emerged from the darkness, his visage concealed beneath a cloak, revealing only a pair of keen, hawk-like eyes. He approached Shimura Danzo, kneeling respectfully before him, and murmured, Lord Danzo, discuss your progress on the mission. Danzo's tone betrayed no emotion. Kato lowered his gaze and replied, after Tsunade's team lost members, I was assigned to collaborate with her on a joint mission. However, I have refrained from hastily approaching her and am currently observing from the shadows. He did not launch an immediate offensive toward Tsunade, but rather silently awaited a potential moment of connection. He understood that only when Tsunade truly acknowledged his presence would his approach not incite her wariness or disdain. Jiraiya indeed chose a fortuitous moment to depart. Remember, during your joint missions, all actions should revolve around Tsunade. Even if the overt mission fails or she opts to abandon it, it is of no consequence. Your primary objective is to cultivate closeness with Tsunade and earn her trust. Danzo's words trailed off, yet Kato comprehended his intent. He slightly bowed his head, his voice resolute as he proclaimed, I understand. Even if it takes 5 years or 10, I shall fulfill the mission. Jiraiya, feeling the pressure to prove his prowess against Orochimaru and Tsunade, inadvertently performed a reverse summoning to Myobo-Kuzan, with no certainty of when he might return. His gaze drifted through the window, settling on the distant part of the village where Tsunade and Orochimaru resided. The absence of Jiraiya rendered their team 7 somewhat desolate. However, this did not impede their training or missions. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea Wing vessel en route to the land of water, Xiangxi suddenly furrowed his brow, pausing his swordsmanship practice as though sensing something ahead. What is it? Baichai inquired. Xiangxi shook his head. Nothing, merely a sense of unease. Perhaps I am not quite accustomed to the sea. After nearly a year of assignments, he found himself yearning for home, even within just a month. Chapter 60. The hidden mist village in the capital of the land of water. The night was as dark as ink, with a full moon hanging high in the sky, casting a gentle silver glow. Lanterns lining the streets flickered with feeble light, adding an air of mystery to the bustling city. Within the residence of the matriarch's friend, Xiangxi stealthily exited the matriarch's chamber, striving to remain as silent as possible to avoid unnecessary complications. However, his actions were clearly observed by Takamine Hanako, who lurked in the shadows. Watching Xiangxi emerge from the matriarch's room, a flicker of anger and jealousy crossed Takamine's eyes. She could hardly believe that Xiangxi had become the matriarch's toy boy, indulging in an inappropriate preference for mature women. How infuriating! He already had a lover back in Konoha. Unbeknownst to Xiangxi, Takamine's assumptions were misguided. He had merely been collecting intelligence on behalf of the matriarch from the aristocratic circles. Jinjutsu proved to be remarkably effective for intelligence gathering, particularly Xiangxi's unique Sharingan mental illusions, which went unnoticed by the matriarch. Takamine remained oblivious to this, thus misinterpreting Xiangxi's intentions. Upon returning to his room, Baichai had been waiting for some time. The two meticulously documented the intelligence they had gathered throughout the day. Having spent 2 months in the capital of the land of water, they amassed a wealth of information, particularly regarding the situation of the Third Mizukage and the shifts within the internal power dynamics of the Hidden Mist Village. It seems the Hidden Mist Village is indeed up to something significant, Baichai remarked after reviewing the information. Following the ascension of the Third Mizukage, there are plans to select members for the 7 ninja swordsmen, to cultivate his own loyal cadre. What are your thoughts? Baichai asked, sensing that Xiangxi had particular insights regarding the selection of the swordsmen. The selection of the vacant members for the 7 ninja swordsmen will undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher echelons of the ninja villages and numerous elite genin. Xiangxi replied, his eyes gleaming with a spark of inspiration. This could provide us with an opportunity to uncover further intelligence. Bai Chai frowned slightly. Entering the hidden mist village under such scrutiny poses a significant risk. If we are exposed, escape may prove exceedingly difficult. Xiangxi calmly analyzed the situation. We have spent 2 months in the capital, gathering mostly courtly and aristocratic secrets. To obtain further intelligence about the hidden mist village, a visit there is indispensable. At this juncture, we can complete our mission and return sooner. Moreover, with the protection of the Haru family, our identities will remain unchallenged. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chai neither affirmed nor declined. Instead, he remarked, Yasha, you seem particularly invested in the intelligence regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen. Regardless of your intentions, I cannot permit any independent actions. I am the captain of the 3rd squad. With a nod, Xiangxi understood Bai Chai's implication, agreeing to proceed to Kirigakure at this time. During the Chunin exams, several ninjas from Kirigakure had encountered me, which caused a flicker of concern on Xiangxi's face. Bai Chai, taken aback, suddenly realized that Xiangxi was unable to perform transformation jutsu. What about wearing a mask? Bai Chai suggested, stroking his chin. That would appear too suspicious, Xiangxi countered. Then what of disguise? Bai Chai considered the legendary technique of transformation through makeup. Can you do that? Xiangxi retorted. Bai Chai's eyes sparkled with significance as he remarked, I suspect Takamine Hanako could. The following day, as Xiangxi emerged from Takamine Hanako's room, his appearance had undergone considerable alteration. Only those intimately familiar with him would recognize his visage. What is the cost? Takamine Hanako inquired, following Xiangxi with a smile, awaiting his response. Taking a deep breath, Xiangxi's voice wavered slightly. Miss Hanako is the most beautiful woman. No aging matron can compare to the allure of a young maiden. With that, he turned and departed, feeling that the price was far too humiliating. It was evident that this condition had been set by Takamine Hanako in exchange for her assistance in Xiangxi's disguise. Although she harbored a poor impression of Xiangxi due to a misunderstanding of his preferences, she consented to his request, driven by her need to complete one final mission before returning to Konoha. Consequently, her stipulation was that Xiangxi must utter this phrase before her every day, hoping to subtly influence his inclinations and deepen her impression in his mind, ultimately leading to his entrapment. Within a few days, the matriarch of the family, under the influence of Xiangxi's illusionary suggestion, departed from the capital of the Land of Water, following behind the procession, Xiangxi and Bai Chai. With Xiangxi's appearance transformed by Takamine Hanako, now resembled an ordinary samurai. Naturally, he dutifully fulfilled his daily obligation. Kirigakure, a mysterious realm perpetually shrouded in mist, is steeped in the legacy of numerous bloodline clans. Under the guise of the Haru family, Xiangxi and Bai Chai successfully infiltrated this enigmatic village. They remained inactive for 2 days, ensuring their entrance had gone unnoticed and that no Umbu were monitoring them, before they commenced their separate endeavors. Bai Chai mingled within the marketplace, conversing with merchants and villagers, frequenting casinos and inns in pursuit of valuable information. Meanwhile, Xiangxi opted to navigate the outskirts, accompanied by his white wolf, quietly advancing away from the throngs of people. His target was the students of the Ninja Academy and some ninjas in secluded corners, aiming to extract intelligence through the mental illusions of his Sharingan. As long as they were not Jonin, his Sharingan Jinjutsu was nearly always effective. Approximately half a month later, the selection process for the vacant positions within the 7 ninja swordsmen commenced. Perhaps due to his recent ascension to the esteemed position of the 3rd Mizukage, he has chosen to publicly exhibit the selection of the 7 ninja swordsmen, aiming to showcase the prowess of the Mizukage faction. The illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen were originally established by the 2nd Mizukage, Kagaya Keigetsu, and were directly under his command. However, following the First Ninja World War, the wielders of 3 legendary swords, Kiri no Keigai, DK no SG, and Beikud no Hanabi, found themselves without masters. The selection event was held outside the Hidden Mist Village, attracting primarily ninjas, with a few distinguished nobles in attendance. However, the event was not open to the common villagers, as the class distinctions in the Land of Water are notably more rigid than those in the Land of Fire. The primary source of missions for the Hidden Mist Village comes from the nobility. The tasks entrusted by ordinary villagers yield little profit. relying heavily on the lucrative commissions from the affluent. For instance, the matriarch of the Haru family received an invitation due to her noble status, leading her companions, Nakaishi and Shirakaiba, to accompany her. Although the Haru family belongs to the land of Waves nobility, it is not uncommon for missions to be commissioned from other countries' ninja villages within the Naruto narrative, and the Hidden Mist village naturally demonstrates due respect. Nakaishi spotted several familiar faces among the crowd, ninja who had previously participated in the Nin exams in Konohagakure. Fortunately, he had disguised himself as Takamine Hanako, otherwise, he might have been exposed. Beside the third Mizukage, he also noticed two uniquely clad ninjas, slightly older than himself, each wielding an impressively large sword. Although he did not recognize these two ninjas, he was well aware of the exaggerated blades they held, namely, the Daikatana Samahata and the Date Ketsueki. However, the wielders of two other swords were notably absent. A sense of foreboding settled in Nakaishi's heart. Among his objectives in the Land of Water was the acquisition of the Reik Y. Chapter 61. The selection of ninja swords. A grim-faced middle-aged ninja took the stage wielding the DK no SG, engaging in a match against an elite jonin from the Hidden Mist, testing his compatibility and proficiency with the Kiri no Keigai. Each of the 7 swords possesses distinct characteristics and methods of use. The strength of the wielder does not necessarily correlate with being the most powerful. Rather, it is about finding the individual best suited for the sword. It is not the human selecting the sword, but the sword selecting the human. The middle-aged ninja launched the first attack, swinging the DK no SG like a heavy axe towards the elite jonin. To his surprise, the jonin made no move. And suddenly, an ice wall appeared between them, effectively blocking the blade's descent. This was the bloodline limit, ice release, of the Mizuno Kuni clan. Shirakaiba whispered to Nakaishi, discreetly recording the appearance of this elite jonin from the Mizuno Kuni clan, viewing it as a valuable opportunity to gather intelligence on the formidable individuals of the Hidden Mist village. This was Mizuno Kuni Hikari, rumored to have once held the position of captain within the village's covert operations, belonging to the ranks of its top-tier powerful shinobi. He had led a team on missions in the Land of Waves. Unbeknownst to them, Takamine Hanako had approached quietly, seemingly aware of Shirakaiba and Nakaishi's intentions, and shared the intelligence she possessed in hushed tones. Both Nakaishi and Shirakaiba remained vigilant, unable to discern Hanako's motives. They chose not to respond, instead committing her insights to memory. After his initial attack was thwarted, the middle-aged ninja grew increasingly exhilarated as he gazed upon the ice wall and Mizuno Kuni Hikari. Lowering his body slightly, he struck the back of the DK no SG with tremendous force, shattering the ice wall with a resounding crash. Shuei Wuyue's demeanor remained composed as he deftly evaded the residual force of the dull blade slash, his figure flickering like a shadow. In an instant, he formed a series of hand seals, and the air around him turned frigid, reminiscent of winter's chill. Sharp icicles erupted from the ground. The middle-aged ninja, witnessing this, immediately swung the dull blade in a defensive maneuver, relentlessly striking the icicles with the back of his blade and hammering them in an attempt to shatter them all. However, the sheer number of icicles proved overwhelming, and their formidable attack power forced the middle-aged ninja into a constant retreat. Before long, he succumbed to defeat, leaving Shuei somewhat disheartened. Although he had initially showcased the blade's potential, the ensuing combat lacked any brilliance, rendering the dull blade a burden in his hands. The selection of ninja blades continued, this time with a burly ninja seizing the dull blade from the defeated middle-aged ninja, leaping onto the stage with a sinister grin. His opponent remained Shuei Wuyue. The burly ninja charged at Shuei Wuyue with the dull blade, his approach brutish and simplistic, relying solely on sheer strength and the blade's destructive capability. Each swing of the blade reverberated with the force of a hammer, producing a thunderous clamor. Nevertheless, Shuei Wuyue skillfully countered his onslaught. Ice release, ice mirror technique. A massive ice mirror materialized abruptly behind the burly ninja. Unprepared, he was caught off guard as the blade's edge reflected back, leaving a gash upon him. The burly ninja swung the dull blade, attempting to shatter the ice with brute force. Each collision of the blade against the icy surface sent shards of ice scattering, while every hammer strike fractured any defenses in his path. Ice release, ice dragon technique. A colossal ice dragon manifested out of thin air. The burly ninja, gritting his teeth, chose not to evade, placing his faith in the dull blade's ability to penetrate all defenses. The blade and hammer struck in succession against the ice dragon. With a resounding crash, the dragon's body fractured, yet the remaining mass collided violently with the burly ninja, instantly encasing him in ice. He lacks sense, Xiangxi quietly remarked, understanding all too well as a fellow blade wielder that the burly ninja's actions were akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Without the wind blade, he would only seek to evade, for he could not endure such a force head-on. The selection of ninja blades persisted until sunset. Unexpectedly, none of the three blades found a worthy owner, and their performances left much to be desired. A murmur of disappointment swept through the crowd of ninjas, while the higher-ups of the Mist Village appeared contemplative, seemingly deliberating their next course of action. In the ensuing days, the Mist Village returned to tranquility, with Xiangxi and Baizai resuming their covert surveillance. Over the next few months, they meticulously recorded everything from the village's defense mechanisms to its economic state, the customs of the populace, and various rumors surrounding bloodline abilities. Concurrently, aside from this routine intelligence gathering, Xiangxi specifically sought information regarding the Raikiri, as its wielder, Haishu Raikiri, had been on missions, even absent during the succession of the third Mizukage. Uncertain whether it was the urgency of the task or dissent regarding the third Mizukage, many of the Mist ninjas speculated in secret. Not only was Raiga absent, but among the 7 ninja swordsmen, only the wielder of the decapitating scythe, Kiba Tizai, and the user of the great sword, Kai Ka, remained within the village, while the wielder of the twin swords, Hiramakirai, was notably missing. Who? As the night enveloped the surroundings like ink, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in the attire of the Mist Village's shinobi. Clutching a short blade that glimmered with a chilling light, eyes fixed intently on a certain shadow ahead. Under the scrutiny of the Mist ninjas, the shadow suddenly stirred. A dark figure darted away like a specter, moving with astonishing speed. The Mist ninja reacted swiftly, pursuing immediately. This shadow was likely a spy from an enemy village, and it was imperative that it did not escape. Sensing the threat behind, the shadow rapidly formed hand seals, instantly creating 2 identical clones that fled in different directions. The Mist ninja hesitated momentarily, attempting to discern the true body's location through subtle fluctuations in chakra. However, by the time he made his assessment, the shadow had already run far, racing towards the outskirts of the Mist Village. He signaled to the nearby Mist ninjas, while simultaneously employing a body flicker technique to give chase. Just as he finally caught up, the shadow suddenly erupted in an explosion. He crossed his arms to shield himself, mentally chastising his own folly for falling into the trap. Before he could finish cursing himself, 3 shuriken flew from behind, embedding themselves directly into his back. When the alerted Mist ninjas arrived, they found nothing but a solitary corpse. The commotion from the battle had drawn the attention of several, including Nakishi and Shirogane. It seemed the Mist Village was not at peace. It would be wise to refrain from venturing outside in the coming days. Shirogane's expression was as dark as water. The internal conflict within the Mist Village would undoubtedly heighten the vigilance of the Mist ninjas, necessitating an immediate halt to their intelligence-gathering activities. Awoo! The white wolf suddenly howled, tugging at Nakishi's pant leg with its mouth, signaling him to follow. Nakishi felt a flicker of intuition and, alongside Shirogane, trailed after the white wolf. The creature halted before a particular door, nudging it with its nose. Then gazing at Nakishi with an expression that seemed to say, "Come and praise me." Nakishi paid no heed to the wolf. A moment of realization flashed in his eyes. This was the room of Takamine Hanako. Exchanging glances with Shirogane, he then knocked on the door. Inside, there was a flurry of commotion, and after a while, the door swung open, revealing a startled Takamine Hanako, who looked at Nakishi and Shirogane with astonishment. Chapter 62. Exposure. What brings you here? Takamine Hanako asked, her expression one of surprise, as if a thought struck her. Could it be that you've had a change of heart? Surely, the younger sister is preferable to the lady of the house, is she not? Nakishi offered no reply as he and Shirogane stepped directly into the room, which was in disarray, various garments strewn haphazardly across the floor, as if attempting to conceal something. Nakishi's gaze swept over the room, ultimately resting upon Takamine Hanako. The disturbances in the Mist Village tonight, were they instigated by you? Nakishi's voice was calm, yet it bore an invisible weight that enveloped Takamine Hanako's heart. Mine Hanako's body trembled as she forced a smile, saying, "Lord Yashimuro, you jest. I am merely a humble maid." How could I possibly be entangled in the affairs of ninjas? How could you deduce that the commotion I mentioned pertains to a battle among ninjas? Turning westward, she closed the door, enclosing the three of them in the room, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. It was time to confront the truth. Shiraishi's expression turned cold and stern. The disturbance caused by K-Mine Hanako that night could not only jeopardize their mission, but, should the denizens of Kirigakure trace them back to the temporary residence of the Haru family, they would all be exposed. Upon hearing this, Nishi opened his three-tomo Sharingan. Previously, he had refrained from using Jinjutsu on K-Mine Hanako out of concern for her concealed identity, which could easily be compromised. Yet, given the current circumstances, exposure was inevitable. He could no longer afford to be cautious. K-Mine Hanako, frightened, immediately lowered her head, her hands fidgeting incessantly. No Jinjutsu. I will confess everything. Who are you really? What is your purpose in approaching us? What do you intend to accomplish in Kirigakure? Shiraishi fired 3 questions in quick succession. K-Mine Hanako resigned herself to her fate. Her voice subdued as she replied, I am an agent of Konoha deployed in the Land of Waves. I am aware of your identities. The reason I approached you was due to orders to assist you in infiltrating the Land of Water to gather intelligence. My actions in Kirigakure were unauthorized. I sought to leverage this opportunity to secure classified information from Kirigakure to earn my return to Konoha. I no longer wish to live as a spy. Her words contained a blend of truth and deception, revealing most of her dealings to Nishi and Shiraishi, including the intelligence she had gathered in Kirigakure, yet omitting the task of seducing Nishi. It was indeed true that her unauthorized actions aimed to exchange information from Kirigakure for her chance to return home. As she was acutely aware that she had failed her mission, nearly a year had passed, and Nishi held no affection for her whatsoever. Both Shiraishi and Nishi remained skeptical. Yet upon hearing K-Mine Hanako utter the secret code of Konoha, they were compelled to acknowledge her identity, although doubts lingered regarding her motives for approaching Nishi. With this incident, we cannot remain in Kirigakure any longer. We must depart swiftly. Given K-Mine Hanako's identity, Shiraishi refrained from further scrutiny and shifted the conversation to their plans ahead. However, leaving at this juncture would draw undue attention, easily prompting speculation that the infiltrators are still within the Haru residence. Nishi frowned, aware that even if they wished to escape quickly, it was not a simple matter. K-Mine Hanako's eyes darted thoughtfully. We need not depart alongside the Haru family. We could suggest that the matriarch and the nobles in Kirigakure take a leisurely outing, allowing us to discreetly separate from the group while the rest of the Haru family remains in Kirigakure. The matriarch is quite infatuated with you. Persuading her to take us out for a breath of fresh air should be a simple matter, no? As she spoke, a hint of resentment crept into her tone, finding it shameful that Nishi would willingly play the role of a mere pretty face to the matriarch, unaware that she was under his Jinjutsu's influence. That is indeed a viable plan, but we should first observe the movements of the Kirigakure search party. If they fail to locate the Haru residence by tomorrow, we shall employ this method to leave in a couple of days. The three of them deliberated until the dawn's light began to break, at which point they parted ways. The following day, they remained within the temporary residence of the Haru family, observing the activities of the hidden mist village from a distance. Fortunately, their noble status proved advantageous, as the ninjas of the hidden mist opted to investigate other areas first, preferring to avoid offending their aristocratic benefactors if there was a chance to find something better. Xiangxi and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. As per their plan, they arranged for the lady of the house to invite other noble women for a leisurely outing, accompanied by a throng of servants and guards. Together, they departed from the hidden mist village, heading towards a renowned waterfall nearby. The waterfall was not far from the village, and, due to the dramatic elevation drop, appeared like a white silk ribbon suspended in the air, creating a breathtaking sight. Sunlight occasionally pierced through the mist, refracting into vibrant rainbows upon the droplets of water, bestowing an air of mystery and beauty upon the fog-enshrouded land. Takamine Hanako, Xiangxi, and Baizai trailed behind the Haru family's entourage, their minds preoccupied with thoughts of escape rather than the scenic beauty around them. As the group approached a narrower area near the waterfall, the three took advantage of the moment when others were captivated by the view, silently slipping away into the depths of the adjacent thicket, their figures swiftly vanishing amidst the mist and shadows of the trees. Once separated from the crowd, they hastened along a winding, narrow path obscured by dense foliage. On either side of the path lay damp moss and oddly shaped rocks, emerging eerily from the thick mist like phantoms. After a swift journey, they paused in a relatively concealed clearing to consult their map and verify their route. The unique, dense fog of the hidden mist village acted as an invisible barrier, significantly hampering their navigation. Suddenly, the white wolf detected an unfamiliar human scent and gave a warning. The trio's expressions shifted, and they hastily concealed the traces of their presence, continuing their escape towards the land of waves. Just as they departed, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from afar, approaching rapidly. Within the mist, several figures flickered into view, swiftly reaching their previous position. In the dense fog, Takamine Hanako, Xiangxi, and Baizai ran with all their might, dashing through clusters of trees and leaping over streams, striving to evade the pursuing mist ninjas. They had not anticipated such a swift pursuit. It appeared that the ninjas had been monitoring the Haru family's outing without directly disturbing the nobles. In this haze, the ninjas of the hidden mist village thrived, fully aware of their movements. No matter how they altered their course, they could not shake off their relentless pursuers. Whoosh! Several shurikens sliced through the air, narrowly grazing their ears and embedding themselves into the towering trees beside them. Did they think they could escape so easily? Emerging from the mist was a group of mist ninjas, numbering around 6 or 7, each wielding a ninja blade, their gazes sharp and vigilant. The leader, tall and foreboding, cast a cold glance at Takamine Hanako and the others, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Which village do you spies hail from? How dare you infiltrate our hidden mist village? Xiangxi's eyes narrowed as he recognized the leader, one of the 7 blade-wielding warriors, the owner of the formidable sword, Sugamaru. Without hesitation, Xiangxi drew his iron-shattered fong, bracing himself for battle. Baichai unsheathed his short blade. Without resolving the issue of these mist ninjas, escape was not an option for them. Takamine Hanako, the weakest among them, did not falter. Grasping a kunai, she positioned herself back-to-back with Xiangxi, forming a tight combat formation. Chapter 63, The Skin of the Shark. Upon observing their formation, Suigashin Pufferfish recognized it as a classic team strategy from Konoha. Silence enveloped the scene as Xiangxi and Baichai quietly discussed their tactics. They had amassed a wealth of intelligence in the land of water, and all 3 were aware that the shark's skin possessed the ability to absorb chakra for self-reinforcement. However, Xiangxi lacked chakra, making him the perfect counter to the shark's skin, ideally positioned to intercept Suigashin Pufferfish. Despite the shark's skin's abilities being countered, the strength of Suigashin Pufferfish should not be underestimated. Be cautious. I will quickly dispatch the others and come to your aid, Baichai strategized, assigning Xiangxi to block Suigashin Pufferfish, while Bai Lang and Takamine Hanako each occupied a mist ninja, leaving the remaining 4 for him to handle. Still have time to devise tactics? Suigashin Pufferfish sneered, and with a wave of the shark's skin, the 7 mist ninjas sprang into action. Wind slash. Xiangxi raised his hand, unleashing a wind slash. With the enemy outnumbering them, he aimed for a swift ambush with rapid explosive and wide-area damage, hoping to eliminate at least one to alleviate the pressure. In an instant, 3 streams of golden blade energy tore through the thick fog, unleashing a terrifying storm of cutting wind that swept across the battlefield. Suigashin Pufferfish and the 6 mist ninjas' pupils dilated in shock. Xiangxi's strike was too swift for them to form hand seals, leaving them with no choice but to employ their own techniques to evade. As the blade energy dissipated, the ground before Xiangxi lay in ruin, scattered with severed limbs and pools of blood. One mist ninja, unable to escape, was shredded by the wind slash, while 2 others were left bloodied from the aftermath. Baichai cast a surprised glance at Xiangxi, astonished that he could execute such a formidable technique without chakra. You little brat, seeking death. Upon witnessing a comrade fall in an instant, Suigashin Pufferfish seethed, his entire being erupting with a fierce chakra aura as he charged at Xiangxi. Wielding the shark skin, water style, great exploding water wave. Before Suigashin Pufferfish could reach him, he unleashed a torrent of surging waves. Baichai flickered with lightning, instantly drawing 3 mist ninjas into the fray. Bai Lang transformed into a towering wolf, leaping ferociously at one mist ninja, while Takamine Hanako, despite her limited strength, valiantly held her ground against another. A chaotic melee erupted in the forest. The shark skin in Suigashin Pufferfish's hand radiated a deep blue glow as he swung it, blocking Xiangxi's advance. The shark skin suddenly expanded, seeming to come alive, emitting strange sounds as its spikes elongated. Xiangxi's iron tooth ignited with flames, pushing back the shark skin's protrusions. No chakra. Suigashin pufferfish's expression shifted. The shark skin's attempt to siphon chakra from Xiangxi had yielded nothing. Xiangxi smirked coldly, the flames around his iron tooth intensifying as he relentlessly pressed the attack against Suigashin pufferfish. Though Tsuka Mountain's tofu ghost was astonished that the abilities of the shark skin were ineffective against Xiangxi, his extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly regain his composure, engaging in battle with Xiangxi while wielding the shark skin. However, he was not a master of swordsmanship. Xiangxi's year-long training had brought his skills perilously close to the 6th tier, and when unleashed with full force, it placed immense pressure on him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tsuka Mountain's tofu ghost swept his sword horizontally, temporarily forcing Xiangxi back, while simultaneously leaping backwards to form hand seals and execute his ninjutsu. Lacking chakra, Xiangxi faced an opponent abundant in it. He certainly would not engage in a head-on clash utilizing his weaknesses against Xiangxi's strengths. Confronted with the formidable water dragon bullet technique, Xiangxi refrained from employing wind cutter. Instead, he brandished the iron-shattered fang, the blade engulfed in flames, instantly transforming into a soaring fire dragon that collided with the water dragon bullet. Unlike Muramasa, the iron-shattered fang, now capable of wielding fire, was a cursed blade, significantly reducing the demonic energy required to control flames. The fierce clash of the water and fire dragons erupted in a thunderous roar, with steam and flames scattering, engulfing the surroundings in a veil of white mist. Water release, great waterfall technique. The thick fog around them began to churn violently, and a colossal waterfall cascaded from the heavens, the overwhelming chakra transforming the area into a vast marshland. The battles of Bai Chai and his companions were affected, as fighting on the water greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the mist ninjas. Bai Chai, proficient in lightning release, found himself at an advantage against water release. Yet he remained unperturbed. However, Bai Lang faced dire consequences, as his flames were continually extinguished, forcing him to rely solely on his claws and fangs in combat. Takamine Hanako found herself in a more arduous struggle. With only the strength of a chunin, she desperately held off a jonin, constantly being pushed back and facing imminent danger. As a former spy, her expertise lay in stealth and ambush rather than direct confrontation. Whoosh! A kunai grazed Takamine Hanako's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Terror filled her heart. If this continued, she would not withstand the onslaught long enough for Bai Chai to conclude his battle. Water release, water shark bullet technique. In an instant, the surrounding water vapor coalesced into a massive shark, surging with terrifying power towards Takamine Hanako. Realizing she could not withstand such a technique, she could only strive to evade. Yet, the speed of the water shark bullet was too swift for her to fully dodge. Should she be struck, survival would be uncertain. In a split second, a blade of flame shot through the air, cleaving the shark in two and reducing it to ordinary water, dousing Takamine Hanako with a chilling spray. How dare you underestimate me? Distracted while battling me. Tsuka Mountain's tofu ghost roared in fury, swinging the shark's skin, its spiked blade leaving a trail of blood across Xiangxi's shoulder. Xiangxi remained composed. Hanako could not perish just yet. Although she was clearly no match for the Mist Ninja, her death would create a significant problem, as the resulting vacancy would allow a Mist Ninja to either attack him or join forces against Bai Chai. Takamine Hanako gazed at Xiangxi's injury, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Awoo! The white wolf beheld the sanguine spectacle of carnage, and its eyes sparkled with fervor. With a thunderous roar, it was suddenly engulfed in surging flames, its form expanding to a towering height of 5 meters. Its 4 limbs and tail entwined with fire, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. It charged forward in a frenzied rampage, its massive physique barreling through like a colossal beast of flame, compelling its Mist Ninja adversary to retreat in disarray. In response, Takamine Hanako, facing the Mist Ninja, discerned his intent. He opted to eliminate the white wolf first alongside his companion, deeming the diminutive Nin Takamine a lesser threat who could be dispatched at leisure once they were free to do so. Wind of Wounds. Once more, Xiangxi swung his blade, shattering the enormous water technique that surged toward him. Upon witnessing the flames of the iron-shattered tooth capable of countering the torrent of water, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon adjusted his strategy, resorting to higher-level water techniques to compel Xiangxi to rely on Wind of Wounds for defense. With the J-Key in hand, his chakra was virtually limitless, and he had little faith that Xiangxi could perpetually wield Wind of Wounds. At this juncture, Xiangxi's demon power was indeed dwindling. Over the past year, he had scarcely engaged in combat. The mere siphoning of the White Wolf's chakra had only augmented his demon power by a mere 100 points, reaching a total of 820. In a fully charged state, with no other expenditures of demon power, he could only utilize Wind of Wounds 8 times. Xiangxi's gaze fixated coldly on the J-Key in the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon's grasp. With the chakra it stored, the demon could deplete him entirely. Having failed to seize the lightning blade's prowess, he resolved to reclaim some advantage from the J-Key. With renewed determination, his demon powers surged within, and a pair of azure wings materialized behind him. He did not shed his shirt, yet the wings did not rupture the fabric. His mastery over demon power had evolved beyond the past. Throughout the year, while gathering intelligence, he had not only honed his blade techniques with the White Wolf, but had also continually refined his command over the demon wings. Chapter 64. Parting the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon wore a grave expression as he observed the wings materializing from Xiangxi's back, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. You are Uchiha Xiangxi. He had perused the reports of mist ninjas participating in the Ch-Nin exams in Konoha, which prominently featured the prodigious Uchiha talent. At such a tender age, possessing the 3 tomo, adept in swordsmanship, capable of manifesting wings with terrifying speed and ghostly genjutsu, he had dispatched the special J-Nin Yamashita Shinichi. Xiangxi froze for a moment, realizing that the revelation of his wings had compromised his concealment. No longer shrouded in secrecy, he unleashed his 3 tomo Sharingan, prepared for a full-scale assault. The wings, imbued with terrifying velocity, required the synergy of the Sharingan to unleash their full potential. When speed reached a certain threshold, discerning specific objects with the naked eye became an arduous task, often resulting in a mere blur. For instance, when Kakashi initially developed the Chidori, without the Sharingan, it was challenging to aim accurately. He could only recall the target's position before launching himself based on intuition. It was only after Obito bestowed his Sharingan upon Kakashi that the Chidori's shortcomings were rectified. With a flap of his wings, a flash of blue light streaked past, and Xiangxi appeared before the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon as if teleporting. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon was already prepared, beginning to form seals in his hands. However, the speed of Xiangxi was too swift. Just as he completed half of his seals, he felt a sharp blade's aura cleave down upon him. Cursed be it. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon had no choice but to abandon his seals, raising the shark's skin to block, only to be forced back several steps by the tremendous force. His arm tingling with numbness. Before he could even catch his breath, another strike came, compelling him into close combat with Xiangxi, leaving no time to create distance or employ ninjutsu. Though he could not match Xiangxi's speed, his extensive battle experience allowed him to withstand the torrential onslaught through sheer instinct and reflex. Yet, Xiangxi's target was not him, but the shark's skin he wielded. The immense power combined with the supernatural might of the razor-sharp iron-shattered tooth relentlessly struck the shark's skin, shattering its spines one by one. The shark's skin gradually diminished, seemingly unable to endure such furious slashes, and involuntarily let out a silent wail. On the other side, the White Wolf tore a mist ninja in half, showering the area with blood rain, howling to the heavens as it transformed into a towering 2-meter giant wolf. After Bai Chai dispatched 3 mist ninjas, he did not immediately rush to aid Xiangxi. Instead, he charged towards the White Wolf. Upon seeing the blood of Xiangxi, the White Wolf's eyes gleamed with excitement, mirroring the brightness in the eyes of the transformed White Wolf. Blades of light intertwined with thunder, and under Bai Chai's swift assault, a mist ninja was soon felled. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon, witnessing the annihilation of his companions, felt a surge of panic and sought to disengage from Xiangxi. Under his command, the shark's skin suddenly animated. In an instant, the blade transformed into a 2-meter-long monstrous fish. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon hurled the shark's skin outward, seizing the opportunity to perform several water body flicker techniques, retreating swiftly. The shark's skin could be summoned back with a summoning technique, so he was not concerned about leaving it behind for Xiangxi to carry to Konoha. In fact, Xiangxi had no intention of taking the shark's skin back to Konoha. Once the shark's skin morphed into a monstrous fish, it opened its mouth to swallow Xiangxi whole. Yet, its speed was insufficient, and Xiangxi deflected it with iron-shattered tooth, subsequently driving a blade into the shark's skin to subdue it. We must leave this place. Bai Chai did not pursue the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, as they had yet to exit the land of water and could be ambushed again at any moment. Xiangxi remained silent, smacking the white wolf that was greedily licking its wounds, then began to hack at the shark's skin. With the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon having fled, there was a possibility he could summon the shark's skin back at any moment. Thus, it was imperative to sever the shark's skin and seize its abilities with iron-shattered tooth before it was too late. Bai Chai watched Xiangxi's actions in confusion. The shark's skin was one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, not easily broken. Moreover, what was the significance of severing it? The urgent priority was to leave the land of water. Of course, there is significance. My iron-shattered tooth might seize its abilities. Xiangxi casually replied, focusing intently on dismantling the shark's skin. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, how wonderful it would be if Tsunade were here, utilizing her monstrous strength to hack at the shark's skin, which would quickly yield results. However, the shark's skin would only permit those with favored chakra to wield it, and Tsunade's chakra capacity was no less than that of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, complicating matters further. Bai Chai's heart tightened. Had he known, he would have pursued the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon sooner. Now that their presence had been revealed, it was inevitable that the pufferfish demon would return with more pursuers. At this moment, Xiangxi was also anxious. After battling the pufferfish demon, he had expended most of his wind-based attacks and demonic energy. White Wolf, Xiangxi commanded softly, placing a hand on the white wolf to siphon its chakra and replenish his own demonic power, while simultaneously urging the white wolf to unleash flames upon the shark skin creature. As the flames engulfed it, shark skin struggled violently. Being a monstrous fish, it was particularly averse to fire. It leapt repeatedly, attempting to escape into the water. Through the white wolf's relentless efforts, the shark's skin, weakened by the elemental disadvantage, was finally severed by the iron-broken tooth. The pulse of the blade throbbed, and patches of fish scales appeared on its blade and spine. A flicker of joy crossed Xiangxi's face as he released his grip on the white wolf's chakra, and, with a swift motion, swung the blade above the white wolf, voraciously consuming a substantial portion of its chakra. Feeling the demonic energy flowing back into him from the iron-broken tooth, he was immensely satisfied with the speed, which was comparable to that of his own soul-stealing technique. Let us move, Xiangxi exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he, Bai Chai, and Takamine Hanako swiftly set off. The white wolf shrank in size and perched on Xiangxi's injured shoulder, licking the wound incessantly. However, Xiangxi's constitution was far superior to the average person, and his wound healed rapidly. The white wolf's saliva had healing properties, but it soon found no fresh blood to lap at. Bai Chai led the way, keenly discerning their surroundings and confirming their route. After battling the pursuing mist ninjas, he had single-handedly slain 3 Jonin-level foes without sustaining any injuries himself. Takamine Hanako silently followed behind Xiangxi, her gaze occasionally drifting to his back, a tumult of guilt and complex emotions churning within her. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting a glow upon the earth, as the figures of the trio and their wolf flickered in the hazy light. They remained tense, navigating through the unfamiliar thicket with utmost vigilance, leaving no room for complacency. After a day of swift travel, as dusk approached, they finally exited the land of water, reaching the borders of the land of waves. Upon entering the land of waves, it was time for Takamine Hanako and Xiangxi, along with Bai Chai, to part ways. You have been exposed. You can no longer use your identity here in the land of waves. The mist ninjas will undoubtedly pursue you into this territory. It is perilous for you to stay. It would be wiser to return to Konoha with us. When Takamine Hanako proposed their separation, Xiangxi pondered for a moment, urging her to accompany them back to Konoha. Takamine Hanako shook her head. I have failed my mission. I must complete one final task before I can return to Konoha. Do not worry about me. Despite my identity being exposed, there are still some hidden bases of Konoha's covert operatives where I can take refuge. I must continue to remain in the shadows, awaiting orders to act. As she spoke, a hint of hesitation crossed her face. I know you still harbor doubts about me. Why would you still wish for me to return with you? Bai Chai cast a glance at Xiangxi, though he was the leader. He chose not to oppose Xiangxi's actions and allowed him to take the lead. Suddenly, a question from Xiangxi caught him off guard. He blinked and replied, although you are quite an unusual individual, I still wish for your continued existence. I have one final query. Do you harbor any feelings for me? Even a mere hint of affection? Takamine Hanako asked unexpectedly, perhaps out of disappointment from the failed task or some other reason. This question was, in fact, easier to address. Without hesitation, Xiangxi shook his head. I already have someone I cherish. Aside from her, I shall not develop feelings for anyone else. I understand. I hope you both remain together and never part ways, she responded. That goes without saying. Chapter 65. The Death of Uchiha Q. The land of waves is quite small. Xiangxi and Baizai journeyed tirelessly, leaving the land of waves that very night and entering the land of fire. The border of the land of fire was still not entirely secure, yet both felt a sense of relief. At least the chances of Mist Ninja pursuing them into the land of fire were slim. Let us find a place to rest. Now that we are in the land of fire, we can afford to take it slow, Baizai suggested. After a day and night of relentless travel, compounded by intense battles along the way, he was mentally exhausted. Xiangxi readily agreed. His own mental state was not much better. This was his first experience of being hunted, and his nerves had remained taut. Now that he had the chance to relax, he suddenly felt drained. It was the early hours of the morning, and a delicate mist enveloped the forest, as if nature had gently draped a veil over itself before awakening. Xiangxi and Baizai leaned against a grand tree, sitting quietly in the hazy dawn. Although the surroundings remained dim, a faint blue-purple hue began to emerge on the eastern horizon. Baizai squinted, his gaze piercing through the mist towards the gradually brightening east. His breath harmonized with the trees around him, as if he had become one with the forest. In this tranquil early morning, he found a rare moment of inner peace. This mission report will include the matter of your acquisition of the shark skin ability. Baizai quietly broke the silence between them. Xiangxi nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the eastern skyline where the first rays of sunlight slowly ascended, painting the horizon in golden-red hues. He had never considered concealing the ability of Tetsusai when Tsunade had helped him sever Muramesa and acquire its power. He had not requested her to keep it a secret. Baizai felt a sense of relief. Reporting the acquisition of Tetsusai's shark skin ability would essentially reveal a teammate's secret, a significant taboo among ninjas. To be honest, I was quite taken aback when you suggested that Takamine Hanako return to Konoha with us. I didn't expect you to be a person of such warmth beneath your icy exterior. Baizai suddenly shifted the topic. In my previous missions with your Uchiha clan members, they often displayed an air of arrogance, showing little concern for others. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, but rather they had a somewhat infuriating demeanor. Xiangxi understood Baizai's sentiment and interjected. You are quite similar, somewhat haughty, and not adept at expressing emotions, yet inherently kind-hearted. Baizai smirked slightly. What I mean is that you are not quite like the other Uchiha clan members. Not that I resemble them either. By the way, Xiangxi, your earlier speculation was correct. I am indeed Hitaki Tsukumo. Though I am uncertain as to how you came by my information, upon my return to Konoha, should you find yourself free, you are most welcome to visit the Hitaki household for a discussion on the art of swordsmanship. Additionally, you are invited to seek me out within the Uchiha clan. Presently, I am aligned with the Uchiha, but I anticipate that I shall soon find myself among the Senju. Tsunade, you say? I am aware that when the esteemed Hokage assumed her position, the two of you stirred quite a commotion as a couple. A smile graced the corners of my lips as I recalled Tsunade's boisterous laughter. Do you have someone special in your heart? Indeed. We have plans to wed once we reach adulthood. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying with it the refreshing scent of nature and the soft rustle of leaves, creating a serene symphony in the early morning forest. Both I and Kakashi inhaled deeply, savoring this tranquil and exquisite moment. As the sun ascended, the surrounding landscape gradually brightened. The verdant trees appeared even more vibrant in the morning light, while the grass below glistened with dewdrops, crystalline and pure. At that moment, the forest seemed to awaken anew. When we returned to Konoha, it was 10 days later. After reporting to the Umbu base, Kakashi promptly submitted his mission report, while I chose to depart the base first. Typically, after each mission, Umbu operatives are afforded a period of respite, whether brief or extended. It is impractical to expect continuous engagement in tasks without pause. Once outside the Umbu, I changed out of my uniform and, instead of returning directly to the Uchiha compound, made my way to the Senju clan. Having not seen Tsunade for over a year, I felt a twinge of nervousness as I journeyed toward the Senju compound. Alas, she was not present. She had left the village on a mission. A wave of disappointment washed over me. Indeed, Tsunade had her own responsibilities, unless during periods of less demanding assignments. It is rare for ninjas not within the same squad to cross paths frequently. This is a common reason why many ninjas find companionship with ordinary individuals. When both parties are ninjas, their respective duties often lead to prolonged separations, making it difficult to maintain a relationship. Kushina was delighted by my arrival, engaging me in conversation within her home for quite some time, reminiscing about family matters and amusing anecdotes from the past. Yet she refrained from mentioning Tsunade or the circumstances that led to my stay within the Uchiha clan. SHRU has now grown over 3 years old, and after such a lengthy absence, my impression upon him had faded. As I listened to Kushina's nostalgic chatter, I playfully interacted with the somewhat shy SHRU, contemplating with a hint of mischief that Kushina too had aged, now resembling the elderly who delight in recounting old tales, repeating the same stories without growing weary. As dusk approached during my visit to the Senju compound, I stood to bid farewell, as I was not keen on dining with Kushina and SHRU. I promised SHRU that I would bring him his favorite treats on my next visit before departing the Senju and returning to the Uchiha compound. Upon entering the courtyard after more than a year away, I found it still impeccably tidy, indicating that someone had been keeping it clean. Upon returning home, during a rare moment of respite, Xiangxi chose not to cook, but instead purchased some food from a local eatery in the clan's territory. Ah, Xiangxi is back. Your mission was quite lengthy. Was it 2 years? Or perhaps 3? The elderly proprietor of the restaurant recalled with effort. Not all members of the Uchiha clan are ninjas. In fact, only a small fraction attain that status, and even fewer awaken the Sharingan. Most are ordinary clansmen. Xiangxi, do visit my home when you have time. The meals I prepare are far tastier than what is sold. My grandchildren adore you. They keep clamoring to learn swordsmanship from you. The owner, with a benevolent expression, affectionately ruffled Xiangxi's hair. Although they are ordinary people, the bond between ninjas and common clan members within the Uchiha remains unbroken, for they share the same blood. Xiangxi smiled and nodded. If they wished to learn swordplay, that was indeed all he could teach. Perhaps due to the commotion at the gates of Konoha, more and more people within the Uchiha seemed to recognize him, nodding in acknowledgement as he passed by, which he reciprocated. This was hardly surprising, as both his 12-year-old rank as a Jonin and the 3-tomo Sharingan had made Xiangxi's name resonate throughout the Uchiha clan. Upon mentioning the food, he discovered that Uchiha Yusuke had arrived at some point, sitting in the living room awaiting his return. I saw the lights on in your yard and thought I'd check if you were back, Uchiha Yusuke said, his serious demeanor catching Xiangxi off guard. What? Were you worried I'd run into trouble? Xiangxi teased, unpacking the food he had brought and inviting Yusuke to join him. Yes. I was concerned for those I care about, but it seems those I don't worry about have encountered misfortune. Who? A chill ran through Xiangxi. Mirror is dead. Chapter 66. The sun rises as usual. What does that mean? Xiangxi suddenly stood, disbelief etched across his face. He knew from the original Naruto storyline that Uchiha Kagami met his end quite early, but he never anticipated it would happen so soon. He hadn't even had the chance to warn him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had only been Hokage for a little over a year, and Uchiha Kagami was already dead. The classified mission from 3 months ago, we don't know the specifics, but it was a devastating loss, and Kagami's body could not be recovered. Uchiha Yusuke stated calmly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. What about the others who undertook the mission? 3 more perished, and those who survived are severely injured. With Kagami-sensei's strength, it is inconceivable that he could have died while others perished. A grimace crossed Xiangxi's face. Uchiha Kagami had most likely awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Unless he had voluntarily acted as bait like Senju Tobarama, his death was implausible. Yet, the fact that the survivors were left maimed indicated that Uchiha Kagami had not found himself in a scenario akin to Senju Tobarama's. In such circumstances, what basis was there for Kagami's demise while others survived? Uchiha Yusuke pressed his lips together. Given Kagami's character, it is not impossible he died protecting his comrades. Every ninja faces the inevitability of death. Xiangxi, you must come to terms with it. Even the legendary god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, met his demise, as did Uchiha. My purpose today is not only to share matters regarding Kagami, but also to remind you to refrain from emulating his actions. Survival is of utmost importance. Uchiha Yusuke's tone was somber, as the actions of Uchiha Kagami had once wielded considerable influence over the Uchiha clan, yet with his passing, All that significance dissipated into thin air. Xiangxi closed his eyes, his heart brimming with regret and anguish. Unlike Senju Tobarama, he should have alerted Uchiha Kagami much sooner. Regardless, Uchiha Kagami genuinely regarded him as a disciple, and in his heart, his feelings for Kagami transcended mere mentorship, extending to familial bonds. Uchiha Yusuke sighed as he observed Xiangxi's demeanor. What power did he possess to console Xiangxi when he learned of Uchiha Kagami's death 3 months prior? His grief mirrored that of Xiangxi. Get some proper rest. Tomorrow the sun will rise as usual. Uchiha Yusuke patted Xiangxi's shoulder, rising to leave him in solitude. Indeed, the sun would continue to rise, indifferent to individuals, neither for nor against anyone. Xiangxi sat quietly on the steps of the courtyard, at least today. The sun was setting in honor of Uchiha Kagami. Memories of training with Kagami in the courtyard flooded back, and the natural blade at his waist seemed to sense his sorrow, quivering at that moment. Xiangxi drew the natural blade, gently caressing its edge, whispering, "Oh, natural blade, can you bring teacher Kagami back from the Pure Land?" The trembling of the natural blade ceased. A bitter smile crossed Xiangxi's face as he cast the blade aside. Sitting numbly on the steps, his gaze vacant and bewildered, he watched the sun descend as the sky gradually darkened into a profound indigo black, heralding the approach of darkness. The moon rose, yet clouds obscured its visage, the silvery light unable to pierce the depth of the night. Ultimately, the sun rose as it always did, illuminating the darkness. The first rays of sunlight slowly ascending and painting the horizon in hues of gold and crimson. Xiangxi rubbed his eyes, awakening from the courtyard. He yawned and retrieved the natural blade that had been discarded. After washing up in his room, he glanced at the untouched food in the living room from the previous day. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he placed the cold food into his mouth. The taste was non-existent, but he paid it no mind. It was merely to satiate his hunger. After finishing his meal, he changed his clothes and departed the Uchiha compound, making his way towards the Hokage building. Upon registering at the reception of the Hokage building, it wasn't long before he received the notification for an audience with the Hokage. Given his current status and strength, meeting the Hokage was not a challenging task. He knocked on the door, and upon receiving Hiruzen's permission, Xiangxi entered. "Ah, it's you, Xiangxi. You've changed quite a bit in over a year, haven't you? Not only have you grown taller, but you've also become more handsome," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, sitting behind his desk, puffing on a cigarette as he scrutinized Xiangxi with a smile. Over the course of a year, Xiangxi had indeed grown considerably. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Kakashi Hatake, the calmness and resoluteness, gradually leaning towards a samurai's demeanor, had become increasingly evident in him. "I wish to inquire about the circumstances surrounding teacher Kagami's death." Xiangxi articulated his intentions, and by the end of the evening, he seemed to have composed himself. His face devoid of sorrow, replaced instead by a serene calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a look of profound sadness, let out a deep sigh. "My condolences. Mirror was my companion for many years. His passing pains me more than anyone else. However, such is the inevitable fate of a ninja." Xiangxi, with an expression as stoic as stone, responded, "The specifics of the classified mission cannot be disclosed. I have no desire to inquire about the intricate details. I merely wish to know who took the life of Teacher Mirror. As a student of Uchiha Kagami, he lacked the power to resurrect him with the innate ability of the Sharingan, and could only seek vengeance for his fallen master. The culprits are already dead." Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed the brim of his Hokage hat down and continued, "Although we suffered significant losses, none of the adversaries survived. I can say no more." Upon hearing this, Xiangxi clenched his fists until the knuckles turned pale, caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions. The ones who had slain Uchiha Kagami were already gone, and he had lost the chance for personal retribution. "I understand." He exhaled deeply, bowing respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen before departing the Hokage's office. As he pushed the door open, he encountered Shimura Danzo, who entered just as he exited. Danzo, with his right eye bandaged, glanced at Xiangxi with his remaining left eye, and they brushed past each other. Once outside, a glint of cold light flickered in Xiangxi's eyes. He suspected that beneath the bandages covering Danzo's right eye lay the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami. In the original narrative of Hokage, there is no mention of whether Danzo had transplanted Uchiha Kagami's eye. It is only explicitly stated that he possessed the eyes of Uchiha Shursui. Whether he had received a transplant of the Sharingan before Shursui remains unknown. Uchiha Shursui is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami and has not yet been born. Teacher mirrors child, Xiangxi mused, realizing it was time to visit Uchiha Kageme's family. I no longer wish to undertake missions in the land of wind. Tsunade complained incessantly at the gates of Konoha, returning from their assignment. They had spent 2 months in the land of wind, with not a single day of comfort. The arid climate and the relentless sun of the desert had utterly tormented both their spirits and bodies. Orochimaru, however, seemed to fare better, being the most adaptable among them. Despite showing signs of fatigue, he appeared significantly better off than the others, having commanded the mission as well. Tsunade's grievances resonated with the other 2 teams, who began to vent their frustrations. Only Kato Dan remained at the back of the group, a smile perpetually gracing his features as he silently observed Tsunade. She noticed his gaze and thought to herself that Kato Dan was indeed a peculiar individual, as he always seemed to wear a warm smile, regardless of the circumstances. At that moment, Xiangxi had already received a new assignment and was in the land of bears pursuing rogue ninjas. Chapter 67. Pursuit of Rogue Ninjas Uchiha Clan Grounds. In recent years, the Uchiha clan members had grown accustomed to Tsunade's presence. Upon entering the familiar courtyard, she pushed open the gate, only to find that no one was there, as anticipated. To think they said the mission would only last a year, they've yet to return. What a nuisance. Being part of the Umbu is no easy feat. Katsuyu murmured incessantly, entering with an ease that suggested she was returning home. Having just returned from a mission in the Land of Wind, she made her way to the Nara household before visiting her own clan, hoping to surprise Keiki, who had been home since the end of his mission and whom she had not seen for over a year. As she entered the bedroom, she intended to open the window to let in some fresh air, for it had been 2 months since her last visit. Upon reaching the window, her eyes were drawn to an unopened letter resting on the desk beside the sill. A flutter of trepidation coursed through her as she hastily tore open the envelope. The familiar handwriting on the page brought an overwhelming joy to her face. Reading each word, she found herself reclining on the bed. The faint lingering scent, combined with the words on the letter, made her feel as though Keiki were right beside her, softly recounting the moments they had missed together. The letter was lengthy, filled with Keiki's reflections, akin to the convoluted musings of an aging whirlpool. Among the myriad of thoughts, he mentioned the death of Uchiha Kagami. To outsiders, Keiki appeared to have returned to normalcy, yet the sorrow he harbored was intricately woven into the letter. Only with Katsuyu could he unreservedly express his innermost feelings. The final page was a chaotic scrawl, filled with disjointed thoughts. Yet, Katsuyu understood, for between the lines lay his longing for her. Closing her eyes, she pressed the letter against her face, her heart brimming with joy yet tinged with an unspoken sadness. She comprehended the weight of Uchiha Kagami's death and what it signified for Keiki. She had experienced the loss of loved ones, not just once. Yet, when Keiki was engulfed in sorrow, she was not by his side. After a moment's contemplation, Katsuyu sprang up and retrieved the paper and pen Keiki had used to write, leaning over the desk to write fervently. Occasionally, she tapped her head with the pen, her expression more serious than during an exam as she poured her thoughts onto the paper, unskilled in expression and even less adept at offering comfort. Her writing was slow and fragmented, capturing her thoughts as they came, her handwriting far coarser than Keiki's. She did not bother to count the pages, but once finished, she neatly placed the letter into an envelope, confident that Keiki would understand, just as she had grasped the essence of his words. She infused her own yearning into the letter. Meanwhile, far away in the land of bears, Keiki seemed to sense something amiss. He touched the necklace resting against his chest, gazing into the depths of the canyon. Is something wrong? Kiba Shikaka noted Keiki's unusual demeanor and stiffened, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Keiki shook his head. It's nothing, just a sudden thought. I will explain after we complete our mission. The white wolf barked twice, tracking the scent of the rogue ninja, now drawing near. The land of bears was characterized by dense forests and the perilous Hell S Valley, filled with toxic mists. This natural barrier remarkably deterred invasions, isolating the land of bears from the outside world. Consequently, the population within this environment was sparse, with only one relatively large town within a 100-mile radius. It was now afternoon, and the town bustled with people, a mix of varying backgrounds and intentions. As the sun casts its slanted rays, golden beams penetrate the uneven rooftops, spilling onto the earthen path and intertwining shadows to create a vivid tableau of light and dark. Xiangxi and Shikubo, dressed in casual attire, seamlessly blend into this bustling street scene. Their gazes flit about, scanning every corner of the thoroughfare. Over there, beneath the eaves of a dilapidated building at a street corner, a shadow darts swiftly past, vanishing into the depths of another alley. A glimmer of insight flashes in Xiangshi's eyes as he immediately restrains Shikubo, who is about to move forward, gesturing with his gaze towards the direction of the fleeing rogue. Shikubo subtly shakes his head, signaling Xiangshi to refrain from acting impulsively. Xiangshi comprehends Shikubo's intent and nods softly. The two of them, in perfect accord, merge into the crowd, quietly approaching the alley. The alley is narrow and deep, flanked by crumbling houses and piles of debris. The sunlight is obscured by the high eaves, leaving only mottled patterns of light dancing upon the ground. Xiangshi and Shikubo advance cautiously along the alley, their footsteps light and silent, akin to two stealthy leopards stalking their prey. Suddenly, a faint sound emanates from ahead, prompting Xiangshi and Shikubo to press themselves against the wall, holding their breath. In the shadows, a filthy little beggar appears at the end of the alley. He scans his surroundings warily, and upon confirming that all is clear, he hastily crosses the alley, heading towards the other side of the village. Xiangshi and Shikubo follow closely behind, despite the beggar's adept disguise, which includes not only a masterful transformation technique, but also a willingness to become utterly filthy and reeking. Xiangshi's Sharingan can see through his ruse. Before long, the little beggar seems to sense something amiss, frequently altering his course, sometimes concealing himself in the dim alleyways, other times blending into the throngs of people. This evasive maneuvering sends a jolt of tension through Xiangshi. He has never tracked an adversary employing so many tricks. Shikubo, with far more experience, skillfully utilizes the keen nose of his white wolf and the insights from Xiangshi's Sharingan to discern the faintest traces, never pausing as he expertly changes direction. Hot on the beggar's trail, realizing he cannot shake off his pursuers within the town, the little beggar makes a bold decision. He bolts out of the village, racing into the valleys that lie on the outskirts, hoping to exploit the toxic fumes and the complex terrain of the forest to elude capture. The foliage in the valley thickens, casting a shadowy veil that allows sunlight to filter through in scattered patches, providing natural cover for his flight. Furthermore, the air is thick with noxious fumes, emanating a nauseating stench. Ignoring the discomfort and dizziness, the little beggar swiftly weaves through the valley, his form flickering in and out of sight among the trees. Upon entering the valley, Xiangshi and the White Wolf's tracking abilities become significantly hampered. The dense foliage and toxic air severely restrict their vision and sense of smell. Consequently, the pursuit is entirely led by Shikubo, who, while discerning the trail, also identifies the traps set by the little beggar, truly an eye-opening experience. The pursuit continued into the night, with Konoha's Sasuke and Kakashi finally cornering the small beggar. In the encounter among the three, there was little to be said. The beggar struck first. A surge of chakra erupted from him as he swiftly formed hand seals. Yet, Sasuke and Kakashi were equally swift. In the blink of an eye, lightning and flames converged, two blades of light sealing off the beggar's escape. Wind style, thousand faces of wind. Faced with the imminent threat of the two, the beggar retreated hastily, completing his seals and thrusting both palms forward, materializing thousands of delicate wind blades. Sasuke smirked, sensing the demonic power emanating from his weapon, and remarked, "You possess a fair amount of chakra, akin to an average J-nin, but I fail to comprehend your audacity to defect." The beggar's body stiffened. His ninjutsu had faltered, just as he completed his seals. Although he evaded White Fang and Iron Shatter Fang, the latter still severed the chakra surging from him. In the depths of the valley, thick toxic air permeated, rendering each breath a burden. The beggar dispelled his transformation, reverting to a young man in his mid-20s, bearing a scar across his face. Shadow Clone Technique. The rogue ninja's eyes gleamed with madness as he conjured for shadow clones, charging forth to entangle Sasuke and Kakashi, while his true self continued to form seals. He was not a master of taijutsu. The shadow clones were swiftly dismantled by Sasuke and Kakashi. Meanwhile, his ninjutsu was completed, free from the interference of Iron Shatter Fang. He unleashed a fire dragon that wreaked havoc within the forest. Sasuke's Iron Shatter Fang cleaved through the oncoming fire dragon, rendering lower-tier fire techniques virtually ineffective. On the other side, Kakashi was enveloped in lightning, darting past the dissipating flames. Wind style, thousand faces of wind. The rogue ninja unleashed the wind technique again, manifesting thousands of wind blades that sliced through the forest, severing branches that cascaded from above. Kakashi wielded White Fang, shattering everything in his path with an unstoppable force. No matter how many wind blades or thick branches crossed his way, they were effortlessly bisected. Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan spun incessantly, navigating through the multitude of wind blades. Flames erupting sporadically, as he pierced the rogue ninja's chest with a strike born from the tempest of wind and fire. Simultaneously, Kakashi's White Fang glided across the rogue ninja's throat. With two fatal wounds inflicted simultaneously, the rogue's body froze, lifeless. Sasuke maintained his iron shatter fang embedded in the rogue ninja, siphoning the chakra that ebbed away with the latter's demise. Kakashi observed this scene in silence, patiently waiting for Sasuke to finish absorbing before he began to handle the rogue's corpse. Your swordsmanship has significantly improved. While processing the body, Kakashi took a moment to commend Sasuke. Glancing at his own blade nearing the 6th tier, Sasuke casually replied, "Having been in your company for so long, it would be unacceptable for my swordsmanship not to advance." The white wolf howled twice. This was the battle it yearned for, one that required no intervention on its part, as it had already been resolved. With the pursuit concluded, I wish to attend to a personal matter. Shwomo, you should return to the town and await my return. If all goes well, I should be back in a day or two, Xiangxi suddenly remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Chimu Shwomo inquired, "Is it convenient to disclose the details?" Xiangxi smiled lightly. "There is nothing inconvenient about it. It pertains to the matter of the iron shattered tooth. I have heard that there exists a star ninja village in the Bear Country, where a celestial meteorite is enshrined. The ninjas of the star ninja village practice their skills around this meteorite, and I wish to ascertain whether the iron shattered tooth can procure any abilities." "Ninja village?" Chimu Shwomo exclaimed, his demeanor turning grave. "You intend to infiltrate alone and seize treasures from within the ninja village? Fear not, the star ninja village harbors few formidable foes. Even their strongest leader is merely a Nin." Xiangxi reassured him with a wave of his hand, signaling that there was no cause for alarm. Yet, it was indeed a ninja village. Should their presence be discovered, it could potentially lead to diplomatic complications. Shwomo believed that without a mission, it would be ill-advised to invade another ninja village alone, as it would be difficult to justify upon return. Even if discovered, as long as I refrain from using the Sharingan, they will remain oblivious to my identity, Xiangxi persisted, eager to seize the rare opportunity to enhance his own strength. Shwomo's expression reflected his internal conflict. As the leader of the Umbu, he ought to prevent Xiangxi from embarking on an endeavor that could yield dire consequences. However, after a brief deliberation, he resolved to accompany Xiangxi into the Star Ninja Village. Should anything transpire, he could provide cover. When Shwomo proposed to join him, Xiangxi did not decline. Though he did not anticipate any mishaps, having an additional ally was undoubtedly advantageous, especially since Shwomo's prowess surpassed his own, and his experience was far greater. As night enveloped the land, the Star Ninja Village appeared particularly enigmatic under the moonlight. The village was small, lacking significant defenses or barriers, allowing Xiangxi and Shwomo to infiltrate with ease. Upon entering the village, they occasionally heard the faint footsteps of 2 or 3 patrolling guards. Xiangxi swiftly maneuvered through the shadows of the buildings, blending seamlessly into the nocturnal ambience. Shwomo followed closely behind, maintaining vigilance and attuning himself to the surrounding sounds. They had chosen not to bring the white wolf. Its presence would have been tantamount to entering openly. The exact location of the star was unknown to them. Prior to their arrival, Xiangxi had contemplated using the illusion of the Sharingan to manipulate a lower-ranked ninja into revealing the star's whereabouts. Even if the illusion were to dissipate and the ninja recalled the Sharingan, they would have long since vanished into the distance. Shwomo dismissed Xiangxi's notion, suggesting instead that he employ his own illusion techniques to ascertain the star's location, thereby avoiding any risk of exposure to the Sharingan. Though his elite Nin prowess primarily relied on lightning techniques and swordsmanship, he was competent in other aspects as well. While illusions might not prove effective against foes of equal strength, they would be more than sufficient against those of lower ranks. Beneath a half-open window, Shwomo utilized sensory ninjutsu to probe the room, assessing the number of occupants and their chakra levels. After confirming that the individuals within possess, at most, the chakra of a low-ranking ninja, he instructed Xiangxi to wait outside the window, while he stealthily entered through the window, making not a sound. Moments later, Hatake Tsukumo emerged and nodded to Xiangxi, and the two proceeded to stealthily navigate towards the cluster of buildings in the southern part of the village. Here, they had to exercise even greater caution, as a guard was stationed at every courtyard gate, and the so-called Star Shadow resided nearby. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. Seizing the opportunity, Xiangxi and Hatake Tsukumo slipped inside, perhaps due to the Star Ninja Village's isolation from the outside world. The guards stationed at the gates exhibited alarmingly low vigilance, allowing their infiltration to proceed with such astonishing ease that they could scarcely believe it. In the innermost chamber, a pedestal stood at the center, upon which lay a meteorite, entirely purple, radiating a soft glow that seemed to resonate with the stars, though its brilliance was faint. It appeared particularly resplendent against the backdrop of the pitch-black night. Hatake Tsukumo meticulously examined the surroundings of the pedestal, scrutinizing every corner for any hidden traps. After a considerable time, he finally confirmed that all was secure. Taking a deep breath, Xiangxi gently lifted the meteorite from the pedestal, finding it much lighter than he had anticipated. The treasured star, revered by the Star Ninja Village, was thus easily acquired. Exchanging a glance with Hatake Tsukumo, the two silently retraced their steps, the entire process conducted without a whisper, evading any notice. By the time dawn broke, they had already reached the border of the Bear Country. When the villagers of the Star Ninja Village finally discovered the theft, they would likely be at a loss as to where to pursue. A village that boasted only the highest combat prowess of a jonin dared to call itself a shadow. Had it not been for its toxic mists and dense forests isolating it from the outside, it might have long since ceased to exist. What abilities does this star possess? In the bird country, Hatake Tsukumo and Xiangxi halted. Hatake Tsukumo gazed curiously at the meteorite emanating purple light in Xiangxi's hand and inquired. Xiangxi drew forth the Tetsu no Kiba, a smile gracing his lips. We shall ascertain its secrets by severing it. Chapter 69, A New Ability Clang. The Tetsu no Kiba struck the star, sending sparks flying and causing Xiangxi's hand to tingle. Stretching his limbs, he continued to hack at the star. Akin to a blacksmith tirelessly forging iron, the rhythmic clang resonating. Hatake Tsukumo observed from the sidelines, uncertain of the star's unique capabilities. His gaze shifted back to the Tetsu no Kiba, intrigued by the blade that could seize abilities. The existence of bloodline limits intertwined with blades was indeed a marvel. Hatake Tsukumo mused, recalling how Xiangxi had mentioned a second bloodline limit beyond the Sharingan. This bloodline had transcended chakra, detached from the realm of ninjas, leaving him to ponder its classification outside the scope of bloodline limits. With a dull thud, the star finally shattered under the relentless strikes of the Tetsu no Kiba, leaving the blade imbued with a hue of purple light. Xiangxi exhaled in relief. It seemed his anticipation had been correct. Beyond mere weaponry, the treasure with special abilities could also yield its powers to the Tetsu no Kiba. In the original Inuyasha, the Tetsu no Kiba had once cleaved the Shirkan jewel, transforming into a crimson form that possessed the ability to break barriers. What do you think? Kakashi Shoma approached, gazing at the iron fragment tooth enveloped in a layer of purple light. Xiangxi closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the power of the iron fragment tooth. Suddenly, his demonic energies surged forth, coalescing into an indistinct beast of blue energy, its fierce purple eyes glaring ominously as it circled around Xiangxi. In a brief moment, the beast dissipated like smoke, and a pair of wings, imbued with demonic energy and radiating purple light, unfurled from behind Xiangxi. Each feather appeared vividly alive, more dynamic and vibrant than the previous wings of demonic energy. Soon, the wings transformed into a cascade of luminous rain, surrounding him with a protective purple shield. At that moment, Xiangxi opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression, and said to Kakashi Shoma, "Try attacking me." Without hesitation, Kakashi Shoma drew his blade and struck, yet refrained from utilizing lightning chakra. Understanding that Xiangxi was testing a new ability, he held back his power. Facing the descending white blade, Xiangxi neither dodged nor defended with the iron fragment tooth, merely observing as the white blade descended. Upon making contact with his purple shield, the blade could descend no further, ripples dancing across the shield as it held its ground. With renewed vigor, Xiangxi called out, again. Kakashi Shoma struck once more, exerting 70 to 80% of his strength, yet still failing to breach the purple shield. Even when he attempted to unleash his full power, The outcome remained unchanged. Shall we continue? If you do, I will have to use my chakra, Kakashi Shoma cautioned. Xiangxi nodded, signaling him to proceed earnestly. With a crackling sound, Kakashi Shoma unleashed his chakra, enveloping the white blade in lightning, resembling a thunderbolt descending from the heavens. In an instant, the purple shield trembled as if a colossal stone had plunged into water, ripples surging relentlessly, the circular barrier contorting as if on the verge of shattering. Xiangxi's expression hardened. His demonic energy surged forth like a torrent, stabilizing the purple shield, which firmly resisted the electric white blade. Kakashi Shoma was taken aback, astonished that his serious strike with lightning chakra had failed to shatter the purple shield. He was acutely aware of the power behind his strike, augmented by the lightning chakra. Ordinary weapons would shatter upon contact, and few could withstand such an assault. Let us try again. Kakashi Shoma's competitive spirit ignited, the lightning on the white blade crackling with a nearly tangible presence, producing a cacophony that pierced the ears. Boom! Kakashi Shoma unleashed a devastating blow, his might unparalleled. Akin to a legendary sword being drawn, instinctively infused with an aura of lethal intent. Before this all-cleaving strike, the purple shield shattered with a thunderous crash. Xiangxi's countenance shifted dramatically. In a split second, he activated his Sharingan, perilously raising his blade to defend, only to be violently cleaved away. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body tingling, unable to muster strength. As the lightning faded, Xiangxi was pushed back several steps. Kneeling on the ground, propped up by the iron fragment tooth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The white wolf, startled into immobility, observed Xiangxi's blood without reacting, deciding to maintain a safe distance from this peculiar individual in the future. I wonder, did you intend to kill me, senior? Xiangxi remarked with a wry smile, genuinely surprised by Kakashi Shoma's fierce strike, which felt no different from a lethal blow. After breaking through the violet barrier, Kakashi realized his impulsiveness and hastily sheathed his white fang, approaching Xiangxi with an apologetic demeanor. I acted rashly. I sincerely apologize, he expressed, his face tinged with embarrassment. Xiangxi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lamented, I infiltrated the Star Ninja village unscathed, yet here I am, injured by your blade. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly and attempted to change the subject. What ability did you acquire this time? It seems quite formidable. Xiangxi returned the iron broken fang to its sheath, explaining, it should be energy activation, allowing me to condense demonic power into various forms for offensive attacks or to create a barrier for defense. Kakashi, astonished, inquired, the sword's power can also be applied to your body? Indeed, Xiangxi clarified. The iron broken fang is intrinsically linked to my demonic power. As long as I carry it, I can utilize its abilities. He elaborated that the sword was forged from his own teeth, making it one with his demonic energy. However, for abilities unrelated to demonic power, such as Wind Slash, he could not perform them without the sword. As for the ability to absorb chakra, he naturally possessed the talent for spirit theft, enabling him to use it even without the sword, though it required physical contact. The capacity to condense attacks into various forms may not hold significant value for you. However, that defensive barrier is quite advantageous, given your lack of effective defense, Kakashi remarked thoughtfully. Xiangxi nodded, acknowledging that while he lacked in offensive capabilities, utilizing demonic energy for form-based attacks paled in comparison to a direct strike. He already had Wind Slash for ranged attacks and could employ fire-based assaults with lower energy consumption, rendering such techniques somewhat superfluous for him. However, he had always been deficient in defensive measures. The Uchiha clan's combat philosophy emphasized relentless offense. As Uchiha Yusuke would say, the best defense is a good offense. With the Sharingan, he could foresee most attacks and evade them if he was swift and powerful enough, rendering defense moot. Charging headlong into battle was the way to go. Xiangxi held a different perspective. What if he encountered an unavoidable attack someday? For instance, Gaara's all-encompassing sand attacks or Deidara's self-destructive bombings, not to mention the exaggerated devastation of a tailed beast bomb. Having an additional defensive option could prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, he recognized the urgent need to enhance his demonic power limits, as the barrier's defensive capabilities relied on his energy. The stronger the attack it absorbed, the greater the energy expenditure. Kakashi's blade, with its instantaneous explosive force, had already surpassed the energy he could muster to maintain the barrier. leaving it vulnerable before he could reinforce it further. Had he possessed sufficient energy, anticipating the blade's power, he could have preemptively dedicated 1,000 points of demonic energy to sustain it, potentially withstanding the blow. Suddenly, Kakashi posed a question. Xiangxi, do you think merging my teeth with the White Fang would grant me your abilities? Xiangxi paused, finding the inquiry amusing yet perplexing. That requires demonic energy. Do you possess my bloodline limit? Compared to being a ninja, I aspire to be like you, relying solely on my sword and swordsmanship, Kakashi replied. Chapter 70. Summoning Technique. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiangxi and Hatake Tsukumo returned to the Umbu to submit their mission, ushering in a period of respite. As was his custom, Xiangxi first made his way to the Senju clan. Upon reaching the entrance of the Senju territory, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back towards the streets of Konoha to purchase some candies and snacks. He had promised Ju that he would bring him some of his favorite treats. This time, upon arriving at the Senju clan, he found himself less anxious than before. During busy mission periods, it was typical for ninjas to avoid encounters, especially since he was still affiliated with the Umbu. To his surprise, however, he felt no tension. Tsunade was still in Konoha and had not been dispatched on a mission. Brother Xiangxi, next time I want to eat dumplings, exclaimed Ju, who was nearly 4 years old, as he pushed aside the white wolf perched on Xiangxi's shoulder and settled comfortably around his neck, his voice sweet and childlike. Of course, Xiangxi replied, gripping Ju's little legs to prevent him from falling, all the while maintaining a brisk pace. Uzumaki Mido informed Xiangxi that Tsunade was currently at the 7th training ground, training with Orochimaru, prompting Xiangxi to head there immediately. Ju eagerly insisted on accompanying him to see his sister, and Mido, feeling reassured, did not object to their outing together. Before long, the 7th training ground was within sight. A thunderous roar echoed from ahead, unmistakably the sound of Tsunade's formidable strength, likely having created another massive crater in the ground. As Tsunade and Orochimaru came into view, it was evident that the ground was littered with craters several meters deep, causing Xiangxi and Ju to shudder at the sight. It had been a year or two since Xiangxi last sparred with Tsunade, and her prowess had evidently escalated. Reflecting on his childhood, he recalled how he could once match her in strength due to his demonic enhancement, but now, he found himself utterly unable to compete. Earth release, ground shatter. Orochimaru crouched down, forming seals with his hands before striking the ground, filling in the craters that Tsunade had created during their training. Though the traces of destruction lingered, the area appeared significantly more usable, ensuring it would not hinder other ninjas. With her right fist raised, Tsunade began to concentrate her chakra, preparing to launch another attack, but paused as she noticed Orochimaru suddenly tending to the training ground. Is there something different today? Why is our practical training ending so early? She inquired. In past sessions, Orochimaru would typically use earth release to repair the training ground after their exercises. Yet today, he began tidying up shortly after they had started. Orochimaru stood up and gestured behind Tsunade with a subtle smile. I figured that upon seeing him, you wouldn't have time to train anymore. Let us call it a day. Tsunade turned in confusion to find Xiangxi and Ju simultaneously waving at her, their faces alight with joy. Xiangxi, she exclaimed in delight, instantly dashing into his embrace. The force of her arrival nearly knocked him off balance. Xiangxi patted Tsunade on the back, grinning widely as he teased. Have you been practicing your headbutt again? That little noggin of yours is quite hard. Not at all. I was just too happy for a moment, she replied. Her cheeks flushed with joy. Katsuyu lifted her head, pouting, with a hint of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Xiangxi's heart softened as he gently caressed her small face, his fingers tenderly brushing against her eyelids. I am equally delighted, he murmured. The white wolf let out a howl and darted away, feeling uncomfortable remaining in this space. Ju perched on Xiangxi's neck, a lollipop clutched in his mouth, tugging at Katsuyu's hair and mumbling indistinctly, Sister, I'm here too. Got it. And you're eating candy again. You just had some yesterday. Katsuyu shot him a sharp glance, startling Ju, who quickly removed the lollipop from his mouth and weakly protested. It was given to me by brother Xiangxi. Just this once. Is that so? Katsuyu blinked her eyes. Then I shall let you off this time. Remember, you can only have candy once a week. As she spoke, she playfully swatted Xiangxi's arm, chiding, in the future, do not buy him candy. He is still young, and too much sugar is detrimental. Ju paused, as if witnessing a rare phenomenon, and exclaimed, "Sister, you are so gentle today, nothing like your usual self. If only you could always be this gentle." Katsuyu's expression darkened as she lifted Ju from Xiangshi's neck, pinching his tender cheeks. "What do you mean by being gentle today? Are you itching for a scolding? Do you only find joy in my sternness?" Ju wailed, and Xiangshi, amused, reclaimed him from Katsuyu's embrace. "Why scold him? I already know how gentle you are. Stop crying, Ju, let us ignore your sister. Next time, I'll buy you more candy, all right?" With teary eyes, Ju glanced back and forth between Katsuyu and Xiangshi, before ultimately choosing to cling to Xiangshi's arm. Katsuyu, seeing this, became even angrier. Her ire now directed at both Ju and Xiangshi. "Am I interrupting something?" Orochimaru strolled over leisurely, greeting Xiangshi. Upon seeing the long-absent Orochimaru, Xiangshi noted the subtle changes in him, as he had developed a hint of a cold demeanor, his voice slightly hoarse, indicating he had entered the phase of vocal change. "Interrupting? We spent our childhood together. After all," Xiangshi replied with a smile, glancing around before asking, "Where's Jiraiya? Why isn't he with you? Who knows where that fool has wandered off to?" Katsuyu huffed. Orochimaru explained, "Jiraiya was too eager to learn the summoning technique and accidentally performed reverse summoning, disappearing without a trace. The teacher reassured us that he should be safe." Xiangshi, realizing the timing, calculated that it was indeed the period when the three legendary ninjas would be mastering the summoning technique. Jiraiya had likely been reverse summoned to my Bokuzen, gaining significant power and learning sage techniques. When he returns, he would undoubtedly astonish both Katsuyu and Orochimaru. "Xiangshi, let me show you my summoning technique. I guarantee it will astonish you." Katsuyu's brows arched as she chuckled and stepped back a few paces. She then bit her finger, formed the necessary seals, and slammed her bloodied hand onto the ground. With a resounding boom, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the training ground. As the smoke dissipated, an enormous slug, towering at least 10 meters high, emerged, exuding a formidable presence. Tsunade stood atop the slug, surveying the expanse before her with an air of superiority. Hands firmly placed on her hips, she declared with a triumphant smile, "What do you think? The living slug not only possesses healing abilities, but can also unleash a torrent of corrosive slime as an offensive attack. With the slug by my side, you, Xiangshi, may not stand a chance against me." Xiangshi offered a faint smile, choosing silence as his response, while Shinshu displayed his discontent. "The slug is not impressive, Orochimaru. I want to see the great serpent," he urged. "Orochimaru, summon your spirit beast and allow Xiangshi to witness your prowess." Tsunade called out from her perch on the slug. Though Orochimaru lacked Tsunade's desire for ostentation, he complied with the coaxing of both Tsunade and Shinshu, summoning forth his spirit beast. In a cloud of immense smoke, a massive gray serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged. Its chilling gaze and ominous presence sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Cold-blooded creatures have a way of instilling fear. Chapter 71. The contest. Shinshu clapped his hands in delight at the sight of the gray serpent. Any other child would have likely fled in terror at such a sight, yet he remained unfazed. The moment the serpent appeared, the surrounding air grew frigid. From the sidelines, the white wolf observed the spectacle, its eyes darting with excitement, before it howled and charged towards Xiangshi. With a resounding roar, the white wolf ascended, engulfed in flames, transforming into a towering figure, reaching nearly 7 to 8 meters in height. The sudden transformation left the others momentarily bewildered. As the flames dissipated, the white wolf stood proudly in its demon form, exuding a formidable presence, despite being slightly shorter than the serpent and the slug. "Such a remarkable dog," Shinshu exclaimed in admiration. The previously low growls of the white wolf softened at Shinshu's praise, and it cast a discontented glance his way before turning to wag its tail at Xiangshi. Xiangshi understood the wolf's intentions, bemused by its desire for his blood. "What nonsense!" Xiangshi chided, instructing the wolf to revert to its smaller form, lest onlookers misconstrue the scene as a preparation for battle against Tsunade and Orochimaru. The white wolf, feeling slighted, shrank back to the size of a small dog, pondering why Xiangshi scolded it when it merely sought to support him. Tsunade dispelled her summoning technique and approached, cradling the white wolf in her arms, scratching its chin affectionately. "The white wolf has been growing stronger, hasn't he it? During the Chunin exams, its demon form was only about 5 meters tall, and now it has surpassed 7. Orochimaru, having also dispelled his summoning, regarded the white wolf with intrigue. It appears to possess an ordinary lineage but exhibits unexpected potential for growth. Just a foolish dog, Xiangxi chuckled, aware that the wolf's transformation was a result of the nurturing influence of his demonic blood. It's been a while since I've sparred with you, Xiangxi. I wonder if I might witness your true strength, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips, causing a shiver to run down Xiangxi's spine. Orochimaru increasingly resembled the cold, calculating figure he would become in the future, a prospect both daunting and intriguing. Tsunade, visibly excited, chimed in. Yes, I too wish to see your abilities, Xiangxi. I've grown weary of training solely with Orochimaru. Let us have a match today. A mischievous glint appeared on Xiangxi's face as he replied, if I'm not mistaken. Aren't you both still Chunin? We have merely yet to apply for the Jonin examination. I shall still defeat the Jonin, Tsunade declared fiercely, raising her fist. Then come forth. Xiangxi replied with an air of nonchalance, placing Sh Tree down on the ground and stepping into the training field to confront Orochimaru. With the new abilities acquired from Tessaiga and the progress made over the past 2 years under the guidance of Kakashi Hatake, his strength had evolved far beyond the previous level where he had merely scraped the threshold of Jonin status through wind injury. Now, he possessed the formidable prowess of a Jonin in full force. Orochimaru stood a good 10 meters away from Xiangxi, his expression grave, feeling the weight of pressure regarding this match. Even 2 years ago, Xiangxi's capabilities had already surpassed his own, and now he could only expect Xiangxi to be even stronger. Yet, he was eager to test his mettle against the increasingly powerful Xiangxi to gauge his own progress over the last 2 years. Above the village of Konoha, sunlight streamed through wispy clouds, casting a warm glow over the training ground. With a sudden gust of wind, both figures vanished in an instant, leaving behind only fleeting shadows and swirling dust. Upon closer inspection, Xiangxi was swiftly closing in on Orochimaru, who was equally quick, retreating while forming hand seals. Tessaiga ignited with flames, and with a flourish of his blade, 3 fiery slashes were unleashed to hinder Orochimaru's movements. Upon completing his seals, Orochimaru conjured a towering earthen wall, approximately 3 to 4 meters high, standing resolutely between them. Xiangxi paused momentarily before the wall. It was merely a spar, not a life-or-death confrontation worthy of such a devastating technique. With a powerful slash, Tessaiga cleaved through the earthen barrier. Before the dust could settle, Orochimaru had already finished his seals and unleashed a tempest, interspersed with nearly invisible wind blades. Activating his Sharingan, Xiangxi charged through the gale, shattering the wind blades with each swing of his sword. Boom! Orochimaru's low explosion erupted as the explosive tags concealed at the base of the earth wall detonated. Xiangxi had intentionally disrupted the wind release to divert his attention, creating the perfect opportunity for the explosive tags to catch him off guard. As flames engulfed Xiangxi's form, Orochimaru remained vigilant, never underestimating the likelihood of Xiangxi's defeat. Amidst the chaos of flames, Orochimaru split into 4 shadow clones, strategically scattering around the explosion, hurling shurikens into the fire to probe for Xiangxi's whereabouts. With a series of sharp clinks, Xiangxi burst forth from the smoke, unscathed. Tsunade, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was not that she feared for Xiangxi's safety. She had full confidence in his abilities, yet inexplicably, her heart had tightened when she thought he might be caught off guard. Well-orchestrated tactics, Xiangxi remarked appreciatively, before his expression turned serious. I shall now engage earnestly. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished, unleashing his true speed. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and when he next beheld Xiangxi, a blade was already descending upon him. At such velocity, there was no time to evade. He could only desperately block with a kunai. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru was forced back several steps, and before he could regain his footing, Xiangxi's onslaught continued, breaking through his defenses in mere moments, with a blade poised to strike. Clang! 2 shadow clones of Orochimaru each hurled a shuriken, only to have them deflected by Tensouga. Meanwhile, 2 additional shadow clones rushed forth to provide support for the main body. The Sharingan in the west continuously rotated, elegantly dodging and weaving amid the onslaught from Orochimaru and his clones, reminiscent of a captivating dance, a quintessential display of the Uchiha clan's combat style. Bang! Bang! Within mere moments, 2 shadow clones were dispelled, leaving the remaining 2 clones and the original Orochimaru in a precarious position. Orochimaru instructed the two clones to hold their ground while he retreated a few steps to begin hand seals, an immense chakra surging forth from him, indicative of a formidable jutsu. The westward fighter pursued the original Orochimaru, forcing back a clone with a swift strike, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Orochimaru. However, just as he was a mere meter away, Orochimaru had already completed his hand seals and, despite the distance, swung his blade through the air. A smirk curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth as he slammed his palms onto the ground, preparing to unleash his jutsu. In the next moment, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. His jutsu had failed to activate. My chakra? At that moment, he realized that the chakra he intended to use for his jutsu had inexplicably vanished. The westward fighter brought his blade down, and Orochimaru, in a state of uncertainty, blocked it with a kunai, observing the scales appearing on the back of Tetsutsuya's blade, which seemed to impart a revelation. The scaled Tetsutsuya rested upon the kunai, incessantly siphoning away chakra. Orochimaru finally understood why his jutsu had failed. At that moment, the two dispelled shadow clones, having been forced back, launched an attack from behind the westward fighter. Without turning his head, he ignited Tetsutsuya once more, the flames intensifying until they transformed into a raging inferno. Chapter 72. Surrender. As the two clouds of smoke dissipated, the remaining two shadow clones of Orochimaru were dispelled, and his original form was engulfed by the flames. Just as the westward fighter aimed to extinguish the fire, Orochimaru's body suddenly morphed into a puddle of mud, a mere earth clone. A flicker of surprise crossed the westward fighter's eyes. Upon reflection, he deduced that Orochimaru must have released the earth clone when the earthen wall first obstructed him. Indeed, engaging in close combat with the westward fighter was unwise. Two Orochimarus emerged from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, leaving the question of which was the original or where the true body was hidden. After uttering this, the left Orochimaru formed hand seals to execute a wind-based jutsu, while the right Orochimaru unleashed a fire-based jutsu, the wind augmenting the fire's might, exponentially increasing its potency. Unlike before, such combined jutsu no longer required Jiraiya's collaboration. He could execute it independently. The westward fighter narrowed his eyes. Positioning the fiery Tetsutsuya before him as a fire dragon surged forth, clawing its way toward Orochimaru. A tempestuous wind howled as the right Orochimaru expelled his fire jutsu, only to suddenly sense a tumult within his chakra, resulting in a failure to cast the technique. He shook his head in confusion, but soon felt his chakra stabilize, quickly realizing he had fallen victim to an illusion. The wind bolstered the flames, which only served to amplify the fire dragon conjured by the westward fighter, swiftly engulfing both Orochimarus. Earth release, decapitation technique. Suddenly, two hands grasped the westward fighter's feet, and he unleashed his demonic energy, soaring into the air to avoid being pulled underground. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Emerging from the earth, Orochimaru performed a series of hand seals, summoning a serpent of clay that erupted from the ground, roaring silently as it lunged at the airborne Xiangxi, who found himself devoid of any leverage. One must admit, Orochimaru's strategy was remarkably intricate, with each maneuver intricately linked to the next. As Xiangxi unfurled his wings behind him, he deftly evaded the attack in midair. However, the encounter was far from over. Orochimaru hurled 3 shurikens, executing the shadow clone technique with them. In an instant, shurikens filled the sky, leaving no room for evasion. At that moment, just as Xiangxi prepared to carve out an opening with his fiery blade, a thought struck him. He paused his hand, unexpectedly charging towards the multitude of shurikens. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiangxi adopting a posture of surrender. A clone? Tsunade too wore a perplexed expression. According to logic, Xiangxi should not be capable of using ninjutsu, so how could it be a clone? Just as the shurikens were about to strike Xiangxi, a violet circular barrier suddenly appeared before him, deflecting the projectiles entirely. Sensing the waning of his demonic energy, Xiangxi felt a sense of satisfaction. The energy expenditure required to withstand ordinary shurikens was minimal, allowing him the capability to maintain the barrier against shurikens for an entire day. With a flap of his wings, Xiangxi surged through the chaos of shuriken clones, arriving before Orochimaru. With a wry smile, Orochimaru conceded, "I surrender. If I cannot defeat you with this, I have no further means at my disposal. Should this battle continue, I would have no choice but to summon a giant snake to fight." My ninjutsu struggles to inflict harm upon you, and my chakra reserves are dwindling. You are indeed formidable. If I did not possess Tetsusai, I doubt I would stand a chance against you. Your strength as a jonin is undeniable, especially among the elite. Xiangxi mused, recognizing that not only he had progressed, but the legendary Sannin had also been rapidly growing in power. Tsunade rushed over, holding onto the rope tree, and comforted Orochimaru with a smile. It is perfectly normal to lose to Xiangxi. Even I, as the leader, might not be able to best him. Moreover, your strengths are countered by his abilities. Had it been another jonin, the outcome would be uncertain. As a companion, Tsunade was well aware of Orochimaru's prowess, which could be described as a versatile master of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Yet, against Xiangxi, jinjutsu proved ineffective, and taijutsu was precisely Xiangxi's forte, leaving Orochimaru to rely solely on ninjutsu for defense. As a disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru had attained remarkable mastery over all 5 elemental natures, excelling particularly in earth, fire, and wind styles. However, Xiangxi, wielding Tetsusai, was no slouch in the realm of ninjutsu either, and coupled with his incredible speed, Orochimaru found it challenging to find opportunities to deploy his techniques freely. Furthermore, Xiangxi had yet to unleash his wind slash. Most ninjutsu would struggle to withstand such an attack. Is that violet halo a new ability of Tetsusai? Tsunade inquired, aware that Tetsusai could absorb the capabilities of other weapons. Xiangxi nodded, a sheepish smile gracing his face. I played the part of a thief just once, pilfering it from a small ninja village. Orochimaru interjected, does the fish scale on Tetsusai also represent a new ability? Can it absorb chakra from a distance? Indeed. Within approximately 1 meter, Tetsusai can forcibly siphon chakra, Xiangxi explained. He had attempted to extend the range for the fish scale's chakra absorption, but regardless of his efforts, it remained limited to about 1 meter. Given this constraint, it merely facilitated chakra absorption during combat, offering no additional benefits elsewhere. It appears your experiences in the Umbu have been quite fruitful. Come, let us indulge in a couple of drinks, and you can share your thoughts with me. Your letter did not mention any of this. Tsunade's radiant smile was infectious, and ignoring SHJu's protests, she insisted on heading to the tavern. Sister, Grandma says minors aren't allowed to drink. SHJu tugged at Tsunade's sleeve. Mind your own business. Tsunade shot back, her eyes narrowing. With a gentle motion, Xiangxi picked up SHJu and playfully pinched his nose. SHJu is right. Let's rather go for a meal together. Orochimaru chimed in with a grin. You two go ahead. I have already delayed Xiangxi for quite some time. If I were to intrude further, Tsunade would surely give me a beating. Xiangxi turned his head towards Tsunade, who blushed and retorted, What are you saying? If you keep talking nonsense, I might actually hit you. Let us go together. We have grown up side by side. No need for such distant words, Xiangxi chuckled. Tomorrow will suffice. There is no need to rush. With that, Orochimaru turned to leave. But before exiting the training ground, he added, Someone seems rather eager. Tsunade furrowed her brows, ready to chase after Orochimaru for a deserved thrashing, but Xiangxi held her back. Sister, what does it mean to be a third wheel? Get lost. Brother, your wings are so beautiful. I want to fly too. After we finish our meal and return, I will take you flying, but not in public. Then I want to ride the dog. It turns out the dog can grow larger. That is certainly possible. Xiangxi, ever obliging towards SHJu's whims, promptly transformed the white wolf into its giant form. Initially reluctant, the wolf quickly complied upon hearing promises of rewards, happily carrying SHJu while deliberately slowing its pace to ensure he wouldn't fall. The trio, 2 adults and 1 child, gradually disappeared into the distance from the training ground. After their meal, Xiangxi took Tsunade and SHJu to the Uchiha clan's estate. In his courtyard, he flew several circles in the sky with SHJu in his arms. Ecstatic on his first flight, SHJu shouted with joy. Tsunade, grounded, grew displeased and demanded that SHJu come down so she could have her turn in the air. You are acting like a child, Xiangxi chuckled, shaking his head. And what if I am a child? Hee. Tsunade made a silly face at Xiangxi before quickly altering her expression, asserting her elder sister authority to bring SHJu down to play with the white wolf. Then leaped into Xiangxi's arms, urging him to fly higher. In Chapter 73, Anger, above the Uchiha clan estate, Xiangxi soared through the sky with Tsunade in his embrace. The energy consumed by the wings was substantial, and Xiangxi could only maintain flight for a few minutes. However, upon learning this, Tsunade offered her chakra to him, insisting on continuing their aerial journey. The sight of two figures soaring above attracted the attention of many Uchiha clan members, who, with serious expressions, activated their Sharingan, only to find it was Xiangshi and Tsunade, leaving them bemused and amused, with no one willing to intervene. It seems the Hokage is too busy to take you on missions. Jiraiya is also absent, leaving just you and Orochimaru to handle tasks. That must be exhausting. Xiangshi and Tsunade basked in the tranquility of the moment, engaging in idle conversation. Tsunade rested her head against Xiangshi's chest and softly replied, "Not at all. Ever since Jiraiya's disappearance, we have been collaborating with other teams for our missions, and it has been rather easygoing." Xiangshi raised an eyebrow. "With your temperament, are you truly able to get along with other teams?" "Of course. Am I really that difficult to deal with?" Tsunade gently punched Xiangshi, huffing, "Let me tell you, not only do they get along well with me, but there are also those who secretly admire me." Upon hearing this, Xiangshi feigned anger. "Who? How dare they covet our Konoha princess? Just watch me break their legs." Tsunade rolled her eyes. "What nonsense are you spouting? There are plenty of people who like me. Are you going to break the legs of every single one of them?" "Just kidding. You are Tsunade after all. It's only natural to attract admirers, even secret ones." Xiangshi teased. "What? You don't seem worried at all." Tsunade's expression soured slightly. "What is there to worry about? Jiraiya likes you too, and he has known you since childhood. I'm not worried about him, so why should I fret over a new teammate? But Dayton is far superior to Jiraiya. Not only is he kind and gentle, but he is also quite handsome and has received a refined family education. His demeanor and poise far surpass that of Jiraiya." "That lecherous fool, Dayton." Xiangshi's heart raced. "What is his name?" "His name is Dayton, from the Kato clan." "Kato Dayton?" Xiangshi tightened his grip on Tsunade's hand, suddenly overwhelmed with thoughts upon hearing the name of Tsunade's lover from the original Naruto storyline. Noticing Xiangshi's change, Tsunade asked curiously, "What is wrong?" "You should keep your distance from that Kato Dayton. Do not carry out missions with their team anymore." Xiangshi's voice turned somber. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Didn't you say you weren't worried?" "It's different." Xiangshi narrowed his eyes. "Just stay away from him. If he dares to pester you, I will indeed break his legs." Tsunade intended to continue teasing Xiangshi, but sensing the faint, unconscious aura of menace emanating from him startled her. She quickly replied, "Just don't do anything reckless. I won't team up with them for missions anymore." "All right, but if he comes looking for you, you must tell me." Xiangshi's expression turned serious, indicating he was not jesting. Tsunade chose not to respond, and instead laughed playfully. "Are you jealous? Don't worry. Just because he is exceptional doesn't mean I will like him. But you should be careful. If you don't behave, I might just end up liking someone else." Xiangshi shot her a sideways glance. "I have admirers too. I never said you should behave, lest I might like someone else." "Who?" Tsunade's expression shifted. Sitting up straight from Xiangshi's embrace, her large eyes fixed intently on him. "During our previous trip to the Land of Water, a female ninja with whom we had a cooperative relationship expressed her feelings for me, but I did not reciprocate," Xiangshi admitted, feeling a bit guilty. Even if Takamine Hanako had approached him for the mission, it wasn't entirely deceitful, was it? "Really? You were gone for over a year, and I worried about you. But it turns out you had a great time in the Land of Water. Who knows what you were up to all that time? You're overthinking it." I never accepted her feelings. The Umbu captain I teamed up with is well aware of this, and it's all documented in the mission reports. "Then why didn't you mention it in your letters?" "I wrote about Dayton in my letters and revealed everything without holding back." "Let me go. I won't let you keep my letters." Tsunade's frustration mounted as she decided to descend from the sky, determined to retrieve the letters she had left behind in Xiangshi's room. Regret filled Xiangshi's heart as he swiftly returned to his bedroom after bringing Tsunade along. With a whoosh, he first caught sight of the letter Tsunade had left behind, seizing it immediately. Tsunade, unable to match Xiangshi's speed, attempted to snatch it back as soon as she noticed. Xiangshi resisted, prompting Tsunade to disregard the sanctity of the bedroom and engage in a fierce scuffle. In the courtyard, the towering trees trembled at the cacophony of thuds emanating from the room, sending a shiver down their spine as they silently prayed for Xiangshi. Fully aware that Tsunade was in a furious rage and the room would soon bear the brunt of it. As anticipated, the walls of the house soon erupted with several large holes, bricks and debris flying about, along with splintered door panels and shattered table legs. "Little pup, you must protect me." The trembling tree sought refuge beside the white wolf, hoping to evade the onslaught of flying objects. After a considerable time, the chaotic room finally fell silent. I assure you, from now on, apart from matters that require confidentiality for missions, I will divulge everything else to you, Xiangxi repeatedly promised, embracing the still fuming Tsunade in the drafty room. This time I shall spare you, but should you dare to repeat such folly, you shall face dire consequences. Tsunade warned with a fierce glare, her expression dangerously intense. There will absolutely be no next time. Have I ever failed to keep my promises to you? Xiangxi replied with a forced smile, wiping the blood that trickled from his nose. His left eye was severely swollen, bruises marred his face, and he felt as though several ribs had been fractured, truly appearing battered and bruised, his body riddled with injuries. He had suffered greatly. Earlier, while flying with the tree and Tsunade, his demonic energy had been completely depleted, relying on Tsunade's chakra to maintain flight thereafter. Upon safely returning to the ground and releasing Tsunade, he ceased absorbing her chakra, finding his demonic energy entirely exhausted. Faced with Tsunade's wrath, he was utterly defenseless, left with no means to articulate his suffering. Under different circumstances, even with only a third of his demonic energy remaining, he would not have been so easily subdued. While he lacked the raw strength to match Tsunade, the enhancement of his demonic energy had always allowed him to hold his ground, or at the very least, evade through speed. Tsunade had indeed chosen a fortuitous moment to unleash her fury upon him. I'll trust you this once, Tsunade huffed, allowing Xiangxi to hold her without resisting as she had in previous encounters. After a brief interval, it seemed her anger had subsided, her tone softening. Does it hurt? Not at all. Such superficial wounds will heal swiftly given my physical resilience, Xiangxi replied, patting his chest in an attempt to convey that he was unscathed, only to inadvertently touch a fractured rib, causing him to grimace while suppressing any outward expression of pain. However, he spoke no falsehood. Once he absorbed some of the White Wolf's chakra to replenish his demonic energy, these minor injuries would indeed mend quickly. Without a robust physique, he dared not remain close to Tsunade. Pain is beneficial. It serves as a lesson to remember. Tsunade noticed Xiangxi's movements, scolding him with her words. Yet her hands surged with chakra as she employed her medical ninjutsu on his injuries. In no time, under Tsunade's exceptional healing arts, Xiangxi's wounds were entirely mended. Though his injuries had healed, an inexplicable chill settled within him. With Tsunade's methods, inflicting severe injuries upon him, then employing medical ninjutsu to heal him, only to repeat the cycle in a fit of rage, is not entirely implausible. A shiver ran through Xiangxi's heart as he pecked Tsunade's cheek in a gesture of gratitude. Tsunade huffed, but leaned her head against Xiangxi's shoulder nonetheless. By the way, I haven't read the letter you left behind, Xiangxi suddenly recalled, pulling out the crumpled note from his pocket, preparing to unfold it. At that moment, Tsunade sprang up, her expression somewhat flustered. Wait until I leave to read it, she said, exiting the room with Shunshu in tow, while Xiangxi followed them home. After escorting them back, Xiangxi gazed at his dilapidated abode with a sigh, pondering how he would spend the night there. The White Wolf trotted over, nuzzling against Xiangxi's pant leg, reminding him of the promised reward yet to be given. Chapter 74. Development of Demon Power. The following day, Xiangxi rose early to seek assistance in repairing his house within the clan grounds. This was when the convenience of possessing ninjutsu truly manifested, particularly the wood release technique. After attending to various chores, Xiangxi set off to find Tsunade at the Senju clan. Having read Tsunade's letter the previous night, his heart brimmed with warmth. Even if she were to strike him again, he would harbor no resentment. Emotions often render one blind, and even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Xiangxi could not escape this truth. Leaving the White Wolf to entertain Shunshu, Xiangxi and Tsunade ventured outside for a leisurely stroll. Aside from occasional festivities, there was little to engage in within Konoha, as it primarily served as a military stronghold, leaving the entertainment options for ninjas rather scarce. Should they gamble at the casino? Yet, Tsunade had long lost her fortune there. However, for the 2 individuals whose feelings were blossoming, even a simple walk together was a source of joy. At the very least, smiles adorned their faces throughout. I heard there's a cinema in the village undergoing renovations. Shall we go watch a movie together when it opens? Xiangxi proposed. Sounds delightful, but you may not fancy the films being shown, Tsunade replied. Xiangxi had little interest in the movies produced in the Hidden Leaf, especially before Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection series made its debut. as the prevalent novels and films were steeped in traditional cliches, lacking allure. How would you know if you don't go see it? Tsunade countered. I've heard that people outside often enjoy going to the movies on dates, particularly in the evening. Time slipped away as they wandered through Konoha, ultimately arriving at Orochimaru's residence, where they had arranged to gather. Orochimaru welcomed them warmly, though his primary interest lay in ninjutsu, leading to discussions between the three about the research of techniques and enhancement of strength. As their conversation flowed, they eventually found themselves at the training grounds. With Xiangxi and Tsunade's assistance, Orochimaru experimented with ninjutsu, and Xiangxi suddenly conceived an idea about developing new applications for activated demon power. As evening fell, the trio parted ways. Xiangxi escorted Tsunade back to the Senju clan and then returned home with the White Wolf to the Uchiha clan. In the days that followed, Xiangxi's life was quite simple. Each morning, he would spend time with Tsunade at the Senju clan, occasionally listening to Uzumaki Kushina's ramblings and playing ninja games with Shinshu. In the afternoon, he accompanied Tsunade to the training ground, observing her engage in practice with Orochimaru or jointly researching ninjutsu, while he primarily focused on exploring new techniques for harnessing demon energy. Although Xiangxi possessed the greatest strength among the trio, it was evident that the training sessions were more suited for the dynamic between Orochimaru and Tsunade. This was due to Xiangxi's unique circumstances, which did not conform to the conventional combat styles of most ninjas. In contrast, Orochimaru and Tsunade adhered to the ninja path, allowing their sparring to better reveal shortcomings and enhance their prowess. In truth, the individual most suited to spar with Xiangxi was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Success. Sitting at the edge of the training field, Xiangxi stood up with a beaming expression. With his right hand, he brought his fingers together, and a blue whip of demon energy extended from his fingertip, swirling freely at his will. This technique was reminiscent of one employed by Sesshomaru in Inuyasha. While its power was modest, it offered greater convenience and agility than traditional weaponry. Although it was not particularly challenging to transform demon energy into a whip, something Xiangxi had mastered long ago, he struggled with its flexibility, rendering it as unwieldy as a mere stick. Now, however, the whip coiled and twisted with the grace of a serpent, signifying a marked improvement in his control over demon energy. Noticing the commotion from Xiangxi's direction, Tsunade and Orochimaru gradually ceased their training and approached to witness his newly perfected technique. Is this it? Tsunade remarked, pursing her lips at the sight of the demon energy whip. After days of research, I expected something far more formidable. What lethality does a mere whip possess? Orochimaru disagreed with Tsunade's assessment, asserting, ninjutsu is not solely defined by sheer power. Often, the versatility of techniques holds equal importance. Xiangxi remained silent, wielding the demon energy whip with a flourish, swiftly encircling Tsunade several times and binding her securely. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, exerting her strength. Yet she found herself unable to break free from the whip's grasp. The whip exhibited impressive resilience. Much of her force rebounded upon herself. And as she fluctuated between exerting and relaxing her strength, the demon energy whip tightened its hold. Like a real python, once ensnared, her chest rose and fell with each breath, causing the whip to constrict ever more tightly until it became increasingly difficult to breathe, threatening to suffocate her. Realizing she could not escape immediately, Tsunade resorted to her monstrous strength technique, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the demon energy whip. However, as the portion that had ensnared her broke away, the remaining length extended once more, climbing up her ankle and rebinding her body. Tsunade huffed in frustration and severed the whip again. This time, not waiting for the whip to approach, she lunged towards Xiangxi with a powerful stomp that created a deep crater in the ground, sending debris flying. Seizing a large stone, she hurled it fiercely at Xiangxi. The demon-powered whip ensnared the massive stone, striving to pull it down. However, Tsunade's strength was formidable, and the kinetic energy she unleashed was astonishing, resulting in the whip being severed. I concede. Xiangxi called for a halt, realizing that his demon whip had reached its limit. To continue would necessitate the use of blades. This maneuver indeed possessed merit, serving as a decent means of restraint, as Orochimaru remarked, a contemplative glint evident in his eyes. Tsunade, however, expressed her discontent, stating, I see little utility in this. In a true confrontation, it would amount to just a few exchanges. Xiangxi refrained from disputing her, instead continuing to explore other techniques of demon powers. Besides Sesomaru's whip, perhaps Inuyasha's soul-dispersing iron claws or the flying blood claws could also be worth experimenting with. In the ensuing days, Xiangxi and Tsunade maintained their routine. Mornings were leisurely spent together, while afternoons were reserved for training. Once Xiangxi developed the demon claws, his respite following an Umbu mission came to an end. Upon reporting to the Umbu, Kakashi Hitaki informed him of yet another assignment. Reluctantly, Xiangxi prepared to part ways with Tsunade once more, for such was the life of a ninja. When bidding farewell, he did not leave a note. Previously, he had done so due to not encountering Tsunade upon his return, but this time she was aware of his mission, and they had shared ample time together. Having exchanged all necessary words, there was no need for a note. At their parting, Tsunade cautioned Xiangxi to ensure that nothing remained unsaid between them. Chapter 75. Bottleneck seasons passed swiftly, and another year had flown by. In the courtyard of the Hitaki residence in Konoha, the sound of metal clashing resonated melodiously, accompanied by two figures that continually appeared and vanished. The glint of blades flashed, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. Each clash of steel sparked vibrant embers. Xiangxi moved like lightning, his Tessaiga transforming into a silver streak aimed directly at Kakashi Hitaki's throat. However, Kakashi's response was remarkably swift. He sidestepped the lethal strike, while simultaneously thrusting his short blade towards Xiangxi's ribs. The intensity of their blade work escalated, with Xiangxi's Tessaiga seeming to meld with him, each swing imbued with the force of thunder and wind. Kakashi remained composed, an unwavering calmness in his demeanor, his white fang moving with the grace of a dragon. Each strike precisely countering Xiangxi's attacks, while seeking opportunities to launch a counteroffensive. Suddenly, the Tessaiga transformed into a myriad of afterimages, appearing to strike from all directions. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly, confronting the indistinguishable swordplay. He relied solely on instinct to parry, each collision of blades striking true. Xiangxi was inwardly astonished by Kakashi's battle instincts. Taking a deep breath as he raised the Tessaiga high before delivering a powerful downward slash. The blade emitted a piercing energy, seemingly intent on cleaving through all. Without employing demon power, this was purely the essence of swordsmanship manifesting as blade energy. The pressure within Kakashi surged as he sensed the potency of this strike. Gripping his white fang tightly, he radiated an aura akin to a drawn sword, instantly slicing through the blade energy. A tremendous roar ensued as their energies collided in midair, erupting into a powerful gust that caused the leaves of the great trees in the courtyard to cascade like rain. As the air settled, the two faced each other, poised and ready. As the west wind gently sighed, Kakashi Hitaki was already beaded with sweat on his forehead. Your swordsmanship has nearly matched mine. It seems that even while executing missions alone this past year, your prowess has advanced remarkably. He sheathed his blade, revealing a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Alas, my swordsmanship has stagnated for half a year, Xiangxi sighed, while returning his iron fragment tooth to its scabbard. Over the past year, much had transpired. Kakashi had been promoted from the captain of the 3rd Squad in the 2nd Division of the Umbu to the squad leader of the entire 2nd Division. He, too, had ascended from a mere Umbu member to the captain of the 3rd Squad, succeeding Kakashi in his previous position. Ironically, Xiangxi found himself the sole member of the 3rd Squad, leading with little more than an empty title. Kakashi once had a subordinate to command, while Xiangxi had none. Yet he undertook missions no less than those of fully staffed squads. After Kakashi's promotion, he had access to more intelligence and had privately confided in Xiangxi that the lack of reinforcements for his squad was, in fact, a directive from the higher-ups. Upon learning this, Xiangxi surmised the reason for his targeted situation. Nonetheless, he was indifferent. Undertaking missions alone spared him some trouble, and he had yet to fail in any undertaking. The true source of his vexation lay in the breakthrough of his swordsmanship to the 6th tier 2 months ago. Initially, he had been elated, for another breakthrough would awaken the demon blade, Songyun Tooth. However, he soon discovered that his swordsmanship could not advance further. Engaging in combat with foes weaker than himself yielded no improvement in his skills. Even in life-and-death battles, his progress was merely symbolic. Considering the 100,000 points required for a 7th-tier swordsmanship, he feared he might never achieve that rank before his demise. Demon Power, 1820, Swordsmanship, 6th tier, 50,008 100,000. His demon power limit had increased significantly, and executing tasks alone granted him greater freedom of movement. During missions, he often targeted unsuspecting ninjas, regardless of whether they were his objectives. Over the year, his demon power had risen by over 1,200 points, surpassing years of prior accumulation. This approach attracted considerable criticism, as he had absorbed chakra from too many ninjas, including those from the other 4 great nations. Such deeds could not remain concealed. However, aside from mission targets, he did not take the lives of the ninjas after draining their chakra, so the situation was not overly severe. What discontent could a 15-year-old elite jonin possibly harbor? I am several years your senior, and our swordsmanship stands on equal ground. Xiangxi, you are becoming somewhat impatient, Kakashi chuckled, shaking his head as he led Xiangxi back to the living room, preparing 2 cups of tea. It is different for me. I lack ninjutsu, and can only continuously refine my swordsmanship. Though I may be young, if I stagnate in my swordsmanship, 10 years hence will be but a waste of time, and my strength will cease to grow. Xiangxi took a sip of tea, disagreeing with Kakashi's perspective. Despite his prowess being akin to Kakashi's, Kakashi continued to advance in ninjutsu, while Xiangxi could not. His demon power was primarily utilized in swordsmanship, insufficient to carve a new path akin to ninjutsu. In Inuyasha, the formidable power of Sesomaru is undeniable, possessing perfect demonic strength. He finds himself only able to exert a mere 20 to 30% of his capabilities after the loss of the demon blade T-Kijin and the maid Zangetsuwa, nearly facing death. Furthermore, the prowess of elite jonin pales in comparison to him. With the impending Second Shinobi World War and the emergence of various overpowered entities in the latter stages of Naruto, even the shadow-level ninjas become inconsequential. Additionally, post the Second Shinobi World War, the legendary 3 ninjas, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, will solidify their status at the shadow level, with Kakashi Hatake surpassing even them. How could he accept remaining merely an elite jonin? After sipping his tea, Kakashi fell into contemplation, then sighed. Xiangxi, you embody the essence of a true warrior more than I do. My swordsmanship has stagnated for far too long, and you currently stand at the same juncture as I. I have pondered deeply on how to transcend this bottleneck. Upon hearing this, Xiangxi's spirits lifted. What are your thoughts? Even if Kakashi had yet to discover the means to break through, the insights he had contemplated years in advance could spare Xiangxi from unnecessary detours. The Land of Iron. Kakashi's expression turned grave. That is the homeland of the samurai. If I wish to refine my swordsmanship, I must venture to the Land of Iron, shedding my identity as a ninja and immersing myself wholly in the art of the sword. A person's energy is finite. One cannot specialize in swordsmanship while simultaneously engaging in ninja techniques, for such a dual focus will inevitably hinder the attainment of mastery. I have pondered this question countless times, whether to continue as a ninja or to become a true samurai. After much hesitation, contemplating the path my future should take, I ultimately found myself unable to escape my ninja identity. The samurai is, after all, a waning profession. If I were to devote 10 years to training in the Land of Iron, would I truly surpass the strength I could cultivate through my current foundation in swordsmanship and the practice of ninjutsu? Xiangxi's heart trembled as he grasped Kakashi's meaning, reminiscent of the famous saying from a past life, "He who chases 2 rabbits catches none." Chapter 76. The Land of Craftsmen. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Xiangxi found himself at a crossroads on his journey home. Should he venture to the Land of Iron? His initial instinct was affirmative, as he did not intend to pursue ninjutsu, but rather to concentrate on honing his swordsmanship without reservations. However, he feared that the years spent in the Land of Iron might yield no tangible results, or worse, that his growth in demonic power would stagnate. What would happen if he remained there for a decade? What of Tsunade? Perhaps he should wait until her return to decide. In fact, often the first thought is the most genuine. Xiangxi felt the same. He knew he must visit the Land of Iron, but the question remained, when? With Tsunade away on missions, her return was uncertain. Upon arriving home, Xiangxi reflected and decided to visit Uchiha Yusuke. Although Yusuke could no longer guide his training, Xiangxi often sought his counsel. So, you truly wish to go to the Land of Iron. It is merely Tsunade that holds you back, he mused. Upon hearing Xiangxi's intentions, Uchiha Yusuke grasped his thoughts after just a few words. Xiangxi, with a face contorted in indecision, finally nodded hesitantly. Uchiha Yusuke cast a disapproving glance at Xiangxi, reprimanding him loudly. A true man aspires to great heights. How can one be ensnared by the trivialities of romantic sentiments? Suddenly, a noise erupted from the kitchen, causing Uchiha Yusuke's smile to falter. I mean to say, if love endures through time, does it truly matter if one is together day and night? As he spoke, his voice lowered, setting aside the outside world. There are many young ladies in our clan who admire you. How about I introduce you to some of them another day? A man must experience life to comprehend what he truly desires. Only then will his actions become resolute. This is the essence of a mature man's allure. Xiangxi, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "Are you subtly referring to yourself?" Uchiha Yusuke replied, "And what of it? Do I lack the charm of a mature man?" He stroked his chin, noting that his statement held merit. His once youthful visage now bore the weight of years, exuding an aura of maturity and steadiness that, while debatable in allure, undeniably conveyed a sense of reliability. "I should not have come to consult you," Xiangxi sighed deeply. Uchiha Yusuke, displeased, responded, "What a statement. While I may not surpass you in strength and cannot guide you, in terms of life experience, you have yet to consume as much salt as I have. Heed my words. Boldly venture into the land of iron. Maintain your independence in matters of the heart. Excessive reliance on another will only lead to self-loss, and the relationship will yield no fruit." Xiangxi remained silent and quietly departed Uchiha Yusuke's home. Upon returning home, his mind whirled with thoughts, prompting him to pen his current sentiments, including Uchiha Yusuke's words, for the future Tsunade. He had not contemplated whether Tsunade would hold Uchiha Yusuke accountable. Xiangxi lingered in Konoha for a few more days, yet Tsunade did not return, and a new mission was assigned to him. At the Umbu base, Xiangxi sat alone in the conference room of the third squad, perusing the intelligence of his new task. The Land of Crafts? An intercepted shipment of military supplies from the Land of Crafts to the Land of Water. Does this not risk igniting war? The secrecy of the Land of Water is rather porous, allowing such matters to be known in advance. It would be challenging to conceal Konoha's identity. My methods of operation are quite conspicuous. One glance would reveal everything. Or perhaps it is precisely because they are predictable that I have been chosen for this task. The escorting Mist Ninja may be led by one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Xiangxi's eyes brightened at this prospect. Should it truly be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Perhaps his sword, Tetsusai, could acquire a new ability. After I severed Samahata, the group could no longer be complete. I hope it is the Raijin. Samahata's ability to absorb chakra is still somewhat useful, while the capabilities of the other swords do not hold much appeal for me. Xiangxi mused. Apart from Raijin and Samahata, he genuinely found little value in the remaining ninja swords. The decapitating blade seemed most superfluous. After being severed, it could absorb blood for repair. What purpose does that serve? Could it not simply be taken to a forge for restoration, even if it requires some expenditure? Is it not safer and more expedient than wielding a broken sword in combat? Amidst the 7 blades, it appears that the decapitating sword had once severed, while the long knife, known for its ability to stitch, possesses the capability to pierce through anything and then unite it. The act of killing relies not on the blade itself, but rather on the steel wire that follows the piercing. Thus, it holds no utility for Xiangxi. The blunt blade, touted for its ability to shatter all defenses, when combined with a hammer, does not align with Xiangxi's path. The explosive blade, reliant on detonating charms, boasts only moderate power. The dual knives of Flounder and Soul grow increasingly lethal with each kill, allowing the weapon to absorb more chakra, thereby augmenting its potency. While this sounds appealing, the chakra Xiangxi can absorb is insufficient even for his personal transformation into demonic power to surpass his limits. During the last selection of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village, no results were yielded. The long knife, the blunt blade, and the explosive blade remain unclaimed. While the shark's skin has been severed by me, ensuring they will not appear in this round of selection. What remains are the decapitating sword, the thunderblade, and the dual knives of Flounder and Soul, presenting a mere 1/3 chance. Xiangxi steadied himself, returned home to fetch the white wolf, and left behind a letter before departing the village. The Land of Crafts is renowned for its unique craftsmanship and exquisite ninja tools, with many great nations and ninja villages commissioning the Land of Crafts to forge their weaponry. The status of the Land of Crafts is quite delicate. Although Konoha and the village hidden in the clouds maintain trade relations with them, neither wishes to allow them to establish ties with other nations. This time, when the Land of Water sought to procure supplies, Konoha dispatched Xiangxi to intercept them, partly for this reason. Nevertheless, no ninja village would dare to wage war against the Land of Crafts, for it would easily invite the siege of other ninja villages. This renders the land of crafts more tranquil and serene compared to other regions, affording its inhabitants a more leisurely existence. It is a rare sanctuary, with bustling streets alive with the clamor of artisans diligently crafting various ninja tools, while curious tourists gaze around in wonder. Xiangxi mingled within the throngs, garbed in samurai attire that, coupled with his demeanor, concealed his identity as a ninja. With a few days remaining until the scheduled exchange of supplies, Xiangxi settled near the shop where the handover would occur. During his wait, he visited several establishments that dealt in information, endeavoring to acquire updates on the current status of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In addition, he sought out a renowned ninja tool shop, purchasing an exquisite chakra short sword. Chakra weapons are highly valuable, yet Xiangxi is not short on funds. The missions undertaken in the Umbu, though perilous, yield substantial rewards, and he possesses enough money to purchase a house in the heart of Konoha. This chakra short sword is not for his own use, but rather a gift for Ju, who is now 5 years old and on the cusp of entering ninja school. Chapter 77. Thunderfang. During his time in the land of crafts, Xiangxi immersed himself in the rhythm of ordinary life, patiently awaiting the arrival of individuals from the hidden mist village. On a clear morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Xiangxi awoke alongside the local residents. He would frequent a small diner not far from his target, where a number of early rising craftsmen and citizens gathered. The owner of the diner was exceptionally warm-hearted, greeting Xiangxi with a smile each time, oblivious to the true identity of this samurai. Xiangxi ordered a steaming bowl of ramen, one of the most frequently consumed dishes during his missions. The broth was rich and flavorful, the noodles delightfully chewy, garnished with a sprinkle of green onions and sesame seeds, which greatly stimulated his appetite. He sat in a corner, quietly relishing this simple yet exquisite meal while observing the bustling crowd within the restaurant. After lunch, like others, he would seek a place to take a brief nap. He found a sheltered spot beneath an awning along the street, laying down a tattered cloth as a makeshift mat, resting against it while the white wolf lay at his feet. Though the surroundings were far from comfortable, Xiangxi had grown accustomed to it. He closed his eyes, feeling the sunlight filter through the gaps and warm his face, listening to the rhythmic sound of craftsmen striking metal from a distance. As evening approached, Xiangxi would return to the small restaurant for a modest dinner. During this time, he occasionally overheard snippets of information regarding the land of water, most of which were trivial rumors, yet he listened and analyzed them with keen interest. After about half a month, the villagers of Hidden Mist finally arrived. One afternoon, as usual, Xiangxi was dozing beneath the awning, his eyes half closed, when he heard the faintest sound of footsteps. He recognized that the owners of these footsteps were not ordinary individuals. Only those accustomed to using chakra to enhance their speed and muffle their sounds, like ninjas, could tread so lightly. The white wolf lifted its head, nudging Xiangxi's pant leg, having sensed the unusual presence of these individuals. Xiangxi remained still, biding his time and allowing them to complete their exchange. Soon, it appeared that they had acquired what they sought and hurriedly departed, oblivious to the presence of a disheveled warrior in their midst. Once they had passed, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiangxi's eyes as he noticed that the leader bore 2 slender blades. These elongated twin swords were neither the beheading sword nor the dual knives of Flatfish, but rather the long-awaited rakia. Only after the figures from Hidden Mist Village had vanished from sight did Xiangxi spring into action. The white wolf had memorized their scent and stealthily followed behind. From afternoon until dusk, the group from Hidden Mist moved swiftly, traversing forests and scaling hills until they reached the northern coastline of the Land of Crafts. Once they crossed this sea, they would be in the Land of Water. As they approached the beach, Xiangxi confirmed that no other ninja awaited them by the shore. Seizing the opportunity to conceal himself, he advanced quickly. Once on the beach, there would be no place to hide. When he was still over 30 meters away, Xiangxi unsheathed his blade and unleashed a wind slash. The golden blade of air surged forth, creating an endless torrent of wind, striking with ferocious intent. It was all so sudden that when the ninjas from Hidden Mist realized what was happening, they had no time to flee and could only employ their techniques to defend themselves. A thunderous explosion resonated as the wind slash cut through the air for a full 100 meters, leaving devastation in its wake. The storm swiftly claimed 3 lives, while one Hidden Mist ninja lay gravely injured and on the brink of death, leaving only 2 Hidden Mist ninjas and the owner of Rakia, Haishu Rake. remaining on the battlefield. This is a commonly employed tactic when launching a surprise assault against multiple foes. The wind blade technique, being a blade maneuver rather than a ninjutsu, requires no hand seals, allowing for an incredibly swift execution without a significant chakra response. A sudden strike from the shadows is nearly undetectable unless one is deliberately on guard. Without affording the mist shinobi any respite, Xiangxi charged forward, while the white wolf instantaneously transformed into its colossal wolf form, pouncing upon the remaining two mist shinobi. "You seek death," roared Haishulia, who was abruptly struck by a wind blade. Even with the protective armor of lightning surrounding him, he sustained minor injuries. Furthermore, witnessing his comrades fall in an instant left him, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, feeling as though he had just received a stinging slap to the face. Xiangxi wasted no words. Flames coiled around the iron-shattered tooth, transforming it into a fiery dragon that soared through the air, circling before striking at Haishulia. As the dragon was evaded, it surged towards the only severely injured mist shinobi, bringing an end to his suffering. The fury in Haishulia's eyes was palpable. To witness another death before him was a blatant disregard for his presence. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, accurately striking the thunderous blade in Haishulia's grasp. The electric light spread along the blade, illuminating the entire beach as if it were day. Haishulia's figure flickered within the lightning, reminiscent of a descending thunder god. This was the power of the thunder blade, capable of harnessing the might of lightning. Xiangxi could not afford to be complacent, for being struck by the lightning would not only inflict physical harm, but also impose a debilitating paralysis that would greatly diminish his mobility. Whoosh! Haishulia dashed towards Xiangxi like a flash of lightning, the thunder blade arcing towards his head with a roar of electricity. Xiangxi reacted swiftly, swinging the iron-shattered tooth to collide with the thunder blade, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of lightning and fire that engulfed both combatants. The White Wolf, realizing that Xiangxi could not suppress Haishulia, understood the latter's formidable strength. It immediately devoted itself to intercepting the 2 mist shinobi who were attempting to escape its attack range, preventing them from getting closer to Xiangxi. Lightning release, Thundernet. After the lightning and fire dissipated, Haishulia shouted as he crossed his dual blades, unleashing a surge of lightning that shot skyward. As he split the blades, a torrent of lightning wreaked havoc, creating a vast net to ensnare all living beings within its grasp. Xiangxi's expression turned grave. He could no longer afford to conceal his identity. Activating his Sharingan, he discerned the intricate trajectories of the lightning, constantly predicting and evading. For those strikes he could not avoid, he opened a barrier, expending his demonic energy to withstand the onslaught. Upon noticing the Sharingan in Xiangxi's eyes, Haishulia's countenance shifted, the Sharingan, and a blade capable of unleashing wind and fire techniques. "You are that notorious Umbu from Konoha, the demon blade that voraciously siphons the chakra of innocent ninjas?" As Xiangxi narrowly evaded the final horizontal strike of lightning, his swirling Sharingan fixated on Haishulia as he coldly remarked, "You are slightly stronger than the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon." His codename in the Umbu had always been Yiksha, a title whispered among those unfortunate souls from whom he had drained chakra. It seems that in an effort to avoid appearing weak after the rumor of being drained of chakra spreads, he exaggerates his abilities, almost to the point of being described as having 3 heads and 6 arms, along with fangs and a green visage. The shark's skin was severed by you. Hua gradually comprehended that Xiangxi must have acquired the abilities of the shark's skin through some means, which is why he is voraciously absorbing people's chakra to augment his own strength. Chapter 78. The seizing of the blade. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a rhythmic sound. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the surface of the sea, where the shimmering waters connected with the luminous moon hanging in the sky. A formidable bolt of lightning descended from above, and Xiangxi, with his Sharingan, foresaw the trajectory of the falling lightning. With a swift motion, he evaded the strike, while rapidly closing the distance to Hua. Unflinching, Hua pointed his Leia knife, and in an instant, the lightning coalesced into a massive sphere, descending with a cataclysmic force. Xiangxi's gaze sharpened, his body darting sideways like an arrow released from a bow. The lightning sphere zipped past the hem of his clothing, the ensuing gale whipping his white hair into a frenzy. Wind's fury, observing Hua escape using the lightning technique, Xiangxi unleashed a golden blade of energy that surged upward, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Having previously witnessed the might of Wind's fury, Hua responded with alacrity, enveloping himself in a suit of lightning armor. He cleaved through the air, summoning a lightning dragon that roared towards the oncoming blade of wind. Boom! The clash of wind and lightning erupted in a deafening roar that shook the surrounding beach. Wind's fury tore through the lightning dragon, colliding with the lightning armor, fissures appearing across the blue and white armor as it was relentlessly battered, soon shattering completely. Though the lightning armor splintered, the power of Wind's fury had also been exhausted. Yet Xiangxi seized the moment to charge at Hua while he was still bracing himself. Hua's hair stood on end. His dual knives transformed into streaks of lightning, unleashing hundreds of lightning serpents that enveloped the area, hindering Xiangxi's movements. He then began to wield his lightning in close combat. While the primary prowess of Leia lies in its lightning technique, his swordsmanship is by no means inferior. In close quarters, the advantage of lightning techniques becomes apparent. Hua darted across the beach, his form flickering like a flash of lightning. Each swing of his Leia knife summoned the power of thunder, as if he intended to rend the very beach asunder. Despite the paralysis caused by the assault of the lightning serpents, Xiangxi's sixth-tier swordsmanship rendered him nearly invincible in close combat. The blade energy of Tessaiga carved sharp lines through the air, intermingling with the lightning and gradually suppressing its brilliance. With the wind and fire in tandem, thunder roared as both fighters exerted their utmost strength. The sea churned, producing towering waves, while the sand and stones on the beach were flung about, creating deep ravines. Every clash of blades ignited blinding sparks and produced deafening echoes. The silhouettes of the two combatants danced amidst the firelight and lightning, resembling two meteors streaking across the sky. Lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. Confronted with the pressure of Xiangxi, who, despite the debilitating effects of paralysis, continued to dominate, Hua felt a chill run down his spine. Daring not to engage in close combat any longer, he summoned lightning to repel Xiangxi, forming a tornado of electricity to strike back. Wind's fury. To the west, a fierce wind strike surged forth, shattering the tempestuous dragon vortex. The remaining blade aura relentlessly advanced towards the formidable Black Ho Thundertooth. With a grave expression, Black Ho Thundertooth evaded the waning might of the wind strike, plunging his blade into the ground, summoning a vast thunderstorm from the heavens, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon the earth. Another blade was raised skyward, charging with energy. This was no ordinary lightning technique. The bolts descending and the currents on the ground were natural lightning, their power incomparable to that of chakra-induced strikes. Daring not to face it head-on, Xiangxi sprouted wings from his back, lifting off the ground and darting through the air with astonishing speed, almost matching his pace on the ground. Since activating the demon power of the stars, his mastery over this energy had been steadily advancing, not only in the delicate control of the demon energy, but also in his adaptability to flight, nearly indistinguishable from his terrestrial agility. As Xiangxi soared closer, Black Ho Thundertooth's expression morphed into one of madness, culminating in a maniacal laugh. "This is the funeral I have prepared for the strong. Die!" he bellowed, forcefully cleaving his charged blade downward. In an instant, thunder rumbled ominously from the sky, as if the god of thunder was wrathful, an overwhelming cacophony reverberating across the heavens. The thunder of destruction enveloping the land, and sending countless beings trembling in fear. Xiangxi's face paled. Such divine wrath mirrored the legendary lightning release Qilin technique. He dared not hold back, unleashing a wind strike in an attempt to interrupt Black Ho Thundertooth, while pouring every ounce of his strength into a desperate sprint to eliminate him before the heavenly thunder descended. Black Ho Thundertooth's blade, embedded in the ground, intercepted, gathering the earth's currents into a massive, tangible sphere of lightning, nullifying the might of the wind strike. Xiangxi, like a blue meteor, streaked past, appearing above Black Ho Thundertooth, his iron-shattering tooth ablaze, delivering a powerful strike. Black Ho Thundertooth showed no sign of fear. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips as he silently uttered two words to Xiangxi. Too late. Xiangxi comprehended the implication, and in the next moment, a brilliant divine might descended, engulfing the winged, blade-wielding Xiangxi. Yet, amidst the blinding white light, a flash of crimson surged forth, causing Black Ho Thundertooth's smile to falter. "What a swift blade," he remarked, only to have a line of blood suddenly appear at his throat, crimson liquid seeping forth. As the white light dissipated, Xiangxi stood charred, weakly supporting himself on iron-shattering tooth, coughing blood. In the moment the heavenly thunder struck, he unleashed all the demon energy within him. Erecting a barrier to shield against the onslaught, just before the barrier shattered, he executed one final strike, ending Black Ho Thundertooth's life. With the outcome decided on their side, the two mist ninjas accompanying the White Wolf went into a frenzy, Black Ho Thundertooth's demise igniting a fierce desire for vengeance. They sought to breach the White Wolf's defenses to avenge him. At this juncture, Black Ho Thundertooth had yet to reach the period of the fourth Mizukage's defection, devoid of any neurotic tendencies to hold funerals for others. Instead, he enjoyed a harmonious rapport with his comrades, and at a young age. He was revered by many mist ninjas, regarded as one of the pillars of the future for the mist. However, the immediate execution of Xiangxi incited a profound wrath in the remaining two mist ninjas. Bai Lang, sensing the urgency of Xiangxi's precarious situation, transformed into his wolf demon form with a fierce howl and began to fight desperately. Xiangxi seized the opportunity to absorb the residual chakra from the corpse of Hichua Leia, swiftly replenishing his demonic energy. His reserves were entirely depleted in order to withstand the heavenly thunder. With a mighty leap, the 8-meter-tall white wolf forced the two mist ninjas back, flames erupting from its four limbs, transforming the beach connected to the sea into a fiery domain. Its white fur, illuminated by the flames, exuded an imposing aura. It howled as it maneuvered through the flames, driving the remaining two mist ninjas to retreat in disarray. The fire stained the black night sky red, and amidst the splattering of blood, the two mist ninjas were dismembered by its razor-sharp claws. Panting, Bai Lang reverted to his giant wolf form and approached Xiangxi, signaling that it was time to leave. The commotion had persisted for quite some time, even in the absence of reinforcements for the mist ninjas. It was certain that other nefarious ninjas would come to investigate, which would spell disaster. Xiangxi acted decisively, retrieving the storage scroll from Hichua Leia's body. Then grasping the long-awaited Leia blade, hastily mounting Bai Lang's back and departing. Chapter 79. 1,000 birds flow the silver moon, resembling a hook, hung amidst the sparse branches, casting dappled shadows. These shadows danced upon the layers of leaves, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and dreaminess. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would pass, causing the leaves to sway lightly, producing a whisper reminiscent of the night. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil and a subtle fragrance of grass and trees. A babbling brook added to the serene ambience. It sounds particularly clear in the stillness of the night. A small deer peeked out from the thicket, gracefully leaping over the brook, its lively eyes shimmering in the moonlight. Suddenly, a maw the size of a small dog clamped onto its neck, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a towering beast 2 meters high, snapping its neck with a crunch and vanishing into the depths of the forest with the limp body. Xiangxi rested in an abandoned bear den, silently recovering his demonic power. The residual chakra from the corpse of Hichua Leia had only converted into approximately 200 points of demonic energy, far too meager for his current needs. A rustling outside caught his attention. His ears perked up, and his crimson Sharingan glowed ominously in the darkness. When a wolf's head poked inside, he finally relaxed his tense demeanor. He had to exercise caution, with his injuries and around 200 points of demonic energy. If AJ Neen were to intrude at that moment, his life would be in grave jeopardy. Bai Lang brought the small deer inside, nudging its carcass toward Xiangxi, indicating that he should eat first. Xiangxi accepted without hesitation, using the iron-shattered fang to slice off 2 deer legs, peeling away the skin and devouring them raw. In his weakened state, he dared not light a fire to roast the meat, fearing it would reveal his position. Though the land of craftsmen remained relatively peaceful, matters concerning his own life required utmost caution. Moreover, he was no stranger to consuming raw meat. During his previous missions in the Umbu, he had encountered such dire circumstances more than once. The white wolf, having finished dividing the meat, devoured the flesh and blood voraciously, replenishing its chakra without even spitting out the bones. With a single bite, even the hardest bones crumbled to dust. At this moment, its chakra was not abundant. The wolf demon form demanded a terrifying amount of chakra. Furthermore, to prevent the 2 mist ninjas from approaching Xiangxi, it unleashed a torrent of flames, exhausting its chakra significantly. Xiangxi was aware of this, which is why he refrained from utilizing the ghostly Caesar technique to siphon its chakra for his own recovery. You did well this time. White Wolf, once I regain my strength, you shall not go unrewarded, Xiangxi praised, wiping the deer blood from his mouth. Upon reflection, whether in the past or this instance, your presence has been immensely helpful. It seems I must also assist you in enhancing your strength in the future. The White Wolf's eyes sparkled with a gleam of excitement, its ethereal light shimmering in the night. It had toiled tirelessly for this moment, and now, as it feasted upon the meat, tears of joy streamed from its eyes, its hardships now yielding sweet rewards. Xiangxi mused internally, wondering if feeding the wolf his demon blood would indeed enable it to transform into a true demon one day. He gently stroked the wolf's back, cleaning the blood from his hands, while the wolf's snow-white fur bore patches of red and white. Although the white wolf was a spirit beast, it bore the closest resemblance to him in this world of shinobi, both treading the path of demonification. Perhaps one day, the white wolf would truly evolve into a demon. And when that time came, it and Xiangxi would be akin to one another. As dawn broke with the first rays of sunlight, the tranquil forest gradually awakened. A thin mist lingered among the trees, adding a veil of ethereal beauty to the verdant landscape. The crisp sound of birdsong echoed in every corner of the forest. Xiangxi stretched lazily. After a night of rest, his injuries had healed considerably, and his demon power surged to 782 points, recovering a third of its total. If only he could restore his power through demon cultivation techniques, as in those tales of immortals, he mused. This way, he wouldn't have to rely solely on rest and sustenance for recovery, which was far too sluggish. After a moment of idle thought, his gaze fell upon the Thunderblade Tooth, a blade that could summon heavenly thunder. He anticipated its might. A smile graced Xiangxi's face as he drew the iron Shatterfang and began to strike the Thunderblade Tooth. Clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal resonated, and soon beads of sweat appeared on Xiangxi's forehead. His waning demon power diminished the force of his swings, making it no easy task to sever the Thunderblade Tooth. The White Wolf, roused by the clamor, cast a resentful glance at Xiangxi. It had stood guard all night, allowing him to rest peacefully. Now that he was well rested, it was its turn to relax, yet Xiangxi had resumed his restless activity. Fortunately, the White Wolf's grievances did not linger long. The Thunderblade Tooth was ultimately cleaved by the iron Shatterfang, and the clanging finally ceased. Xiangxi quietly absorbed the newfound power within the iron Shatterfang, unable to resist channeling his demon power, causing the blade to shimmer with dazzling lightning, reminiscent of a chorus of 1,000 birds. Of course, the brilliance was not merely visual, it was also quite deafening. The White Wolf's fur bristled as it leapt up, baring its teeth at Xiangxi in a fierce display of irritation. Is this never-ending? With a hint of embarrassment, Xiangxi scratched his head, extinguishing the thunder emanating from Tessaiga, soothing the White Wolf to continue its slumber, assuring it that no further disturbances would ensue. As he heard the thunderous roar of Tessaiga, he couldn't help but recall the iconic lightning release technique, Chidori, from Naruto. The notion of gathering tangible lightning chakra in the palm for a piercing strike seemed unnecessary to him. The Chidori stream appeared far more practical. He mused that employing Chidori for a thrust was less advantageous than utilizing the Chidori blade for an assault. With the enhancement provided by Tessaiga, not only would the power surpass that of the Chidori alone, but the attack range would also extend, thus circumventing the awkward scenario of charging toward an adversary only to have them seize his wrist and break it. In addition to the Chidori blade, the Chidori sharp spear was also at his disposal. Long before Tessaiga had seized the flame ability of Muramasa, he could wield a long blade of fire akin to the Chidori sharp spear. However, he seldom employed it, as the fiery form was ill-suited for physical attacks. In this respect, it paled in comparison to wind release and lightning release. Fire release was more suited for wide-area continuous assaults. Most importantly, it could stimulate the body with lightning, unleashing a speed, strength, and reflexes that far exceeded the ordinary. Ninjas proficient in lightning release typically excel in taijutsu as well. By utilizing lightning release to invigorate bodily cells, one could dramatically enhance speed, strength, and reflexes, rendering their advantages palpable. He considered Hei Chue Leiya an exemplar. In close-quarters combat, he surpassed Suigetsu's prowess, whose advantage lay in chakra reserves. Having acquired the Leiya blade, Tessaiga currently lacked any other formidable abilities to seize. His next step involved honing his swordsmanship. A visit to the Land of Iron was imperative. Xiangxi mused that after his encounter with Hei Chue Leia, his swordsmanship had humorously incremented by a mere point, and at this rate, the prospect of breaking through to the 7th tier and awakening the Kanji Yunya seemed an impossibility. As Tessaiga's ability acquisition came to a close, he resolved to focus intently on refining his swordsmanship. Although he yearned to obtain other abilities, such as the banana fan of the 6 Paths ninja tools, which possessed the potential to unleash elemental techniques, it would undeniably be a monumental enhancement for someone like him, who lacked ninjutsu. He also coveted the Uchiha clan's fan, which had the ability to reflect ninjutsu. Regrettably, those 2 treasures were currently unattainable. The location of the banana fan among the hidden cloud village remained a mystery, as it only appeared in the original Naruto during the 4th Great Ninja War. Searching for it seemed a fool's errand. As for the Uchiha fan, it was in the possession of Uchiha Madara, lurking in some obscure corner. According to hints from the Naruto canon, Uchiha Madara was likely situated in the Land of Rain, or perhaps underground in the Land of Water. However, with the elusive presence of White Zetsu, locating him appeared utterly impossible. 3 days later, Xiangxi's demonic energy was replenished, and his injuries had fully healed. Without delay, he embarked on his journey back to Konoha, accompanied by the White Wolf, to prepare for his expedition to the Land of Iron. Upon returning to Konoha and completing his mission at the Umbu base, he followed the usual course and visited the Senju clan. Tsunade had returned from her mission and had already read the letter Xiangxi left behind. Going to the Land of Iron? Absolutely not. Tsunade's first words upon seeing Xiangxi were a definitive rejection of his intentions. The ninja world is far from peaceful, and my current strength is insufficient, Xiangxi replied earnestly. Our encounters in Konoha have always been sparse, and if you venture to the Land of Iron, who knows how many years may pass before we meet again. Are you truly going to leave me here alone in Konoha? When I return from my studies in the Land of Iron, I shall request Lord Hokage to release me from the Umbu. Xiangxi has his own considerations. The obligations of the Umbu compel him to incessantly undertake missions, leaving him no room for refusal. Should he resign from the Umbu and assume the role of an ordinary Jonin, he could select his own missions. Although the Hokage retains the authority to assign tasks, as long as he possesses sufficient strength, he would have ample justification and eligibility to decline. You are already quite formidable. Even Orochimaru acknowledges this. Apart from those of our teacher's caliber, you have virtually no rivals. Even the esteemed clan leader can fall, so what does my modest strength amount to? You two have been relentlessly growing stronger. I believe you understand that in a few years, you will attain the prowess akin to that of Lord Hokage. I cannot remain complacent, stagnating in my current state. Tsunade fell silent. In her heart, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju represented the pinnacle of ninjutsu. Yet even such titans could perish. Strength alone does not guarantee perpetual survival. Xiangxi embraced Tsunade gently and murmured, I promise to protect you. If my strength does not surpass yours in the future, how can I safeguard you? Moreover, I require a level of power akin to that of the Hokage to assist you in achieving that position, do I not? Brother, Ju suddenly burst in, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired, where's my gift? Fear not, I have not forgotten you. Xiangxi replied, then patted Tsunade on the back. Let us not dwell on that for now. I have a few days of rest after completing my mission. We can discuss it in a couple of days. He turned and retrieved a finely crafted chakra short sword purchased in the Land of Crafts, squatting down to present it to Ju. You are about to enter the Ninja Academy. This sword is for you. You must also learn to protect yourself. Ju nodded enthusiastically. I will soon be a ninja. Not only will I protect myself, but I shall also safeguard my brother, sister, grandmother, and everyone. He drew the short sword, its gleaming blade reflecting the excitement on his flushed face. You still have much to learn. I heard from Lord Mito that you are not serious about your training. Without diligent effort, it will be challenging to protect others, let alone yourself. A shadow crossed Xiangxi's face. In the original tale, Ju met an early demise, falling victim to a simple explosive tag trap. Whether there was foul play involved is irrelevant. It is evident that Ju's own abilities were lacking. However, in this life, he would not allow Ju to perish. With the example of Uchiha Kagami in mind, he wished to prevent anyone from suffering due to his failure to intervene in time. For the next few days, I will accompany you in training your taijutsu. Neglecting it will lead to hardships. A dangerous smile flickered across Xiangxi's face. I will also accompany you in your training, Tsunade added, her demeanor stern. causing Ju to feel a sense of trepidation. Undoubtedly, Tsunade's imposing presence was far more intimidating. In the ensuing days, neither Xiangxi nor Tsunade visited the training grounds, choosing instead to remain within the Senju clan compound, observing Ju's training. On a whim, Xiangxi invited the White Wolf to join, mirroring his childhood training sessions, with the wolf serving as a sparring partner. "I detest dogs," Xiangshu cried out, nearly brought to tears by the bite of the White Wolf. Given the current ferocity of the wolf's attacks, even in a diminutive form, a single bite would suffice to shatter bones. Naturally, it would never truly bite. It was merely engaging in playful antics while simultaneously alleviating Xingshu's pent-up resentment of being treated like a mere pet. With a sharp crack, Xiangxi's ethereal whip struck Xingshu's leg, his expression impassive as he remarked, "Are you unable to lift your leg? It is entirely normal to be unable to match the White Wolf. Can you not even run swiftly? To become a formidable warrior, the foremost skill to cultivate is the art of escape. No matter how great your talent, death renders you inconsequential. Surviving is paramount. Only those who live have the right to grow stronger." Katsuyu cast an odd glance at Xiangxi, bewildered by his teachings. Wasn't the purpose to aid Xiangshu in honing his physical techniques? Yet, it seemed that his martial training was solely tailored for evasion. Moreover, his philosophy sounded rather misguided. How could one who only knew how to flee ever hope to become strong? Xiangxi paid little heed to her concerns, as he was intent on providing Xiangshu with targeted training. The swifter one could flee the battlefield, the greater the chance of survival. The three ninjas would eventually gain renown on the battlefield, and they did not require an underling to recklessly sacrifice himself. Reluctantly, Xiangshu attempted to flee, brandishing his blade wildly at the White Wolf, seemingly intent on dismembering it. The White Wolf rolled its eyes. Even in its youth, it had been able to subdue Xiangxi. So how could Xingshu hope to touch it? The prudent course was to flee. With a flick of the whip, Xiangxi struck Xingshu's hand, sending the short blade clattering to the ground. Sighing, Xiangxi earnestly advised, "Foolish child, brandishing a blade is a futile act of desperation. If you can run, why not run? There will always be those stronger than you in this world. Wielding a blade may grant you strength, but it is far more likely to lead to your demise." Katsuyu could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Then why give him a short sword at all? Why not simply have him run around the clan grounds 100 laps every day?" Xiangxi slapped his forehead. "Of course. Katsuyu, you are truly a little genius." With that, he instructed the White Wolf to halt and commanded Xingshu to run 10 laps around the clan grounds. If he did not finish before dinner, he would forego his meal. Fuming, Xingshu tossed the sheath aside and plopped down on the ground, refusing to comply. What kind of physical training is this? It's inferior to what the clan instructors teach. With a stern countenance, Xiangxi cracked the whip beside Xingshu, issuing a warning. "Will you run on your own, or shall I need to coax you with the whip?" "Vile brother, worse than my sister," Xingshu shouted through gritted teeth, yet his body begrudgingly began to move towards the edge of the clan grounds. "What purpose do your teachings serve?" Katsuyu inquired, observing Xingshu's retreating figure. "To ensure survival," Xiangxi replied matter-of-factly. "First learn to preserve your life, then learn to take lives. Wouldn't it be more effective to teach him a few ninjutsu techniques? They would serve him better for survival," she countered. "Ninjutsu will never be as swift as the body's instinctive response. Once he has developed the instinct to flee, it will not be too late to learn ninjutsu." "Is this truly necessary? We never underwent such training, especially you, who disregarded everything in pursuit of strength," Katsuyu remarked, her tone laden with implication. Xiangxi seemed to misunderstand, his voice gradually lowering. "Tsunade, Dai is not the same as when you were a child. The clan leader is no longer with us, and the dangers that lie ahead are uncertain." Chapter 81. The land of iron. The summer sun cast its warm rays upon the land of Konoha, bringing with it a hint of heat. Yet this warmth did little to dampen the villagers' enthusiasm for the summer festival. This year's celebration was particularly lively, with various stalls, games, and performances captivating the attention of countless attendees. Xiangxi and Tsunade found themselves amidst this sea of joy, hand in hand, weaving through the bustling crowd. Tsunade, rarely seen in a pink kimono, had meticulously styled her hair, presenting a charming appearance. Xiangxi, clad in a black kimono, bore the swords Tetsusai and tench at his waist, exuding the aura of a true samurai. "Xiangxi, look over there," Tsunade exclaimed, pointing towards a stall where a ninja game was being held. Participants could throw darts provided by the vendor to pop a certain number of balloons and win desired prizes, reminiscent of shooting games at fairs. Xiangxi smirked. If you play, won't you just ruin their stall? After all, we are both jonin. Does being a jonin mean I cannot partake in a ninja game? I insist on playing. Tsunade teased, pulling Xiangxi towards the stall, her formidable strength causing those in front of her to stumble. The stall owner, upon seeing Tsunade, felt a jolt of anxiety and forced a smile, saying, "Our humble stall cannot withstand the presence of a ninja lord. Please, choose any small trinket as a token of our appreciation." Despite Tsunade's lack of any ninja insignia, the vendor's keen eyes recognized her instantly. "Who asked you to give me something?" Tsunade glared, her expression resembling that of a bully. Xiangxi, observing Tsunade's displeasure, chuckled helplessly and turned to the vendor, asking, "May I?" The vendor sized up Xiangxi, although he bore two swords which suggested he was not to be trifled with. His method of discerning a ninja proved ineffective in this case. "Of course, esteemed samurai," the vendor replied with a bow, understanding that life for ordinary folks in the ninja world was not easy. Xiangxi raised his hand to signal the vendor to ease his demeanor and produced some coins to exchange for 3 specially crafted darts. The uneven weight distribution of the darts rendered them ineffective as standard throwing weapons. Xiangxi weighed the darts in his hand, winked at Tsunade, and with a flick of his wrist, sent all 3 darts flying, hitting their targets perfectly. "Aren't I impressive? My darts are no less effective than a ninja's shuriken, wouldn't you agree?" Xiangxi teased, raising an eyebrow at Tsunade. Although he seldom relied on throwing weapons like shuriken, it did not imply he lacked skill. Trained in the Uchiha clan, his proficiency with shuriken was exceptional, and he could easily wield the specially crafted darts. Tsunade shot Xiangxi an exasperated glance, pointing to the prize display behind the vendor. "I want that wind chime." The vendor felt a wave of frustration as he handed over the wind chime Tsunade desired, internally lamenting his inability to distinguish between Xiangxi and a ninja. Tsunade joyfully shook the wind chimes, the crisp sound penetrating the clamor of the marketplace, resonating in the air above Konoha. The two continued their merry stroll, visiting not only the game stalls favored by children, but also numerous food vendors. From takoyaki to ramen, from cotton candy to ice cream, they sampled nearly every delicacy offered at the summer festival. As night fell, the festival's conclusion approached. People gathered in front of the shrine, preparing for the blessing ceremony, and Xiangxi and Tsunade were among them. Xiangxi clasped his hands together, closing his eyes in prayer. Though he was not superstitious, having entered the world of Hokage, who could say for certain if deities truly existed? "Look, a shooting star!" Tsunade suddenly exclaimed. Xiangxi opened his eyes and gazed toward the horizon, seeing no shooting star. Just as he turned to ask, his lips brushed against a warm, soft touch. It is said that if a shooting star crosses the sky while making a wish, it signifies that the heavens have granted your desire, particularly efficacious. Tsunade draped her arms around Xiangxi's neck, her face beaming with a smile, the blush upon her cheeks rendering him momentarily entranced. Xiangxi chuckled dreamily. "What did you wish for?" Tsunade pouted. "What do you think?" Xiangxi tightened his embrace around Tsunade. "I wished for everyone to be safe, and for us to grow old together." Xiangxi, when you go to the land of iron, you must remember to write to me. Don't forget about me." "Of course, I'll write whenever I miss you." They made a pinky promise. Bidding farewell to Tsunade, Xiangxi set off, carrying 2 letters and armed with his sword, leaving behind even the white wolf. One letter was a personal note from the 3rd Hokage, and the other a letter from Takeda Soda. Takeda Soda, who had taught him swordsmanship in his youth, had not deceived Xiangxi before following the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama. He was indeed a samurai, hailing from a prestigious kendo family in the land of iron. Eventually, he chose the path of a ninja, forsaking his samurai identity and never returning. For the first time departing Konoha as a non-ninja, Xiangxi chose not to travel by ninja means, but rather as an ordinary samurai, walking to the land of iron. Since he aimed to cultivate the art of the samurai's swordsmanship, he resolved to proceed step by step with steady determination. He slowed his pace, as well as his spirit. To the east of Konoha lay a sprawling expanse of rolling hills, the mountains undulating with lush greenery, adorned with dense grass and various wildflowers, exuding a subtle fragrance. He felt as though he had become a solitary traveler stepping into a landscape painting. Following a winding path, he occasionally scaled steep hillsides and traversed deep valleys. Crossing a rushing river, the waters surged and roared, creating layers of frothy waves. He leaped into the river, the icy water instantly enveloping his body as he battled against its currents. Ascending a perilous peak, the mountain soared into the clouds, seemingly poised to pierce the azure sky. When he stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the hills below and the distant plains, an unprecedented sense of grandeur surged within him. After several days of arduous travel, he arrived at a verdant prairie. The sky here was a brilliant blue, with wispy clouds drifting lazily. He lay upon the grass, embracing the earth's gentleness and warmth. One evening, he found himself by a lakeside. The lake mirrored the sky, reflecting the hues of the twilight clouds. The twilight radiates in a kaleidoscope of colors, transitioning from golden hues to deep purples, as though the heavens have overturned a palette of paint. He sits quietly by the lake, gazing at the reflections upon the water's surface. His features seem to lose their sharpness, becoming as clear and profound as the lake itself. Strolling through the forest, he listens to the melodious songs of the birds, inhaling the fresh air and the scent of moist earth. He scrutinizes every tree, every leaf, even each branch, as if he seeks to draw inspiration and strength from them. Before long, a sudden downpour compels him to take refuge in a cave. Within its embrace, he sits in silence, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the ground and leaves. This sound resembles nature's own melody, enveloping him in a profound sense of tranquility and reassurance, as his spirit grows increasingly serene. After a lengthy journey, the borders of the Iron Country finally come into view. In the distance, the majestic mountains rise like a natural barrier, safeguarding this realm of warriors. His appearance, however, has transformed. He no longer resembles a samurai, but rather an ordinary individual. Chapter 82. The Blade's Momentum. The capital of the Iron Country is nestled upon an expansive plain, its towering walls akin to the armor of a warrior, weathered by time. Along the walls, watchtowers stand at intervals, preserving the combat style of the Warring States period even in this age of ninjas. As he enters the capital from the west, he encounters pedestrians clad in samurai attire, swords at their waists, similar to his own garb. Yet, he appears weary from his travels, as if he had emerged from some remote and desolate region. The shops lining the streets display an array of swords and weaponry, each blade glinting with a cold light. The samurai culture of the Iron Country is manifested not only in the attire and demeanor of its people, but also permeates every corner of the city. From the martial arts duels in the streets to the ubiquitous dojos. Here, the sword transcends mere weaponry. It embodies a spirit, a faith. Upon delivering a letter from the third Hokage to the embassy, he is granted an audience with the leader of the Iron Country. The prestige of Konoha remains significant, especially with the current Hokage's personal correspondence. Upon learning of his purpose in the Iron Country, the leader bursts into hearty laughter, warmly introducing him to the premier dojos of the capital. With his endorsement, access to any dojo would present no challenge. However, he graciously declines the leader's generous offer, opting instead to visit the Takeda family's dojo and deliver a letter from Takeda Soda. The leader concedes without insistence. The Takeda dojo is renowned in the Iron Country, possessing a unique lineage of swordsmanship. Taking advantage of the daylight, he inquires about the dojo's location and soon finds it. The entrance to the Takeda dojo stands grand and dignified. Even before stepping inside, he hears the sharp clash of blades. As he removes his shoes and enters, he observes figures clad in white kendo uniforms wielding bamboo swords, their movements fluid and swift, each strike resonating with a crisp sound. Their ages are akin to his own, yet their skill in wielding the blade is remarkably seasoned, surpassing that of many chunin. As one ventures further inside, the age of the students increases, with one individual at least 50 years old, yet his demeanor is vibrant and youthful, showing no signs of aging. "Are you here to enroll in kendo?" An individual from the dojo inquired as they approached after heading westward. Noticing the youth's samurai attire, they assumed he had come to learn the art of the sword. "Greetings. I am here to deliver a family letter. May I inquire if the head of the Takeda family is present?" "A family letter? No one in my household is away, so there can't possibly be any letter. You aren't trying to deceive my grandfather into meeting you, are you?" The dojo member's expression turned wary. Taken aback, the youth asked, "Are you a member of the Takeda family?" "The person who requested I deliver this letter is Takeda Esta. You haven't heard of him?" "We have no one by the name of Takeda Esta. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place. Please leave." Furrowing his brow, the youth pondered whether Esta had tricked him, or perhaps he had indeed gone astray. "Esta? Are you referring to Takeda Ta? Suddenly, a burly warrior with a twisted beard strode over, gripping the youth's shoulder and demanding answers. Nodding, the youth perceived that this warrior was acquainted with Takeda Ta. The rascal has finally deemed it fit to contact the family. What a scoundrel! The warrior exclaimed, requesting that the youth hand over the letter. The youth remained still, reiterating, "Is the head of the Takeda family present? I wish to deliver this personally." The warrior, undeterred, gestured for the youth to follow him, introducing himself. "I am Takeda Ta, Ta's younger brother. That fellow left when I was merely 16 and has since vanished. I presumed he had met a grim fate." Under his guidance, the youth entered the inner hall and encountered the head of the Takeda family, whose hair was gray and face marked with age spots. Having reached his 70s, despite his years, the head of the Takeda family appeared vigorous, and upon hearing the name Takeda Ta, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his stern visage. The letter was brief. He quickly perused it, his expression transforming into an inscrutable complexity. Ta has taken up the life of a ninja? Ta's tone was a blend of anger and lamentation. He is the rightful heir of the Takeda lineage. Yet he chose the path of a ninja. He must surely feel ashamed to return after all these years. With a heavy sigh, he turned to the youth, stating solemnly, "You must be the Xiangshi he mentioned in his letter. Allow me to observe your proficiency in the Takeda swordsmanship." The youth stood in contemplation for a moment before drawing the iron-shattered tooth. Without utilizing its specialized form, he practiced the fundamental techniques in their most rudimentary state. The sword techniques imparted by Takeda Ta were primarily foundational, and as the youth's strength grew, his swordsmanship gradually evolved into a unique style, markedly different from the basic techniques he had initially learned. With few movements, the youth swiftly concluded his demonstration. Ta watched with a frown, unable to contain his frustration. "What on earth did Ta teach you? Have you forgotten even the basic stances? If I didn't know you were practicing the Takeda swordsmanship, I wouldn't recognize it after watching 10 times. You know nothing." The head of the Takeda family shot a glare at Ta, asserting, "He has mastered his swordsmanship. Unlike you, who swings your sword with the rigidity of a blockhead. How dare you critique others?" Xiangshi felt somewhat awkward. He indeed struggled to recall the teachings imparted by Takeda Soda, relying solely on his memory and understanding of swordsmanship to demonstrate the techniques of the Takeda family, resulting in many inaccuracies. The head of the Takeda clan regarded Xiangshi with softened eyes, and after a brief contemplation, remarked, "You have developed your own understanding of swordsmanship. Forgetting the forms and expressing yourself freely is already the realm of a master." He sighed deeply, reflecting on how Soda, despite no longer being a samurai, had produced disciples far superior to his own. Was it not a bitter irony that a ninja could cultivate students who surpassed true warriors? "In terms of sword techniques, I have little to impart to you," he continued, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. "Your current level, should you advance further, will be the pursuit of your own momentum." At this juncture, his aura transformed, radiating like an unparalleled sword unsheathed, exuding a chilling presence that enveloped the atmosphere in a sense of impending doom. Xiangshi's expression shifted as he felt countless minuscule blades piercing his body, a wave of pain coursing through him. This was no illusion. Had the Takeda clan leader's force been even slightly more potent, he had no doubt he would be riddled with numerous tiny wounds. If he felt this way, Takeda Shoto was even worse off. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his legs trembling as if he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. "At my age, I have only just grazed the threshold of momentum. My understanding is limited, and what I can teach you is scarce. I can only assist you in your comprehension." The Takeda clan leader's aura receded, reverting him to a venerable elder, as though the previous scene had been merely an illusion. Chapter 83, Clarity of Mind. Is it akin to killing intent? Xiangshi pondered, recognizing that the Takeda clan leader's momentum bore similarities to the bloodthirsty aura emitted by lethal ninjas, both serving as a form of psychological intimidation. The Takeda clan leader shook his head. "Not quite. Killing intent is merely a dangerous aura unconsciously emitted from excessive acts of violence, whereas momentum is a manifestation of spiritual conviction reliant on inner exploration. As long as one breathes, momentum will not dissipate. A master can even wield momentum to inflict harm." Xiangshi nodded thoughtfully. If momentum could tangibly injure a person, it was indeed distinct from killing intent. Could he, at such a young age, comprehend momentum? Takeda Shota felt a deep sense of shame, having practiced swordsmanship since childhood. He had yet to reach the master level capable of transcending mere techniques, let alone the higher realm of momentum. From now on, you shall reside at the dojo. Aside from myself, there is no one else who can guide you. The Takeda clan leader instructed Shota to settle Xiangxi in the dojo, promising to personally mentor him. With great enthusiasm, Takeda Shota led Xiangxi to his quarters, specifically arranging a small private courtyard, a space reserved for esteemed guests, as ordinary trainees were relegated to dormitories. Upon arrival, Takeda Shota introduced a young man, approximately in his 20s, who had been responsible for welcoming Xiangxi to the dojo. This is my son, Takeda Tomoya, Shota introduced. Xiangxi, as a disciple of Sota, consider the Takeda dojo your home. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to Tomoya, as I will be busy teaching at the dojo and may not have much time to spare. Xiangxi smiled at Takeda Tomoya, indicating that he might reside in the Takeda dojo for an extended period. In this unfamiliar land of iron, it was inevitable that he would encounter problems requiring Takeda Tomoya's assistance. Father, why have I never heard of an uncle named Sota? Takeda Tomoya nodded at Xiangxi and then turned to Takeda Shota. Takeda Shota playfully tapped the back of Takeda Tomoya's head, expressing his annoyance. You should refer to him as uncle. He left before you were born, and father forbade anyone from mentioning him, so naturally, you wouldn't know. Furthermore, make sure to learn from Xiangxi. His swordsmanship far surpasses your father's. Show some respect. Takeda Tomoya's face was filled with astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that this person, younger than himself, possessed such exceptional sword skills. There is no need for such formality. We can exchange knowledge and learn from each other when time permits, Xiangxi humbly gestured. After settling into the small courtyard, Xiangxi took the time to clean himself up. Following his long journey, he certainly could not claim to be clean. Subsequently, he borrowed paper and pen from Takeda Tomoya and began to write a letter to Tsunade. Along the arduous journey, he had many insights he wished to share with her, and now that he had arrived in the land of iron, it was only proper to send a letter home to assure her of his safety. He did not wish to be like Takeda Sota, who had vanished without a trace after leaving home. Moreover, he had promised Tsunade that he would write whenever he thought of her. He had already owed her many letters and needed to make amends. The following day, when Xiangxi visited the Takeda family head's courtyard to inquire about the training methods of their martial arts, the head of the Takeda family began to recount the origins of the Takeda family sword techniques. Xiangxi listened intently, aware that the family head had a purpose in sharing this tale. The Takeda family's legacy began with the story of an orphan from a nameless village who emerged from the mountains. Initially, the orphan knew nothing of the sword arts. After descending from the mountains, he became brash and reckless, swept along by the currents of life, fighting fiercely with a rusted blade to survive, ultimately establishing his home in a small town. Tragically, in his 30s, he was murdered in the streets by his enemies. Fortunately, his youngest son survived, vowing to avenge his father. The son compiled his father's teachings and the experiences of combat into a systematic method of killing. Following this system, he quickly mastered the sword techniques necessary to exact revenge, and by the age of 25, he single-handedly eliminated all his father's foes. However, he too became the enemy of his enemy's descendants. As he aged and lost his vigor, those descendants, now in their prime, wielded blades swifter than his own. Just as he had not eradicated all his enemies, their descendants did not annihilate his lineage. They spared his daughter, who later sought vengeance. The daughter diligently practiced her father's deadly sword techniques for many years, yet ultimately, she was not a man and discovered that no matter how hard she trained, she could not match her enemies. Rather than despairing, she resolved to pursue a path of stealth. Mastering the art of Iajutsu, she struck suddenly at a tavern, successfully avenging her father. The cycle of revenge persisted endlessly, until eventually, the true progenitor of the Takeda family's sword arts, through countless practice of Iajutsu for vengeance, gradually comprehended the means to end this generational blood feud and chose to let go. From that point on, his Iajutsu flourished, as he realized his own heart and established his own style. Thus, the Takeda family's sword techniques were formally founded. The ancestors of Takeda were individuals of remarkable breadth and wisdom. The master of the Takeda family cast a surprised glance at Xiangxi. Is it truly so? You believe in this? Taken aback, Xiangxi replied, how can you recount such a vivid tale if it is but a fabrication? What a coincidence for a story to unfold this way. These are mere embellishments crafted by later generations to glorify their lineage. Yet, the essence of the swordsmanship is indeed genuine. allowing one to infer the ancestral journey in cultivating one's might. First, one practices sword techniques to strengthen the body, then engages in Aido to attain clarity of mind, ultimately culminating in the mastery of presence. The master of the Takeda family stroked his beard and continued. Following this path of speculation regarding cultivation, I have touched upon the threshold of presence. What I am imparting to you is also this very route. Xiangxi nodded, partially comprehending the notion of strengthening oneself through swordsmanship, yet remaining uncertain about achieving clarity through the practice of Aido. Aido, the art of swiftly drawing the sword to strike an adversary from a state of stillness, emphasizes the rapid transition between a tranquil state and one of urgency. In essence, it is a form of stealthy assault. For instance, at the negotiation table, one may feign nonchalance while engaging in conversation with an opponent, only to suddenly leap forth and strike. The literal meaning of Aido is to sit together, indicative of the art of wielding a sword while seated, with its purpose being quite evident. Consequently, many demonstrations by Aido masters involve a kneeling posture, mimicking the act of abruptly slaying the host during a visit. As Aido evolved, it expanded to encompass a state of daily existence, where to sit signifies a semblance of tranquility, and to meet or to confront refers to quickly drawing the sword in moments of encounter or conflict, thus belonging to the standing form. Later on, Aido took on a defensive connotation. When seated with someone who could potentially engage in Aido against oneself, the optimal response is, of course, to possess superior Aido, drawing the sword more swiftly than the opponent to achieve a defensive objective. The so-called Aido strike, also referred to as the art of drawing the sword, does not augment the power of the strike, but rather emphasizes the element of surprise and the swiftness of the draw. To employ such sword techniques towards attaining clarity of mind left Xiangxi in a state of contemplation. Chapter 84. New buds on a withered tree. The courtyard lay cloaked in dense foliage, with mottled moss beneath the eaves. A gentle breeze caressed the air, evoking a sense of natural serenity. Underneath an ancient tree, Xiangxi closed his eyes in concentration, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, iron fragments, at his waist. His breath was deep and measured, and his heart pulsed steadily, reminiscent of a meditative monk. As the wind rose, it drowned out the sound of the long blade being unsheathed. A flash of white light streaked across, illuminating the surroundings for a brief moment. Xiangxi slowly exhaled, sheathing iron fragments once more, gaining further insights within his heart. What the master of the Takeda family taught him regarding Aido and clarity of mind had transcended the bounds of mere Aido, according to the master's interpretation. It was more an exercise of imagination. He merely speculated that the ancestral path to clarity and presence was imagined through Aido, which could equally be applied through other means. He envisioned himself as a withered tree, quieting his mind, allowing the dead leaves to fall away until the branches were bare, making way for the new buds of spring. The distractions in his heart were akin to the withered leaves. Each time he drew the sword, it represented severing those distractions, letting the dead leaves drop. Only when the branches were free of withered leaves could his heart find tranquility. With a tranquil heart, one can attain clarity of self. If one cannot perceive oneself clearly, how can one hope to reach the essence of one's spirit, let alone consolidate that spirit into a force? It is akin to a blind man attempting to discern an elephant without an understanding of the entirety. How can one comprehend the nature of the elephant or command its will? The wise are those who possess self-awareness. Only when an individual truly knows themselves can they unveil their inherent nature and grasp their spirit. This journey is arduous, akin to walking westward to the land of iron, where inner tranquility gradually emerges, tempering many of one's sharp edges, a form of cultivation in itself. However, in the pursuit of enlightenment, such practice merely allows one to attain a semblance of calmness, while the mind remains cluttered with myriad distractions. To prune the branches of thought and eliminate the withered leaves requires diligent effort. Even more daunting is the realization that, despite the passage of considerable time, one may not achieve the state of seeing no withered leaves, and even if one does, it does not guarantee the emergence of new buds. The Buddha spoke of the profound difficulty in understanding wisdom, and the nature of one's essence is 100 million times more challenging to comprehend. Even the bodhisattvas, despite their elevated status, find it elusive, certainly beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals, highlighting its formidable nature. Should one succeed in shedding the withered leaves from their heart, they would transcend the realm of the mundane. For Xiangxi, this task is even more formidable, as his 2 lifetimes have accumulated an abundance of withered leaves in his heart. With each leaf that falls, another swiftly takes its place, perpetually nurturing the distractions within. Nevertheless, he remains resolute, for this is the righteous path, the long-dormant swordsmanship. With each strike aimed at severing the withered leaves of distraction, sees a significant increase in its value. He continues to close his eyes, striving to calm his heart. Whenever tranquility descends, a cacophony of chaotic thoughts emerges. He must patiently await that fleeting moment of clarity to sever these thoughts. With each thought that dissipates, a leaf is born in an endless cycle of life and death. As autumn gives way to spring, the golden withered leaves flutter down, while the cold snow bends the branches and the new buds break through the ice. A year has passed, and Xiangxi diligently practices the art of drawing his sword daily. His resolve is unyielding as iron, never faltering, which requires immense willpower. Were he an ordinary person, he likely would have given up within a month. For this endeavor demands not only the act of drawing the sword, but also the stillness of the heart to perceive that glimmer of inspiration necessary to sever the distractions. The head of the Takeda family praises Xiangxi's dedication, recognizing not only his remarkable insight and mastery of swordsmanship at a young age, but also his commendable ability to endure solitude, allowing his heart to find peace. Occasionally, Xiangxi offers guidance to Takeda Tomoya on sword techniques, although his understanding of the Takeda family's methods is limited, primarily sharing experiences of combat. He also shares his insights from the stage of enlightenment through letters to Tsunade. Although she shows little interest and finds it difficult to comprehend, their correspondence remains uninterrupted. By the end of the year, he has managed to sever a third of the withered leaves in his heart. Though they continue to proliferate daily, the overall number diminishes as he progresses in his practice. This remarkable advancement brings both joy and sorrow to the head of the Takeda family. The sorrow stems from his own decade of toil to eliminate half of the withered leaves, while Xiangxi has nearly matched that achievement within just 1 year of diligent effort. Xiangxi, nurtured by the Takeda clan, exuded an undeniable aura of impending mastery in the art of the sword, an unstoppable force. By discarding a third of his distractions, he had begun to touch upon his own spirit, occasionally experiencing flashes of insight. He could, like the head of the Takeda family, harness his own momentum to exert pressure on others, compelling them to yield without a fight. This method had transcended the realm of traditional swordsmanship, reaching a level where the formless surpassed the formed. The Takeda clan's leader, recognizing Xiangxi's burgeoning understanding of momentum, generously bestowed upon him the ancient manuscripts passed down through generations of clan heads, which detailed the application of momentum. The manuscripts described 5 methods of overcoming foes through momentum: breaking thunder, breaking wind, breaking fire, breaking water, and breaking earth, each corresponding to the 5 elements. Perhaps the Takeda clan's ancestors, who first grasped the concept of momentum, had utilized these techniques to confront ninjas. Upon perusing the contents of the manuscripts, Xiangxi refrained from immediate practice, as he could not yet summon momentum at will. Instead, he devoted his nights to meticulous study. A year later, having shed half of the withered leaves of distraction from his mind, he attained the level of the Takeda clan leader and began his training in the 5 types of momentum. He chose to first practice the breaking wind technique, as it resonated with the wind-based injury of his iron-shattered tooth, promising a significant enhancement in its potency. For 2 years, he remained beneath the ancient tree in the courtyard, contemplating his path. After deciding to train in breaking wind, he ventured beyond the city to the tranquil valleys, allowing the wind to guide his steps. In these uninhabited realms, his heart found greater calmness, enabling him to sever distractions with greater ease. The wisdom of ancient masters who sought refuge in the mountains is not without reason. Distancing oneself from the tumult of worldly affairs fosters tranquility, greatly benefiting spiritual cultivation. Rather than remaining in a fixed location within the valley, he followed the whispers of the wind, sometimes pausing atop a mountain, other times lingering in the valley's depths, as if he had transformed into a gust of wind, meandering freely through the landscape. The presence of the wind is invisible to the naked eye. Even the Sharingan cannot discern its traces, leaving one to rely solely on bodily sensations to sense its direction, while its essence remains elusive. Only those with clarity of mind can perceive the wind's trajectory, experiencing a profound connection as if their spirit and the wind had merged into one. If an ordinary person were to acquire the method of practicing breaking wind, they would likely be bewildered. Misinterpretation of the training would lead to a futile expenditure of energy, potentially causing significant harm to the body. It is only those who have attained clarity of mind who can harmonize with nature, experiencing phenomena invisible to the common eye. Some individuals, endowed with innate spiritual strength and purity of heart, can perceive what ordinary people cannot, such as the flow of energy in feng shui, spirits, and ethereal beings. This phenomenon, often referred to in folklore as the yin-yang eye or heavenly eye, is not a mere gift of sight but a manifestation of spiritual awareness that cannot be transferred to others. These occurrences are not tangible. They are perceived by the heart where the eyes fail to see. Chapter 85. Sambu. A crimson sun hung high in the sky, shrouded in mist and clouds, while the distant verdant expanse unfolded across the vast earth. Standing atop the mountain, Xiangxi was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. He inhaled deeply, as if drawing the very clouds and mists into his being, and then exhaled slowly, conjuring forth a tempest that stirred the white fog and allowed it to drift through the heavens. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him, and the iron-shattered tooth unsheathed itself at his command, slicing through the air with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In that moment, the withered leaves of his heart cascaded down like the fierce winds of a storm. In the realm of reality, the clouds surged and swirled in response to his strike, coalescing into a subtle whirlwind that traversed the sea of clouds. This was not a mere manifestation of wind's fury. It was simply his ordinary strike, eliciting the convergence of his own momentum with that of the wind. He had already mastered the art of breaking through the wind's barrier. Xiangxi, your grandfather calls for you to return. Takeda Tomoya gasped as he ascended the mountain, conveying the message of the Takeda family head. Xiangxi smiled, refraining from inquiring about the purpose of the summons, and instead turned to Takeda Tomoya, asking, Tomoya, what are your thoughts on the sea of clouds from the mountain's summit? Takeda Tomoya steadied his breath, gazing upon the magnificent spectacle of the rising sun and the vast expanse of clouds. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Is the sword like the elusive wind and clouds? Over the past 2 years, he had grown deeply respectful of Xiangxi's swordsmanship, and the occasional guidance he received had enlightened him greatly. In response to Xiangxi's question, he instinctively believed it pertained to the way of the sword. Xiangxi's expression remained serene as he patted Takeda Tomoya on the shoulder and began his descent down the mountain, saying, Take the time to appreciate the beauty of nature. Do not focus solely on the way of the sword. Sometimes, pausing for a moment before continuing can lead you further than relentless forward motion. Takeda Tomoya wore a troubled expression, aware that he had once again failed to provide the right answer. Lately, Xiangxi's guidance felt increasingly elusive, often leaving him bewildered and unable to grasp Xiangxi's meaning. He couldn't help but ponder whether his talent for the sword was destined to reach only a certain depth, beyond which he could no longer comprehend. Upon returning to the Takeda dojo, Xiangxi, in addition to Takeda Shota, encountered a new face, a spirited young man. The Takeda family head smiled as he introduced him, saying, This is Sanbian, a rising star from the Iron Country. At such a young age, he has already attained an extraordinary level of swordsmanship, with boundless potential for the future. Xiangxi regarded Sanbian, recalling the leader of the Iron Country from the original Naruto series, who had slain Hanzo during the Fourth War with unwavering resolve, a warrior of formidable spirit. Sanbian looked at Xiangxi with astonishment, exclaiming, Is this the young master of the Takeda family you spoke of? His visit to the Takeda dojo was inspired by the family head's proclamations. At gatherings with other dojo heads, he had proudly boasted of the remarkable talent emerging from the Takeda family, asserting that this young master would undoubtedly overshadow an entire generation. Such gatherings were not infrequent, and the Takeda family head had consistently sung Xiangxi's praises. The elite swordsmen throughout the Iron Country were well aware of the Takeda family's esteemed master. While they held some skepticism regarding the family head's claims, they respected his undeniable prowess as a master of momentum, a type of individual who would not stoop to falsehoods. Sanbian, drawn by his burgeoning fame, sought to witness the young master of the Takeda family in action. Having reached an impasse in his own swordsmanship, he hoped that engaging with other formidable warriors would illuminate a new path forward. Upon encountering Xiangxi, he appeared strikingly unremarkable for a master of swordsmanship. His demeanor was serene. A gentle smile graced his features, and his eyes were as tranquil as clear water, resembling an amiable neighbor rather than a formidable swordsman. Aside from the samurai attire he donned and the blade at his waist, there was little to suggest he possessed any of the qualities typically associated with a swordsmanship expert. The head of the Takeda clan cast a knowing glance at Mitsubun. Even before the duel commenced, he was already aware of the outcome. Samurai speak with their blades, Xiangshi. Engage in dialogue with Mitsubun, commanded the Takeda patriarch, directing both men to a spacious area outdoors for their confrontation. The two took their positions approximately 7 meters apart. The adage blood flows within 5 steps rings true. In the presence of a swordsmanship master, 5 steps could spell death, and 7 meters could close in an instant. Mitsubun's expression was grave. For him, each strike was a matter of utmost seriousness. In his Iajutsu, it was a matter of either your demise or mine. Human life was at stake, necessitating caution. In contrast, Xiangshi maintained an unwavering calm, as if engaging in combat was merely an everyday occurrence. Regardless of the illustrious reputation of his opponent. Be cautious, I am adept at Iajutsu, Mitsubun warned, placing his right hand on the hilt, poised to draw at any moment. His Iajutsu was practiced to the extent that it no longer held the element of surprise. Even when one anticipated his draw, they could never match his speed. It was rumored that ninjutsu was ineffective against Mitsubun due to the swiftness of his Iajutsu, so rapid that even ninjas could not complete their hand seals in time. With both hands at his sides and fully aware of his opponent's mastery, Xiangshi showed no inclination to draw first. Iajutsu. Mitsubun, perceiving Xiangshi's overconfidence and lack of defense, felt a flicker of anger as he unsheathed his blade with lightning speed. However, before his sword was fully drawn, he sensed an invisible, colossal sword poised at his forehead, as if any further movement would result in his immediate demise. Mitsubun's mind was struck as if by lightning. He found himself unable to control his body. The countless repetitions of drawing his sword halted in an instant, rendering him incapable of drawing it at all. I concede, he stated, retracting his still-sheathed blade and bowing his head in silent acknowledgement of defeat. Takeda Shota and Takeda Tomoya were left bewildered. How could one concede without even unsheathing their sword? Surely a single exchange would clarify the victor? The head of the Takeda clan erupted in laughter. Mitsubun, is our young master of the Takeda clan truly unparalleled? I am thoroughly convinced. Mitsubun let out a deep sigh, expressing gratitude to Xiangshi. I came seeking guidance, and though I did not draw my blade, I have discovered the direction for my cultivation. Thank you, fellow practitioner. There is no need for such formality, Xiangshi replied with a neutral expression. For him, defeating Mitsubun was not a cause for celebration. The disparity in their prowess was evident. Mitsubun took his leave, intending to reflect on the insights gained from this encounter. Previously, when elders in his clan spoke of force, he had dismissed it as mere fanciful rhetoric, convinced that speed alone defined strength. Yet, after facing Xiangshi, he had finally grasped the essence of what force truly meant. After bidding farewell to Mitsubun, Takeda Shota remained perplexed and inquired, what was Mitsubun's situation? The head of the Takeda clan shot him a reproachful glance. Imbued with disappointment, Xiangshi's blade did not even need to be drawn. The force arrived first. A technique swifter than his Iajutsu. Mitsubun recognized this and conceded. Shota Takeda's heart trembled. Xiangshi, have you truly mastered the art of momentum? Even my father could not wield momentum to inflict harm. What realm have you attained? It was merely a modest accomplishment. Xiangshi shook his head, and the leaves of despair within Takeda's heart fell to the ground. Perhaps 5/10 had withered away, while he himself had nearly shed 6 or 7/10, hardly surpassing Takeda's strength. Until the leaves of desolation completely fell and new sprouts emerged, that would be the moment one could claim to have genuinely mastered momentum. He had not yet shed all the leaves, and thus was far from true mastery. Xiangshi elaborated. Mifune sensed my momentum as he drew his sword, yet it did not possess the capacity to cause tangible harm. Should Mifune choose to continue unsheathing his blade, he would still have the will to fight. His concession was not a result of my momentum being capable of wounding him, but rather that, in that fleeting moment, his spirit faltered under the pressure of my presence. A warrior may concede defeat, but his spirit must never waver. Once the heart retreats, it signifies a true loss, hence his decisive surrender. In Chapter 86, return to the village, Mifune, who had once severed Hans in their fourth battle, undoubtedly possessed an indomitable spirit. Those who maintain their original intent, regardless of their profession, are inherently formidable. However, at present, Mifune had yet to grasp his own convictions. Despite his unparalleled swordsmanship, he lacked achievements on a spiritual level. Defeating him through technique was arduous, but conquering him on a mental plane was not insurmountable. Only when Mifune truly comprehends his heart, develops his own beliefs, and steadfastly adheres to them will he emerge as a genuine warrior. This notion of spiritual belief bears resemblance to the will of fire espoused by the Leaf Village. Many ninjas who devote themselves to this ideal may seem laughable to outsiders. Yet, it is undeniable that these ninjas, in their dedication to the will of fire, have indeed unleashed powers that transcend their own limits. This spiritual conviction differs from mere enlightenment. It is a form of self-affirmation rather than an understanding of one's true nature. It enables one to unleash extraordinary strength through spirit at a pivotal moment, albeit without the ability to harness this spiritual power consistently. When one possesses both the clarity of mind and a steadfast belief, the resulting force is unimaginable. Regrettably, Xiangxi had yet to witness the rejuvenation of the barren tree and lacked such convictions. The so-called will of fire had been regarded by him with indifference. Thus it could never serve as his guiding belief. Subsequently, Xiangxi continued his training in the breaking thunder momentum, having made some modest progress in the breaking wind momentum. The cultivation of breaking thunder was more arduous than that of breaking wind, not solely because the pain of the wind had granted him an initial understanding of it, but also due to the elusiveness of lightning compared to wind. While lightning is visible to the naked eye, wind remains invisible. Yet, the presence of wind is something one can often feel in daily life, whereas lightning is lofty and primarily roars during rainstorms, a phenomenon both admired and unattainable. Next, Xiangxi ventured once more to the valley to practice. By distancing himself from the hustle of humanity, he sought to cultivate inner tranquility. The withered leaves were severed by the wind as he awaited a torrential downpour. Spring thunder rolled as he sensed the vitality of the lightning, while summer brought flashes and roars, allowing him to experience the ferocity and vigor of the storm. With the arrival of the rainy season, he resided in the valley, accompanied by wind and rain, conversing with the thunder. The thunder moved across the heavens, harnessing the advantages of both time and place, its majesty resounding. A symphony of nature's grandeur. As Xiangxi's inner demonic energy surged, a faint rumble of thunder resonated, akin to a symphony of celestial sounds. His spirit was undergoing a relentless series of tremors, much like iron being forged and tempered, purging impurities and solidifying his essence. The cultivation of the wind and thunder forces significantly advanced his understanding, and he anticipated that within a year, the withered leaves of his mind would finally fall away. However, a letter from Konoha interrupted his training, not from Tsunade, but from the third Hokage, summoning him back. It had been over 3 years since he departed from Konoha. Will you not remain in the land of iron? The head of the Takeda family expressed regret upon hearing of his return. You know, you do not belong among the ninjas. The path of the sword is your true calling. If you stay in the land of iron, not only will you master the art of the blade, but with your talent and youth, you may even surpass your ancestors and attain a new realm. The nature of the realm beyond the forces was unclear to him, but from the fragments left by his forebears, he could surmise that the forces were not the ultimate destination. Continuing down this path would take him far beyond the world of ninjas. Yet, the number of those who could achieve the forces was exceedingly scarce. The challenges faced were incomparably more daunting than those encountered by ninjas. If the difficulty of comprehending the forces were lessened, and more individuals achieved such mastery, the world would not belong to ninjas, but to samurai. It was time to depart. Although he had yet to attain full mastery, he had gained clarity about the path ahead, and given time, he was certain of eventual success. Remaining here had lost its significance. Xiangxi held a broad perspective, despite his accomplishments in the study of the forces. It did not imply that he was solely engrossed in the art of the sword. His journey in the wilderness was not his true path. He ultimately sought to return to the mundane world. There lay his concerns, and his pursuit of the forces and cultivation stemmed from this desire, not merely for the sake of cultivation itself. Now, in his heart, the withered leaves had diminished to a mere tenth, and his training in the Thunder Force was nearing completion. Though returning to Konoha would likely present fewer opportunities for such arduous training, he recognized that his progress would inevitably be less than what he achieved in the Land of Iron. Over the course of 3 years, he had transformed immensely. His aura had settled into a profound tranquility, imbued with a sense of liberation, ready to depart at a moment's notice. As he journeyed back, he chose to walk, reflecting on the scenery he once traversed, filled with profound sentiment. The same landscapes appeared strikingly different when perceived through the eyes of the heart rather than the eyes of flesh. The mountains and waters seemed to come alive, engaging him in a silent dialogue. Upon reaching Konoha, birds flitted around him in the forest, while a few squirrels scampered to his feet, as if regarding him as a sacred tree upon which to rest. When he arrived at the village gates, the sentinel ninjas received his hand seal with astonishment, for he had changed so drastically since his departure that, had his name not been inscribed on the seal, they would scarcely have recognized him as Shanshi. After returning to Konoha, he immediately made his way to the Hokage building. The third Hokage had summoned him back, and the letter's vague wording suggested that matters of significance had arisen. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Shanshi enter, he paused momentarily, taken aback. "It appears your cultivation has progressed remarkably. You exude a sense of rebirth. At first glance, I thought my old eyes had deceived me." "Merely a modest accomplishment," Shanshi replied. Shanshi remained remarkably composed. Had this been in the past, encountering the third Hokage would have inevitably rendered him somewhat apprehensive. Yet now, the third Hokage stood before him, indistinguishable from an ordinary citizen on the street. This transformation was not solely a product of Shanshi's enhanced prowess, but also a testament to his spirit and mind. Unshackled by external influences, even in the presence of a sovereign, he maintained his equanimity, indifferent to the hollow titles and power of royalty, recognizing the monarch simply as another individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having spent decades in a position of authority, immediately discerned this shift in Shanshi. With a slight raise of his brow, he remarked, "The reason I summoned you back is indeed due to a pressing matter. Within our village, Shikamaru is the most formidable swordsman. Yet even he is at a loss regarding this situation. Apart from him, you are my only hope. I have exhausted all other options and can only call upon you to attempt a solution. I had anticipated that your training in the Land of Iron would have elevated your swordsmanship beyond that of Shikamaru, and upon seeing you today, it appears my expectations were accurate." Upon hearing that the matter concerned swordsmanship, Shanshi focused intently. "What is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the window, gazing eastward. "In the Land of Whirlpools, there lies an ancient seal containing a cursed sword. Legend holds that this sword possesses the power to annihilate worlds. The ancestors of the Uzumaki clan devoted immense effort and sacrificed countless lives to secure its confinement. However, a year ago, the sword broke free from its seal, seducing hearts and turning humans into sword slaves, unleashing a massacre upon the Land of Whirlpools. This news has spread among the 5 great nations, each vying to claim the sword's power for themselves. At present, the Land of Whirlpools has devolved into a battlefield. Shikamaru is powerless against this cursed sword, and thus, I must send you to confront it." Chapter 87. The Cursed Sword. A cursed sword? Even Shikamaru is unable to contend with it? Shanshi felt a surge of intrigue. During his time in the Land of Iron, Shikamaru's strength was already formidable, surpassing that of an elite J-nin, and he seemed to be on the verge of attaining the rank of Hokage. Now, over 3 years later, he was likely a solid Hokage. The fact that even Shikamaru could not manage the cursed sword piqued Shanshi's curiosity. He yearned to witness this so-called cursed sword and compare its might against his own demon blade. "This is the intelligence regarding the cursed sword," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, retrieving a scroll from beneath his desk. "It is said to possess the ability to level mountains with a single strike, command the dead, and absorb the blood of its victims, growing stronger with each life it claims, wielding the power to manipulate life and death." As Shanshi perused the contents of the scroll, a glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes. The description of the cursed sword resonated with an inexplicable familiarity. This was no exaggeration, it was an undeniable truth. Sensing that Shanshi might perceive this information as implausible, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, "When I first received this intelligence, I too found it hard to believe, as it sounded utterly fantastical, akin to tales from mythology. However, after cross-referencing multiple reports, I can affirm that the information contained within is indeed accurate. I do not doubt the veracity of such legends, for they often stem from reality. Stripped of artistic embellishments, some aspects can indeed be traced back to real historical figures," Shanshi replied, tucking away the intelligence. Invigorated by the revelation, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, finding himself momentarily at a loss for words. The arguments he had prepared to persuade Shanshi had become lodged in his throat. The contents of this intelligence would provoke disbelief in anyone else, who might dismiss it as mere fable, yet Xiangxi alone recognized the authenticity of the description. Sarutobi Hizashi cast a deep glance at Nishi, as if seeking to redefine his understanding of him. You must possess some level of confidence. If the demon sword cannot be sealed, ensure that it does not fall into the hands of ninjas from other nations. By the way, before heading to the land of whirlpools, make sure to meet Lord Mito of the Senju clan. Nishi nodded and took his leave. Mito's request to see him was likely due to matters concerning the land of whirlpools. True to expectation, upon arriving at the Senju territory and standing before Mito, her first words urged him to protect the citizens of the land of whirlpools. Unlike Sarutobi Hizashi, who was primarily concerned with the power and ownership of the demon sword, Mito was deeply invested in the well-being of her homeland, for it was her motherland. Before Nishi's return, Mito not only dispatched Tsunade for support, but also sent numerous Senju clan members, who had been concealed within Konoha. Aside from the essential defensive forces, she had nearly mobilized all the strength at her disposal. She was aware that such actions would undoubtedly provoke Sarutobi Hizashi's apprehension and dissatisfaction. Yet she deemed those concerns trivial in light of her mission. In Konoha, once she resolved to undertake a task, even the Hokage could not deter her. The land of whirlpools is beyond saving. I can only hope that some of my kin will survive, Mito lamented. She was aware of the sealing of the demon's sword within her clan, and although she doubted the veracity of the ancient texts, she had no choice but to believe now. I shall do my utmost, Nishi replied with a serene smile as he bid farewell to Mito, his previous reverence for her having faded. Mito, noticing the change in Nishi, was too preoccupied with the plight of her homeland to ponder it further. After leaving the Senju territory, Nishi did not proceed directly to the land of whirlpools, but instead returned to the Uchiha clan. The White Wolf, whom he had not seen in over 3 years, dashed toward him like a gust of wind before he even set foot in the Uchiha territory, leaping onto his shoulder. Nishi smiled gently, forming his right hand into a blade and slicing a line across his left palm to feed the White Wolf, who had long been deprived of his blood. The wolf licked Nishi's palm with eyes filled with joy. After 3 years of abstaining from blood, Nishi's essence was richer than before. The infusion of his demonic blood made the wolf acutely aware of its vitality surging and transforming, presenting even greater benefits. Nishi seemed to perceive the wolf's thoughts. When one ascends, all shall rise. When my cultivation reaches fruition, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Later, he went to visit Uchiha Yusuke. Unlike his previous indifference towards Sarutobi Hizashi and Mito, Nishi's demeanor toward Yusuke was now imbued with warmth and familiarity. Yusuke was delighted to see the transformed Nishi. He laughed heartily and patted Nishi on the shoulder, boasting that following his teachings would lead to success. Positioning himself as the premier mentor of the Uchiha clan, he also expressed dissatisfaction regarding Sarutobi Hizashi, believing that the latter's recall had interrupted Nishi's training. Yusuke recognized that Nishi was on the right path. Given time, he would undoubtedly become the strongest among the Uchiha, and even Konoha. The fate of the land of whirlpools is of no concern to me, he mused. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time before Nishi rose to take his leave, ready to venture to the land of whirlpools and confront the so-called demon sword. Uchiha Yusuke gazed at the receding figure heading west and exclaimed to his wife, "Our Uchiha clan has produced an extraordinary individual, not an invincible ninja like Uchiha Madara, but a colossal master of the sword, akin to a great figure resurrected from the Warring States era, destined to stir tumultuous waves within the ninja world. How absurd that the Senju clan would reject such a person, relinquishing him to our Uchiha clan." His wife, unable to comprehend Yusuke's words, merely chuckled behind her hand. "Isn't it thanks to your exceptional teaching?" "Haha, indeed. It is all thanks to me. Had I not brought him back from the Senju clan, we would likely find ourselves once more bowing our heads to the Senju, just as we did before." Uchiha Yusuke laughed heartily. In the land of whirlpools, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky still bore remnants of a crimson glow, casting a blood-red hue over the earth and plunging the once vibrant village of Uzumaki into darkness. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with the once thriving Uzumaki village now reduced to ruins, littered with crumbling walls and charred earth, devoid of any signs of life. The trees stood blackened, their branches withered, and flowers wilted, leaving only desiccated roots. Occasionally, a solitary bird would pass overhead, its cry haunting. At times, Faint sounds could be heard. The cursed sword had begun to thirst for blood once more, its power on the verge of resurgence, offering little hope for the future. In the ashen-hued jungle, Jiraiya grimaced as he swallowed a soldier's ration pill, grumbling incessantly, not only due to the sword's menace, but also the unpalatable nature of the rations. Tsunade shot a glance at Jiraiya. What? Planning to flee right after your return? Jiraiya recoiled slightly, lamenting his misfortune, having just returned from training at Murakumoga Mountain, where he had nearly been sickened by the insects. He had anticipated a few days of leisure before embarking on the quest for the prophetic child foretold by the sage toad. Yet, upon his return, Tsunade had dragged him to the land of whirlpools, forcing him back into the grim routine of consuming soldiers' rations. Orochimaru, unperturbed, even managed to smile. Jiraiya, where is that invincible sage technique you boast of? If you exert yourself a bit more, you could maintain sage mode longer, making it considerably easier to control the cursed sword. Once we seal it away, we can return home. Chapter 88. The Undead. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru gathered together, reminiscent of the days when they executed missions as Team 7. Not far off lay the temporary encampment of the Uzumaki clan, allied with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and other leaf ninjas. To seal the cursed sword, they would require the assistance of the Uzumaki people. Following their previous encounter with the sword, a significant toll had been paid in lives, awakening the collective realization that the sword could not be destroyed, only sealed. In the shadows, other ninjas lay in wait, their numbers too vast to sense. Comprising a coalition from various nations, they remained passive, biding their time for an opportunity to capitalize on the efforts of the Leaf and Uzumaki clans. The power of the cursed sword had been witnessed by all. Facing it head-on only led to death. As night fell, the ruins grew even quieter and darker. The distant mountains loomed in the night, resembling colossal tombs. The night wind howled silently, pressing against the mountains and forests, causing branches to sway precariously and emit a cacophony reminiscent of feral beasts roaring. Curse it! The cursed sword has begun its torment once more, Jiraiya exclaimed in fury, rising to his feet and joining his hands in prayer as he prepared to enter sage mode. Orochimaru, with a grave expression, murmured, Jiraiya, do not tell me sage mode cannot contain the demon. That would shatter my faith in its power. Upon Jiraiya's return, he had sought out the White Snake Sage in the Dragon Cave to learn about sage mode, which indeed possessed extraordinary strength. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to train in sage mode after this encounter. The Uzumaki clan was nearly prepared. Seizing the moment while the cursed sword's power had not yet been restored, they were determined to seal it this time. Tsunade approached the gathering of the Uzumaki people, accompanied by 3 middle-aged kunoichi, ready to assault the cursed sword's guards. Before them lay vast swathes of the undead. Every soul claimed by the cursed sword was summoned from the underworld, transformed into its spectral protectors, tasked with slaughtering the living. At a glance, the number of these wraiths was nothing short of staggering. The land of whirlpools was not solely inhabited by the Uzumaki clan of Uzumaki village. Many ordinary folk resided upon this land. In contrast to the ninjas, these commoners faced a singular path toward death when confronted by the undead. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Painful Heaven's Foot. Orochimaru unleashed a sweeping torrent of fire, carving a path through the throng, while Tsunade stomped her foot upon the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that created a massive crater, akin to a meteor crashing down from the heavens. Hundreds of wraiths were struck, flames engulfed their forms, or they were cast into the abyss of the crater, shattered by the overwhelming force and debris. Yet, not a single wraith cried out. They possessed neither sensation nor intellect. In the realm of the living, their sole mission was to kill, dragging the living into the depths of the underworld. More chilling still, the undead were immortal. They had already tasted death, and thus, death held no dominion over them. The wraiths engulfed in flames would rise again once the flames extinguished. Those who had been shattered would reassemble, their dismembered parts returning to their rightful places, and when sufficiently restored, they would resume their relentless assault on the living. Jiraiya, with hands clasped, trailed behind Tsunade and Orochimaru. His sage mode was yet incomplete. This was not the time for him to intervene. Alongside them, numerous leaf ninjas surged into the fray, one particularly radiant white lightning blade weaving through the undead, cutting them down as if reaping wheat. Although the undead could not be slain, and their bodies continued to coalesce, The brief window of inaction granted Tsunade and her comrades the opportunity to approach the very heart of the cursed sword. The fabled cursed sword was not an entity issuing commands from thin air. It had a master, albeit one enslaved to its will, reduced to a mere sword thrall. The sword itself was a ghostly gray-white, its blade lacking the qualities of iron, resembling bone forged in that pallid hue. The hilt bore a massive gem at its end, akin to the eye of a demon, exuding a potent aura of malevolence. As the blade swung through the air, one could almost hear the anguished cries of the fallen. It not only severed flesh, but also obliterated souls. The wretched thrall wielding it had transcended humanity, grotesque, with jagged bone spurs protruding from its chest and back, resembling a devil's armor encasing its form. His visage was terrifying, utterly unrecognizable, with eyes resembling blazing flames that emitted two palpable red beams. The right hand, gripping the cursed sword, was ensnared by tendrils that protruded from the blade, writhing as if alive, drawing blood from him with each flex. A man and his sword exuded a potent stench of blood and decay, their presence akin to a moving vortex of death, instilling fear and despair in any creature that dared to approach. Now, divide into 3 teams. Shikamaru and Orochimaru will each lead a team, while the remaining members will accompany me. Upon sighting the cursed sword, Tsunade issued commands, segmenting the Konoha ninjas into 3 groups to protect the 3 Uzumaki kunoichi as they prepared to cast their sealing technique. Ah, you ninjas again, like persistent pests. Offer your blood and souls to me. The sword slave cackled wickedly, its voice shrill and grating, reminiscent of countless nails scraping against a chalkboard, inducing unease and dread. It fed indiscriminately on the blood of both ordinary people and ninjas, for it made no distinction. However, it found it easier to slay ordinary folk, swiftly replenishing its power. Among its spectral guardians, most were commoners from the land of whirlpools. Hold it down. Do not let it escape the sealing range, Tsunade shouted, charging forward to engage the cursed sword in combat. The 3 Uzumaki kunoichi positioned themselves in a triangular formation, approximately 300 meters apart, encircling the cursed sword within. Completing the sealing process was time-consuming, and during this interval, they could not interrupt the technique, nor could the sword breach the triangular perimeter. Previous attempts at sealing had failed due to the sword's awareness, which led to the slaughter of the Konoha ninjas attempting to restrain it, and the subsequent decimation of the Uzumaki ninjas casting the technique. The formidable members of the Uzumaki clan had suffered grievous losses when the cursed sword broke free, and with each failed sealing, more had perished. At this moment, these 3 kunoichi represented the last hope of the dwindling Uzumaki clan. Should they fail again, the task would fall to younger clan members, prolonging the sealing process further. Yoko, a Konoha ninja, was abruptly cleaved in 2, his bloodied remains shocking his comrades to the core. None amongst the ninjas present were below the rank of J-nin. The cursed sword required more effort to slay a J-nin than an ordinary person, yet that did not imply it was incapable, merely that it chose whether to exert itself, especially since its power had not fully returned after breaking free. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, unleashing a gray serpent from his mouth, which in turn regurgitated a gleaming sword, the legendary Kusanagi. This was Orochimaru's signature technique, the serpent spit sword. With a sweeping motion, the cursed sword radiated a menacing aura, its movements accompanied by flickering ghostly flames, conjuring myriad illusions in those it attacked, as if they were ensnared in hell itself. As the Kusanagi clashed with the cursed sword, Orochimaru's face turned pale, overwhelmed by an oppressive malevolence that left him gasping for breath, as if his very essence was being siphoned away. Suddenly, a blinding white light pierced the night sky, a swift strike accompanied by thunder and lightning, faster than light and swifter than the wind. It was Shikamaru, who had advanced remarkably during the 3 years of absence, now a master of his taijutsu. Chapter 89. The seal fails. With a resounding pop, Orochimaru transformed into a cloud of smoke. Even with the involvement of Kakashi Hatake, his clones were still shattered. In the eyes of true masters, his taijutsu lacked finesse. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The 3-leaf village ninjas exhaled in unison, unleashing dozens of wind chakra projectiles that surged forth like bullets, akin to a relentless machine gun barrage. The enchanted sword repelled Kakashi, and with a swift motion against the oncoming vacuum spheres, a sword aura imbued with the essence of death swept through. obliterating the projectiles and continuing its lethal trajectory towards the three-leaf ninjas. Elsewhere, a ninja skilled in earth techniques transformed the ground beneath the enchanted sword into a quagmire. The sword descended slightly, instantly converting the surrounding area into a realm of despair. The swamp dissipated, and the ninjutsu became ineffective. The sky was shrouded in gray, obscuring the sun and moon, as an overwhelming aura of death and malevolence filled the air, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The spirits in this shadowy realm grew in strength, launching a frenzied counterattack against the leaf ninjas. Orochimaru's gaze fell, wielding the Kusanagi sword as he charged forward once more. Jiraiya, how much longer must we wait? The challenge posed by the enchanted sword lay in its ability to render all elemental ninjutsu useless within its domain of shadows, forcing the ninjas to rely solely on non-elemental techniques and close combat. Were it not for this, with so many jonin present, even those of the Hokage's caliber would surely face defeat. Senjutsu remained an exception. Its natural energy surpassed chakra and could inflict damage upon the enchanted sword within the shadowy realm. Summoning technique. Tsunade summoned a living slug, which instantly multiplied into dozens of smaller slugs, attaching themselves to the surrounding leaf ninjas to provide healing. Once the shadow realm was activated, elemental ninjutsu became ineffective, and the leaf ninjas found themselves continuously bleeding and injured. In close combat, they stood no chance against the enchanted sword, and their attempts at siege were futile. Apart from Kakashi and Jiraiya in sage mode, the rest could only endure and delay at the cost of their own injuries. Orochimaru and Jiraiya refrained from summoning large beasts, as their size would become a disadvantage. The enchanted sword was nearly guaranteed to strike true. Aside from support, the utility of other summoned beasts was minimal. The lightning surrounding Kakashi vanished, and he engaged the enchanted sword armed solely with his blade, the gleaming white chakra shimmering like scattered starlight. As his sword aura danced through the air, seemingly illuminating the dim shadow realm, the enchanted sword struck with ferocity, targeting the center of the white star's light. As if a demonic deity wielding power, where the sword's edge pointed, the ground cracked, and the sword aura tore through the earth like a plow. Be careful! Orochimaru and the two leaf ninjas sprang to support, restraining the enchanted sword to give Kakashi a moment's respite. Die! The sword master laughed maniacally, his face twisted in madness, his gaze disregarding the blades, allowing the enchanted sword to dictate his movements as it annihilated all foes. The sword descended, its gray-white blade resembling a serpent, venomous and lethal, striking with sudden ferocity. To Orochimaru and the two leaf ninjas, this strike seemed like an abyssal force, as if all creation had vanished, leaving only this chilling, bone-piercing sword. Such a blade was almost divine, an anomaly that should not exist in the mortal realm. Fire release, fireball. In a critical moment, a torrent of flames surged forth, rescuing Orochimaru and the two leaf ninjas from beneath the enchanted sword. The sage has arrived. Jiraiya, with his long hair flowing wildly and red markings adorning his face, wore a prominent nose reminiscent of garlic. Perched upon his shoulders were the sage frogs, Fukasaku and Shima, presenting an initially grotesque appearance that, paradoxically, offered an unexpected sense of security. The sword slave's countenance twisted into a fierce snarl. It is you, the Grand Toad. I shall ensure your demise. The demonic orb embedded in the hilt of the cursed sword radiated a sinister red light, causing the air to thicken and silence to envelop the surroundings, as an oppressive aura threatened to drag all present into the depths of the underworld. Little Jiraiya, this cursed sword is far too formidable. Do not act rashly. Hold him off until the sealing technique is complete, cautioned Fukasaku, his expression grave. He and Shima had been summoned multiple times to counter the sword's menace and were acutely aware of its terror. Even a sage could not subdue this malevolent being without the aid of others. Jiraiya nodded, hardening his hair and launching it forth with the ferocity of a tempest. Employing the sage art, Hair Needle Thousand, the two other sage frogs synchronized with Jiraiya, activating the vitality of his hair, which seemed to flow infinitely. The cursed sword defended itself, conjuring a violet barrier that repelled the hair needles, slightly shielding its wielder. Simultaneously, a plume of purple-black smoke erupted from the sword's blade, transforming into a lethal sword aura that cleaved through the hair needles, aimed directly at Jiraiya's core. In sage mode, Jiraiya experienced a qualitative leap in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Anticipating the sword aura, he deftly evaded the attack and formed hand seals once more, unleashing the sage art. 5 right guards. Jiraiya expelled oil from his mouth, while Fukasaku employed wind release and Shima utilized fire release. The combination of these 3 techniques unleashed catastrophic power, as the scalding oil, heated to thousands of degrees, threatened to incinerate all tangible matter. The surging flames painted the sky crimson. Kakashi, seizing a brief respite, had engaged the cursed sword for only a fleeting moment. Yet the toll on his spirit was profound, leaving him utterly exhausted as if deprived of sleep for an entire day and night. Time slipped away, and as the flames subsided, the sword slave stood amidst the charred earth, unscathed, shielded by the cursed sword. Your sage arts cannot breach the sword's defenses. You have already attempted this numerous times. Why persist in your folly? The sword slave jeered, oblivious to the silent, insidious drain of his own blood within. Aided by the sword's protection against the sage art, 5 right guards. Unperturbed, Jiraiya had long abandoned the notion of vanquishing the cursed sword. His sole aim was to prolong the encounter. Kakashi, after a brief respite, re-engaged the cursed sword in combat. Among the Jonin of Konoha, he was the only one capable of momentarily contending with the sword. All others faced certain death or grievous injury upon contact. Furthermore, many rogue ninjas from other villages lurked in the shadows, necessitating Konoha to maintain a degree of strength to avert unforeseen calamities. The 2 warriors danced around each other, one advancing and the other retreating, delaying the sword's onslaught. Finally, when Jiraiya could no longer sustain sage mode, the 3 kunoichi from the Whirlpool clan neared the completion of their sealing technique. 3 golden beams soared into the heavens, instantaneously merging to form a celestial canopy that enveloped the area completely. The demonic orb on the sword's hilt pulsated with crimson light as the sword slave cast a disdainful glance skyward, dismissively smirking as he repelled Kakashi with a swing of his blade, subsequently raising the sword to the sky, where endless death energy coiled around the blade. In an instant, a massive vortex of purple energy coalesced at the tip of the sword, hinting at the emergence of a deep abyssal dragon, silently roaring as countless restless souls trembled and knelt in submission. Block him. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he led his team forward, disregarding the imminent danger. Should the demonic sword unleash this attack, the incomplete sealing would undoubtedly be shattered. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's sage mode had already concluded, and with just a handful of them alongside Kakashi, they stood no chance of closing the distance under the immense pressure of the purple vortex. With a mere flick of the sword, the purple vortex surged towards Tsunade and the Whirlpool Kunoichi, obliterating everything in its path, as if a demon from hell were unleashing its wrath. Tsunade's pupils constricted, and she swiftly commanded the Whirlpool Kunoichi and other leaf ninjas to disperse, while she placed one hand on the completed sealing technique, channeling chakra to sustain the barrier. Crack! The collision between the purple vortex and the golden sealing barrier rendered the world silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, helplessly watching as a fissure appeared in the golden barrier. The crack then widened, and the golden barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. The sealing had failed. The residual force of the purple vortex continued to surge forward, leaving Tsunade pale as a sheet. At this distance, escape was futile. The vortex, akin to a colossal tornado, was beyond human resistance. With a deafening roar, Tsunade instinctively shut her eyes, yielding to the onslaught of the purple vortex, resigned to her fate. However, instead of the agonizing sensation of being torn apart, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, accompanied by a voice that reproached her. Being so reckless could lead to your demise. Chapter 90. The Battle of Destiny. Being so reckless could lead to your demise. This voice prompted Tsunade to open her eyes in disbelief, and upon seeing the figure before her, her fear and anxiety dissipated, replaced by sheer joy. Xiangxi, what brings you here? Tsunade exclaimed, tightly wrapping her arms around Xiangxi's neck, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If I hadn't come, you would have perished here, Xiangxi replied, casting a disapproving glance at Tsunade. Just as the purple vortex was about to strike her, Xiangxi arrived in the nick of time, spreading his wings and lifting Tsunade into the sky, narrowly evading disaster. Feeling a bit sheepish, Tsunade nuzzled against Xiangxi's chest like a playful kitten, murmuring, every time the demonic sword fails to seal, its power only grows stronger. I'm left with no choice. If this continues, the Whirlpool clan will be annihilated. Xiangxi gently descended with Tsunade to where Orochimaru and Kakashi stood, greeting them before turning his gaze towards the mythical demonic sword. With just one glance, he recognized it as his own Songyun Tooth. In the second year of his journey in the Iron Country, his swordsmanship had already ascended to the 7th tier, awakening the enchanted blade, Songyun Tooth. Unlike Tetsu's fractured Fang or the natural Fang, which were forged from his own teeth, Songyun Tooth simply hinted at its awakening and then fell silent. At this moment, Xiangxi comprehended that the awakening of Songyun Tooth coincided with the demonic sword breaking free from its seal. In the original tale of Inuyasha, the 3 swords of the great dog general, Tetsu's fractured Fang and the natural Fang, were crafted from his own teeth, but Songyun Tooth was an exception. Kanji-Yunya is an ancient sword imbued with a malevolent spirit. Those who wield Kanji-Yunya, if lacking in strength or resolve, may fall under its control, becoming mere sword slaves. During the expedition to the Iron Nation, it appears your abilities have surged remarkably. Kakashi Hitaki, a master of swordsmanship, was astounded. He sensed the changes within Xiangxi more acutely than others. Although he did not engage, he understood that he was no longer a match for Xiangxi. Orochimaru's expression turned serious. For now, we must retreat. With Xiangxi here, the chances of successfully sealing the cursed sword will increase. Xiangxi shook his head, his gaze fixed on the malevolent sword shrouded in deathly aura. He had not come to seal Kanji-Yunya. Rather, his aim was to subjugate it as his own demon blade. Kanji-Yunya seemed to sense Xiangxi and the presence of his iron-shattered tooth and heavenly-born tooth. The magic orb on the hilt glowed ominously, its malevolence soaring, as if a demon god were enraged. The sword slave grimaced in agony, feeling Kanji-Yunya's will surging through him. The blade pointed menacingly at Xiangxi, and he bellowed, "Anger the cursed sword, and you shall all meet your demise." Kanji-Yunya unleashed its true might, distorting the realm of the underworld and isolating this place from the outside world, drawing several miles into a netherworld not belonging to the mortal realm. Either iron-shattered tooth or heavenly-born tooth alone would not stand against Kanji-Yunya in battle, but together, they could contend with it. By dragging this location into the underworld, Kanji-Yunya sought to defeat iron-shattered tooth and heavenly-born tooth, slaying their master, Xiangxi, who represented the heavenly and mortal realms. The ninjas quickly sensed the shift in the realm of the underworld. They found themselves trapped. The edges of the underworld seemed to form an invisible barrier, separating them from the outside world, creating 2 distinct spaces. Kakashi Hitaki and the other 3 ninjas, upon realizing the dire situation, appeared exceedingly grim. After the failed sealing, to force them to engage in a life-or-death struggle within this space against the cursed sword was akin to courting death. Jiraiya couldn't help but shudder. I have yet to find the prophesied child who will save the ninja world. Must I perish here? Tsunade kicked Jiraiya, scolding, at this moment. You still fear death. If we cannot escape, then we must fight to the last breath. The outcome remains uncertain. Kakashi Hitaki and Orochimaru exchanged knowing glances, understanding that the key to this battle lay with Xiangxi. Xiangxi, devoid of chakra, was not restrained by the cursed sword and was proficient in swordsmanship. With him fighting alongside and our support from the sidelines, we still had a significant chance of victory. Orochimaru calmly analyzed the situation, his voice echoing to reassure the other Leaf Ninjas. Jiraiya responded, addressing the surrounding Leaf Ninjas. Give me a moment, once I enter Sage mode. Combined with Kakashi's assault to support Xiangxi and Tsunade's healing abilities, we are bound to prevail. Though he did not mention Orochimaru, Jiraiya's subtle intent was not lost on Orochimaru, who chose to remain silent, acknowledging that he could contribute little in this battle. Nevertheless, Xiangxi shook his head, his expression grave as he declared, "No. You all must fall back. This is my fated battle with Kanji-Yunya. What nonsense are you spouting? The cursed sword is not easily dealt with." Tsunade exclaimed, startled. "Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious." With a swift motion, Xiangxi drew the iron-shattered tooth, subsequently handing its sheath to Tsunade, a confident smile gracing his face. "You may retreat for the time being. Should the deathly aura of the Songyun Fang encroach upon you, the sheath of the iron-shattered tooth shall offer you protection." His assurance emanated an intangible aura that instilled tranquility and serenity in those around him, a subtle radiance lingering about him. This ethereal light, invisible to the naked eye, could only be perceived by those with pure hearts and formidable spirits. When one closed their eyes and focused, They could discern a shimmering silver orb at the center of Xiangxi's brow. Under this unseen comfort, the group silently withdrew. Once they distanced themselves from the battlefield, a sense of emptiness enveloped them, a loss of peace. It felt as if they were missing something vital after leaving Xiangxi's presence. An illusion? Jiraiya murmured. Kakashi seemed to grasp the essence. It is his aura, a resonance of spirit that evokes empathy, surpassing mere illusion. It seems our understanding of Xiangxi has transcended to an increasingly incomprehensible realm, Orochimaru remarked in wonder. Tsunade, uneasy, pondered. Xiangxi shares a connection with the demon sword. Recognizing it as Tsongyun Fong, is this destined battle a clash between his second bloodline limit's demon blade and the demon sword? Perhaps the demon sword is the ancestral weapon of Xiangxi's second bloodline. Orochimaru licked his lips, growing increasingly intrigued by Xiangxi's second bloodline. As they deliberated, Xiangxi made his move, unleashing a wind slash that stirred a relentless tide of deathly energy. Faced with a blow capable of decimating hundreds, Tsongyun Fong retaliated, its magic orb flashing with bloodlight. Unexpectedly speaking, I never anticipated falling into this peculiar world. Your clan still endures. Iron-shattered tooth and heavenly-born tooth materialized alongside it. Accept your fate, Tsongyun Fong. You are destined to be my demon blade. With a shift of his foot, the firm ground yielded like mud, sinking without shattering. A testament to his unparalleled mastery over power. Chapter 91. Fierce battle. The underworld was shrouded in gloom, the air thick with dampness and chill, as if it might weep at any moment. The deathly and sinister energies whipped through like the biting winds of winter, penetrating to the bone. You are utterly incapable of wielding my power, unworthy of my strength. The bloodlight on the magic orb of Tsongyun Fong coalesced, indicating its fury. As the sword servant's eyes lost all sense of awareness, becoming completely subservient to Tsongyun Fong. Confronted with its ancient foes, iron-shattered tooth and heavenly-born tooth, it was determined to unleash its full might to obliterate them. Tsongyun Fong pointed skyward, its movements stirring the winds and tumult as sinister winds howled, manifesting into illusory evil dragons eager to seize the flesh and blood of the living. Xiangxi swung his blade to sever the dragons, undeterred by the malevolent energies of the underworld. Yet, the true aim of Tsongyun Fong's attack was not Xiangxi himself, but rather the ninjas behind him, thirsting for the life essence of the living to restore its own strength. As the sky filled with evil dragons, the Konoha ninjas stood poised, their hearts trembling in anticipation of a technique previously unseen from the demon sword. At that moment, the sheath of the iron-shattered Fong in Tsunade's hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light, instantly forming a blue barrier that enveloped a 100-meter radius. Repelling the onslaught of the malevolent dragons, was the sheath fashioned from the very teeth of the West. Jiraiya observed the entirely black sheath with keen interest. Tsunade shook her head. She was all too familiar with the forging process of iron-shattered Fong, and this was merely an ordinary sheath. The mystical energy emanating from it was undoubtedly a technique of the West. The reason that Tsongyun Fong was referred to as an ancient demon sword was due to its thirst for the blood of the living, its desire to consume souls, thereby augmenting its own power. If it could feast upon the blood of mortals, it would dominate all realms. Its previous wielder, the Great Hound General, would never commit such heinous acts, and the West would never act in such a manner. Thus, Tsongyun Fong would never bow to become the demon blade of the West. Boom. A 10-meter-long purple-black sword energy surged forth, countless vengeful spirits weeping within it, clashing with the golden winds of injury, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the flying debris, the figure of the West charged forward, executing a powerful downward slash with his blade, reminiscent of the legendary Huashan strike. His eyes, crimson with the Sharingan, pierced through the darkness. This was his spiritual momentum, capable of seizing hearts without the need for illusionary techniques, instilling terror and dread. However, Tsongyun Fong was a demonic entity. The sword slave had succumbed to its control, disregarding the pressure of the West's imposing presence. Clang. Tsongyun Fong struck against the blade of iron-shattered Fong, producing a sharp and jarring sound, causing the latter's blade to tremble momentarily. A streak of gray light flashed, emitting a whirring sound as it emerged from the netherworld, not only severing flesh but also seeking to seize souls. Undeterred, the West propelled iron-shattered Fong's blade forward with a fierce determination, intent on vanquishing evil. In his heart, The withered leaves were nearing their end. He recognized his true essence, grasped his spirit, and condensed it into a sword, impervious to external influences. Any intruder would be met with the cutting edge of his spiritual blade. On the hilt of Tsung Fong, a blood-red orb glimmered ominously, and the sword slave emitted a beast-like roar. With a diagonal slash, it clashed against iron-shattered Fong, forcing the West to retreat, leaving deep tracks in the ground beneath his feet. Sizzle! Lightning crackled around the West, transforming iron-shattered Fong into a thunderous blade, unleashing a fierce bolt of lightning that charred the sword slave's form, vanquishing all malevolent spirits. Purple-black smoke billowed from the blade of Tsung Fong, enveloping the sword slave. The malevolent energy clashed with the lightning, undeterred by the onslaught, instead seeking to defy the heavens. Empowered by the lightning, the West's speed and strength surged. He pushed back against the oppressive force of Tsung Fong, with iron-shattered Fong's aura racing forth, flickering like a white serpent tasting the air. The orb on the hilt of Tsung Fong shimmered, revealing all incoming attacks. It wielded its own strikes, unmatched even by the divine sword master above. The West refused to succumb to despair. He spread his wings behind him. Under the influence of the awakened demonic energy, the blue-purple feathers appeared ethereal, and with a gentle flap, he seemed to vanish in an instant. Tsung Fong braced itself against the myriad of incoming sword lights. The clashing of metal echoing like a relentless downpour, yet not a single raindrop touched the body of Tsung Fong. The clash between the two intensified, with Xiangxi moving at such a rapid pace that his shadow was scarcely discernible. Though his figure was visible, his speed rendered it elusive. Creating an optical illusion for the onlookers, Xiangxi appeared as a specter, devoid of a shadow. Kanji Yunya transformed into a swirling mass of dark energy, not a mere phantom, but a quintessential demon. As it wielded its blade, the surrounding air seemed to be instantaneously vacuumed away, crafting a void. The violet-black sword aura surged with ferocity, obliterating all in its path. Withered trees were cleaved in half, and rocks shattered into dust. More terrifying was its sinister aura, akin to invisible tendrils reaching out, intent on dragging souls into an endless abyss. Xiangxi was formidable. Jiraiya swallowed hard, unable to contain his thoughts. Even in sage mode, he could not hope to attain such speed. Xiangxi's swordsmanship had transcended humanity, akin to that of a deity, capable of contending with the demonic sword. Kakashi watched the duel between Xiangxi and Kanji Yunya with unwavering focus, profound realizations flooding his mind, as though witnessing a battle between unparalleled masters, offering him deep insights. Orochimaru appeared perplexed. The most terrifying aspect of the demon sword was its ability to ensnare the heart and strike without warning. Why was it that Xiangxi seemed unaffected? His actions entirely uninhibited? The Sharingan? Jiraiya speculated. Kakashi elucidated. This is momentum, a realm beyond techniques. Such a master possesses a unified spirit, remaining unperturbed even when mountains crumble before them. Able to jest amidst the chaos of blades. They are impervious to external influences, completely immune to illusions. No phantoms can approach. Among the gathered ninjas, he was the most knowledgeable about swordsmanship. He had once contemplated traveling to the Land of Iron, having heard of momentum, but found it too ethereal, ultimately choosing the path of ninjutsu instead. Little did he expect to witness the manifestation of momentum in Xiangxi today. Furthermore, it was not merely a nascent form. It was evident that he had mastered it. After leaving me to train in the Land of Iron for so long, if he hasn't made any progress, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. Tsunade declared fiercely, her face alight with pride, as though her prowess had astonished everyone present. Is the Uchiha clan truly this formidable? I have previously collaborated with Uchiha ninjas of the Three Tomo. While their strength is undeniable, they were never this outrageous. Some Konoha ninjas couldn't help but whisper among themselves. As seasoned jonin, their perspectives and capabilities were far from ordinary. Yet, the battle between Xiangxi and the demonic sword left them astounded. He lacks chakra? Is this truly the appearance of one without chakra? This is the Uchiha of generations past. Yet another prodigy from their lineage. At that moment, Tsunade's ears perked up. Her brow furrowed as she turned and admonished, "What Uchiha clan?" Xiangxi belongs to the Senju clan. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, several jonin of Senju descent reacted unusually, refraining from dissent. Their prowess was no longer sufficient to voice an opinion. Chapter 92. the secrets of the cursed blade under the pale moon and sparse stars, which could not penetrate the realm of the dead. The ghostly Xiangxi gradually came to a halt, while Kanjiunya's movements slowed as well, its sword-wielding figure appearing desiccated, resembling a mummified corpse. Have we reached our limits? At this level, you shall merely become a specter beneath my blade today. The magical orb upon the hilt of the Cloudfang blade pulsated with a mocking crimson light. Indeed, I have reached my limit. In the state where my wings unfurl and lightning envelopes me, my demonic energy depletes rapidly, and such swift assaults cannot endure for long. Over 3 years in the Iron Kingdom, my swordsmanship has greatly advanced, yet my upper limit of demonic energy has scarcely broken through, merely reaching 1920 points thus far. I have reached my limit. How much better off are you? Your sword servant must be utterly spent by now. With a calm expression, I revealed the truth behind Cloudfang blade. The withered form of the sword servant was not the result of being struck by the Iron Fang, but rather the draining of blood and vitality by Cloudfang blade, having been thoroughly exhausted. It is merely a shell. I can replace it at will. Even without it, I can fight alone. And you? If death comes, so be it. The tone of Cloudfang blade was chilling as it once again swung to strike. Iron Fang cleaved through the air, light as a breeze, moving like clouds drifting serenely, embodying a transcendence that rests high above the world, indifferent to the tumult below. Even without ample demonic energy to support a vigorous assault, this technique alone suffices to dominate the world. After my tempestuous onslaught, it was time for Cloudfang blade to unleash its fury, with countless shadowy sword strikes piercing silently, an icy chill that cuts to the bone, akin to millennia-old frozen ice. The air grew frigid, and the cries of ghosts echoed. Under the wielding of Cloudfang blade, a scene reminiscent of doomsday unfolded, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Yet, upon Iron Fang, the fire and thunder clashed, akin to the sun blazing across the sky, purging the world of its impurities, or like the rumble of a thunder god's hammer, sweeping away all evil. The malevolent power of Cloudfang blade rampaged, and the dry skin of the sword's servant fell away, leaving but a skeletal frame. As the stalemate persisted, and the sword's servant faced oblivion, Cloudfang blade whispered insidiously, "Where is your innate Fang? Have you yet to harness its power? Relying solely on Iron Fang is insufficient to match me. Have you heard the lament of Iron Fang?" Although Cloudfang blade could not harm me directly, each clash with Iron Fang eroded its essence, and over time, it neared its breaking point. In the end, every collision sent tremors through Iron Fang's blade, as if it were warning me that it could endure no longer. Should this continue, it would shatter. I infused my demonic energy into Iron Fang, diminishing the harm inflicted by Cloudfang blade. As long as the skeletal form of the sword servant collapses before I acquire a new sword servant, the power of Cloudfang blade shall also reach its zenith. Stubborn and unyielding, abyssal dragon break. Cloudfang blade seemed to sense my thoughts, coldly admonishing me, as it forced the trembling Iron Fang aside with a single stroke, then pointed its blade skyward, with endless death energy coiling around its form. In an instant, a colossal purple vortex materialized at the tip of the blade, an aura of terror rising, akin to a malevolent dragon of sin soaring from the abyss. Spiraling upwards within the purple whirlpool, its demonic might overwhelming, sending shivers through the soul. My eyes sparkled with brilliance, my aura resonating powerfully, as Iron Fang cleaved forth, unleashing a fierce gale, accompanied by the might of dragons and tigers, sweeping away the remnants of clouds, cascading down the insights of the wind's might. The ultimate secret technique. Explosive flow break. Following the currents of abyssal dragon break, I wielded my blade, using the cutting energy of wind's wound to reverse the flow of the abyssal dragon break, employing strength against strength, the ultimate secret of Iron Fang. As he comprehended the essence of the wind-breaking strike, the explosive flow break also fell within his grasp. In an instant, a fierce tornado howled upwards, sharp and violent, crashing thunderously against the infernal dragon break. A resounding roar reverberated, shaking the earth to its core, shattering the ground as if it were mere tofu, crumbling with the slightest touch. Xiangxi's Sharingan focused intently, amidst the swirling sands and flying stones. He witnessed the infernal dragon break shatter the explosive flow break, continuing its relentless assault. This is bad. That move again. Tsunade's face tightened with urgency, unable to resist the impulse to break free from the barrier. As long as Xiangxi remained alive, She had faith in her ability to rescue him. Orochimaru restrained Tsunade, growing increasingly composed in this critical moment. Do not act rashly. If Xiangxi cannot withstand it, he has wings to escape. Your rush would only add to the burden. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Xiangxi shows no intention of fleeing. This sword technique can even shatter the sealing barriers of the Uzumaki clan. Do not withstand it head-on. Xiangxi's swordsmanship, akin to forbidden techniques, hinted at an alternative strategy should he choose not to escape. Kakashi looked on in astonishment, devoid of concern for Xiangxi. He could not help but marvel that Xiangxi's mastery of the sword had surpassed that of a mere ninja, his strike dazzling enough to reach the pinnacle of forbidden techniques. To oppose me with the iron Shattertooth is to court death. The blood-red light from the Tsunade Tooth Demon Pearl surged forth, unleashing the infernal dragon break once more, shattering the skeletal servant into dust. The Tsunade Tooth summoned its final reserves of power, intent on utterly vanquishing Xiangxi, who wielded the iron Shattertooth and the natural tooth. To eradicate any future threat, 2 infernal dragon breaks surged forth, their might capable of annihilating heaven and earth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The realm of the underworld cracked like a mirror, the unfathomable darkness sending chills down one's spine. Xiangxi did not flee. He murmured, at this juncture, have I yet to meet the conditions to master you, Natural Tooth? As his words fell, the Natural Tooth vibrated, as if it had heard Xiangxi's call, poised to unsheath itself and join the iron Shattertooth in battle. A smile graced Xiangxi's lips as he sensed the intent of the Natural Tooth. In this crucial confrontation against my nemesis, are you willing to lend your strength, even if temporarily? The explosive flow break. With a flourish of the iron Shattertooth, Xiangxi unleashed his profound technique once more as winds and clouds roiled. The tornado of killing intent surged forth, a continuous roar of dragon and tiger. Futile. The iron Shattertooth is no match for me. The Tsunade Tooth lay unheld. Yet it stood defiantly, pointing towards Xiangxi. The malevolent spirit of the ancient demon sword required no master. It was the sovereign. The explosive flow break surged forth. Yet it was not over. Xiangxi placed the iron Shattertooth in his left hand, drawing the ever-trembling Natural Tooth from his waist with his right. Its jade-like blade now aglow with brilliant blue light, reminiscent of the sky, signifying the celestial realm's might to subdue demons. The Azure Dragon Break. The Natural Tooth crossed over his chest, its profound understanding of the thunder-breaking force manifesting in divine splendor at that moment. The gray sky erupted with thunder, lightning illuminating the underworld. Even the ground erupted with a torrent of lightning. As Xiangxi swung the Natural Tooth, the thunder and lightning above and below heeded his command, as if heaven itself had unleashed its wrath. Transforming into a thunder dragon, the Azure Dragon Break combined with the explosive flow break, swift as the wind, summoning the wrath of heaven, as dragon and tiger intertwined, harmonizing the celestial and the terrestrial, vanquishing all manner of demons. This is divine might. Under the overwhelming might of divine power, the 2 prison dragons shattered into fragments, while Tsunade roared in defiance, yearning to unleash the prison dragon strike once more, to defy fate itself. Yet, its strength was utterly depleted, the power restored from the blood and souls it had consumed over the past days now exhausted, and its sword's servant drained. It could only watch helplessly as divine wrath descended upon it. Divine power subdues demons. Chapter 93. Natural and man-made disasters. Tsunade was sent flying, crashing helplessly to the ground. The blood-red light of the magical orb on the sword hilt extinguished, as if the malevolent spirit had been silenced. The realm of the underworld vanished, and this space returned to the mortal world. The gray mist dissipated, revealing a bright blue sky with clouds drifting gracefully. Everything seemed to revert to normal. Yet, the ground lay littered with scars and the fallen bones of the deceased, telling the tale of Tsunade's devastation. Blood and bones were strewn across the land of the vortex, transformed into a veritable hell. Looking westward, the Vortex clan remained. Hell could once again become home. Although the backbone of the Vortex clan had been largely decimated, most survivors were merely children. Yet, children embody hope. If the surviving members were a group of aged clan members, that would indeed spell despair. To the west, Tsunade sheathed her sword and rushed forward, disregarding the gazes of those around her, and leaped onto Xiangxi, her face beaming with joy. Xiangxi slightly turned, allowing Tsunade to land on his back, bending slightly to carry her. How about it? My training in the Land of Iron has been satisfactory, hasn't it? He asked as he walked forward, heading to reclaim his demonic blade, Song Yunya. If it weren't for my support in your journey to the Land of Iron, your strength, no matter how formidable, would still owe a part to me. Tsunade proudly lifted her chin, a mix of delight and arrogance in her expression. Beware. Suddenly, Orochimaru shouted in alarm, sensing an anomaly. The intensifying feeling of impending doom even rattled his typically composed demeanor. As his words fell, the sea on the distant horizon began to tremble violently, as if some colossal creature was awakening from the depths below. A tsunami. Jiraiya stared blankly at the awe-inspiring force of nature, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Boom. The ground shook violently, as if a dragon was stirring beneath, the vast earth ravaged by an invisible giant hand, tearing apart deep, unfathomable fissures. The land of the vortex was surrounded by ocean, effectively making it a large island, prone to frequent tsunamis and earthquakes, usually suppressed by the seals of the Vortex clan. Natural disasters had been kept at bay, yet after barely surviving the demonic sword, both tsunami and earthquake erupted simultaneously, as if seeking to eradicate the Vortex clan entirely. Run! Kakashi, crackling with lightning, dashed to the gathering place of the surviving Vortex clan members. Before the calamity struck, every life saved was a victory. The other Leaf ninjas quickly joined the fray, sprinting across the trembling ground, desperately attempting to rescue the wounded and the Vortex clan members before the towering tsunami crashed down upon them. Though they were elite shinobi, they could not resist the earthquake and tsunami, yet there remained a chance to escape with their lives. Tsunade's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly dismounted from Xiangxi to render assistance. Summoning technique. Orochimaru summoned forth a massive snake, over 10 meters long, like a shadow sweeping up the crowd. Jiraiya followed suit, summoning a toad to aid the injured and the Vortex clan members. The toad leaped dozens of meters, beginning a frantic flight to safety. Water style, Great Water Burst. Water style, Water Chaos Waves. Water style, Great Waterfall Technique. Suddenly, along the escape route of the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, those lurking in the shadows struck. A group of over a dozen ninjas collectively unleashed a massive water release technique, aiming to drive the Leaf as people back. Earth Release, Crumbling Earth Palm. Earth Release, Earth Flow Slash. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Subsequently, the already fractured ground was further ravaged by a multitude of earth techniques, creating a chasm akin to a celestial divide before the eyes of the Leaf S ninjas through the force of an earthquake. This was a calamity wrought by man. With narrowed eyes, he discerned that both the earthquake and the tsunami had been orchestrated, utilizing ninjutsu to trigger the disasters of the Land of Waves. He even witnessed a multitude of ninjas fiercely vying for the Cloud Fong, blood spattering everywhere. Clearly, ninjas from other nations had united to annihilate the Leaf S forces, competing for the Cloud Fong. He yearned to leap over and reclaim the Cloud Fong, to slay them all. Yet, with Tsunade and the others in peril, he could only coldly observe the frenzied ninjas battling for the Cloud Fong, before turning back to join the Leaf ninjas. He held no fear that the Cloud Fong would be seized. In this world, aside from him, none could wield the Cloud Fong. Wentai, can you leap across? Jiraiya bellowed. To which the toad, Wentai, displayed a troubled countenance. If there is even a single spot to land on, I could leap across. Was the heavens truly intent on extinguishing the Uzumaki clan? Since time immemorial, the Uzumaki clan has held no quarrel with others, quietly sealing malevolent entities and disasters for the benefit of the land. Had they erred in their ways? A perplexed Uzumaki ninja lamented to the heavens, the relentless onslaught of calamities pushing him to the brink of despair. More terrifying still, the earth was tearing apart, the chasm shifting, completely severing the Land of Waves, rendering their location a desolate island. The tsunami surged forth like a mountain, in the blink of an eye. It was upon them. Orochimaru's face was suffused with murderous intent, harboring intense hatred for the hidden ninjas. His mind raced with frantic thoughts, those skilled in earth release. Step forward. We must endure, even unto death. He took the lead, performing earth release, pressing his hands against the ground to stabilize the trembling earth beneath them, while simultaneously raising circular earthen walls around them, enveloping everyone in darkness. We will fight to the end. I can use earth release. So can I. At that moment, over 20 surviving Leaf ninjas, along with the remaining 60 Uzumaki clansmen, nearly 100 in total, required ample space. Orochimaru's expression turned resolute as he commanded, Tsunade, utilize the slug to heal and restore everyone's chakra. Jiraiya, prepare for Sage Mode. And you all, do not use Earth Release simultaneously. Form groups of 8, taking turns to maintain our defense. Orochimaru designated 7 Jonin to assist him in sustaining the Earth Release, while the others hurried to restore their chakra. Among those present, Orochimaru was relatively young, yet in that moment, he undoubtedly emerged as the leader, issuing commands that none dared to defy. The elder ninjas refrained from opposing Orochimaru's orders. In times of crisis, a true leader stands forth, directing the group, regardless of whether their decisions are infallible. What mattered was the courage to act. The greatest fear lay in discord, with each person acting independently. Such folly would invite destruction. Boom. An unending cacophony echoed in the ears of the onlookers. As the tsunami loomed like a colossal beast, poised to engulf their isolated island within its gaping maw. In the impenetrable darkness devoid of any glimmer of hope, Orochimaru, while maintaining his earth jutsu, summoned several elder members of the Uzumaki clan and inquired, "Can you sustain a seal to prevent destruction here?" A middle-aged female Uzumaki ninja, gathering her composure under Orochimaru's calm command, seemed to be imbued with a sense of resolve as she replied, "Yes, however, there are few among our clan who possess knowledge of sealing techniques. We can maintain it for no more than 10 minutes. Orochimaru nodded, instructing them to prepare, and then subtly gestured to the west, asking in a hushed tone only audible to the two of them, "Can your sword sheath barrier still be utilized?" "Surely. There exists a more potent barrier." After a moment's contemplation, the figure to the west responded, "The barrier on the sword sheath is forged from my demon energy and mental prowess. If I were to employ it directly, the barrier would be stronger, albeit at a considerable cost of my demon energy. Fear not, the Uzumaki clan possesses an abundance of chakra. You may utilize it freely when the final hour approaches. Should you release your chakra absorption, as long as the barrier is maintained, it matters not if the entire Uzumaki clan is drained of chakra and perishes," Orochimaru conveyed, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts, leaving the figure to the west with an unsettling chill. Chapter 94. The Crossing Outside. The thunderous roar persisted relentlessly. Within the suffocating confines of the earth jutsu, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, weary and contemplative, feeling the onslaught of the ocean ravaging just beyond. He realized he could no longer sustain the earth jutsu, and the chakra replenished by his slug clone was but a drop in the bucket. The 3 alternating teams had only managed to hold for 5 minutes. "Do you think we can survive this, Xiangxi?" Tsunade nestled in Xiangxi's embrace, her face weary. The burden of maintaining chakra through the summoning slug was immense, and even she, of the Senju clan, was nearing her limit. "Rest assured, we shall be fine," Xiangxi murmured softly, contemplating that if it came to dire circumstances, he could still break the barrier and fly Tsunade to safety. With her eyes closed, Tsunade whispered, "When the time comes that we can no longer hold on, you must escape without being trapped because of me. Do not speak such foolishness. As long as I am here, you shall not perish." Xiangxi tightened his embrace around Tsunade, aware that in the struggle against the tsunami, he could bear only one person away. He could not carry Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kakashi all at once. Jiraiya, meditating in serene repose, was capable of maintaining the earth jutsu alone in Sage Mode, yet only for a fleeting 5 minutes. His Sage Mode was not flawless, limiting his endurance. As the teams rotated, Orochimaru propped himself up, and the ninja in his group stepped forward to uphold the earth jutsu, while those who had just finished were utterly spent. After a brief moment, Orochimaru surveyed the weary faces around him, including his own, and with understanding, he commanded someone to notify the Uzumaki clan to prepare. For their earth jutsu could not withstand another wave. Crack! The earthen wall began to fracture, their chakra insufficient to mend it in time, and they could only watch helplessly as the fissures widened, culminating in the wall's catastrophic collapse under the relentless force of the waves. At that moment, a golden barrier unfurled, shielding the relentless, surging waves of the sea, granting everyone a temporary respite. Without the obstruction of the earthen walls, they could clearly perceive the formidable force of the tsunami outside. The sky darkened abruptly, as if night had descended, and a colossal shadow loomed from the ocean, obscuring the sun. It resembled a mountain forged from seawater, crashing down upon them, and the very air grew heavy, pressing against their chests and rendering them breathless. The overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of nature's might-bred despair for humanity appeared so diminutive against the vastness of the natural world. Tsunade stood frozen, gazing at the monstrous waves that seemed poised to devour them, her countenance gradually darkening. In that moment, Xiangxi stepped forward, calmly declaring that as long as they united in purpose, humanity could triumph over nature. He recounted witnessing flesh and blood withstand the torrents, asserting that with unity and a fortified spirit, nothing was insurmountable. His voice, though unassuming, bore an intangible magnetism, powerful and confident, daring to challenge the heavens and earth. His spirit radiated outward, as if revealing to the others a magnificent sun rising from the sea, casting its resplendent light across the mountains and plains. Regardless of the trials of the world, there would always be those who remained steadfast, courageously facing adversity together, hearts intertwined, passing the torch of resilience that would never extinguish. Under Xiangxi's inspiring presence, the crowd found tranquility and fortitude, as if fatigue had dissipated, and a newfound vigor surged within them, emboldening them to confront the elements. Even the most sensitive of children fell silent, instinctively gravitating toward Xiangxi, drawn by an invisible aura that instilled a profound sense of peace within them. Nearly 10 minutes later, the golden ceiling barrier began to tremble. At this juncture, Ziyu emerged, re-entering his sage mode, directing an immense surge of natural energy to confront the forces of nature. Orochimaru dispatched individuals to gather the Uzumaki clan members near Xiangxi. The children, unaware of the gravity of the situation, rejoiced at being closer to him, while the elders bore solemn expressions, sensing the impending challenge. Throughout, Xiangxi maintained a gentle smile, using his spiritual power to soothe their restless hearts. And in a moment of reverie, he emanated a hazy, radiant light, akin to a benevolent deity, compassionate and benevolent. "Come to my side," Xiangxi beckoned with a smile, and the youth of the Uzumaki clan approached him as if they were devout disciples, heeding his guidance for their salvation. "I require your chakra to sustain the barrier, enabling our survival. Fear not, I shall wield it wisely." He lightly patted the shoulder of one Uzumaki, who, devoid of worry, looked up with eyes brimming with hope, as if believing that together they could weather the storm. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru felt a chill. He realized that this was no mere illusion. Xiangxi's sheer mental fortitude had seamlessly assimilated others to his worldview, garnering unanimous support. Such a person, should they turn malevolent, could become the most formidable cult leader. As the spirits surged, the immense chakra of the Uzumaki clan transformed into a formidable energy, flowing into Xiangxi like a river, breaking through the limits of his power. His demonic energy soared to an unprecedented threshold of 5,000 points. At this juncture, Xiangxi's eyes burned crimson, his body unable to withstand any further influx of demon energy, beginning to undergo a transformation. Yet, his mental fortitude remained remarkable, unclouded by the influence of the demonization, his mind exceptionally clear. A vast surge of demonic power activated, erecting a fantastical violet barrier to replace Jiraiya in withstanding the onslaught of the tsunami. An immense quantity of demon energy poured forth, repelling the relentless waves, while within him, the demonic energy rapidly dissipated, and the entity known as Duogui frantically absorbed chakra. It must be said, the chakra of the Uzumaki clan was astonishingly abundant. The chakra of a single Uzumaki clan member was sufficient to sustain the demonic barrier for 2 minutes, almost half the duration of the rotation of 3 groups of ninjas. Xiangxi, refraining from delivering a lethal blow, calmly signaled another Uzumaki clan member to step forward upon sensing the chakra of the first had nearly depleted. Although his eyes glowed a fierce red, to onlookers, he resembled a wrathful deity subduing a natural disaster. Tsunade mentally counted the seconds, aware that, typically, the duration of a tsunami was under an hour, possibly concluding within mere minutes if it occurred simultaneously with an earthquake, prolonging the ordeal. She estimated that in another 20 minutes, the tsunami should subside. During these 20 minutes, Xiangxi drained the chakra from 11 Uzumaki clan members, leaving only a few adults remaining. At that moment, the pressure from the tsunami outside the barrier began to ease significantly, and as time passed, the waves gradually calmed. "We survived." Jiraiya laughed heartily, celebrating alongside the other ninjas the narrow escape from death. Tsunade approached Xiangxi, supporting him with concern. "Are you all right?" Xiangxi released a breath, stating, "I am merely fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." Upon finishing his words, he sat cross-legged upon the ground, closed his eyes, and within less than a second, succumbed to slumber. His breath deep and prolonged, emptying his mind, akin to an ancient monk in meditation. First, he battled against Kanji-yunya, then continuously radiated mental calmness to soothe those around him. Absorbed chakra through Duogue, released demonic energy to maintain the barrier, and communicated mentally with the Uzumaki clan members to prevent any unforeseen complications, multitasking immensely. Although his mental prowess was formidable, it was not limitless. Having accomplished all this, his spirit was utterly drained. To force his mind to persist would be detrimental to his health. As the adage goes, prolonged mental fatigue can deteriorate physical constitution. Continuous consumption of mental energy, without recovery, harms the body. Once his spiritual influence waned, the Uzumaki clan members awoke from their stupor, gazing at the meditating Xiangxi with complex expressions. Tsunade remained vigilant, sensing the wary glances of some towards Xiangxi, filled with fear and trepidation, devoid of goodwill. Chapter 95. The sword in hand. When Xiangxi awoke, the sky had darkened. Aside from a few injured leaf ninjas and some children from the Uzumaki clan, the others had vanished. Big brother, you're awake. A red-haired girl was the first to notice Xiangxi's stirring, her large eyes sparkling with joy as she presented him with a bamboo cup filled with water. Xiangxi smiled as he accepted it, inquiring about the current situation. A red-haired girl, who had been conversing animatedly with her companions, squeezed in and chattered about the circumstances following their entry into the West, occasionally bursting into laughter, her vivacious personality shining through. Originally, the Konoha ninjas intended to escort the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha. But changes within the Land of Waves had arisen. Numerous ninjas were engaged in a fierce struggle for the Tsunade, and each individual who obtained it would fall under its mind-controlling influence, leading to further bloodshed. Under the guidance of the Tsunade, as if aware of the current state of the West, the mindless sword slaves relentlessly advanced towards him. Fortunately, the power of the Tsunade had diminished significantly, losing its former might. Amidst the onslaught of numerous ninjas, the sword slaves were brutally dismembered. However, the insatiable thirst for power among new ninjas led to yet another becoming a sword slave upon seizing the Tsunade. Its allure penetrated the hearts of many ninjas, driving them into a frenzy as they recklessly fought for the godlike power, even at the cost of their lives. After conferring, Kakashi and Orochimaru decided to regroup and take the initiative. With the Tsunade weakened power, the combined strength of the three legendary ninjas and Kakashi would be sufficient to suppress it, and sealing the Uzumaki clan would become considerably easier. Most importantly, the Tsunade posed a grave danger. If left unchecked, it would inevitably bring about cataclysmic chaos. Silent, Xiangxi pondered the need for further involvement in the conflict. When he awoke, the Tsunade would be firmly within his grasp. He rose, his complexion rosy and his spirit vibrant, his body and mind restored to their peak. Big brother, please don't go. The lively little girl tugged at Xiangxi's sleeve, her unease palpable as if danger lurked nearby the moment he departed. Xiangxi smiled. I will subdue the demon sword and return shortly. When I do, I will take you all back to Konoha, all right? Do not fear while I am away. These uncles will protect you. He gestured towards the injured Konoha ninjas, yet they wore disgruntled expressions, muttering, What do you mean by uncle? They call you big brother, yet you respond well. And we become uncles? We're only 25 or 26, just a few years older than you. At 19, Xiangxi indeed shared a close age with them. Yes. The little girl nodded earnestly. Big brother must return. Aunt Ryoko and the others must come back too. Xiangxi bent down to ruffle the little girl's hair. What is your name? Uzumaki Kushina, she exclaimed proudly. And me? I am Uzumaki Kariri. The first girl to notice Xiangxi's awakening chimed in. All right, Kushina and Kariri. I promise I will return shortly, along with your clan members. Xiangxi felt a twinge of emotion, realizing he had formed a connection with Naruto's mother. Kushina was a few years younger than Shinsuke, and upon returning to Konoha, she would likely be attending the Ninja Academy, where she would meet Minato. I'm off now. Your red hair is truly beautiful. He waved farewell, and with a flash, he vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. The vast chasm isolating the island had shrunk considerably, revealing numerous traces of earth manipulation, and the bottom was visible to the naked eye. Rather than traversing the depths of the chasm, Xiangxi sensed the malevolence of the Tsunade, Wings sprouted from his back as he soared directly over the chasm, racing towards the Tsung Yunfang. As he beheld Tsung Yunya, the ground was awash with blood and bone, the earth in tatters, devoid of flora, save for the malevolent ninjas resembling wolves, with no trace of life in sight. Various ninjutsu surged forth, their brilliant luminescence illuminating half the sky, as the ninjas from the 5 great nations united to obliterate the sword slaves under Tsung Yunya's dominion. Deprived of its sword slaves, Tsung Yunya could no longer wield itself as it once did, after being vanquished by the combined might of Tessaiga and Tian Xingya. The energy it had regained during its temporary confinement was entirely depleted, rendering it incapable of unleashing its power independently. It stood silently embedded in the ground, awaiting the grasp of the next ninja to become its sword slave, contributing a fragment of strength towards its revival. The skeletal sword blade reflected the moonlight, emanating a chilling silver glow, silently narrating its enigma and might. Whoever wielded it would become the sovereign of the world. A towering ninja swallowed hard, and noticing his companions were distracted, could not resist the impulse to appear before Tsung Yunya in an instant. As he reached out to grasp it, the magical orb upon the sword's hilt flickered with a crimson light, as if mocking in silence. The allure of power was irresistible. The burly ninja trembled as an endless malice surged from Tsung Yunya into his being, his consciousness plummeting into an abyss, the demonic presence overwhelming him, forcing him to kneel before the dark deity. From the hilt of Tsung Yunya, several fleshy tendrils emerged, ensnaring his hand that held the sword, burrowing into his arm, siphoning his blood with every contraction. He too was ensnared by the cursed blade. Strike! A ninja commanded, his hand forming seals with such rapidity that afterimages were left in his wake. A tempest erupted, howling as it reaped lives. A multitude of ninjas unleashed their jutsu, and in an instant, the burly ninja was engulfed in a storm of techniques. Before he could even wield the power of Tsung Yunya, he was reduced to a crimson mist. Tsung Yunya remained inactive, seemingly unwilling to lend its strength to him. Esteemed colleagues, the cursed sword cannot be controlled by mere mortals. I propose we return it to its seal. A middle-aged ninja stepped forward, proclaiming with conviction, I concur. It does not belong to any single ninja village. It is a sword that should not exist in this realm. Let us seal it away and cast it into the depths of the ocean. No one need worry about it falling into the hands of other villages. I too agree. Soon, 5 ninjas had stepped forward, representing the 5 great ninja villages. Except for Konoha, the others wore disguises, but they were all acutely aware of each other's origins, though they refrained from voicing it, a tacit understanding among them. As Tsung Yunya observed the unfolding events, it appeared anxious. The magical orb upon its hilt pulsed with crimson light again, an aura of malevolence spreading, inciting many to stir restlessly. Yet another female ninja, disregarding her village leader's decision, teleported to stand before Tsung Yunya, seduced by its allure. Reaching out to grasp the sword's hilt, suddenly, a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, rendering her unconscious. Following this, a figure with wings descended slowly from the west, standing before Tsung Yunya. The magical orb upon the sword's hilt blazed with a resplendent red glow, flickering incessantly, as the night air turned chilling, akin to a bone-cutting steel blade, threatening to cleave any living being that dared approach. It fiercely resisted the proximity of the western figure, for it knew full well that in this world, only the West could truly wield it. Do not seize the cursed sword. Once ensnared, escape becomes impossible, Tsunade exclaimed, intent on preventing Xiangxi from proceeding. Despite her awareness of Xiangxi's formidable spirit, she knew that the ninjas who had dared to grasp Kanjiyunya's hilt were no weaklings, and none had met a favorable fate. Do not act impulsively, Xiangxi. Even if you can vanquish the demon sword, it bears no relation to mere strength. The sword is exceedingly malevolent. Even you could fall under its control. Jiraiya, his face etched with concern, recalled his numerous battles with the demon sword in sage mode. Understanding that it was no weapon of humanity, Orochimaru cautiously interjected, Xiangxi, sealing it would be prudent, should an unforeseen event occur while the demon sword is in your possession. His expression darkened. If Xiangxi were to be controlled, with his power wielding the demon sword, there would be no stopping the calamity. The lives of everyone present would be at stake. Yet, Xiangxi had already grasped the hilt of Kanjiyunya, holding it horizontally across his chest. His countenance remained serene. Do you truly believe you know who I am? Chapter 96. The Malevolent Blade. As the sinister aura gradually dissipated under the gaze of all present, the crimson glow of the magic orb upon Kanjiunya's hilt faded, subdued by Xiangxi's demonic energy. Xiangxi quietly closed his eyes, as the malevolent spirit of Kanjiunya sought to invade his mind. Yet, his consciousness remained clear, impervious to any specters. With a swift stroke of his sword, the evil spirit retreated, and the withered leaves in his heart fell away at that moment. He had finally taken that crucial step, awaiting the birth of new shoots. His might would soon reach its zenith. He would truly become the sword god of the mortal realm. The demon's sword had succumbed to him. What a terrifying man. The ninjas from various hidden villages were astounded, their gazes fixed upon Xiangxi as though faced with a formidable adversary. Coupled with the Uchiha clan emblem behind him, could he be another Uchiha Madara? It dawned on them. He was the demon blade of Konoha, with his Sharingan resembling the magic eye. The three tomo combined with the demon sword rendered him nearly invincible. He was undoubtedly a grave threat to the village. One ninja recognized Xiangxi. Over 3 years had passed. His features had hardened, yet the contours of his youthful visage remained discernible. A ninja lamented, striking his thigh in regret. Had I known, we should have surrounded and eliminated that arrogant Konoha Umbu back then. Xiangxi slowly opened his eyes, his spirit feeling as though it had undergone a profound purification, harmonizing with the pure white moonlight, emitting a faint silver radiance. Beneath the night sky, he appeared as a deity descended from the lunar palace. He departed, sheathing Kanjiunya at his waist, his aura retracting to resemble that of an ordinary person as he approached the Konoha ninjas. Tsunade sighed in relief. Had Xiangxi succumbed to the demon sword's control, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Fear not, this is my demon blade. How could I be dominated by my own sword? Xiangxi smiled, reassuring Tsunade. Jiraiya inquired, is the demon sword also your demon blade? It wasn't forged from your teeth, was it? How many demon blades do you possess? Who said my demon blades must be crafted from my teeth? 3 demon blades have now been gathered. Are they the demon blades of your clan? They differ greatly from your Tetsutsuya. How could a demon sword be forged? Kakashi could not help but ask. One could say so. Although it is a demon sword, its undeniable strength is formidable, surpassing that of Tetsutsuya alone. Xiangxi was unaware of the origins of Kanjiunya. He only knew it as the legendary demonic sword possessed by an ancient malevolent spirit. Orochimaru gestured for a retreat. Yet the ninjas from the other villages were restless. Having witnessed the formidable power of the demonic sword, they could not allow the people of Konoha to lay claim to it. Konoha was already the mightiest among the 5 great ninja villages, and with such a terrifying weapon, they would become insurmountable. The ninjas of Konoha felt a tightening in their hearts, falling into a state of vigilance. Should they face the assault of the 4 great ninja villages, their survival would be tenuous at best, far more perilous than battling Kanjiunya itself. Xiangxi raised an eyebrow and drew forth Kanjiunya once more. A surge of demonic energy coursing through him. The sword emanated a chilling malevolence, causing the surrounding Konoha ninjas to instinctively retreat. He held the sword aloft, as the violet, eerie aura coiled around him like a serpent, akin to a purple demonic dragon circling, its crimson eyes locking onto the gathered crowd, as if ready to drag them all into the abyss. Do you wish to engage me? Xiangxi inquired, his gaze met with averted eyes. No one dared to lock eyes with him. Their earlier restlessness quelled, they recognized the futility of confronting him without a strategic approach. Even should they charge as one, they would only be courting death. The mere technique of Hell Dragon Break was enough to render them powerless. Perhaps only the tailed beasts of our village could stand a chance against him, someone murmured, quietly retreating with their fellow ninjas. We must gather intelligence to devise a means to counter the demonic sword. A ninja from one of the villages expressed his dissatisfaction, vowing to report back and find a way to eliminate this formidable foe. Shadows gradually faded into darkness, and the Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Their gaze upon Xiangxi transformed. He was no longer merely a man, but a figure of dread rivaling even the tailed beasts. Let us depart, Xiangxi said, sheathing Kanjiunya and addressing Tsunade. Upon our return to Konoha, I must seek a sword sheath from Grandpa Hato. Grandpa Hato has long since retired. Tsunade shot him a bemused glance. If it is not too much trouble, our Uzumaki clan could craft a suitable sheath for you, a ninja from the Uzumaki clan offered, seeking to curry favor. It was inevitable that they would head to Konoha. The Uzumaki clan could no longer remain in the land of whirlpools. and forging alliances with the powerful there was essential. In their eyes, beyond the Hokage, no one in Konoha could rival Xiangxi. Tsunade's expression softened. Aunt Liangzi, upon our return to Konoha, you must reside in the Senju clan's grounds. Grandma Mito misses you dearly. The Senju and Uzumaki clans were indeed distant relatives, and her grandmother was of the Uzumaki lineage, making the Uzumaki clan akin to her family. Then I am grateful, for one who has lost their home. A place to rest is a blessing. What you say is uncalled for, Aunt Liangzi. The Senju clan is your home as well. The land of whirlpools gradually returned to tranquility, with only remnants of its past civilization whispering through the ruins, the scorched earth awaiting the gentle caress of time. In the stillness of the deep night, a peculiar man with one side of his face black and the other white emerged partially from the earth. His body cloaked in plants reminiscent of a pitcher plant. He gazed at the retreating Konoha ninjas, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Unlike the original Naruto, where only Kushina Uzumaki was taken to Konoha after the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, now there are dozens of individuals, sufficient in number to form a small clan within Konoha. Naturally, the demise of the Land of Whirlpools was not instigated by Kanji Yunya. Rather, it was the result of its status as a coveted vessel and technique capable of sealing-tailed beasts, attracting the envious gaze of the great nations, culminating in a joint assault that led to its destruction. As an ally, Konoha did not exert its full efforts in the rescue, not out of a desire to breach the alliance, but due to the immense pressure along the borders of the Land of Fire, necessitating a substantial deployment of personnel for defense, leaving little room for additional support. Immediately following the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the Second Shinobi World War erupted. Is the magic sword in your possession? In the Hokage office, Mito Gadian inquired of Xiangxi, his tone gravely serious. Upon returning to Konoha, the three legendary ninjas, along with several other Konoha shinobi and the wielder of Kanji Yunya, reported to the Hokage building, accompanied by the current head of the Uzumaki clan to meet the third Hokage. After recounting the details of the mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the three Hokage advisors regarded Xiangxi with altered expressions, though their thoughts remained inscrutable. It is called Kanji Yunya, Xiangxi stated, his right hand resting upon the hilt of the sword, his demeanor calm and unperturbed by the scrutiny of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the advisors. Both Kanji Yunya and the magic sword wield powers that are perilously dangerous and malevolent, akin to forbidden techniques, necessitating sealing under the Hokage's authority. T.G. Kokono cast her gaze downward, as if stating the obvious. This is my sword, why must it be sealed? Xiangxi's expression remained placid, yet his tone carried a hint of coldness. Under the weight of his formidable spiritual influence, the atmosphere in the Hokage office grew noticeably chillier. Chapter 97. Conflict Uchiha Xiangxi. Are you questioning the Hokage's decision? Mito Gadian rose, fixing a piercing gaze upon Xiangxi that exuded pressure. Tsunade, now 19 and having matured, stood at the same height as Mito Gadian, glaring at him with indignation. Know your place. Hokage advisor. How dare you speak here? She reprimanded. Xiangxi narrowed his eyes, positioning himself protectively in front of Tsunade. You claim this is the Hokage's decision. What, then, is the opinion of Lord Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a couple of leisurely puffs from his pipe, responding in a relaxed manner. This matter is open for discussion. With the situation in the Land of Whirlpools resolved, the remaining issues are trivial. He refrained from making a definitive statement, while Mito Gadian and T.G. Kokono's intensity grew more formidable. Without the Hokage's voice, they constituted Konoha's highest authority. And what of Shimura Danzo? Does he share the same sentiment? Xiangxi directed his gaze towards the shadowy figure of Danzo, who had remained silent since his entrance. Obey the majority, Danzo succinctly replied. With two of the three advisors advocating for the retrieval of Kanji Yunya, his opinion bore little weight. Though unstated, it clearly reflected his support for the recovery. Xiangxi restrained the fuming Tsunade, emanating a tranquil spiritual presence, akin to a faint golden light radiating from him. Wherever the golden light touched, it instilled serenity and conviction in the hearts of those present. Think carefully. Are you truly resolved to reclaim my Kanji Yunya? With a question posed to the west, the Sharingan was activated as he exchanged glances with his two advisors. Of course, Tazuna Koharu hesitated momentarily, deep in thought before continuing. It is not that we must seal it. The demon sword originated from within a seal. Should it ever break free in Konoha, it is likely that Konoha would face calamity akin to that of the Land of Whirlpools. Mito Yane pinched the bridge of his nose. This indeed presents a potential hazard. If the West can control the demon's sword, it would be more prudent than sealing it, and the sword's power could be wielded to deter other ninja villages. Given the recent unrest at the borders, we require someone who can maintain order. Thus, a decision was made. Tezuna Koharu resolved to ensure that the West effectively controlled the demon's sword and to report any developments without delay. With that, they departed the Hokage's office alongside Mito Yane. Tsunade stared blankly at the two advisors, whose demeanor was now vastly different, scrutinizing the ethereal presence of the West. His crimson Sharingan gave him an air reminiscent of a demonic monk, embodying both divine and sinister natures. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss. What was the purpose of activating the Sharingan within the Hokage's office? Release. Danzo abruptly rose, forming hand seals. Convinced that Tezuna Koharu and Mito Yane had fallen under an illusion and needed to be freed from its grasp, Tezuna Koharu and Mito Yane halted, taken aback by Danzo's sudden actions. Danzo, do you truly believe our abilities have diminished to the point where we cannot detect an illusion? They felt their chakra was stable, showing no signs of being affected by illusions, and were somewhat displeased, sensing that their capabilities were being underestimated. A chill ran through Danzo as he strode towards them, an aura of murderous intent swirling like a tempest, his voice booming like thunder. Wake yourselves. Startled by Danzo's terrifying intent, the two advisors snapped to attention. Horror-stricken as they gazed at the West, demanding in a fierce yet restrained tone, Uchiha Nishi, do you intend to betray the village? How dare you use illusions against the Hokage's advisors? Tsunade and the others' expressions shifted. The fact that Nishi's actions had gone unnoticed was one matter, but should they become evident, it would equate to treachery. If it were any other ninja, execution would be immediate. Tsunade discreetly grasped Nishi's hand, aware that resolving this matter would be impossible. They could only hope their identities would allow them to suppress the incident. Yet, Nishi remained unfazed, retorting, did I employ an illusion against you? Is there any disturbance in your chakra that necessitates the sensory unit's intervention? He had merely influenced their minds with his own spirit, not casting an illusion. The reason for activating his Sharingan was that both of them possessed high mental fortitude, necessitating the enhancement of this mental influence through the Sharingan. After all, Mito Yane and Tezuna Koharu were disciples of Senju Tobarama, their prowess in their prime at least at the level of a Hokage, and their mental strength was considerable. The illusion techniques he had learned through the Sharingan were fundamentally applications of mental power. He had simply not realized it before. In essence, his Sharingan illusion was merely amplifying his own mental prowess. What is your intention in activating the Sharingan? Danzo's expression darkened. Did I activate the Sharingan? Why not take a look now and see if my eyes are indeed activated? With a sly smile, Xiangshi's crimson Sharingan fixed its gaze upon the three Hokage advisors, confident that they would not dare to meet his eyes. As anticipated, the moment his words fell, the advisors averted their gazes, daring only to focus below Xiangshi's neck. They had no doubt that should they lock eyes with him, under the influence of this mental illusion, they would perceive Xiangshi as if he had not activated his Sharingan at all. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew solemn as he tapped his pipe against the table. Xiangshi, the Sharingan is not meant for use against fellow villagers. However, he had not finished his thought, and in his heart, the threat level posed by Xiangshi surged to its zenith. He and the three advisors had once been comrades of Uchiha Kagami, and even Kagami could not wield such a power that transcended mere illusion, though they had all achieved the rank of Kage. Even if Mito Kazumi and Teijiro Komatsu had grown complacent after becoming Hokage advisors, mere illusions could never bind them. Xiangshi snorted coldly, closing his Sharingan. Yet this did not signify his submission. You wish for Kanji Yunya? Very well, take it and seal it yourselves. With that, Xiangshi unsheathed Kanji Yunya and drove it into the Hokage's office. The malevolent aura of Kanji Yunya surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire Hokage building. The surroundings turned gray, littered with desiccated bones amidst a desolate wasteland, suffused with a morbid stillness, as if one had plunged into the abyss of the underworld. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the three Hokage advisors felt a chill creep up their spines, despite having been informed of Kanji Yunya's ominous nature through Tsunade and others' reports. Seeing it firsthand was far more impactful. This was not an illusion, but a phenomenon triggered by Kanji Yunya. If left here, it would not be long before this anomaly materialized into reality. The entire village of Konoha would be dragged into the nether. Teacher Komatsu gazed at the pale Kanji Yunya, her heart echoing with the whispers of the abyss. Should she grasp the hilt of Kanji Yunya, she would become the new generation's god of shinobi. At that point, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to step down, and she would ascend as Hokage. Commanding the world, none would dare defy her. Her eyes grew misty as she unconsciously moved closer to Kanji Yunya. Chapter 98, Rasengan Awaken. Shimura Danzo bellowed, pulling Teacher Komatsu from her stupor. Among those present in the office, Danzo harbored the greatest ambition and was most susceptible to Kanji Yunya's allure. Yet, true to his reputation as a cunning mastermind, he bit his tongue to anchor his spirit, resisting the seductive pull of Kanji Yunya. Teacher Komatsu, caught in a trance, felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes filled with dread as she regarded Kanji Yunya. Should she grasp its hilt, she feared she would become, as Tsunade and others had reported, a mere blade slave to Kanji Yunya. This is no sword that a mere human can wield, Teacher whispered. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, gripping his hands tightly as they trembled slightly, striving to keep his voice steady. Xiangxi, please retract it. You are right. This is your sword, and only you can wield it. A faint smile danced at the corners of Xiangxi's mouth as he withdrew Kanji Yunya. In an instant, the occupants of the Hokage building felt as if they had returned from hell to paradise, like the dawn's crimson sun casting light and dispelling their profound terror. You may return now. I need to discuss matters of entering Konoha with this elder of the whirlpool. Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep drag from his cigarette, the rich smoke slowly escaping his lungs, as if exhaling his unease along with it. The temptation from Zongyun had a profound effect on everyone present, particularly on Shimura Danzo, who was most swayed by it. He harbored grand ambitions and intricate schemes. Both Nara Shikamaru and Mito Gate exchanged discontented huffs, casting cold glances at Xiangxi and his companions as they departed. As Xiangxi passed by them, their eyes met abruptly, causing them to avert their gazes in fear, unable to meet his eyes. Yet, Xiangxi did not activate his Sharingan. A hint of derision flickered in his gaze as he walked away. Xiangxi, you nearly terrified me. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Tsunade, still shaken, patted her full chest, her eyes wide with shock. Xiangxi silently severed the chaotic thoughts within him and replied, Do not worry. They cannot harm me. Having arrived at this juncture, he had finally ascended to the ranks of the Kage. Perhaps still inferior to those who would later hold the title of Six Paths, yet at this moment, he no longer feared anyone. He had attained a level surpassing that of the Kage, able to traverse the ninja world with confidence. By the way, did you not mention that upon returning from the Land of Iron, you would withdraw from the Umbu? Tsunade suddenly recalled Xiangxi's promise, her expression turning stern. Do you believe I would still be part of the Umbu now? The Hokage would likely not allow my presence in his direct forces. Xiangxi had indeed forgotten this matter. Although unspoken, it was clear that Sarutobi Hizashi would no longer permit him entry into the Umbu. His threat level was too high, and his insubordination to higher-ups rendered him a ticking time bomb within their ranks. Kakashi Shikaku lamented, The Umbu will not accept someone like you. As the captain of an Umbu division, he was one of the highest authorities within that clandestine organization. Given the Umbu's nature, not only would they refuse Xiangxi's admission, but they would also likely keep him under surveillance. Xiangxi, you must be cautious moving forward. Those two old men are the most shrewd and will undoubtedly seek opportunities to trip you up, Jiraiya cautioned, harboring a poor impression of Zongyunya and Mito Gaiden. After walking for a while, the group dispersed to recuperate. The arduous mission involving the magic sword of the Land of Whirlpools had left them utterly fatigued. Now that they had returned to Konoha, all they desired was to cast aside their burdens and indulge in a deep slumber. Xiangxi accompanied Tsunade back to the Senju clan's residence, allowing her to rest before he proceeded to visit Takeda Soda. Upon learning about Xiangxi's training in the Land of Iron, Takeda Soda expressed heartfelt relief. Although he had chosen the path of a ninja, he had always held a deep-seated obsession with his identity as a samurai. Only by having Xiangxi succeed him in the samurai way and elevate the art of swordsmanship would his fixation be laid to rest. When Takeda Soda recounted the circumstances of his family, he could not help but cover his face, the weight of longing and guilt gnawing at him after decades away from home. The two engaged in a heartfelt conversation, continuing until the sun dipped low in the sky, at which point Xiangxi bid Takeda Soda farewell. At that moment, the Uzumaki clan had also arrived at the Senju clan's residence. seemingly having reached an agreement with Sarutobi Hisashi. Though the cost of that accord remained uncertain, Ju rushed into Tsunade's room to wake her, provoking her morning irritation and causing a flurry of chaos. Ju was elated by the arrival of the Uzumaki clan, particularly because many of his peers belonged to that lineage. In his daily life within the Senju clan, he often felt a profound sense of solitude, as many of his peers hesitated to engage with him due to his unique status, leaving him with few companions. This gathering was a joint affair between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Despite his inclination to return to the Uchiha clan, he was retained by the leader of the Uzumaki, who expressed deep gratitude for his assistance. Upon hearing of his accomplishments in the land of whirlpools, Mito Uzumaki regarded him with a contemplative expression before inviting him to sit alongside Hashirama, allowing him to partake in the festivities of both clans. To him, this gesture held little significance, as it was not an invitation to join Tsunade, and thus he remained indifferent. Tsunade, however, was quite pleased, comporting herself with remarkable grace. Embodying the poise of a lady from a prestigious family, her demeanor during the event endeared her to the Uzumaki, resulting in a joyful atmosphere for both hosts and guests. "Brother, is this the demon sword? May I touch it?" Hashirama inquired curiously, eyeing the cloud fong behind him. He shot a sideways glance at Hashirama, responding languidly. "If you are unafraid of being controlled by the cloud fong and becoming a mere sword slave, then by all means, feel free," he added with a hint of warning. Every sword slave of the cloud fong has been left with nothing but bones. Startled, Hashirama withdrew his outstretched hand as if shocked, sheepishly muttering, "Then perhaps I shall pass." "Brother, your prowess is formidable, even capable of taming a demon sword. During my absence these past 3 years, how has your escape technique progressed?" he pressed. Aware that following the fall of the land of whirlpools, the second great ninja war was imminent, a time when, according to the original narrative, Hashirama would meet his demise. Lowering his head, Hashirama suddenly recalled something. Thumping his chest proudly, "I am now the top of my class. I can utilize all levels of ninjutsu. There's no need for me to flee. My enemies will be the ones running from me." He received a playful thump on the head, accompanied by a reprimand. "Do you really believe your adversaries will be as inexperienced as your fellow students? What use is being at the top of your class? I was at the bottom during my school days. Do you think I couldn't defeat you now? In a few years, I too shall become a powerful warrior like you." Hashirama protested, clutching his forehead with tears in his eyes, clearly unconvinced. Sighing, he realized his attempts to mentor Hashirama had largely failed. After more than 3 years apart, it was only natural that Hashirama's beliefs remained unchanged without his firm guidance. "I have a level of ninjutsu I can teach you, should you be interested. If you can endure 3 minutes while being pursued by the White Wolf, I will impart this technique to you. It's a no-hand seals ninjutsu," he proposed, shifting his approach to entice Hashirama. Hashirama's eyes lit up, though skepticism lingered as he questioned, "But brother, you lack chakra and cannot perform ninjutsu, can you?" Raising an eyebrow, he extended his right hand, unleashing a surge of blue demonic energy that spiraled irregularly in his palm before compressing into a high-speed rotating energy sphere. Level No Hand Seals Ninjutsu, Rasengan. Chapter 99. Fugaku. Upon witnessing the Rasengan for the first time, Hashirama felt an inexplicable connection to the technique, as if it were destined to be his. With a smile, he guided Hashirama away from the gathering to the training grounds to demonstrate the power of the Rasengan. He hoped Hashirama would exhibit the same tenacity as Naruto. Thinking to himself that there were striking similarities between them, and wishing that the Rasengan would bestow upon Hashirama the same fortune that favored Naruto, the two of them sneaked away, but could not escape the keen eyes of Tsunade, who was filled with resentment and weariness in such circumstances. With a resounding crash, a blue Rasengan struck a tree thick enough for two to embrace, creating a sizable crater in its trunk, sending splinters flying and cleaving the tree in half. Although I lacked chakra, this technique was an application of energy that could be executed with both demon power and chakra. Xiangxi explained that after acquiring the ability to activate demon power, the use of energy had become significantly enriched. Upon integrating the nature transformation of chakra, this technique could evolve into a more formidable ninjutsu, the Rasen Shuriken. My demon power lacked this property transformation, rendering me unable to achieve such a feat, yet you could. Xiangxi felt the temptation was insufficient and introduced another advanced ninjutsu. Shingshu, with eyes like two bright bulbs, playfully tugged at Xiangshi's hand, insisting on learning immediately. Unfortunately, Xiangshi's intention in teaching him the Rasengan was to enhance his escape capabilities, and thus he could not acquiesce to Xiangshu's request. After a considerable amount of coaxing, seeing that Xiangshi remained unmoved, Xiangshu finally resigned himself to practicing his speed and agility in escape. Xiangshi breathed a sigh of relief. With the allure of the Rasengan, Xiangshu could momentarily be put at ease. Meanwhile, after sending off the elder of the Uzumaki clan, the third Hokage's office fell silent, with the three Hokage assistants sitting quietly without uttering a word. After a long pause, TK-SH Rin and Mito K-10, noticing that Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no intention of speaking, hesitated before leaving the office. Once they departed, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo remained. It was then that Danzo spoke. Hiruzen, Uchiha Xiangshi cannot be allowed to remain. While the ordinary Uchiha clan may be wicked, they still adhere to certain rules. Uchiha Xiangshi, however, disregards these rules entirely, acting audaciously and fearlessly, treating the Hokage with contempt, all while possessing unfathomable strength. If left unchecked, he could inevitably become a second Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened as he murmured softly, "We cannot act rashly." He alone could upheave Konoha, and with the Uchiha clan behind him, Konoha would be in peril. Danzo nodded in agreement, stating, "It is unwise to act impulsively at this juncture. We must bide our time. Everyone makes mistakes. Once we seize an opportunity, everything will fall into place." Recently, Tsunade and Iwagakure have frequently entered the land of rain, their actions posing a significant threat. We should prioritize the border. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan territory, Xiangshi was unexpectedly visited by the Uchiha clan leader, accompanied by a boy approximately 4 or 5 years older than Xiangshu. After exchanging pleasantries, the clan leader explained his purpose. "This is Fugaku, a young man already possessing the 3 tomo, nearly at the level of a special J-nin, with immense potential. We hope, Xiangshi, that you can mentor him for a time." Xiangshi raised an eyebrow. Uchiha Fugaku was destined to become the future leader of the Uchiha clan, the father of Itachi and Sasuke, and like Uchiha Kagami, he might have the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, though this remained speculative. His strength was formidable, earning him the moniker of Fugaku the Fierce-Eyed. However, what left a lasting impression was his role as a devoted son, having slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke alive. "I am not proficient in ninjutsu. My combat style diverges significantly from that of a ninja, rendering me unable to provide him with any guidance. I highly recommend Uncle Yosuke, a distinguished master of the Uchiha clan, under whose tutelage I have advanced to this point." However, Keisei rejected this suggestion. As Uchiha Fugaku does not specialize in sword techniques and would not be able to impart any knowledge, surely, one cannot rely solely on a Rasengan to navigate such matters. Before the Uchiha clan leader could voice his thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, deeply bowing with sincerity, and expressed his desire to seek instruction in genjutsu and swordsmanship. True to his reputation as a man with fierce eyes, he approached the request with an impassive demeanor, lacking any semblance of earnestness, almost resembling a subtle intimidation. Keisei pondered this. It seemed that his recent actions involving the capture of Kanji and his presence in the Hokage's office had already spread, indicating that the Uchiha clan leader was well informed. "My genjutsu is rooted in mental prowess, which is further refined through the understanding gained from swordsmanship. Achieving my level of mastery is exceedingly challenging. Even in the land of iron, scarcely 1 or 2 individuals have attained such a state. You should consider this carefully. Receiving my guidance may very well be a fruitless endeavor," Keisei cautioned. Uchiha Fugaku responded solemnly, expressing his willingness to attempt it. With the matter stated so plainly, Keisei ceased his refusals and nodded, instructing him to come find him the following morning. Uchiha Fugaku sighed with relief, as it appeared that Keisei's agreement to mentor him was of great significance. The clan leader exhibited a satisfied expression, leading Uchiha Fugaku away. The next day, when Uchiha Fugaku arrived early at Keisei's courtyard, he found that Keisei had yet to rise. The gift he brought was unceremoniously accepted by the White Wolf. Having established a formidable reputation over the years within the Uchiha territory, the young Uchiha Fugaku dared not confront it. It was only when the sun ascended high in the sky that Keisei leisurely awoke. Upon noticing Uchiha Fugaku waiting in the courtyard, he casually greeted him and, after a brief wash, invited him to demonstrate his sword technique. It was evident that Uchiha Fugaku had indeed practiced swordsmanship, or rather, that most Uchiha members possess at least some proficiency in it, as it complements the Sharingan. After Uchiha Fugaku completed his demonstration, Keisei had a general understanding of his abilities. Uchiha Fugaku's swordsmanship was comparable to that of Takeda Tomoya, solid in foundation, yet lacking in versatility. Failing to make the techniques his own, Keisei instructed Uchiha Fugaku to activate his Sharingan, and then performed a set of sword techniques similar to those he had just executed. Uchiha Fugaku, perplexed by the implications, could only commit them to memory through his Sharingan. The blades shimmered and danced, reminiscent of the wind stirring the clouds, executed with an effortless grace that suggested an ethereal quality, as if poised to soar away on the breeze. Did you grasp it? Keisei sheathed his sword, the elusive aura settling. Yes, I understand, Uchiha Fugaku replied. What sword technique did I just witness? It seems to share an origin with the one I just performed. Perhaps it is one of the Uchiha clan's techniques? He queried, uncertainly. What I just demonstrated was indeed your own sword technique, Keisei replied, beckoning the white wolf over. From now on, you shall spar with the white wolf, employing the techniques I just taught you. The white wolf, displaying a lack of enthusiasm, felt as though it had become merely a tool, now tasked with training alongside Uchiha Fugaku in addition to its sessions with SHJu. Feeding the white wolf some fresh blood to ensure its diligence, he then settled beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree in the courtyard, commencing a period of introspective meditation. In his heart, he pondered that the falling of withered leaves was not an end, but rather a prelude to the emergence of new buds upon the barren tree. These delicate shoots represented his vitality, a pure manifestation of spiritual strength, breathing new life into the withered wood. Chapter 100. The Shadow Seal. At first, Uchiha Fugaku struggled to master the swordsmanship taught to him, feeling a persistent sense of awkwardness that clashed with his natural combat style. For 3 consecutive days, his practice yielded no progress. Indeed, he found himself bitten by the white wolf with increasing frequency. Fortunately, his greatest virtue was his diligence. He approached every task with meticulous care. On the 7th day, however, he sensed a shift. While practicing the new sword technique in the courtyard, a sudden wave of relaxation washed over him. Each movement seemed to follow the rhythm of the wind. In a moment of reverie, he felt as if he were a white crane soaring through the skies, gliding effortlessly among the clouds. This transformation filled him with elation, leading him to believe he had made significant strides in his swordsmanship, venturing into realms previously unknown to him, truly profound. Yet, upon returning home to practice, that exhilarating feeling vanished, and his swordplay appeared clumsy once more. It dawned on him that it was not his technique that had improved, but rather the influence of the tranquil presence of Xiangxi. Seated beneath the tree, Xiangxi exuded a serene and distant aura. With each breath, he emanated a subtle, refreshing energy, akin to a gentle spring breeze that purified the soul. In his heart, the barren tree had begun to sprout a single leaf, symbolizing his nascent spiritual power, imbued with the force of the wind. His demeanor became ethereal, as if he were poised to ascend on the currents. Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of discouragement, yet whenever he was near Xiangxi, he was unconsciously uplifted. The lightness of the wind and clouds deepened his understanding of the new sword technique. Xiangxi, I bear good tidings for you. One day, Tsunade approached, her face alight with joy, playfully urging Xiangxi to guess the source of her excitement. Opening his eyes, Xiangxi teased, did S.H. Moku fail his graduation exam? It was the season of graduations, and should S.H. Moku not advance to the rank of genin, it would indeed be fortuitous news for him. Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, impossible. S.H. Moku is the top of his class. He would never fail. He has already become a genin. Orochimaru has taken him under his wing as a guiding jonin, fulfilling S.H. Moku's aspirations. She felt a twinge of resentment. For S.H. Moku longed to learn from Orochimaru rather than from her as an elder sister. This was hardly the good news she had anticipated. Xiangxi sighed with a hint of disappointment. What if I were to teach you a ninjutsu instead? Tsunade raised her chin, her unadorned yet charming face brimming with pride. Xiangxi looked at her quizzically, placing his hand on her fair forehead, perplexed. You don't seem feverish. Why speak such nonsense? Have you lost your memory? Have you forgotten that I lack chakra? Tsunade irritably swatted his hand away, huffing. This ninjutsu can also harness your demon energy. Mito-sama heard from S.H. Moku about the Rasengan, and she mentioned that your demon energy can indeed be utilized for ninjutsu. Xiangxi was taken aback. How could Mito suddenly extend such goodwill towards him? This was at odds with her long-standing attitude toward him. Tsunade continued. In fact, it can be considered a sealing technique, the In sealing. It involves accumulating chakra and sealing it away until a critical moment arises, at which point the seal can be undone to release the stored chakra, thus preventing any shortage. Upon hearing that you were lacking in chakra while in the land of whirlpools and needed to absorb the chakra of the Uzumaki clan, Granny Mito thought of this sealing technique. Xiangxi pondered for a moment, perhaps attributing part of this insight to the teachings of S.H. Ju regarding the Rasengan. Tsunade pointed to her forehead with an air of pride and stated, "Do you see this diamond-shaped mark? Upon successfully mastering the technique, one will bear this purple diamond imprint on their forehead." Thereafter, Tsunade began to guide Xiangxi on the route of chakra flow and elucidated some fundamental concepts of sealing techniques. During this time, Uchiha Fugaku remained absorbed in his new sword technique, seemingly oblivious to Tsunade's arrival. The In sealing was intricate, primarily challenging due to the knowledge required for the sealing techniques. However, Xiangxi's formidable mental strength and heightened concentration enabled him to learn swiftly, drawing connections and comprehending the principles of sealing techniques in just an afternoon. Once he grasped the most challenging aspects of the In sealing, the remaining chakra flow became straightforward. Given Xiangxi's adeptness in controlling chakra, coupled with the active properties of Tetsuzai's demonic energy, he quickly completed the accumulation of his chakra. Closing his eyes, streams of demonic energy surged forth from his dantian. Had one possessed Byakugan, they would witness these currents of energy flowing throughout Xiangxi's body, except for his head, ultimately ascending along his spine to reach the Yujin point. This point was crucial. Beyond the Yujin point lies the Baihui point. And if the control over demonic energy were insufficiently refined, it could easily lead to head injuries, ranging from concussions to more severe cognitive impairments. Upon reaching the Baihui point, the energy would travel along the skull into the Shinting, culminating in the formation of the seal upon the forehead. With the successful sealing of energy for the first time, a continuous flow of demonic energy began to circulate within Xiangxi, and the diamond mark on his forehead became increasingly pronounced. After sealing 5,000 points of demonic energy, the diamond imprint on Xiangxi's forehead was fully revealed, identical to Tsunade's own mark. "Did you complete the In sealing on your first attempt?" Tsunade exclaimed, her starry eyes widening in disbelief, akin to round jade plates. "Was it difficult?" Xiangxi blinked playfully and retorted, "It's been over a month since I returned from the land of whirlpools. Are you just now coming to teach me? Surely, you've only just learned it yourself?" Tsunade glared, her eyes flashing dangerously. "Feeling a bit too confident lately, are we? Daring to jest at my expense. It seems I must show you who is truly the boss here." Unfazed, Xiangxi bore a look that seemed to say, "Bring it on." Even now, before his training in the land of iron, Tsunade was no match for him. However, when Tsunade threw a punch, his expression stiffened as he realized that all his demonic energy had been channeled into the In sealing, leaving him defenseless. "Wait, you haven't taught me the unsealing technique yet," Xiangxi shouted. "I'll teach you after I give you a lesson," Tsunade declared, sending Xiangxi flying with a single punch, smashing through the surrounding wall and creating a human-shaped hole. With a sinister grin, she stepped through the gaping hole in pursuit of Xiangxi, intent on delivering further punishment. She recognized that such an opportunity was truly rare. The disparity in strength between the two was significant. Under normal circumstances, it was likely that she wouldn't even land a punch on Xiangxi. After being sent flying, Uchiha Fugaku was jolted from his perplexing state, watching helplessly as Tsunade mercilessly pummeled Xiangxi. Although he felt compelled to assist Xiangxi, the nature of Tsunade and Xiangxi's relationship was well known throughout the Uchiha clan, making his intervention somewhat inappropriate. Xiangxi's cries echoed throughout half of the Uchiha territory. Tsunade, no longer a child, had power that transcended her home, wreaking havoc upon the clan grounds, transforming the earth as if struck by a meteor, leaving deep craters in its wake. Was this a form of amusement for them? Did the youth of today engage in such frivolities? Observing the scene, a member of the Uchiha clan couldn't help but wonder if he had grown old. Is Xiangxi truly so afraid of his girlfriend? He doesn't even dare to retaliate when chased down and beaten, one clan member jested. "What do you mean by afraid? This is respect," corrected a married male clan member, arms crossed and utterly serious. Xiangxi lamented his miscalculation, Had he left behind some demonic power during his training in the sealing technique, it would have been beneficial. In truth, even without the demonic energy, his current strength could easily influence Tsunade, deterring her from striking. Yet, he was reluctant to employ such mental tactics against Tsunade, as it might invoke fear. When two individuals are together, if one cannot distinguish between their own thoughts and those influenced by Xiangxi, remaining in such a state of anxiety would undoubtedly lead to an unfavorable outcome. Fortunately, after surpassing the 5,000-point threshold in demonic power, Xiangxi's physique had significantly improved, allowing him to withstand Tsunade's antics without sustaining serious injury. Of course, if Tsunade were to get serious, he would likely struggle. As dusk approached, Tsunade finally ceased her assault, administering a brief treatment to Xiangxi before teaching him the unsealing technique of the sealing technique. Unseal. Upon breaking the seal, demonic energy surged forth, manifesting as patterns of unsealed markings on his face, differing from Tsunade's, as his markings were located on both sides of his cheeks, resembling the positioning of his demonic patterns. Feeling the restoration of his demonic energy, Xiangxi coughed, casting a mischievous glance at Tsunade, as if to challenge her to continue. Tsunade, feigning ignorance, allowed her earlier fury to dissipate, leaning against Xiangxi's shoulder like a little girl, rendering him momentarily speechless. So, you merely wish to take advantage of my vulnerability? Xiangxi mused inwardly. It seemed Tsunade had caught wind of his thoughts. Her luscious lips pouted as she pinched the soft flesh at his waist, murmuring, I intend to teach you a lesson in front of all the Uchiha clan members, so they know my strength. Chapter 101. The Second Ninja World War. In a ninja world fraught with unending conflict, peace was but a fleeting moment. The militant factions of Tsunade and Iwagakure, driven by the desire for greater economic and political power, united to wage war against the Land of Fire, vying for its fertile lands. Signs of war had already emerged, prompting Konoha to station a considerable number of troops at the borders, initiating a counterattack and thus commencing the Great Ninja War. The Second Ninja World War had officially begun, as Xiangxi continues his diligent training in the village. The newly sprouted green buds flourish vibrantly, awakened by the gentle caress of spring breezes, heralding the revival of life. Remarkably, he has spent a peaceful year in Konoha, with Sarutobi Hiruzen neither reassigning him from the Umbu nor delegating any missions, as if he had been forgotten entirely. Tsunade, however, has found joy in this arrangement. Apart from the few unavoidable tasks she has accepted, she has refrained from taking on additional assignments, relishing the days spent training and enjoying leisure with Xiangxi. Precisely the life she yearned for. Alas, such blissful moments are fleeting. Following the onset of the Ninja World War, Tsunade was dispatched to the front lines, while Xiangxi remained overlooked, as if Konoha had no need for his presence. Many members of the Uchiha clan have been sent to battle, yet he received no summons to join them. An ominous premonition gnawed at him, not from a desire to protect Konoha, but from a fear that without him on the front lines, Ju might face the battlefield unattended and meet a fate akin to that in the original narrative during the Second Ninja World War. After the war commenced, Ju's guiding Jonin, Orochimaru, was also deployed to the front, prompting Xiangxi to contemplate the situation. He resolved not to wait for Ju to endure 3 minutes against the White Wolf's onslaught, but rather to impart the Rasengan to him in advance. In his courtyard, aside from Uchiha Fugaku, he found Ju spending his days playing with a rubber ball, diligently practicing the Rasengan. Unlike Naruto, Ju exhibited remarkable control over chakra, completing the water sphere stage of the Rasengan in less than 3 days and progressing to the second phase of practice. Not long after, Kushina Uzumaki and Karui Uzumaki joined Ju in Xiangxi's courtyard for training. Throughout the year, Ju assumed the role of an elder brother to the two, often leading them in their endeavors. Xiangxi willingly taught them the Rasengan, a technique particularly suited for the Uzumaki clan, known for their abundant chakra. Moreover, since the Rasengan was originally developed by Kushina's husband, Minato Namikaze, teaching it to her would save him time in future development, serving as a form of gratitude. As days turned into weeks, aside from guiding the training of the 4 children, Xiangxi remained industrious. After approximately 6 months, the once barren tree within his heart had burgeoned with new sprouts, vibrant with the vitality of spring thunderstorms and the resilience of life that thrives anew after wildfires. His swordsmanship had ascended to the 8th tier, With the completion of the sprout stage, the buds matured into verdant leaves, embodying the cycle of decay and renewal. Reminiscent of the dancing leaves of Konoha, where fire endures and new foliage emerges, a concept worthy of contemplation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued orders to dispatch lower-ranking ninjas to the battlefield. This decree distorted the essence of the will of fire, as the Hokage, a staunch supporter of this political ideology, paradoxically betrayed it first. It is undeniable that Konoha found itself in a precarious situation during this war. Apart from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, the Land of Rain formally declared war on Konoha as well. The Land of Rain did not merely challenge the Land of Fire, but simultaneously declared war on all three nations. The rationale behind this declaration was simple. The three great nations do not share borders, with several smaller nations acting as buffers, while the Land of Rain stands as the sole buffer nation contiguous to all three, effectively transforming it into a battlefield for the three powers. In the Land of Rain, the leader Hanzo could no longer contain his fury, issuing a warning to the ninjas of the three great nations to vacate his territory. Yet, the ire of a seemingly insignificant nation was disregarded, and the battles continued unabated. In a fit of rage, Hanzo mobilized his forces and declared war upon the three countries. His prowess was formidable. Not only was he a master swordsman, but he also wielded toxic gases as lethal weapons. On the vast battlefield, these toxins proved to be devastating instruments of destruction. During the fierce conflict with the three nations, Hanzo, revered as a demigod, commanded unparalleled respect and fear. Under Hanzo's leadership, the Land of Rain exhibited considerable military strength, further compounded by the immense pressure exerted upon Konohagakure by the allied nations of the Wind and Earth. At the tender age of just 12, Narasuke was finally summoned to the battlefield. Upon receiving this news, Nara Kishi instinctively rushed to the Hokage Tower, imploring Sarutobi Hiruzen to rescind the call to arms for Narasuke. However, Narasuke was resolute, adamantly refusing to remain in Konoha. He yearned to fight on the front lines. He was determined to defend Konoha, the village established by his grandfather. His dream was to become the Hokage of this village, to safeguard Konoha and its people. With unwavering determination, Narasuke possessed his own sense of purpose. Unlike others, if Tsunade was the princess of Konoha, he was its prince, destined to inherit the will of the first and second Hokage, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. If his peers were to engage in battle while he hid in the rear, how would others perceive him? How would the legendary Senju brothers view him from the afterlife? Nara Kishi sighed, realizing he could not alter Narasuke's convictions, and thus solemnly cautioned him, do not recklessly charge forward on the battlefield. Always take a step back, allow others to advance first, and then assess the situation before acting. Do you understand? Understood, Narasuke exclaimed, his excitement palpable, seemingly unfazed by the advice, likely lost in fantasies of his future exploits on the battlefield. Nara Kishi shot him a disapproving glance, finding it exceedingly difficult to instill a sense of caution in Narasuke. Consequently, he entrusted his warnings to Byako, instructing him to accompany Narasuke into the fray. Reluctant, Byako, increasingly consumed by his own transformation, was loath to depart. However, Nara Kishi promised him a daily wage for his service alongside Narasuke to be settled upon their return. After Narasuke's departure, the courtyard was left with only Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Kurui, as Uchiha Fugaku had already been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. The tranquility of Nara Kishi's courtyard mirrored that of the Uchiha clan, which had grown considerably quieter. Aside from the children yet to become ninjas, most of the Uchiha warriors had been sent to the front lines. The Uchiha clan leader came to voice his grievances, claiming that Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored ulterior motives, as he neglected to summon the most powerful Nara Kishi while mobilizing a substantial number of clan members to the battlefield. Nara Kishi refrained from responding, fully comprehending the clan leader's intentions, which were merely a subtle suggestion for him to join the fight. After all, Konoha was an entity driven by violence, where proving oneself on the battlefield held more weight than any status. Participation in combat, given his strength, would undoubtedly lead to glorious achievements, establishing him as a hero of Konoha. In that moment, his renown, alongside the Uchiha's prestige, would resonate throughout the village. And with the combined influence of the Uchiha and Senju clans, the coveted position of Hokage would be almost assured for the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan leader had engaged in numerous discussions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet each conversation yielded no resolution. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from dispatching Xiangxi on an expedition to the west or assigning him any tasks, aiming to avert such a scenario. However, Xiangxi remained unconcerned, having no interest in the title of Hokage. His sole priority was the safety of those around him. Unexpectedly, he found himself excluded from both the First and Second Shinobi World Wars. One day, whether it was during the White Dew or the autumn equinox, Xiangxi awoke with a lingering sense of unease, a premonition of impending misfortune. After school, Kushina and Kariri arrived at Xiangxi's courtyard for their usual training, and upon observing his pallid complexion, they inquired with surprise, "Are you unwell, brother? Your face looks dreadful." In their memories, Xiangxi had always been spirited and composed, seemingly capable of handling any situation. Today, however, they witnessed a countenance they had never seen before. "I have been plagued by an ominous feeling today, as if some foreboding is looming," Xiangxi confessed, his brow furrowed. But it could be nothing. After all, premonitions do not always reflect reality. So there is no need for concern. "I often have such feelings, and they rarely come to fruition," Kariri remarked dismissively. Xiangxi shook his head. Having reached this level of cultivation, both his spirit and mind transcended the ordinary. The sudden emergence of such a premonition surely indicated that something significant was about to transpire. Today, he refrained from instructing Kushina and Kariri in their training, opting instead to sit quietly beneath an ancient tree, pondering whether something had befallen Ju or Tsunade. As the sky began to drizzle softly, Xiangxi suddenly sensed that the White Wolf, bound to him by a summoning contract, had been thrust back into the summoning realm. The White Wolf was near Ju. Chapter 102. Resurrection. Xiangxi dashed through the rain, racing toward the Senju clan's territory. Takeda Ta, now advanced in years and with a severed arm, had not been called to arms for this conflict. Upon learning of Xiangxi's intent, Takeda Ta wasted no time and summoned the White Wolf forth. Xiangxi's expression turned severe as he demanded to know about Ju's condition. The White Wolf, bearing injuries, hesitated to meet Xiangxi's gaze. It hung its head, emitting two mournful whines to convey the situation. It had been engaged in a reconnaissance mission with Ju when they were suddenly ambushed by a group of assailants, one of whom possessed formidable strength. No matter how much fire it spewed, it could not vanquish the foe. Eventually, when it could no longer maintain its wolf demon form, it sustained grievous wounds and was compelled to retreat to the summoning realm. As for Ju, the outlook appeared grim. A flicker of sorrow crossed Takeda Ta's eyes, for the bloodline of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama was on the verge of extinction. Xiangxi's complexion turned ashen as he abruptly pivoted and sprinted toward the gates of Konoha. He did not even pause to request a village exit permit from the Hokage's office, unwilling to squander time in a contest of wills with Sarutobi Hiruzen, determined to exit the village by force. The guarding ninjas at the Konoha gates, witnessing Xiangxi's relentless approach, immediately adopted serious expressions and barred his path, inquiring whether he possessed a village exit permit. Given that it was a time of war, Konoha was under a state of heightened alert, maintaining a vigilant watch at all times. "I do," Xiangxi exclaimed with a commanding voice, his immense mental energy radiating outward, compelling the guarding ninjas to instinctively part ways for him. With a permit in hand, he was granted passage. Several guarding ninjas nodded, as if they had witnessed Xiangxi produce the village exit permit, allowing him to depart while they returned to their posts. Upon exiting the village, Xiangxi spread his wings behind him and soared into the sky, heading directly towards the land of rain. The sky appeared as if it had wept, shrouded in thick, dark clouds, while a cold, fine rain fell silently upon the land of rain. At the wooden leaf camp along the front lines, Tsunade stood vigil over a lifeless body, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, all radiance extinguished with the demise of this figure. The rain soaked the edges of her garments, yet she remained utterly oblivious. Her hands clutched the cold, lifeless hand of the deceased, desperately seeking a trace of warmth. Tears mingled with raindrops, cascading onto the pale visage of the youth. But he could not be awakened from his eternal slumber. Not far away, Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood in silence, their gazes heavy with sorrow and resignation. They observed Tsunade amid the drizzle, yet felt powerless to penetrate the fortress of her heart and share in her anguish. As the rain intensified, Tsunade's soft sobs echoed through the downpour, relentless like the unending strands of rain. She allowed the chilling droplets to drench her, cascading through her hair and trickling down her cheeks, ultimately merging with her tears. The world in the rain grew indistinct and hazy, mirroring her inner turmoil, helpless and lost. Akin to a bird adrift without direction, the sky loomed closer, and a solitary bird navigated through the storm, undeterred by the elements, its azure wings shimmering as it approached. The bird descended, soaked to the bone, making its way to the wooden leaf camp, gaining entry after a thorough inspection. Orochimaru's fingers trembled slightly, guiding Xiangshi's path. His gaze remained fixed upon the body of Rope Tree, his disciple whom he had watched grow from childhood. The death of Rope Tree compelled him to question the fragility of life in this world. With a grim expression, Xiangshi approached the cold body step by step. His right fist clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. Had he known, he should have followed in secret, not only White Wolf. The death of Rope Tree was far from mere happenstance. Observing the gruesome state of Rope Tree's remains, he pondered, who would deliberately eviscerate a corpse if not for malicious intent? A tempest of rage and sorrow blazed within him, threatening to turn the very ground to ash. His mental energy resonated with his emotions, causing the air to grow heated, and the rain dared not approach him even a step, evaporated by an invisible flame of spirit. As if sensing this fury, the innate blade, Taianjinjia, suddenly stirred restlessly. Xiangshi trembled violently, his tightly clenched right fist relaxing, quivering as it rested upon the hilt of Taianjinjia. He fervently prayed not to meet the same fate as Teacher Jing. On the night he learned of Uchiha Jing's death, Taianjinjia had also been restless. Yet it could not revive Uchiha Jing. With his right hand resting on the hilt, Xiangshi silently closed his eyes, gradually calming his emotions as the fiery spirit dissipated, while the gentle rain joyfully soaked his attire. Thus awakened, Xiangshi opened his eyes, feeling the intent of Taianjinjia resonate within him. With renewed determination, he stated firmly, "Tsunade, step aside." Tsunade's vacant gaze met Xiangshi's, and after a moment of stillness, as if sensing his resolve, she released her grip on Rope Tree and trembled back a step. With a swift draw of his innate blade, Xiangshi lowered his gaze, his eyes unconsciously activating the Sharingan, resembling a deity that could only be revered from afar. Detached and ethereal. "You bastard! What do you intend to do?" Jiraiya erupted in anger, his face a mask of sorrow, seeking an outlet. "Shungshu is already dead. What do you mean by drawing your sword against his corpse?" Orochimaru seized Jiraiya, his mind a tumult of conflicting thoughts, hissing, "Do not cause a disturbance. That cursed blade has never been wielded before. There must be a purpose in drawing it now." Did you not notice Tsunade's reaction? At that moment, Tsunade's eyes began to shimmer with a faint light. Xiangshi had only ever shared the secret of the innate blade with her. She remembered. In that instant, the emissaries of the underworld appeared, their forms like wisps of smoke, half the height of a man, their faces indistinct, wielding chains that ensnared souls. Xiangshi suddenly swung his blade. To others, it seemed as though he was striking at empty air, yet his swing severed the emissaries of the underworld. Tsunade, filled with anxiety, knelt beside Xiangshu, gripping his hand tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the slightest change in him. Xiangshi retracted his blade, equally tense as he observed Xingshu's lifeless body. It was his first time wielding the innate blade, and uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Suddenly, Xingshu's fingers twitched. Tsunade noticed at once, elated, her heart soaring from despair to bliss, as if awakening from a dream, scarcely able to believe the miracle unfolding before her. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood in shock, incredulously witnessing the scene. Xingshu's wounds began to heal autonomously, his body gradually warming in the cold rain, the color returning to his face. Thump, thump. They heard it, the sound of a heartbeat. Moments later, Xingshu blinked twice and abruptly opened his eyes. "Xingshu." Tsunade embraced his neck, bursting into tears. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were agape, utterly astonished. This was nothing short of a miracle. The dead had come back to life. Orochimaru pondered deeply, gazing at Xiangshi's innate blade. His expression fervent. A blade that could resurrect the dead. This was the power of immortality. "Sister?" Xingshu rubbed his eyes, as if awakening from a profound slumber, bewildered. "Am I not already dead? How can I still see you? Could it be that you have also perished?" Chapter 103. The front lines of the land of rain. You are indeed dead. Do you now comprehend the brutality of the battlefield? Xiangxi maintained a stoic expression. Although he felt joy at Xingshu's revival, his anger had yet to dissipate. Jiraiya, grinning widely, declared, "We all died to accompany you. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected?" Xingshu, struck as if by lightning, retorted, "Impossible. How could my sister and teacher, so powerful, be dead? And my brother, was he not said to be invincible? If even you have perished, does that mean Konoha has fallen?" Tsunade, embracing Xingshu, laughed and cried simultaneously, slapping his back. "Even in death, you still think of Konoha. Nothing is more important than your life. Had it not been for Xiangxi reviving you, you would truly be gone." Xingshu stood there, as if petrified, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had returned to life. This indeed left him astounded, and it took a considerable while for him to regain his composure, chuckling, "Brother, you are invincible. I could die and come back to life, with you around. Does that not mean I shall never truly die?" Xiangxi's countenance darkened ominously as he forcefully pulled Tsunade away from Xingshu and delivered a resounding slap to his face, the severity of which instantly left a vivid red imprint upon Xingshu's cheek. This action not only rendered Xingshu dazed, but also left Tsunade and the others momentarily speechless. Each deceased can only be awakened once by the innate Fang. Xiangxi spoke coldly, silencing the group. "It is apparent that life is inherently finite and cannot be frivolously rescued multiple times. Xingshu, do you believe I am a deity? Do you think that as long as there is the innate Fang, one need not fear death? Every life ought to experience the sorrow and fear that accompany loss." Xingshu seemed to grasp Xiangxi's meaning, responding with remorse, "I understand now." Orochimaru, narrowing his eyes, inquired, "Only once can one be awakened? After being revived, is it impossible to return again?" The innate Fang provides merely an additional life, not immortality, and furthermore, not every deceased can be resurrected through it. A look of nostalgia crossed Xiangxi's face. Had Uchiha Kagami's body returned to Konoha, perhaps he could have revived him then. The revival through the innate Fang is conditional. For instance, if the body is entirely disintegrated, if a significant duration has passed since death, leaving only bones or merely half a body, the innate Fang cannot affect a revival. Conversely, the Tsunade Fang can revive skeletal remains, yet this is not true resurrection. It resembles the transformation into an apostle of the Tsunade Fang, neither fully human nor ghostly, devoid of significance. This is as it should be. If life could be resurrected at will, chaos would ensue. Jiraiya mused, expressing that he had no desire for immortality, believing it essential to adhere to the natural order. Orochimaru, however, upon hearing the limitations of the innate Fang, experienced a slight diminishment of the fervor in his eyes. Jiraiya soon regained his composure, placing an arm around Xiangxi's shoulder as they made their way to the medical camp, exclaiming excitedly, "We have lost many comrades in this war, and their bodies have yet to be cremated. We can save them. Since life cannot be manipulated at will, it is reasonable for us Konoha ninjas to have two lives." Orochimaru followed suit, intent on documenting the process of the innate Fang's resurrection of the deceased. He was utterly captivated by the power of the innate Fang, believing that even if immortality were unattainable, it could still offer a glimpse into the mysteries of life. Tsunade took Xingshu back to her tent, her gentle and caring words leaving him at a loss. From the time he could remember, he had never experienced such treatment. Feeling the warmth of an elder sister's love for the first time. "I am alive. I am truly alive. Uchiha, how wonderful. What would I do if you had died? Is this divinity?" In the somber medical camp, after the innate Fang revived a person, the atmosphere erupted in joyous commotion, as if witnessing a miracle. Some even bowed in reverence to Xiangxi. He helped them to their feet, explaining the limitations of the innate Fang's ability to save, noting that it could not offer limitless resurrections. Unlike Xingshu, they understood the gravity of life, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Recognizing that being granted another chance at life was already an immense fortune, they dared not wish for perpetual revival. Xiangxi summoned Jiraiya to bring Xingshu, wishing to demonstrate to him the profound weight and joy of life, a gift not to be casually discarded. Orochimaru, undeterred by such sentiments, fervently scribbled on the scroll, meticulously documenting the resurrection process of Xiangxi, including the state of the deceased and the trajectory of his every swing of the Tensouga. Soon, Jiraiya returned, accompanied by Tsunade and Xingshu to the makeshift hospital. Observing the tear-streaked faces of the gathered crowd, Tsunade could not help but express her genuine elation. Having experienced the loss of Shunshu, she deeply understood the exhilarating joy of reclaiming what was thought irrevocably lost, a sentiment that drove one to the brink of madness. As Shunshu witnessed Xiangxi revive the fallen, the ecstatic transformations of each soul, awakened from death, instilled in the youthful and impetuous Shunshu a newfound maturity. By the time night fell, all the deceased in the camp had been resurrected, and Xiangxi let out a deep sigh of relief. The continuous act of saving lives had not drained much of Taian Shinjia's demonic energy, but the toll on his spirit was immense. Rescuing lives was no trivial matter. It required a heart full of compassion and utmost caution, for each swing of the blade was an extension of his very soul. The protracted war had claimed far more lives than those present in the camp. The following day, he would need to unearth and revive those who had been buried recently, while those who had been dead for an extended period lay beyond the reach of Taian Shinjia's power. Yet, the war showed no signs of abating. On the morrow, the Rain Shinobi resumed their assault, and casualties continued to mount. Amidst the rising smoke, the battlefield was a cacophony of fire, lightning, and wind, enveloped by a relentless drizzle that accompanied the changing seasons. Fighting on their home turf, the Rain Shinobi leveraged the cover of rain to launch unceasing attacks. Their ninjutsu predominantly intertwined with the downpour, manifesting as countless sharp blades of water and swirling vortexes, seeking to tear through the defenses of Konoha. Under their command, the rain grew ferocious, almost imbued with life. The Konoha ninjas found themselves at a disadvantage, especially those adept in fire techniques, whose flames were significantly weakened, by at least 20%, under the damp conditions of the rain country. The dazzling display of ninjutsu and taijutsu rendered the battlefield a blur, as figures flickered in and out of visibility amidst the rain. The Rain Shinobi continued their assault, suppressing the forces of Konoha. Even with Orochimaru and Jiraiya present, the tide could not be turned, for the Rain Shinobi also possessed formidable warriors. Strangely, one Rain Shinobi, in a state of disquiet, beheld several Konoha ninjas who had previously been declared dead. How could this be? He was certain he had slain this opponent. A chill coursed through him. He was unequivocally convinced that the adversary before him had fallen to his hand. As the Rain Shinobi breached the defenses of Konoha, a wave of unrest swept through their ranks, disbelief clouding their minds as they grappled with the sight of living foes. In stark contrast, within the Konoha camp stood a group of ninjas undeterred by death. They charged forth with reckless abandon, prepared for mutual destruction, a sight utterly terrifying. It was evident that these fearless Konoha ninjas had not truly perished in previous battles. Knowing that they could be revived after death, they were unafraid to face it. Shortly thereafter, the commander of the Rain Shinobi detected the anomaly and, opting against further aggressive maneuvers, chose to retreat. After much contemplation, the Rain ninja, Zhongyu, gasped in shock upon learning that many had witnessed the resurrection of the Leaf Ninja he had personally slain. His mind was momentarily paralyzed by this revelation. The commanding officer of the Rain Ninja wore a grave expression as he reported the anomaly of the Leaf Ninja to Hanzo, the leader of the Sand Frontline. Following a series of tentative offensives, they ultimately confirmed a startling truth. The deceased of the Leaf could indeed be revived. Chapter 104. The appointment. In contrast to the perpetual gloom of the Land of Rain, the skies over Konoha were always bright. However, the countenance of Shimura Danzo was as dark as a stormy cloud as he solemnly declared, "Hiruzen, we can no longer tolerate Xiangxi's actions. Using Jinjutsu on fellow village ninjas and leaving the village for the front lines without your consent shows a complete disregard for your authority as Hokage." Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the report from the Land of Rain, unable to believe the contents inscribed within. The power to resurrect the dead must remain within the grasp of Konoha, never to be wielded by an individual, especially not by the Uchiha. Danzo was resolute. The power of the Tenjinya must be secured at all costs. Hiruzen's expression oscillated between hope and despair as he sighed. No one could have predicted that the blade of Xiangxi, which had never before revealed its might, possessed such divine power. The news of the resurrection of the dead had not only reached the Land of Rain, but had swiftly found its way to the Hokage's desk. The description of Tenjinya echoed in Hiruzen's mind, akin to the first time he read the report on the Cloud Blade, leaving him incredulous. Yet, the cautionary tale of the Cloud Blade made it painfully clear. This was indeed a reality. The cursed sword could be overlooked, but Tenjinya must be reclaimed. Danzo, with an unwavering seriousness, recognized that unlike the younger generation, including Xiangxi and Tsunade, he was no longer in his prime. Year by year, he felt his strength waning and his ailments multiplying, a grim reminder of his mortality. The prospect of aging and dying filled him with dread. Yet Tenjinya offered him a glimmer of hope. Hiruzen, of Danzo's age, shared a similar yearning for Tenjinya. However, the thought of Xiangxi's displayed prowess made him exhale deeply. With his strength, who in Konoha could possibly restrain him? Convincing him to willingly relinquish Tenjinya would be akin to climbing a mountain. Danzo fell silent. What Hiruzen said was the truth. Even if Hiruzen granted him the authority to take action against Xiangxi, he would be at a loss. Not to mention the power of the Cloud Blade, which rendered him powerless. I will find a way to reclaim Tenjinya, no matter the cost, Danzo resolved. A peculiar figure resembling a pitcher plant flashed through his mind, as if he had made a fateful decision. With those words, he turned away with a firm expression. Days later, Xiangxi, who had been tirelessly resurrecting the dead in the medical camp, received a letter of appointment issued by the Hokage. Deputy Commander of the Battlefield? Has the old man finally come to his senses? He has made you Orochimaru's deputy. Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment regarding the appointment letter. Previously, the Hokage had refrained from mobilizing Xiangxi during the war for reasons that were evident to discerning eyes, and Tsunade was well aware of this. Including the fact that Xiangxi had left the village for the front lines without an official order was an act that any ninja village would find intolerable. Yet, the Hokage not only refrained from punishing him, but instead bestowed upon him an appointment letter, rendering any future inquiry into his actions moot. It is merely a matter of helplessness. Xiangxi smiled nonchalantly. What harm could befall him? Who possessed the capability to apprehend him? Even Sarutobi Sasuke would find it a formidable task. Are you feeling proud? Tsunade shot a glance at Xiangxi, then set aside the appointment scroll and resumed her diligent efforts in the medical camp. As a medical ninja, she typically tended to the wounded unless the situation demanded urgency. With her exceptional healing jutsu, she had saved countless lives. At that moment, Tsunade had undoubtedly earned the title of Konoha's premier medical ninja. After a brief respite, Xiangxi joined her in the relentless endeavor of saving the ceaseless stream of casualties. Together, they became the revered duo of Konoha in the eyes of the frontline shinobi, their renown eclipsing even that of Orochimaru, who commanded the battlefield. Orochimaru, however, was indifferent to this. He had grown weary of the tug-of-war with the Rain Ninja. Each time he repelled them, he hastened back to the medical camp to document the process of resurrection, his thoughts consumed by the mysteries of life. During this period, Ju remained obediently stationed in the camp, refraining from clamoring to join the fray. He had but one life left, and Xiangxi and Tsunade resolutely refused to let him venture out again. Another death would be final. Time, as always, seemed to pass swiftly amidst the busyness, and night fell quietly upon the camp. Xiangxi and Tsunade exhaled in relief, concluding a day of healing, and departed the medical tent to return to their quarters. In the stillness of the night, the camp was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. The night sky, free of clouds, sparkled with stars, evoking a sense of boundless imagination, as if one were amidst the cosmos. Tsunade, Xiangxi suddenly spoke. What is it? Tsunade, leaning against Xiangxi's shoulder, squinted her eyes in a drowsy response. Once the war concludes, let us wed. Tsunade jolted awake, her large eyes shimmering like the celestial river, crescent-shaped as the moon above. She scrutinized Xiangxi's face, discerning no deceit, and eventually nodded emphatically. All right. Xiangxi embraced Tsunade tightly. They were both 22 years of age, well into adulthood. In Konoha, those who married early already had children running about. After a moment, a thought struck her. Wait, is this a proposal? Is it resolved with just a single sentence? How lacking in sincerity! Tsunade exclaimed, her indignation evident. True sincerity is the greatest form of earnestness. Did you not feel it? Xiangxi's expression stiffened, his voice faltering. No, feel it with your heart. Be genuine. When we return to Konoha, I shall give you a proper one. Now that is more like it. Well, let us rest. The following day, the number of casualties in the medical camp surged dramatically, including many ninjas who had previously died once. Even Tens was powerless to assist. For this time, they were truly gone. What has transpired? Tsunade inquired of a newly brought-in ninja, whose body bore no blood, only a purplish visage. Hans the Salamander has come to our front lines. As the toxic mist enveloped us, our comrades kept falling. Where's the antidote? Tsunade demanded, having developed an antidote specifically tailored to counteract the toxins of the Rain Ninja. The antidote proved ineffective against Han's poison. The commander has ordered a retreat. Tsunade's expression hardened as she examined the toxins within the wounded, discovering that they were several times more potent than those of the ordinary Rain Ninja. The antidote can neutralize this toxic gas, yet it cannot completely detoxify. Utilizing the meticulous extraction technique, she managed to extract the poison, saving the life of the injured. However, numerous ninjas remained afflicted by the toxin. The extraction method is exceedingly time-consuming, and aside from her, there are very few medical ninjas in the camp proficient in this technique. Treating them one by one is simply unfeasible. Compounding an antidote from the extracted toxins is equally urgent, for by the time she concocts a targeted remedy, the victims may have already succumbed to their fate. With this in mind, Tsunade rose abruptly and addressed the focused and determined Konoha ninja, Kage. This cannot continue. Kage, regain your strength and join the front line. I shall proceed ahead. Kage nodded, settling into a meditative state to restore his spirit. The continuous efforts to revive the fallen had drained him, rendering him ineffective in battle in his current state. His prowess lay in both his physical and mental faculties. He harbored no concern for Tsunade's safety as she ventured into combat. The appearance of Hanzo signified the imminent commencement of the legendary battle of the three ninjas, and Tsunade would not find herself in peril. Chapter 105. The Battle of the Three Ninjas Summoning Technique. As three voices resonated, three colossal entities materialized on the battlefield. Gamabunta, the giant toad, the living slug, and Manda, the serpent, stood poised with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru atop their heads, their expressions grave. Hanzo's strength surpassed their expectations. The mere presence of the giant salamanders summoned by Hanzo left them at a loss, as the incessant release of toxic mist incapacitated waves of Konoha ninjas. Aside from the three of them, the remaining ninjas were forced to retreat from the battlefield after suffering significant losses. Water release, iron cannonball. Gamabunta expelled a massive water sphere. Four water techniques were most suitable for the Land of Rain. Unlike his comrades, Hanzo did not stand atop his summoned beast. The salamander roamed the battlefield, unleashing toxic gas. While he remained grounded, compared to the gargantuan summon, his figure appeared small and fragile, yet he moved with agility, effortlessly evading the cannonball attack. Manda and Orochimaru had conspired regarding the number of sacrifices. As they moved like shadows, they swiftly approached Hanzo, opening their gaping maw to consume him. Hanzo executed a water body technique, evading to Manda's head, where he unleashed a blade with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, akin to lightning streaking across a rain-soaked sky, sending shivers down the spine. His swordsmanship reached an esteemed level, having triumphed over Mune during the war against the Iron Country, and he had begun to grasp the essence of power. Orochimaru transformed his body into countless small snakes, hissing as they entwined upwards, seeking to bind Hanzo. The living slug emitted a corrosive slime capable of dissolving anything it touched. Once contaminated, flesh would be rendered to nothingness. Hanzo seemed to sense the impending danger, swiftly slashing with his sword, causing a rain of serpent carcasses to cascade down. He leaped from Manda's form, his acute perception locating Orochimaru's true body, and charged forward with his blade drawn. Water barrier. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and the torrential rain coalesced into a flowing water barrier, positioning itself between him and Hanzo. Simultaneously, 6 or 7 gray snakes emerged from his sleeves, poised to ensnare Hanzo as he breached the water barrier. Tsunade descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful strike that repelled Hanzo, creating a resounding explosion that left the ground resembling a crater formed by a meteorite. Orochimaru employed the Shadow Snake Hands technique to confine Hanzo's evasive space, thus granting Tsunade the opportunity to engage him head-on. Suspended in midair, Hans, confronted by Tsunade's fierce advance, sheathed his sword to gather his strength. At the very moment Tsunade unleashed her right fist, he drew his blade with a swift motion, an Iajutsu strike. In the blink of an eye, his sword sliced through the curtain of rain, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe descending, chilling to the bone and rendering one's gaze vacant. As if only this lethal sword remained in the world. Suddenly, a serpent shot forth, expelling a sharp blade that clashed with Hanzo's deadly strike, diverting its fatal trajectory. Like a flicking tongue, Orochimaru expelled the snake only to retract it, seizing the Kusanagi sword from its mouth, radiating murderous intent. Tsunade suffered a grievous gash on her right arm, exposing flesh to the bone, blood gushing forth like a fountain. She leaped back, her left hand emanating a verdant glow as she rapidly employed medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding. The living slug divided into smaller slugs, attaching themselves to Tsunade and her allies, as well as to the beleaguered Konoha ninjas struggling against the rain ninjas on another battlefield. Here comes the sage. With another thunderous blast from Fukasaku, Jiraiya, now adorned with 2 frogs on his shoulders, finally entered sage mode. His participation instantly shifting the tide of battle and firmly suppressing Hans. Jiraiya took the offensive, and with the seamless collaboration of Orochimaru and Tsunade, they forced Hans into a series of evasive maneuvers, ultimately cornering him within the poisonous mist of the salamander as they engaged in combat. Sealing release. Tsunade's chakra surged dramatically, her presence akin to a raging torrent, her punches and kicks accompanied by explosive bursts of air. Orochimaru transformed into a sea of serpents, countless colossal pythons swarming toward Hans, unrelenting in their pursuit, instilling a chilling dread. Under the influence of sage chakra, Jiraiya's ninjutsu and physical techniques evolved into that of a humanoid war machine, his path marked by continuous explosions, a terrifying spectacle. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, each assault imbued with a lethal determination. Hans, donning a gas mask, obscured his features save for his eyes, which glimmered with an eerie light, moving like a specter, unfazed by the relentless onslaught of the 3 ninjas. The title of demigod, along with his peak prowess and wisdom within the ninja world, was fully manifested in this battle. Each of his movements, each technique, appeared meticulously calculated and rehearsed, akin to a flawless machine. His strength transcended mere ninjutsu and swordsmanship. It was evident in his composed spirit and keen judgment, consistently enabling him to make the most astute decisions at critical junctures, driving the 3 ninjas into a dire predicament. As Jiraiya's sage mode waned, Tsunade and Orochimaru's strategies began to falter. Their unyielding momentum could not be sustained, and with it, their fervor diminished, making it increasingly challenging to regroup for another assault. The toxic mist of the salamander ravaged their defenses, their movements slowing as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. The 3 ninjas faced defeat, once again heralding Hans's formidable reputation throughout the ninja world. To have forced me to this extent at such a young age is truly remarkable. You 3 are formidable, presenting me with a considerable challenge. Your names have etched themselves in my memory. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Hanzo's appreciation for the youth mirrors his acknowledgement of Mifyun's spirit. He did not eliminate Mifyun, but rather provided him with an antidote, allowing him to survive. However, this time was different. Hanzo, still gripping his sword, coldly declared, "The 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha, surrender the one capable of resurrecting the dead. Hand him over to me. And not only will I spare you, but I shall also forge a military alliance with Konoha, joining forces to assault Iwagakure and Tsunade without issue. Dream on. If you have the guts, kill us." Tsunade shouted defiantly. Although the proposition of an alliance between the Rain Country and Konoha was tempting, she could not possibly surrender her comrade. Orochimaru chuckled ominously. After all, I can be resurrected once more. I am quite eager to experience the sensation of death. How truly fascinating it would be to transition from death to life. Jiraiya, panting heavily, resolutely stated, "Even if resurrection is impossible, we will never betray our comrade." Hanzo's expression darkened. He held great respect for the 3 legendary ninjas, yet he would never forsake the power of resurrection. With a single hand sign, the raindrops in the air halted, immobilized by chakra, before suddenly shooting forth like bullets, aiming to pierce the 3 ninjas. Boom! A fire dragon soared through the sky, emanating an astonishing heat that evaporated all the rain. "If you desire my power, come forth with your sword." A streak of blue light raced forward. Ethereal purple-blue wings shimmered like a dream, traversing space in an instant, landing before Tsunade and the others. Hanzo was taken aback, sensing the spiritual power within Kage. That imposing aura was several times more potent than his own. Kage's gaze was deep, effortlessly discerning Hanzo's swordsmanship level. If measured by the ranks of sword techniques, Hanzo had barely reached the 7th tier. He had the nascent form of momentum, but could not yet wield his own force and spiritual power with ease. You are formidable, even stronger than I. Hanzo's countenance darkened. Upon encountering that profound momentum, he initially believed he had touched the realm of the divine, unmatched within the entire ninja world. Little did he anticipate meeting someone who had already established themselves in that very realm today. He was unwilling to accept this, even if resurrecting the dead was divine power. He yearned for it. Sheathing his sword, Hanzo began to accumulate all his spiritual presence and chakra within the scabbard, preparing to draw his sword for a decisive showdown. Chapter 106. Nagato the Iaedo Strike. The sword light cleaved through the heavens, a white rainbow piercing the sun, a comet assaulting the moon. Its force akin to that of Genghis Khan's piercing of Wang Liao, as valiant as Jinku's thrust at the Qin King, a life-risking strike, where life and death hinged on this very moment. Kage's spiritual momentum was highly concentrated, his chest heaving as he expelled a beam of white light, akin to a flying sword severing a head from 1,000 miles away, tearing through the dismal darkness, resembling a starry river unleashed, rivaling the brilliance of true sword light. Its might utterly formidable. A wound appeared on Hanzo's brow, blood gushing forth, nearly striking his skull. The Iaedo was interrupted. Hanzo, in shock, touched the injury on his brow in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this truly sword light?" He had touched the threshold of momentum, understanding it more deeply than Mifune understood the blade's force. Rationality informed him that the white light was merely a manifestation of spiritual momentum, not genuine sword light. Yet the wound on his brow firmly indicated that it was indeed a tangible sword light. "You have reached the realm of the divine." Hanzo nearly gasped in astonishment. "Not quite yet," Kage replied, his expression as calm as a still pond. The radiant white light was not a tangible entity. The reason Hanzo was wounded by the illusory sword light was that he too had touched upon the essence of momentum. His perception of spiritual vigor surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In that fleeting moment, his spirit was struck by the white light, making the injury feel all too real, thus manifesting upon his physical form. Had an average person been in his place, they would have merely suffered a mental trauma and succumbed to unconsciousness, without any visible wounds on their body. He was merely at the 8th tier of swordsmanship. Upon reaching the 9th tier, he would undoubtedly be able to materialize his spirit, transforming it into a blade capable of severing gold and jade, and inflicting wounds upon both body and soul would not pose a challenge. "I will not accept this," Hanzo shouted in a fit of rage, retreating into the noxious mists of the pepper fish, urging it to unleash its most potent toxins. He intended to strike down the divine amidst the poisonous shroud. Regardless of the strength of one's spiritual momentum, the physical body is not impervious. With stubborn defiance, he murmured to the west. Half of Hanzo's prowess lay in his swordsmanship, and in the realm of the sword, he was a demigod. Xiangxi unsheathed the iron-shattered fang, and suddenly, thunder roared in the skies, lightning rent the stormy night, bright and resplendent, like a galaxy in freefall. The heavens erupted with endless thunder, and the ground trembled beneath the fury of the lightning. The entire battlefield was engulfed as thick bolts descended, shattering the void. The profound technique, Azure Dragon Break. The electricity coursing through the iron-shattered fang resonated with the celestial thunder, and with a single stroke, the thunder from above and below heeded his command, transforming into a thunder dragon that annihilated all. The pepper fish was struck back into the spiritual realm, and the overwhelming toxic mist dissipated under the ravages of the thunder. Hanzo, in terror, sought to evade, yet he was locked onto by Xiangxi's spiritual momentum. The thunder dragon, as if alive, devoured Hanzo whole. Katsuyu and her companions bore witness to this spectacle, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. As Hanzo had remarked, Xiangxi was indeed approaching the realm of the divine. No matter how many times one beheld such a technique, it always left an indelible shock upon the heart. Jiraiya plopped down onto the ground, realizing that even his most formidable sage arts paled in comparison to the might of Azure Dragon Break. As the lightning subsided, Hanzo lay scorched and blackened, his blood having dried, unconscious on the ground. On another battlefield, the ninjas noticed the earth-shattering commotion and involuntarily halted their skirmishes, staring blankly at this awe-inspiring display of power, momentarily questioning the purpose of their violent conflicts. Such a degree of assault, if unleashed upon them, would render their escape impossible. The true masters of the battlefield had never been them. "Lord Hanzo," A rain ninja, startled awake, felt a surge of urgency, disregarding his exposed back to the Konoha ninjas, hastily retreating to aid Hanzo. Hanzo was their deity. They could not fathom that he might perish. Without Hanzo, there would be no one to lead the land of rain, and they would revert to the relentless bloodshed of the past, devoid of hope. Xiangxi sensed that Hanzo still clung to a flicker of life. Yet he refrained from delivering a final blow. After all, Hanzo was a formidable figure in the realm of swordsmanship and a competent leader capable of quelling the chaos in the land of rain. Even if he were to lose his brilliance in old age, he could at least bestow a measure of peace upon the citizens of the land of rain. In truth, had it not been for Hanzo's later collaboration with Danzo to betray Yahiko, the Akatsuki organization held Hanzo in high regard, recognizing his leadership and bringing solace to the weeping populace of the land of rain. Tsunade and her companions silently observed as the rain ninjas, led by Hanzo, retreated, showing no intent to pursue. The Leaf Village, too, was weary, burdened with numerous poisoned comrades awaiting rescue. Apart from Hanzo, gravely injured and on the brink of death, the conflict with the land of rain could hardly be deemed a victory for Konoha. However, for Hanzo, defeat was already palpable, not solely in terms of strength, but also in the realization that the power of the land of rain had been eclipsed by that of the Fire Country. After enduring warfare against the three great nations, the land of rain found itself in a dire state. Following the loss in the battle to the west, Hanzo acknowledged the grim reality and surrendered to Konoha. The mood in Konoha was one of exuberance. After long living under the shadow of death, the people finally welcomed the dawn of hope. We have triumphed. The Konoha camp erupted in cheers, tears of joy streaming down countless faces. We have survived. We are alive. Long live the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Long live the demon blade of Konoha. We are invincible. Ju wore a blissful smile, reveling in the moment, yet a flicker of disappointment lingered within him. He felt he had not contributed to the village during this war, sensing that he had not played his part. Tsunade, perceiving the melancholy in Ju's eyes, enveloped him in an affectionate embrace. You are still young. Safeguarding Konoha is now the duty of us adults. When you mature, this responsibility will inevitably fall upon you. By then, we shall be old, and it will be up to you. Ju, ever optimistic, nodded earnestly at Tsunade's words. Although he had not made a significant contribution during the conflict, he had matured considerably, shedding his previous impulsiveness for a more composed demeanor. Not only Ju, but Tsunade had also undergone profound changes. She no longer shouted at him or resorted to physical reprimands. Having experienced loss, she cherished her younger brother even more, while Ju, taken aback, reveled in the affection of his sister. Do you wish to hear them chant your name? Keisei patted Ju on the shoulder, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With the conclusion of the war against the Rain Ninja Village, Ju's fate was altered, ensuring he would not meet a grim end. Of course, I aspire to be a hero of Konoha, just like my older siblings. Ju replied with a sense of entitlement. Then train diligently and strive to grow strong. A true hero stands forth to protect others, while a fool does so recklessly. Do not rush, the path ahead is long. Keisei imparted his wisdom, hoping that Ju, having faced death once, would transcend his predetermined fate to become a formidable ninja like Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. I will. Ju declared resolutely. As Konoha accepted the surrender of the Rain Ninja Village and the ceasefire agreement was signed, both sides exhaled in relief. Konoha retained a portion of its forces for garrison duty, while the remainder returned home to recuperate, as they would soon be redeployed to the battlefields against the Sand and Rock Ninja villages. On the journey back, Jiraiya encountered his destined disciple, Nagato. Although Nagato kept his head bowed, allowing his long hair to obscure his eyes, Keisei was aware that beneath that shadow lay the eyes of the Rinnegan. The transplantation of the Rinnegan by Uchiha Madara into Nagato signified the commencement of his grand design, awaiting the emergence of Obito Uchiha during the Third Great Ninja War. Chapter 107. The Warfront of the Land of Wind. Jiraiya remained in the Land of Rain to care for Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, until they possessed the ability to survive independently. At that time, he had yet to conceive the idea of taking them on as disciples to teach them ninjutsu, until he beheld Nagato's Rinnegan, which marked the moment they officially became his students. He believed that Nagato, endowed with the Rinnegan, was one of the prophesied figures mentioned by the Sage of the Six Paths, destined to bring peace to the ninja world in the future. Tsunade and Orochimaru attempted to dissuade Jiraiya, but upon witnessing his unwavering resolve to stay, they acquiesced to his decision. As the main forces of Konoha entered the Land of Rain and approached the borders of the Land of Fire, an urgent summons interrupted the return of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others. In the Land of Wind, Shikamaru must be experiencing considerable distress regarding the Sand Village. Shuichi recalled Chiyo, whose son and daughter-in-law had been slain by the formidable Shikamaru, driving her to a frenzied assault against Konoha. Indeed, Shikamaru was undeniably powerful, unmatched by anyone in the Sand Village, and no one could stand against him on the battlefield. However, the Sand Village excelled not only in direct confrontations. Much like Hanzo, Chiyo's poison was particularly troublesome. Aside from Tsunade, no other medical ninja could counter it. Despite his individual prowess, he could not prevent the mass poisoning of Konoha's shinobi. Tsunade's reputation as the foremost medical ninja shone brilliantly during the Second Great Ninja War, commanding respect even among her adversaries. We must depart. The situation in the Land of Earth is dire. If we delay further, we may very well lose this war, Orochimaru remarked, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. He had little desire to engage in warfare. The mysteries of life were his true pursuit, viewing war merely as a waste of his time and existence. Yet, perhaps war could supply him with more convenient research materials. A glimmer of intrigue danced in Orochimaru's gaze, as the true intentions behind his role as commander in the conflict remained shrouded in secrecy. Shinju, you shall return to Konoha with the main forces. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding the war with the Wagakure and Tsunade. Focus on your training within the village to enhance your abilities. Tsunade gently patted Shinju's head. The summons mentioned only her and Shuichi, with no call for others. Yes, I'll wait for you, brother, sister, and teacher, to return victorious to the village, Shinju declared, clenching his fists against his chest, as if rallying his own spirit. Before you come back, I will definitely become a nin. Shuichi nodded with a smile, relieved to see Shinju's maturity and composure. He understood that progress must be made step by step, first achieving the goal of becoming a nin, then advancing to a nin, and ultimately striving for the position of Hokage, no longer fixated on the title as he had been in the past. The trio parted ways with the returning forces. Orochimaru headed towards the front lines of Wagakure, while Tsunade and Shuichi proceeded towards the battlefield of Tsunade. Following their victory in the Land of Rain, Konoha finally found itself with surplus troops, poised for a brief respite before rejoining the fray. The mobilization of Shuichi and his companions was merely the beginning. The battleground between Tsunade and Konoha lay at the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain, as Shuichi and Tsunade returned to the Land of Rain, albeit in a different direction than before. Upon their arrival at the front lines of Tsunade, Kakashi Shomo was promptly greeted. His heart soared with joy upon learning that Tsunade and Keisai had been dispatched to assist. Keisai, is it truly possible to resurrect the deceased? Kakashi's first inquiry revolved around the matter of resurrection. The war had claimed too many lives, and he harbored no illusions of acquiring the power of the SH-10. Rather, he yearned to revive his fallen comrades. It can only be done once, Keisai informed him, recognizing Kakashi's urgency. Very well, very well. Kakashi repeatedly expressed his agreement, before turning to Tsunade, exclaiming, the renowned medical Sannin, I have heard your name celebrated even in the Land of Wind, eagerly awaiting your arrival to heal the wounded. His elation was palpable, and he even jested with Tsunade. With a gentle smile, Tsunade instructed Kakashi to lead them to the infirmary, for she was determined to study the toxins and devise an antidote, hoping to save even one more life. Inside the camp, tattered tents were closely clustered together, forming a sea of gray. Within the tents, the injured lay or sat, their faces etched with pain and despair, yet they persevered, unwilling to succumb to death. Medical ninjas navigated the tents, diligently tending to the wounds of the afflicted. They could only alleviate the suffering of those poisoned, unable to cure them, as most were more adept at treating external injuries. Moans and cries echoed, and beyond the physical agony, the suffocating weight of despair tormented them. For witnessing comrades breathe their last instilled a fear of becoming the next. The air was thick with the mingled scents of antiseptic and blood, yet amidst this stifling atmosphere, faint conversations and laughter occasionally emerged. In the theater of war, some regarded death with indifference, for ninjas who had long danced on the precipice of life and death. Such individuals were more common. Bring out all the bodies. Upon entering the infirmary, Kakashi commanded with a sweeping gesture, instructing that the unburied corpses be removed. His voice resonated throughout the camp, clear to all, yet the intent behind Kakashi's order was lost on them. Did he truly wish for the wounded to join the dead? Tsunade, with a smile, released Keisai's hand and encouraged him to begin the resurrection of the deceased, while she proceeded to the makeshift medical unit to examine the extracted toxins and analyze their properties for the antidote. As Keisai drew forth the SH-10, those with keen awareness began to grasp the significance of the moment. Could the rumors indeed be true? Are you the esteemed Keisai? A voice trembled with anticipation as Keisai, focused, wielded the SH-10. Nodding in response, Keisai witnessed the eyes of the deceased. Once lifeless, fluttering open. My heavens, they have truly come back to life. This is a miracle. The rumors were true. Lord Keisai and Lady Tsunade have arrived. We shall all live. The entire camp erupted with renewed vigor, as Kakashi and numerous medical ninjas gazed in awe at the extraordinary scene. The act of resurrecting the dead transcended the realm of medical skill. What are you all staring at? Hurry and tend to the injured. Kakashi Hatake sternly admonished the medical ninjas who had gathered around, asserting that while the power to resurrect the deceased is indeed a gift, the wounds of the living must not be neglected. Life is finite. If one can avoid death, one should strive to do so. That evening, the Konoha camp was filled with joyous laughter, resembling a festive celebration, with smiles adorning every face. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance ninjas from Tsunade observed this scene from afar. Their brows furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Undoubtedly, it was a moment of joy for the Konoha ninjas, but for them, the happiness of Konoha signified impending doom. They reported the unusual occurrences at the Konoha camp, and when Chiyo, the commander of Tsunade, received the report, she immediately compared it with the information relayed by the spies infiltrating Konoha, along with the rumors from the Land of Rain. A realization dawned upon her. The resurrection of the dead, the blade imbued with divine power. Could it be possible for her deceased child to be saved? Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha's demon blade, had acquired not only the cursed sword but also a divine blade, rendering him more formidable than even Hashirama Senju. He could not be allowed to remain. Chiyo sat in a daze for a considerable time before regaining her composure and penning a letter, dispatching it to Awagakure. Chapter 108. One-Tail Shikaku. As the Konoha ninjas reveled in the joy of new life, Tsunade remained eerily tranquil, refraining from launching any attacks for a continuous fortnight. Initially, Kakashi maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that the longer Tsunade delayed, the greater the surprises Konoha would unveil when battle resumed. However, as days turned into weeks, the number of resurrected ninjas in Konoha grew, with many corpses, still uncorrupted, being unearthed, significantly bolstering their ranks. Simultaneously, Tsunade had also managed to neutralize Chiyo's poison, resulting in fewer casualties. While the situation appeared to be improving for Konoha, Kakashi's unease began to mount, as the silence from Tsunade was unnerving. Not only had they refrained from offensive maneuvers, but even their reconnaissance teams had been inactive. Reports from their own scouts indicated that Tsunade remained firmly entrenched, showing no signs of mobilization. It was as if the fortnight was insufficient. They seemed intent on avoiding conflict. When anomalies arise, something must be amiss, Kakashi mused, suspecting that Tsunade was planning something significant. Within the command tent, he confided his concerns to Sasuke. Sasuke, too, felt a sense of unease. Unlike Kakashi, his mental fortitude was robust, and he sensed that something was undoubtedly afoot. Let them come, we shall be prepared. Worrying excessively may only serve to unsettle our spirits, Sasuke declared. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling gust of wind swept through, akin to the earth lamenting, its shrillness piercing the very soul. An enormous explosion followed, drawing ever closer to Konoha's defenses. Kakashi and Sasuke were taken aback, swiftly darting outside the tent to assess the situation. What they beheld sent shivers down Kakashi's spine, his hair standing on end in sheer terror. Beyond Konoha's perimeter loomed a colossal, purple-black sphere of energy, dense and destructive, hurtling towards them. Wherever it passed, the ground erupted, and forests collapsed. From a distance, fallen trees resembled the aftermath of an apocalypse. A tailed beast bomb. Sasuke's pupils constricted as he unfurled his wings, soaring skyward with the swiftness of a tempest. He did not intend to flee. Kakashi and Tsunade remained within the camp, There was no way he could abandon them to evade the impending catastrophe alone. Amidst the vacant gazes of the crowd, he ascended westward against the current, brandishing the iron-shattered tooth with an indomitable spirit that quelled the tempest unleashed by the tailed beast ball. In that moment, even the wind stilled, save for the gentle breeze that danced along the blade of his weapon. The ultimate technique, explosive flow break. His eyes sparkled with ferocity as he activated his Sharingan, honing in on the air currents surrounding the tailed beast ball. With a flourish of the iron-shattered tooth, the raging winds responded in kind. In an instant, a tornado roared forth, colliding with the relentless gusts of the tailed beast ball, sending it spiraling back. The explosive impact of the flow break erupted in a deafening roar that shook the very earth. Is this truly the power of a mere human? One onlooker murmured, wide-eyed. Just moments ago, I thought we were doomed. Another exclaimed, their face a mask of shock, for the might of the tailed beast ball was utterly terrifying, akin to an apocalyptic force that no mortal could withstand, leaving them helplessly awaiting their fate. The tailed beast. Tsunade has unleashed a tailed beast. A horde of sand ninjas is charging from the east. Shikamaru, steadying his resolve, commanded his comrades to form ranks in preparation for battle. After days of eerie calm, Tsunade was indeed orchestrating a grand upheaval, even deploying a tailed beast. Cursed humans, you dare use my tailed beast ball against me. I shall slay you. The one tail, Shikaku, bellowed skyward, its form resembling a small mountain. The right side of its body was ravaged by the flow break and the tailed beast ball. Yet as the sands from below surged forth, it rapidly regenerated, its size amplifying. Its body was composed of swirling sands, adorned with purple markings that resembled cursed seals. Its dark eyes, with piercing yellow pupils, radiated a menacing aura capable of instilling terror in the hearts of ordinary folk. Do you have confidence, Xiangxi? Shikamaru and Tsunade appeared beneath him, their expressions grim, taken aback by the ferocity of the sand ninjas. Against such a colossal entity, Tsunade could engage in close combat with her extraordinary strength, while Shikamaru found himself at a loss. His lethal combat style was designed for human adversaries and fell short against such an almost indomitable beast. You all engage the sand ninjas. I can handle the one tail alone. Xiangxi soared through the air, meeting Shikaku's gaze. With the ability to counter the tailed beast ball, the greatest threat posed by the beast was nullified, and his swordsmanship was more than sufficient to contend with it. Shikaku, enraged by Xiangxi's dismissal, retorted, just a one tail? The power of a tailed beast is not measured by the number of tails. I will surely kill you. It unleashed an air cannon, a tremendous blast that sent shockwaves through the air, stirring up dust and debris in a terrifying spectacle. Xiangxi met the onslaught head-on, slicing through the air cannon as if commanding the winds, dispersing it with a single strike. I misspoke. I meant to say that if it were merely one-tailed beast, I could handle it, without any intention of mocking the number of tails you possess, he clarified. Although Shikaku had but one tail, its strength ranked among the highest of the tailed beasts. Aside from the 8 tails and 9 tails, none could claim superiority over it. Shikaku was the only tailed beast capable of utilizing ninjutsu. It even possessed sealing techniques. With these attributes alone, Shikaku was far from weak. As Xiangxi listened to the words directed at Shoha, it felt as if they were laden with sarcasm, inciting even greater fury within. Countless grains of yellow sand erupted from the ground like waves in a sandy sea, surging relentlessly towards the west. Xiangxi evaded them deftly in the air. The sluggishness of the sand rendered it utterly incapable of catching him. Seeing Xiangxi handle the situation with such ease, Kakashi and Tsunade steadied themselves to confront the invading sand ninjas. Wind of Wounds. The golden blade of energy cleaved through the yellow sand, allowing Xiangxi to traverse through the tumult and land upon Shoha's head. With a mere movement of Tetsusai, a vast amount of chakra was siphoned away, transforming into an endless stream of demon power. Engaging in a battle of attrition with a tailed beast was futile. The true essence lay in converting Shoha's chakra into his own demonic energy. Shoha, while formidable among tailed beasts, did not possess an abundance of chakra. A surge of demonic energy flooded into Xiangxi's being, instantly elevating his demonic power limit to 6,000 points and continuing to rise. Shoha sensed the draining of its chakra, its surface of yellow sand roaring in protest, morphing into massive hands intent on crushing the audacious insect daring to leap upon its head. Xiangxi moved through the sandy expanse like a carp poised to leap over the dragon gate, riding the winds and clouds with the grace of a dragon. Before long, his demonic power limit soared past the 7,000-point threshold, reaching its zenith, manifesting signs of transformation. His pupils turned crimson, purple demonic patterns appeared on either side of his cheeks, while his teeth and nails elongated ferociously. Yet, Xiangxi remained composed, his formidable mental resolve unyielding against the bloodlust and madness that accompanied the surge of demonic energy. Channeling the excess power into the cursed seal upon his forehead, sealing away whatever he could. Shoha howled in wrath, its hands striking repeatedly, indifferent even to hitting its own form, for its sand-formed body could rapidly regenerate. However, it remained powerless against Xiangxi, helplessly watching as its chakra was siphoned away. Consumed by impotent rage. Were those rock ninjas? It was inconceivable. The rock ninjas had allied with the sand ninjas. The leaf ninjas, engaged in combat with the sand ninjas, felt a surge of dread and anger. They had been evenly matched, but with the rock ninjas joining the fray, their fate would surely be one of peril. As if that were not enough, suddenly, another tailed beast ball traversed the space, not aimed at them, but hurtling towards Xiangxi. Chapter 109. Three-Headed Tailed Beast. Explosive Flow Break. Xiangxi's expression shifted as he swung his blade to redirect the tailed beast ball. A pure white beast, a fusion of dolphin and horse, was sent flying, its five tails thrashing wildly before it stabilized and charged ferociously toward him. The five tails, Mu King. This was the tailed beast of the rock-hidden village. Damn it! Tsunade's fist struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth, causing Chiyo's puppets to scatter wildly. Gritting her teeth, she chastised, "You old hag. Have you truly allied with the Rock Village ninjas? As a medical ninja, you should comprehend the implications of possessing such power to revive the deceased, right?" Chiyo's expression remained serene as she deftly manipulated her chakra threads, reassembling her scattered puppets with renewed vigor. "My child perished at your leaf's hands. I will stop at nothing to acquire this power to resurrect them." Chiyo's tone was somber as she launched her offensive. A flash of lightning streaked by as Kakashi interposed himself before Tsunade, commanding, "You confront the rock ninjas with your brute strength. I shall deal with this old hag." As he spoke, he charged forward with his blade, attempting to provoke Chiyo. "I have slain your son and daughter-in-law. They were simply too weak. If you seek vengeance, come and kill me." Meanwhile, to the west, he soared into the sky, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, while Shoha, unafraid, locked eyes with him. In that fleeting moment, an immense spiritual pressure emanated from the west, akin to a wrathful Vajra, intent on subduing the demons. Shoha's spirit quivered, as if beholding a divine protector, whose Buddhist might was as vast as the ocean, seeking to cleanse its demonic obstacles. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of wooden fish echoed within Shoha's heart, calming its unease and liberating it from the overwhelming spiritual force of the west. Frowning, the west focused intently, peering through Shoha's form and delving into its spiritual depths. Within the darkness and chaos of Shoha's heart, he discerned a monk seated in meditation, reciting scriptures, one hand striking the wooden fish, while the other formed seals. Fingers blooming like lotus flowers, suffused with divine essence, as golden rays seemingly emanated from between his fingers, purifying the spirit. It turned out that a venerable monk was offering protection. The West understood. The human pillar sealing Shoha was now Finfu, a master of profound clarity, in communion with a tailed beast. Enraged and humiliated, Shoha summoned swirling sands, intent on dragging the West down from the heavens. Although it acknowledged Finfu, it had never expected anyone to claim that it was under his protection. The West evaded, and as King Mu charged forth, he unleashed his spiritual might once more. Locking eyes with King Mu, the human pillar of King Mu was no mere monk. Under the spiritual pressure from the West, the three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes. Firmly under control, King Mu turned and charged directly towards Shoha, undeterred by the sea of sand, crashing through and scattering half of Shoha's form. Damn the Uchiha clan. A chill ran through Shoha as memories surfaced of the man who treated tailed beasts as pets, capable of controlling the Nine Tails with merely his Sharingan. Though it despised the Nine Tails, it begrudgingly acknowledged its strength. If he could control the Nine Tails, the man's terror was evident. And now, another Uchiha capable of controlling tailed beasts had emerged. At that moment, it felt less humiliated and rather fortunate to have Finfu's protection, unafraid of the malevolent Uchiha's control. Ultimate technique, Azure Dragon Break. The West held the blade to his chest, summoning endless thunder to strike down, determined to suppress Shoha in one fell swoop. The thunder dragon soared and roared through the clouds, as if diving from the heavens, obliterating the remaining half of Shoha's form. Do not underestimate me. Accursed Uchiha. Though its head had been shattered, Shoha's voice remained robust, as the yellow sand reformed its body, appearing unfazed. A flicker in the west's gaze signaled King Mu to hold back Shoha, while he descended upon Shoha once more to absorb its chakra. Doubting that Shoha could continuously reform its body without chakra, Shoha seethed with rage, yet a hint of apprehension lingered within. In terms of chakra, it was indeed inferior to King Mu. Lord of the West is stalling two-tailed beasts. We must not lose. The Leaf Ninja, distracted by the situation unfolding at the west, felt their morale surge. If even the tailed beasts could not best the leaf, how could they concede defeat? This is the Uchiha clan. Chiyo's face was etched with despair. She was no match for Kakashi Hatake and could only stall for time. The tailed beasts she had high hopes for were under control, and she could not conceive any further means to vanquish Konoha. With a magical sword and a divine sword, along with a third blade capable of repelling even-tailed beast bombs, and the ever-potent Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, he seemed truly invincible. So young, and Konoha's dominance would likely endure for decades to come. Chiyo sighed deeply, feeling the injustice of fate. Why did such individuals only appear in Konoha? In her moment of despair, suddenly, a tailed beast bomb flew in, one she had never anticipated. The third-tailed beast had emerged. Could it be the four tails from Awagakure? Chiyo pondered, recalling that during previous communications with the rock ninjas, they had only mentioned bringing the five tails, with the four tails remaining in their village. Tsunade was furious. Even the Een seal was released, her unmatched strength shattering the earth techniques of countless IWA ninjas. Two-tailed beasts were insufficient. This was an intention to annihilate the West. However, this tailed beast bomb was smaller than the previous two, and Shang-Chi did not even need to unleash his explosive release, easily evading it in midair. The diminutive tailed beast bomb struck Shikaku and Mew, forcing them back several steps, allowing Shikaku, who had been pinned down by Mew, to escape. Was it not the four tails from Awagakure? Shang-Chi observed the third-tailed beast, noting that it was not fully tailed beast transformed, but rather in a semi-tailed beast state. Its body cloaked in dark red tailed beast chakra, maintaining a humanoid form with 5 thrashing tails. Shang-Chi attempted to exert mental pressure on the semi-tailed beast Jinchuriki, but found the host in a state of chaos, having lost their sanity and entered a rampaging state. Unable to exert control like Mew, he directed Mew to engage the rampaging Jinchuriki while he continued to grapple with Shikaku. However, he was single-handedly battling 3-tailed beasts, while the other battlefield was crumbling under pressure, with numerous Konoha ninjas suffering casualties from the assaults of the 2 great ninja villages. Perhaps they could endure for a short while through sheer courage, but it was unsustainable. Thankfully, prior to the conflict, Shang-Chi and Tsunade had restored a significant portion of Konoha's forces. Otherwise, they would have been defeated with the remnants left behind. There was no time to delay any longer. Shang-Chi contemplated, as he extracted Shikaku's chakra with Tetsaiga, while continuously using Wind Cutter to scatter Shikaku's form. It was futile. In the presence of sand, I am invincible. Shikaku roared defiantly, allowing Shang-Chi to dismantle its body while simultaneously attacking him during its transformation into sand, showing no regard for its own actions. After multiple attempts to dismantle Shikaku proved fruitless, Shang-Chi retreated, sheathing Tetsaiga at his waist and drawing forth the Tsung Yunfang from his lower back. Invincible, is it? How about being dragged into hell? Chapter 110, The Death of SHT. As Tsung Yunfang was unsheathed, a chilling malevolence pervaded the air, causing the atmosphere to turn frigid. Shikaku's pupils dilated, inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. It sensed death looming around Tsung Yunfang. This was astonishing. It is known that the essence of tailed beasts is composed of condensed chakra, rendering them immortal. Even if their chakra is entirely obliterated, they merely enter a state of false death, eventually reforming from the scattered chakra over time to attain rebirth. However, Kanji Yunya instilled in Shoha an overwhelming fear of death, a fear that could truly extinguish its existence forever. In a state of panic, Shoha opened its mouth to gather the tailed beast bomb, the violet black, high-density chakra coalescing into an energy sphere. Unsatisfied, it continued to amass chakra, preparing to unleash another tailed beast bomb. Xiangxi, unperturbed, faced the colossal tailed beast bomb akin to a meteorite descending upon it. The sinister aura of Kanji Yunya surged forth as it summoned the infernal dragon break, unleashing a terrifying presence akin to a malevolent dragon emerging from the abyss. The dreadful demonic might reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing all to tremble in fear, halting their battles to gaze in awe at the wrathful dragon soaring above. The infernal dragon break unleashed by Xiangxi was far more terrifying than the one wielded by Kanji Yunya. With his demonic power as its foundation, the infernal dragon break reached its zenith. As Kanji Yunya swung down under the astonished gazes of the crowd, devastation ensued. Compared to the apocalyptic tailed beast bomb, the ferocity of the infernal dragon break was unparalleled, an utter annihilation. The thunderous roar was deafening as the tailed beast bomb was shattered by the infernal dragon break. The tailed beast bomb that Shoha had gathered for the second time collided once more with the infernal dragon break, only to be obliterated again. The explosive force of the iron-shattering Fong could hardly contend with the might of the infernal dragon break. It required the combined strength of iron-shattering Fong and the natural Fong to overcome it. In a state of disarray, Shoha dared not allow the infernal dragon break to strike its form, desperately evading like a tempest of sand. Yet, the lethal intent of the infernal dragon break was upon it, and despite its evasive maneuvers, it struck Shoha's right arm. Impossible. As the yellow sand scattered, Shoha cried out in agony. The area of impact suffused with a deathly aura, impervious to recovery through sand. It felt as though a part of its very soul had been severed. Xiangxi, with a cold demeanor, descended wielding Kanji Yunya, and wherever the blade's light fell, countless grains of yellow sand scattered like harbingers of death, unable to be controlled any longer. Shoha was consumed by an intense dread, its very essence trembling. In a moment of desperation, as Kanji Yunya loomed closer, it abruptly dispersed, retreating into the body of Funfu. It fled. Xiangxi halted his sword, poised above Funfu's head. A mere inch downward would seal the fate of both Funfu and Shoha. Funfu slowly awakened, his countenance serene in the face of the ominous sword above, unafraid of death. He clasped his hands together, beseeching Xiangxi, "Let my life atone for the sins against you. Spare Shoha." His expression remained tranquil, as though a Buddha in meditation, offering himself to the demon. Xiangxi withdrew Kanji Yunya, a hint of respect gracing his features as he spoke. "I request that the monk remain in Konoha for a time, until the war concludes, before returning to the land of wind." He did not wish to take Funfu's life. He recognized him as a master of profound Buddhist teachings, pure in spirit and worthy of admiration. "Thank you, benefactor," Funfu replied with a bow, sensing Xiangxi's essence, understanding that he too was a practitioner, cultivating both skill and spirit. Xiangxi then turned his gaze towards the fierce battle between King Mu and the half-tailed beast Jinchuriki, who had manifested 6 tails but had yet to fully transform into a tailed beast, indicating that the beast within him was at least of the 7 tails or greater. With the 9 tails residing within the body of Uzumaki Naruto and the 8 tails within the host of the Cloud Village, only the 7 tails, Chome, remained. At this moment, 6 tails had already been revealed. Should another one appear, the true form of the 7 tails would emerge, a formidable creature capable of flight, which would undoubtedly bring forth further complications. With this thought in mind, I swiftly flew westward to confront the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails before proceeding to the battlefield where the shinobi of Konoha, Tsunade, and Iwagakure clashed. Mu, with the power of his Sharingan, unleashed a forceful charge, propelling the Jinchuriki away. The 5 horns atop its head pierced through the Jinchuriki's body, leaving gaping wounds that bled profusely. Yet under the influence of the tailed beast chakra, they swiftly healed. Just then, I arrived, the purple-black malevolence emanating from my sword. The Cloud Fong rendered the Jinchuriki's tailed beast cloak insubstantial, and with a single thrust, I pierced through its heart. Thus, one tailed beast was controlled, another captured, and the last one slain. The 3-tailed beasts could not restrain me. Yet another Uchiha Obito had come into existence. Chiyo had ceased her battle, her heart heavy as she gazed upon the conclusion of the tailed beast confrontation in the distance. Tsunade, however, disagreed, quietly reveling in her thoughts. Compared to the predecessors, this one was not akin to Uchiha Obito. Rather, it resembled my great-grandfather, the new generation of the god of shinobi. Upon the death of the Jinchuriki, The tailed beast cloak dissipated, revealing its true form. In that moment, even the god of shinobi was vanquished. The deceased Seven-Tails Jinchuriki bore the visage of Rope Tree. My face turned as pale as parchment as I trembled and reached for Rope Tree's face. It was neither a disguise nor a transformation technique, but his genuine appearance. I gasped as I spat out blood, my heart racing with fury. The sword that had pierced Rope Tree's heart felt as though it had simultaneously impaled my own. Tsunade. Yes, there was still hope with Tsunade. My mind spiraled into chaos as I hastily flew with Rope Tree, landing beside Tsunade. Stunned, she looked at Rope Tree lying on the ground, her hands fumbling to place over his heart, emanating a healing green light, yet the wound would not close. My eyes burned crimson, akin to dripping blood, the three tomo of my Sharingan seemingly on the brink of merging. I knelt, fists clenched tightly. Unbeknownst to others, my Manjikyu Sharingan quietly emerged. Why? Why was Rope Tree here? Hadn't he returned to Konoha with the main forces? Why was he here? Still in the form of a rampaging Jinchuriki? My heart silently screamed, my frenzied mental energy radiating outward, causing those nearby to shudder in fear. Daring not to approach within 10 meters of me. Feeling Rope Tree's body growing colder, Tsunade's tears flowed uncontrollably, her heart breaking as she wept. Having just endured Rope Tree's demise once, no one could match her regard for him. Yet, cruel fate had once again brought Rope Tree's death before her eyes. This was on the battlefield. Chiyo witnessed this scene and immediately commanded a fierce assault. The dual pillars of Konoha? One had collapsed, the other ensnared in despair. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did not seize the moment to eliminate both, the chance would never arise again. Although Shikamaru was shocked, he quickly regained composure, using his body to shield Tsunade and me, urging everyone to hold their ground. However, the morale of the Konoha shinobi plummeted upon losing the two titans. Retreating under the combined onslaught of Tsunagakure and Awagakure. Screams intertwined with ecstasy, blood and bones scattered, countless lives extinguished in an instant, irrespective of their allegiance to Konoha, Suna, or Iwa. Yet, Xiangxi merely perceived their clamor as a nuisance. Begone, he bellowed, and the discarded Kanji-Yunya seemed to sense his turmoil. The magical orb upon the hilt ignited with a sanguine glow, an overwhelming aura of death spreading forth, causing the ground to tremble. A multitude of undead emerged at Kanji-Yunya's summons, relentlessly harvesting the cacophonous lives around them. Chiyo's pupils constricted as she recalled the intelligence regarding the cursed sword, and with great reluctance, she ordered a retreat. She had not anticipated that even in Xiangxi's loss of fighting spirit, the sword would act of its own volition. The Iwa leader was also aware of the sword's fearsome reputation during the conflict in the land of whirlpools. The horror of the cursed blade was known among the upper echelons of the Five Nations. Realizing the futility of the situation, he promptly commanded a separation from Suna and a retreat. That deceased resembles S.H. Moku. A Konoha ninja, familiar with S.H. Moku, gasped in astonishment. The distraught Tsunade, upon hearing this, felt the world around her darken, and she collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 111. The conclusion of War. The sky was heavy and overcast. Thick clouds pressing down on the earth, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. The persistent drizzle of the rain country accompanied the returning troops as they made their way to the land of fire. Tsunade walked alone at the forefront of the procession, her figure appearing and vanishing amidst the wind and rain, her expression one of profound solitude and desolation. She clutched an urn, as if it contained her entire universe, her hands trembling, unable to bear the weight of her loss. Each gust of wind seemed to carry the whispers of the departed, their voices ethereal and distant, cutting through her heart like a blade. Memories of laughter and joy flooded her mind, along with promises and oaths that had now dissolved into nothingness. The distant mountains appeared to be extinguished by the sudden cold rain, stripped of their former grandeur and majesty. The grass lay withered, leaving only yellowed leaves swaying in the storm. Xiangxi lingered at the rear of the procession, resembling a solitary wolf that had strayed from its pack, gradually fading from view amidst the tempest. Occasionally, thunder echoed across the sky, mirroring his wrath and fury as they reverberated through the vast expanse above. The death of S.H. Moku was undoubtedly a conspiracy. He understood that none of this could be mere coincidence. The unexpected emergence as a Jinchuriki, the unforeseen demise at his hands. It increasingly resembled Rin's voluntary death at Kakashi's hand. Rin had also accidentally become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. And upon learning this, she had chosen to die by Kakashi's blade, a scene fortuitously witnessed by Obito, who then activated his Manjiki Sharingan. It was a strikingly familiar tableau. His emotions mirrored those of Uchiha Sasuke, who had slain Uchiha Itachi without comprehending the truth, only to be engulfed in endless regret and seething hatred upon learning the facts. Uchiha Madara, Xiangxi mused, exhaling a breath of cold air as he suppressed his inner turmoil of hatred and fury. He yearned to scour the entire shinobi world, to locate the unyielding Uchiha Madara, and to eradicate him entirely, not leaving even a fragment of his soul behind, denying him any chance of resurrection. However, Tsunade's condition weighed heavily on his mind, preventing him from leaving, fearful that she might act rashly. Once she regained her strength, he vowed to eliminate Uchiha Madara. With this return to the village, the war for Konoha concluded, yet the Iwa and Suna villages failed to bring back any tailed beasts during their retreat. The Five Tails, under the control of the Sharingan, showed no regard for the rock ninja. Meanwhile, the One Tail resided within the body of Fubuki, who consented to temporarily stay in Konoha until the war's conclusion, vowing not to depart before then. Fubuki, possessing a clear mind, would not retract his promise, rejecting the Sand Ninja and remaining in the Konoha camp to chant sutras for the deceased, guiding their souls and comforting the living, though he could not alleviate Tsunade's pain. With the One Tail and Five Tails in Konoha's possession, the Sand and Rock villages had no choice but to surrender, paying a price to reclaim the tailed beasts. However, the Second Shinobi World War was far from over. Seizing the opportunity while the Rock village was weakened and having lost a tailed beast, the Cloud village launched a surprise attack, igniting a conflict with the Rock village. Yet, none of this concerned Konoha any longer. Upon their return to the village, countless villagers lined the streets, their cheers resonating like thunder, immersing many in a sea of joy, with only a few remaining sorrowful. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen leading the welcome, Tsunade could no longer contain herself, collapsing into his embrace and weeping openly, as if to expel all her pent-up grief. Like a father, Hiruzen gently patted her back, compassionately saying, "Let it out, cry as much as you need. Ju is waiting above for you to gather your strength and live on with his wishes." The matter of Ju being taken and becoming a Jinchuriki would undoubtedly be investigated by Konoha, as it was the Hokage's promise. Silently observing this scene, Nishi discreetly distanced himself from the group and returned to the Uchiha compound. The Senju compound felt increasingly distant. After the Grand Army returned to the village, discussions regarding the distribution of war achievements began in the Hokage's office. In the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War, countless individuals emerged as heroes. The outcome of the deliberations remained unknown, save for the rare and intense arguments erupting within the office, particularly between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, accompanied by the sounds of slamming tables and shattering cups. Ultimately, at the celebratory banquet, Nishi's absence was conspicuous. Many speculated that Hiruzen was reluctant to acknowledge Nishi's contributions, while Danzo fervently sought to elevate Nishi's status as the primary hero. Given that many had overheard the discord that day, Nishi bore no resentment and accepted the outcome. Should Danzo truly have elevated him, it would have pierced his heart and Tsunade's. The days that followed returned to tranquility. This time, however, Tsunade did not seek him out. Only Kakashi and Orochimaru visited occasionally, alongside Kushina and Kairi, who came from time to time. Fugaku of the Uchiha clan also visited less frequently, aware of Nishi's sentiments and wishing not to intrude. After the war, he had advanced to Jonin, and with the loss of numerous comrades, he could empathize with Nishi's feelings. As the sun rose and set, days slipped by unnoticed, and Nishi seemed to forget the passage of time. He refrained from training, focusing instead on Tsunade's whereabouts, watching as she entered casinos and taverns, emerging each time utterly inebriated. Time is the finest balm for wounds, and though some may never heal, they eventually lie buried within the heart. Drinking served merely to obscure the memory of where those wounds were buried. Approximately 1 or 2 months passed. Nishi could not recall clearly when a multitude of unfamiliar visitors arrived at the Uchiha compound, but he paid them no mind, as it was of no concern to him, until a member of the Uchiha clan suddenly intruded upon his home, confronting him with pressing inquiries. "Is it true that those you resurrect will transform into spirits under your control, condemned to unrest for eternity? Are you manipulating events from the shadows? Witnesses claim to have seen Shinji become one of your summoned apparitions. Is this veracity? At that moment, Xiangxi realized that rumors regarding his reanimation of the deceased had spread far and wide. His heart was as clear as a mirror. It was unmistakably the handiwork of Shimura Danzo. Think what you will, Xiangxi remarked, as he closed the gates to his courtyard, barring any outsiders from entry and refraining from offering explanations. He understood that such rumors could not be clarified, even if the Hokage himself intervened to dispel them. Skepticism would persist, with many suspecting ulterior motives behind the Hokage's involvement. People tend to believe what they wish to believe, transcending race and borders. This is human nature. Xiangxi's retreat only served to lend credence to the rumors, stirring anxiety among those he had resurrected, who now feared their souls would find no peace after death. Gradually, those with extreme temperaments began to gather at the gates of the Uchiha clan, demanding that Xiangxi emerge to clarify matters, believing instead that his resurrection of them was a curse. As one person took the lead, the crowd swelled, and some began to hurl rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables into the compound. Humanity often follows the tide of the masses. When numbers swell, extraordinary actions become commonplace. Angered, Uchiha Fugaku dispatched the security team to disperse the gathering, for they had already begun to launch projectiles into the Uchiha territory. Should this escalate, who could predict what ninjutsu might be unleashed? Xiangxi remained sequestered within, as if isolated from the world. Yet, other Uchiha clan members still endeavored to live their lives normally, enduring the vitriol directed at Xiangxi. Gradually, their patience wore thin, and they began to voice their grievances within the clan grounds, lamenting that after a great war, they had gained no glory for the Uchiha name, only disgrace. Upon hearing the complaints of his kin, Uchiha Fugaku raised his voice to silence them. He did not believe these rumors and placed his trust in Xiangxi. He unleashed the formidable presence of his famed Fugaku's fierce gaze, causing many of his clan members to fall silent, too intimidated to gather and discuss matters concerning Xiangxi. Simultaneously, he worried that if this continued, his clansmen might become as resistant to Xiangxi as outsiders were. Such a development would be truly alarming. To oppose the strongest among their own kin was a profound irony. In any other clan, the emergence of such a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world would be celebrated and revered. Each family prides itself on its ancestors, and this formidable individual embodies the very essence of their lineage, possessing the power over life and death and unmatched in the ninja realm. Having subdued even the three-headed tailed beasts, Xiangxi had transcended human capability, attaining a level akin to divine strength. In truth, beyond the borders of Konoha, Xiangxi was already renowned not only for the title of the Demon Blade of Konoha, but also as the Demon God. Chapter 112. The Post-War Conference in the morning. Uchiha Fugaku received the notification for the post-war meeting, which all elite shinobi were required to attend. As was his custom, he patrolled the clan grounds, ensuring no idle chatter was taking place. Before departing the clan's territory for the Hokage building, he paused momentarily by the courtyard of Xiangxi, still firmly closed, hesitating before knocking on the door. As the half-open door revealed the expressionless face of Uchiha Fugaku to the west, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. It was Fugaku. Indeed. What brings you here? At 10 o'clock, there is a post-war meeting at the Hokage building, which all jonin are required to attend. I believe you, Senior Keiki should also go, he stated. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell, wishing to encourage Keiki to rise from his retreat. He could no longer afford to shy away. Keiki nodded, and upon confirming that Fugaku had no further matters to discuss, he closed the courtyard door. He pondered for a long while about Tsunade's current condition, as well as Uchiha Madara, who ought to be dead. After much contemplation, Keiki resolved to attend the meeting. If Tsunade were also present, it would signify that her emotions had stabilized somewhat, allowing him to pursue vengeance against Uchiha Madara. He must avenge Ju. As he stepped out of the courtyard, those he encountered seemed to shy away from him, as if they had stumbled upon something dreadful. Even the ninjas stationed at the Hokage building appeared flustered upon seeing him, casting anxious glances and pretending not to notice. Yet, he paid no mind to the severity of the rumors. The cold stares of others were inconsequential to him, and he remained indifferent to their opinions and gossip. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand conference room, he realized the meeting had commenced some time ago. As Keiki placed his hand on the doorknob, a wave of anxiety surged within him. He had anticipated witnessing Tsunade's improvement. Yet a hint of fear gripped him before he could push the door open. What is wrong with the proposal to equip every team with a medical ninja? It would significantly reduce the mortality rate. Why is it not being approved? Even before he could enter, Keiki heard Tsunade's voice, raised in indignation as she pounded the table. Tsunade, no one has stated that your proposal is flawed, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, gesturing for her to take a seat. It is simply that the current number of medical ninjas is insufficient to support your proposal. Furthermore, there are numerous non-combat tasks that would waste resources if every team were required to have a medical ninja. Not every medical ninja possesses the exceptional combat abilities you do. In ambush situations, it is difficult to ensure their safety. Approving this proposal recklessly would be irresponsible towards the lives of medical ninjas. Many jonin nodded in agreement. While they held deep respect for doctors, it did not mean they were willing to team up with them in battle. Indeed, having a medical ninja in the squad would lower the mortality rate, but it would inevitably diminish combat effectiveness. It was akin to defeating an enemy with light wounds rather than incurring severe injuries before receiving treatment. Most preferred the former. The Hokage's considerations are thorough. There are many aspects of this proposal that remain underdeveloped. Indeed, Lady Tsunade has good intentions, yet her ideals are overly optimistic, lacking regard for many practical issues. Yes, in urgent missions, medical ninjas would undoubtedly become a liability. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tsunade recognized the incompleteness of her proposal. The resistance from numerous jonin, who would not wish to team with medical ninjas even if the proposal were improved, left her feeling somewhat disheartened. With a hint of resignation, she remarked, "Life is one's own. Do as you please. If death comes, so be it. Even if resurrected, there is no favorable outcome. The soul finds no peace." I support Tsunade's proposal. A blue-haired jonin in the crowd raised his hand in agreement. Though the proposal requires refinement, we can strive toward this direction. When challenges arise, we shall find solutions rather than simply setting it aside. Katsuyu gazed back in astonishment, and amidst the throng of heads, her eyes fell upon the dashing Kato Dan. His handsome visage rendered the surrounding shinobi mere embellishments, and his raised right hand was a striking focal point. Upon noticing Katsuyu's glance, Kato Dan smiled, his expression radiant and gentle, with an affection in his eyes that only Katsuyu could decipher. Outside the door, Nishi's body stiffened, his hand trembling slightly on the doorknob before he finally released it and turned to walk towards the terrace. He stood silently on the terrace, where the sun shone brightly over Konoha, yet he felt no warmth, only an icy chill within. Time passed indistinctly until the conference room doors swung open, and the J-nin emerged in small clusters. As they passed the terrace, they beheld Nishi's back, eliciting a variety of reactions. Some were puzzled, others cautious, a few expressed disdain, while others sighed in resignation. Katsuyu also exited the conference room, walking alongside Kato Dan, engaged in a lively discussion. In truth, I too have lost dear ones in this war, and I can deeply empathize with your plight. Therefore, I shall wholeheartedly support your proposal. Kato Dan's gaze held a profound depth, exuding a melancholic aura that was swiftly replaced by a cheerful smile. If you are willing, Katsuyu, let us refine this proposal together, ensuring that the villagers do not endure the same suffering we have. Katsuyu felt her heart stir, yet she was acutely aware that the Hokage's indifference and the J-nin's resistance rendered the proposal unlikely to succeed. With a resigned smile, she remarked, "Even the teacher does not support it. No matter how much we refine the proposal, it cannot pass. Perhaps we should let it go." "Thank you, Dan." Kato Dan shook his head, halting abruptly to face Katsuyu with unwavering determination. "If you are willing to wait, then I shall become Hokage. I will ensure this proposal is passed, to reduce the mortality rate and protect everyone. This is my ambition." Katsuyu was momentarily transfixed, gazing at Kato Dan, whose commanding presence and unwavering resolve to protect others mirrored the aspirations of rope trees dreaming of becoming Hokage. "You may find it laughable, but these are my ideals and ambitions. I am simply expressing myself, so just listen." At that moment, Kato Dan stood before Katsuyu, exuding a bold charisma, radiating the confident allure of masculinity. Yet, in an instant, a blue whip cracked sharply across his face, leaving a crimson mark and shattering his confidence. "Stay away from Katsuyu." Nishi slowly turned on the terrace, his finger wielding a demonic whip that writhed like a serpent. With his crimson Sharingan glaring and a grim countenance, he warned, "If this happens again, it will not be a whip that strikes your face, but a blade." Katsuyu trembled slightly, turning her head away from Nishi. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, unsure of how to confront him, her heart a tumult of feelings. Kato Dan's face flushed as he shouted, seemingly reckless. Why should I stay away from Katsuyu? Today, I intend to declare to everyone that I love Katsuyu. As long as we are not married, I can pursue her openly. Even against you, I shall compete fairly. My strength may not match yours, but my feelings for Katsuyu are undoubtedly stronger. I wager my life on it. Tsunade's heart quivered as she turned to gaze at the resolute Kato Dan, who, despite the notorious menace of Nakanishi, was determined to voice his feelings. He had even dared to confront the Hokage for her sake. She recalled how, since childhood, Kato Dan's gaze had always held a unique intensity, a sentiment that had lingered for over a decade, a vague yet profound emotion nestled within her heart. Chapter 113, Pursuit Crack. Another lash struck Kato Dan's face as Nakanishi barked. Repeat that. Kato Dan covered his face, refraining from retaliating, seemingly undeterred by the threat of death, resolutely intent on once more declaring his affection for Tsunade. She intervened, diverting her eyes from Nakanishi, and urged Kato Dan, you should leave now. She understood that if Kato Dan dared to repeat himself, Nakanishi would not hesitate to take lethal action. The blood-red Sharingan and the chilling aura radiating from Nakanishi unmistakably conveyed his murderous intent. Kato Dan, unwilling to yield, glared at Tsunade, gritting his teeth before turning to depart. As he exited the Hokage building, a barely perceptible smile of relief crept upon his lips, silently reflecting. That was truly perilous, but I am glad my objective has been achieved. The most daunting first step has been taken, the rest will be smooth. Tsunade and Nakanishi fell into silence, one standing in the corridor, the other on the balcony, separated by what felt like a vast chasm. After a prolonged pause, Nakanishi broke the stillness, stating, I shall find the one responsible for Ju's demise. Await my return. He gazed intently at Tsunade for a moment, but upon receiving no response, his eyes dimmed, and he swiftly departed from Konohagakure. In the land of rain, Jiraiya had discerned Nagato's Rinnegan. Apart from instructing Yahiko and Konan in ninjutsu, he focused on teaching Nagato to harness the power of the Rinnegan. Nagato possessed mastery over all 5 elemental natures and an immense chakra reserve, learning techniques with great swiftness. However, his progress in mastering the Rinnegan was slow, as if an unfamiliar barrier obstructed him, suggesting it was not an innate power. Indeed, as Nakanishi descended from the heavens, he sought out Nagato, specifically the Rinnegan belonging to Uchiha Madara that resided within him. Jiraiya was taken aback by Nakanishi's arrival but quickly surmised the implications, solemnly placing a hand on Nakanishi's shoulder. Offering reassurance, I have heard about Ju. Do not blame yourself, Nakanishi. Do not dwell in sorrow. Spend time with Tsunade, for she bears the greatest anguish. Ignoring him, Nakanishi directly inquired, where's Nagato? Take me to him. Jiraiya's heart tightened as he asked, what do you need with Nagato? He feared that Nakanishi might uncover the secret of the Rinnegan. If exposed, it could plunge the entire ninja world into chaos, more terrifying than the sword of Kusunagi's unsealing. Those were the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Rest assured, I have no interest in the Rinnegan. I merely seek its power to locate someone, Nakanishi replied calmly. Jiraiya's complexion paled, realizing he had underestimated Nakanishi's awareness of Nagato's Rinnegan. He had believed his decision to remain in the Land of Rain to protect Nagato and his companions had kept the secret safe, especially since no one had come seeking them. How had Nakanishi learned of the Rinnegan? Had he known from their very first encounter? Anxiety gnawed at Jiraiya as he led Nagato out from the wooden hut, followed closely by Yahiko and Konan. Having become aware of the existence of the Rinnegan, Xiangxi felt powerless to prevent Nagato from taking any actions he deemed necessary. The moment Xiangxi laid eyes on Nagato's Rinnegan, he was momentarily entranced. The Rinnegan's outer path technique possesses the inherent ability to resurrect the deceased, albeit at the cost of the user's life. However, it was incapable of reviving Nagato's fallen companion, Ju, whose soul had been obliterated by the hands of Keion, rendering any resurrection impossible. Had it not been for this irrefutable fact, Xiangxi would have forcibly compelled Nagato to perform the technique to bring Ju back. This principle also applied to the self-reincarnation technique later developed by Chiyo. With a gentle touch of his finger upon Nagato's forehead, an immense wave of mental energy surged forth, akin to the ferocity of a tempest, vast and boundless. Even Jiraiya found himself momentarily staggered, while Yahiko and Konan sat dumbfounded on the ground, absorbing the spectacle before them. After a brief interval, Xiangxi withdrew his finger. He was not probing into the mysteries of the Rinnegan, but rather attuning himself to the remnants of the original owner's spiritual energy. "What did you sense?" Jiraiya inquired, rushing forward, his concern evident regarding any potential manipulation Xiangxi might have exerted over Nagato. "It's nothing to worry about. I hold no desire to meddle with a mere child," replied Xiangxi, his eyes closed as he reached out to the distant echoes of residual spiritual energy, instinctively moving westward. "Jiraiya," he called out as he halted abruptly. Turning his back to the others, "Return to Konoha and keep Tsunade company. If anyone should be at her side, it should be you, not Kato Danto." Jiraiya stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such words had been directed at him. However, as realization dawned upon him, a glimmer of hope illuminated his face. Yet, upon witnessing the anxious expressions of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, he fell silent for a moment before chuckling lightly. "I think I shall stay a while longer. It is you who should go and be with Tsunade. Is that so?" Xiangxi mused, unfurling his wings and vanishing swiftly into the horizon. "Teacher Jiraiya, you won't abandon us, will you?" Konan timidly tugged at the hem of Jiraiya's garment. "I will not leave until you can navigate the ninja world on your own." He sighed, fully aware of the opportunity he had just relinquished. That brother must be the fabled demon blade capable of vanquishing demigods. If only we could attain such prowess, we could surely usher peace to the land of rain and the entire ninja world. "Uchiha Madara, come forth and meet your demise." At the border between the land of rain and the land of grass, Xiangxi descended from the heavens, his sword, Tetsuzai, piercing the earth as a cacophony of thunderous lightning struck the ground, aimed at dislodging any hidden adversaries. The 8th tier of swordsmanship, combined with the subtleties of mental fortitude, allowed him to sense any malevolent intent directed at him within a radius of several hundred to even 1,000 meters. He could perceive and even pinpoint those who wished him harm, a manifestation of his expansive mental feedback. Upon reaching such a pinnacle of mastery, he could recall the essence of an individual's spirit, intuitively sensing their mental state and general location. Much like an ancient practitioner predicting fortune and misfortune, this was a form of spiritual telepathy, a manifestation of mental prowess. Xiangxi had pursued this destination guided by his innate ability, instinctively tracking Uchiha Madara's presence through the resonance of their respective spirits. After a prolonged silence, Xiangxi unsheathed the iron-shattered tooth, wielding it with fervor. The sound of thunder echoing as he struck the ground with force, burrowing deep into the earth. With a resounding crash, an obviously man-made passage collapsed, and as fragments of rock cascaded down, a purple shield enveloped Xiangxi, propelling him into the newly formed tunnel. Once he entered the subterranean cavern, a peculiar figure resembling a pitcher plant materialized from a tree trunk in a nearby grove, pondering aloud with a furrowed brow. "He is indeed coming for us. How curious that he knows the location of our stronghold. And why is he targeting us? Has he uncovered something? That scoundrel, Danzo." The underground chamber stood desolate, and with the incessant fall of boulders, it too was on the brink of collapse. Have they fled? Have they detected my presence and relocated the base in advance? Xiangxi mused darkly, emerging from the depths, his focus sharpened as he sensed a sudden spark of inspiration in his mind. He took flight towards the horizon once more. The pitcher plant figure gazed after the departing Xiangxi, astonished. How does he know the direction of our retreat? Chapter 114. Kaleidoscope Sharingan within the lands of grass, rain, bird, river, and even fire. A bounty on Uchiha Xiangxi has emerged from the underground exchange centers over the course of a year. Ever since Tsongyun was subdued by Xiangxi, his name had surfaced, albeit with a modest bounty, primarily tied to Tsongyun's tooth, amounting to 100 million ryo. Following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the bounty on the natural tooth appeared, surpassing the previous one, reaching an astounding 300 million ryo. However, this recent bounty was not merely for Xiangxi's cursed blade. It was a direct pursuit of Xiangxi himself, the sum so exorbitant that it shattered all previous records at the exchange, 13 billion ryo. The bounty on Xiangxi's head was nothing short of madness. 13 billion. Should one succeed in slaying Xiangxi, the cursed blade would naturally come into their possession, totaling a staggering 17 billion ryo. Such wealth could sustain generations. Yet, this staggering bounty also underscored the terrifying prowess of Xiangxi, prompting many bounty ninjas to reconsider. He was not a target to be taken lightly. Nonetheless, the allure of riches proved irresistible to many, and those unafraid of death sought out Xiangshi's trail, hoping that even if they lacked the strength to kill him, a lucky strike might yield fortune. Why can't I be the one to hit the jackpot? Such is the typical gambler's mentality, and no one could evade it. As night enveloped the land, stars dotted the inky sky, and a bright moon hung above the treetops, casting a gentle silvery glow. The forest was deep and mysterious, leaves swaying in the autumn breeze, producing a rustling sound akin to a lurking threat. Under the heavy cloak of night, dozens of silhouettes moved like phantoms, their breaths light and rhythmic, seemingly merging with nature itself. They lay in wait like specters of darkness, silently anticipating the arrival of prey, every faint sound and shift in the wind potentially signaling an opportunity for a kill. Time seemed to stretch, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, Xiangshi's figure burst into the forest, his senses tingling with the path once traversed by Uchiha Madara. The lurking phantoms revealed themselves, and a kunai embedded with an explosive tag shot forth, silent as a falling leaf. A purple radiance erupted, obstructing the shuriken, followed by the detonation of explosive tags, unleashing a thick cloud of dust that startled the forest. In an instant, flames engulfed the woods, as numerous wind and earth techniques surged forth, leveling everything in their path towards the west. When the aftershock subsided, the violet barrier stood unyielding, its brilliance undimmed within the barrier. Xiangshi had yet to even open his eyes. A path to self-destruction, he murmured, his spirit and aura expanded, enveloping the entire forest. The faces of the numerous hidden ninjas turned pale, despairing as if the apocalypse had arrived, each one vacantly committing seppuku in a bizarre spectacle. Before entering this forest, Xiangshi had sensed the murderous intent, dozens of lethal presences gleaming like lights in the night. As long as they did not obstruct his pursuit of Uchiha Obito, he would pay them no mind. Yet these individuals, seeking their own demise, chose to launch an attack. Countless had attempted to ambush Xiangshi before, each meeting a gruesome end akin to suicide, instilling a chilling dread. However, this did not deter the newcomers from attempting assassination, as the allure of wealth proved irresistible. Even with a tenfold certainty of death, he had pursued across the land of rain to the shores of the land of hot water. Uchiha Obito truly could flee, evading him for a full year. Yet he remained undaunted, following the resonance of his spirit, determined to chase Obito to the ends of the earth. The exorbitant bounty on Xiangshi's head was indeed tied to Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu. Naturally, they were not naive enough to believe that bounty hunters could eliminate Xiangshi. Their aim was merely to slow his pursuit. In the northwestern corner of the land of hot water, nestled within a valley, Uchiha Obito leaned feebly against a stone chair. Once a formidable warlord, he now appeared frail and aged, his face lined with wrinkles and blemished with age spots, as if he could pass away at any moment. Kurizetsu, sensing the return of intelligence from the dispatched white Zetsu, spoke with resignation. Obito, there is no escape. Uchiha Xiangshi will be upon us soon. Indeed, there was no further escape. Obito's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of an old man delivering his last words. After transplanting the Rinnegan into Nagato, his life had dwindled like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. He clung to existence only to find someone capable of fulfilling his grand design. Xiangshi was the executor he had sought for his plan. He and Kurizetsu had secretly orchestrated the death of Rope Tree, intending to drag Xiangshi into darkness to pursue a new world together. Little did he anticipate that Xiangshi, seemingly aware of the mastermind behind this conspiracy, would come charging towards him, seeking a deadly confrontation. Had he known, he would never have chosen Xiangshi as his target. Next time, he must select a weaker member of the Uchiha clan. Kurizetsu reflected. In his view, Xiangshi's strength was now on par with that of Uchiha Obito wielding the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Manipulating such a figure with mere schemes was akin to playing with fire. Beyond schemes, one required overwhelming strength to maintain control, a feat that had become unattainable since Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan was transplanted into Nagato. Even if Obito had not undergone the transplant, his physical condition had deteriorated. After a year of relentless pursuit, Obito's life now hung by a thread. If he continued to flee, he need not fear Xiangshi's hand, for he would perish by his own hand. Let us engage in battle. I have never found myself in such a pitiful state, being pursued relentlessly for miles. Not even Hashirama could achieve such a feat. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. After implanting the Rinnegan into Nagato, he had also grafted himself the spare Sharingan he collected during the war. Kagaya's black Zetsu shed the white Zetsu from its form and merged with Uchiha Madara, declaring, "After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, you will rely solely on summoning the Outer Path Golem to sustain your life, unable to leave your stronghold. Should another assailant arrive, your demise will be inevitable." Feeling a temporary resurgence of strength, Uchiha Madara rose and ventured towards the valley, heading westward. He hoped to select a new executor for his plans before that day arrived. In the sky, the first rays of dawn broke through as the sun ascended slowly, casting countless golden arrows that pierced the silence of the night. At the horizon, the azure sea gleamed with a golden hue. The waves sparkled under the morning light, reminiscent of a shimmering armor. As the two approached, the sea breeze carried a salty moisture that rustled their garments. Despite never having cloaked their faces, upon their first encounter, they recognized each other instantly. "Uchiha Madara, are you prepared to meet your end?" The tone of the westward figure was calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of profound malice. "I have traversed the ninja world for decades, and no one has ever brought me to such a state," Uchiha Madara replied, crossing his arms, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes, as if recalling the glorious days of yore. "I have no quarrel with you. Why seek to harm Sh Jutsu? Do you still not comprehend? This is the fate of every awakened Uchiha. To unlock the Manjiki Sharingan, one must slay their closest kin. I am aiding the descendants of Uchiha." Uchiha Madara's expression remained indifferent, as if Sh Jutsu's death were inconsequential, instead feeling gratitude towards his opponent. "Do you think I require such power? Even with your eternal Manjiki, you are but a shadow of what is possible. You are still young, ignorant of the true significance of the Manjiki Sharingan. Today, I shall unveil to you the divine might encapsulated within it." With that, Uchiha Madara's three-tomo Sharingan began to spin, unleashing a terrifying chakra alongside a chilling ocular power. Blue energy coalesced into ribs upon his body, rapidly transforming into a colossal half-formed skeletal figure towering dozens of meters high. Flesh and sinews emerged, clad in armor, resembling a grand, semi-divine statue. The half-figure ascended, its lower half stepping forth, sprouting wings, exuding an imposing presence. A deity manifesting at a height of several hundred meters. Chapter 115. The Battle of Susanoo. The complete form of Susanoo loomed higher than mountains. As Uchiha Madara stood atop a peak, surveying all below, such a behemoth was astonishing. The citizens of the Land of Water were awestruck, kneeling in reverence as if witnessing a divine miracle. It was the great Tengu of myth, appearing in the flesh. Susanoo drew forth a katana, measuring 100 meters in length, pointing towards the west. Uchiha Madara sneered, "Do you see? This is the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, the embodiment of destruction." Even though the Sharingan he had implanted was merely three-tomo, his ocular prowess remained unaffected. Even without eyes, he could summon the complete form of Susanoo. This is Uchiha Madara. The divine draws its sword. Bold citizens gazed upwards, exclaiming in awe, "Has a divine being descended to vanquish the demons? The deity protects our land of soup. Is this your only support? Uchiha Madara, is this all you can muster?" Xiangxi closed his eyes, attuning to the latent power within his gaze. Madara furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased by Xiangxi's indifference towards the complete Susanoo, stating, "You have opened your eyes as well. After personally slaying the rope tree, let me witness the prowess of your Manjiki Sharingan. Have you mastered the third form of Susanoo?" The name rope tree caused a pang in Xiangxi's heart, and he suddenly opened his eyes, shouting fiercely, "You are unworthy to utter his name. Today, I shall make you accompany the rope tree to the grave." In an instant, the three-tomo of his eyes spun rapidly, merging into a singular form, transforming into a three-petal lotus shape of the Manjiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, blue energy ribs emerged, forming a half-body skeletal frame, flesh and blood sprouting forth, clad in armor, as a vaguely featured half-body deity materialized. To unleash the third form of Susanoo upon opening his eyes, your ocular power surpasses mine at the moment of awakening. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. However, your vision must be waning. Madara's expression bore admiration, recognizing a talent that even he deemed superior, yet lamenting the absence of kin to transplant eyes, rendering such power fleeting. Xiangxi smirked, His Sharingan bore no notion of ocular power. The third form of Susanoo merely arose from his demon energy being sufficient only for this state. Sealing technique, release. A surge of demonic energy erupted forth, replenishing his power in an instant, even overwhelming enough to plunge Xiangxi into a state of demonic transformation. Sharp fangs elongated. White hair sprouted, and 4 lines appeared on his cheeks, 2 purple demonic patterns and 2 sealing symbols. His blood-red scara and crimson Mangeki Sharingan formed a truly terrifying visage, as if an ancient demon had descended. Subsequently, the third form of Susanoo underwent further transformation. Supported by an immense reservoir of demonic energy, the half-body Susanoo grew taller, revealing its lower half, with a pair of wings that obscured the sun. A complete Susanoo. Uchiha Madara could scarcely believe his own eyes. How could one who had just awakened the Mangeki Sharingan achieve the complete form of Susanoo? Furthermore, the ocular power of the Mangeki Sharingan was insufficient to sustain such a form. Why had he not gone blind? Why was his Susanoo different? Madara's mind screamed in disbelief, questioning his very existence. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan had been earned at the cost of his brother Izuna's life. Such a level of Susanoo rivaled that of Indra. The watching Black Zetsu was utterly horrified, had it not been for Indra's chakra residing within Madara. He might have suspected that Xiangxi was the reincarnation of a new generation of Indra. Xiangxi's Susanoo towered into the clouds. Madara's Susanoo stood only half its height, like a child standing before an adult. Strangely, Xiangxi's Susanoo was not a great Tengu, but himself. Even the demon blade mirrored this fact. Hanging at his waist were the energy-formed colossal Totsuka no Tsurugi and the innate blade, while the K-Tens hung behind him, becoming the sacred artifact of his Susanoo. He was not merely an incarnation of a deity. He was the deity. Yet another divine presence had descended. Which god is this? In the land of soup, devoted followers worshipped and inquired of an elder from the shrine. This is a new deity, the elder proclaimed earnestly, despite his unfamiliarity. A conflict between the new gods and the old. We reside in an age of myth. Today shall undoubtedly be inscribed in history. Uchiha Madara had never anticipated that while standing atop the fully realized Susanoo, he would still need to look up at others. Is this the power you desire me to unleash through my kaleidoscopic Sharingan? I shall rend you into fragments with this strength. Susanoo drew forth the cloud blade, raising it to strike down, akin to the collapse of a celestial pillar. Accompanied by a fearsome gale, the shockwave compressed, and the explosive roar was deafening. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo wielded twin katanas to cross and block the immense cloud blade, yet the disparity in their might forced his Susanoo to kneel under the onslaught. With a swift kick, akin to dismissing a child, he sent Uchiha Madara soaring into the sea, then ascended once more, delivering another strike that plunged Madara into the depths. With a thunderous crash, Uchiha Madara was followed into the ocean by his opponent, stirring up towering waves that reached for the heavens, triggering a cataclysmic tsunami. Crack! The tsunami could not deter these colossal beings. They clashed fiercely in the ocean, and soon, a massive energy arm was severed, collapsing a swath of forest. An energy leg was hurled from the ocean's surface, saturating the beach. As the source of ocular power waned, the energy gradually dissipated. The tsunami surged forth. Amidst the violent explosion of energy, the earth trembled, and volcanoes erupted, reminiscent of an ancient divine battle, inciting apocalyptic calamity. Continuously, remnants of energy in the form of severed limbs flew out, as Uchiha Madara unleashed all his ocular might, striving to restore his Susanoo-esque form. Yet his rate of restoration paled in comparison to the speed at which his adversary wielded his sword. Ultimately, when Madara could no longer mend his severed limbs, his opponent single-handedly lifted Madara's head from the sea. Thud! The half-formed Susanoo was cast upon the shore, and with a forceful stomp, his opponent declared, "You have doomed the sacred tree. You deserve 1,000 deaths." Uchiha Madara coughed incessantly. The power bestowed by White Zetsu had reached its limit. He gazed at his opponent, who appeared as a divine being, momentarily lost in awe. "No, I have not yet lost. I still possess the Rinnegan." A flicker of hope reignited within Uchiha Madara, and he laughed maniacally. "No one can defeat Uchiha Madara besides Hashirama. Not you. I have not yet lost." His opponent's eyes radiated a palpable killing intent, and the towering Susanoo rose, grasping the cloud blade with fervor, and struck down with a piercing thrust. The blade pierced the forehead of Madara's Susanoo, cleaving through the crystalline essence that encased his form. As the divine battle concluded, the populace of the land of Soup bowed in reverence to the new deity, praying for the new god to quell their calamities and rescue them from peril. The old god was dead. The new god must rise. We shall honor the new deity, the shrine elder proclaimed with fervor. By the shore, the massive Susanoo gradually dissipated, and just as his opponent prepared to carry away the bisected remains of Uchiha Madara, the body suddenly vanished like a phantom. A clone? Impossible. A clone could not elude his opponent's mental perception. Izanagi. The forbidden technique of the Sharingan allows one to erase unfavorable events from time, transforming only beneficial occurrences into reality, even permitting the alteration of fate upon death. It is an unparalleled ocular art that defies the heavens. However, the cost of this power is the blinding of the user's Sharingan. Once reality is rewritten, one is destined to start anew in the vicinity. Uchiha Keisei closes his eyes and attempts to sense the spirit of Uchiha Madara through mental resonance. Yet, his perception falters. Upon remembering a certain individual's spirit, it is inconceivable that he could lose the ability to sense them unless that person has passed away. Meanwhile, en route to the land of water, Kurizetsu swiftly traverses with Uchiha Madara, who, despite having been revived, remains in a comatose state, ensnared in a false death. Upon realizing that Keisei has mistakenly pursued the wrong direction, Kurizetsu breathes a sigh of relief. Indeed, Uchiha Keisei can always locate us through his connection to Madara. It appears that as long as Keisei is alive, Madara cannot awaken from his feigned demise. Before tracking them down, Kurizetsu first seeks Jiraiya to sense Nagato's Rinnegan. Knowing full well that those eyes belong to Madara, a chill runs through Kurizetsu as he perceives their clandestine plans laid bare before the world. Nevertheless, Keisei has not detected the half-tailed beast transformation of Shouju, indicating that he is not fully aware of my actions and strategies. Chapter 116. Forgiveness tomorrow after work. I will pick you up, and we can stroll through the festival together. I've heard that this year's festivities are significantly livelier than in previous years. In the bustling streets of Konoha, the crowd throngs as the post-war economy recovers swiftly, nearly returning to its pre-war state. Were it not for the presence of several retired ninjas with disabilities, one would scarcely discern that the Second Shinobi World War had transpired. Cat Dan and Tsunade meander through the streets, engaging in light-hearted conversation, growing increasingly closer without realizing it. I've been utterly exhausted at the hospital lately. Tomorrow evening, let us unwind. Tsunade cheerfully accepts Dan's invitation, radiating vitality, having emerged from the shadows of Shouju's demise. What can I say? Being Konoha's foremost medical ninja comes with its own burdens. Dan teases, adding, I know you wish to relax, but that mostly means you want to drink. Just so you know, you may indulge, but only up to 3 cups. Tsunade huffs in discontent. So clever of you. 3 cups it is then. Are you upset? Dan halts, turning to gaze at Tsunade. Under the warmth of his gentle eyes, Tsunade's cheeks flush slightly as she murmurs, No, I'm not. Why has it suddenly turned gloomy? Just as Dan intends to banter with Tsunade further, a chilling wind sweeps through, darkening the sky abruptly. As ominous clouds gather with thunder and lightning, heralding a tempest. As he prepares to escort Tsunade back, the wind grows stronger and colder, sending shivers down their spines. As the thunder reverberates ominously in their hearts. Something is amiss, Dan thinks in alarm. An icy sensation surges from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Every hair on his body standing on end, as he senses an overwhelming intent to kill approaching him. Tsunade also senses the disturbance. Yet the murderous aura does not target her, leaving her uncertain of the enemy's whereabouts. This is in the streets of Konoha. Who dares to commit murder so brazenly? Could it be an ambush? Kato's body stiffened as he gazed towards the source of the murderous intent, where a silhouette loomed atop the rooftop. Its crimson eyes fixated upon him, resembling the gaze of a demon from the depths of hell. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the infernal gaze, he felt as though he were plunged into an endless abyss. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and he became engulfed in chaos and terror. Dan, what's wrong? Tsunade immediately noticed Kato's distress. His face was ghastly, his pupils dilated, beads of cold sweat dotted his brow, and his breath was nearly stilled. Release. Tsunade instinctively believed Kato had fallen victim to an illusion, and she hurriedly formed hand seals to dispel it. However, Kato remained unresponsive, his breathing growing increasingly faint. "It's not an illusion," Tsunade exclaimed in urgency, lifting her gaze to locate the enemy, as an eerie chill enveloped the air. Soon, she locked onto the figure on the rooftop, who was drawing a sword, the blade already extended a third of the way from its sheath. With a thunderous crack, a flash of lightning illuminated the shadowy figure's face, revealing a visage that was particularly menacing beneath the wild, white hair. It was Nishi. Tsunade's heart trembled. She realized that Nishi had witnessed her intimate moment with Kato, and a tumult of emotions surged within her: fear, guilt, resentment, and an unsettling sense of liberation. As Nishi drew the sword two-thirds out of its sheath, Kato collapsed, unscathed yet spiritually extinguished, as fragile as a flickering candle, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Tsunade, in a state of panic, stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Kato to shield him from Nishi's terrifying mental assault. "Stop," she commanded with fervor. Nishi halted, his hand poised on the sword, his gaze cold and profound, reminiscent of a dark lake concealing a monstrous beast. Seeing that Nishi showed no intention of relenting, Tsunade's expression hardened, and she articulated each word with a fierce intensity. "Sheath your sword." The wind grew increasingly frigid. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Nishi's eyes as he perceived the warning, the resolve, and even a hint of murderous intent upon Tsunade's face. His grip on the sword trembled slightly, as he defiantly met her gaze. After a brief moment, he relinquished his hold, allowing the sword to glide back into its sheath. As the wind stilled, the thunder subsided, and the ominous clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky above Konoha. "Dan, are you all right?" Tsunade sighed in relief. Turning to help Kato to his feet, her concern evident as she assessed his condition. Kato appeared as though he had just awakened from a nightmarish slumber. Dazed and weakly uttered, "What has happened to me?" Nishi leaped down from the rooftop, landing softly 2 meters away from Tsunade, who was wholly focused on Kato. He broke the silence. "We need to talk, just the two of us." At that moment, Kato regained his composure, stepping half a stride forward. His tone serious. "Assaulting a fellow ninja in broad daylight is a flagrant disregard for the law. What do you take Konoha for? I shall report this to Lord Hokage. Tsunade, I will escort you home. Do not associate with this kind of person. Get lost." Nishi roared, his composure shattering, as thunder rumbled ominously once more. The clouds swirled. The wind shifted, and Kato felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing in shock. Tsunade swiftly helped the disheveled Kato to his feet, whispering gently, "Dan, you should head back first. I'll speak with him for a moment before returning." Kato Dan's heart was filled with reluctance. He yearned to articulate something further, yet the terror emanating from Uchiha Shinshu left him in trepidation. Had it not been for Tsunade's presence, he might have met his demise without ever knowing how. Fortunately, Shinshu's sword had only been drawn 2/3 of the way. Should it be fully unsheathed, it would signify his end. His lips twitched, but no words escaped. He could only depart in silence, his thoughts lingering. "Let me not disgrace myself in front of Tsunade. Uchiha Shinshu, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Humph. I have seen you rise, and I shall witness your downfall." Tsunade observed Kato Dan's retreating figure, exhaling deeply as her expression shifted to one of nonchalance. She turned to Shinshu and said, "Let us converse as we walk." Shinshu inhaled deeply, feeling a sudden wave of nervousness. He nodded and walked alongside Tsunade. As the sky brightened once more, regarding the conspiracy surrounding Ju's death, the mastermind had been identified, Uchiha Madara. "You may find it hard to believe, but Uchiha Madara is indeed alive. He is after me." Shinshu composed himself and began to relay the details of Madara's scheme to Tsunade, aimed at ensnaring him in darkness and turning him into Madara's pawn. He had traced Madara's whereabouts to the land of rain, pursuing him all the way to the land of hot water. Unfortunately, just before he could strike, Madara invoked the forbidden technique Izanagi to escape death, entering a state of false death that rendered him undetectable. Shinshu spent another 6 months searching in the land of water, yet found no trace, and was compelled to return. However, Madara, driven by ambition, could not remain in this state of feigned death indefinitely. He had plans to execute, and inevitably, he would awaken. At that moment, Shinshu would sense him, and Madara would not evade his pursuit. Tsunade shook her head with a bemused smile, saying, "Uchiha Madara has long since perished. Slain by my great-grandfather's hand, there can be no pretense of life. You need not fabricate such tales to ease my heart." The truth of SH-Ju's death was uncovered by my teacher a year ago. It was the rogue ninja Kakazu from Takigakure who was responsible. And a high-level bounty has already been issued. Shinshiro fell silent, for he was not lying. Kakuzu's involvement was indeed a fabrication. Over 6 months ago, Kakuzu had attempted to assassinate him for a hefty reward, but fled after being swiftly defeated. Kakuzu lacked the capability and the inclination to orchestrate a conspiracy against him. Feigning ease, Tsunade continued, "You must not linger in the past. Moreover, I do not harbor hatred towards you, nor do I blame you." At that moment, none could have foreseen it would be SH-Ju. Had I been in your position, I would have acted with the same resolve. Truly, I do not resent you. I forgave you long ago. It is merely that a thorn remains in my heart. Whenever I see you, it aches subtly, evoking memories of that moment. The image of SH-Ju's cold face. Shinshiro halted his steps, yet Tsunade did not wait for him, continuing onward. To speak of forgiveness, in truth, she had yet to fully forgive him. The blame lingered still. A hint of sorrow flickered in Shinshiro's eyes as he watched Tsunade advance, leaving him behind. "Tsunade, do you still wish to become Hokage?" he asked, his voice hoarse. Tsunade paused, finally halting her stride, and replied with her usual tone. "I no longer desire to be Hokage. Then is this the state of our relationship?" Shinshiro inquired softly, his demeanor subdued. "What is our relationship?" Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and continued on her way, not looking back as she bid farewell. Becoming Hokage was the dream of both Rope Tree and Dan, and it was enough for Dan to carry Rope Tree's will to realize that dream. Farewell. Xiangxi felt as if struck by lightning. The exhaustion from over a year of relentless pursuit, coupled with his current state of disarray, led him to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. A single phrase had sent his mind into turmoil. He could not find peace. Chaotic thoughts surged within him like new buds on a withered tree wilting in the harshness of winter, causing him to regress from the 8th tier of swordsmanship back to the 7th. Tsunade shuddered, as if sensing Xiangxi's bloodshed, yet she did not linger, resolutely pressing onward. Her farewell was graceful, leaving only a few tears shed along the path she had traversed. Chapter 117. Regression of cultivation. Early in the morning, Uchiha Fugaku, as was his custom, set out to attend to matters at the security team. Passing by Xiangxi's courtyard, he noticed that the gate, which had been closed for over a year, was now ajar. Instinctively, he stepped inside, discovering that the main door was also open. Could it be that Senior Xiangxi has returned? Uchiha Fugaku mused. Given Xiangxi's enigmatic prowess, the defenses of Konoha would be utterly futile against him. It would not be surprising for him to come and go as he pleased. As he ventured further into the house, he found Xiangxi lying on the floor, his clothes stained with a hint of blood. "Senior Xiangxi," Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, rushing forward to check on his condition. Upon realizing that Xiangxi was merely asleep and bore no injuries, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. However, he was puzzled as to why the blood had not been licked clean by the white wolf. Had the white wolf changed its nature? The white wolf lay in a corner of the courtyard, listless, ever since it had been sent back to the spirit realm for failing to protect Rope Tree. It had not dared to frolic in front of Xiangxi again. Although Xiangxi bore it no grudge, he had ceased to take it out afterward. The white wolf felt immense guilt, believing it bore significant responsibility for Xiangxi's current state, having failed to diligently train after licking Xiangxi's blood and faltering in critical moments. Seeing Xiangxi in a deep slumber, Uchiha Fugaku chose not to disturb him, quietly closing the door and retreating. The following morning, he again passed by Xiangxi's courtyard and knocked on the door, but received no response. After pushing the door open, he found Xiangxi still sprawled on the floor, soundly asleep. On the 3rd day, the 4th day, and until the 7th day, when he finally entered the living room, he discerned signs that Xiangxi was about to awaken. Approaching, he gently shook Xiangxi's body and called out, "Senior Xiangxi, it is time to wake up." To go without food or drink for 7 days would pose a problem for anyone, yet seeing Xiangxi breathe steadily and in good health, he refrained from waking him prematurely. "Ah, Fugaku, what is it?" Xiangxi murmured, blinking awake and stifling a lengthy yawn. This was the first time in over a year that he had enjoyed a proper sleep. "Senior Xiangxi, are you all right?" Uchiha Fugaku asked, still feeling uneasy. Over the past week, rumors had circulated in Konoha regarding Xiangxi's near murder of Kata Dan and his interactions with Tsunade. Many secretly applauded, believing it wise for Princess Tsunade to maintain her distance from the demon who wielded the souls of the deceased. Moreover, he nearly took the life of a fellow villager. an act so heinous that it defies all moral boundaries, treating Konoha with utter disdain. In recent days, numerous individuals have petitioned the Hokage to confine him, deeming such a person a latent threat to the village, capable of descending into madness and unleashing a massacre upon its inhabitants. Though they harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him, they cannot deny his formidable prowess. Should he succumb to frenzy, the devastation would eclipse even that wrought by tailed beasts. The Uchiha clan has vehemently protested, disregarding the need for distance from Tsunade. However, they will not acquiesce to the confinement of the current strongest Uchiha. "What concern is it of mine?" he responded, pinching the bridge of his nose, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Uchiha Fugaka hesitated for a moment, reflecting on the myriad events that had transpired in Konoha over the past year, contemplating whether to delay his conversation with him. "Speak your mind," he said wearily. With a sigh, Uchiha Fugaka divulged the occurrences that had unfolded. He was acutely aware of his concern for Tsunade and meticulously recounted the intelligence related to Kato Dan and Tsunade over the past year, including but not limited to the progression of their relationship, the manner in which Kato Dan endeavored to win her affection, and the pervasive belief among the villagers that Tsunade and Kato Dan were together. As the captain of the guard, gathering intelligence on the villagers was a trivial task, especially under his directive to focus on specific individuals. His narration was so vivid that it felt as though he had witnessed the events firsthand. Additionally, rumors concerning him had significantly diminished, their fervor dissipating as new gossip emerged regarding Kakashi Hitaki. According to the ninja regulations, abandoning a mission is strictly forbidden. Yet, during a covert operation infiltrating enemy territory, Kakashi Hitaki forsook his mission to rescue comrades, resulting in catastrophic losses for the village. The villagers whispered accusations behind his back, and even those he had saved turned against him, ostracizing him from the community. Kakashi Hitaki has since borne an immense burden, remaining sequestered within his home. Furthermore, approximately 6 months prior, a woman named Takamine Hanako visited, but as he was absent, she left a message requesting that he seek her out upon his return. In the northwestern corner of the village, Kakashi? The thought caused him a slight headache, considering Kakashi's age. It seemed plausible that he might entertain thoughts of self-harm around this juncture. He rose, intending to visit Kakashi's residence to dissuade him from such extreme notions. As for Takamine Hanako, their prior interaction from years past held little urgency for a visit. However, as he stood, his legs buckled beneath him, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Fugaku, quick to act, rushed to support him, expressing concern. "Senpai, perhaps you should rest a while longer. I cannot fathom the trials you have endured this past year. It must have been arduous." A moment of disorientation enveloped him. Ever since he attained mastery over his momentum, he had been mentally clear, yet this drowsiness and dizziness were unprecedented. It was then that he noticed his swordsmanship had regressed to the 7th tier, a stark contrast to the new vitality he had nearly achieved, as if the budding life of a once withered tree had been thoroughly quenched. "I am fine. Likely just a result of excessive rest. I shall recover shortly." With a casual wave, Xiangxi continued on his way. Uchiha Fugaku observed the unsteady steps of Xiangxi and couldn't help but speculate on what experiences he had endured during his year-long absence. Given Xiangxi's formidable strength, he had become unmatched in the shinobi world. Who could have possibly brought him to such a state of exhaustion? In the bustling areas of Konoha, where crowds thronged, there lay one residence that remained untouched, its gate avoided by passers-by, some even spitting disdainfully as they walked by. Xiangxi furrowed his brow and approached the gate of the Hitaki household. "Who is there?" A child's voice echoed, sounding surprised, as if it had been ages since anyone had come to visit. The young Kakashi peeked over the wall, timidly extending his head to see who it was before deciding whether to open the door. Xiangxi leapt gracefully onto the wall, lifting Kakashi in a warm embrace, laughing. "With your father around, what is there to fear from intruders?" "Uncle Xiangxi," Kakashi greeted affectionately, patting Xiangxi's shoulder as he ushered him inside. "My father has been acting strangely lately and refuses to talk to me about it. You should ask him what is going on." "All right," Xiangxi replied, walking to Shumo's study. He set Kakashi down and suggested he step aside. Although reluctant, Kakashi complied and retreated to the courtyard to practice the Hitaki sword technique, thinking, "If my swordsmanship improves, my father will surely be pleased." Chapter 118. The belief of Hitaki Shumo. The curtains in the study fluttered slightly, and a soft beam of sunlight streamed through the window. illuminating the open scriptures and scattered papers on the desk. A corner of the desk held an inkstone, while Hatake Shumo, with a serious expression, wielded a brush, meticulously transcribing the sacred texts. Once he completed a passage, he exhaled and greeted the entering Xiangxi. "You've arrived. Since when have you traded practicing the sword for the brush?" Xiangxi remarked nonchalantly. "Practicing the brush is akin to wielding a sword. It sharpens the blade of my heart." Shumo replied. "Is that so? Yet it appears your inner blade is on the verge of breaking," Xiangxi retorted. "Only through tempering can a blade become sharper. The rumors outside serve as the fire in which you forge your sword. Shumo, if you fear the flames, you will never master the blade, only to be reduced to ashes. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, it would be you advising me on my swordsmanship? And what of you, Xiangxi? Rumors, as they say, can be as fearsome as a tiger, ultimately consuming you. The wise put an end to rumors. What of the foolish who become tigers? Whether outsiders believe it or not, my heart is capable of subduing both tigers and dragons. But what if Tsunade believes them?" Xiangxi's expression stiffened, darkening suddenly as silence enveloped him. "Indeed, Tsunade has come to believe them." Shumo sighed deeply. "I do not fear the flames of rumor. Rather, I dread the hammer that questions the blade of my heart. Xiangxi, I have come to grasp the forces at play, to understand myself and the essence of my spirit. Under the hammer's relentless beat, my convictions have wavered. You know what it means for a warrior when their spirit falters." Xiangxi remained silent, seated quietly with Hatake Shumo in the study. After a considerable pause, he rose to take his leave, realizing he lacked the standing to counsel Shumo. Upon Xiangxi's departure, Shumo once again took up his brush. Upon reaching such a profound state, his swordsmanship had attained its zenith. From this point forth, his journey would transcend the physical realm, delving into the spiritual, an endeavor where the heart knows no bounds. With strokes as if guided by divine inspiration, for powerful characters materialized, embodying the will of fire. This will of fire represented his unwavering spirit. Even when confronted with the conflicting edicts of the ninja world, he steadfastly clung to his convictions, dismissing the scorn and exclusion from others as inconsequential. His belief was akin to a blade, capable of severing all distractions and doubts. Yet, when those he had once saved turned to cast blame, and the higher echelons of Konoha orchestrated whispers against him, he found his convictions shaken to the core. Was his will of fire truly righteous? Did it align with the will of fire espoused by the leaders of Konoha? The original notion of the will of fire, which had been passed down since the village's inception, had now been distorted. Did his perseverance hold any genuine significance? He was engulfed in anguish, grappling with turmoil. In the days that followed, he remained sequestered, retreating further into solitude. It seemed as though closing the door would insulate him from the world's chaos. Before long, an old acquaintance graced the courtyard of his retreat. Upon seeing the visitor, he was reminded that Takamine Hanako had once sought him out, leaving word of her whereabouts. It had been a considerable time since their last encounter. Takamine Hanako, her visage as radiant as a peach blossom, retained the same enchanting allure as when they first met. Time appeared to leave no trace upon her countenance. Feeling somewhat abashed, he remarked, "I apologize for the chaos of late. I have not found the opportunity to seek you out." "I suspected as much," she replied with a smile. "Will you not invite me in for a moment? Please, come in." He gestured, leading the way as he continued. "It has been a while since I tidied up. It may be a bit disordered, but do make yourself comfortable. Are you not curious as to why I sought you?" Takamine Hanako, unfazed by the clutter of the living room, casually found a seat. He remained silent. Indeed, he held no curiosity. She was merely a fleeting presence from a mission in his youth, one he would not remember even if they were never to meet again. With a playful glance, she chided him. "Do you not wish to hear about Tsunade Heim?" His tone turned icy as he replied, "What do you mean by that?" "In truth, during our time in the land of waves, I did not reveal the entire truth," she began to recount. "My mission was not merely to assist your infiltration of the water country. Rather, it was a directive from Lord Hokage to seduce you and sever your bond with Tsunade Heim." Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts scattered. It was foreseeable that he would not want him and Tsunade together, for should the Uchiha and Senju clans unite, his position as Hokage would be precarious. "Not at all," Takamine Hanako interjected, shaking her finger, her expression suddenly grave. "Later, when I returned to the village, I inadvertently discovered that the task was not assigned by Lord Hokage, but rather by his advisor, Danzo Shimura. Furthermore, I was not alone in the mission to dismantle your relationship. There was also Cat Dan, who served alongside Tsunade Haim. He was a member of the Root, tasked with undermining the Senju clan's influence. In hindsight, it appears my mission faltered while his succeeded. Is that truly the case? He exclaimed, rising abruptly. Gao Ling Huazi gathered her hair and remarked, Why would I deceive you? If it weren't for my reluctance to see you two torn apart, I wouldn't risk revealing this to you, considering it a token of gratitude for the life you saved back then. Xiangxi could hardly wait to bid Gao Ling Huazi farewell and dashed outside. This shall serve as a conclusion to my youthful days. Gao Ling Huazi sighed softly, her gaze complex yet imbued with a certain nonchalance as she watched Xiangxi's retreating figure. After departing from the Uchiha clan's territory, he concentrated on sensing Tsunade's spiritual presence. However, having fallen to the 7th rank in swordsmanship, his mental clarity had significantly diminished, allowing him only a vague sense of direction. Just as he was about to pursue Tsunade, a flicker of hesitation arose within him. After a brief contemplation, he decided to seek out another individual first. At this moment, Orochimaru had just returned home, concluding a day of research that never truly felt finished. Upon arriving, he continued to jot down his thoughts and inspirations. A knock echoed through the room, and Orochimaru's expression soured, for he despised interruptions to his train of thought. Upon opening the door and seeing Xiangxi, his displeasure transformed into delight. Oh, it is indeed rare for you, Xiangxi-kun, to seek me out. I happen to have some thoughts about the soul that I wish to discuss with you. Xiangxi interjected, Orochimaru. You have joined the Root, haven't you? The joy on Orochimaru's face vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor. Indeed, Xiangxi-kun, do you have any insights to share? Without hesitation, Xiangxi inquired, Tell me, is Cat Dan a member of the Root? Orochimaru paused momentarily, taken aback by the inquiry. After a moment of concentration, he replied, I have encountered him within the Root. Although he wears a mask, I discerned his presence. Excellent. Come with me to seek out Tsunade, and we shall unveil Cat Dan's true identity. Xiangxi's spirit surged. Orochimaru, perplexed, questioned, Do you harbor a misunderstanding? The Root is subordinate to the Umbu, not a clandestine organization. At that time, the Root had not yet committed the heinous acts that would later define it, operating solely under the orders of Shimura Danzo and embroiled in numerous crimes. Chapter 119. Understanding the tavern's daytime ambience starkly contrasted with its nocturnal revelries, enveloped in a languid and serene atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through half-drawn curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the wooden floor, exuding a faint aroma of wheat and intoxication. The tavern's tables and chairs were haphazardly arranged, with patrons either clustered in lively conversation or nestled in corners, savoring the taste of ephemeral existence. As two individuals stepped in, bringing with them a chill gust, the tavern's atmosphere abruptly shifted, the air growing heavy and prompting a collective lowering of voices. Xiangxi and Orochimaru settled across from Tsunade and Cat Dan. Tsunade, appearing somewhat inebriated, seemed oblivious to their arrival, lost in her drinking. I am aware that your intentions towards Tsunade are ulterior, Cat Dan. Speak the truth. Xiangxi coldly fixed his gaze upon Cat Dan. Startled, yet maintaining a calm facade, Cat Dan replied, If having affection for someone constitutes an ulterior motive, then my purpose in approaching Tsunade is to marry her and become the one who cares for her for a lifetime. Xiangxi's ire ignited within him, and he shouted, Are you still pretending to be foolish? Tuanzong harbored a deep-seated fear of the alliance between the Uchiha and the Senju, compelling you to approach Tsunade to disrupt our unity and to usurp the power of the Senju clan, is it not? Your identity within the Root is well known to Orochimaru. With an impassive expression, Orochimaru nodded, fully aware that such a stance would antagonize Shimura Danzo. However, when juxtaposed with the choices of Nara and Tsunade, he naturally favored his comrades. At this juncture, he had yet to descend into the depths of madness for the pursuit of immortality, as he would later. Kato Dan's thoughts raced, and he retorted, You belong to the Umbu, do you not? Is your approach to Tsunade not driven by ulterior motives? Are you seeking to bolster the Uchiha clan's influence over the Senju? Tsunade's hand trembled around her cup, yet she continued to drink, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, lost in her own world of intoxication. Nara's expression turned grim. My entry into the Umbu was not by choice. Tsunade is well aware of this. And you? The Root may be a division of the Umbu, yet it is undeniably under the absolute authority of Lord Hokage. This is common knowledge. Kato Dan scoffed, The root is subordinate to the Umbu, and its supreme commander is still the Hokage. Lord Danzo operates under the Hokage's orders within the root. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade is no longer the Na'vi girl who trailed behind you. She has grown immensely strong. She is composed, wise, beautiful, confident, and resilient. She possesses her own judgment and does not require your admonitions. I have faith in her. He spoke fervently, his voice rising in intensity. What about you? What brings you back? During your absence, with my companionship, Tsunade's heart had begun to heal. Yet, with your return, she has reverted to her former self, often weeping alone in sorrow, drowning her grief in alcohol. Do you comprehend the pain I feel witnessing her in such a state? What purpose does your return serve? If your intentions are for Tsunade's well-being, why have you come back? If you genuinely love her, then distance yourself from her. The further, the better. Never return. Look around you. Who in Konoha would welcome your return? One must possess self-awareness. Uchiha Madara, you must conduct yourself with dignity. Well said. Suddenly, someone in the tavern clapped loudly, recognizing Nara, the fiend who manipulates the souls of his comrades. Such a villain is not welcome in Konoha. Depart. Tsunadeheim must never associate with you, demon. Kato Dan spoke boldly, a true man. Indeed, Tsunadeheim and Kato Dan are a perfect match. The atmosphere in the tavern, previously subdued by the presence of Nara and Orochimaru, suddenly erupted. The patrons, who had remained silent spectators, were ignited by Kato Dan's fervent denunciation, fueled by alcohol, began to hurl curses at an unattainable strongman. Tsunade seemed to awaken from the cacophony, pulling at Kato Dan's arm, her voice fragmented. Dan, let us return and speak the truth. Nara abruptly stood, his brows furrowing, an inferno of wrath igniting within him. His eyes turned a blood-red hue. The three tomos spinning rapidly, unleashing a boundless murderous intent directed at Kato Dan. The tavern fell into an eerie silence. Those who had previously spoken out were now drenched in sweat, trembling under Nara's terrifying aura, as if witnessing the demon poised to unleash chaos, ready to slaughter indiscriminately. However, although Kat Daku's complexion was pale, he was not engulfed in fear as he had been previously. He remained alert. Xiangshi's fury intensified, yet he found himself lacking the strength. His 7th-tier swordsmanship was insufficient to penetrate Kat Daku's spirit. The primary focus of Kat's abilities lay in spiritual transformation, rendering his mental fortitude far superior to that of an ordinary ninja. Bang! Tsunade suddenly slammed her hands on the table, splintering it into pieces. She unleashed her chakra, exuding an immense presence that countered Xiangshi's murderous intent. The crimson of her Sharingan seemed as if it could bleed, and Xiangshi, fixated on Tsunade, spoke with a grave tone. Do not associate with Kat Daku. Tsunade, he harbors ulterior motives. Even if you were to choose Jiraiya, I could accept that. As he uttered the latter part, his voice grew hoarse. Daku had silently admired me since childhood, his affection unwavering for over a decade. I am acutely aware of this. This is a conspiracy. He has been assigned a mission by Danzo since his youth. Uchiha Xiangshi. Tsunade interrupted sharply, articulating each word. I am no longer an immature girl. Uchiha Xiangshi. I possess my own judgment regarding right and wrong. Upon hearing this, Xiangshi's pupils dilated in shock, incredulously staring into Tsunade's eyes, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a moment, despair washed over him. He found no trace of hesitation in Tsunade's gaze, only resoluteness. I understand now. Xiangshi sighed deeply and turned away, feeling as if his heart had withered, stripped of vigor, his swordsmanship regressing to the 6th tier, his mental presence diminished significantly, as if plunging into the twilight of age. Orochimaru silently followed Xiangshi out of the tavern, contemplating his words and stating, Xiangshikin, this may not be entirely detrimental to you. Emotions hold little significance. People inevitably change. There is no such thing as eternal love in this world. Only life itself is everlasting. Cast aside these meaningless sentiments, Xiangshi-kun, and join me in the pursuit of life's eternity. With your innate teeth and the cloud fong, if we collaborate in our research, we shall achieve immortality. Xiangshi ignored Orochimaru and silently made his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Unnoticed, the magic orb on the hilt of the cloud fong flickered. Orochimaru shook his head in resignation, muttering, such emotions can be deeply harmful. Even a peerless powerhouse like Xiangshi-kun cannot escape their grasp, leading to a decline in his strength. It seems my research must now encompass the removal of emotions as well. Meanwhile, after Tsunade and Kat Daku arrived at the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade instructed Kat Daku to return first, expressing her desire for solitude. Kat Daku refrained from entering, as he contemplated reporting to Danzo about Xiangshi's drastic drop in mental strength, a fact he had keenly observed. He even questioned whether Xiangshi, at this moment, could withstand the invasion of his spiritual transformation techniques. This was an opportune moment. Chapter 120. Suicide. The sky began to drizzle lightly. Xiangshi sat on the steps of the courtyard, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the ground and eaves. The scenery in the rain seemed to don a veil of mist, rendering everything hazy and indistinct. It had been some time since he comprehended that fateful day, and he was gradually changing, adapting to this unfamiliar world, and learning to embrace solitude. He found a sense of relief, a hint of nonchalance mingling with his solitary demeanor, and a smile graced his lips. Unfortunately, his mental fortitude had not been restored, and he had fallen from a state of power. Yet, the deeper the darkness within him, the stronger his Sharingan became. Is this the inherent malevolence of the Uchiha clan? Xiangshi chuckled at himself, noting that the power of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan continued to enhance, amplifying his mental illusions with alarming intensity. The white wolf, sensing the loneliness within Xiangshi, nestled into his embrace and let out a couple of mournful howls, as if to convey that it would remain by his side regardless of the circumstances. Xiangshi smiled and affectionately ruffled the wolf's head, making a small incision in his palm to feed it demon blood. The wolf licked the blood silently, devoid of its usual exuberance, discerning that the strength of Xiangshi's blood was waning, which stirred concern for his current state. Amidst the gentle drizzle, a figure emerged through the curtain of rain and pushed open the gate to Xiangshi's courtyard. It was Fugaku, who, surprisingly, bore no umbrella. "Come in." Xiangshi beckoned with a smile. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not enter. He spoke in hushed tones. "Xiangshi-senpai, Tsukumo Hitaki has taken his own life." Xiangshi froze, the smile fading from his face. After a moment of silence, he replied softly, "I was aware this day would come." No one could sway Tsukumo's unwavering spirit. He rose without a care for the rain, stepping into the downpour alongside Uchiha Fugaku, heading toward the Hitaki residence. Upon their arrival, a considerable number of people had already gathered to pay their respects at the Hitaki household. The jeering crowd had dissipated, at least at this moment. No one dared to desecrate the solemnity of the occasion. As Xiangshi approached, the crowd parted to grant him passage, murmurs rippling through the assembly. His blade could resurrect Tsukumo Hitaki, couldn't it? I have yet to witness the rumored resurrection of the deceased, but being revived by that blade may not be a blessing. It could mean eternal bondage of the soul, never to find peace. If one cannot attain the Pure Land after death, I would prefer not to be resurrected. Amidst the idle chatter, Xiangshi stood before the lifeless form of Tsukumo Hitaki, his pallid face reflecting steadfastness, relief, tranquility, and concern. Nearby, Kakashi wept quietly, stubbornly holding back tears, his eyes a storm of fear, confusion, anger, loneliness, and anguish. Xiangshi placed his hand on Tensaiga, perceiving the ethereal reaper hovering over Tsukumo. With a mere flick of his blade, he could restore Tsukumo to life. Yet, he hesitated. This was Tsukumo's choice. He would rather die than abandon his beliefs, steadfast in the will of fire. Nevertheless, he should not have perished. After a long deliberation, Xiangshi swung Tensaiga and brought Tsukumo Hitaki back to life. "Let us go?" he murmured, shaking his head with a sigh. He understood Tsukumo's conviction. Suicide was not an act of evasion, but a confrontation with this warped world. Yet, he could not bear to let Tsukumo slip away. Uchiha Fugaku's lips twitched as if to speak, but no words emerged. Coward. Kakashi finally succumbed to his tears, crying out in anguish, blaming Tsukumo for escaping through death without regard for the pain it would cause him. Tsukumo Hitaki awakened from the abyss of darkness, gazing at Kakashi in silence, gently enveloping him in an embrace. He did not contemplate whether death and resurrection were good or bad. He only reflected that perhaps he was truly unfit to be a ninja. Look, Tsukumo Hitaki is his dear friend, and he hesitated, unwilling to let his friend's soul rest in peace. The rumors, it seemed, were indeed true. Someone asserted confidently. How could it be false? I tell you, there are those who have witnessed the spirits he summoned, a multitude of individuals he had previously brought back to life. Xiangshi continued his journey outward, speaking in a somber tone to Fugaku Uchiha. "Fugaku, Tsukumo was a valiant warrior, but do not emulate him. Many matters require you to seek resolution within the melody of life, rather than embracing death as an end. You are not a samurai. You will one day be the leader of your clan, bearing burdens that starkly contrast with those of Tsukumo. Xiangshi was imparting wisdom to Fugaku Uchiha, advising him not to perish like a coward at the hands of Itachi Uchiha when the Uchiha clan clashed with the village in the future. Tsukumo found liberation in his demise, preserving the life of his younger son, Sasuke Uchiha, yet disregarding the lives of countless clansmen. Fugaku's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "Xiangshi-senpai, you are destined to be the future leader of the Uchiha clan. In terms of strength, no one in the entire Uchiha clan can surpass you." Xiangshi shook his head. "I have no desire to become the clan leader. The future of the Uchiha rests in your hands." The rain fell incessantly, varying in intensity, continuing until the deep hours of the night. When the rain ceased, a ghostly, enigmatic figure silently glided into the Uchiha compound, its form flickering in the darkness as if a wisp of smoke dancing in the wind. It drifted into Xiangshi's courtyard, the closed gate appearing inconsequential. As the specter passed through walls without a sound, unnoticed even by the white wolf in the yard, it continued to meander into the living room and bedroom, arriving at the side of the slumbering Xiangshi. A peculiar smile graced the ghost's face as it transformed into a wisp of mist, penetrating Xiangshi's forehead. Xiangshi suddenly awakened, his eyes opening to reveal not his bedroom, but an expansive, white void. "Xiangshi Uchiha, today marks your day of demise." In this vast emptiness, a colossal face emerged above, resembling a giant gazing down from the heavens, its visage dominating the entire sky. "Kato-dan!" Xiangshi exclaimed in fury, recognizing the face of Kato-dan. Quickly, Xiangshi regained his composure, thoughts racing through his mind. "This must be your spiritization technique, allowing your soul to leave your body, controlling others, or entering the mental realm, driving them to madness and death." Kato-dan was unfazed. The spiritization technique was not a secret among the elite ninjas. He laughed maniacally. Who would have thought that Tsunade could render your mental prowess so tragically diminished, once comparable to the might of deities? You have now fallen to a state where my spiritization technique can invade your consciousness. How lamentable. The former you was a height I could never aspire to, an eagle soaring high above, while now you lie grounded in the mud, helplessly watching as I consume you. Is that so? I have indeed fallen to such depths." Xiangshi sighed, slowly closing his eyes, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. "But it is not your place to act with impunity before me." He suddenly opened his eyes, the crimson of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan chilling and penetrating. Chapter 121. Encirclement in the ethereal expanse of the mind. The moment the kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated, it transformed into a realm of crimson hue. Both beings and objects became insubstantial, leaving only the sky adorned with a blood moon, reflecting the intricate patterns of the Sharingan, reminiscent of the Tsukuyami space. What manner of eye is that? Kato's heart raced wildly. He had not anticipated that Nishi possessed such formidable means. The terrifying repulsion and searing pain elicited anguished cries from him, as his consciousness felt as though it was being flayed in the sanguine realm. Kato's visage dissipated in an instant, and Nishi awakened abruptly, sitting up in his familiar chamber, where Kato's spectral form floated like a wraith. "You sought your own demise. Thus, I bear no responsibility." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Nishi's eyes as he drew the Tenseigan, intent on severing Kato's soul. The Tenseigan, a blade from the otherworld, could only slay the emissaries of the nether realms to save lives, but it held the power to eradicate souls once they had departed their corporeal forms. Kato's essence, having escaped, appeared gravely wounded, its luminosity significantly dimmed, rendering him hesitant to confront Nishi. "Uchiha Nishi, if you still wish to protect Tsunade, come after me. I await you outside the western village." Kato's spectral form, like mist, passed through walls, retreating into the void. Nishi's eyes burned with murderous intent as he unfurled his wings and soared into the void. This day, he would assuredly vanquish Kato. No one would intervene. At the gates of Konoha that night, the defense was taken over by several members of the Root organization. They allowed Kato's spirit and the menacing Nishi to depart the village, seemingly prepared for this eventuality. In the post-rainy night sky, the strong winds parted the dark clouds, revealing a bright moon and sparse stars. To the west of Konoha lay an expansive forest, where moonlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows, serene yet chilling, lifeless. Nishi landed on the ground, a sudden foreboding settling within him. This place might very well become his final resting ground. Surrounding him, vast golden barriers arose, rendering the dark forest sacred and solemn. Uchiha Nishi, this is your day of reckoning. Following Kakashi, you shall join him. From the shadows emerged Shimura Danzo, bandaged eye glinting ominously, accompanied by Kato, whose soul had returned to its original form. Your Tenseiga cannot slay the living, can it? Under the seal barrier. Your other techniques are rendered ineffective. With your diminished swordsmanship, what can you achieve with the Tekai? Submit to your fate, and I may grant you a favorable legacy. Danzo gestured, and over 30 root members swiftly encircled Nishi. Among them, he spotted a red-haired woman, a member of the Uzumaki clan, her gaze vacant as though ensnared by some jutsu. Upon their entrance to Konoha, the Uzumaki clan had contributed numerous sealing techniques to the Hokage and sent their kin to ingratiate themselves with Danzo, attempting to curry favor with the most powerful figures in the village. Yet, Danzo had no intention of adhering to decorum. He had turned the very sealing techniques contributed by the Uzumaki against them, manipulating their own kin. Danzo, you greatly overestimate yourself. To slay you, I require no elaborate stratagems. Nishi retracted the Tenseiga, brandishing the Tekai. Stubborn fool. Attack. Danzo commanded. Earth release. Earth flow river. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Earth release. Earth dragon flame bullet. Lightning release. False darkness. In an instant, an array of escape techniques erupted, overwhelming the surroundings, culminating in a tremendous explosion that ravaged the forest, toppling vast swathes of trees. Xiangxi, poised to unleash his explosive technique to counter these ninjutsu, soon realized that after falling from his previous state of power, he could no longer summon his ultimate abilities. The techniques, such as Explosive Flow Break and Azure Dragon Break, seemed to linger only in his memory, beyond his reach. With no other choice, he unleashed Wind's Wound to carve a gap through the chaos of the explosion, while the residual force formed a barrier of demonic energy. He then leaped forward, covering dozens of meters in a heartbeat, plunging into the throng of root ninjas. A swift strike pierced through the chest of one root ninja, who transformed into a puddle of water, vanishing beneath the might of Iron Shattered Tooth. A fire dragon surged forth, flames raging violently atop Iron Shattered Tooth, expelling a torrent of fire that scattered the dragon and engulfed the surroundings in an inferno. Amidst the searing flames, Xiangxi, enveloped in crackling lightning, advanced fearlessly, Iron Shattered Tooth becoming a blade of thunder that cleaved through the night sky, spraying forth a shower of blood. His speed was astonishingly rapid. Under the electrifying stimulation to his body, he moved with the swiftness of lightning. Several root ninjas, unable to react in time, fell beneath his blade. With a resounding clang, one root ninja brandished a kunai to parry Iron Shattered Tooth, only to witness in horror as the lightning-wreathed weapon effortlessly severed his blade and claimed his head. Empowered by the lightning, Iron Shattered Tooth was terrifyingly sharp. Unless wielded against a rare chakra weapon, ordinary metal could hardly withstand its edge, breaking upon contact. Engaging him in prolonged combat was futile. His blade could absorb chakra. Some observed their chakra rapidly depleting, losing as much as 20% in a brief span without casting any techniques. Wind's Wound. 3 golden blades of energy sliced through the distant ninjutsu, compelling the root ninjas to retreat, realizing they could not engage him in close combat, thus attempting to exhaust him from afar. However, Xiangxi had faced such scenarios since childhood. The ninjas he battled were invariably similar, granting him ample experience. Sprouting dual wings from his back and entwined in lightning, he soared as if commanding the winds and storms. His speed was unparalleled. Each flicker of his form claimed a life, leaving no opportunity for attack amidst the chaos. One root ninja, relying on instinct, narrowly evaded the blade's edge, yet was hurled away by the explosive flames of Iron Shattered Tooth, emerging charred and blackened. Kato Dato. Shimura Danzo, his expression grave, commanded Kato to take action, recognizing that only a soul as elusive as a specter could hope to match Xiangxi's ghostly speed. He harbored no intentions of exhausting Xiangxi's demonic energy through attrition. His intelligence indicated that after absorbing the chakra of the Uzumaki clan and tailed beasts, Xiangxi possessed a staggering reservoir of demonic power. Indeed, amidst less than 2 minutes of intense combat, Only 1,000 of his 7,000 points of demonic energy had been expended. Should Xiangxi's energy run dry, it was likely that everyone present would meet their demise. Kato distanced himself from the battlefield. Though reluctant to engage Xiangxi using his spirit transformation technique, aware it would bear little effect and might even backfire, he had no choice but to comply with Shimura Danzo's orders. The soul detached, soaring like a beam of light, pursued Xiangxi, who was treading upon the winds and thunder, raising his fist to strike, not at Xiangxi's corporeal form, but at his spirit. The aim was to inflict psychological harm, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full power. Xiangxi, gripping the iron-shattered tooth with both hands, swung down with great force, yet Kato Duan did not flinch. In a state of soul detachment, physical attacks proved futile against him. Xiangxi's gaze flickered. During the descent of the iron-shattered tooth, he suddenly relinquished his right hand and placed it upon the hilt of the heavenly tooth. The Iato slash. The heavenly tooth was drawn, gliding forth like moonlight, beautiful and ethereal. Kato Duan felt a sharp pain in his right arm. His soul was severed. His very essence was cleaved in twain. Kato Duan gasped in horror, utterly astonished that he could be attacked in such a state. That blade was not only capable of saving lives, but could also annihilate souls. Terror gripped him as his soul retreated like an aurora. The secret technique of spiritual transformation passed down through his family had been shattered. This had never happened before. Xiangxi, wielding dual blades, pursued him with equal swiftness. In the fleeting moment Kato Duan's soul returned to his body, the iron-shattered tooth plunged through his chest, pinning him to the ground. His heart pierced. He would die even if he returned to his physical form. Yet Xiangxi was not satisfied. The iron-shattered tooth surged with thunderous flames, creating a gaping hole in Kato Duan's chest, shattering his heart into fragments. No chance of survival was afforded him. And you, Shimura Danzo. Xiangxi retrieved the heavenly tooth. As the remaining root ninjas numbered less than 10, gripping the iron-shattered tooth, he unleashed a murderous intent directed at Shimura Danzo. Chapter 122. The mask is torn apart. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Shimura Danzo unleashed successive wind release techniques, attempting to repel the lightning-fast onslaught of Xiangxi. Yet his winds were cleaved apart by the iron-shattered tooth, flames billowing, illuminating the night sky. Two root ninjas sacrificed their bodies to shield Shimura Danzo from the blade, while he retreated without hesitation. The iron-shattered tooth blazed with lightning, forming a lightning blade that pursued over a dozen meters. With a dull thud, the blade met flesh. Shimura Danzo narrowly evaded a fatal strike, paying the price of a severed arm to preserve his life. His expression twisted with resentment. He produced a signal flare from his remaining hand, biting down on the fuse to release a cry for help. The pale yellow smoke tore through the night, awakening the stillness of the long hours. A distress signal exclusive to the Umbu, sending shivers through those who beheld it. This was Konoha. In less than 3 seconds, a throng of Umbu swarmed in, as if they had been lying in wait nearby, their arrival alarmingly swift. The leader of the Umbu, clad in a white Hokage cloak, bore a face etched with wrinkles. Releasing a deep sigh as he spoke, Xiangxi, I never imagined you would truly be driven mad by the cursed sword, slaughtering so many of our fellow villagers. Had I known, I should have sealed the cursed sword away from the outset. Sarutobi Hiruzen, spare us your feigned sympathy. You tacitly allowed Shimura Danzo to surround and kill me while you lurked in the shadows. Had Danzo succeeded in taking my life, you would have donned a mask of sorrow, continuing your fade as the noble Hokage. Alas, Danzo fell short. And now you must step in to clean up his mess. Considering the underhanded deeds you have committed over the years, this one is hardly a deviation. With a mocking gaze directed towards the west, the confrontation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Xiangxi reached a critical juncture, where only the clash of arms remained. Sarutobi's expression remained unyielding as he solemnly declared, You have been profoundly influenced by the cursed sword, your mind clouded with delusions and conjectures. As the shadow of this village, I am compelled to eliminate you for the sake of our people. Seal the cursed sword. Xiangxi, I am truly sorry. Xiangxi erupted in laughter. For the sake of our people? More like to preserve your position as Hokage. Let me reminisce. It was 12 years ago when your hostility towards me first emerged. You feared the union of Uchiha and Senju alongside Tsunade, a threat to your authority. Back then, my strength was insufficient to warrant a swift elimination. So you resorted to covertly undermining me, separating me from Tsunade, and dispatching Takamine Hanako and Kato Dan to disrupt our bond. Even after Shimo's promotion, despite the ample personnel in the Umbu, you denied me a single comrade, wishing for my demise on missions. And Shimo, even the slightest threat to your Hokage position resulted in the ruin of his political future through insidious rumors. Yet Shimo's unwavering integrity led him to stand firm against you. You covet the power of Kanji Yunya and Tianshinya, do you not? Sarutobi, do not delude yourself into believing you hold the moral high ground to judge me. Throughout my life, I have acted with a clear conscience, and none shall pass judgment upon me. Xiangxi boldly proclaimed, his white hair swirling wildly. The magic orb of Kanji Yunya pulsating ominously, impervious even to the ceiling barriers. His swordsmanship, having regressed to the 6th tier, was beyond his control. Annihilate. Obliterate them all. You are the sovereign of this world. All beings shall kneel before you. The malevolence of Kanji Yunya began to seep into Xiangxi. Silence. Xiangxi mentally screamed in fury. Sarutobi sighed heavily, saying, you are beyond redemption. Surrender now, for escape is futile. As his words echoed, a multitude of ninja from the village rallied behind him. All elite jonin. At this moment, the entirety of Konoha's top-tier combatants had converged. Tsunade was among them, and upon her arrival, she was greeted by the gruesome sight of Kato Dan's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, sending her into a dizzying spiral of grief as she stumbled towards him, tears streaming uncontrollably. With Ju already lost, another cherished soul lay dead before her, pushing her to the brink of mental collapse. Had an ordinary person faced such calamity, they would likely have succumbed to madness. The Uchiha clan also arrived, including the clan leader, in stark contrast to 12 years prior, when they stood resolutely behind Xiangxi. The Uchiha now bore complex expressions as they positioned themselves behind Sarutobi. 12 years had wrought significant changes. Sarutobi's influence now enveloped all of Konoha, while Xiangxi had become the target of universal suspicion and disdain. Tsunade is my disciple. I have never harbored the delusions you imagine. I regard her as my own daughter, and she knows this well. You have become a mere thrall to the cursed sword. Further words are futile. Let us engage. Sarutobi shed his Hokage cloak, revealing a battle-ready attire beneath, clearly prepared for the impending conflict. Indeed, words are futile. Come now, merely a group of rustic crows. Do you truly believe I regard you with any significance? Xiangxi, with scorn for all, simultaneously fends off the insidious thoughts of Tsunyunya while gripping the iron-shattered tooth. Exuding an air of haughty superiority, the expressions of the Leaf Village ninjas grow grim. Their assembly possesses the capability to raise cities and annihilate nations. Yet, they find themselves beneath Xiangxi's disdain, even the Uchiha clan members unable to suppress their ire. The more reckless Xiangxi becomes, the more he incites animosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels an illicit joy, though he conceals it beneath a faade of righteous gravitas, proclaiming, do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Allow me to demonstrate the power of our will of fire. He performs hand seals, summoning for shadow clones, culminating in 5 figures who each unleash a unique elemental ninjutsu: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, an amalgamation of the 5 elemental arts. 5 elements, great multi-shot technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand reveals the pinnacle of composite ninjutsu, showcasing the strength befitting a Hokage, truly standing at the apex of the ninja world. Yet, he remains humble, valuing the strength of his comrades, embodying the will of fire, in stark contrast to Xiangxi's arrogance. Xiangxi unleashes a wind strike, his golden blade of energy engulfed by the quintuple elemental ninjutsu, yet the onslaught continues unabated. Its might is formidable, its reach expansive. It undoubtedly transcends the realm of ordinary ninjutsu, embodying forbidden techniques. The explosion resounds like thunder. Night turns to day. The entire forest is uprooted. Since the clash between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no such terrifying power has graced the world. The ferocity of the 5 elements composite ninjutsu is staggering. The synergy of each element is far from merely additive. It manifests in exponential magnitudes, nearly shattering the fabric of space itself, reaching the limits of what this world can endure. Is he dead? The Uchiha clan leader's face reflects a complex array of emotions, while Uchiha Fugaku clenches his fists tightly, recalling Xiangxi's words about the necessity of cunning in action. Could Xiangxi have foreseen this? He is undoubtedly dead. The Hokage's mastery of the 5 elemental arts is unparalleled. No one could survive such an assault. Nara clan leader's expression remains placid, as his family was among the first to ally with Sarutobi Hiruzen, placing unwavering faith in him. What is that? The Hyuga clan leader's visage reveals astonishment. His Byakugan pierces the veil of obscurity, detecting a terrifying surge of energy erupting from the center of the explosion. A collective tension grips the hearts of all, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose spirit sinks. What the Hyuga clan perceives through their Byakugan cannot be false. Amidst the billowing flames and smoke, the ceiling barrier shatters. A blue energy form flickering into view, akin to a slumbering leviathan awakening from the abyss. As the haze dissipates, a towering skeletal figure, standing 100 meters high, emerges. Chapter 123. Who can slay me? The Manjiki Sharingan. Suddenly, the Uchiha clan leader is overcome with excitement, since Uchiha Madara, another clan member, has awakened the Manjiki. Uchiha Fugaku, astonished, reflects that he was born too late to witness Uchiha Madara, having only glimpsed the legendary Sharingan in clan history, a lasting regret. Yet today, he witnesses the Manjiki through Xiangxi's eyes. No amount of written accounts can compare to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. Susanoo, a manifestation of divine power representing destruction. Uchiha Fugaku muses, his eyes alight with longing. Suddenly, a barely perceptible voice whispered in his ear, "Fugaku, return and inform all clan members to prepare for battle." He trembled violently, fixating on the complex expression of the Uchiha clan leader, incredulously murmuring, "Are we to wage war against Konoha? Madara once sought to lead us away from Konoha. Perhaps he was right. We remained in Konoha for the future promised by the first Hokage. Yet since the death of the second Hokage, our clan's situation has grown increasingly dire. Now, as we unlock the Manjiki Sharingan, we require his eyes to guide us forward, just as Madara once did. We must protect him, and for that, we shall not hesitate to confront Konoha." The Uchiha clan leader spoke in a grave tone. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of Hokage, Konoha had ceased to be the united village focused solely on safeguarding peace. Fugaku refrained from making any rash movements. For at this moment, countless eyes were fixed upon the Uchiha. Were they the legendary eyes akin to those of Uchiha Madara? Nara clan leader's expression darkened. He had not witnessed the glorious rivalry between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Yet this did not prevent him from elevating the peril of the West to a level comparable to that of Madara. Shimura Danzo touched his right eye beneath the bandage. The Manjiki Sharingan, a power he could scarcely grasp. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you truly believe that becoming Hokage makes you the strongest ninja? All ninjutsu and forbidden techniques at your disposal. With mastery over the 5 elemental natures, hailed as the doctor of ninjutsu, and yet rumors persist that you are the most powerful Hokage in history? Surely, you have spread such tales yourself? Futile, for reality is harsh. The threat from the west loomed ever closer, a towering skeletal structure reaching hundreds of meters, instilling dread. On the surface, the role of Hokage speaks of fervor, of striving to surpass prodigies, yet at its core, it remains a matter of lineage. No matter how proficient Sarutobi Hiruzen became in all ninjutsu, he could never attain the heights of the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, or even Hyuga clans. Summoning technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen invoked the Monkey King, transforming it into the diamond staff. Under his command, it elongated into a colossal staff, rivaling the Susanoo in height, crashing down like a celestial pillar. The Susanoo wielded the Tensouga blade, effortlessly striking the Monkey King's manifestation back to its original form. I am reality. The gaze of the West was icy. The Susanoo swung its blade once more, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen into a desperate evasion. The sheer pressure from the descending slash was akin to a gale force wind. Had another wielded the half-formed Susanoo, it would not possess such might, for their ocular power would be limited. Yet, the West was different. His demonic power could compensate for ocular limitations. Moreover, the Susanoo was extraordinarily vast, not merely the great Tengu, but himself. It was not the Susanoo that was powerful, but the West himself. Damn it! Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan can only be matched by the wood release of the first Hokage. The Manjiki Sharingan re-emerged, but with the wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade, kneeling beside the corpse of Dan Kato, panic gripping him as the situation spiraled beyond his control. Shimura Danzo stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, forming a single-handed seal. The root members of the Uzumaki clan under his control began to form seals as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Shimura Danzo would resort to that particular technique. The forbidden technique, dead demon consuming seal. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. As the garments of the Vortex clan members moved autonomously, as if some unseen power was subtly awakening. A colossal shadow rose behind them, with white hair and red horns. Clutching prayer beads and a short blade, its eyes glimmering with a greenish light. Before it, the souls of the Vortex clan hovered, exuding a chilling aura of death. This was the Grim Reaper summoned by the corpse demon sealing technique. The atmosphere grew even colder and heavier, rendering the living uncomfortable. The Reaper slowly extended a massive arm, its palm adorned with a swirling black vortex, resembling an entrance to another realm. The Vortex clan leader, witnessing this scene, was struck with both astonishment and fury. The cost of the corpse demon sealing technique was the life of the caster. Shimura Danzo was sacrificing their clan members to their demise. Even if your kaleidoscope Sharingan is unmatched, your soul cannot escape the Reaper's seal. Danzo sneered. The corpse demon sealing technique, which required life as payment, had forged a terrifying contract with the Reaper. Yet, Xiangxi remained undeterred, unsheathing the heavenly tooth, its blade radiant like the moonlight. In an instant, the Reaper knelt before the heavenly tooth, the black vortex in its palm ceasing, disrupting the soul contract with the Vortex clan members. A dry, rasping voice emerged. Its language obscure, seemingly from another world, yet its meaning was comprehensible. The one who wields the sword that governs the heavens can tear asunder the Reaper's contract. As the voice faded, the Reaper's form began to dissipate. A wise choice. Xiangxi retracted the heavenly tooth. Even the Reaper could be slain by it. Fear gripped the hearts of all present. If summoning the Reaper could not contend with him, what recourse remained? Would they pray for divine intervention from the heavens? Susanoo loomed, brandishing the iron-shattering Fong, advancing a step, causing the crowd to retreat in response. This was an entity beyond human resistance. Xiangxi exuded an aura of malevolence, his voice resonating like metal. In the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, who can slay me? After a moment, silence enveloped the scene. The annihilation of Konoha was imminent. I can kill you. Suddenly, a figure appeared in an instant, delivering a furious punch that struck Susanoo, causing its frame to splinter. Tsunade? Xiangxi could hardly believe his eyes. Not because Tsunade possessed the strength to shatter Susanoo's frame, but because her strike was imbued with lethal intent. She genuinely wished to end him. Tsunade unleashed another punch, forcing Susanoo to stagger back. Her voice, filled with anguish, cried out, "You killed Rope Tree. And you killed Dan. Are you intent on exterminating everyone I love? Today, even if you are Uchiha Madara, I will slay you." Nara clan leader, invigorated, bellowed, "Everyone, strike together. If Tsunade can fracture his defenses, he is not as formidable without his sword. Let us attack alongside Tsunade." He astutely perceived Xiangxi's odd demeanor and recognized Tsunade's uniqueness, rallying everyone to assault with her. Sarutobi Hiruzen also shouted, "Indeed, the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is finite. If he continues to recklessly expend his ocular power, he will soon go blind." In that moment, countless ninjutsu erupted, bombarding Susanoo's frame, a cacophony of explosive sounds echoing, as the firepower laid waste to the battlefield. Uchiha clan leader urged Uchiha Fugaku to swiftly return amidst the chaos and bring their clansmen to join the fray. Uchiha Fugaku hastened back, the urgency of the situation compelling him to abandon any pretense of stealth. Many gazed upon his return to the village with suspicion. Yet, before he could reach the village, the skeletal structure of Susanoo, overwhelmed, emitted a series of crackling sounds and ultimately shattered under Tsunade's concentrated strike. "I have slain Rope Tree, aha," Xiangxi murmured, followed by a fit of maniacal laughter, as the demon pearl of Kanjiunya flickered wildly, casting a sanguine glow that merged into a sea of crimson. It was a quintessential Uchiha laugh, yet none understood the jest behind it. What could possibly be so amusing? He laughed at himself, finding his own plight absurd. Amidst his maniacal laughter, the denizens of Konoha did not relent. Instead, they seized the opportunity to unleash a new onslaught of attacks. Faced with the dazzling array of ninjutsu, Xiangxi drew Kanjiunya, releasing the seal upon his forehead. The ominous patterns emerged, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth like a mighty river. The shattered Susanoo reformed its skeletal structure, birthing flesh and armor, its form growing ever taller as its lower half materialized, and massive wings unfurled behind it, obscuring the sky. The fully realized Susanoo towered 1,000 meters high, a colossus that dwarfed Konoha. The incessant barrage of ninjutsu struck the feet of the complete Susanoo, akin to mere tickles, causing no ripples in its imposing stature. Following Xiangshi's movements, Susanoo drew Kanji-Yunya, and the unleashed sword aura reverberated through the heavens, obliterating distant mountains beyond Konoha. Countless voices fell silent, gazing up at the towering figure in awe, struggling to comprehend the surreal spectacle. Are we truly battling a deity? Someone murmured, feeling as though trapped in a dream. Even Uchiha Madara's Susanoo could not inspire such dread. The Uchiha clan leader stood in stunned silence. Having witnessed the clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama from afar, was Xiangshi's Susanoo not that of Dekokutten, but his own? Before the towering Susanoo, Konoha appeared but a mere corner of the world. Kanji-Yunya plunged into the earth, an overwhelming malice dragging all of Konoha into the nether realm. If you wish to kill me, then come forth, Xiangshi declared with indifference, standing upon the brow of Susanoo, as if perched in the heavens, gazing down upon Tsunade and the others, who appeared as insignificant as ants. Chapter 124. The Reckoning. Is Konoha destined to fall by my hand? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered bitterly, lamenting his misjudgment of the situation, which had led to this irrevocable outcome. Had he foreseen this, he would have prepared for the reanimation jutsu. For only the first Hokage could have matched him. Regret coursed through Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing he had acted recklessly without full knowledge of Xiangshi's capabilities. Suddenly, a multitude of golden lights erupted above Konoha, as Senju clan's own, Uzumaki Mido, transformed into the Golden Nine Tails, igniting hope within the hearts of Konoha's defenders. Indeed, while the first Hokage has passed, the first Hokage's wife remains. Someone cheered, as the strongest weapon of Konoha, the Nine Tails, finally made its appearance in this dire moment of survival. Uzumaki Mido raced forward, simultaneously condensing the tailed beast bomb, unleashing it with the force of a natural disaster. Half of the Nine Tails faced five-tailed beasts, matching them blow for blow. The Nine Tails might beyond imagination. Within Uzumaki Mido surged the complete form of the Nine Tails. Yet, Susanoo merely grasped the tailed beast bomb in its palm and, as if tossing a ping-pong ball, returned it with nonchalance. Uzumaki Mido, unwilling to evade, braced herself against it in her Nine Tails form. Behind lies Konoha. If she dares to evade, Konoha will be obliterated by the tailed beast bomb. Lord Mido. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the inhabitants of Konoha were engulfed in anxiety, astonished that the Nine Tails tailed beast bomb had been so effortlessly repelled. Yet, upon reflection, this was not entirely implausible, for Xiangshi had previously demonstrated the prowess to suppress three-tailed beasts single-handedly. Amidst the collective apprehension, Uzumaki Mido burst forth from the explosion. Her form, imbued with sealing techniques, withstood the tailed beast bomb unscathed. Aside from the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, she was indeed among the elite of the ninja world. With an agile leap, the Nine Tails lunged towards Susanoo, its nine tails thrashing wildly, entwined by adamantine chains. However, the disparity in their sizes was insurmountable. Susanoo effortlessly grasped the Nine Tails by its neck, rendering the once-feared disaster fox akin to a mere plaything. The adamantine chains proved futile as the Nine Tails was flung far away, crashing into a mountain and leveling it. It was a perilous gamble. Mido's heart brimmed with wrath. None could have anticipated that a child, once rescued by Tsunade, would grow to be the harbinger of Konoha's demise. Stand down, Mido. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed within her mind. You are no match for him, not even with my power. That man has transcended Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Do not provoke him, or we shall all perish. Uchiha Xiangshi, I shall not allow you to annihilate Konoha. Mido roared defiantly, fervently drawing upon the Nine Tails chakra, racing forth to thwart Xiangshi, determined to safeguard the village founded by Hashirama. Xiangshi's gaze turned icy, his impatience palpable. Enough. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled, instantly dissolving Mido's Nine Tails form. Though his mental strength waned, the power of the Sharingan surged exponentially. A chilling wind swept through, obscuring the moon, with trees withering and grass dying. leaving the mountains bare and lifeless. The villagers of Konoha were gripped by terror, as if descending into the abyss. In an instant, silence reigned over heaven and earth. Countless souls stood transfixed, gazing at the demonic Susanoo, devoid of any will to resist, resigned to the fate orchestrated by this god of calamity. Yet Tsunade was undeterred. Witnessing Mito plummet from the sky, uncertain of her fate, she was consumed by madness. Her cherished kin, her beloved, all had fallen victim to Xiangshi's treacherous hands. Uchiha Xiangshi, I vow you shall not escape unscathed. Tsunade unleashed her sealing techniques, charging forth amidst the throngs, delivering a titanic blow upon Susanoo's foot, but it stirred not a ripple, instead casting her aside. Yet she persisted, rising once more to strike with relentless fury, seemingly oblivious to her own pain, pouring forth her hatred and rage. Xiangshi closed his eyes, refusing to behold Tsunade, who resembled a wild beast. It was as if he suddenly recognized his own identity. Murmuring, I am neither Uchiha Xiangshi nor Senju Xiangshi. I am simply Xiangshi, nothing more. Tsunade, in a fit of hysteria, bellowed, regardless of who you are. You were the one I saved. Your life is mine. I demand you repay the life you owe me. Had I known this, I would have never rescued you. You deserve to be devoured by beasts. Xiangshi was momentarily taken aback, his expression distant, as if his thoughts had drifted back over 2 decades to the day he was rescued by Tsunade. He recalled that day vividly, the demise of Hashirama Senju. Tsunade's desperate rush into the wilderness, where she unexpectedly encountered him, famished and frozen. Without Tsunade's intervention, he would not have survived to this day. From that moment forth, their fates became intricately entwined. Those times were truly joyous. However, in the grand sweep of time, those memories now seemed fleeting, like a galloping steed. Tsunade relentlessly unleashed her blows, and this time, she was not sent flying. The Susanoo shattered beneath the force of her fist. Xiangshi, pulling his thoughts back, retracted the Susanoo. Even retrieving the Tsongyunfang, he stood still, quietly observing Tsunade, as if awaiting her to strike him down. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, unprepared for Xiangshi's sudden surrender. Left at a loss for a moment. After a pause, seeing Tsunade make no move, Xiangshi turned to walk away. As he passed by her, his foot hesitated, his hand twitching toward her side, yet he ultimately let it fall. After a brief silence, he spoke softly, I shall provide you with an explanation. Tsunade's heart trembled as if she had lost something profoundly significant, leaving her feeling hollow. Instinctively, her hand reached out as Xiangshi brushed past, as if to grasp the lost connection, but she chose to release it instead. Turning to gaze at Xiangshi's retreating figure, he walked back, unimpeded. As if an invisible hand parted the crowd to clear his path, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo dared not interfere. He proceeded nonchalantly to where the corpses lay strewn about, drawing forth his natural fangs and waving them to resurrect the fallen, including Dan Kato. The multitude of revived souls awoke as from a dream, incredulous as they beheld their healed bodies, bewildered by the inexplicable occurrence. Dan! Tsunade exclaimed with uncontainable joy, rushing to Dan Kato's side, caressing his face with tender eyes, a reunion that was achingly difficult to relinquish. Tsunade, what has happened to me? Wasn't I dead? Dan Kato asked, utterly confused. You have been resurrected. Tsunade looked up. Xiangshi had already ventured far, his solitary figure receding into the distance, cloaked in melancholy. That night, all were left shaken, having danced on the precipice of death, filled with both relief and trepidation. In the presence of such a formidable power, numbers became meaningless. The great collective of the Leaf Village, built by numerous clans, seemed but a fragile construct beneath the might of a deity. Only Xiangshi basked in tranquility. Since the demise of SH Jutsu, his restless heart finally found peace. He returned home, if one could call it that. In his bedroom, moonlight spilled onto the windowsill, illuminating the darkness and providing solace. He stood at the window, reveling in the gentle embrace of the moonlight, the full moon hanging high, evoking a sense of nostalgia for a past life. This world's moon is beautiful, yet I do not wish to return in my next life. Xiangshi bowed his head and ventured to the living room, retrieving an iron basin. Upon opening the desk drawer, a cascade of letters spilled onto the floor. He picked them up, reading each word slowly, as memories flooded back, a smile inevitably gracing his face. After perusing a letter, he placed it into an iron basin, whereupon the flames ignited and never extinguished. He reread each letter, feeding them into the fire one by one until not a trace remained. The crystal pendant that had hung around his neck was also removed, as if he had cast off a shackle. If an explanation was to be given, it must be thorough. Chapter 125. The death toward the west. The unforgettable night passed, and the sky began to drizzle, as if to wash away the terrors of the previous evening. Inside the tavern, voices clamored, with patrons loudly discussing the events of the day before, the towering deity that loomed over the entire village. Some marveled at such immense power. Others expressed gratitude for the deity's compassion towards humanity, while a few cautioned against mentioning that individual again, warning that if he were to rage once more, no one could bear the consequences, not even the Hokage. Tsunade sat in a corner, nursing her drink, with Dan Kato by her side as always. Though he could no longer raise his right arm, his spirit had been severed, and even though he was revived by the Sage of the Six Paths, he could not restore what had been lost. Losing an arm was fatal for a ninja, meaning he could only form seals with one hand, forever a beat slower than others, making it difficult to maintain the prowess of an elite jonin, let alone harbor ambitions of becoming Hokage. The tavern was lively, but upon the entrance of a certain individual, a chilling breeze swept through, instantly cooling the atmosphere and making the air feel heavy, compelling voices to lower. Orochimaru seated himself across from Tsunade and Dan Kato, pouring himself a glass from Tsunade's bottle, downing it in one gulp before refilling it, and drinking 3 cups in succession. "What's this? Have you taken a liking to alcohol?" Tsunade remarked, her cheeks flushed, teasingly surprised. Orochimaru raised his glass, a melancholic expression gracing his face. "Lord Nishi has passed away." Dan Kato felt a shock ripple through him, quickly followed by elation. The unstoppable demon was finally dead. Yet Tsunade appeared to find it ludicrous. Her mind hazy as she chuckled. "He died? He is the new Uchiha Madara. Who, besides my grandfather and the god of ninjas, could possibly kill him? I only regret not inheriting my grandfather's wood release. If he truly died, it would be splendid." Orochimaru replied coolly, You could kill him. If he is Uchiha Madara, then you are the god of ninjas in his heart, Senju Hashirama. Do you not realize?" Tsunade's hand trembled around her cup, causing it to shatter on the floor. Suddenly, she unleashed her chakra, seizing Orochimaru by the collar, fully awakened and demanding, "What do you mean?" Orochimaru, expressionless, stated, "Lord Nishi took his own life." Tsunade's complexion turned ashen, her voice quivering. "Impossible. His spirit could subdue tigers and tame dragons. How could he commit suicide? Do you not understand, Tsunade? He has long since fallen from power. His mind and spirit are no more. You should comprehend this." Orochimaru lamented, regretting that such an invincible being had chosen to end his own life, thereby losing a path to immortality. Tsunade felt the world spin beneath her, momentarily unable to stand. Dan Kato hastily supported her with his remaining left hand, but she violently shrugged him off and, in a frenzy, sprinted towards the Uchiha clan's territory. At this moment, the Uchiha clan's territory was suffused with a palpable tension and fury, as if a mere spark could ignite an explosion. An entity surpassing Uchiha Madara had taken their own life, and Tsunade's arrival was that spark. "What do you want? The Uchiha do not welcome you. This is not your place. Leave at once. Get out. Do not force us to take action." By the shores of Lake Ikeda, a group of young Uchiha members glared furiously at Tsunade, their Sharingan activated, resembling a pack of frenzied beasts poised to strike. "I will enter today." Tsunade's fists cracked ominously as she clenched them. "Tsunade!" Uchiha Ken emerged from the crowd, his voice a thunderous roar. "You forced Keisei to his death. What more do you want?" Tsunade could hardly believe her ears. "He is truly dead? I refuse to accept this. I must see him." Uchiha Ken's fury intensified. "Is it not enough that you drove him to his death? Do you wish to witness his demise with your own eyes? You have utterly disrespected Keisei. Get out of here. That is not my intention. Regardless, I must see him." Tsunade shook her head in turmoil. As the standoff escalated, Uchiha Yusuke and Uchiha Fugaku made their entrance. "The Uchiha clan does not welcome you. Please leave," Yusuke stated coldly. Uchiha Fugaku added with an impassive expression, "Keisei would not wish to see you. Kindly depart." Tsunade's heart sank. Uchiha Yusuke, Keisei's teacher, had always been kind to her, often jesting with her about Keisei. Uchiha Fugaku, who had received guidance from Keisei, had always shown her respect. In this moment, their refusal to allow her entry was a bitter pill to swallow, reminiscent of her first intrusion into the Uchiha territory to see Keisei, when she too had been barred until Keisei intervened. But now he was absent. Could it be that Keisei truly had perished? A chill enveloped Tsunade's heart. The thought of Keisei's death was unfathomable. Channeling her chakra, she stomped the ground, creating a deep crater, and declared fiercely, "I will enter today. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall not be treated kindly." She was no longer the little girl she once was. She had transformed into a formidable force. Her strength and medical prowess unparalleled, with few in Konoha able to impede her. Uchiha Yusuke formed hand seals, chakras surging forth as a signal for the other Uchiha clan members to prepare for confrontation. "Cease this," the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed, accompanied by Shimura Danzo and several high-ranking officials from Konoha, along with Kato Dan, who happened to be present. "Let us not escalate matters during such a time of mourning. Allow everyone to pay their last respects to Keisei." Sarutobi sighed, though a hint of skepticism flickered in his eyes, as if he too doubted Keisei's demise and desired to witness the truth for himself. This sentiment echoed among the other Konoha officials present. Suppressing his fury, Uchiha Yusuke begrudgingly allowed Sarutobi and the others to pass, with Tsunade trailing closely behind, Kato Dan softly offering words of comfort, though Tsunade remained oblivious, lost in a haze. Upon entering the mourning hall and laying eyes on Keisei's cold, lifeless body, Tsunade nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, while Kato Dan's face betrayed an uncontrollable glee. And the other Konoha officials exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Last night's battle left an overwhelming sense of oppression from Xiangxi, rendering them utterly helpless. Xiangxi stood like a god on high. With but a thought, they were compelled to bow in submission, lest they meet their demise. The White Wolf, loyal to Xiangxi, suddenly transformed into a colossal beast, growling fiercely at the intruders, including Tsunade. Tsunade, distraught and disoriented, stumbled forward and collapsed into Xiangxi's embrace. Without hesitation, the White Wolf sank its teeth into Tsunade's shoulder, as if attacking an adversary, its sharp fangs piercing flesh and staining half of her garment with crimson. The White Wolf violently shook its head, attempting to dislodge Tsunade, preventing her from approaching Xiangxi's lifeless form, but no matter how it tried, it could not rid itself of her. Uchiha Kin's eyes glinted with derision. Everyone was aware of Tsunade's leading role in the massacre of Xiangxi the previous night. Tsunade's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. She seemed oblivious to the cacophony around her, murmuring to herself, "This cannot be. You cannot be dead. You can even bring the dead back to life. The Grim Reaper must kneel before you. How could you possibly die? Yes, Tensouga, you possess Tensouga. You once told me you had 2 lives." 3 of Xiangxi's enchanted blades lay removed, quietly resting beside him. A warrior knows that a blade is inseparable from the body. To part with it signifies the moment of death. Tsunade threw off the White Wolf and drew Tensouga. Yet she could not perceive the spectral messenger that Xiangxi had spoken of. Instead, the gleam of Tensouga momentarily revealed a fragment of memory, from the moment Kato Duan's spirit invaded Xiangxi's psyche to the words left behind by Kato Duan. Xiangxi had resolutely pursued the end. Tears streamed down her face as she swung Tensouga fiercely against Xiangxi's body, yet to no avail. Gazing upon Xiangxi's cold visage adorned with a smile of relief, Tensouga slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground as she buried her face in his chest, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 126. No debts between us. Kato Duan approached, gently patting Tsunade's back, the blood-stained collar of her garment stirring a foreboding in his heart. "Tsunade, do not grieve too deeply. His death may be a blessing for you and for all. Get away from me," Tsunade cried, her voice trembling. "Let the past remain in the past," Kato Duan urged. "Leave, White Wolf. Make him go," Tsunade demanded, trembling all over, unable to lift her gaze from Xiangxi's chest, fearful of confronting Kato Duan's face, and even more so of this cold world. The White Wolf, now perceiving her as an enemy, disregarded her commands and snarled fiercely, its bloodied teeth bared. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku intervened, ordering Kato Duan to withdraw, for his words had crossed the threshold of the Uchiha clan's tolerance. Tsunade remained prostrate over Xiangxi's chest, her tears warm, yet unable to thaw the cold corpse beneath her. Xiangxi would not awaken. A thought emerged in her mind, and despair washed over her like a tide. The relentless blows she had endured in recent times, the oscillation between profound sorrow and joy, had finally driven her spirit to the brink of collapse. In her utter desolation, she spewed forth a mouthful of blood and fainted upon his body. Uchiha Fugaku, Witnessing Tsunade's anguish, felt a slight diminishment of his anger towards her. With a heavy sigh, he escorted her from the morning hall. Yet today is far from over. After Tsunade was taken away, Shimura Danzo spoke up. What transpired last night was witnessed by all, and there is no need to debate right from wrong. Such an incident must never occur again. Therefore, we must reclaim and seal these 3 cursed blades to prevent further calamity in the world. The Hokage need not concern themselves. Our Uchiha clan shall seal them on our own, declared the Uchiha clan leader, visibly irate. I have no trust in your Uchiha clan. Danzo bluntly expressed his skepticism. Everyone understands why Uchiha Fugaku abandoned his post last night. Ask any of the families in Konoha who would dare trust the Uchiha with sealing these 3 cursed blades. Our Uchiha blades do not require the oversight of outsiders. The Uchiha clan leader slammed his hand on the table. Danzo was unyielding. Are you implying that your Uchiha clan might incite a second crisis for Konoha? What sins have we Uchiha committed? Why would you suspect us of bringing about Konoha's crisis? As night fell, she opened her eyes to a scene both familiar and alien. She had once spent countless joyous moments here, but had not returned for many years. With unsteady steps, she rose from her guest room, ventured into the living room, yet found no trace of the one she longed for. Clutching a glimmer of hope, she nervously entered the bedroom, only to find it still devoid of life. This place was empty. Tsunade sat vacantly on the edge of the bed, recollecting the numerous patched holes on the wall, all of which she had created. The floor, the wardrobe, even the bed bore the marks of her destruction. A faint scent of char lingered in the air. She noticed the embers in the corner fire pit and rushed over, as if knowing what had burned within. With trembling hands, she reached for the desk, where the once overflowing drawer now lay bare, save for a neatly folded set of girl-esque clothing, a crystal pendant, and half a piece of paper. That fragment was not a letter, merely paper. Fearfully, she picked it up, revealing a single sentence. A life for a life. All your possessions are returned. I owe you nothing. A tear fell upon the paper, marking the end of the statement. Is this how you choose to explain yourself? Tsunade sank helplessly into the corner of the bed, burying her head deep into her knees, as tears cascaded down, as if to drain every sorrow she had ever held. It is not your fault regarding Shinjutsu. Truly, it is not. I do not seek your life, but rather plead for your return. You owe me nothing. You have never owed me. We promised to grow old together. We vowed to marry once the war concluded. Tsunade clutched the pendant in her palm, her knuckles whitening. Long ago, you accepted my token. Without my consent, you must not return it. You are gone, and now my ambition to become Hokage is futile without your support. To the west, I want you to bear the Senju name. I was wrong. You're not Uchiha. You are Senju, you are mine. Until your last breath. You never referred to yourself as Uchiha, yet I forced you away. Tsunade's heart ached to the point of suffocation. For over 2 decades, Xiangxi traversed between the Senju and Uchiha clans, only to realize in the final moments that he belonged to neither. He was simply Xiangxi, the only name that truly belonged to him in this world. What I previously uttered were mere words of anger. Foolish statements. Please do not take them to heart. Why was I so foolish to trust Kato Dan, yet doubt you, when you were clearly the one I cherished most? What am I to do now that you have cast me aside? Each recollection of my past words to Xiangxi felt like a blade piercing my own heart. By dawn, I still dared not lift my head from my knees. Others arrived, including Haruko Hashimoto, a former comrade from Team 8. It is you who sought to end his life. Yet it is you who mourns him. Do you not find that hypocritical? After feigning sorrow here, you will be able to be with Kato Dan unburdened, will you not? A hint of disdain flickered in Haruko's eyes. As Tsunade's superior at the hospital, she was acutely aware of Tsunade's relationship with Kato Dan, as well as the circumstances surrounding Rope Tree's death and Tsunade's attitude towards Xiangxi. The whispers echoed throughout the hospital, familiar to her ears. Tsunade seemed frozen for a moment, and after a long pause, her voice emerged hoarse. I am sorry, it is all my fault. What fault do you bear? You prevented Xiangxi from descending into madness, preserving Konoha from destruction. You are a hero of Konoha. I must also express my gratitude for saving my life. Haruko's words of thanks were cold, contrasting her expression. The battle from the previous night had been witnessed by all of Konoha, yet only a select few, including her, understood Xiangxi's madness and the reasons for his restraint. This is not the way. Is this not what you desired? You have achieved your wish. What more do you seek? Leave this room of the sinner. The deceased must be honored, and your presence disturbs their peace. He is not the sinner. I am. Tsunade buried her head deeper. Each punch, kick, and word directed at Xiangxi relentlessly assaulting her once more. We are all deeply saddened by Xiangxi's death. Sister Tsunade has already endured much pain. Please do not utter such words again. In the room, Kushina Uzumaki and Karine Uzumaki entered together. Upon hearing Haruko's piercing remarks, they could not help but interject. To grieve for one whom you have slain, truly a testament to your healing prowess. This compassion is beyond my reach. Haruko could not resist leaving with one last jab. Kushina glared until Haruko departed, then joined Karine in sitting beside Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, please accept my condolences. None of us could have foreseen this turn of events. Kushina gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, stating, Xiangxi is surely watching from above and would not wish to see you like this. Moreover, Sister Tsunade, please reconsider your relationship with Kato-dan. He gives off an air of insincerity, and my instincts are rarely wrong. Upon hearing the term hypocrisy once more, Tsunade's body quivered slightly. If only she had discerned this pretense sooner. Xiangli hesitantly remarked, I don't think Shinshu's death is to blame on Xiangxi. It was merely an unfortunate accident. Moreover, Shinshu had. At this juncture, Xiangli cast a furtive glance at Tsunade, her voice dwindling to a whisper. It is truly fortunate to have lived even a little longer despite the tragic sacrifice. Kushina quietly nudged Xiangli, casting a reproachful glance, then turned to Tsunade with words of comfort. What's done is done. Do not dwell on the past. Xiangxi cares for you deeply, Tsunade. He only wishes for your happiness. Indeed, his sole desire was for her well-being, even if it meant allowing her to choose Jiraiya instead. Tsunade contemplated the notion that Xiangxi would rather she select Jiraiya than be with Kato. She dared not fathom the depths of desperation and anguish that must have driven Xiangxi to utter such sentiments. Even if it meant relinquishing his dearest love, he would not permit her to be harmed. However, the attempts at consolation from Kushina and Xiangli did not alleviate Tsunade's sorrow. Rather, they deepened her despondency. Regardless of their reassurances, she refused to lift her gaze, feeling as though she had sunk to the ocean's depths, unable to navigate this sea of torment. The two exhausted all conceivable words of solace and, in resignation, departed. On the third day, Uzumaki Mido also arrived, offering her gentle encouragement. Yet little did she realize how profoundly Xiangxi weighed upon Tsunade's heart. Tsunade remained unresponsive. She was acutely aware of the roles assigned to Xiangxi in the eyes of Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido. They had never envisioned a union between her and Xiangxi. What if she had not pushed Xiangxi toward the Uchiha, but had kept him within the Senju clan? What would their relationship have been then? What if she had been more resolute in her stance, defying the wishes of Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido? What if she had married Xiangxi after the war? Had been less foolish, had steadfastly chosen him, had remained unwavering in her devotion, had awakened to her feelings sooner? Alas, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 127. The Afterlife on the Seventh Day Following Death. It is said that the soul returns home to take one last look at what it cherished before bidding farewell to this world at dawn, transitioning into reincarnation. This is also known as the Night of the Returning Soul. Tsunade fervently wished that Xiangxi's spirit would return to gaze upon her, but alas, it did not. Perhaps Xiangxi had returned to see her, yet she remained oblivious to it. With such thoughts in her mind, Tsunade waited until dawn before finally departing from Xiangxi's home, clutching her belongings, including her crystal pendant. As the seventh day passed, preparations for his burial commenced. She intended to attend Xiangxi's funeral, to present herself with dignity, to bid farewell to the departed soul. Upon her return home, Uzumaki Mido was taken aback by Tsunade's appearance, her visage gaunt, as though she had aged a decade in mere days. Tsunade, do not grieve too deeply. Like Shinshu, a life lost cannot be reclaimed. Many still care for you. Perhaps you should take a stroll with Kato. Despite his injury, his strength and ability to care for others are not diminished. He has been searching for you at the clan grounds these past few days, deeply worried for your well-being. The whirlpool of emotions enveloped Watergate as she sighed. Initially satisfied with her choice of Kato, yet the sight of Tsunade left her questioning her decision. Tsunade, seemingly indifferent to Watergate's words, disregarded her presence and retreated to her room, not uttering a word to anyone, as if the world had been reduced to mere strangers. Once inside her chamber, she splashed her face with cold water. The icy droplets momentarily awakened her senses. She gazed at the crystal pendant, which she had clutched tightly, and slowly adorned it upon her chest. This pendant was rightfully hers, merely returned to its rightful owner. Contemplating further, she retrieved an old box from beneath her wardrobe, discovering a short blade within, an object that did not belong to her. As she closed her eyes, the memory of receiving this token flooded back, vivid and clear, akin to her cherished crystal pendant. She secured the short knife on her person, donned the crystal pendant, and stepped out to attend the funeral. At the Uchiha clan grounds, no one obstructed her passage this time. Perhaps their ire had shifted away from her, or perhaps her sorrow was palpable to all. At the South Shrine, the body of Uchiha Keisei lay still, accompanied by his 3 cursed blades, which rested silently beside him, their fate yet undetermined. Today marked Keisei's interment, and the resolution of those blades was imperative. Shimura Danzo declared with authority that without reclaiming the blades, there could be no resolution. Even the first Hokage, during the village's inception, had not demanded the treasures and secret techniques from each clan. This was one of the reasons families willingly joined Konoha. Danzo, you are undermining the very foundation of Konoha, the Uchiha clan leader retorted fiercely. These are personal belongings of Uchiha Keisei. When did they become the property of the Uchiha clan as a whole? With the demise of a clan member, their relics naturally belong to the clan. Must every Uchiha, upon death, surrender their Sharingan to Konoha? If you wish to relinquish, that is also acceptable, Danzo replied, his tone frigid, as the Umbu stirred at his silent command. Encircling them, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood off to the side, silently smoking, as if at that moment, Danzo were the true Hokage. The Uchiha clan members, unyielding, activated their Sharingan, stepping forward to compel the Umbu and Danzo to retreat. As tensions escalated, Tsunade entered, and the impending clash between the two factions abruptly fell silent, not due to Tsunade's presence, but because the Tenseiga, lying quietly beside Keisei's body, began to tremble. The Uchiha were both astonished and elated. Could it be that the Tenseiga was poised to resurrect Keisei? Conversely, those aligned with the Hokage were filled with dread. Should Keisei truly return, they would again find themselves under immense pressure. Tsunade's heart raced, a mix of anticipation and anxiety coursing through her as she observed the scene unfolding. If Keisei could indeed come back, everyone held their breath, transfixed by the Tenseiga, which quivered yet showed no signs of unleashing its power. As time passed, its tremors intensified, as if urging something to occur. Tsunade clutched the pendant at her chest and the short knife in her hand, fervently praying to the heavens. Suddenly, a thought struck her mind like lightning. The Tenseiga was a cursed blade, requiring demonic energy to wield. When sending a message to the west, it was mentioned that the short blade bore his residual demonic power. Tsunade surged forward, placing the short blade atop the Tenseiga, her palms slick with sweat. In an instant, the Tenseiga ceased its trembling. Moments later, it erupted with a profound black light, enveloping the corpse of Xiangxi like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly darting away. Tsunade, still caught in her astonishment, watched as the Tenseiga, cloaked around Xiangxi's body, halted mid-air, locked in a standoff with a purple barrier, a formidable seal. Shimura Danzo urgently commanded his subordinates to bolster the barrier, determined to prevent the Tenseiga from breaching it with Xiangxi in tow. The barrier had been established during the struggle to seize the demonic blade, and he was resolute that if he could not obtain the blade, he would resort to force. However, to his dismay, while he could not stifle the chaos of battle with the Uchiha clan, he found himself obstructing the Tenseiga. None among the high echelons of Konoha wished for Xiangxi's revival. Tenseiga, swiftly bring Xiangxi back to life. I implore you, Tsunade cried out in panic. After a fleeting glance exchanged between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, a signal was given, and the Umbu swiftly attacked the Tenseiga. They aimed to strike it down, preventing it from either taking away or resurrecting Xiangxi. How dare you! Both the Uchiha clan leader and Tsunade shouted in unison, retaliating against the Umbu. With a single punch of monstrous strength, the ground caved in, sending the assailants sprawling. A few unfortunate souls were grievously injured by the flying debris. Flames surged upward, obstructing the ninjutsu unleashed by the Umbu, yet several earth and wind techniques broke through the fiery blockade, racing toward the Tenseiga. The Tenseiga, unsheathing itself, carved a line of black light through the air. In that fleeting moment, the space was cleaved apart, revealing a passageway of roughly 3 meters across, opening into an unfathomable netherworld. Within the black light, Xiangxi's corpse was drawn into the underworld, and as swiftly as it appeared, the passage vanished. causing the Tenseigan to fall helplessly to the ground. After shaking off the crowd with a powerful punch, Tsunade, being the nearest, was the first to seize the Tenseigan, urgently inquiring, "Where's Xiangxi? Where have you taken him?" The Tenseigan offered no reply, seemingly drained of its demonic power, reverting to tranquility. "These 3 blades must be surrendered. None shall keep them. Those who dare obstruct will face lethal consequences." Danzo's gaze toward the Tenseigan burned with fervor, disregarding any discussion regarding Xiangxi's fate. He prepared to seize the 3 demonic blades, uttering threats. "Is the Hokage preparing for war against the Uchiha?" The Uchiha clan leader demanded furiously, pressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had yet to address the Umbu's interruption of the Tenseigan's revival of Xiangxi, and now Danzo had the audacity to threaten him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond control, inhaled deeply, pondering for a moment before stating, "The Tenseigan must remain with the Uchiha clan, while the Tenseigan and the Demon Sword must be surrendered. We have all witnessed the power of the Demon Sword. It is beyond human control and must be sealed. The Tenseigan possesses the divine power to resurrect the dead. If entrusted to Konoha for research, it could benefit the entire village, rather than being confined solely to the Uchiha clan." The Uchiha clan leader, with a solemn expression, deliberated extensively before ultimately acquiescing. Although he outwardly appeared willing to go to war over this matter, he was acutely aware that retaining all 3 demonic blades was impossible unless they were truly prepared to forsake their existence in Konoha. In the face of uncertainty regarding Xiangxi's fate, he lacked the courage to engage in battle with Konoha, merely projecting a fierce exterior while being internally timid. "I am indifferent to Tetsusai and Kanji Yunya. It is Tenshingia that I must take with me. Xiangxi is not dead. He must have been transported to some location by Tenshingia. I will retrieve Tenshingia to find Xiangxi." Tsunade, regaining her composure, resolved that regardless of the outcome of the negotiations between the Hokage and the Uchiha, she must secure Tenshingia. Chapter 128. The Death of Kato Danshi. Make your move. Shimura Danzo, refusing to coddle Tsunade, issued a direct order to seize her. In an instant, a multitude of ninjutsu was unleashed, disregarding the fact that they stood outside the Uchiha's South Hugong Shrine, treating the area as a battlefield with the elements of wind, fire, earth, and lightning crashing together. Tsunade planted her foot on the ground, causing a tremor that shattered the hard surface, transforming it into a barrier that blocked the ninjutsu. "Those who stand in my way shall perish." With a thunderous roar, Tsunade charged at Shimura Danzo, whose one-armed hand seals had significantly slowed, but fortunately, Root ninjas summoned an earthen wall to shield him from her overwhelming force, granting him a moment to escape. Tsunade, undeterred, continued her assault on Danzo, intent on claiming his head, believing that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Those Root ninjas who dared to impede her were ruthlessly dispatched, several meeting their demise on the spot, while the survivors were left severely wounded. She was truly merciless. After Xiangxi's death, she had cast aside all restraint. The Uchiha clan watched coldly, mocking the infighting within the Hokage's faction. "Tsunade, are you planning to betray the village? Do you not see me as your teacher?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was somber as he witnessed his disciple slaughtering fellow villagers, a situation of grave consequence. Tsunade, deaf to his words, focused solely on Danzo's head. Xiangxi's demise bore a portion of Danzo's responsibility. Even teachers can misjudge at times. Orochimaru, having appeared at Tsunade's side at an unknown moment, assisted in fending off the Umbu and Root ninjas, reminiscent of their past missions together, though sadly, Jiraiya was absent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened profoundly. Both of his disciples had chosen to turn against him, a public affront to his authority as Hokage. Tsunade's expression slightly lightened as she entrusted her back to Orochimaru. In this critical moment, her former comrade had chosen to stand by her side. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he opened his mouth, releasing a gray serpent, not aimed at the Root ninjas, but rather towards Tsunade, who had turned her back to him. The gray serpent bit down on Tenshingia, and as Tsunade looked on in shock, Orochimaru retracted the serpent along with Tenshingia, swallowing them both whole. "My apologies, Tsunade, but Tenshingia cannot be taken by you." Orochimaru licked his lips, unable to contain his excitement. With Tenshingia in his possession, his research on the soul and immortality would surely advance further. Orochimaru, Tsunade, consumed by fury, abandoned her pursuit of Danzo and turned to confront Orochimaru, Betrayal by someone she trusted ignited a rage greater than that of facing an enemy. Orochimaru appeared behind Shimura Danzo, smiling as he inquired, "How does the teacher intend to handle this matter?" Danzo's eyes revealed his displeasure, yet it was not the time to express it. Instead, he begrudgingly complimented Orochimaru on a job well done. Tsunade, her anger reaching a boiling point, bit her finger, performing the summoning technique as a massive slug, towering over 30 meters, materialized before the crowd. However, this time, it is not the slug that aids Tsunade in saving lives, but rather in taking them. Simultaneously, Tsunade unseals the Ein seal, intent on unleashing a massacre. "Stop! Have you lost your mind? This is the village established by your two grandfathers." Suddenly, the figure of Uzumaki Mito appears, commanding the frenzied Tsunade, accompanied by Cat Dan. "Hurry and apologize to Lord Hokage. You are his disciple, and it is not too late to desist. I believe Lord Hokage will surely understand your feelings and actions." After a brief exchange of glances between Cat Dan and Shimura Danzo, Dan speaks words that strike deeply, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to darken considerably. "Cease this, Sarutobi Hiruzen." His gaze complex, he sighs, "Submit and await your punishment in prison. Do not force me to take action to cleanse the ranks." Orochimaru wears a smug grin. "This is where it ends, Tsunade. Do you truly believe that by slicing open my abdomen, you can reclaim the heavenly tooth? The heavenly tooth is not something you can take away. Face reality and do not harm yourself. Return with me to the clan. By clan rules, I shall impose upon you a decade of confinement." Uzumaki Mito steps forward, golden chains swirling behind him, causing a chill to run through the hearts of all present. He is determined to replace village rules with clan laws, willing to shatter conventions to protect Tsunade. A cold dread grips Tsunade as she stands atop the slug, regarding the assembly with icy detachment. She realizes that no one stands by her side. This scene is eerily reminiscent of her bold intrusion at Sarutobi Hiruzen's succession ceremony, where she too faced enemies on all sides. The moment mirrors that past, yet back then, one person stood unwaveringly in front of her, vowing to protect her at all costs. Now, that person is absent, having been pushed away by her own hand, leaving her utterly alone. He fulfilled his promise, yet she has betrayed her own. In an instant, Tsunade's heart turns to ash. She retracts the Ein seal, dispels the summoning technique, and, with her short blade in hand and pendant adorned, silently turns to depart. Just before leaving the Southhi shrine, Tsunade halts abruptly, as if recalling something, and glances back at Cat Dan, who stands behind Shimura Danzo, beckoning him gently. A surge of joy fills Cat Dan's heart, believing that Tsunade cannot bear to part with him and that there is still hope for the Senju clan's ambitions. He promptly strides forward to stand before her. Tsunade raises her hand to caress Cat Dan's cheek, whispering, "Dan, there were several occasions when Xiangxi nearly took your life, yet I intervened. Do you know?" Cat Dan smiles. "Of course, Tsunade. You feel for me as I do for you. No one can tear us apart." Tsunade, hearing this, offers a bittersweet smile, her hand sliding from his cheek to his neck, shaking her head in self-mockery. "No, the only person I wished not to part from was Xiangxi. I should not have intervened, and now he is unable to take your life." A fleeting sense of foreboding crosses Cat Dan's mind. He is gone, and no one can interfere with us any longer. Isn't it wonderful that we shall never be apart? Thus, I shall avenge him by taking your life." Tsunade's hand, previously resting on Cat Dan's neck, tightens suddenly, and with immense strength, she crushes his neck on the spot. He dies bewildered, unable to comprehend why Tsunade would kill him, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Even if he chooses to resurrect you and disregards me, I shall still seek your demise." Tsunade's eyes brimmed with hatred as she cast the limp body of Kato aside like a lifeless dog, disdainfully wiping her hands and departing without a care for those around her. Shimura Danzo, witnessing Tsunade's audacity, contemplated commanding the route to apprehend her, but the faint aura of the Nine-Tails chakra emanating from Uzumaki Mito rendered everyone mute with trepidation. Upon returning to the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade encountered no confinement. She gathered her belongings and left the village, accompanied by Uzumaki Karen. She felt no lingering affection for Konoha, and with this departure, she would not look back. Many believed her actions were merely a momentary expression of rage, a temporary escape to soothe her heart, thinking time would mend all wounds. Little did they know, this departure was the last they would hear from her. Even during the dire circumstances of the Third Shinobi World War, when Konoha was on the brink of collapse, she did not return. The fate of Konoha had become irrelevant to her. She wandered the shinobi world day by day, in search of the shadow of that person. During the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, as countless shinobi perished, memories of Konoha's once indomitable duo resurfaced, one to save lives, the other to rescue souls. Akin to the new generation's Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, their presence alone was enough to suppress the shinobi world and usher in peace. There was also the legendary Konoha White Fang, whose blade was unmatched. In the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, the shadow of Uchiha Madara re-emerged. After his demise in the West, he finally dared to abandon his feigned death and began to plot anew. Of the legendary Sannin, only Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained. Yet faced with the assaults from Tsunade, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure, they could not stem the tide. Fortuitously, Minato Namikaze rose to prominence, stabilizing the situation and leading Konoha to a Pyrrhic victory in the Third Shinobi World War. Hiruzen Sarutobi, burdened by the losses of the war and the shameful reconciliation with Iwagakure, chose to abdicate to quell the anger of Konoha's shinobi. Minato Namikaze was elected the fourth Hokage, and in a mere year, the Nine Tails incident erupted, resulting in the deaths of Minato and Kushina. The people realized that the Nine Tails, once a mere pet in the hands of Tobi, had become a harbinger of destruction for them. Hiruzen Sarutobi, in a moment of crisis, ascended once more to the Hokage position. With Orochimaru's defection and Jiraiya's departure from the village, the legendary Sannin vanished completely from Konoha. Coupled with the deaths of Minato and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina, Konoha's strength plummeted to its lowest point in history. Chapter 129. The draft concludes. The end. If you are from the Hyuga clan, then show me your Byakugan. Those abhorrent eyes, they must be monstrous. You Byakugan monster. In the snowy field, 3 children, around 5 or 6 years old, encircled Hinata Hyuga, mockingly deriding her eyes. The timid 4-year-old Hinata crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She could not comprehend why these individuals tormented her, questioning why her eyes, different from ordinary people, warranted ridicule. Are Byakugan eyes truly so unsightly? Hey, shut your foul mouths. At that moment, a boy of the same age as Hinata rushed up from behind, loudly admonishing the 3 tormentors. Who are you to meddle? One of the children retorted, displeased. Are you also a Byakugan monster from the Hyuga clan? Wearing sunglasses to hide your ugly Byakugan? The boy who intervened was peculiar. Despite donning garments emblazoned with the Hyuga clan's insignia, he bore stark differences. His white hair and sunglasses obscured his eyes, rendering them invisible. Was the Byakugan unattractive? I suspect jealousy lurked beneath your words. The boy stood resolutely in front of Hinata Hyuga, exchanging barbs with the trio of children, striking at their vulnerabilities. As children of commoners, their lineage would forever pale in comparison to that of clan members within the Naruto world. In this realm, power, background, and bloodline reigned supreme. Hinata, inherently kind yet timid, would have dealt with them harshly had she belonged to another clan. Scoundrels! The 3 children assaulted the boy relentlessly, overwhelmed by their numbers and age. They swiftly brought him to the ground. Yet, time and again, he rose, his resilience astonishing, akin to an indomitable cockroach. With a resounding thud, a punch landed on his chin, causing his mind to whirl and him to collapse. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, fury igniting within him as he bellowed, "Damn it! I will not back down." He summoned the energy within, his eyes warming slightly. Beneath the sunglasses, they flared crimson, 3 tomos spinning in unison. The 3 tomo Sharingan. This time, when he stood, he was transformed. Empowered by the Sharingan, he discerned every movement of the trio's fists and feet, dispatching them with ease until they were left weeping and fleeing in desperation. The boy exhaled in relief. The 3 tomo Sharingan exacted a great toll, and his energy reserves were dwindling. "Thank you, Byakugan," Hinata murmured, gazing at the boy in awe as he unleashed his prowess, as if awakening from a dream. With her hands clasped before her, she expressed her gratitude. "There's no need to thank me, Hinata. Should you encounter them again, simply give them a thorough thrashing. If we keep retreating, they will only become more emboldened." He scratched his head with a smile. His face bruised, but merely surface wounds that would heal swiftly due to his remarkable physique. Hinata remained silent, prompting the boy to glance curiously at her. He noticed her gaze fixated on his eyes, and only then realized that during their scuffle, his sunglasses had shifted, failing to fully cover his eyes. Hastily, he adjusted them and asked in a fluster, "Were my eyes bloodshot when I got hit? I hope I didn't frighten you." Hinata shook her head, remaining wordless. The boy, uncertain if she had seen his Sharingan, took her hand and led her back to the Hyuga household. He understood that Hinata was exceedingly shy, and by holding her hand, she would likely be too flustered to think of anything else. Indeed, once he grasped her hand, her cheeks flushed crimson, her mind a tumult of confusion as she allowed him to guide her home. Upon returning to the Hyuga estate, the boy accompanied Hinata to the courtyard of the main family. Remarkably, despite lacking the Byakugan, he possessed a room within the main residence, conveniently located near Hinata's own. It was noteworthy that Hinata was the current rightful heir of the Hyuga clan, with Hanabi yet to be born. The proximity to the heir of the main family signified his substantial standing within the Hyuga lineage. A round moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow into the room where the boy reveled in its soft light, though his heart remained restless. He pondered whether that foolish Hinata had seen his Sharingan. Perhaps she never imagined that the orphan she had taken in a year ago bore the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. With a sigh, he recalled how, a year prior, he had accompanied Hinata Hyuga into the Hyuga clan. He had never intended to join their ranks, yet after a fleeting glance from Hayashi Hyuga, he found himself bestowed with the name of Hyuga, unable to refuse. Thus, the Hyuga clan gained a member devoid of Byakugan, Hyuga-bei. Shortly after his induction, he discovered something peculiar about his eyes. Whenever he summoned energy near them, they seemed to evolve, granting him unparalleled clarity of vision, allowing him to see even the delicate flapping of a mosquito's wings. He could even predict the insect's flight path. Consequently, he took great pleasure in dispatching the mosquitoes that invaded his room, relieving his pent-up frustrations. Upon gazing into the mirror, he was astonished to find his eyes manifested as Sharingan, no mere one-tomo state, but a full 3-tomo. This revelation frightened him, while the Sharingan held great power. It also posed a peril to his life. The moment he laid eyes on Hinata, he realized he had entered the world of Naruto. Situated in the years preceding the narrative's commencement, the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan, would soon face annihilation. It was during the fateful night when Itachi Uchiha, at the tender age of 13, decimated his clan, while Sasuke, 5 years his junior, was merely 8, and Hinata, in that same year, had just turned 7.5. With Hinata now 4, it was evident that in approximately 3 years, the Uchiha would face their tragic fate. Should anyone discover his Sharingan, his 3-tomo at such a young age, he would undoubtedly be returned to the Uchiha clan, where he could not escape the lethal grasp of Itachi and Obito Uchiha. He had no desire to meet such an end. Thus, he began to wear sunglasses, even at night, terrified of inadvertently revealing his Sharingan. A knock at the door jolted Hyuga-bei from his reverie. Rising to answer, he found Hinata standing there. "Hinata, what brings you here at such a late hour?" he inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, fearing his Sharingan had been noticed by her. Upon entering, Hinata lowered her gaze, hesitating for a long moment before presenting a small box to him, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is for you." Confused, he accepted the box and opened it, revealing a pair of contact lenses. After a brief silence, he asked, "Hinata, you saw it, didn't you?" Hinata trembled slightly, still averting her gaze. "I won't say a word," she assured him. A myriad of emotions flickered in Hyuga-bei's eyes. His secret had indeed been uncovered. Fortunately, Hinata had brought him a pair of golden contact lenses, indicating her intention to keep his secret safe. Noticing his silence, she nervously extended her left pinky, mustering the courage to say, "Let us make a pact. Whoever reveals it first will be a little dog." He couldn't help but chuckle, but still extended his pinky to intertwine with hers, sealing their pact. "For 100 years, let it remain unchanged. This is our shared secret." With that, he pulled Hinata into an embrace, sealing their bond. It appears that in order to safeguard this secret, a nurturing game must commence. Chapter 130, The Demon Blade of Konoha. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Hinata North and Hinata have reached the tender age of 6, the age designated for enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Unlike the wartime, the current era of peace permits entry at this age. On this particular day, Hyuga Hayashi, rather unusually, sought out Hinata North, requesting that Hinata withdraw from their conversation. After Hinata discovered Hinata North's secret, the bond between them deepened significantly, fostering an increasingly close relationship as they spent their days together. Observing their growing connection, Hyuga Hayashi surprisingly refrained from intervening, tacitly allowing the heir of the main branch to intermingle with one lacking the Byakugan, suggesting a semblance of approval. However, many members of the Hyuga clan disapproved, and not only Hyuga Hayashi, but numerous elders suppressed the dissenting voices of the clan. Hinata North, you are set to attend the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Have you contemplated how you will become a ninja without chakra? Hyuga Hayashi inquired, cradling a cup of tea as he sat opposite Hinata North, his gaze lowered, obscuring his thoughts. Hinata North scratched his head, responding, esteemed clan leader, I fear I may not be suited to be a ninja. Within him resided a unique energy that augmented his speed and strength, enabling him to awaken the Sharingan, yet he was incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. To graduate from the Ninja Academy, mastering the transformation technique was a fundamental requirement, which he deemed unattainable. Indeed, you are more suited to the path of a samurai. Hyuga Hayashi remarked, taking a sip of tea before continuing. You have sensed the power within you, distinct from chakra. Do you know what this force is? You are aware of it, esteemed clan leader? Hinata North questioned in confusion, pondering why Hyuga Hayashi would know about his condition when even he was uncertain of it. Did Hyuga Hayashi merely observe him with the Byakugan out of boredom? Hyuga Hayashi set down his teacup, clearing his throat, his demeanor turning grave. Certainly, before you. There existed a member of your clan in Konoha. This is the bloodline limit of your lineage. Hinata North was taken aback by this revelation. His kin? A bloodline limit? Could this be related to his transmigration, or was it possible that someone had traversed into this world before him? Hyuga Hayashi continued. The energy within you is known as demon power. While it cannot be manifested through ninjutsu, it is exceptionally suited for the mastery of swordsmanship. Who is he? Hinata North inquired, more intrigued by the identity of this so-called kin than the origin of his internal energy. His name is taboo within Konoha. You need not concern yourself with his identity, for he has already passed away. Dead. Hinata North exhaled in relief. Had someone else crossed over before him, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. It was better that he was deceased. What was his strength like? Hinata North pressed further, recognizing that the potential of this kin might mirror his own. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes. He was unimaginably powerful, enrolling at 5, graduating as a Genin at 6, becoming a Chunin at 12, infiltrating the Umbu, and earning the moniker of the Demon Blade of Konoha. By 19, he had reached the level of Hokage, unmatched within the ninja realm, wielding 3 demon blades, dominating the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Aside from that woman, none could rival him. Hinata North pondered deeply. So, it was that woman who ended his life? He took his own life, and rumors suggest it was related to that woman. Back then, I was still young and unaware of the intricacies involved. Hinata Hayashi shook his head. This matter was top secret in Konoha, known only to those who were involved at the time. It sounded like a poignant tale of unrequited love. Hinata North felt a sense of relief, with the strength to dominate the ninja world, even if he didn't reach the later 6 paths level. He at least had the means to survive. Simultaneously, he looked down upon that Konoha demon blade, deeming it unambitious. Those who pander to others meet unfortunate ends. Unlike him, who had nurtured Hinata from a young age, a natural-born wife with a sacred body, he could already envision a future filled with happiness, far surpassing that of the aforementioned sycophant wielding the Konoha demon blade. However, the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity sounded oddly familiar. Have you awakened your bloodline limit? Hinata Hayashi inquired. Demon power? If the energy within me can be termed as such, then it appears I have awakened it, Hinata North replied honestly, yet struggled to comprehend how mere demon power could conquer the ninja realm. It is not only demon power, according to intelligence. Your clan possesses the ability to absorb others' chakra and convert it into demon power, and they can forge their own teeth into demon blades, wielding incredible might. Hinata Hayashi reflected for a moment, then added, the demon blades forged by your kin should be usable by your clan members as well. Legend has it that the sword in his hand was not forged from his own teeth, but rather from the blades of ancestral forebears, which he commands. It seems that apart from your clan, no one else can unleash the full potential of these demon blades. His demon blade has been sealed within the Hokage's possession for years, and there have been no reports of its power being replicated, yet you might possess that possibility. The concept of forging blades from teeth struck Hinata North as vaguely familiar, though he could not quite place it. Try absorbing my chakra, Hinata Hayashi said directly. stepping in front of Hinata North and allowing him to grasp his wrist. Hinata North was perplexed. How was he to absorb chakra? Star absorption technique? Biming divine skill? He closed his eyes, envisioning a vortex within himself, drawing in the illusory energy from the outside world. In reality, Hinata Hayashi's chakra began to flow into him. Hinata North felt a surge of demon power and, invigorated, opened his eyes, exclaiming, "I possess this ability too." In that moment, he believed in the existence of the Konoha demon blade and its connection to his clan, sharing the same abilities. Continue to absorb. According to the information I have, there is a limit to chakra absorption. Exceeding this threshold could lead to demonization, resulting in a loss of sanity. Push yourself to reach this limit. I will be here to ensure nothing dire occurs, as it would be unfortunate to lose your wits on a mission without knowing your limits. Hinata Hayashi allowed Hinata North to continue absorbing. He was curious to witness what demonization entailed, and he was unperturbed by how much chakra Hinata North might absorb. Considering the boy's youth made any amount insignificant to him, Hinata North nodded, continually drawing chakra into his body, growing increasingly adept at this method of absorption, and his speed in doing so quickened. Before long, Hinata Hayashi was drenched in sweat, having lost more than half of his chakra, completely contrary to what he had previously envisioned. Should he continue? Hinata North felt a touch of embarrassment, sensing that Hinata Hizashi's chakra was nearly depleted. Yet he had yet to ascertain the limits of its capacity. He feared that if this continued, he might completely drain Hinata Hizashi's chakra. Continue. This mere amount of chakra is but a trifling matter to me. Hinata Hizashi gritted his teeth and persevered, unwilling to let Hinata North cease. For as the leader of their clan, he could not afford to lose face. After a while, however, Hinata North took the initiative to stop, not because he wished to, but because Hinata Hizashi had run out of chakra. Hinata Hizashi's complexion had turned pale. He closed his eyes, inwardly lamenting, "It's over. It's over. I've lost all dignity." He never imagined that as a dignified clan leader, possessing at least the prowess of an elite Jainin, he could be drained of chakra by a mere 6-year-old child. Chapter 131. Enrollment in the Quiet Room. Hinata Hizashi and Hinata North exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. It must be said that Hinata Hizashi, being worldly wise, coughed lightly and nonchalantly broke the silence. "It appears you possess a remarkably high threshold for demonic energy, which is splendid. Among ninjas, the innate chakra levels vary greatly. And you, like that particular clansman, are no exception. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader," Hinata North managed to articulate after a considerable pause. "Indeed, I shall cultivate you. Starting tomorrow, in addition to your studies at the Ninja Academy, I will appoint a teacher from our clan to instruct you in swordsmanship. As for my reasons for nurturing you and bestowing upon you the name Hinata, I trust you understand." Hinata Hizashi shifted the conversation to his intentions. Hinata North nodded. Having previously failed to grasp why Hinata Hizashi insisted on his inclusion in the Hinata clan, even permitting him to associate with Hinata. However, after today's discourse, he began to comprehend. It was merely a recognition of his potential, a hope that he would become a formidable force in the ninja world. Akin to the legendary Konoha sword, Hinata is inherently timid, and despite my increasing strictness, I cannot alter this fact. She is ill-suited to become the clan leader, Hinata Hizashi stated, his gaze penetrating as he fixed his eyes upon Hinata North. "However, I do not wish for her to be a caged bird of the branch family. If you possess sufficient strength," his words trailed off, yet Hinata North understood the implication, his expression growing solemn. Much like the relationship between Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, who, despite being brothers, could not escape the distinctions of the main and branch families. Hinata and the now 1-year-old Hinata Hanabi were also bound to such separations. In the original Naruto narrative, Hinata Hanabi was recognized at a tender age as possessing talents surpassing those of Hinata, designated as the new heir of the main family. Subsequently, Hinata was destined to become a caged bird, yet under the immense pressure from Hinata Hizashi, she was spared this fate in her youth, ultimately marrying Naruto and thus escaping the confines of a caged existence. In the original storyline, Hinata Hizashi was exceedingly harsh with Hinata, exhibiting no signs of paternal affection. However, in the matter of the caged bird, it is evident that he held a deep-seated love for her. With strength comparable to Naruto, Hinata North felt an immense burden upon his shoulders, yet he was resolute. He would not allow Hinata to become a caged bird. After Hinata, Hisashi clarified his understanding. He rose to his feet and, just before departing from the quiet room, whispered, "Do not mention today's events to Hinata." Hinata Bake knew well enough not to disclose this to her, though he was uncertain whether Hisashi referred to the affairs of the main family or to the matter of his drained chakra. The following day, sunlight streamed through the drifting clouds above the Hidden Leaf Village, illuminating the Ninja Academy. Today, the school was exceptionally boisterous, filled with the laughter and cheers of numerous new students, interspersed with the occasional cries of those not entirely eager to attend the Ninja Academy. At the school gate, a cluster of children gathered, animatedly conversing with excitement or nervously clutching their clothes, curiously surveying their surroundings. Before long, teachers began escorting groups of children away, and leading Hinata Bake and Hinata was Irika, a kind-hearted instructor. However, he treated one particular child, Naruto Uzumaki, with a different demeanor. Naruto, well accustomed to Irika's disapproving gaze, felt a familiar pang of disappointment. Even among the school's faculty, he was not favored. Upon entering the classroom, the children selected their seats. But Naruto appeared at a loss, unsure of where to sit or who might be willing to share a desk with him. His gaze swept across his classmates, most of whom regarded him with unusual expressions, some even filled with disdain. Sasuke, however, showed no overt dislike, but chose to disregard Naruto entirely. For reasons unknown, Naruto found himself instinctively disliking Sasuke. As his gaze continued further, it landed on Hinata Bake, who looked back at him with kindness, brightening Naruto's spirits. Resolutely, he approached the seat to the right of Hinata Bake. Initially, Hinata Bake felt a surge of curiosity towards Naruto, yet as the latter approached, unease crept in, worrying that the Umbu's surveillance of Naruto might inadvertently affect him. Additionally, Hinata sat to his left, curiously observing Naruto to his right. Feeling somewhat perturbed, Hinata Bake, in a moment of impulsive bravado, suddenly kissed Hinata before Naruto, as if to assert his claim. Hinata's face flushed a vivid crimson, her forehead radiating heat, rendering her dizzy as though she might faint at any moment. Although Hinata Bake had often displayed affectionate gestures towards her in the past, such boldness was unprecedented, especially in front of their classmates. Naruto stood bewildered. Having just met Hinata Bake, he was taken aback by this display of affection before him. The classmates erupted in a cacophony of cheers, witnessing such an exhilarating scene on their first day of school, igniting their imaginations about their forthcoming academic experiences. Particularly, Sakura and Ino's shrill voices rang out the loudest, as they simultaneously scrutinized Sasuke, seemingly hoping for a similar display from him. Sasuke scoffed, inwardly looking down upon these girls and Hinata Bake. Meanwhile, Hinata, overwhelmed by her classmates' teasing, buried her face in her arms on the desk, her ears burning with embarrassment. Silence. One by one, the students began to introduce themselves. Irika, feeling a headache coming on, attempted to quell the noise. His mind filled with grievances. How could such young children possess such knowledge? Hinata Bayu showed little interest in his classmates' introductions, as he was already familiar with most of their names. Apart from the original 12 elite, the rest seemed unworthy of attention. Currently, aside from Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Tintin, the trio of the three strong, there were only 9 others in the class. Including himself, should that not make 10? 13 strong? He pondered whimsically as Naruto, seated to his right, stood up to introduce himself. As expected, he proclaimed loudly his dream of becoming Hokage, only to be met with laughter from his peers. Angrily, Naruto returned to his seat and noticed Hinata Bayu's dismissive attitude towards his ambition. Compelled by some unseen force, he asked, "Do you believe I can become the 5th Hokage?" Hinata Bayu instinctively retorted, "How could you possibly be the 5th Hokage?" Naruto, feeling somewhat dejected by this response, was inexplicably drawn to Hinata Bayu. From the perspective of the Byakugan, whenever Naruto approached Hinata Bayu, the chakra of the 9 tails within him would recede, as if confronted by a formidable foe, reluctant to reveal its presence, and fearful of causing a disturbance in front of him. Unaware of this phenomenon, Naruto simply felt a calming aura whenever he sat next to Hinata Bayu, finding comfort in his presence. "You should be the 7th Hokage," Hinata Bayu added. Naruto paused, his troubled expression gradually transforming into one of excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? I will be the 7th Hokage." Chapter 132. The Disturbance of the White Wolf Uzumaki Naruto. No loud outbursts in class. Irika shouted, hurling a piece of chalk that struck Naruto squarely on the head. Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head, still wearing a silly grin. The mere acknowledgement of his dream by Hinata Bayu brought him immense joy. Next, it was Hinata Bayu's turn to introduce himself. He walked to the podium and cast a lingering glance at Sasuke's seat. "I won't steal your thunder. I'll leave the stage to you," he thought to himself. Upon reaching the front, he confidently declared, "I am Hinata Bayu, and my dream is to become a great ninja, akin to the god of shinobi, and to survive beyond the final chapter." His introduction left Iruka and his classmates in a state of confusion. While the aspiration to become a great ninja was clear, what could he possibly mean by surviving beyond the final chapter? Did he believe they were in an animated series? Ignoring whether his classmates comprehended his words, Hinata Bayu returned to his seat, and it was now Hinata's turn. Nervously, Hinata stood up from her desk and approached the podium. As she felt the gaze of her many classmates upon her, anxiety washed over her, and her eyes darted about. However, when she noticed Hinata Bayu looking at her with encouragement, it felt as though she had received a surge of courage from him. With what she believed to be a loud voice, she declared, "I am Hinata Hyuga, and my dream is to become a ninja who is as gentle as my mother and as strong as my father." Hinata North led the applause, yet inwardly pondered the lofty aspirations of Hinata. While she was undoubtedly gentle like her mother, aspiring to possess the formidable strength of Hyuga, Hisashi seemed a tall order. After all, even at the story's climax, he had only achieved the rank of a chunin. Following the self-introduction segment, Iruka formally commenced the lesson, the first being about the will of fire. Although the 6-year-old children could hardly comprehend the content, Iruka understood their lack of understanding. Nevertheless, he had to convey this essential message, elaborately nonetheless, as it was a requisite for new students. Naturally, the students were reluctant to endure such a monotonous lecture. Nara Shikamaru was the first to succumb to slumber, followed by Hinata North, and then Naruto. By the end of the lesson, a considerable number of students had dozed off. However, Hinata listened intently, not because she was particularly fond of the will of fire, but rather because she was determined to excel academically and not disappoint Hyuga Hisashi. Iruka observed this scene, yet pressed on with his lecture. To alleviate the students' fatigue, he shared an exciting announcement that the last class would involve practical combat, serving as a preliminary examination. Naruto instantly perked up, eager to shine in the practical lesson and garner admiration from his peers. At long last, the final class arrived, and the students surged onto the playground, having been confined in the classroom for too long. Naruto was the first to step forward, vociferously declaring his challenge to Sasuke. He had harbored disdain for Sasuke for quite some time, while secretly glancing at Haruno Sakura. What was so appealing about that pretty boy Sasuke? Naruto scoffed, hoping that after defeating Sasuke, Sakura would shift her attention towards him. However, Iruka did not acquiesce to Naruto's demand, assigning him to face a student of common lineage instead. Ignoring Naruto's protests, Iruka arranged a match between Hinata North and Sasuke, perpetuating the long-standing rivalry between the two prominent ocular clans of Konoha, hoping to spur mutual growth. At this moment, Iruka had yet to fully embrace Naruto as his student, regarding him more as a mischievous fox. "What the heck?" Naruto exclaimed defiantly, then rallied Hinata North with a fist pump. "Go, little North. Give that pretty boy a good beating." Upon hearing this, not only did Sasuke shoot him a disdainful glance, but the girls in the class also regarded him with hostility. Naruto quickly caught on to this, and after noticing Sakura's disapproving stare, he sulkily retreated to face his opponent. A Hyuga clan member without the Byakugan? Following Iruka's instructions, Sasuke formed the necessary hand seals against Hinata North. His curiosity piqued as he gazed into her eyes. Hinata North, wearing contact lenses, displayed golden irises that starkly contrasted with the clan's traditional white pupils. "Who says members of the Hyuga clan must possess the Byakugan? Not every Uchiha has the Sharingan, right?" Hinata North replied coolly, secretly thinking, "As a member of the Hyuga clan, not only do I lack the Byakugan, but I also possess the Sharingan." With a huff, Sasuke launched a punch aimed at Hinata North's left cheek. Hinata Bay effortlessly caught Sasuke's fist, gripping it tightly while beginning to absorb his chakra. Sasuke reacted swiftly, sensing something amiss with his chakra, and exerted all his strength to break free from Hinata Bay's hold, only to find himself utterly powerless. No matter how hard he struggled, it felt as if his efforts were swallowed by the abyss. Instead, as Hinata Bay increased his grip, Sasuke's fist began to throb painfully. He kicked out with one leg, attempting to force Hinata-Bay to release him, but unexpectedly, Hinata-Bay yanked on his fist, causing Sasuke to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. With a smirk, Hinata-Bay seized the opportunity to twist Sasuke's hand, pressing his knee against Sasuke's back to immobilize him. Meanwhile, the absorption of chakra continued unabated, and just as Irika unexpectedly announced the result of the match, Sasuke's chakra was entirely depleted. Hinata-Bay emerged victorious, sealing the reconciliation mark. Irika failed to notice the anomaly in Sasuke's chakra, only recognizing Hinata-Bay as formidable physique and extraordinary strength. "Apologies, I am blessed with innate strength," Hinata-Bay remarked meaningfully as he performed the reconciliation mark with Sasuke. Sasuke merely snorted in response, vowing to pester Itachi upon returning home to train him in countering those endowed with brute force. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Hinata-Bay surmised his thoughts but remained indifferent. He had yet to even activate his Sharingan, and his physical prowess was astonishingly formidable, allowing him to contend with even lower-ranked ninjas using solely taijutsu. He even doubted whether he was endowed with extraordinary abilities, possessing the bloodlines of both Uchiha and Senju, as well as the sage's eye and sage body. Within the Hinata household, he could easily overpower Hinata Niji, rendering the gentle fist technique insignificant against his demonic energy, shattering any attempts at sealing his chakra points and defeating Niji time and again through sheer physicality. Soon after school, Sasuke eagerly raced home, hoping that Itachi had returned. Home from school so early? Many clansmen of the Uchiha greeted Sasuke with warm smiles as he entered the Uchiha compound. Sasuke, ever polite, returned their greetings without a trace of arrogance despite being the son of the clan leader. Upon arriving home, he found Itachi absent, with only Fugaku and Mikoto present. Suddenly, a wolfish howl echoed, startling the entire Uchiha clan as all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Fugaku could not help but rise, his brow furrowing as if sensing something amiss. Sasuke looked at Fugaku in confusion, and Mikoto's expression also shifted to one of concern. Amidst the gaze of the onlookers, a small wolf, resembling one just past its first moon, dashed toward Fugaku's home, its nose twitching. Upon catching the scent of Sasuke, it leaped onto his shoulder, sniffing incessantly at his back and arms as if seeking confirmation of something. Chapter 133. The summoning beast at the doorstep just as Itachi returned home. He spotted the small wolf perched on Sasuke's back, its sharp fangs occasionally bared as if it intended to bite Sasuke's neck. His expression changed instantly. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly drew the Tensouga blade from his back, ready to rescue Sasuke. "Itachi, stop!" Uchiha Fugaku spoke, halting Uchiha Itachi's actions, and said in a solemn tone, "Rest assured, the white wolf will not harm Sasuke. It is that person's summoned beast, possessing intelligence akin to that of a human." At this moment, Sasuke also regained his composure, bewilderedly asking, "Father, what is happening?" Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow as he approached Sasuke. Despite Fugaku's assurance, he remained uneasy. Having recently joined the Umbu, he had been exposed to many secrets, including intelligence regarding that individual. "The White Wolf must have sensed something peculiar about you. What did you do at the Ninja Academy today?" Uchiha Fugaku gently stroked the White Wolf's fur. He had a good relationship with it, having interacted frequently in the past. However, since that person's demise, the White Wolf had seldom ventured out of the courtyard. Sasuke, looking utterly perplexed, replied, "Peculiar scent? I did nothing unusual today. I merely attended classes." Just then, an image of Hinata North flashed through his mind, and he quickly added, "Oh, there was a practical class. Brother, my opponent was an odd person, clearly a member of the Hyuga clan, yet lacking the Byakugan. His strength was astonishing, and he even drained my chakra. If not for his strange ability, I would not have lost to him." "Draining your chakra?" Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced, and his tone grew urgent. Did this individual possess white hair and golden eyes? Was he skilled with a sword? Sasuke, confused by Fugaku's intense reaction, assumed it was due to his defeat and replied, "Yes, he had white hair and golden eyes. I do not know if he was adept with a sword, as I did not see him wielding one. How can one combat someone capable of absorbing chakra? This is my first encounter with such a person. I was unaware of his abilities, but next time, I shall not be defeated. Does he possess the Sharingan?" Fugaku pressed further. "How could a member of the Hyuga clan possess the Sharingan?" Sasuke retorted, utterly bewildered. "He does not even have the Byakugan, and besides, he is only 6 years old. Even a genius like brother requires 8 years to awaken the Sharingan. Unable to contain himself, Uchiha Itachi asked, "Are you suggesting that this individual could be the one who awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 5? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Awakening the Sharingan at 5? How is that possible? That would be someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the god of shinobi. It seemed evident to Fugaku that a visit to the Hyuga clan was necessary that evening. Uchiha Fugaku reflected on this, contemplating the implications. Uchiha Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair and said, "That would be the strongest member of the Uchiha clan in history. While it may sound incredible to awaken the eyes at such a young age, it is not impossible for that individual. The sword I bear is, in fact, a relic from that esteemed predecessor, yet I am unable to harness its true power. If that person were still alive, the Uchiha clan standing in the village would undoubtedly not have deteriorated to this extent." Uchiha Itachi sighed, recalling the profound shock he felt upon first encountering that individual's intelligence. If he possessed such formidable strength, perhaps he could have mediated the rift between the clan and the village, rather than being caught in the middle, powerless to prevent the growing divide. The 4 members of the family, each harboring their own thoughts, finished dinner. With dusk yet to fall, Uchiha Fugaku set out to visit the Hyuga clan. Sasuke was unaware of what Uchiha Fugaku had learned from the Hyuga family. He only knew that Fugaku returned with a look of profound regret. The following day, Sasuke rose early to attend school. However, before he could step outside, the white wolf trailed behind him, no longer resting on his back, but following him towards the ninja academy. As they arrived at the entrance of the academy, Sasuke unexpectedly encountered Hinata and Neji Hyuga, prompting the white wolf's eyes to gleam with excitement. With a soft whine, the wolf leaped onto Neji's shoulder, enthusiastically licking his cheek, its eyes shimmering with tears. This startled both Neji and Hinata, particularly Neji, who was horrified by the slobber on his face. "Get away, you insufferable licker," Neji exclaimed, using all his strength to push the wolf away. Yet, the persistent creature returned to Neji's shoulder immediately. "Hey, Sasuke, take your filthy dog away," Neji shouted in exasperation. Sasuke, equally perplexed, approached to retrieve the wolf, but it completely ignored him and even nipped at his hand. "It seems it wishes to follow you," Sasuke pondered, recalling how the wolf had frantically sniffed him the previous day, likely catching a whiff of Neji's scent. He found it strange that the wolf had no prior interaction with Neji. How could it recognize his scent so distinctly? Neji furrowed his brow, blocking the wolf's advances with his hand, and asked, "You want to follow me?" The wolf barked affirmatively. Strangely, it seemed as though Neji understood the wolf's intentions. After a moment's thought, Neji tentatively suggested, "Can you comprehend my words? How about you cease your licking antics?" To Neji's astonishment, the wolf ceased its behavior, licking its lips in dissatisfaction. Neji watched in fascination. How clever! Could this be a summoned beast with chakra? As he contemplated this, he reached out with his left hand to stroke the wolf's head, unreservedly absorbing its chakra. The wolf offered no resistance, its eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia. Such a well-behaved creature? Neji mused, wondering if this was the privilege of the protagonist, to have a summoned beast willingly approach him. What a cute little dog. "Neji, can we adopt it?" Hinata tugged at Neji's sleeve, her eyes filled with hope. Neji stroked his chin, contemplating the idea of a willingly offered summoned beast. "Sasuke, can I take this dog with me?" he inquired, even as he placed the wolf in Hinata's arms, as if it were already his. Sasuke's expression darkened, and he stiffly replied, "I must consult my father first. It is a summoned beast of our Uchiha clan." The wolf turned its head in Hinata's embrace, baring its teeth at Sasuke, but when Hinata reached out to pet it, its demeanor shifted entirely. It appeared to relish the attention, clearly aware of Hinata's bond with Neji, and even seemed to enjoy being called a dog by her, playfully endearing itself to her in an attempt to strengthen its connection with Neji. Traitorous white wolf. Sasuke fumed inwardly, infuriated that their clan's summoned beast had seemingly defected to the Hyuga family and was now exhibiting aggression towards him. Hinata waved his hand and, alongside Hinata, strode into the school with the white wolf, as if the creature had already become his. Chapter 134, Tsunade's Movements. How do you find this dog, Kiba? Is it suitable to be a summoning beast? How does it compare to Akamaru? In the classroom, seizing the moment before the teacher's arrival, Hinata took a seat beside Inuzuka Kiba, holding the white wolf up for him to examine. The Inuzuka clan is renowned in Konoha for their breeding of canine summoning beasts. Each clan member selects a suitable dog as their companion from a young age to train and grow alongside. No one has a deeper understanding of dogs than the Inuzuka clan. This dog is so adorable, Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with hearts as she rushed over to pet the white wolf. I want to pet the dog too. Haruno Sakura followed suit, unable to resist the charm of the white wolf. Sometimes, human attractiveness pales in comparison to that of a puppy. Even Sasuke's good looks could not outshine the wolf's allure. Oh whoa! The white wolf pretended to snap at Ino's outstretched hand, startling her and causing Sakura to hesitate. The wolf, discerning the casual relationship Ino and Sakura had with Hinata, was not inclined to be gracious when referred to merely as a dog. Kiba rolled his eyes and replied with irritation, "Open your eyes and take a good look. It's not a dog, it's a wolf." Though young, Kiba possessed extensive knowledge about dogs and immediately recognized the wolf's distinction. A puppy is a wolf. Are little wolves this adorable? Hinata marveled at the white wolf, gently stroking its head. The wolf was remarkably docile in her presence, not only refraining from aggression but also nuzzling against her hand. Ino and Sakura, filled with envy, inquired if they could also pet it. Hinata, without objection, cradled the wolf, allowing them to caress its silky, snow-white fur. Wolves and dogs are, after all, of the same species, and during their juvenile stage, distinguishing them is challenging for most. Only those well-versed in canine lore, like Kiba, can tell the difference. Woof! Akamaru, concealed within Kiba's clothing, barked twice. Understanding Akamaru's message, Kiba's expression turned grave as he addressed Hinata. This little wolf is formidable. Akamaru says it's stronger than its parents. There's a certain bloodline pressure. Hinata inquired. What is the strength of its parents? Kiba pondered before responding. They should be special J-nin. Hinata was taken aback. It's stronger than a special J-nin at such a young age? Upon hearing Hinata's doubtful tone, the white wolf suddenly leaped from Hinata's arms, letting out a howl, and instantaneously transformed into a towering form over 3 meters high. A monster. Run! Some classmates, upon witnessing the majestic giant wolf materialize in the classroom, screamed in terror, fleeing in panic, with some even bursting into tears. Hinata was startled as well, not out of fear of an attack, but astonished by the wolf's power and its ability to transform. She hid behind Hinata, timidly gazing at the fearsome creature that nearly touched the classroom ceiling, unable to comprehend that such a cute dog could become so intimidating. Only the oblivious Naruto was not frightened. Instead, he approached the white wolf with a face full of excitement and inquired, "Bae, where did you find such an extraordinary wolf?" Sasuke, feeling increasingly agitated, thought it outrageous that such a formidable beast had been taken away by Hinata Bae. With the white wolf by his side, he wondered if he would ever have another chance to triumph over Hinata Bae. The commotion in the classroom soon attracted the attention of their teacher. Upon seeing the colossal white wolf inside the classroom, Irika's first instinct was to evacuate the remaining students and then eliminate the giant creature. Hinata Bae quickly urged the white wolf to revert to its original form and explain the situation to Irika, only to receive a scolding in return. Hinata Bae, drenched in verbal reprimand, cast a sidelong glance at the white wolf, which promptly shrank back and sought refuge in Hinata's embrace. Although it was merely a scolding, Irika nonetheless documented the existence of the white wolf and reported it to the principal of the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received this report, Shimura Danzo was also informed, as the intelligence network of Root was omnipresent within Konoha. Last night, Uchiha Fugaku had visited the Hyuga clan, and it was noted that Hinata Bae possessed a bloodline similar to that individual. Danzo entered the Hokage's office and, without preamble, stated firmly, he does not belong to the Hyuga clan, and moreover, no one knows whether he possesses the Sharingan. The White Wolf chose him as its master, believing he might inherit that person's abilities. Hiruzen, contemplating the death of Hisashi Hyuga, recognized the need to tread carefully with the Hyuga clan, as the Uchiha situation had yet to be resolved, and it was crucial not to alienate the Hyuga. Hiruzen finally spoke, but his focus was on the stability of Konoha rather than on past grievances. Danzo narrowed his eyes, asserting, Hinata Bae possesses that bloodline and those 3 cursed blades. It is highly likely he can wield them. Do you not understand what this implies, Hiruzen? Hiruzen responded coolly, and so what? Do you dare to unleash the cursed blades? Hiruzen, it has been 2 years since I inquired about your research on the cursed blades. Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon Danzo. If we can bring Hinata Bae into Root, I am confident we can utilize the cursed blades for our advantage. Additionally, the Tenketsu, which Orochimaru took with him during his defection, was a consequence of your momentary weakness. Danzo ruthlessly exposed Hiruzen's vulnerabilities. Hiruzen shook his head. Hisashi Hyuga has not reported on Hinata Bay. His stance is quite clear. Let us set this matter aside for now. Are you not afraid of another Uchiha Kagami emerging? Danzo rebuked fiercely. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's tone turned stern. You will regret this, Hiruzen, Danzo retorted, unwilling to relent, before turning to leave. Moments later, Hiruzen pinned a letter, rapping his fingers on the desk. An Umbu appeared like a specter, kneeling to heed his command. Deliver this letter to Tsunade. After all these years, it is time for her to return. Hiruzen sighed deeply, detailing Hinata Bay's circumstances in the letter, hoping that Tsunade would be compelled to come back upon reading it. With the demise of Minato Namikaze, the defection of Orochimaru, and Jiraiya's relentless search across the ninja world for the prophesied child, the focus had strayed from the rightful path. The younger generation lacked the capability to step into the limelight, with the most distinguished among them, Kakashi Hatake, burdened by the haunting memory of his father's death and previous assassination attempts against him. Although these threats had been resolved, a lingering uncertainty remained. He had aged, and yet, in all of Konoha, no one seemed poised to inherit his position as Hokage. To this day, only Tsunade, who had been away in the land of water, possessed the requisite renown and prowess to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade has been reluctant to engage with the Umbu since her return from the land of water. Previous attempts to deliver messages to her have been thwarted, leading to her dismissive response. Are we to resort to force? One of the Umbu inquired, kneeling. No, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, shaking his head with a resigned sigh. Tsunade's temperament is one of softness beneath a hardened exterior. Force would only provoke her further. If she refuses to receive the message, simply inform her that she is needed to return and assume the role of Hokage. The Umbu, visibly startled, acknowledged his command and vanished from the Hokage's office. Chapter 135. A Prayer in the Land of Water. At the summit shrine, Tsunade arrived as she did routinely to pay her respects. Amidst the wafting incense, her visage remained unchanged, youthful and resplendent. With arched brows and almond-shaped eyes, a prominent nose, and full, crimson lips, her features were both striking and delicate, exuding an aura of heroism. Tall and statuesque, she resembled an elegant mountain, her curves graceful yet powerful, radiating an irresistible charm. Yet, the stars that once sparkled in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by an ever-present shadow of sorrow. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the doorway, clutching a letter. In a low voice, he announced, Lady Tsunade, this is a personal letter from Lord Hokage. Leave, Tsunade replied, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the idol. Each time she prayed before it, her devotion was absolute, impervious to distractions. The Hokage requests that you return to take up the mantle of Hokage. The Umbu conveyed Hiruzen's words, hopeful that this message would elicit a different response than before. The position of Hokage was coveted by every ninja in Konoha. It was a monumental honor, and he believed Tsunade would not refuse. However, reality often defies expectations. I have no desire to desecrate the shrine, Karui. Now leave, Tsunade stated flatly, dismissing the Umbu's words entirely. Yes, Karui, standing to the side, approached the Umbu, extending several chains from behind. Unprepared for Tsunade's indifference toward the Hokage position, they were caught off guard, ensnared by Karui's bindings, their chakra sealed, as they watched helplessly. Upon exiting the shrine, the Umbu's companions soon appeared, 3 in total, intent on rescuing their comrade from Karui's grasp. Yet, like agile serpents, Karui's chains ensnared them as well, sealing all 4 Umbu in a matter of moments. Without you, finding my way to Hokage holds no meaning, Tsunade mused, gazing vacantly at the idol. Since leaving Konoha, she had tirelessly searched for traces of her missing companion, gathering intelligence that included his pursuit of Uchiha Obito and the bounty placed on him by the black market. She pursued her way to the land of hot water, where upon witnessing the 2 colossal statues erected there, she suddenly comprehended that Xiangxi had not deceived her. Indeed, there had been a great battle involving Uchiha Madara, and the death of Sh. Ju was linked to him, rather than to the information provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen. One statue depicted the great Tengu of Susanoo, while the other unmistakably resembled Xiangxi. From the villagers of the land of hot water, she learned that in that ancient conflict, the new deity triumphed over the old. Apart from Uchiha Madara, Who else among the Uchiha had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and possessed the complete form of Susanoo? Who else was worthy of Xiangxi invoking the full power of Susanoo? She should have realized that Xiangxi would not mislead her. After searching the entire shinobi world without finding any trace of Xiangxi, she returned to the land of hot water, remaining in the shrine constructed for the new deity. Day after day, she prayed before the statue of Xiangxi, yearning for the day they might reunite. Lady Tsunade, I have seen them off. They left behind this letter before departing. Not long after, Uzumaki Karen returned with a letter. Tsunade, her gaze unwavering, softly commanded, "Burn it. I wish to see nothing related to Konoha." Karen hesitated briefly but acquiesced nonetheless. The letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen, still unopened, was turned to a heap of ashes. Xiangxi, where are you? In the Hokage clan's expansive courtyard, Hokage Niji welcomed his swordsmanship instructor, a male of approximately 30 years, his forehead bandaged. Presumably from the branch family. Beside them, Hokage Niji and Hinata practiced gentle fist techniques. Though it was termed practice, it was, in reality, Niji guiding Hinata. A prodigy of the branch family, Niji had already grasped the essence of gentle fist at a young age, able to utilize the 8 trigrams 16 palms, while Hinata, merely a year younger, had yet to even step into the fundamentals of the technique. I am Hokage Jin, here to instruct you in your swordsmanship. Hokage Jin tossed a short sword to Niji, unsheathing it to reveal a gleaming, genuine blade. I initially had no intention of coming to guide you, but the head of the clan commanded it, leaving me no choice. I hope you are wise enough not to bring me trouble. Furthermore, understand your own status. You do not belong to the Hokage clan, so keep your distance from the young lady. Hokage Jin spoke with a chilling tone, and without demonstrating any sword techniques, he immediately sought to engage Niji in combat, his intentions decidedly malicious. Niji sensed the hostility emanating from Jin. But it came as no surprise. The branch family had always treated him with disdain. Yet, what did Hokage Hayashi mean by sending such a person to instruct him? One who evidently had no intention of genuinely teaching swordsmanship? Meanwhile, Niji and Hinata's gentle fist sparring came to an abrupt halt, their attention drawn to the sword training between Jin and Niji. You can do it, Niji. Hinata silently cheered for her cousin, simultaneously worried for him. For beginning swordsmanship with actual combat left no room for practice, and the risk of injury loomed large. Niji, however, found satisfaction in Jin's approach, relishing the thought that the troublesome Niji was finally in for a taste of hardship. Hinata Tsukasa is a nin, yet what use is his innate strength? If one does not possess the Hyuga bloodline, they ought to recognize their own limitations. Hinata Hanabi is not someone you can covet. His gentle fist is formidable among his peers, but he has repeatedly found himself outmatched by Hinata Niji, whose physique resembles that of a beast. In close combat, he finds no advantage. Even if he manages to seal Niji's chakra points, it proves futile, as Niji's immense chakra allows him to effortlessly break free from such restraints. Over the past 2 years, while mentoring Hinata, he has frequently engaged in contests with Niji, sometimes out of disdain for Niji's proximity to Hinata, other times in response to Niji's harsh treatment of her. Yet, he has never triumphed over Niji, always suffering a beating. Once I master the 64 palms, you'll be in for it. Hinata Niji unconsciously clenched his fists. The art of swordsmanship is a method of taking life. Its true essence can only be grasped through actual combat. Draw your sword, and I shall guide you in the art of battle. Hinata Tsukasa proclaimed grandly before launching an attack, disregarding whether Niji was prepared, and swung his blade menacingly toward him. The weapon in his hand was a razor-sharp sword. A single blow could result in bleeding or worse, incapacitation. What happens between Hinata and me is none of your concern, Niji declared, unperturbed. His physical condition was extraordinarily resilient. Even if he were wounded, as long as it wasn't a severed limb, the injury would heal swiftly. He doubted Tsukasa would possess the audacity to severely injure him under the watchful eyes of Hinata Hisashi. As he drew his sword, a familiar sensation surged within him, as if he had wielded a blade for decades, effortlessly mastering any technique that came to hand. Chapter 136, Instinctive Reaction Clang. The blades met, producing a spark. As Tsukasa's long sword descended, Niji instinctively moved, raising his short blade to deflect Tsukasa's attack. He then took a significant step forward, twisting his wrist to thrust the blade diagonally toward Tsukasa's chest. Had Niji been of equal height to Tsukasa, This strike would have aimed at his throat. Tsukasa's pupils constricted. He did not expect Niji to be so agile, displaying none of the clumsiness typical of a novice swordsman. He staggered back, positioning his long sword defensively across his chest. The Sage's Guidance. A name inexplicably surfaced in Niji's mind, the title of the technique he had just executed. After the strike, he found himself momentarily bewildered, uncertain how he had performed the maneuver. Seeing Niji momentarily distracted, Tsukasa's expression darkened with rage as he unleashed a swift cut. Akin to a bird darting into the forest as fast as the wind. He had become serious, revealing his true swordsmanship prowess. However, Niji evaded instinctively, raising his blade to counter, the two swords passing by each other in a blur. A line of crimson appeared as blood oozed from a wound on Tsukasa's face. He touched the blood, his Byakugan flaring with fury, incredulous that he, at the age of 6, had been injured by Niji. Shame and anger surged within him, compelling him to activate his Byakugan. In an instant, the blade glimmered incessantly as Hinata Jin struck blow after blow, seemingly intent on cleaving Hinata Bay in twain. The ferocity of his assault was utterly intimidating. Hinata Bay, taken aback, contemplated retreating to terminate the sparring, yet Jin's sword had already descended. His body instinctively reacted, and with a flash akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through darkness, he thrust his blade into Jin's kidney. The despicable kidney striker. Hinata Jin spat blood in fury. The white wolf, prostrate on the ground, cast a disdainful glance at Jin, unimpressed that such a level of swordsmanship dared to instruct Hinata Bay. Jin's earlier bluster had not evoked the slightest concern from it. Hinata Niji was astounded, unable to fathom the outcome. He rushed to support the trembling, blood-soaked Jin, his heart shaken to its core. After all, Jin was a Nin. How could he be bested by Hinata Bay? Had he not previously been inept with the sword? Niji's soul wrestled with 3 questions, envisioning a bleak future. Hinata Bay was indeed formidable. He feared that even mastering the 8 trigrams 64 palms would likely not suffice against him. Hinata Bay is truly impressive. Hinata was stunned, finding it hard to believe that Bay could injure Jin, especially since he, like her, had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Simultaneously, a twinge of inferiority crept into her heart. Niji was already one of the rare geniuses of the Hinata clan, and Bay was even more exceptional. While she herself felt utterly lacking, often rebuked by her father for her poor aptitude, she faintly sensed that she, Niji, and Bay inhabited entirely different realms. Will you continue to instruct me? Hinata Bay snapped back to reality, gazing at Jin with malicious intent, his face adorned with mockery. How could Jin, unable to best a mere 6-year-old child, dare to lecture him? Jin's face flushed crimson as he retorted indignantly, "You have clearly learned swordsmanship, yet you feign ignorance before me. It was my carelessness that allowed you to strike. Had I known your true strength, your blade would not have grazed the hem of my garment." Refusing to bow to Hinata Bay, he stubbornly clung to his pride, unwilling to admit defeat and instead blaming Bay for deceiving him. "I did not deceive you. This is indeed my first encounter with swordsmanship. Now that you recognize my prowess, do you care to engage again? Let us see if my blade can touch your garment's edge," taunted Hinata Bay. Impossible. A novice in swordsmanship cannot even wield a blade properly. How could he possibly withstand my strike? Jin remained unconvinced, choosing not to propose another bout with Hinata Bay. With a raised eyebrow, Bay himself was uncertain why he had managed to block Jin's attack and even injure him. He spoke vaguely. "I am a natural swordsman, innately attuned to the blade. What is so impossible about that? You deceitful little brat. I shall report everything to the clan leader." Jin seethed, clutching his wounded side as he turned to leave. Filled with resentment, unbeknownst to him, Hinata Hizashi had been observing everything from the shadows all along. Truly, one must commend the lineage of that individual. To conquer a Nin with but a nascent understanding of swordsmanship. Given time, Hinata Hizashi contemplated, his eyes narrowed in thought. My initial decision to retain him within the Hinata clan was indeed wise. As the most powerful clan of Konoha, only a formidable warrior surpassing the strength of Konoha can rescue Hinata from her predetermined fate. I hope Hanabi can differ from Hinata and possess the fortitude to bear the weight of her clan, emerging as a worthy heir of the main family. Though Hanabi is merely a year old and shows little promise, Hinata's character has deeply disappointed Hayashi Hyuga, not only him, but also the elders of the clan. Even though Hanabi has yet to mature, they are reluctant to see Hinata ascend as the heir of the main family. Hinata's excessive gentleness and kindness would make her an exemplary daughter, wife, and clan member in the branch family. But she would never suffice as a competent heir of the main family, should preparations for a chakra blade be made in advance. That individual also wielded a chakra blade in his youth. The cursed sword was forged later and unleashed its true power thereafter. Hayashi Hyuga is somewhat troubled. It is not that he disapproves of the bloodshed inflicted upon Hinata's opponent, but rather that his son has yet to master the art of swordsmanship. The recent skirmish with Hinata's opponent relied solely on instinctive reactions, and were he to actively wield a sword, he would be at a loss. The White Wolf, perceptive and astute, sensed Hayashi's thoughts and eagerly approached him, offering to assist with sword training just as before. You wish to train with me? Hayashi regarded the White Wolf with skepticism, questioning whether a mere dog could possess swordsmanship. The White Wolf rolled its eyes in a distinctly human manner and initiated an attack, lunging at Hayashi's sword-wielding hand. It had been far too long since it last tasted demon blood. Damn! Hayashi muttered under his breath as he flung the White Wolf away. Faced with the relentless assaults of the creature, he attempted to counter with his sword, yet he lacked the instinctive reactions he had displayed earlier. His attempts to wield the blade were clumsy, resulting in him being bitten multiple times. With no other recourse, he began to envelop his body with demonic energy, reducing the damage inflicted by the wolf. Ultimately, his greatest advancement was not in swordsmanship, but in his control over the demonic energy. Meanwhile, Niji and Hinata continued their practice of the gentle fist technique, observing Hayashi's swordplay from a distance. To them, his swordsmanship appeared peculiar. At times he could injure a Chunin-level opponent like Hinata's adversary, while at other times, he swung his blade like a novice, creating a stark contrast. Chapter 137. Itachi Uchiha. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Hayashi and Hinata had progressed to the 2nd grade, while Niji, being a year their senior, was in the 3rd grade. Fire style, fireball jutsu. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball, honed through relentless practice, aimed directly at Hayashi. This was a practical combat lesson, and as the top student of the class, Hayashi was always paired with Sasuke, the 2nd best. Rather than interrupting Sasuke's technique with his speed, Hayashi stood his ground with keen interest, awaiting the release of the fireball. As the roaring inferno surged toward him, Hayashi's demonic energy enveloped his form, and he boldly charged into the heart of the fireball. Irika, who stood by, was taken aback, instinctively preparing to halt the match. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as Hinata North collided with the great fireball technique, the searing flames parting around him without inflicting the slightest harm. The residual force of the fireball struck the ground, creating a charred crater, yet despite its infamous reputation for never having taken a life, its might was undeniable. Remarkably, Hinata North emerged unscathed, not even a hair singed, and without losing momentum, he charged directly towards Sasuke. Over the past year, his mastery of demonic energy had become increasingly refined, and under the tutelage of the White Wolf, his swordsmanship had seen rapid advancement. No longer relying solely on instinctive reflexes, he had actively honed his blade techniques to a commendable level. He had not anticipated that training with the White Wolf would yield superior results compared to learning from others. Sasuke, astonished at Hinata North's ability to traverse the fireball, only reacted as Hinata neared, hastily drawing a kunai to momentarily parry the thrust of Hinata's short sword. However, Hinata paid him no mind, brushing past him and continuing towards the towering tree at the edge of the training ground. The technique of the shadow clone was rendered ineffective in the presence of the Sharingan. Alas, Sasuke, you lack the Sharingan, Hinata mused internally, as the 3 tomo within his golden contact lenses began to rotate, discerning that Sasuke was merely a clone. In mere moments, Hinata reached the edge of the training ground, leaping onto the tree trunk and swinging his blade downwards, forcing Sasuke out from his hidden perch among the leaves. How did you know I was hiding here? Sasuke inquired as he jumped down, immediately turning to flee, both confused and attempting to stall Hinata's approach through dialogue. You will find out soon enough, Hinata replied, pursuing him with incredible speed. Within a mere 10 meters, he caught up to Sasuke, swiftly disarming him of his kunai with 2 quick strikes, and placing his sword against Sasuke's neck. I concede. Sasuke relented, begrudgingly forming a reconciliation seal with Hinata, and pressed further. What do you mean by I will find out soon enough? Hinata offered no response, instead making his way towards Hinata Hyuga. Soon, the Uchiha clan would face annihilation. And when that time came, you will unleash your awakened Sharingan and understand that the shadow clone technique pales in comparison before it. Although Hinata North was not of the Uchiha lineage, residing within the Hyuga clan, he was acutely aware of the prevailing atmosphere in the village. With the death of Uchiha Shisui, the rift between the village and the Uchiha clan had become irreparable, and armed conflict was now inevitable. Hinata's opponent was Inuzuka Kiba. She had already activated her Byakugan, and her proficiency in the gentle fist technique had significantly improved, mastering the 8 trigrams to a considerable extent, engaging Kiba, who excelled in physical combat, in a competitive exchange. Unlike the original narrative, with Hinata North by her side, Hinata had transcended her previous status as the weakest among her clan's young members, now achieving a commendable mid-tier level. Although Hinata North did not possess knowledge of the gentle fist technique, his Sharingan allowed him to replicate the 8 trigrams 64 palms. While lacking the Byakugan's full potential meant the technique's efficacy was diminished, the training results with Hinata were no less effective than those with Niji Hyuga. Moreover, he meticulously pointed out Hinata's mistakes, correcting her every misstep, be it in her movements or the positioning of her hands. This was something that Hyuga Niji could neither achieve nor dare to do. Initially, Hinata felt quite shy about such intimate contact with Hyuga North, making it difficult for her to absorb his guidance. However, human adaptability is remarkable, and through prolonged hands-on interaction, Hinata gradually became accustomed to it, leading to a swift enhancement in her gentle fist technique. In Hyuga North's vision, Hinata was better suited to be a medical ninja, while her combat abilities were improving. Her gentle and kind disposition was not easily altered. He contemplated that after the Chunin exams, following the demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ascension of Tsunade as the 5th Hokage, he would approach Hyuga Hisashi to request that Tsunade take Hinata as her disciple. Perhaps Hinata would not become Tsunade's direct apprentice like Haruno Sakura, learning powerful techniques such as the strength of 100, the Ein sealing technique, or the summoning technique. But she could certainly master medical ninjutsu. With the advantage of her Byakugan, she naturally possessed an innate superiority over ordinary ninjas in this field. I concede. After a brief skirmish, Inuzuka Kiba raised his hand in surrender, as the pressure points on his body had been sealed by Hinata's gentle fist, restricting his chakra flow, rendering him no match for her in close combat. Hyuga North gave Hinata a thumbs up as a gesture of encouragement. Hinata was the type who thrived on motivation rather than harshness. The more stringent the criticism, the more counterproductive it became. Encouraging her to grow gradually proved to be far more effective. Thanks to Northkuin, Hinata stood beside Hyuga North, her head bowed, patiently awaiting the familiar gesture of his hand ruffling her hair, which she knew he adored. True to form, Hyuga North affectionately tousled Hinata's hair, and as he gazed at her obedient demeanor, he reflected on his fortune, having encountered Hinata upon his arrival in this world. My turn. North. Watch my newly learned shadow clone technique. It's definitely better than that pretty boy Sasuke's, Naruto exclaimed, leaping forward with an air of confidence to participate in the match. Perhaps due to the extended time spent beside Hyuga North, the Nine-Tails chakra within him rarely leaked out to disrupt his training at school, thus minimizing obstacles in his mastery of ninjutsu, and he had already learned the shadow clone technique. As school ended, Hyuga North and Hinata walked towards the Hyuga residence, as usual. Hinata, where are you going? That way is not the path home. Where are you headed? Along the way, Hyuga North observed with curiosity as Hinata deviated from their course and approached her, only to find her expression blank, as if she had lost consciousness. Jinjutsu? Hyuga North exclaimed in shock. Who would dare to use Jinjutsu on the esteemed young lady of the Hyuga clan in Konoha? White Wolf, stay alert, he commanded, scanning the surroundings for the perpetrator daring enough to cast Jinjutsu on Hinata. The White Wolf growled softly, quickly pinpointing the culprit, its expression frozen as the scent was eerily familiar. Following the White Wolf's gaze, Hyuga North spotted a boy clad in umbu attire crouched upon a rooftop, his blood-red eyes fixed intently upon them. Sharingan. Hyuga North's complexion paled dramatically. The only Uchiha still in umbu was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the Crimson Sharingan world. The three tomo seemingly merging into one, forming a dart-like shape. It was Itachi Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 138, Tsukuyami. Why was Itachi Uchiha here? Moreover, why was he targeting Hinata? Had he discovered that I too possessed the Sharingan, intending to eliminate me during the massacre of my clan? Hyuga Bei's mind was a tempest of thoughts, his expression grave as he struggled to comprehend Itachi's intentions. Itachi, of course, offered no answers. Upon activating his Manjiki Sharingan, he unleashed a Genjutsu upon Hyuga. With no chakra to draw upon, Hyuga was immune to illusions, unable to impose hallucinations by interfering with the chakra within him. However, the Manjiki Sharingan was exceptional. The Tsukuyami residing in his left eye could directly affect the opponent's psyche. Even without chakra, Hyuga was not immune to the Tsukuyami's illusions. In an instant, the world spun around him. He felt as if he had transitioned to another realm, where Konoha lay in ruins, replaced by a blood-red void. He found himself nailed to a cross, with Itachi Uchiha standing before him, wielding a kunai. Yet he was utterly immobilized, forced to witness the weapon pierce his flesh. "I am Hyuga. Why do you strike at me?" Hyuga gritted his teeth, enduring the agony of the kunai's intrusion. Itachi's face remained impassive as he continued to stab into Hyuga's body, replying, "Blame your lineage for this." Hyuga comprehended the truth. It was not his Sharingan that had exposed him, but rather the betrayal of his so-called kin. "What of Hinata? She is the heir of the Hyuga main family. Do you dare lay a hand on her?" Hyuga's face contorted in anguish. "Rest assured, she is merely unconscious. A trivial genjutsu. Once I eliminate you, she will awaken," Itachi assured, showing no intention of harming Hinata, for that was not his mission. A sigh of relief washed over Hyuga upon hearing that Hinata was safe. Yet the pain from the kunai embedded in his body continued to torment his spirit, akin to being flayed alive in the real world. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" His thoughts raced as he sought a means of escape. "This is merely an illusion. If I endure, do you not believe I shall immediately seek revenge on Sasuke?" Itachi's expression turned frigid as he twisted the kunai lodged within Hyuga, eliciting a scream of pain. "No one has ever withstood my technique. Even if you survive, you will be left in a state of madness. I will not allow you to threaten Sasuke." The Tsukuyami realm shifted once more, manifesting countless versions of Hyuga, alongside innumerable Itachis, each brandishing a kunai poised to pierce him, the compounded agony threatening to shatter his sanity. "I understand your intentions. Do you wish to wager with me?" "Wager that I can endure this and expose everything. The reasons behind your massacre of the Uchiha clan, as well as the filth of the Hokage and Danzo." Hyuga shouted defiantly. Itachi's hand faltered momentarily, his heart filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated that a mere child would grasp their plans. "Then I shall be even more compelled to eliminate you." Itachi's murderous intent surged, his Manjiki Sharingan slowly rotating, as the Tsukuyami realm twisted time and space, intent on shattering Hyuga's spirit within this domain. Hinata North's eyes were bloodshot, and the excruciating pain pierced through him like 1,000 swords, rendering him unable to bear the agony. His body seemed to sense the imminent danger, instinctively beginning to transform into a demon. His heart thumped violently. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, his hair elongated at an alarming rate, and his nails sharpened into deadly claws. Two dark, crimson demonic patterns emerged on either side of his cheeks, emanating an aura of malevolence and chill. An endless fury surged within him, as Hinata North appeared to have lost his rationality, surrendering his body to the demon blood within, driven by the instinct to protect himself in the face of life-threatening peril. Transformed into a demon, Hinata North struggled fiercely against his restraints, desperate to descend from the cross and tear apart the figure of Uchiha Itachi before him. Futile effort. "Everything within the Tsukuyami is under my dominion. You shall endure my torment and suffer endlessly under my will," Uchiha Itachi stated, his expression unchanging. Recognizing the signs of Hinata North's bloodline transformation, barely had he finished speaking when one of the chains binding the cross snapped. In his demonized state, Hinata North felt neither pain nor fear, thrashing about like a wild beast, intent on breaking free and annihilating any threats. Uchiha Itachi's pupils narrowed as he intensified the output of his Sharingan, reinforcing the cross to restrain Hinata North's spirit. With a feral roar, Hinata North was pulled back into confinement, but a flash of crimson light ignited in his eyes, and he awakened his Sharingan. Remarkably, it was also a Manjiki Sharingan. Unlike Uchiha Itachi's, Hinata North's Manjiki took the form of a three-petaled lotus. Within the confines of the Tsukuyami's mental realm, there were no contact lenses to obscure the truth. Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. How could Hinata North possess a Sharingan? And a Manjiki Sharingan at that? manifesting in a child barely over 7 years old. The pattern of this Mangeki Sharingan was identical to that recorded in the clan's annals. Before he could recover from the shock, a surge of demonic energy erupted from Hinata North, as his Mangeki Sharingan clashed against Uchiha Itachi's. Blood poured from Itachi's left eye as his chakra rapidly diminished, yet Hinata North was different. His Mangeki did not rely on chakra, but on his vast reservoir of demonic energy, which overwhelmed Uchiha Itachi's power. In mere seconds, the Tsukuyomi began to collapse, shattering like a mirror struck to the ground, fissures appearing on its surface. At the moment the realm disintegrated, their spirits returned to the real world, where the time spent in the Tsukuyomi felt extensive, yet in reality, it was but a fleeting instant. In the real world, Hinata North remained in his demonized form, his blood-red eyes fixated on Uchiha Itachi, who knelt half-blinded on the ground, shielding his eyes. With a low growl and claws bared, he prepared to pounce on Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, having lost control over Uchiha Itachi, Hinata's consciousness awakened. Upon witnessing Hinata North's demonic transformation, she was filled with dread. Despite the fear that coursed through her at the sight of his monstrous state, she trembled as she reached out, cautiously grasping Hinata North's hand, hoping to bring him back to his senses. The demonized Hinata North has succumbed to madness, roaring as he violently wrenches himself from Hinata's grasp, his sharp claws tightening around her delicate neck. With a mere exertion of force, he could snap her neck in an instant. The white wolf abruptly transforms into a gigantic wolf form, clamping down on Hinata North's hand to intervene. It senses that Hinata North is not in his right state of mind, and is unwilling to allow him to commit acts that he would deeply regret upon regaining his senses. Hinata struggles to hold onto his claws, gasping for breath as the specter of death looms over her. Tears well up in her eyes as she gazes at Hinata North, who resembles a wild beast, and they begin to fall. The moment her tears cascade onto his claws, Hinata North's mind is struck like a heavy hammer. The bloodthirst in his eyes ceases, and amidst Hinata's tears, the crimson light gradually recedes. The demonization dissipates, and Hinata North's head tilts as he loses consciousness and collapses to the ground. Once freed from the chokehold, Hinata coughs painfully a couple of times, barely able to steady her breath before rushing to check on Hinata North's condition. The white wolf gently lifts Hinata North onto its back, and together with Hinata, they hasten back to the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Itachi kneels on the ground, watching them depart, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. The scene he witnessed in the Tsukuyomi shattered his understanding. Two bloodlines, the same kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such coincidence was implausible. A 7-year-old child could not possibly possess a kaleidoscope Sharingan. The only possibility is that the individual did not perish. Suppressing the pain in his eyes, Uchiha Itachi heads towards the appointed meeting place with the mysterious figure who claims to be Uchiha Madara. It seems he must reevaluate this enigma. It is not impossible that Uchiha Madara still lives. Chapter 139. Annihilation of the clan in the dark of night. Beneath the blood-red moon, Sasuke returns to the Uchiha clan. The silence is unnaturally profound, stirring an unexpected sense of panic within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. The instant he steps onto Uchiha territory, the sight of blood and scattered corpses leads him to believe he is trapped in an illusion. How could this be? Sasuke murmurs in disbelief as he encounters once familiar faces now lifeless on the ground, reduced to cold corpses. Father, mother. Sasuke's face contorts with terror as he frantically races home. Upon entering his house, he finds the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto collapsed on the floor, blood pooling around them. Why? Why? His pupils tremble as he beheld the figure behind his parents' lifeless forms, wielding a slaughtering knife. His brother, Uchiha Itachi. Flee. Seize this glimmer of life and cling to existence. One day, when you possess eyes like mine, come before me. Uchiha Itachi unveils his kaleidoscope Sharingan, forcing young Sasuke to endure the harrowing spectacle of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Sasuke is on the verge of collapse. The cruelty of it all overwhelms him, causing him to awaken his own Sharingan. Why did you not kill Hinata North? In the dark forest, Shimura Danzo interrogates. Uchiha Itachi, facing away from him, replies coolly, he is unique, devoid of chakra. My Jinjutsu is insufficient to shatter his spirit. Uchiha Itachi chose not to disclose the existence of Hinata's Mangeki Sharingan, opting instead to conceal it, pondering that perhaps one day, should Uchiha Obito lose control, there might still be someone capable of restraining him. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, neither confirming nor denying Itachi's assertion, and shifted the conversation. Leave Tetsaiga behind. It is a blade belonging to Konoha. Itachi shook his head and replied icily. Sasuke will return Tetsaiga to Konoha on my behalf. Are you not concerned that Sasuke may not live to see that day? Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Finally, Itachi turned, his Manjiki Sharingan emanating a chilling aura that made Danzo shiver. You may attempt to test that. In the deepening night, the Hyuga residence was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Hinata sat by the bedside of Hinata Kaido, having brought him back alongside the White Wolf. The clan's physicians had come to assess him, declaring that he had suffered a mental trauma and would require a period of rest to recover. Yet she remained uneasy, vigilantly watching over Kaido, yearning to witness his awakening with her own eyes. With a creak, the door swung open, and Hinata Hayashi entered, his expression grave. Father, have we identified the Uchiha assailant who attacked us? Hinata promptly inquired, rising to her feet. She had seen the assailant through the haze of the Genjutsu, an Umbu possessing the Sharingan. Hayashi pondered for a moment before responding. Hinata, this matter ends here. Why? Hinata struggled to comprehend, her tone laced with frost. How can we let this go after they brazenly attacked Kaido in the streets? You do not yet grasp Kaido's significance. But in time, you will understand, Hayashi replied, reluctant to elaborate further. A flicker of anger crossed Hinata's face as she asserted, but what of me? Regardless, I am still the heir of the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan dares to assault me. It is utterly audacious. They must face consequences. The perpetrators who attacked Kaido and me must be delivered by the Uchiha. Hayashi regarded Hinata with astonishment, perceiving a transformation in her demeanor. The usual timidity had vanished, replaced by the commanding presence of a noble heiress. Her once gentle Byakugan now radiated an air of authority. Pray tell, what consequences do you wish to exact from the Uchiha clan? Hand over that individual, and then what? Shall we kill him? Hayashi countered, a glint of expectation in his gaze. Killing him? Hinata faltered, her fervor dissipating as she hesitated. It is not strictly necessary to take a life. Imprisoning him would suffice. Disappointment flickered in Hayashi's eyes. He longed for Hinata to be resolute in her pursuit of vengeance against those who dared to offend, exhibiting the qualities essential for a leader, the ability to wield life and death with impartiality. Had she declared a desire to kill, he might have reconsidered the choice of heir to the clan. After all, in the Hyuga clan's eyes, the strength of character held greater weight than mere prowess. As they already possessed a caged bird. Let this matter pass. The Uchiha have been exterminated, Hayashi sighed, turning to leave. Hinata stood in stunned silence. Exterminated? Father, is that truly the case? Although she had been attacked alongside Hinata, the repercussions did not seem severe enough to warrant the annihilation of an entire clan. The following day, Hinata learned from the discussions of her fellow clan members that the massacre of the Uchiha clan was not orchestrated by her father, but rather by a traitor within their ranks, who had eradicated the entire clan, leaving only Sasuke as the sole survivor. She refrained from attending ninja school, as Hinata had yet to awaken from her slumber. It was not until the third day that Hinata finally emerged from her unconsciousness, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at Hinata, who was slumped beside her bed. Instinctively, Hinata reached out to stroke her head. The presence of someone steadfastly by her side was a source of immense comfort. Hinata stirred at the gentle gesture, blinking sleepily as she met the warm smile of Hinata. Her Byakugan flickered with joy as she exclaimed, Kita-kun, you have finally awakened. Finally? How long have I been asleep? Hinata inquired. You have been asleep for 3 days. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Hinata grasped Hinata's hand in reassurance. Hinata shook his head, replying, I feel perfectly fine. What transpired after that day? Itachi did not make another move against you, did he? As long as you feel well, that is a relief, Hinata sighed, before asking, do you know Itachi Uchiha? Not exactly acquainted, but I have heard of him, Hinata replied, offering no further elaboration. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata decided against revealing the incident when Hinata had transformed, instead broaching the topic of the Uchiha clan's demise. Hinata was not surprised. Itachi's audacity to confront him in public indicated that the Uchiha clan's end was imminent, as such recklessness would not occur otherwise. Rest for another 2 days, and then let us visit Sasuke, Hinata suggested empathetically. Although she had little connection with Sasuke, the thought of an entire clan being wiped out was unfathomable, and she could only imagine the depths of despair Sasuke must be experiencing. No, Let's go today, Hinata declared. Rising from his bed, his vitality restored, requiring no further recuperation. After a moment's contemplation, he added, let us invite Naruto as well. Perhaps his presence will help Sasuke recover more swiftly. Chapter 140. A swift conclusion. Time flew by, and graduation season had arrived once more. The graduating class sat quietly in the classroom, awaiting their group assignments. Hinata occupied a seat in the back, keenly observing the iconic moment of Naruto and Sasuke sharing a kiss. Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto effortlessly passed the graduation examination using the shadow clone technique, having mastered it without the prior influence of Mizuki to steal the forbidden scroll. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen had covertly imparted the secrets of the multi-shadow clone technique to Naruto. Hinata, lacking chakra, faced a unique assessment, which involved direct combat with a Chunin-level instructor. As long as the instructor deemed him worthy, he could graduate. No one anticipated that Hinata would easily defeat the Chunin instructor, leaving everyone stunned. At that moment, Sasuke came to acutely realize the disparity in strength between himself and Hinata, recognizing that he had never truly demonstrated even a fraction of his prowess in their previous duels. As Naruto and Sasuke shared their kiss, the hearts of half the girls in the class shattered. Hinata cast a shy glance at Hinata, her fingers weaving together in a shy manner, reminiscent of bashful lovers in tender intimacy. Hinata noticed the movement of Hinata North, smiling as she pecked her on the cheek, leaving the hearts of the other girls in the class shattered. Sasuke and Hinata North consistently held the top 2 ranks in their grade, excelling not only in academics but also in appearance, one cold and aloof, the other warm and kind, captivating a multitude of budding young admirers. Upon the announcement of the class allocations, it was no surprise that Naruto and Sasuke were placed in Class 7, alongside Sakura Haruno. Meanwhile, Hinata North found herself in Class 8 with Hinata and Shino, displacing Kiba Inuzuka from his position. Waihai Kurenai led Hinata North and the others away, and after a brief introduction, she dismissed them without the customary bell-snatching games. Having reviewed the trio's profiles beforehand, Kurenai realized that if it came to a bell snatch, she would likely be no match for Hinata North. It was best to avoid humiliation. At just 12 years old, Hinata North was evaluated by Hige Hayashi as possessing strength akin to a special jonin, the same level as Kurenai herself. In a confrontation, Kurenai's expertise in Genjutsu would be ineffectual against Hinata North, who, lacking chakra, was immune to illusions. Thus, Kurenai would stand no chance. Consequently, for the days that followed, Kurenai adopted a hands-off approach with Class 8. Hinata North's prowess surpassed her own, while Hinata and Shino engaged in training their clan's secret techniques, which were unrelated to Kurenai's specialty in Genjutsu. Other than imparting some task execution experience, Kurenai had little to teach. Initially, the trio undertook D-rank missions, and after about a month, they progressed to C-rank tasks, while Class 7 had already embarked on a journey to the Land of Waves. Upon Class 7's return to the village, Naruto boasted triumphantly to Hinata North, unaware that the Ch-Nin exams had quietly commenced. The first round, a written test, was easily passed, thanks to Shino's assistance. Hinata North, devoid of chakra, managed to complete it as well. In the second round, the Forest of Death, Orochimaru left a curse mark on Sasuke and sought out Hinata North, intending to use her body to control the innate Tenseigan. Over the years, his research on the Tenseigan had yielded results. After the reanimation jutsu, his own soul's weakening was significantly reduced, and even Itachi Uchiha could not easily defeat him. Nevertheless, he betrayed the Akatsuki, yearning for the power of the Sharingan. That fateful night, the towering Susanoo left an indelible shadow in his heart, igniting an insatiable desire for divine power. While Hinata North, at the special Jonin level, was no match for Orochimaru, with the assistance of the elite Jonin-level White Wolf, they engaged in a protracted battle, ultimately attracting the attention of the Konoha examiners, forcing Orochimaru to retreat begrudgingly. During the preliminary rounds following the second phase, Hinata faced off against Niji Haiga. Although Hinata had made considerable progress compared to her original portrayal, Niji's advancements surpassed expectations, and she remained at a disadvantage. Yet, Hinata refused to concede defeat. She gazed at Hinata North on the platform, knowing better than anyone the extent of her strength after years of companionship. She did not wish to fall further behind. She was determined to bravely move forward, standing alongside Hinata North rather than merely watching from afar, until she could no longer see him. Reality cannot be attained merely through desire. Ultimately, she succumbed to Hyuga Niji, who, restrained by the pressures from Hinata North over the years, refrained from inflicting serious harm. During the midpoint of the Chunin exam's third round, Orochimaru enacted the Konoha collapse plan, forcing an abrupt cessation of the exams. Sarutobi Hiruzen perished in battle, yet succeeded in thwarting Orochimaru's advance, incapacitating his hands. Despite possessing the innate ability of the Heavenly Tooth, he could not master it. The Grim Reaper, undeterred, severed the soles of Orochimaru's arms, intensifying his yearning for Hinata North's body. Following the funeral of the third Hokage, the position of Hokage hung in the balance, awaiting a new leader. Shimura Danzo aspired to ascend, yet found no support. Tsunade and Mido Gate Inazuma proposed that Jiraiya, who happened to be present in the village, should succeed. Jiraiya, inherently carefree, was disinclined to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage, instead recommending Tsunade for the position. Tsunade and Mido Gate Inazuma were perplexed. They recalled that Sarutobi Hiruzen had frequently summoned Tsunade back to the village during his lifetime, advocating for her ascension, yet she remained unmoved. Showing no intention of returning to Konoha, Jiraiya volunteered to bring Tsunade back, taking Naruto along, but then insisted on forcibly including Hinata North, reasoning that if Tsunade was resolute in her refusal to return, perhaps Hinata North's kinship with that individual could sway her. In the land of hot water, the evening breeze fluttered the curtains of an inn as Jiraiya entered alone. Minors were prohibited from drinking in the establishment. Jiraiya cautioned Naruto and Hinata North, leaving them outside. What a drag, Naruto grumbled. Is there no drink inside? Do we have to stand out here and drink the cold wind? Hinata North casually remarked, just wait a moment. Jiraiya can't handle this. It's up to the protagonist. Inside the inn, Jiraiya spotted Tsunade after more than 20 years and approached her, taking a seat directly opposite. It's been a long time. Jiraiya poured himself a drink and greeted her with a smile, reflecting on how, despite the passage of over 2 decades, Tsunade remained as youthful and beautiful as ever, while he had become a man of 50. It's you, Jiraiya. Tsunade took a sip of her drink, her expression revealing no surprise at his arrival. She had sensed the presence of 2 powerful chakra users approaching from afar. The teacher is gone, Jiraiya stated bluntly. Tsunade's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to normal, and she scoffed. He should have died. He lived long enough. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Konoha awaits your return to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. I refuse, Tsunade replied without hesitation. I have declined many times before. Even your presence does not change my answer. After all these years, you still haven't let go? Jiraiya's demeanor reflected sorrow. Let go? A cold glint flashed in Tsunade's eyes as she retorted, I will never let go in this lifetime. Jiraiya downed his drink in one gulp, remaining silent for a moment before saying, Yasushi is no longer here. If he were alive, he would have been found long ago. Tsunade, you must stop clinging to the past. If you have come to persuade me, you may leave after you finish, Tsunade expressed her impatience. Jiraiya sighed, then quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, I have not finished persuading you yet. I have brought someone along who might just change your mind. Who? Chapter 142. Personal Secretary. The morning sun poured down, awakening those lost in slumber. Hinata Bay groggily opened his eyes, only to find himself nestled against Tsunade's bosom, which explained his difficulty in breathing. Awake? Tsunade, who had been awake for some time, looked at the slumbering Hinata Bay with a playful smile. Upon seeing him awake, she pulled him tighter into her embrace. Hinata Bay felt a wave of unease wash over him, desperate to escape this astonishingly soft sanctuary. Tsunade pinned his hands down, rolling onto him with a teasing smile. Did you just call me an old woman? Then what do you call this? Hinata Bay's face flushed crimson as he stubbornly retorted. This is a natural phenomenon. Is it? Tsunade leaned down, her weight pressing onto his chest, her cherry lips whispering near his ear. You can do whatever you wish to me, you know. Hinata Bay's eyes widened in shock, a surge of demonic energy flooding through him as he sought to flee the room. In that moment, Tsunade appeared as a demon, a tiger. And if he did not escape, he might be left with nothing but bones. Tsunade, too, summoned her chakra, using her immense strength to restrain the struggling Hinata Bay. Her tone shifting to something more serious. I was just teasing. Get up, dress yourself, and prepare to return to Konoha. But I am not undressed. What should I wear? This is meant for you. Change into it. Tsunade placed a clean outfit before Hinata Bay, consisting of a white kimono top, black trousers, and a purple belt, with the Senju clan's emblem embroidered on the back, seamlessly merging with two patches. Hinata Bay noticed the frayed threads beneath the Senju emblem, immediately recognizing that the Uchiha symbol had been removed. I am of the Hyuga clan, and I will not wear the Senju clan's attire. Hinata Bay understood Tsunade's intentions and resolutely refused. Tsunade narrowed her eyes mischievously, pointing to Hinata Bay's eyes. Would you still like your contact lenses? Hinata Bay's heart raced as he suddenly realized that the contact lenses he had been wearing were missing. With no memory of how they had disappeared, he subconsciously wished to distance himself from both the Senju and Uchiha clans. If you wish to conceal your Sharingan, you had better comply with my wishes. How do you know I possess the Sharingan? Shall I recount in detail the process of examining your body while you were asleep? Hinata Bay's face turned pale, clutching his chest, feeling as though he had been completely devoured. Tsunade, brimming with confidence, was certain that the Hinata Bay before her was indeed the same as the one she had known. She performed a transformation jutsu, morphing into a girl of 12 or 13, matching Hinata Bay's stature perfectly. I want to change clothes too. You can watch if you wish. Tsunade winked, showing no hesitation as she began to change, donning the garments she had once given to the young man, which he had later returned to her. Hinata Bay fled, covering his face, succumbing to Tsunade's overwhelming presence, and reluctantly changed into the Senju clan's attire. It was astonishingly reminiscent. Jiraiya observed Hinata Bay and Tsunade, now clad in the youthful garments of yesteryear, as if he had been transported back over 30 years, their appearance identical to the memories he cherished. Upon arriving in the Land of Fire, you shall return to Konoha first, while Xiangxi and I will follow shortly after. Tsunade, accompanied by Hinata, journeyed back to Konoha, while Jiraiya, Naruto, and Karui took different routes. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, Tsunade and Hinata retraced the path they once took in search of Senju Tobarama, now walking it again, not for him, but to rediscover lost memories. Regrettably, Hinata felt nothing, finding Tsunade's actions perplexing. When the young man and woman returned to Konoha hand in hand, he abruptly released her grip, his heart still tethered to Hinata, unwilling to let her perceive any misunderstanding. Tsunade did not press the matter further. She understood that Hinata's image consumed him, just as Xiangxi had once consumed her thoughts. Nonetheless, she was resolute in reclaiming what had been lost. From this day forth, I shall be the 5th Hokage. At the inauguration ceremony, Tsunade tossed her Hokage hat high into the air, where it landed in the deserted Senju estate. On her first day as the 5th Hokage, Tsunade's initial task was to address the results of the Chunin exams, where only Shikamaru had succeeded. Hinata did not attain the rank of Chunin, but was directly promoted to Jonin and appointed as the Hokage's secretary. In the Hokage office, Tsunade requested, Hinata, please massage my shoulders. As the sun dipped low, Tsunade, weary from a long day, sought relief from her secretary. Please call me Hinata. With a reluctant expression, Hinata stepped forward and began to massage Tsunade's shoulders. In that office, they were alone, and whenever they found themselves in solitude, he felt a sense of trepidation. For Tsunade often assigned him peculiar tasks. Move a bit forward. Lower. Further down. Keep going lower. Hinata's face flushed crimson, his hands trembling, the pressure becoming softer the further he went, rendering him unable to maintain his grip. Apply more force. Have you not eaten? Tsunade remarked, her face flushed, displeased. Enough. Old lady, Hinata retorted. Tsunade huffed in discontent and said leisurely, is this how you react to giving an old woman a massage? Surely Hinata's physique cannot compare to mine, can it? Hinata scoffed. In 2.5 years, Hinata will surpass you. I need water. He slammed his cup onto the desk. I want you to feed me with your mouth. Get lost. Here, take the sword of Raijin for now. The sword of the 2nd Hokage? Yes, a relic from my grandfather. You must use it this time. Why would I refuse? Such a powerful sword. Anyone who would is a fool. Soon after, Sasuke defected. Unlike the original story, Tsunade did not permit Shikamaru to assemble a team to pursue him, allowing Sasuke to leave unchallenged. Consequently, Naruto caused quite the uproar in her office for several days, while Hinata found herself enduring significantly less torment. As Sasuke awakened the cursed seal and departed the borders of the Land of Fire, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart and collapsed before the Sound 4. Orochimaru, upon discovering Sasuke unconscious and unresponsive, realized he had been poisoned and reluctantly decided to seize the bodies of others instead. That evening, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, who was supposed to be attending to affairs in the Hidden Leaf, sent her shadow clone to the entrance of Orochimaru's base. Under the condition of obtaining an antidote for Sasuke, she negotiated the return of the Tenseiga. It was evident that the poison afflicting Sasuke was Tsunade's handiwork, a concoction crafted by the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world, and no one but her could remedy it. The outcome of their discussions resulted in Tsunade providing 2 doses of the antidote. One would last for a year, with the final dose exchanged for the Tenseiga before Orochimaru could seize Sasuke's body in the 3rd year. Not only did she seek the Tenseiga, but also the Sugiya and the Tetsutsuya, both belonging to the Western Cursed Blades, which she aimed to reclaim. The Sugiya was currently in the Hidden Leaf, but possessed a malevolent aura too potent for her to entrust to Hinata North. She intended to allow him to reclaim it only after he had regained his mastery over his abilities. The Tetsutsuya was in the hands of the traitorous Uchiha Itachi, with whom Tsunade was covertly in contact, promising that once Sasuke eliminated him, Itachi could return to the Hidden Leaf as a hero, bringing back the Tetsutsuya. Chapter 143, The Meaning of Existence. A bag of rice weighs heavily on the mind. A bag of rice must be carried to the 2nd floor. A bag of rice demands more than it gives. A bag of rice, I have washed it. A bag of rice, I have rinsed away so much mud. Each grain tainted with dirt. Who gifted you this bag of rice? With a heavy heart, Tsunade watched as the Hidden Leaf was annihilated by the almighty push. A technique wielded by Pain, who possessed powers akin to the Sage of 6 Paths lacking the strength of a Hokage, she found herself utterly powerless to halt the devastation. Her sole purpose was to do everything within her power to preserve the lives of her villagers. As the 3-year deadline approached, Sage Naruto returned. Emerging from the ruins, Tsunade surveyed the shattered remnants of her village, mourning the countless lives lost, her hatred for Pain burning fiercely. Yet, she had exhausted all her strength. The disappearance of the mark on her forehead signified that she had released the creation rebirth technique, channeling all her chakra into the slug to safeguard as many lives as possible during the cataclysmic almighty push. The Hell Realm summoned the King of Hell to restore the damaged Azura path, and once again, the 6 paths of pain were fully assembled. Tsunade took a deep breath and charged into the battlefield. As the 5th Hokage, she had a duty to fulfill. The Azura path surged forward. And just as Naruto prepared to strike, he sensed an unusual energy surge, looking up to witness a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. The thunder roared, and as the dust settled, the Azura path was pinned to the ground by the sword of Thunder God, rendering its recent repairs futile. Hinata North had also returned, having recently brushed against the threshold of power, choosing to train outside the village. North, your timing is impeccable. Take Granny Tsunade down first. We need not trouble the Hokage for this fellow. My presence is sufficient. The vengeance for Jiraiya-sensei and Kakashi-sensei shall be mine to exact. Naruto, suppressing his fury, transformed into Sage mode, his strength amplified, and he swiftly incapacitated several of Pain's paths, astonishing all who beheld him. Tsunade gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, momentarily entranced, as if she glimpsed Jiraiya's spirit within him. Hinata North led Tsunade away, aware that Naruto alone was not sufficient to confront the Deva path of pain. He too must engage in battle, given that Hinata had confirmed their relationship. The perilous moment when Naruto was pinned to the ground by the Deva path would no longer occur, marking an imminent danger. To the north, as Hinata placed Tsunade down, she turned to engage in battle when Tsunade weakly grasped Hinata's hand. From within her robes, she produced a summoning scroll, a token acquired shortly after Hinata left the village. Following a transaction with Orochimaru, enabling the release of Uzumaki Karen. This is your Tenseiga, she implored, revive the departed souls. The tension that had long gripped Tsunade's heart finally eased. She had reached her limit, having relied solely on her willpower to endure thus far. Now, with the weight lifted, she could no longer maintain her appearance, as her body and visage rapidly aged. Hinata stood in stunned silence, gazing at the Tenseiga that materialized upon Uzumaki Karen's release. Gently, he grasped the hilt of the Tenseiga. In that instant, the weapon emitted a low hum, an otherworldly aura enveloping the air, as if it were summoning spirits to reclaim the souls of the deceased. Hinata felt as though he had recovered a lost essence, an influx of memories flooding his mind, scenes from the past replaying vividly before his eyes. Hinata bit his lip, grappling with the overwhelming impact, and turned his gaze toward the now frail Tsunade, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not look at me. Tsunade buried her face in her knees, unwilling for Hinata to behold her aged and unseemly visage. She feared that each time he remembered her youthful face, it would juxtapose sharply against her current appearance. With great difficulty, Hinata finally spoke, his voice suddenly hoarse, unrecognizable from his usual tone. Tsunade trembled at the sound of her name uttered for the first time by Hinata, not as Old Lady Tsunade, nor Lady Hokage, but simply Tsunade. She cautiously raised her head, and upon encountering the gaze in Hinata's eyes, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. In those eyes, she recognized a long-lost familiarity, a gaze that belonged solely to her. Please, go save them. Do not look at me. Do not gaze upon this old woman. Tsunade, overwhelmed by fear, averted her eyes, curling her body, trembling with profound terror. Hinata bent down, gently caressing the hidden contours of Tsunade's face, now lined with deep wrinkles, his fingers aching from the touch of her aged skin. As if sensing his sentiments, the Tenseigan began to radiate light, unfurling like a curtain to cover the ruins of Konoha. Countless souls emitted a ghostly glow, returning to their bodies, resurrected from the clutches of death. This is a miracle. The Deva Path, with Naruto's form anchored to the ground, witnessed this scene, reminiscent of a time when the name of the Konoha's demon blade echoed throughout the land of rain. Just a little rest, and all shall be well, Hinata whispered tenderly, stroking Tsunade's face. No. Tsunade grasped Hinata's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. I fear that upon awakening, you will have vanished. Hinata, please do not leave me. It is all in the past, Tsunade. Let it go, and rest well. It has not passed. Tsunade tightened her grip on Hinata's hand. I cannot let go. Forgive me. I shall never release you again. With a sigh, Hinata lowered his gaze, a tranquil and serene aura emanating from him, soothing Tsunade's tumultuous emotions, lulling her into a deep slumber. Rising, he grasped the Tenseigan and soared toward the battlefield, standing before the embedded form of Naruto. Uchiha Hinata? The Deva Path inquired uncertainly. Hinata North waved, sending the black rod from Naruto's body flying, and calmly remarked, Uchiha West or Hyuga North, they are merely code names. With this battle concluded, it is time for me to depart. North? Naruto, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you mean? Hinata North shook his head, offering no further explanation. His gaze drifting toward Hinata, his heart wavering. Tend extended his arms, coldly declaring, I have ascended to divinity. Even the full might of Konoha's legendary blade cannot surpass the power of a god. Have you witnessed my prime? Hinata North murmured. Universal pull. Tend unleashed a force, drawing both Hinata North and Naruto toward him, impaling them with the black rod. Hell's moon destruction. Unfazed, Hinata North's heavenly tooth glimmered ominously, and with a swift motion, a streak of black light shot forth. Tend intended to repel the black light with Shinra Tensei, yet the black light swiftly expanded, tearing through space and unveiling a circular portal to the unfathomable realm of the underworld. The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei vanished into the underworld, which continued to expand, engulfing Tenpain. Though the heavenly tooth is not a lethal weapon, it possesses the technique to open the underworld and enter its foes. Hinata North once more grasped the essence of his sword, returning to the 8th tier of swordsmanship. With his soul restored, the accumulation of 2 lives and his resurrection deepened his understanding of life and death, unlocking another profound mystery of the heavenly tooth. What is this? Naruto was astounded. The formidable Pain, who had slain Kakashi and Jiraiya, was effortlessly vanquished by a single strike. But it was not over. Nagato's true body was not present, and the next step lay with you, Naruto. Convince Nagato to resurrect Jiraiya. Hinata North sheathed his sword and grasped Naruto, soaring into the sky. He sensed Nagato's spirit within Pain. Following the instinct of his heart, the deceased of Konoha, including Shimisaku the Toad, were revived, as was Kakashi. However, he was powerless to bring back Jiraiya without his body. Only the outer path of the Rinnegan could resurrect him. With the need for Nagato to revive the Konoha casualties eliminated, the Rinnegan was fully capable of reviving a single individual. After escorting Naruto to Nagato's hiding place, Hinata North completed his task. It was time for him to leave. North, where are you going? Naruto called out to the turning Hinata North, sensing that once he departed, he would not return to Konoha. To clear my mind, to seek my existence and the meaning of my being, Hinata North murmured softly. Will you return? Naruto, not comprehending Hinata North's intent, feared he would vanish like Sasuke. never to return. If one day I find the answer, perhaps I shall return. Hinata North continued onward, removing the crystal pendant from his neck and tossing it to Naruto. Put it on. It was meant for you. Chapter 144. A Lotus Reborn at the 5 Kage Summit. Uchiha Obito announced the Moon Eye plan before the 5 Kage, officially commencing the 4th Great Ninja War. On his way back to Konoha, Shimura Danzo was ambushed midway by Sasuke. After Sasuke Uchiha killed Itachi Uchiha, he learned part of the truth from Obito Uchiha and sought vengeance against Konoha, with his first target being one of the culprits, Danzo Shimura. Armed with the sword Kusanagi, Sasuke struck down Danzo, rendering his Sharingan eyes completely closed. Utilizing Jinjutsu, Sasuke misled Danzo into believing that the last remaining eyes Izanagi had not yet expired, allowing Sasuke to pierce him with a single strike. With the suppression of the Sharingan gone, Hashirama's cells began to go berserk. At a critical moment, Danzo unleashed the sealed cloud Fong from a scroll, using it to absorb the life force of Hashirama's cells in his right arm to maintain balance. Under the influence of the sealed cloud Fong, Danzo rose once more, employing its dark energy to suppress Sasuke, who was also at his limit. Obito observed the sealed cloud Fong and recalled Madara Uchiha's final words to him, preparing to intervene personally to reclaim it. Sasuke, the Kusanagi is not meant to be wielded this way. A voice emerged, revealing Kuro, as a bolt of lightning struck between Danzo and Sasuke, separating the two combatants. With a flick of his demonic whip, Kuro seized the Kusanagi from Sasuke's grasp, returning the cursed blade to its rightful master. Kuro, that is a blade of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke gasped, his strength waning. You misunderstand. This is a blade I left within the Uchiha. Kuro transformed the Kusanagi into its true form, revealing to Sasuke its transformation along with the activation of his own Manjiki Sharingan, leaving him utterly astonished. Not only Sasuke, but Obito too began to waver. He had heard Madara mention Kuro, a formidable figure whom even Madara respected, and he was reluctant to take risks. Kuro Uchiha? Danzo questioned, perplexed. It is I, Kuro stated, drawing the Tenseiga with a calm demeanor. Danzo, your demise is imminent. Reluctant to accept his fate, Danzo surrendered to the control of the sealed cloud Fong, willing to perish in its backlash if it meant taking Kuro and Sasuke down with him. However, with the Tenseiga and Kusanagi in hand, Kuro unleashed a dual technique, obliterating Danzo with the supreme jutsu, the infernal dragon break, leaving not a trace of him behind. With a flick of his demonic whip, Kuro reclaimed the sealed cloud Fong, thus reuniting the three cursed blades. You are Uchiha Kuro, chronicled as surpassing our ancestors? The records state you were taken to the underworld by the Tenseiga, thought lost to death. Have you returned? Have you become Hinata Kuro? Sasuke inquired, a glimmer of hope flickering within him. If there were no name coincidence, then perhaps it is I. Excellent. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was all part of Konoha's conspiracy. Senior Kuro, let us together obliterate Konoha. Sasuke rejoiced at the thought of having a former clan member, who once nearly brought Konoha to ruin, by his side to realize this ambition. Go and procure Itachi's eyes. Once you awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, your vision shall extend beyond the horizon, and in that moment, you shall comprehend all. Kuro did not respond to Sasuke, soaring away. Sasuke clenched his teeth, pondering whether there was still something he had yet to perceive. Before he could delve deeper into thought, Team 7 caught up with him, and his fated entanglement with Naruto continued. Meanwhile, shortly after Kuro's departure, he too was pursued. Kuro, my lord. Tsunade and Hinata rode atop the White Wolf, guided by its keen sense of smell and its innate direction towards the north, ultimately locating the elusive north. The moment North laid eyes on Tsunade and Hinata, an instinctual urge to flee surged within him, yet the intensity of their gazes compelled him to halt. What brings you here? North's expression was a tapestry of emotions. If you intend to leave, please take me with you, Hinata declared with unwavering resolve, shedding her former shyness. And I too, Tsunade interjected, extending her hand to return the crystal pendant to North. Without you, my role as Hokage loses all significance. North declined to accept it, his voice low and somber. You must return, Tsunade. The fourth great ninja war still requires your leadership. Hinata, your family and friends remain in Konoha. The head of the Hyuga clan would never permit your departure. Hinata shook her head defiantly. Father has already given his consent. She swept her bangs aside to reveal the unmistakable cursed seal of the caged bird. North's pupils constricted violently, An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted, darkening the skies with ominous clouds as if a tempest was imminent. Did Heishi mark you? North's tone was frigid, as if poised to confront the Hyuga clan. It was my request. Hinata stepped forward, taking North's hand into her own, earnestly stating, as long as I can be with you, I would willingly become a caged bird. Tsunade's voice fell to a whisper. In that moment, upon seeing Hinata's caged bird seal, I realized I had never truly made a steadfast choice for you. This time, I shall disregard everything else, as long as I can be by your side. Have you truly made up your minds? North murmured, closing his eyes. Tsunade and Hinata, one on each side, grasped his arms, nodding resolutely. We have. North sighed, and as he opened his eyes once more, they shimmered with the kaleidoscopic brilliance of the Manjiki Sharingan, a blend of purity and allure within the three-petaled lotus. The Manjiki Sharingan gazed unwaveringly at the steadfast Tsunade and Hinata, unleashing the ocular technique embedded within his left and right eyes. Lotus of Rebirth. This marked the inaugural use of his Manjiki technique since its awakening. The Sharingan serves as a reflection of the soul, and its awakening was born from the sacrifice of Rope Tree, mirroring the profound desires within North's heart. This technique embodies a bond of coexistence. Should the opportunity arise, he would willingly share his life with Rope Tree. Lotus of Rebirth in Buddhism signifies ascending to paradise together after death, sharing a single lotus throne. Within his Manjiki technique, it allows the sharing of the user's life and the bearing of calamities, ensuring that even in death, they would be reborn together on a single lotus, navigating the next life side by side. Should Hinata's caged bird seal activate, North would share in the damage. They would either survive together or perish together. The same fate applying should Tsunade sustain a fatal injury. Possessing the blood of a demon, North's lifespan extended far beyond the bounds of humanity. Under the influence of Lotus of Rebirth, Tsunade found herself rejuvenated, reverting to the age of 20, while North's age increment to 19. Once you are ensnared by my technique, you shall never be able to part from my side, North warned ominously. Yet, as both women comprehended the nature of the technique upon its activation, they were unfazed by his threat. Hinata blissfully nestled against North's chest, while Tsunade laughed heartily, embracing him tightly. Come, let us journey to the moon. With renewed vigor, Xiangbei contemplated their next course of action. What purpose lies in going to the moon? Can humans truly survive there? I shall host a wedding for you on the moon, and in the process, liberate Hinata from her cage. Chapter 145. The grand finale. The Fourth Shinobi World War commenced. A multitude of white Zetsu and reanimated ninjas engaged in battle, momentarily overwhelming the allied shinobi forces. Just as despair gripped the hearts of the coalition, two women descended from the moon, one wielding the Tenseiga and the other brandishing the iron broken fang. It was Hinata and Tsunade. Hinata, armed with the cloud comb tooth, was able to slay even the reanimated ninjas, obliterating their souls with the power of her weapon. As she unleashed the Hell Dragon Break, her gaze swept across the battlefield, decimating the ranks of the reanimated and the white Zetsu. Most astonishingly, her eyes had transformed. The Byakugan's pupils were now a brilliant blue, and the cage bird upon her forehead had vanished. Tsunade, wielding the Tenseiga and iron broken fang, struck down the souls of the reanimated, while the combined might of the explosive flow and Azure Dragon Break shattered the enemy lines. Xiangbei's swordsmanship had ascended to the 9th tier, reaching the realm of the sword god, leaving his spiritual mark upon the cursed blades, allowing Hinata and Tsunade to unleash their full potential. As the climactic battle raged on, Uchiha Madara, reanimated from the dead, emerged, delivering a crushing defeat to the allied shinobi forces. Tsunade, spotting her nemesis, summoned the Azure Dragon Break, shattering Madara's complete body Susanoo. Even divine power faltered before the might of the living sword god. It is his blade, Madara thought, gazing upon the three cursed swords held by Tsunade and Hinata. Memories flooding back. Has he been resurrected? Where is he? I awaited another duel. I need not strike from the west. I shall eliminate you myself. Tsunade unleashed the underworld moonlight break, attempting to draw Madara into the realm of the dead, yet his instincts were too keen, allowing him to evade the impending danger. Clearly, not only I have grown, Uchiha from the west has also enhanced his strength. Such techniques will be sufficient for our inevitable confrontation upon my resurrection. Madara remained defiantly proud. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito had completed his transformation and engaged in battle against the reanimated past Hokages. In the Six Paths form, All ninjutsu attacks were rendered ineffective against him. Only sage techniques could inflict damage. Yet, Hinata, wielding the cloud comb tooth, was still able to injure Obito. Uchiha from the west, Senju Tobarama. Aware of the entanglements between Xiangbei and Tsunade over the years, as well as Xiangbei's surpassing power over Madara, could not help but feel remorse. Had he not orchestrated matters so, allowing Xiangbei and Tsunade to flourish within the Senju clan, perhaps, once Xiangbei matured, the Shinobi World War could have been averted. He could have subdued the world much like the legendary Hashirama Senju. Thus, the Fourth Shinobi World War may never have transpired. Even the Ten Tails and the Six Paths level would have fallen to the cursed blades. Grandfather, I foretold your regret, Tsunade scoffed, her Tenseiga itching for action. Unable to resist the urge to strike Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama's eyelids twitched. He was well aware that the Tenseiga could sever their souls. He immediately chastised Tobarama, deeming his arrogance responsible for the prolonged suffering of their granddaughter. Soon, under the bonds of Kakashi's manipulation and Naruto's verbal prowess, Uchiha Obito was vanquished and controlled by Kaguya. He unleashed the outer path, Samsara technique, resurrecting Uchiha Madara. Tsunade, filled with righteous fury, sought to slay Madara once more. Stripped of his vision, Madara found himself overwhelmed by Tsunade's might. It was only when Kaguya presented him with another Rinnegan that he regained his footing, momentarily forcing back the formidable Tsunade and leaping onto the head of the Ten Tails. With a single strike, he felled all tailed beasts, reclaiming them for the Ten Tails. Transformed into the Sage of Six Paths, Madara believed himself invincible, unaware that Hinata had finally accessed the Six Paths Sage mode, engaging him alongside Tsunade, wielding the Totsuka blade and the Heavenly Sword. Seeing that even in his Six Paths form he could not conclude this conflict, Madara retreated, reclaiming a second Rinnegan and casting infinite Tsukuyomi upon the moon. The blood-red moon reflected the 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan. However, before Madara could revel in the success of his Jinjutsu, a sudden twist of fate occurred, as the red moon's 9 tomos spun and distorted, morphing into a 3-petaled kaleidoscope Sharingan. I have awaited you on the moon for a long time, Uchiha Madara, echoed a voice from above, resonating like thunder in Madara's ears. In disbelief, he questioned why infinite Tsukuyomi, already unleashed, was being reversed. Under the gaze of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, an invisible sword descended from the moon, sealing this realm with unmatched divine power. Madara struggled fiercely, but even with the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, he could not escape the retribution of this ethereal blade. It was the sword of intent, intangible and formless, yet once unleashed, it was a certain death. Madara was cleaved in two. Even his so-called immortal body could not withstand the obliteration, his soul and flesh utterly destroyed, leaving no possibility of revival. The shadowy Kaguya, hidden all along, was similarly reduced to ashes by this strike. The Fourth Great Ninja War concluded, and Tsunade and Hinata returned to the moon, restoring tranquility to the ninja world. Following Kakashi's abdication, Naruto ascended to fulfill his dream of becoming the 7th Hokage, while his wife was Hinata Hanabi, and Sasuke's spouse was Karen Uzumaki. The two daughters of Hyuga Hayashi were married off, leaving no heirs in the clan. With the support of Naruto, Hinata Niji, and Hayashi, the division between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was abolished, rendering the caged bird a relic of the past. As Naruto's son Boruto matured, the Otsutsuki clan once again posed a threat to the ninja world. Concurrently, two children emerged from the moon, a boy and a girl, both resembling Boruto in age. The boy, named Eternity, and the girl, named Moment, startled Naruto upon their arrival in Konoha, as he observed Eternity possessing a Rinnegan, while Moment bore a Tenseiga. After conversing with them, Naruto sighed in relief, discovering they were the children of Kaguya, with Eternity being the offspring of Kaguya and Tsunade, and Moment being the child of Kaguya and Hinata. You have returned to Konoha, Kaguya, and Hinata, and what of Granny Tsunade? Why have they not returned? Naruto inquired. And upon mentioning Tsunade, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain of how to address her. His parents had embarked on a journey to other planets. Forever, he replied, a hint of resentment lacing his tone. Abandoning their child to travel is exceedingly irresponsible. Thus, the Hokage must bear the responsibility of caring for my brother and me, Shauna interjected. Father entrusted us with this task, stating that if he returns to find us in poor condition, he will trouble the Hokage. That man truly is something. He leaves his children in my care while he enjoys himself, Naruto lamented. Additionally, Forever added, Father mentioned that as a form of compensation for caring for us, we must assist the Hokage in fending off the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. Shauna nodded in agreement. Indeed, Father said that each generation must handle its own affairs. This is our duty. Hearing this, Naruto turned to glance at Boruto, who was lurking nearby, murmuring, it seems it will soon be Boruto's world. The end.